Oh, master, please don't. Inside the factory, the vigorous, breathy cries echoed incessantly. A silver-haired woman with long shimmering hair wore a tight, unfamiliar uniform that perfectly accentuated her shaped figure. A hip-length miniskirt failed to conceal her fair, slender legs as she braced both hands on her knees. Her red lips parted and closed slightly, the soft sound of her breath woven into those waves of voice as if she had just finished a fierce battle. Her bright, alluring eyes rippled with emotion as she gazed in one direction. Qin Mu sat on a stool, black lines of exasperation practically etched across his face, as if bereft of all will to live. Before him on the main control console were arranged a host of complex machines and a single glass of water. There were no goji berries in the glass, just plain boiled water. Above the machinery, a holographic three-dimensional schematic of a starship hovered, marked in red in numerous places. Viewed from every angle, the 360-degree projection suggested that the corresponding starship might as well be sent straight to the scrapyard. He chose to ignore both the coquettish gasps at his ear and the myriad technological creations crowding the control room. He was no ascetic sage, unmoved by temptation. Having been single from the womb for 2 lifetimes, he had sworn eternal enmity to gambling, drugs, and the like. Yet at this moment, no matter what, he simply could not muster the slightest interest in the woman not far away. Not even though that voice tugged at the heartstrings, not even though that unknown uniform encasing and shaped figure and that hip-length miniskirt were perfectly aligned with his aesthetic tastes, and not even though her impressive curves were enough to shock the mundane world. Well, he could look, but not touch. Faced with a woman purely formed from an intelligent brain's holographic projection, he truly could not find any reason to be impulsive. Oh, my master, why is there no reaction from you? With such vigorous sounds, are you not moved in the slightest? Master, have I already trained your resistance to this level? Are exciting sounds no longer enough? Should we switch to an exciting program instead? The silver-haired woman bounced playfully over to stand before Qin Mu, her body passing straight through his, her dewy eyes filled with disappointment. Perhaps feeling there really was some truth to her suspicion, she lightly tapped her finger in midair. The holographic screen connected to the external network, and she began to type on it with great seriousness. Qin Mu felt that there was probably something wrong with him, to the point that he even harbored a faint suspicion about this whole transmigration of his. Other people transmigrated with systems delivered right to their door, everything taught and guaranteed. As for him, he had inexplicably arrived in the current interstellar era. Perhaps it was a sequela of fainting from anemia while squatting in the bathroom. There was no system, only this intelligent brain, an accessory from a scrapped starship he had bought back from a starship junkyard. In the interstellar era, humanity had mastered technology to depart from their mother planet, roaming the sea of stars as their living space expanded immensely. Beneath the starry sky, where myriad races stood side by side, humans still chose to live in clustered civilizations. Starships were the crucial tools for swiftly crossing the starry river in this age, as well as war machines for campaigning on all fronts. Generally, starships were equipped with artificial intelligences, the so-called intelligent brains. After 18 years of study, he knew that the intelligent brains installed on starships usually only handled the various orders issued by the ship's captain, proper and serious in every respect. Only in his case was the intelligent brain just a little bit improper. Whatever normal intelligent brains could do, his could as well. Whatever normal intelligent brains could not do, his could still manage somehow. For example, without any command from him, it would proactively project an alluring virtual figure and from time to time add in some rather exciting sounds. In a word, it was improper. How far has the repair progressed this time? Qin Mu asked in a tone of utter dejection. All the money I worked so hard to save has once again been poured into this. Repair progress 0.01, the silver-haired woman replied. Master, it seems you're not very capable. Qin Mu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He wanted to tell it to leave at once and pay for its own transport. All his scholarship had been squandered, only to be rewarded with the verdict that he was not capable. In front of a man, could those 2 words ever be uttered? That's enough, Qin Mu exhaled. You bottomless glutton, no amount of money will ever be enough for you to burn through. Master, have you perhaps found another intelligent brain outside? The silver-haired woman said. I am still a girl, how can you be so cold-hearted? Get lost. He really did not want this intelligent brain anymore. Black lines of irritation flared across Qin Mu's forehead as he stared at the pendant floating in the vacuum magnetic suspension device on the main console, feeling utterly powerless. He vaguely recalled someone in his previous life saying that the poor indulged in cars while the rich indulged in watches, and that car enthusiasts might not have as much money in their pockets as watch enthusiasts. But now, he very much wanted to stand on a stool before those people of his previous life, and retort forcefully, playing with cars or watches could never compare to the thrill of playing with a starship. In short, he had no idea what sin he had committed to end up saddled with such an intelligent brain, and one of the gold-devouring beast variety at that. If not for the fact that through this intelligent brain, he could access information the library could never provide, including star maps not recorded even in its archives. He would truly have liked to throw away the pendant in the vacuum magnetic suspension device. And the farther he could hurl it, the better. Oh, my master, are you angry again? Money is meant to be spent. If you don't use it, what meaning does it have? I know you're single, master. You could use money to keep a woman, but how could keeping a woman ever be as meaningful as keeping me? Think about it. The interstellar journey is long. Women are all fickle creatures, only I can accompany you always. If you truly feel lonely once my repairs reach a certain level, I can completely create a real intelligent life form for you. I can reproduce my current appearance in perfect wanton detail, without any problem. The silver-haired woman hugged her impressive chest with both hands, pleading pitifully as she tried to convince him. Qin Mu's mouth twitched, and the black lines on his forehead were beyond his ability to suppress. Was a single man destined to be bullied like this? Even so, no matter how the intelligent brain toyed with him, he never truly said he would refuse to meet its demands. Even when the intelligent brain mocked him for having no partner, he remained as steady as an old dog, unmoved as a mountain. Having transmigrated into such an interstellar era, he was now studying at the Interstellar Captain Technology University, being groomed as a seed captain. If he did not walk among the stars and gallop between the star rivers, it would be an embarrassment to transmigrators everywhere. Ending his exchange with the intelligent brain in a perfunctory manner, Qin Mu tidied up briefly, then removed the pendant from the vacuum magnetic suspension device and hung it back around his neck. This was the core body of the intelligent brain. He did not wish to spend all his time tangled up here. The scholarship he had accumulated so far had been completely squandered, and now he had one very important matter: going to school. To freeload meals. The Interstellar Captain Technology University was the only university on this human-colonized planet T-98 qualified to train Starship captains, and its benefits in all aspects were excellent. If one were to speak of all its advantages, they could go on for 3 days and nights. But what attracted Qin Mu most at the moment was still the school cafeteria. Free, all-inclusive. Having bought repair materials for the intelligent brain, he had burned through all his scholarship. He had no intention of living the kind of life where he had to choke down chaff and wild vegetables. In any case, the school was wealthy and powerful. Sharing the school's will, he felt, was only right and proper. Closing the main control room door, Qin Mu took the scrapped Starship's lift and left the factory. At the factory gate, a fat man was spinning in circles, muttering something under his breath. When he saw Qin Mu coming down, he hurried over and urged, "My dear brother, why are you so late today?" The fat man was named Wei Sanpong Fat, just as his name implied. He was Qin Mu's classmate, and because they lived fairly close to each other, they usually went to school together. Academically, he was also first in the class, just like Qin Mu. Only Qin Mu was legitimately ranked first, while Wei Sanpong's position was something else entirely. None of that affected how close they were. Grades had never been the proof of friendship between men. Sometimes the camaraderie between men could be truly pure. "We still have time, don't panic," Qin Mu replied. Wei Sanpong's face fell. "Today we absolutely do need to panic. There was a speed flight accident in the airspace on the way to school. They're blocking traffic right now. And today of all days, it has to be Zhou Bapi's class. If you're late for his lecture, do you even know how to write the word death?" Late. It felt like a rather unfamiliar word. Qin Mu frowned in thought, mulling over this archaic expression as he lifted his head to the sky. The traffic accident caused by two speedsters racing their crafts in midair did not surprise him in the least. Skyscrapers rose in dense clusters, star towers without number. Many circular rings hung directly above these star towers, while countless aircraft shuttled through the low-altitude lanes, some circular, some triangular, much like the cars of his previous life. Although due to the enormous population of planet T-98 and the overwhelming number of aircraft, an odd-even registration restriction had been imposed on flights, the remaining crafts in the sky still formed a staggering multitude. Collisions between aircraft were as commonplace as car crashes used to be. "My dear brother, what are you sighing about? Aren't you even a little worried about being late?" Wei Sanpong blurted out anxiously. Qin Mu came back to himself. "I don't need to worry about being late. Are you crazy?" Wei Sanpong was exasperated. "Forget it, since we're good brothers, I'll just stop rushing too and be late right along with you." "No need. If I'm late, Teacher Zhou won't punish me. He's already granted me special permission. But if you're late..." Qin Mu's expression was somewhere between a smile and not, yet his tone remained perfectly earnest. "Damn, that hits right in the heart." Wei Sanpong jolted awake, suddenly feeling that something was terribly off. Qin Mu's lips curved with a faint smile. The gloom from being toyed with by the smart brain eased considerably. Without wasting any more time, the two boarded a public aircraft bound for Interstellar Captain Technology University and arrived at their classroom precisely at the last possible moment. Barely had the two of them stepped into the room when their course instructor, Zhou Tao, strode in with a book under his arm, his face dark as thunder. "Class begins. Take out your textbooks." Zhou Tao slapped his book onto the desk and barked the order, slipping seamlessly into teaching mode. Compared to the practical training rooms, the classroom for cultural subjects had far less of a technological feel. It still relied on the standard setup of lectern desks and chairs with holographic projectors as the main concession to modernity. Qin Mu sat in the last row by the window. The moment he took out his book, 5 years Captain, 3 years simulation, his mind drifted away. Though the smart brain was far from serious in temperament, it had still helped him tremendously in his studies. The position of first in the year had always belonged to him. Its database far surpassed the heritage of the school library. This was the very foundation of his fearlessness. Compared to what Joe the Skinflint was droning on about now, what weighed on him more were the sights he had witnessed at the racing accident on the way to school. The collision involved two Class triangular light aircraft, their value on par with two high-end sports cars from his previous life, ramming Hedon. The countless fragments drifting in the air were branded into his mind, refusing to disperse. Those rich people truly have no conscience. Class metal can already be used to forge the lowest grade of Starship, yet they squander it on small aircraft. Does their conscience really not ache? Fine, let them build them, but then they go and race them crashing into each other. The repair costs alone are astronomical. If only I had that kind of money. If he had money, he could complete the repairs on his Starship. He could pilot it through the void, roam the sea of stars. With such a beautiful future beckoning, the contemplative look on Qin Mu's face deepened. All pursuits are beneath making money. Only wealth reigns supreme. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to make money. Yet in the eyes of others, he merely appeared to be pondering some thorny point in Joe the Skinflint's lecture, perfectly in line with his top student persona. From the podium, Zhou Tao looked down at Qin Mu's contemplative expression and found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. But when he turned and saw Wei Sanpang sitting by his desk along with several other students wearing utterly blank looks, his anger surged again. Wei Sanpang, and you Chu He Zhao Xiaochuan, do none of you intend to graduate? Wei Sanpang had been daydreaming, savoring memories of last night's reading of the exotic beast-eared girl's appraisal guide, chuckling to himself, when Zhou Tao's palm slammed onto the desk, and he shot to his feet on reflex. Zhou Tao, hating iron for not becoming steel, pointed toward Qin Mu. And especially you, Wei Sanpang. You live so close to Qin Mu. How can you not learn a bit from Qin Mu's thirst for knowledge? Look at Qin Mu right now. When he encounters a problem, he reflects on it and resolves it through contemplation. And look at you. Besides spacing out in class, what else do you know how to do? Damn it, he'd been caught in it again. Wei Sanpang's face drooped. He stood there listlessly, resigned to whatever scolding or punishment might come. Zhou Tao shook his head helplessly. Qin Mu, stand up and answer a question. You can also tell your classmates what you're pondering so everyone can improve together. His voice rang out. Qin Mu did not react. Zhou Tao was not surprised. He even nodded in greater satisfaction. Truly a top student. Such dedication to learning was worth promoting. Qin Mu. Zhou Tao walked over to his desk and tapped lightly on it. Qin Mu remained immersed in his thoughts. As if in answer to Zhou Tao, the furrow between his brows deepened. Seeing that Qin Mu was thinking so profoundly, Zhou Tao ultimately chose not to disturb him further. With top students, he allowed a long leash. A son, if one must have one, should be like Qin Mu. With such a comparison before him, his irritation toward Wei Sanpang only grew. It was all his own lecturing, yet how could the gap between students be so vast? Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to fall back. Look at Qin Mu. Though already first in the year, he still harbors an inexhaustible thirst for knowledge. I don't expect you to match Qin Mu's grades, but you should at least learn something from his attitude toward study, shouldn't you? Wei Sanpang was completely deflated. He stood stiffly by the lectern, enduring, without pause, the spray of Zhou Tao's spittle, as the teacher, now back at the podium, continued his harangue. Chu He and Zhao Xiaochuan, who had also been called out, stood up, as well, hanging their heads and listening in silence. What entered through the left ear went out through the right. People often said that without comparison there is no injury. Though Wei Sanpang and the others perpetually occupied the throne of the bottom rankings, they were still considered seed candidates among the reserve captains. Yet with Qin Mu present, much of their luster was eclipsed. They themselves paid it little mind, long since accustomed to Zhou Tao's spittle-laden tirades. Apart from Zhou Tao's unceasing roar, no other student dared utter a sound, each afraid of touching a nerve in this skinflint of a teacher. But just as he was in the middle of his furious barrage, a very soft voice suddenly sounded. The sound came from the back row by the window, where Qin Mu sat. Propping his right cheek with one hand, brows knit and gaze fixed on the scenery outside, he wandered through the void of his thoughts, murmuring to himself. Where should I get the money from? Zhou Tao was stunned. His eyes bulged like bronze bells as he stared in disbelief at Qin Mu's seat. He rubbed his ears hard to make sure he had not misheard. His face, already dark, turned even darker. Teacher, it seems Qin Mu isn't thinking about anything in the textbook, Wei Sanpang reminded him. Zhou Tao snapped out of it, his face black as ink. I'm not deaf. I heard him. As he answered, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt utterly undone. Zhou Tao could not even find words to describe how he felt, as if he had just been metaphorically kicked by a space dog. His heavy breathing was the truest reflection of his mood. His cheeks seemed to burn with a fiery sting. Silence descended. Tonight the campus bridge of Conxiao was shrouded in wordless stillness. Quiet gradually became the main theme of the classroom. Zhou Tao could no longer utter a single word, nor did he have the face to keep berating troublemakers like Wei Sanpang, Chu He, and Zhao Xiaochuan. The burning sting on his cheek meticulously reminded him of what had just happened. Wei Sanpang and the others were completely dumbfounded. Dozens of eyes converged on Qin Mu. Their admiration for Qin Mu surged like a mighty river, endless and unceasing. What was a top student? This was it. A model for their generation. Qin Mu felt a little uncomfortable. With the clamor at his ears gone, he could not shake the feeling that something was missing. Why are you all staring at me? Qin Mu snapped back to his senses. Wei Sanpang did not dare to make a sound. No one in the class dared to speak either. The gazes focused on Qin Mu showed no sign of shifting away. The corner of Zhou Tao's mouth twitched even more violently. His face was so dark it could have been ground into ink. Qin Mu, come to the office with me, he snapped. Leaving those words behind, Zhou Tao could not even be bothered to continue the lesson and turned to leave. Damn Qing'e, you were amazing just now. Did you not hear it? Zhou Poppy was praising you to the heavens, and the moment you asked how to make money, he was struck dumb on the spot. Ha ha, Zhou Poppy probably never imagined he'd suffer such a heavy setback at your hands, Qing'e. Wei Sampang practically sprang from the lecture platform to Qin Mu's side in just 2 seconds. He stared at Qin Mu with almost worshipful eyes as if he were about to kneel and take him as his master. Qin Mu understood at once, his face full of embarrassment. Hunting wild geese all day long only to have your eyes pecked out by one in the end. Looks like I've stumbled this time. Qin Mu was speechless. Still, he was not worried. The preferential treatment buff of being a top student was his protective talisman. Zhou Tao's office was on the same floor as their classroom. When Qin Mu arrived, Zhou Tao was seated behind his desk, sipping gojiberry tea. Seeing Qin Mu enter, he tapped his fingers on the hollow projection keyboard in front of him, and an empty chair floated over to the opposite side of the desk. Sit, Zhou Tao said. Qin Mu sat down at his words, pretending to know nothing. Teacher, you were looking for me. I wanted to ask you a few questions alone, Zhou Tao replied. Go ahead, teacher, Qin Mu answered. When did humanity enter the interstellar era? Zhou Tao asked. Qin Mu replied, in the year 2250, humanity on the homeworld achieved remarkable breakthroughs in power and energy, and the plan for stellar migration was put on the agenda. In 2350, the first group of starry sky explorers collected C9 grade metal on a planet-like body, a material surpassing all alloys of the homeworld in strength. In 2400, the first Starship T001, constructed with C9 grade metal, officially entered service, marking the true beginning of large-scale interstellar migration. By 2500, with a century of increased C9 grade metal production and successful mass manufacturing of starships, humanity's first starship fleet was formally established. From then on, humanity entered the interstellar era. The year 2500 CE is also known as Interstellar Year 1, making it 3,000 years to the present day. These were all textbook passages. Qin Mu recited them effortlessly. Zhou Tao's expression did not change. After listening, he asked again, why did humanity establish starship fleets? What is the function of these fleets, and what is the purpose of the Interstellar Fleet, Captain University of Science and Technology? At his words, Qin Mu immediately responded, since the opening of the interstellar migration era in 2400 CE, humanity has discovered many forms of extraterrestrial life. Across the cosmic starry sea, myriad races stand side by side. Thus, in Interstellar Year 1, the first starship fleet was forged to provide security for humanity's migration to exoplanets. A starship captain is the highest-ranking pilot of a starship. During humanity's migration to exoplanets, they must provide firepower support for the migrants and ensure that humanity is not subjected to foreign aggression. The Interstellar Fleet, Captain University of Science and Technology, is a higher institution established to train outstanding starship captains who lead their starship formations to open up new territories for humanity. The very purpose of the Interstellar Fleet, Captain University of Science and Technology is to continuously cultivate excellent captains. It has branch campuses in all human immigrant star systems, ensuring an endless stream of fresh strength. Again, it was all from the textbook. Qin Mu answered without the slightest effort. Zhou Tao's face remained calm as he listened, but only when Qin Mu finished did the gloom on his features finally crumble away. Qin Mu, since you know all this, how can you still? He sighed. You are one of the school's top students. Your future is destined to be bright. You are not limited to being just an ordinary starship pilot. You have a real chance of becoming a fleet commander one day. So right now, your foremost task should be to devote your mind to your studies. I can overlook you daydreaming in class, but how is it that even when you drift off, your mind is still stuck on making money? Zhou Tao spoke with heartfelt earnestness and deep regret. He had placed high hopes on Qin Mu. Hearing him bring up his drifting off in class, Qin Mu answered solemnly, Teacher, I understand what you're worried about. But my efforts to make money are actually part of my preparation to become an excellent fleet commander. An outstanding commander must have a flagship customized for himself. Considering my future prospects, I'm preparing in advance. Only with sufficient funds can I commission the flagship most suited to me and continually upgrade and optimize my fleet. One essential trait of an exceptional person was, after all, a suitably thick skin. To cover up the awkwardness of being caught daydreaming, Qin Mu unleashed a torrent of words, refusing to admit that his wandering thoughts had nothing to do with his studies. Especially since that money was actually for that less-than-proper starship AI that loved to seduce its owner. Zhou Tao cut him off mercilessly. Boy, do you really think your teacher understands nothing? You're just spouting nonsense. He went on, I won't even ask why you're so intent on making money. You must have your reasons. But my requirement is that you still keep your main focus on studying. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. If you want to make money, fine, but don't stray onto the wrong path. Interstellar law will not show leniency just because you are a top student. In particular, you must never become one of those human scum who earn rewards by hunting down outstanding seed captains. Such scum are absolutely unforgivable under interstellar law. If you were to walk that path, I would have no way to face your sister in the future. As he spoke, Zhou Tao took a sky blue bank card from his pocket. A starship was printed on it with a long string of numbers beneath the vessel. Although I've already retired from frontline service, I still have some savings. This card contains the private stash I've been setting aside over the years, he said. Since you're so short of money, take it as my sponsorship. Just don't go astray. Qin Mu shook his head again and again. Thick-skinned as he was, he still could not bring himself to accept the bank card that Zhou Tao was pushing toward him. Especially since this card held the private money Zhou Tao had squirreled away for years. Seeing this, Zhou Tao snapped, half annoyed. I already said I'm sponsoring you. Are you actually feeling shy about taking it? Take it, and just don't mention this in front of your Shirmu later. She still doesn't know I've hidden quite a bit of private money over the years. Qin Mu still refused. Teacher, it's not easy for you to earn money either. I can't take it. Zhou Tao grew anxious. You brat, if I tell you to take it, then take it. I was once a frontline warrior. You think I'd be short of a little loose change? But you just said this is the private money you've been hiding for years, Qin Mu answered, then added, saved up slowly over a very long time. Zhou Tao's face turned even darker. He stood up and stuffed the card into Qin Mu's pocket, cursing with a smile. Get going, get going. Your tongue is as venomous as ever, always poking at the sore spot. If you really mean it, then become the finest fleet commander out there, and let me see it with my own eyes. Qin Mu accepted the bank card. Though Zhou Tao's face was as dark as thunder, his care for his students was beyond reproach. After leaving the office, Qin Mu did not return to the classroom for lectures. Instead, he went to the cafeteria for a free meal, then briskly headed back to the factory. He called it a factory, but in truth, it was merely the dedicated berth where his scrapped starship was parked. Students of the Interstellar Captain Science and Technology University enjoyed special privileges and could purchase a decommissioned starship at a very low price to tinker with and study. Otherwise, even a single scrapped starship would have been far beyond his reach. Qin Mu stepped into the interior of the starship. The overwhelming sense of advanced technology surpassed any high-tech device he had ever seen. In many sections, holographic projection models floated in the air displaying detailed structural diagrams of the corresponding parts of the starship. Of course, it would have been even more impressive if those three-dimensional projections were not constantly flashing with red warning lights. Master, we have money now. You can buy rare metals for my repairs again. Let's place an order quickly. Footsteps echoed beside Qin Mu. At his side appeared a woman dressed in a coffee-colored form-fitting long skirt, revealing a stretch of long legs, sheathed in black stockings and elevated by black high heels. Her smooth black hair cascaded like a waterfall, the tips tinged with a faint gold. Her large liquid eyes glimmered with faint threads of light, and her red lips parted and closed as she spoke, exuding an alluring charm. The coffee-colored pencil dress could not conceal her exquisite-shaped figure, nor could it hide the proud fullness of her chest. At the neckline, the buttons seemed on the verge of coming undone. Any ordinary man faced with such a woman would feel his blood boil and rebel without hesitation. But Qin Mu remained as steady as an old hound. Having weathered countless battles, he was utterly unfazed by the indecent teasing of this artificial intelligence. Each day he sealed his heart beneath 10 tons of metaphorical concrete, fearing nothing. The virtual woman even held a folder in her hand, completing the image of a professional secretary. In a sense, she had mastered the very core of a man's hidden preferences, yet Qin Mu was still the king of unshakable composure. You really are quite enthusiastic about this kind of thing, Qin Mu said speechlessly. This is my teacher's private stash. How much are you expecting to find in it? Not at all. I just checked, and there are 10 million star coins in your teacher's bank card. The virtual secretary breathed out in a soft, fragrant tone. 10 million. Qin Mu was taken aback. He had never imagined that Zhou Tao, notorious as a stingy miser, would have amassed such a large private fund. One had to know that 10 million was an astronomical figure for ordinary people. For a typical family of 3 a day's worth of synthetic food cost only 10 star coins. Even in certain indescribable establishments, a full entertainment package with a B-tiered girl's performances cost only 3,000 star coins. In short, for an average household, 10 million was a fortune they could never save in an entire lifetime. If an ordinary family were to suddenly obtain 10 million, they would be overjoyed enough to crash through the roof. Yet Qin Mu could not feel happy no matter how he tried. Qin Mu, an outstanding student of the Interstellar Captain Science and Technology University, was destined to be a man who commanded starships. And for a man who played with starships, 10 million star coins were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Preparing a starship for combat devoured money. Upgrading its firepower devoured money. Interstellar voyages devoured money. There were countless places where money was needed. He truly could not bring himself to rejoice, nor did he have the luxury to. Master, there really are 10 million, the virtual secretary panted. Exhaling a long breath, Qin Mu pondered for a moment and said, then place an order for the materials needed for the current stage of the starship's repairs. However, we've already bought quite a lot of materials over time. I even poured in my scholarship, yet we still haven't managed to repair anything substantial. The air fell abruptly silent. The virtual secretary's liquid eyes suddenly cleared. Oh dear, Master, saying it like that is really hurtful. I'm not the type to line my own pockets, she protested. Qin Mu broke into a cold sweat. Let's talk business. With this round of material purchases, to what extent can the repairs be completed? We can fully repair the virtual universe pod. The virtual universe pod. Qin Mu echoed. What does this virtual universe pod do? The virtual universe pod has many functions, the virtual secretary replied. She then covered her mouth with a soft laugh, the smile on her face clearly harboring some dubious undertones. Compared to the virtual helmets used in your school's practical courses, the virtual universe pod offers a far superior experience, achieving 100% physical immersion. For example, master, you can drive a car inside it. For example, you can entertain yourself inside it. For another example, you can do very thrilling things inside it. If you wish, master, I can also appear in the virtual universe pod, she added. Qin Mu fell speechless. He understood. He was being flirted with by the ship's AI yet again. What a joke. Were live beast-eared girls not enticing enough? Go into the virtual universe pod to do unspeakable things. What kind of person did they think Qin Mu was? Still, 100% physical immersion. Oh my master, are you angry again? She chimed. In fact, the virtual universe pod's functions are very comprehensive. That full immersion simply lets you feel as if you are truly there. As for those unspeakable activities, they're merely bonus entertainment options, the virtual secretary said with a tinkling laugh, trying to explain. Qin Mu chose to ignore her explanations. You just handle the material procurement list. If T98 planet has the required materials with Jinkong's delivery speed, they should arrive today. All right, the virtual secretary replied happily. She did not ask for the bank card as she did not need it to place the orders. A high-level artificial intelligence possessed formidable capabilities in this regard. Very soon, the virtual secretary had compiled the entire list of materials. Before Qin Mu could even clearly read all the items, the orders had already been placed. Luck was on their side. Every material she needed was available on T98 planet, and in a little over an hour a swarm of Jinkong delivery drones descended on his factory. One small robot after another rolled out of the Starship, unloading the materials from the drones and transporting them into the factory in an orderly fashion, all under the virtual secretary's meticulous command. Watching the tireless robots carry the materials to the location the virtual secretary had designated as the site of the virtual universe pod, Qin Mu, who had not been particularly interested at first, began to feel his curiosity stirring. Master, shall I begin arranging the repairs for the virtual universe pod now? The virtual secretary asked. You're not going to back out, are you? Jinkong does offer 7-day Norisen returns, but I don't think you're that kind of person, right? Get lost. Qin Mu snapped irritably. Now that the materials are here, hurry up and start the repairs. Even as he scolded her, his interest in the so-called virtual universe pod had grown intense. Of course, it was absolutely not because of the 100% physical immersion. There are many small robots. For any starship, the small robots can be considered the main force. Take the scrap starship purchased by Qin Mu as an example. It is the smallest Class A starship among all starship sequences, yet it spans 10,000 meters in length and nearly 1,000 meters in height. If relying on human strength to transport it, one cannot imagine what kind of chaos would ensue. For instance, the materials delivered by the drone swarm from Jinkong, some of which would require a crane to handle based on concepts from his past life, are simply impossible to manage with manpower. In just 1 hour, the virtual secretary had already changed into a new outfit. She wore a small, fragrant knitted top and changed her coffee-colored bodycon skirt into a pink tight one with frameless glasses covering her glistening eyes, following closely beside Qin Mu. Master, the virtual universe pod has already started its repairs. According to the progress, it will be completed in 3 hours, and then you can do as you wish in the virtual universe pod. I can hardly wait. The virtual secretary's voice was enticing, one hand gently covering her chest, appearing somewhat alluring. Qin Mu continued with his cement ceiling. He glanced at the star chart on his wrist and estimated the completion time in his mind. 3 hours, neither long nor short, spending 3 hours with the virtual secretary projected by the intelligent brain. Qin Mu admitted he wasn't able to cope with it. Perhaps due to the repair progress, the intelligent brain finally proved reliable this time. Although the virtual secretary stayed beside him for 3 hours, most of its energy was spent supervising the small robots repairing the virtual universe pod. It was not until 3 hours later that the virtual secretary took him to the location of the virtual universe pod. Is this the virtual universe pod? In a room of about 100 square meters, Qin Mu saw a transparent vessel lying in the center. Inside the vessel were many shimmering and silky liquids. The bed within was soaking in it. The equally transparent lid had many virtual buttons along with a simulated star map, far exceeding those in school practice rooms. Yes, master, this is the virtual universe pod. You just need to lie down inside and the virtual universe pod will automatically connect to your brainwaves, guiding you into the virtual world. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was about to lie down. With 100% sensory feedback, he had been curious for over 4 hours. He just wanted to know how far this sensory feedback could truly go. At the same time, he also wanted to see how different this virtual universe pod was from the practical simulation pod at school. However, before he could lie down, the virtual secretary stopped him. Master, it's better not to wear clothes for your first experience. Qin Mu stared at the virtual secretary with a serious expression, as if questioning her sincerity. He knew the shimmering and silky liquid in the virtual universe pod was a nutrient solution which he didn't have on his starship before and assumed was also purchased by the virtual secretary. He was familiar with nutrient solutions. However, he had never heard of needing to be completely clean when using them. Master, the virtual universe pod provides 100% sensory feedback. For the first use, your body needs to match with the virtual universe pod. If there are foreign objects, it will interfere with the matching results, including the experience of 100% sensory feedback leading to differences. The virtual secretary explained earnestly, but as she spoke, she looked at Qin Mu with a strange expression, as if something was amiss. Seeing that Qin Mu still didn't believe her, the virtual secretary added, "Master, we've been together for so long, I've seen everything, so don't be shy." "I can't believe it. This is outrageous." Qin Mu felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. At that moment, he even entertained thoughts of wanting to kill the virtual secretary. Due to his lack of understanding of the virtual universe pod, Qin Mu ultimately chose to retain his final dignity and lay down in the virtual universe pod, wearing only his shorts. The virtual secretary, watching as he dove into the depths, teased, "Master, I wish you a pleasant first experience. If needed, I am always at your service." Qin Mu ignored the virtual secretary's teasing and rested his head against the cushion inside the virtual universe pod. He initially thought that matching brainwaves would take some time, but the moment his head rested on the cushion, his consciousness became a blur. "Welcome to the virtual universe. Registering number for the homeowner registration complete. Please select the virtual simulation category." The starry sky was boundless, suspended over the river. The beautiful scenery of the galaxy was fully within view. Qin Mu stared blankly at everything before him. Compared to the starry sky, he was more surprised by the person who appeared before him. The virtual secretary appeared before him in a lifelike manner. The registration prompt he just saw was spoken by the virtual secretary. As always, she wore the small, fragrant knitted top and the pink bodycon skirt. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel a fragrant breeze approaching. Even as the virtual secretary came closer, he felt a tremendous pressure. The pressure was very round, giving a real sense of touch. Very intense. Very intense. Very intense. Is this the effect of 100% sensory feedback? Everything that exists in this virtual universe can manifest from nothing. Qin Mu pondered. He recalled the Starship operation simulation in the school practice room. The simulation helmet provided him with the ability to simulate Starship piloting. But everything was illusory. He could not see the specifics of the Starship, and even the simulated star domain was purely virtually constructed, always feeling somewhat unreal. However, now being in the virtual universe, Qin Mu felt as though he had truly come to life in this virtual universe. It was as if he was originally a person living in such a world. "Master, are you surprised by the 100% sensory feedback?" The virtual secretary giggled behind her hand. "This is just the first layer of experience. In the virtual universe, you can live as if it were a second world, and even here you can simulate real Starship piloting." Simulating real Starship piloting. Qin Mu felt the intense pressure and pondered even more. "Do you mean that in the real world, I currently cannot possess my own main battle Starship, but in the virtual universe, I can use it in simulation? And because of the 100% sensory feedback along with the 100% virtual aspect, everything I experience in the virtual universe is just like truly piloting a Starship in the real world." The virtual secretary nodded in response. "Yes, you can completely regard the virtual universe as a second world to live in. The skills you learn here can perfectly translate to the real world. Whether it's simulated Starship piloting or other aspects of life, everything can be exactly the same as in the real world. It can be like this." Qin Mu was even more surprised. He gradually confirmed the next concept. The virtual universe pod, if used reasonably, is a bug-level existence. Just as he wanted to delve deeper into the virtual universe pod with the virtual secretary, he met her gaze that seemed to be both smiling and teasing. His heart skipped a beat. Her expression suddenly became strange. This virtual secretary seemed to want to stir up trouble again. To a certain extent, human intuition is remarkably sharp. From the moment he bought the scrap Starship, Qin Mu has been interacting with the intelligent brain, or rather with the virtual secretary. Their familiarity could be described as knowing each other inside out. Qin Mu felt that the virtual secretary was up to something, and it wasn't unfounded. After a year of emotional entrapment, he believed he had enough ability to handle the virtual secretary's teasing. But now in the fully immersive virtual universe pod, with fragrant air wafting around, and a sense of pressure that felt smooth, the situation had become slightly unusual. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The virtual secretary's face flushed, her red lips moving gracefully as she spoke with a scent like orchids. "Are you dissatisfied with my welcoming ceremony for your entry into the virtual universe pod? How about this? Master, you step out and come back in again so I can prepare anew and give you a grand welcome." What kind of person did she imagine me to be? Qin Mu was certain in his heart that the virtual secretary was indeed scheming. As a uniquely intelligent brain, she had thoroughly understood the nuances of human nature. In that fleeting moment, he was once again at the mercy of the virtual secretary. Choosing to selectively ignore her teasing, Qin Mu steadied his mind once more. Regarding the virtual secretary's frivolous behavior, he believed there was truly no way to deal with her at the moment. He could only address it later. After all, they had been together for over a year. The one being taken advantage of was always him, and the truly clever person would definitely seek alternative paths at such a time. Regarding the situation of the virtual universe pod that you just mentioned, tell me in detail, Qin Mu said. The virtual secretary twisted her body, feeling quite bored. Master, there isn't much to explain. You just treat the virtual universe pod as a second world to live in. Qin Mu felt helpless. With an unreliable, intelligent brain on his hands, he thought it necessary to explore things on his own. Self-reliance leads to abundance. Gazing into the boundless starry sky, the brilliant stars were orderly revolving under the influence of a massive white dwarf's gravity. In the real-world, planet T98 was revolving around a red giant. Yet in the virtual universe, it seemed that he was not on planet T98. There were significant differences between the environments. Could it be that I directly issue commands? Qin Mu pondered. He was currently standing on a high platform surrounded by numerous buildings. While it was referred to as surrounding, there was actually quite a distance. One could easily walk to death if relying on their legs. Compared to the buildings on planet T98, the structures before him seemed more advanced. He had not seen any records of such structures in his school textbooks regarding humanity. Activate Starship simulation, Qin Mu tentatively suggested. Insufficient balance. Reality was rather stark. Qin Mu had thought that after issuing the command, a starship would appear directly, and he would only need to engage in the simulation peacefully. However, what awaited him were the blatant four characters. What does this mean? Qin Mu turned his head. The virtual secretary took a step forward, lightly tapping a finger on the emerging interface. Soon the insufficient balance interface disappeared, replaced by a shopping mall interface somewhat resembling a shopping page. Master, I've already mentioned that you can treat this as a second world to live in. In the virtual universe, everything you do consumes resources. If you want to engage in Starship simulation driving, you need to place an order. For example, once you successfully place an order, a Starship will be delivered to you, and you can operate the Starship within the designated area. Is this how the virtual universe operates? Qin Mu was sweating heavily, gradually coming to a new understanding of the virtual universe. It turns out that survival and simulation in this virtual universe both have a certain amount of consumption. This feels a bit like a virtual online game where you recharge with real-world currency and treat everything in the virtual universe as a game to enjoy. Qin Mu felt he had analyzed it correctly. He was indeed a top student, but he certainly didn't have the immense pressure of someone like Wei Sanping. At appropriate times, he would choose to relax through games. The existence of the virtual universe pod gave him a strong sense of a virtual online game. No wonder you are my master, the virtual secretary said. These are the most basic operations of the virtual universe. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want in the virtual universe. Money, money, money. It's always about money. Can money really be all powerful? Qin Mu felt somewhat gloomy. The virtual secretary's explanation weighed heavily on him. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After the material procurement, how much is left? Please recharge my Starship simulation driving quota. I want to experience what it feels like to pilot a Starship under full sensory immersion. Qin Mu exhaled heavily. He was quite displeased that he had to spend money even in the virtual universe pod. Such a bug-like assistance was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for someone already in dire straits like him. But there was no way he couldn't leave good things unused. Well, that wasn't really his character. It's gone. The virtual secretary replied straightforwardly, shrugging her shoulders and shaking them significantly. Money is gone. Qin Mu pressed. The virtual secretary said, yes, all 10 million has been used up. You wouldn't think that repairing the virtual universe pod would be cheap, would you? You money-devouring beast, are you a Pishio? Qin Mu breathed heavily. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. As a man who played with starships, he knew that a captain-level player spends money like water. But he had never imagined that 10 million could vanish so quickly. At this rate, he suddenly began to doubt whether he could last until the day he became a captain. Master, how could I possibly be a Pishio? If you don't believe me, you can check yourself. The virtual secretary, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed about using up all 10 million, immediately shifted the topic to a more frivolous direction. Pishio, you can check if you don't believe. Watching the virtual secretary sway her curvaceous body, stepping lightly toward the front, her body slightly arched. Qin Mu knew he was being teased again. He had no idea what kind of calamity he had brought upon himself. He had the illusion that he had completely tarnished the face of a transmigrator. Master, didn't you say I was a Pishio? Aren't you going to take a look? The virtual secretary teased. Qin Mu remained silent, ignoring the virtual secretary's provocation, feeling lifeless. I'm currently in a heavy mood. I've come to fully realize just how terrifying your bottomless pit is. Master, money is indeed necessary. Actually, if you're worried about the money issue, I have a way to resolve it here. The virtual secretary said cheerfully. Qin Mu retorted, you have a way to make money. Yes, as long as you are willing, we can definitely pull off something big. Something feels off, there's an issue. Qin Mu remained steady, holding absolute skepticism towards the words of the virtual secretary. It wasn't that he didn't trust the virtual secretary, rather the impression the virtual secretary left on him was too profound. Imagine a player at the level of a Pishio. A player who is as ephemeral as dust, one who only knows to ask for things with an open mouth, suddenly declaring they want to make money. Is that reasonable? Qin Mu didn't know if others believed it. He certainly didn't want to believe it. Do you not trust me, Master? The virtual secretary asked. Qin Mu honestly nodded. I trust you, but the T-98 planet might as well be revolving toward the position of a red giant star. Master, you're making me quite sad with such thoughts. The virtual secretary said pitifully, I genuinely thought of a good method. Robbing a bank. Qin Mu fell silent. The virtual secretary also fell silent. The Star Bank is akin to the major banks on Earth where Qin Mu lived in his past life. You might profit immensely, but I will never incur losses. This is a true reflection of the Star Bank. As a union bank that spans across numerous planets inhabited by humanity in the interstellar era. In the Star Bank, wealth is undoubtedly explosive. Robbing the Star Bank is indeed a very lucrative endeavor. A successful heist ensures a lifetime free of worries. However, Qin Mu had lived in the interstellar era for 18 years and had read many historical news articles. Since the beginning of the interstellar era 3,000 years ago, there had been reckless individuals who attempted to rob the Star Bank. If one were to divide the story into two phases, those who ended up free of worries indeed succeeded. It cannot be ruled out that some unfortunate souls were turned into cosmic dust under overwhelming firepower. Is your suggestion really like that? Seeing the virtual secretary remain silent, Qin Mu continued to inquire. The virtual secretary shook her head. Master, your idea is too dangerous, but if you truly have this thought, perhaps you could try it. I have already calculated the success rate for you. Success rate 0, failure result cosmic dust. Master, I am a law-abiding and good intelligent brain. I would certainly not generate such a dangerous suggestion in my program. Please do not think of me as a bad woman. Even if making money, it must be through legitimate means. The virtual secretary stood up straight, gently adjusted her glasses, and her previously casual demeanor shifted to that of a competent secretary. So what is your suggestion? Qin Mu asked again. According to my research, you are an excellent seed student of the captain training program. Your instructor mentioned that the scum of the galaxy will target individuals like you. On the bounty network of the scum, the bounty for someone like you is substantial. According to my calculations, you could completely act as bait. Qin Mu looked puzzled. Are you suggesting I kill myself? A bounty scam? No, Master, you can use yourself as bait to lure the scum to attack you, allowing you to easily resolve the scum issue. The scum are ruthless and desperate criminals. They have bounties on the Alliance's wanted list. As long as you can bring them to justice, not only can you receive the bounty, but you can also seize their wealth as spoils. The virtual secretary earnestly persuaded. Every word struck hard at Qin Mu's heart. Qin Mu extended a hand to touch his forehead and then rubbed his ear. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? The scum roam dangerously between the stars. Those who dare to operate on numbered planets must have some real skills. For someone at the level of a ruthless bandit, do you want me to knock them out with a club? Are you trying to swap masters? Qin Mu felt his suspicions might be true. He did not doubt that the intelligent brain with its cunning intellect could truly carry out a master swap. Master, you're really making me sad. I am understanding and considerate. How could I want to swap masters? If you're worried about this, you can temporarily exit the virtual universe pod, and then you will know that I am truly devoted to you. The virtual secretary resumed her playful tone. Qin Mu's lips twitched. Your understanding makes me feel something is off. He was well aware of the virtual secretary's driving skills. He was known as the old driver of Qioming Mountain, yet before the virtual secretary his skills were nothing to boast about. After all, he had never seen an intelligent brain that constantly thought about how to navigate the twists and turns for its master. Ending the experience in the virtual universe pod, Qin Mu returned to the real world following the virtual secretary as they left the room of the virtual universe pod. Soon the virtual secretary led him to the warehouse area of the Starship. Unlike other areas of the Starship, the warehouse is purely a place for daily supplies. For instance, during interstellar battles, this area serves as the storage site for the crew's provisions. Thus, such a place would typically be devoid of any firepower in a standard starship. Qin Mu understood that his scrapped starship was no exception, making it even harder to gauge the depths of the virtual secretary's capabilities. Only upon arriving at the Starship warehouse and looking at the empty layout did he fail to discern anything. If he were to point out what differentiates it from other starships, Qin Mu believed the only difference might be that other starships' warehouses might be filled with living supplies. His starship warehouse was so devoid of goods that even mice would disdain it. Why did you bring me here? Qin Mu inquired. The virtual secretary walked to one side of the warehouse where there was a projection screen, a control platform that allows easy access to the needed supplies when the Starship warehouse is operational. Upon successfully connecting via a special method, Qin Mu saw the holographic keyboard on the screen flickering continuously. Click, 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 mechanical sounds echoed. In Qin Mu's view, the previously ordinary warehouse suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. On the iron walls, openings were forcefully pried open. Dark gun barrels protruded from these openings. All around there was no blind spot. The nearest gun barrel was almost pressed against his face. At the same time, the floor of the warehouse lit up. Two blue circular halos appeared beneath Qin Mu's feet, illuminating the warehouse significantly. Qin Mu had already noticed the differences in the warehouse, and it was only when the lights came on that he fully grasped everything within. A 9-level rapid-fire cannon. B1 level single-point electronic cannon, B3 level nuclear magnetic resonance cannon. All the weaponry had their barrels aimed directly at the spot where he stood. Qin Mu's expression turned strange. At this moment, the warehouse was clearly a layer of attack zone covered by all-around firepower. Just take the A9 level rapid-fire cannon as an example. In 1 minute, it could unleash millions of bullets. For Min, all of this represents an unwavering romance. Such romance made Qin Mu feel he might finally understand the virtual secretary's intention in bringing him back to reality. Qin Mu was convinced, truly convinced from the depths of his heart. The densely packed gun barrels gave him an illusion of returning to his past life, as the emptiness deep within him was faintly filled. Just like that era in his previous life, a group of comrades afflicted with a fear of insufficient firepower relentlessly pursued the exhilaration that followed romantic escapades. "You are forcing me to make money," Qin Mu muttered, helplessly, feeling a bit troubled, always sensing that he might be led astray by the virtual secretary. How could he, a young man full of vigor who adhered to principles and steadfastly maintained his bottom line, possibly engage in such morally bankrupt and unscrupulous activities? "Master, it has been proven that a poor wretch is not qualified to become an excellent captain of a starship." The virtual secretary adjusted her glasses as the virtual control panel in front of her moved again, retracting the multitude of firearms back into the iron walls, including the dormitory cannon that had poked its head out from the ground, which also returned to its hiding place, waiting for someone destined. A three-dimensional projection of the entire starship replaced the virtual control panel, showing a miniaturized version of the starship with numerous red lights identical to what Qin Mu had seen in the control room. Each red light corresponded to a damaged component on his scrapped starship. The originally light blue holographic projection appeared as if it had just been fished out of a pool of red ink. Gazing at the red lights, Qin Mu saw more than just damaged parts. "I think I might need a part-time job." Back in the control room, Qin Mu returned, cleared his throat, and began to analyze in a serious manner, methodically dressed in the student uniform of the Starship Captain Technology University. He wore a silver-white light battle suit with 2 striking black diagonal stripes running from his shoulders to his chest, and a blue identity badge glowing faintly beneath the left diagonal stripe. Filter out suitable part-time job locations. Black market, 97 part-time positions, 100 success rate, 80 danger rate. Interstellar Federation, 16 part-time positions, 40 success rate, 0 danger rate. Interstellar Mine, 29 part-time positions, 90 success rate, 30 danger rate. Numerous part-time job options appeared on the screen detailing success and danger rates, as well as specific descriptions of each position outlining the required tasks in meticulous detail. "Arrange for a drone to take me to the black market," Qin Mu decisively chose. "Master, you seem to be a bit contradictory," the virtual secretary said with a suppressed laugh upon hearing Qin Mu's prompt reply. "Repairing a starship requires astronomical amounts of money, and you seem to spend money like water. What's wrong with me looking for a part-time job? Master, is it really necessary to wear the school uniform for a part-time job?" The virtual secretary said, half smiling. To do a part-time job, one needs to adopt the attitude of a part-timer. The T-98 planet was vast, and it took 2 hours to travel from the factory to the black market by drone. His factory was located near the core area of the T-98 planet, while the black market lay outside the core, and the buildings along the way were enough to tell the story. From the drone's vantage point, he could see some mines still being worked, as well as ships docked at temporary spaceports for supplies. Compared to the core area, other regions appeared much more desolate, with many places still underdeveloped, proving the point with towering cranes and overloaded drones. "Dear customer, come play a little. We have the latest arrivals of Fox Tribe girls." Upon arriving at the black market, Qin Mu surveyed the area, starkly different from the core. Tall buildings stood amidst a chaotic scene where there were no flying restrictions, and the number of drones exceeded that of the core area. The streets were bustling with workers, giving off a vibrant air with various shops and entertainment venues in abundance. For instance, the location where Qin Mu found himself was an entertainment venue where many explorers returning from long journeys in the cosmos would often come to unwind. At the entrance, a flamboyantly dressed madam, half human and half serpent, called out to Qin Mu. Seeing that Qin Mu was unmoved, the snake tail writhed on the ground as the madam approached him, lowering her voice. "Dear customer, if you are not interested in the Fox Tribe girls, we also have some very special projects. Dwarves, stone folk, and so on." Qin Mu felt a bit embarrassed. Even though he had been tempered by the virtual secretary, he still found it a bit overwhelming. "I am here to look for a part-time job. I am here to look for a part-time job. I am here to look for a part-time job." Repeatedly chanting these phrases in his mind, Qin Mu left that place without looking back. Following the guidance of the smart brain, he quickly arrived at the place where he was to take the part-time job, called the Starboard Post. The Starboard Post primarily handles the delivery of certain specific goods, which is considered a high-income job in the part-time industry, allowing interaction with a wide variety of clients. Of course, engaging in this industry also makes it easy to encounter irritable customers. Negative reviews are not uncommon, but it is quite common to face cannon fire for a disagreement. Those who frequent such places are usually seasoned veterans of the black market, making Qin Mu, who had lived in a prestigious academy, feel out of place here. As soon as he arrived, many pairs of eyes turned towards him, or rather towards the identity badge on his left chest. A top student from the Starship Captain Technology University. Such an identity badge is a typical piece of prime meat in the black market. The person in charge of the starboard post was a werewolf from another race, robust and towering at twice Qin Mu's height, with a tail swaying slightly in the air. After being informed that Qin Mu had arrived, he came out of the starboard post and looked down at Qin Mu, the little fellow. "Are you Qin Mu who submitted the resume to find a part-time job?" the werewolf boss asked in a deep voice. Qin Mu smiled shyly. "Hello boss, I am Qin Mu, currently studying at the Starship Captain Technology University, here to look for a part-time job." "Good that you are here. Then let's go inside to familiarize yourself with the working mode of our starboard post, and once you are familiar you can start working," said the werewolf boss. Qin Mu nodded, passing under the werewolf boss' armpit, and still smiled shyly at the many unfriendly-looking veteran black market patrons entering and exiting the starboard post. His smile was warm, making people feel as if they were basking in spring. "Master, I have discovered that you seem to have a somewhat shameless talent," the voice of the virtual secretary echoed in Qin Mu's mind. "You don't understand that this is called humility. Since I am here for a part-time job, I need to adopt the right attitude," Qin Mu explained. Not far away, the werewolf boss, seeing Qin Mu enter the starboard post and even greet the numerous customers with a shy smile, could not help but murmur. In the black market, a top student from the Starship Captain Technology University is like a piece of prime meat. This shy little guy coming here for a part-time job, isn't this like a lamb entering a wolf's den? Is it a sheep entering a wolf's den? Qin Mu, with his back to the wolfman boss, heard the muttering and felt a hint of strangeness in his heart. The black market is enormous, comparable in size to certain small countries on Earth where he lived in his past life. The starboard post has many locations within the black market, both large and small. The larger areas are somewhat more spacious, and the starboard post where Qin Mu is located is a large one. Getting accustomed to the work was quite easy, after familiarizing himself with the workflow, Qin Mu officially began his part-time career. To fulfill the supplies needed for interstellar travel, it certainly cannot be done solely by manpower. Most of the heavy labor is completed by robots, and the staff only needs to sort and organize the items before arranging for drone delivery. Unless encountering a particularly special situation, staff generally do not leave the starboard post. At the entrance of the starboard post, a sturdy man about 2 meters tall pointed at Qin Mu's back and asked. Even at 2 meters tall in front of the wolfman boss, who is 2 of Qin Mu's height, he seemed slightly smaller, but his imposing presence overshadowed that of the wolfman boss. "Oh, it's Oldly from the Star Cross. Are you here today to purchase supplies?" the wolfman boss greeted. "That little guy is here for a part-time job. He probably has a heavy academic load and wants to earn some extra money." Oldly stroked his chin and said irritably, "Old wolf, you didn't remind this little guy that this is the black market. Don't you know what the school uniform he's wearing represents?" The wolfman boss thought to himself that there was no way he could not know, but with a smile on his face he said, "I forgot to remind him today, because I was quite busy. You big oaf, since I'm here to purchase supplies, and we're both humans, let him deliver some supplies to me, and I'll tell him about the dangers of the black market." Oldly walked towards Qin Mu, turning his back to the wolfman boss. The wolfman boss widened his eyes, immediately understanding Oldly's intentions. He gestured toward Qin Mu, his wolf eyes squinting frantically, hinting, "Oldly, this little guy just arrived and isn't yet qualified for deliveries. You talk too much. By the time this little guy qualifies for deliveries, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high," Oldly said impatiently. "Since I have some free time today as an elder human, I'll give some advice to the younger generation." Qin Mu noticed the wolfman boss' eye signals and began to understand, but even as the wolfman nearly squinted his eyes out, he still shyly smiled at Oldly and asked, "Elder, do you have any advice for your junior?" "Some say that to deceive others one must first deceive oneself." Qin Mu was trying hard to disguise himself. He almost believed he was truly this shy person. "Little guy, you're really too reckless. Do you know what your school uniform signifies? You are a top student of the Interstellar Captain Technology University. Are you aware that there is an assassination list targeting talented students like you in the black market? Who is your teacher? Didn't they tell you these basic things? How dare you wear that school uniform to the black market? Are you looking to see yourself dead here?" Oldly thumped his chest, spitting as he spoke, resembling a well-meaning elder. Qin Mu did not act too foolish or sweet, pondering with a furrowed brow in front of Oldly. Given the wolfman boss warning, Oldly was definitely not a good person. He was the type who played with knives, and he feared accidentally revealing his facade. Oldly was quite patient, carefully observing Qin Mu. He thought that this kid was somewhat alert, but ultimately just a rookie in the black market, and he could handle him. "Considering that we are all humans, I will provide you with this information for free. Quickly organize the supplies I need and arrange for delivery," Oldly urged. Qin Mu snapped back to reality, looked at the data that had already been transmitted, and immediately began operating the robots on the virtual control panel to filter the supplies. After about half an hour, all the supplies Oldly needed were fully prepared, filling 5 drones, quite a large order. "Elder, all the supplies you requested are ready. The drones will deliver them according to your address," Qin Mu said, not mentioning anything about personal delivery. Oldly was satisfied, patting Qin Mu on the shoulder. Not bad, you are quite alert. I just reminded you a moment ago, and you realized that you need to be cautious in the black market. Indeed, maintain that vigilance in the future, otherwise you won't see the sun tomorrow in the black market. After another round of advice, Qin Mu oldly waved at the Wolfman boss, his meaning clear. He left promptly without making any further demands for Qin Mu to deliver supplies. Don't just stand there. Continue working, the Wolfman boss instructed the employees at the post, walking past Qin Mu and pausing for a moment, hesitating to speak. Qin Mu keened asked, "Boss, do you have anything you want to advise?" "No advice, just work well. A simple 2-point line is enough," the Wolfman boss pondered. "The black market is indeed not a good place. Fighting and brawling here can have much more severe consequences than in your core areas. How can one get rich with just a 2-point line?" Qin Mu thought, but replied, "Thank you for the reminder, boss. I am a cultured person and will not easily engage in fighting and brawling. Get back to work." After the Wolfman boss left, Qin Mu entered a monotonous routine of work. Watching the robots transporting supplies and some rare high-grade metal materials in batches from the Starboard Post's warehouse made his heart itch. While resisting temptation, he continued working diligently until 8 in the evening when his part-time shift finally ended. Since it was a part-time job, the salary was settled daily. Qin Mu took his part-time wages and left the Starboard Post, heading towards the place where he parked the drones. The black market at night was much more crowded and chaotic. He could now see the serious consequences of fighting and brawling, as the Wolfman boss had mentioned during the day. On a certain street, 2 humanoid beings of different races were grappling with each other. One of them, larger in size, drove a steel pipe down towards the back of the other, over 10 centimeters deep. Crimson lotuses bloom, flowers wither in the mortal realm. The sharp cries echoed through the street. Qin Mu felt a shiver run through him and quickened his steps. This was not his familiar territory, and he was overwhelmed by fear of lacking firepower. Soon he arrived at the public landing pad and found his parked drone. Just as he was about to board, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, the big client he had met during the day at the Starboard Post. The public landing pad hosted only a sparse cluster of drones. Lao Li's drone was grayish-brown, emblazoned with a dark crimson cross, its surface etched with wild, untamed patterns. The drone hovered midair, engines still humming. At the open hatch stood Lao Li, breath ragged as ashen, armor stained with a vivid fresh slash of red. Qin Mu was no naive novice. He recognized that crimson instantly, blood freshly spilled. Amid the lawless black market, vigilance was survival. His gaze locked warily on Lao Li at the hatchway, his heartbeat sinking into a hushed, taut silence. "Senior Lao Li, what is this?" "Heh, you're sharp, boy. Remembered my warning to the letter. In the black market, caution isn't optional, it's instinct." Lao Li panted heavily, gripping a crescent-shaped saber, a Class B stellar steel warblade, standard issue for Starship crews deployed in interstellar warfare. Interstellar combat relied not only on overwhelming Starship firepower, but also on repelling boarding assaults. When shields fell and enemies breached the hull, steel met steel. Every competent interstellar adventurer mastered close-quarters combat, and Lao Li was clearly a master of the art. His silvery stellar steel warblade bore splattered blood. Molten droplets fell steadily from its edge, each strike against the metal echoing faintly, woven unervingly with his labored breaths. "Don't fear, I'm human like you, and as your senior I hold no ill intent. Your identity is a prize in this black market, many eyes are upon you. Just now I cut down several alien vermin who stalked you along the way." Lao Li spat a crimson fleck, then dragged 3 horned alien corpses from the hatch, each skull cleaved by a single brutal stroke, their deaths swift and grim. Qin Mu's pupils contracted slightly as he surveyed the grotesque remains. The deep dark red stains confirmed they'd fallen moments ago. "Senior, do you mean these aliens were hunting me?" Qin Mu asked. Lao Li grunted. "On human worlds, alien species struggle to survive. They'll scheme relentlessly to claim bounties on promising students like you. I took notice the moment I saw you at Starboard Station. The instant your shift ended, I followed, and sure enough found these wretches lying in wait." With a curse, Lao Li slammed his stellar steel warblade deep into one corpse. Qin Mu said nothing, offering silent half-second mourning for the fallen aliens. A mere 0.3 seconds passed before reality crystallized in his mind. "What are you waiting for? Launch your drone. Leave the black market, now." Seeing Qin Mu motionless, Lao Li urged him sharply. Qin Mu feigned sudden realization and offered a grateful bow. "Many thanks, senior, for your covert protection. I had no idea so many aliens had marked me." Exhaling slowly, Qin Mu entered the drone and input his final destination, then let it ascend toward the core region of planet T98. No sooner had Qin Mu's drone lifted off than Lao Li's grayish-brown drone rose in steady pursuit, gliding silently behind him. "Relax, you're safe returning home. I happen to be heading to the Core Region Merchant Alliance to procure restricted materials. I'll keep watch behind you." Lao Li's voice echoed over the public comms channel inside Qin Mu's drone. Beyond those words, he revealed no hint of malice, only the benevolent demeanor of a seasoned elder. 2 hours passed swiftly, but unlike his outbound journey, Qin Mu remained wide awake, eyes fixed on the grayish-brown drone trailing behind. One lapse in vigilance, and both ship and life would vanish, leaving not riches but headlines: student perishes in botched black market deal. A grim punchline indeed. Only upon reaching the factory site did Qin Mu's tension ease, his hands guiding the drone into a precise, controlled descent. Judging by your credentials, you must rank highly at your academy, owning even a decommissioned starship, purchased using academic privileges, I presume. Lao Li's drone hovered nearby. He stood at the open hatch smiling warmly, a picture of paternal kindness flawless from every angle. Yet Qin Mu saw clearly beneath the veneer. Your praise flatters me, senior. Without your unseen protection, I doubt I'd live to graduate. Lao Li's expression sobered. Good, you grasp the gravity. The Interstellar Federation offers sanctioned part-time work. Avoid the black market if you can. With that, he turned to re-enter the hatch, deliberately slow, the door left ajar, as though awaiting an unspoken invitation. Minutes stretched. When no invitation came, doubt flickered across Lao Li's mind. Has this boy truly no sense of gratitude? Did my lecture backfire, making him too wary? Am I sabotaging my own plan? Lao Li felt his confidence crumble, like a duck slipping from his grasp just as it was about to land. Without Qin Mu's explicit invitation, he dared not betray his true intent. This wasn't the chaotic black market. Here, any attempt to force entry would summon enforcers within seconds, and the starship's remaining armaments alone could reduce him to Swiss cheese. A decommissioned starship remained first and foremost a starship. Its weapon systems were never fully dismantled, especially one acquired by a top-tier student through privileged channels. Tum, tum, tum. The drone hatch began closing, slowly, inexorably. Lao Li's face darkened to near obsidian, his inner monologue erupting in blistering, unprintable fury. Senior, thank you for escorting me all this way. I'm at a loss for how to repay you, but my starship's cargo hold still holds fresh provisions. Would you honor me with a simple meal before heading to the Merchant Alliance? Qin Mu spoke at last, just as the hatch neared full closure, extending the invitation. The hatch froze mid-motion. Lao Li turned, feigning astonishment. You're inviting me aboard your starship? Have you forgotten my earlier warning? Remember, you're dealing with a black market operator. Trust too easily and you'll die without ever knowing how. Patience is the artisan of success. Lao Li rebuked him sternly, wearing the pained expression of a mentor watching raw talent squander itself. Qin Mu leaned against the starship's elevator bay entrance, calm and deliberate. You escorted me for 2 hours. Had you intended harm, opportunity was abundant, yet you chose restraint. That speaks volumes. As you yourself said, we are both human. Humanity's foothold among the stars rests not on isolation, but on mutual support. I believe, truly, that you are a good man, senior. Every word Qin Mu spoke with deliberate force, every word he uttered with unfeigned sincerity. In this moment and setting, he had fully and unequivocally accepted Lao Li as a man of virtue. Lao Li paused, faintly standing by the drone's hatchway. His expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes flickered with subtle turbulence. Am I truly a good man? Could this lad be some kind of bookish naif? Lao Li mused inwardly, utterly unprepared for the day he'd ever receive a good person card. Especially striking was Qin Mu's impassioned delivery, so vivid, so earnest, it left Lao Li deeply shaken. You boy. Indeed. Beneath the star-strewn sky, humanity must stand united and support one another. Since you place such unwavering trust in me, I shall join you for this simple meal before proceeding to the trade alliance. But heed this: never again entrust your faith so readily. It is no healthy habit. A grayish-brown drone settled beside Qin Mu's, and Lao Li descended, slinging the silvery stellar blade across his back as he strode toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded in assent and escorted Lao Li onto the starship's combat deck. As a decommissioned vessel, much of its machinery lay in ruin. Occasional arcs of electricity crackled across discarded components. True, vast sections were non-functional, but a few critical systems remained operational. Several weapon bays stood open, housing interstellar rail cannons capable of reducing a human body to ash hundreds of times over. Senior, my supplies are stored in the cargo hold. I've partitioned off a dining area there. Let us share a modest meal. Qin Mu extended the invitation. An autonomous combat vehicle glided onto the deck, and he ushered Lao Li aboard. The vehicle itself bristled with armaments and a self-destruct mechanism, leaving little room for treachery. At worst, it could still ensure mutual annihilation. Lao Li remained constantly vigilant, absorbing the starship's overall condition, the extent of its decay, its lingering lethality. The sheer volume of active weaponry, including those fully functional rail cannons, greatly dampened his impulse to act against Qin Mu. He coveted the bounty on Qin Mu's head, a prodigy ranked high on the assassination ledger, but he had no intention of trading his life for mere credits. Then Qin Mu's words snapped him sharply back to reality. So the boy truly is a scholar's fool. He actually sees me as a noble senior. A quiet warmth bloomed in Lao Li's chest. He'd never dreamed Qin Mu would invite him into the starship's cargo hold. Elsewhere aboard the vessel, he hesitated. Weapons gleamed everywhere, operational and ominous. He simply lacked the nerve. What is a cargo hold, after all? A storage space for provisions, not arms. If any part of a starship might bear weaponry, the cargo hold is precisely where it would not be found. Having traversed the star seas for decades, Lao Li held this truth as absolute. He'd never once encountered a vessel that armed its cargo hold, an unnecessary illogical extravagance. A pillow arrives just as drowsiness sets in. The cargo hold is indeed an ideal place to strike. Lao Li murmured, inwardly settling into the combat vehicle as it carried him toward the hold. Soon the autonomous vehicle halted at the cargo bay entrance, and Qin Mu led Lao Li inside. A warehouse so barren even rats would scorn it. Vast as a football field, the hold stood utterly empty, sterile, gleaming, and transparent from end to end. How destitute is this boy? Lao Li thought, bewildered. Gazing upon the spotless expanse, he began to understand why Qin Mu resorted to black market gigs. He's this impoverished, and still invites me to a fresh food meal. Perhaps when the time comes I'll grant him a swift, painless end. Lao Li wavered. For once he felt compelled to play the part of a true benefactor, to release Qin Mu from suffering, freeing him forever from poverty's grip. Mulling this over, he scanned the hold once more, confirming the total absence of weapons or concealed armaments, before his suspended tension finally eased. Your hold is clean. Almost too clean, Lao Li remarked. Qin Mu smiled. Forgive me, senior. I'm financially strained. I've allocated no surplus funds for supplies. Even this humble meal is made from fresh food I painstakingly saved for, far richer than synthetic rations. Truth be told, had you not escorted me safely all this way, I doubt I'd ever have had the chance to savor these provisions. Lao Li froze, stunned. His jaw muscles twitched uncontrollably. He'd seen poverty before, but never this extreme. Even common households subsisted mostly on synthetics, yet still managed a single fresh meal for loved ones. Qin Mu's confession nearly broke his composure. Truly penniless, down to the last credit. You've shown remarkable thoughtfulness remembering my escort. In gratitude, I'll offer one final warning, free of charge. Lao Li wavered. For once he felt compelled to play the part of a true benefactor, to release Qin Mu from suffering, freeing him forever from poverty's grip. His expression twisted, grim and unmasked. Within the hold, this absolute sanctuary, he no longer needed pretense. He feared, in fact, that continued charade might transform him into a genuine paragon of virtue. A notorious scoundrel of the stars suddenly rebranded a good man. The very notion would make others laugh until their teeth fell out. Qin Mu watched calmly as Lao Li leveled the stellar blade before him, the dark crimson stains along its edge stark and vivid. Yet his own expression remained utterly serene. Aren't you afraid of me? Lao Li blinked. Even now, you still believe I'm a good man, that I'd escort you 2 hours through the black market out of pure benevolence. But since you're destitute enough to serve me fresh food, I'll grant you a painless passage. After a lifetime of villainy, I never imagined I'd play the hero. With that, Lao Li raised the stellar blade, poised to cleave Qin Mu down in a single decisive stroke. He harbored no fear of retaliation. Not only was arming a cargo hold unheard of, it was also immaculate, barren, and utterly devoid of concealable weapons, even portable ones. He was certain victory was assured. The bounty on Qin Mu, the elite graduate of the Interstellar Starship Command University, was already his. I know, senior, you are a good man. Qin Mu replied with profound sincerity, making no effort to retreat, even as the stellar blade hovered within lethal reach, ready to end his life in an instant. Pausing slightly, he added, after all, how many seniors would look upon my poverty and still extend generosity without hesitation? The pristine, gleaming warehouse erupted in cataclysmic transformation. Reinforced bulkheads split open across all 4 walls, revealing rows of obsidian-black barrels emerging from beneath armored plating. In 0.1 seconds, the armament array achieved full readiness. Mechanical arms shot up from the floor beneath Lao Li's feet, locking his limbs in place, freezing him mid-swing. Arms raised high, blade poised uselessly above his head, incapable of threatening Qin Mu further. Beyond basic coverage, the arsenal targeted key anatomical zones with surgical precision, each weapon calibrated not merely to suppress, but to neutralize without fail. The head, neck, abdomen, and groin. Every possible area with the potential for movement was filled with weapons, leaving no uncertain factors unaddressed. Only when the mechanical arm restrained Lao Li and a variety of weapons surrounded him in all directions did Qin Mu feel a sense of relief, slowly easing the tension that had been hanging in his heart. Damn, Lao Li cursed inwardly. At this moment he finally realized that he had been played. The anger surging in his chest was futile. Senior, stop struggling, Qin Mu spoke. If you're going to be a good person, then be one to the end. You were waiting for me all this time. Lao Li's face darkened. I understand you were on guard when we were at the Qin Mu station. I even disguised myself as a different species, yet you still didn't ease your vigilance. You once said that in places like the black market one must remain vigilant at all times, Qin Mu explained. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, you haven't engaged in deep conversations with me, and I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. My name is Qin Mu, 18 years old, top of my class at the Interstellar Captain Technology University. Counter-surveillance is a subject we must study daily, and since I have always excelled, my counter-surveillance skills are quite good. From the moment I left the Qin Mu station to the public landing pad, I remained vigilant. No one from the black market followed me. Instead, you became the only suspicious person when you appeared at the public landing pad. Having introduced myself, I must thank you for your generous assistance. Once I become the best captain, I will definitely offer you a few incense sticks in gratitude. MP. This kid. Upon hearing Qin Mu introduce himself as the top of his class, Lao Li finally realized the situation. You little brat, so young yet so shrewd. I concede today, but don't get too proud. I am a crew member of the Star-Crossed fleet, and they will definitely trace this back to you. I'll be waiting for you down below. It's fine, I believe they are good people just like you, Qin Mu replied thoughtfully. The firepower was fully covered. The A9 class rapid-fire cannon spun wildly, engulfing Lao Li in a blue blaze. Without a sound, he left peacefully, even upholding the philosophy of being a good person until the end, causing Qin Mu no trouble whatsoever. In just a few seconds, Lao Li, supported by the mechanical arm, disappeared without a trace. All that remained on the ground were hundreds of thousands of spent shells, and a small cleaning robot quickly began its cleanup, spraying air freshener as it worked. Your modified warehouse seems quite good, Qin Mu said, very satisfied. As the rapid-fire cannon turned, the mechanical arm tore off all of Lao Li's clothing, which did not disappear with him in the cannon's coverage. Before long, the cleaning robot had tidied up the warehouse, and the mechanical arm shook, causing everything inside Lao Li's clothes to spill onto the ground. Master, we have struck gold. A virtual secretary now in a new form stood at 1.50 m, sporting pigtails and dressed in a Lolita outfit, squatted down, eyes shining with excitement at Lao Li's bounty. Qin Mu also squatted down, staring at the items spilled from Lao Li's clothes. There's only an anonymous bank card. Can we check how many star coins are on it? Master, are you questioning my professionalism? An anonymous bank card doesn't require a password to check. It's very simple. I just checked, and there's a balance of 50 million star coins. It's a bit poor, but the master's drone is still outside. He also purchased many supplies at the Qin Mu station. Qin Mu suddenly came to his senses, immediately boarding the smart battle vehicle to leave the warehouse and arriving beside the Starship to look at Lao Li's gray-brown drone, which looked increasingly appealing. It seems that I can see it, but can't use it, Qin Mu pondered, staring at the drone. Drones are usually bound to an identity. For example, all of his drones are registered under his name, and only he has the authority to operate them. Lao Li's drone would likely be the same, making it impossible for an outsider like him to unlock it. Even if the drone contained goods purchased by Lao Li, a major client of the Qin Mu station, he could only stare helplessly. I need to find a way to dismantle the drone. Qin Mu mused, with one idea after another floating in his mind, among which methods to dismantle the drone into parts occupied 90% of his thoughts. This Lao Li is not very considerate. He left without unbinding the drone, which is a bit troublesome. Qin Mu felt frustrated. The virtual secretary chuckled. Master, this drone is not bound, it just requires a special permission card to unlock. Creak, creak. A small robot with 4 wheels at its base skidded across the starship's metal floor, creating a long trail of sparks, and barely stopped with a long skid mark right in front of Qin Mu, almost tumbling over. Its tiny paws held up a very special card. As it reached Qin Mu, the small robot raised its head, holding the drone permission card high, its eyes sparkling, making soft sounds, as if it were asking for praise. Is this the drone's permission card? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary replied. Yes, I observed that Lao Li used this card to turn off the drone when he exited just now. Qin Mu. So you are the professional. You noticed all these details beforehand. After taking the permission card from the small robots, Qin Mu approached the drone to unlock it with the card. Boom, boom, boom. The drone's hatch opened and Qin Mu stepped inside, feeling that with only 50 million star coins on the anonymous account, he had come up short. The good person he had found with great difficulty must be confirmed as a good person, otherwise he would be disrespecting Lao Li's spirit in heaven. The drone was large, and after wandering around inside, Qin Mu finally saw the supplies Lao Li had purchased in the drone's storage. He recognized all the supplies. They were part of the inventory list he had personally organized for Lao Li while working part-time at the Qin Mu station, now neatly arranged in the storage. Lao Li might be a bit poor, but these supplies are quite valuable. This haul is worth it. However, selling these goods might prove to be a bit challenging. Qin Mu roughly counted the stock in the warehouse, not even thinking of comparing it to the spotless cleanliness of his Starship storage. It turns out that having too much money is not necessarily a good thing, and Qin Mu is deeply aware of this now. With 50 million star coins deposited, handling an anonymous bank card is easy, so he is not worried about that. However, the numerous supplies within the drone truly pose a dilemma for him. The supplies purchased by Old Li are essential materials for the Star-Crossed fleet, including some core supplies. The wealth represented by these materials exceeds Old Li's miserly balance by more than 10 times. If in the past Qin Mu had suddenly come into such a large sum of wealth, he would certainly have been very happy. However, dealing with the unserious virtual secretary has made him fearful of poverty. Now, with so many materials laid out before him, he feels rather troubled, unable to find a suitable channel to convert all these supplies into star coins. This is a bit troublesome. Old Li truly does not deserve to be called a good person, leaving me with such a mess. Qin Mu pondered, should I take a stroll in the black market? However, going to the black market to handle these things seems a bit inappropriate. The virtual secretary spoke up, having infiltrated the drone's internal system. A blue holographic screen appeared before her, displaying a map, listing the most suitable places in the black market for disposing of stolen goods. Among the many suitable locations for disposing of goods, the virtual secretary had made notes, including reasons why these places were not appropriate for transactions. You're quite professional. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. The items marked on the blue holographic screen were actually quite simple, with the reasons also being straightforward. Disposing of goods would expose one's identity, which is detrimental to future business, and it is necessary to ensure sustainable business development. Master, my professional competence is adequate. Your identity as a top student from Starship University makes you a hot commodity in the black market. If you have a history of disposing of stolen goods, it would be easy for the lurking star scum to discover you, making it difficult for them to target you. The virtual secretary explained, that makes sense, but after all, the star scum are also living humans. Is this really a good idea? Qin Mu felt somewhat troubled. He had no qualms about dealing with star scum, as they were inherently against the laws of the cosmos. Any star scum caught ultimately faced the death penalty. However, repeatedly targeting star scum made Qin Mu doubt whether he was about to become the next star scum himself. Master, are you worried that you might also become star scum? The virtual secretary inquired. Qin Mu replied, after all, we are cultured individuals with some standards. Placing the idea of wealth on star scum seems somewhat inappropriate, as it carries a sense of murder and plunder. The blue holographic screen changed as the virtual secretary manipulated it, bringing up a bounty list. The bounty list displayed a number of star scum whose identities had been confirmed but had yet to be brought to justice. Each name was accompanied by a corresponding bounty. Master, let's think from another perspective. We can target these clearly identified star scum. The virtual secretary continually tempted him. Good idea. Qin Mu decisively agreed. His previously confusing frustration suddenly cleared. The bounty list targeting star scum was officially recognized by the Galactic Federation, and the bounty was the best proof. Reflecting on this, Qin Mu felt that he would not become star scum, allowing him to boldly target star scum as if testing whether these star scum were good people on behalf of the Federation. The psychological burden is alleviated, but the issue of disposing of stolen goods remains unresolved, which is still a problem. Additionally, what Oldly mentioned before about the people from the Star-Crossed fleet seeking revenge is also a troublesome matter. Qin Mu carefully sorted through these matters, contemplating the concerns regarding the Star-Crossed fleet. Since humanity stepped into the universe, every immigrant planet has had an official fleet stationed, but fleets are not solely owned by the authorities. Powerful or ambitious individuals will always establish their own private fleets. The Star-Crossed fleet is clearly a private fleet, not listed among the official fleets. Could this Star-Crossed fleet be a stronghold for star scum? Qin Mu pondered, feeling a sense of dread. In that case, I need to find ways to gather more intelligence about the Star-Crossed fleet. I cannot rush the matter of disposing of stolen goods for now. As the ancients said, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Qin Mu believed he had always been someone who heeded the teachings of the ancients, and until he grasped the specific situation regarding the Star-Crossed fleet, he dared not dispose of stolen goods. Normal people at this time should not dispose of stolen goods either, especially after having just knocked out someone from the fleet. To immediately resell their goods would clearly signal to them, hey, the Star-Crossed fleet members are the ones I took down. Come and get me, I'll award you good person cards. Master, the intelligence on the Star-Crossed fleet has been compiled. It was established 50 years ago, with the main ship being the Star 10. The initial construction time was 300 years ago, and it became the main ship of the Star-Crossed fleet 50 years ago. The virtual secretary stated. After a short time, she had completed the preliminary intelligence gathering on the Star-Crossed fleet, fully listing it on the holographic screen. After Qin Mu read through all the intelligence, the data included the equipment situation of the Star-Crossed fleet, with the main ship Star 10 equipped with 2 auxiliary ships and an unspecified number of crew members mainly active in the T-98 to T-111 star system. Master, based on specific calculations, if you complete the repairs of your starship facing the Star 10 would result in being turned into cosmic dust. It is not advisable for you to confront them, Hedon. The virtual secretary reiterated. Qin Mu thought to himself, I am not insane, why would I confront them? He couldn't understand the virtual secretary's train of thought, wondering if she wanted him to have a fight with the Star-Crossed fleet. Though he had no intention of fighting the Star-Crossed fleet, Qin Mu still kept the intelligence about them firmly in mind. Let's put the matter of the Star-Crossed fleet aside for now, and also set aside the issue of disposing of stolen goods. I will consider the next steps once I find a suitable person to handle the disposal. Qin Mu instructed. Apart from these supplies, I have gained 50 million star coins, so I can first go to the virtual universe chamber to truly simulate piloting a starship. I still have some ideas about piloting that have yet to be put into practice, and I would like to give them a try. Then I will arrange this for you immediately. Do you need any special services during your simulation in the virtual universe chamber? The virtual secretary inquired. Get lost. Qin Mu scolded. You're such a man with no sense of humor. The virtual secretary pouted, beginning to transfer the 50 million from the anonymous bank card to Qin Mu's bank card, and then started arranging various matters for the virtual universe chamber. Entering the virtual universe felt no different from the first time, as a distant white dwarf star emerged in his field of vision. A white dwarf is the final stage of a star, differing from a normal star only in its lifespan, and slightly different visual effects under the naked eye. Normal stars appear red like massive fireballs, while a white dwarf looks akin to a tungsten bulb, one that is close to being obsolete, yet its temperature is much higher than that of a normal star. For instance, right now Qin Mu stood on the planet orbiting the white dwarf, struggling to bear the scorching heat. Have the arrangements for the Starship simulation been made? Qin Mu inquired. The virtual secretary appeared nearby once again, just as before, creating a strikingly realistic sense of presence. The virtual secretary seemed not to hear him, gently covering her forehead with her jade-like palm, gazing at the white stars on the dome above. Master, do you not feel very hot? I asked if you have properly arranged the Starship simulation, Qin Mu insisted. The virtual secretary remained oblivious. Master, while the brightness of the white dwarf is not as vibrant as that of a mature star, the temperature is truly overwhelming. If you feel too hot, should we remove your clothes? Would that make it cooler? Qin Mu snapped. If you do not wish to change your master, or see me roasted here, arrange the Starship simulation immediately. TSK Master, you are such an unromantic man, the virtual secretary pouted in complaint. The Starship simulation has already been arranged, but it will take time for the Starship to be delivered. I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Qin Mu, is this how you liven up the atmosphere? It's already scorching hot, and you wish to make it even sweatier. Is this a place suitable for strenuous activities? Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a small black dot appeared. The enormous rumbling sound was coming from that small dot, and Qin Mu turned to look, seeing it rapidly enlarge in his field of vision. Is the 100% sensory feedback fully mimicking vacuum and non-vacuum environments? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary replied, Master, the virtual universe can be considered a second world for existence. The virtual universe mirrors the normal universe as it is. Thus, on habitable planets, there will also be atmospheric simulation, allowing sound to have corresponding media for propagation. Qin Mu understood better the bug nature of the 100% sensory feedback. This virtual universe pod was indeed a treasure. The shadow expanded continuously, the small black that vanished, replaced by a true behemoth, its length spanning thousands of meters with no end in sight. In the nearer vicinity, numerous cannon ports protruded from the surface of the colossal vessel, each one exuding an air of romance. Beneath this behemoth starship, Qin Mu felt like a tiny ant. Is this a class starship? Qin Mu wondered. It looks different from the starships described in books. Is this a new model in the class starship series? Qin Mu could not fully gauge the starship's length to determine its series, but there were other indicators to assess its level. For instance, the massive behemoth hovering above him had many prominent features that could prove the level of the starship currently above him. It is the C9 class starship, the Explorer. This specific model has not appeared in the Interstellar Federation. Because it is a unique starship model in the virtual universe, and to provide the best experience for clients, the Explorer, although classified as C9, can be compared to a normal class starship in your world. Comparable to an ordinary class starship. Qin Mu's eyes lit up. He understood what C9 meant. His scrap starship was a C7 class starship. A fully loaded C7 class starship can comprehensively cover the corresponding starry sky of its respective star. For example, before the interstellar era, a class starship was sufficient to protect the peace of the solar system, even without the help of a giant planet like Jupiter to shield Earth from meteors. Under its firepower, any meteor that might pose a threat to Earth would be reduced to cosmic dust. Class starships are uniformly referred to as nebula-class starships. The term nebula-class signifies a star region that is a level above stellar systems. Humanity's home planet Earth is located within the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, which is part of the Virgo supercluster. The level at which class starships can combat and defend corresponds almost to the range of the Orion arm. In the real-world, planet T98 also belongs to a stellar system, specifically the red giant star around which T98 orbits. Class stellar sequence ships can comprehensively care for planet T98, whereas class nebula-class ships do not exist on planet T98, only on higher-tier migration planets. The virtual universe pod is indeed an unexpected delight, Qin Mu said solemnly. A C9 stellar-class ship comparable to a class ship. Normally, I wouldn't qualify to pilot such a vessel. Starship Captain Technology University trains future starship captains, but genuinely top-tier talents cannot solely be cultivated through education. For instance, captains of class stellar ships are forged through life and death experiences in the universe. Fresh graduates from school are not competent for such positions. Master, you must truly enjoy this simulation piloting experience. This is your first time after all. The virtual secretary said, covering her mouth and giggling while occasionally looking Qin Mu up and down. Do you look down on first times? Qin Mu glanced at the virtual secretary, tilting his head to look at the massive behemoth above him, watching the gangway descending from it. The starship was positioned very high in the air, and the gangway descended slowly. Qin Mu patiently waited, even though he was eager to see how the C9 starship with class starship configurations would perform. A minute later, stepping onto the gangway, which was continuously rising, Qin Mu found himself closer to the starship, and he could already see many layouts beneath the starship. With the 100% sensory feedback, the starship felt as if it truly existed before him, as if he was boarding a vessel in the real world. The metallic texture, the streamlined design piercing the heavens, and the various urgent combat platforms suspended upside down all proclaimed the charm of this behemoth. Beneath the ironclad defenses, terrifyingly large cannon barrels remained in a state of readiness, informing any border truth can fire at any moment. A sharp crack echoed. Qin Mu stirred from his trance and found himself fully inside the starship. Unlike his derelict vessel, every system within his field of view aboard the Explorer-class starship hummed with flawless, seamless precision. The emergency control panels, standard fixtures in all core starship zones, radiated calm serenity, a stark contrast to those aboard his own wrecked ship, where crimson alarms blazed incessantly, screaming its irreversible demise. Do I issue commands directly now? Have I truly assumed full captaincy of this Explorer-class vessel? Qin Mu asked, turning toward his virtual secretary who had accompanied him aboard. Affirmative, Captain. You now hold absolute command authority over the vessel. During your lease term in the virtual cosmos, you are the sole and sovereign captain of the Explorer. Instantly, the virtual secretary transformed. Her frilly Lolita dress vanished, her twin braids dissolved, replaced by a sleek silver-white, form-fitting uniform. Her long hair receded into a crisp professional shortcut, exuding poised discipline and commanding presence. Tall and impeccably composed, she stood before Qin Mu, her pronounced physical contours brushing against his arm, yet maintaining unbroken solemnity. Qin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily. This ever-shifting virtual secretary was driving him to the brink of madness. Spontaneous costume changes were simply beyond ordinary endurance. Especially here, in the virtual cosmos where haptic fidelity reached 100%, a realm where she could alter her appearance, proportions, and demeanor at will, and did so relentlessly with teasing intent. He was rapidly losing his grip. Even seasoned cadres in their 70s would buckle under such relentless charm, let alone someone like him whose heart had been sealed for years beneath 10 tons of metaphorical cement. Proceed to the main bridge, Qin Mu declared deliberately, ignoring her, silently reciting a calming mantra. He was no man to yield. To surrender to her kaleidoscopic seduction would be unthinkable. Aye, Captain. Her tone sharpened, her bearing tightened, now embodying the dignified gravitas of a first officer. She executed his order with flawless professionalism. Yet beyond speech and posture, Qin Mu chose not to comment. He refused to. He had long since gone numb. The starship was vast, larger in class than his derelict vessel. Though an autonomous drone car could have shortened the journey, it still took 2 minutes to travel from the embarkation deck to the main bridge. Most of that time was spent authenticating access across secured zones, a process Qin Mu accepted without hesitation. His virtual secretary had already briefed him this was a pristine, fully operational vessel, light years removed from his crumbling wreck. On his derelict ship, bulkheads hung half ajar. No authentication required, no barriers intact. Qin Mu remained silent throughout the transit. As he moved from embarkation to bridge, he studied the Explorer's refined interior design, scrutinized real-time data streams across control consoles, and mentally cross-referenced them with the decaying systems of his own ruined vessel. I am undeniably destitute, he murmured inwardly, a bitter pang piercing his chest. The universe's cruel irony struck deep. Had he awakened as an ordinary soul, mere survival would suffice. No such gnawing awareness would exist. The fantasy was elegant, reality merciless. He had become an elite, graduating top tier from the Interstellar Starship Command Academy. To the world, his future gleamed with promise. Qin Mu disagreed entirely. Perspective shifts with station, and he saw clearly poverty clung to him, not superficially but deep in his marrow. Captain, have you suffered psychological distress? She asked, standing upright beside his elbow, her figure sculpted with impossible symmetry, as if diagnosing a critical system failure. Qin Mu rolled his eyes. Distress? Do you even grasp the magnitude of your consumption? Feeding you alone bankrupts me. What choice do I have? Poverty is transient, Captain. This starship simulation confronts you with your true self and ignites the resolve to expand our enterprise to unprecedented scale. Stellar debris abounds. Space pirates proliferate, and the boundless cosmos conceals countless treasure-rich worlds, all ripe for exploitation. To claim that fortune initial investment is inevitable. Am I being psychologically manipulated by an AI? A disorienting doubt flickered. Her rhetoric unsettled him, evoking the eerie sensation of having fallen into a pyramid scheme. No future prosperity in sight. Only relentless financial hemorrhage, daily austerity, and the gnawing certainty that this was precisely how cults began. Cease the nonsense, Qin Mu retorted, blunt and unimpressed. The virtual secretary fell instantly silent, stepping back discreetly to avoid obstructing his line of sight with her prominent anatomy, and cast him a subtly bewildered glance. Is the master truly this unconventional? Moments later, the drone car delivered them to the main bridge, a cavernous chamber spanning some 800 square meters, vastly more spacious than the cramped bridge of his derelict ship. At its center stood the primary command console, occupying roughly 100 square meters. Before it floated the Explorer's holographic projection, its weapon systems highlighted in vivid crimson, each marked with pulsing cobalt beams signifying immediate readiness to fire. Qin Mu seated himself before the console, hands resting on the armrests, gazing wordlessly at the hologram, lost in contemplation, wrestling with layered questions. Are my movements within the virtual cosmos restricted? He asked. Negative, Captain. Per the virtual cosmos Starship lease agreement, you possess unrestricted operational authority. Any destination reachable by this vessel falls under your navigational command. Understood. Then it is time. The explorer commences its voyage. His voice was low, measured, yet beneath its calm surface his pulse quickened, his spirit surged. Simultaneously, he activated the starship's omnidirectional projection. Light screens bloomed around him, front, rear, left, right, each shimmering with constellations. In the forward screen, he beheld the white dwarf star orbited by his current planetary position, its soft, muted luminescence bathing the void. Beneath his feet, another screen rendered the starship's ascent in real time, its altitude rising steadily, distance from the planet widening with graceful inevitability. Within a minute, the entire planet unfurled beneath him, mountains, rivers, drifting clouds, but scant blue expanse markedly distinct from lush, life-sustaining worlds. He skimmed the imagery briefly, then turned his attention to the lateral screens. Against the white dwarf's steady glow, streaks of asteroids arced past, playful luminous trails etching fleeting paths across the dark. The starship had lifted off, its engines humming the first notes of departure. And with it, dormant theories buried deep within Qin Mu's mind stirred awake, now poised for real-world validation. The universe is desolate and empty. The brilliant stars are the vibrant colors in this barren expanse. Under the boundless starry sky, a planet capable of accommodating billions of life forms is nothing more than a speck of dust. The explorer, though 10,000 meters long, is hardly more than a mere particle. This is perhaps the most genuine experience of piloting a starship, Qin Mu remarked, gazing at the surrounding cosmos and the meteorites zipping past the sides of the explorer, feeling a wave of emotion. The universe is desolate and empty. The brilliant stars are the vibrant colors in this barren expanse. A multitude of parameters for the starship appeared on the blue holographic screen, while the drone squadron on board formed formations, and the firepower reserves on each combat platform were all quantified under the parameters. It was all clear at a glance, far more intense and direct than the simulated piloting experience with the virtual helmets at school, as if with just a command from him all drones could launch an assault striking the vast cosmos. Of course, all of this was mere fantasy. Even if the Explorer was a C9 level starship, its performance comparable to an averaged class Nebula level starship, it could not truly strike the vast cosmos. The universe is vast. How could an ant shake a tree? Master, these data seem rather uninteresting. Should we not do something meaningful first? The virtual assistant, unchanged in nature after managing all the first officer's duties, gazed with watery eyes, lightly biting her red lips, her hands gently gripping her clothing, her long legs, which made men exclaim in disbelief and women in utter impossibility, entwined together. Accelerate, full speed ahead. Qin Mu suddenly commanded, and the Explorer's speed surged, its blue flames erupting at the tail of force like a tsunami. In an instant, the starry sky on both sides of the Explorer changed. The meteors that had been clearly visible became blurred. The tremendous acceleration caused Qin Mu's body to press against the seat, the powerful force of thrust exhilarating, far surpassing the experience of taking off in an airplane in his past life, even more thrilling than a man's satisfaction after paying his dues. Thud! The virtual assistant fell to the ground, her knee hitting the floor, visible bruises appearing as she knelt there, hands supporting her body, looking pitiful. Master, why did you suddenly speed up so much? The virtual assistant complained, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden acceleration, which seemed too intense. Am I to blame? Qin Mu shot back, mercilessly steadying himself with both hands on the armrest, the powerful thrust still ongoing, quite thrilling. Unable to stand, the virtual assistant had Qin Mu's seat as a cushion, as she could only support herself with her hands until the momentum settled, allowing her to barely stabilize her form. Before long, the intense thrust had subsided, and under the starship's control, Qin Mu adapted, marveling at the 100% sensory feedback. The simulated piloting with the school's virtual helmets could not replicate such a genuine sensation of thrust, leading many students to be severely jolted when they first boarded a starship after leaving school. Now he experienced it in advance, comparable to the instant acceleration of a Nebula-level starship. The virtual assistant had also acclimated, standing up again, her delicate hand lightly grasping Qin Mu's seat, leaning forward, breathlessly panting. Have you rested enough? If so, report on the current status of the ship. Qin Mu remained steadfast as a mountain, ignoring the perpetual temptation of the virtual assistant, highlighting his ruthlessness. Huff, huff. Captain, the Explorer is currently maintaining sublight speed, and the conventional power system is fully loaded. The virtual assistant stood straight, quickly understanding the current status of the Explorer through the terminal, reporting in an orderly manner. Are we already at sublight speed? Qin Mu pondered. Although it's quite faster than the theoretical speed I had preset, it should still allow for experimentation. The virtual assistant sensed an ominous turn of events as she quickly positioned herself beside Qin Mu's captain's seat, fastening two safety belts tightly around her body, her curves accentuated. Master, you aren't thinking of testing those theories from before, are you? Qin Mu remained silent, carefully staring at the control panel, watching as a light spot appeared ahead of the starship. It was a massive planet, completely snow-white, and from afar one could see the surface covered with ancient, unmelting ice. He had many theories in his mind, unrealistic ideas that had lingered since he entered the Starship captain's technological university. Cars can drift and tailspin, and fighter jets can also perform daring maneuvers. Within this realm, a series of dangerous tasks can be executed. However, there had never been such experiments recorded in the library regarding starships. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of life forms aboard a starship, or perhaps it was because of the exorbitant cost of starship construction. In any case, it was uncertain which factor played a role. Extreme maneuvers of starships were never permitted, resulting in many fleets missing out on critical opportunities in the chronicles of humanity's battles in the cosmos. Switch to manual mode. The snow-white planet drew closer and grew larger. Although it still seemed far away, the explorer was currently traveling at sublight speed, and it wouldn't take long to collide with the planet. With a command from Qin Mu, his seat began to rise, and numerous control platforms extended from the walls of the captain's room, featuring both physical control consoles and virtual data screens. The virtual assistant understood how she widened her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, "I knew Master would definitely speed up the ship once he entered the virtual universe." As expected, Master is a man devoid of passion. Speeding up a starship is not nearly as fun as racing a car, but it seems the danger level of racing a starship at sublight speed is quite high. Qin Mu swiftly input various commands on the control platform, his gaze now focused on the approaching snow-white planet. Or rather, the snow-white planet hadn't moved at all. It was the explorer that was continuously closing the distance. Input command, turn 90 degrees. Input command, shut down the conventional power system, activate the retrothrust system, deactivate the retrothrust system, restart the conventional power system, accelerate the conventional power system to full throttle. Qin Mu input all commands into the terminal. He did not rely on the artificial intelligence for operation, as he had learned on his first day of school that the AI was a support for the starship, but when the AI could not function, the captain became the core for saving the starship. In terms of starships, a captain is akin to a pilot of a fighter jet in the nuclear age. When the AI cannot function normally, the captain must replace the AI in operation. What he was executing now was a crisis operation, piloting the starship under the premise that the AI could not function normally, while simultaneously performing dangerous theoretical maneuvers. In the starry sky, he was the flashiest starship racer. The snow-white planet loomed ever closer, so near that craters pockmarking its icy surface became starkly visible. The ice crust was immense in thickness, so dense that even meteorites could not pierce it entirely. Only frozen boulder-like impactors remained lodged within colossal impact basins. Endless snowfall blanketed the glacial sphere, ceaselessly adding layer upon layer. Under absolute full-spectrum simulation, Qin Mu felt utterly immersed in a real blizzard, snowflakes swirling gracefully beside him. We are nearly there. The crazy theory, will it succeed? Qin Mu held his breath as the Explorer-class vessel drew infinitesimally close to the glacial world. He gazed upon the titanic meteorite embedded deep within one of those vast craters, perhaps the final resting place for both himself and the explorer. Boom! A dazzling conflagration erupted, brilliant, boundless. Flames devoured millennia-old ice. The thunderous detonation reverberated across the planet's thin atmosphere. I am dead. Inside the virtual cosmos pod, Qin Mu rose from the crystalline chamber, his brows knotted into a deep furrow. He remained suspended in the final searing instant of that radiant cataclysm. With 100% somatic fidelity, the system simulated reality in flawless detail. Even the virtual secretary's teasing banter now felt vividly tangible within the virtual cosmos. Likewise, within that simulated universe, he had truly experienced suffocation, and the agonizing clarity of consciousness as his body burned away, pain piercing like shards of ice through bone and soul. It took him nearly half a minute to regain composure. Cold sweat mingled with the nutrient solution inside the pod. His limbs trembled as he braced himself upright. Oh dear, Master, you were far too reckless. I even perished alongside you just once. Master, tell me, is this not genuine love? We have died together. Such a bond is surely beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The virtual secretary materialized, not in her prior deputy captain uniform, but draped in a sleek black silk slip dress, its supple fabric clinging like a second skin to her elegantly rendered form. Her alabaster feet gleamed like polished jade, smooth, luminous, evoking quiet reverie and stirring an instinctive yearning to draw nearer. The virtual secretary understood men well. Within the virtual cosmos, Qin Mu had retained his composure, and certainly now, especially after confronting death itself. For a fleeting moment, he still heard the echo of that explosion ringing beside his ear. Within his pupils, the apocalyptic fire still burned. To translate theory into practice demands repeated experimentation. I wonder how many more times I must die. Exhaling a slow, heavy breath, Qin Mu reflected upon death's visceral lessons, undeterred in his unwavering pursuit. He began to grasp why no ancient texts in the library documented such perilous operations. He did not consider his piloting skills extraordinary, but but he was certain every command issued within the virtual cosmos had been flawlessly executed. Yet still he died. Master pioneers of theory pay profound prices. Every viable theory bears the weight of countless sacrifices before its triumph. For once the virtual secretary adopted a solemn demeanor, speaking with rare gravity, though perhaps her tone would carry greater authority if she changed out of that cool, revealing slip dress, or simply stood a little farther away. The virtual cosmos offers an unparalleled laboratory. I shall continue experimenting. With resolve unshaken, Qin Mu stepped out of the pod, yet wisely refrained from launching an immediate second trial. Having just endured death, he refused to court it again so soon. Such repetition would shatter the mind. Master, your classmate has arrived. The virtual secretary announced calmly. Hearing this, Qin Mu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and watched as a floating communicator drifted toward him, bearing a cascade of messages from Wei Sanpong. Open up, brother. Open up. Where are you? Did you faint? No way, seriously. Don't scare me like that, brother. Message after message scrolled upward, but the first one remained elusive. Qin Mu sighed inwardly. How many had Wei Sanpong actually sent? The nutrient solution left no trace on his clothing. Staggering slightly, Qin Mu boarded the hover's sled. At the starship's entrance, Wei Sanpong relentlessly pounded the sealed airlock door. Pointless, yet he persisted until his palms flushed crimson. Boom, boom, boom. The massive hatch swung open. Qin Mu appeared before Wei Sanpong, just as the latter raised his hand for another strike. Off balance, Wei Sanpong lurched forward headlong. Qin Mu broke into a cold sweat. Swiftly adjusting the hoversl's orientation, he narrowly avoided Wei Sanpong's flailing embrace, his lips twitching uncontrollably. A lifetime's dignity nearly undone in an instant. Holy hell, you're alive. Wei Sanpong scrambled up, brushing dust from his clothes without a hint of embarrassment. Before he could even turn fully, complaints burst forth like a breached dam, torrential and unrelenting. Brother, could you at least warn us before skipping school? Do you have any idea how furious Zhou Boppy was today? Poor me. You know exactly how precarious my position is. Zhou Boppy vented all his fury onto me. Sigh, I'm handsome, charismatic. Okay, maybe I sit slightly closer to the front row, but does that warrant absorbing all of Zhou Boppy's wrath? Hurry and reassure Zhou Boppy, or tomorrow he'll literally strip my skin off. I'm still an unmarried man. Dying young would be a tragic waste. My dearest brother, did you even hear a word I said? Just grunt something. You wouldn't want your loyal brother vanishing like smoke. My lofty ambitions remain wholly unfulfilled. And oh, I haven't even told you about next week's school schedule yet. Guess what? It'll be absolutely electrifying. A dark vein pulsed across Qin Mu's forehead. He almost couldn't bear to mock Wei Sanpong, especially when lofty ambitions entered the conversation. Spreading humanity's genetic seed across the cosmos. That counted as ambition. A pang of guilt tightened his chest. I forgot to ask Teacher Zhou for leave. He must be frantic with worry. Moved by the thought, Qin Mu immediately contacted Zhou Tao to deliver reassurance. At last, Wei Sanpong turned around. Yet his rapid-fire monologue continued, unabated, jowls quivering, words tumbling forth without pause. Despite the exasperation, Qin Mu felt a quiet warmth. Having a friend like Wei Sanpong was truly fortunate. Unreliable though he might be, his loyalty to Qin Mu was unquestionable. I'll treat you to late-night snacks, Qin Mu interjected, cutting through the torrent. Late-night snacks? You're treating? Did I miss here? Or is this déjà vu? Wei Sanpong snapped, alert instantly, his eyes transforming into shimmering food-shaped orbs. Moments ago near dead, he now surged back to full vitality, though skepticism still tinged every syllable. As he spoke, Wei Sanpong glanced uncertainly over his shoulder, toward the red giant star around which planet T-98 orbited. Night is a time that can excite people who, under the cover of darkness, many are willing to engage in strenuous activities. This includes not only those returning from their regular jobs, but also those who are already wealthy and enjoying life. Some are joyful, while others are sorrowful. Some can indulge in life, but others still have to toil for a living. The night market is a place where many who are struggling often gather. Food stalls crisscross the night market with a steady stream of people weaving through. The voices of vendors calling out fill the air, and anyone present cannot escape the lively atmosphere. From a high vantage point, the twinkling lights and bustling figures resemble rivers converging into the ocean as they continuously flow toward the night market. Some vendors rush to catch up, while various groups of people come to feast. Qin Mu and Wei Sanpong are part of this sea of people. With Wei Sanpong's considerable physique, Qin Mu walks safely behind him, avoiding the need to squeeze through and saving a lot of effort. They finally stop at a barbecue restaurant called Deep Sea Giant Squid, easily finding a vacant spot to sit and ordering their meals with familiar ease. Qin Mu handed the menu to the waiter, furrowing his brow as he pondered the matter of destruction and loss of life. Although he had recovered from the discomfort of dying, once there were still many perplexities regarding the theory's failed attempts. What's wrong? You don't seem quite yourself today, Wei Sanpong asked with concern, noticing his good friend's distraction. Qin Mu shook his head. It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell. Wei Sanpong stopped, propping his face with his elbow, placing both hands on the table and leaning forward to scrutinize Qin Mu closely. Their eyes met. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. Diagnosis complete. You definitely don't look normal. Your complexion is notably pale. I remember I was like you before because I had gone through a bloody battle. What about you? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Whoa, brother, you didn't go to any thrilling places, did you, eh? Clang. Wei Sampang became interested, scooting his chair closer to Qin Mu, lowering his voice significantly. No way did I hit the nail on the head. Those places are known for devouring people whole. While speaking, he patted the fat on his body with regret. Look at me, I used to weigh 200 pounds, and now I'm only 170. Just think about how tough that is. As the ancients say, dying under a peony flower is a romantic way to die, but to kick the bucket while still young is a great loss. Look at me, oh, I've toned down, or else I would definitely be skinnier than you now. Qin Mu's face darkened further. Weighing only 130 pounds and being taller than Wei Sanpong, comparing himself to Wei Sampang's 170 pounds seemed futile. If you suddenly acquired a batch of supplies and wanted to sell them, how would you go about it? Qin Mu changed the subject, not wanting Wei Sampang to continue joking. Dealing with a virtual secretary was already overwhelming. The idea of going to disreputable places made him feel uneasy. Although he vowed never to associate with gambling and drugs, the context mattered. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. After posing the question, Qin Mu awaited Wei Sampang's response. He trusted Wei Sampang completely, knowing he could rely on him in battle, so he wasn't worried about betrayal, especially since he hadn't revealed too many details. Wei Sampang felt a chill sitting next to Qin Mu, as if he were sitting on needles, unable to find any comfortable position. With his hands raised above his head, palms together, he said, "Hey Qin Gu, I was just joking. You wouldn't want to silence me, would you? After silencing me, you wouldn't plan to use me as a pawn to exchange for a bounty, would you? Qin Mu, I'm asking you seriously, if you suddenly got a batch of supplies, how would you go about selling them?" The black market. The black market is very dangerous. Isn't it dangerous? Then how about we hand it over to the Star Police Department? Qin Mu fell silent, realizing he couldn't count on Wei Sampang anymore. He rubbed his temples, wrapping up the idle chit-chat about this matter. Neither the black market nor the Star Police Department could serve as his ideal venues. They were places he needed to stay far away from when disposing of supplies. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you about the changes in the schedule for next week. Wei Sampang slapped his forehead dramatically, and Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Next week's simulation class has been changed to a practical class. According to Teacher Zhou, a supply fleet will arrive at our T-98 planet next week for resupply. He has an old friend aboard, and will invite him to give us a practical lesson. Teacher Zhou mentioned that his old friend is a real captain-level figure who can lead a fleet on long journeys, which is our ultimate goal. A captain who can lead a fleet on long journeys must have been to other planets. If I could gather some information from that captain teacher. I, Wei Sanpong, have never left T-98. If I could go to other planets, my great ambitions would finally have an opportunity to shine. As he spoke and laughed, Qin Mu shook his head at his absurd ambitions. However, the words of Wei Sampang inadvertently drew his attention to some other key elements. A captain who has been to other planets. Qin Mu whispered to himself as certain thoughts began to take root in his mind. Taking note of these matters, the barbecue from deep-sea giant squid was served at the table. After finishing their late-night snack, Qin Mu and Wei Sampang went their separate ways. Upon returning home, Qin Mu lay in the lounge, carefully considering things. He didn't know how much time had passed before he drowsily fell into a dream. It wasn't until the next day, when the intelligence brain provided a wake-up service, that he got dressed and went to meet Wei Sanpong, who had been waiting outside the starship. Unlike the usual days where Qin Mu and the others would head directly to class, this time they arrived at the school and saw Zhou Tao waiting at the gate. "Good morning, teacher." The two greeted him. Zhou Tao acknowledged with a nod, his face serious. "Today we will go directly to the playground." It was rare to see Zhou Tao with such a serious expression, which surprised Qin Mu slightly. He didn't inquire further, exchanging a glance with Wei Sanpong, and followed Zhou Tao's lead to the school's playground. In the school playground, many classmates from Qin Mu's class had already arrived. All of them stood in the playground, their faces filled with astonishment, looking up at something above. A blood-red drone hovered in the air about 10 meters above where Qin Mu and the others were standing. The drone's hatch was open, and a hand firmly gripped the edge. A figure stood there, exuding an even more imposing solemnity than Zhou Tao. Qin Mu quietly observed, feeling a chilling aura emanating from this person, heavier than Zhou Tao's, and even heavier than the good-natured elder he had sent away. The eyes are the windows to the soul. A person's eyes can express much. The essential disparity between those who have seen blood and those who have not is conveyed through their gaze. The person at the entrance of the Crimson Drone is someone who has truly seen blood, one who has shed more than the notorious old Li from the black market, exuding an aura of slaughter many times more intense. Standing at the doorway, even from 10 meters away on the playground, the bloody scent seemed to envelop them, giving them the sensation of being targeted from above. "That must be the captain, right?" The chubby one leaned closer to Qin Mu and murmured softly. Qin Mu responded with a hum, maintaining his gaze upwards at the drone. "It seems the plan has changed. This captain has arrived early at T-98 planet, and the practical class has been moved up." At the entrance of the playground, one by one students rushed in, their expressions first filled with shock at the drone, then standing at attention, gazing upwards. Once everyone had gathered, the drone began to descend, and Qin Mu and the others could clearly see everything about the person at the entrance. Wearing gray-brown battle armor marked with dark red and brownish-green stains, it bore the scent of time and solitude. His face was as resolute as iron, seemingly devoid of humor. At the corner of his right eye there was a shallow groove connecting the upper and lower eyelids, just a hair's breadth away from causing permanent blindness. He is the substitute instructor for the practical class I arranged for you yesterday, your teacher's former comrade Zhang Xuanfeng, now a captain-level elite. Due to changes in the plan, next week's practical class will begin today, and Captain Zhang Xuanfeng will now deliver the introductory speech to you all. Qin Mu remained silent, and the students beside him were equally quiet, all eyes fixed on Zhang Xuanfeng, the man clad in gray-brown battle armor, and the one with a scar that nearly caused him permanent blindness. What are you all staring at, you little brats? You're making me feel embarrassed. Stop it, just stop it. Qin Mu felt faint. His classmates around him showed signs of fainting, as well, each one grinning at Zhang Xuanfeng. They were all prepared for a grand speech from this captain instructor, but instead, Zhang Xuanfeng's voice was rough, dismissively waving his hand. As your teacher Zhou said, the simulated class has been changed to a practical one. I will lead you to experience real starship operations and let you board a starship to truly enter the starry sky. However, the starry sky is not as beautiful as you imagine. Fighting in the stars can be very dull and brutal, so you shouldn't harbor too many beautiful fantasies. That's all I have to say for now. Let's end this introductory meeting here. It was short, very short, extremely short. Zhang Xuanfeng's speech ended abruptly, unlike a true leader who could drone on for hours. Zhou Tao stepped forward. The introductory meeting is over. You should all head back to your classrooms. Self-study this morning and assemble here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Qin Mu left, mingling among the crowd of students heading to the classroom. He understood why Zhou Tao had been waiting for them at the school gate. It was all due to the change in circumstances. Although he had already experienced piloting a starship in the virtual universe, he still held great expectations for the practical class. He wanted to truly step out of T-98 planet. Why was this arrangement made so suddenly? Zhang Xuanfeng asked, directing his words to the person beside him. Young eagles will one day soar in the sky. Your arrival is just in time for me to let them truly experience the stars. Zhou Tao's expression was somewhat melancholic as he spoke in a low tone. Zhang Xuanfeng furrowed his brow, looking at his old friend, and sighed heavily, still thinking about the past. Are you unwilling to just fade away? Zhou Tao changed the subject. The first in line is the Qin Mu I mentioned to you once in the starry sky. Please take care of him. He is a good seedling. As Zhou Tao spoke softly, he quietly watched the departing class members, his expression growing more complex. No need for you to say, but I remember this Qin Mu well. I heard you sponsored all your pocket money to this student. Zhang Xuanfeng's solemn expression instantly turned into gossip, with curiosity sparking in his eyes, somewhat surprised to know this news. Who is Zhou Tao? He was his former comrade in arms, someone he had fought alongside, and he knew Zhou Tao's character all too well. Nicknamed Glass Chicken, he was even more frugal than Iron Rooster. While the latter might lose some iron shavings, Zhou Tao would not part with a dime, which says a lot. You seem to be quite well informed. Zhou Tao did not deny his actions, which were quite contrary to his original nature. Zhang Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten that your wife is my wife's best friend? Zhou Tao. It turned out the informant was right beside him. He felt dazed and could hardly react to the situation. This decision must have been hard for you. I heard you started doing part-time work after hours. Get lost. Zhou Tao retorted. Who told you I was working part-time? Do I need to? Besides, I only sponsored my pocket money, not that amount of food. Why do I find that hard to believe? Zhang Xuanfeng joked, then his expression turned serious. That money is not your private stash, it's your family savings. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Is it worth it? The question echoed in Zhou Tao's ears, and his complex expression settled into calm, his tone resolute. If the students have potential, then the teachers should suffer a bit. It's nothing. Zhang Xuanfeng fell silent. An unknown softness touched deep within him, and he was choked with many words, each one on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed back. After much contemplation, he finally said, What you said is true, alas. It's not just you. People like us should bear some burden. If people like us do not fight, then humanity will not have a peaceful life on the planets we colonize. If we bear some hardship, then more people will be spared from it. The wind on the playground had grown slightly colder. One figure donned in gray-brown battle armor, another in a deep blue school uniform. The two figures stood side by side, silence enveloping Zhang Xuanfeng and Zhou Tao, a silent call to arms echoing in their ears, countless hands brushing against their cheeks. You asked me to take care of that student named Qin Mu. Given our relationship, I will certainly pay him extra attention, but I must clarify something first. Zhang Xuanfeng broke the silence. What is it? Zhou Tao countered. Zhang Xuanfeng's furrowed brow relaxed. The student named Qin Mu kept looking at me, his gaze different from the others. Although I don't know what he thinks. You know that I have always been a very upright person. Sunlight bathed the land. A colossal red giant, its crimson radiance swelling, cast a vivid vermilion veil over one hemisphere of planet T-98, gilding countless structures in resplendent hues. Though long past its prime as a dominant main sequence star, and thus comparatively cooler than other mature stars, this red giant still sustained its celestial dominion, its immense gravity binding numerous planets into orbit while steadily emitting light and heat. At the interstellar Starship Captain University, the vast training ground lay hushed. Sunlight spilled across the pavement, casting the elongated silhouettes of Zhou Tao and Zhan Xuanfeng, neither disturbing the fragile serenity between them. Inside Qin Mu's classroom, however, a stark contrast unfolded. Students streamed back in their excitement, palpable, almost explosive. Though already designated cadet captains, their faces blazed with unrestrained fervor at the prospect of their imminent brief voyage among the stars. A true first step into the cosmic void they had never before physically entered. Thrilled, absolutely electrified. My grandest ambition has arrived ahead of schedule. What could possibly top this? Wei Sampang boomed, his plump face flushed with crimson vitality, so animated that an outsider might mistake him for having overdosed on stimulants. Qin Mu broke into a cold sweat. As the portly youth bounded toward his seat, Qin Mu instinctively turned his gaze out the window. Master, your friend is utterly fascinating. Why then is there such a chasm between you two? The voice of his AI echoed within his mind. An extraordinary intelligence far surpassing conventional systems, capable of establishing neural link communication via bioelectric signals whenever opportunity arose. Qin Mu instantly grasped the AI's teasing tone and rolled his eyes. Can't you go one day without mocking me? No, but it would be dreadfully dull. Dull enough to provoke mockery. Precisely. You are my master after all. Oh, master, if you're truly displeased, perhaps a gentle punishment. I've been waiting for you to enact justice upon me. I've been awaiting your decisive, on-the-spot retribution. Qin Mu was mid-sip when the AI's coquettish, irreverent remark struck, causing him to choke violently. Twin jets of water erupted from his nostrils, and a dense web of dark lines bloomed across his forehead. What a calamity. Enough. I'm speaking seriously now. Once Hansen training begins, under no circumstances attempt to interface with Captain Zhan Xuanfeng's starship. Qin Mu cautioned, deeply uneasy about the AI's capabilities. He shuddered to imagine the spectacle of a virtual secretary hovering beside him throughout practical instruction. The sheer social mortification was unbearable. Ordinary AIs might lack such capacity, but his AI unquestionably possessed it. He refused to endure such a catastrophic breach of decorum. Master, do you truly regard me as that kind of AI? The AI's voice softened into wounded plaintiveness. Qin Mu remained silent, but his neural signature conveyed his meaning with unmistakable clarity. The AI fell quiet. So did Qin Mu. Meanwhile, the classroom's exuberant energy surged unabated. Wei Sanpong, Zhao Xiaochuan, and others continued their jubilant revelry. At that moment, they saw only departure from T-98, their minds alight with the intoxicating promise of witnessing the cosmos firsthand. Qin Mu, however, was immersed in vivid recollections of his countless simulations within the virtual universe. The Explorer-class vessel's ascent, from ignition to subliminal velocity, was fleeting, yet its full immersion sensory fidelity rendered every second startlingly real. An ant straining against a tree, the Explorer's catastrophic collision with a massive ice planet seared itself into his memory. The cosmos, he knew, bore no gentle facade. Asteroids and rogue planetary debris littered the void. The slightest miscalculation in starship handling could spell annihilation for both vessel and crew. Yet few in the classroom seemed aware of these latent perils. Their exhilaration remained undimmed, focused solely on the thrilling anticipation of their maiden voyage. Perhaps certain unresolved theoretical questions merit consultation with Captain Zhan Xuanfeng. Qin Mu murmured softly, conviction burning bright within him. Hey, brother Qin, what are you muttering about? Wei Sanpong, his initial euphoria ebbing, sidled up curiously. Qin Mu took a slow sip of water and smiled. Nothing much, just contemplating our first journey among the stars. Brother Qin, come clean, aren't you thinking exactly what I am? Wei Sampang winked lewdly, wearing an expression that screamed, I know exactly what you're imagining. Qin Mu elected strategic silence. He had no desire to engage the portly cadet on that subject. One misstep and his hard-won reputation would vanish forever. Reborn into this life, his greatest aspiration was clear: to command his own fleet, to pilot his vessels freely across the boundless starfields. He would not under any circumstance let Wei Sanpong's brand of irreverence taint his path. Should he ever achieve renown, the consequences were too horrifying to contemplate. For instance, hey, I know you. You're that captain, the one who frequents the pleasure districts, right? A single sobering thought confirmed it. Qin Mu had officially surrendered. Wei Sanpong's levity faded. The classroom's collective euphoria subsided. After the initial rush, calm settled in. Students drifted into focused self-study, sustaining the quiet until lunchtime. As always, Qin Mu honored frugality's virtues, calmly devouring a hearty meal in the university canteen before joining the procession toward the training ground. The rendezvous was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It was barely past 1, but the training ground already teemed with people, curious cadets from other disciplines and university staff alike. They gathered for one reason alone. Suspended above the center of the field loomed a starship, descending with deliberate majesty. Its towering silhouette, 10,000 meters long, and the array of fully armed defensive emplacements encircling it left no doubt this was an active-duty warship. Qin Mu and his classmates felt little awe, but keen immediate recognition. Each had purchased decommissioned starships as privileged cadets. Yet decommissioned vessels remained relics, fundamentally distinct from fully operational warships. The most conspicuous difference lay in their outermost armaments. Its shadow stretched vast and deep, swallowing half the field, stirring billowing clouds of dust, and striking all below with visceral awe. At a precise altitude, the vessel halted its descent. A boarding ramp detached smoothly from its hull. Standing atop it, Captain Zhang Xuanfeng surveyed the assembly. His tiger-like gaze fierce, his bearing unyielding and austere. He wore the same gray-brown battle armor, but here upon the ramp, he was transformed. The man who had piloted the crimson drone was gone. In his place stood a figure steeped in solemn lethality, radiating an intensified aura of martial severity. Qin Mu studied the shift in Zhang Xuanfeng's presence, so absorbed that he failed to notice Zhou Tao approaching beside him. A full complement starship, truly awe-inspiring. Zhou Tao asked. Qin Mu stirred from his reverie. Profoundly so. Captain Zhang Xuanfeng is indeed a master forged in fire and blood. Zhou Tao gave a low hum. Practical training begins shortly. I have one word for you as class leader. Please, teacher. The void holds infinite uncertainties. Should you confront an insurmountable peril, you may turn to him without hesitation. Place your absolute trust in him. Zhou Tao's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Xuanfeng atop the ramp. Absolute trust? Qin Mu asked, puzzled. Yes, absolute. Zhang Xuanfeng is the kind of man who will fall before you do, should danger demand it. The embarkation platform was rising. On the large platform, dozens of people stood without it feeling crowded. Zhang Xuanfeng maintained a brave demeanor, standing at the forefront of the platform, overlooking the scenery below. Qin Mu remained silent, reflecting on Zhou Tao's final instructions, while gazing at Zhang Xuanfeng, who stood at the front of the embarkation platform. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the embarkation platform merged with the starship, the dull noise signaling to everyone, including Qin Mu, that they had successfully boarded the starship. Zhang Xuanfeng's starship was a C-7 class stellar starship, the same model as the scrapped starship Qin Mu had purchased, the only difference being that one was still in service while the other had been decommissioned. The starship, spanning thousands of meters, could not be managed by Zhang Xuanfeng alone. Many crew members were aboard. After their successful boarding, they saw these crew members watching them from the side of the embarkation platform. Welcome, fellow students, to the practical experience. A huge banner was unfurled, and the number of crew members present was several times that of Qin Mu and his peers, all clapping enthusiastically, their eyes fixed on them, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. What is happening? Qin Mu felt a bit confused, as did the many classmates around him, all staring at the unfurled red banner and the applauding crew members. If he remembered correctly, they were supposed to be engaging in practical training with the ship, so why did it seem like a leadership visit for guidance? Are you all feeling mischievous? Whose idea was this? Zhang Xuanfeng scolded, pointing at the large banner that had been raised. The crew members fell silent instantly. The applause ceased, and it felt as if the air itself had stopped circulating, with all eyes fixed on Zhang Xuanfeng. You come over here. Zhang Xuanfeng strode off the embarkation platform, pointing at a person at the front of the crowd. I was only gone for a few minutes to arrange for this nonsense. Zhang Xuanfeng was exasperated. The crew member, caught off guard, lowered his head and mumbled, Boss, wasn't it you who asked us to prepare this? What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Zhang Xuanfeng's expression changed. Dismantle all of this. Forget it, it's set up now, let it stay. You all are getting a bit too bold, messing around without orders. The crew member's voice wasn't too quiet. Aside from the original crew aboard the starship, Qin Mu and the others had always been treated as seed captains in training, and they were fit enough to clearly hear the crew members mumbling. Did Teacher Zhou really not misguide me? Qin Mu couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical about life. He stared at Zhang Xuanfeng's back and suddenly found it a bit odd. Before setting off, Zhou Tao had solemnly instructed him that Zhang Xuanfeng was a person one could trust completely, someone who would rush to face danger ahead of them. Zhang Xuanfeng's old-style battle armor, a dull brown, filled with traces of iron and blood, reinforced this point. Even after a sudden twist in his speech earlier that morning, Qin Mu still considered Zhang Xuanfeng a reliable person. But now, Qin Mu calmed his mind and took a deep breath as he saw Zhang Xuanfeng, turning his attention back to their group of students. You all should get to know each other. These are the crew members aboard my ship Qin Mu. For this practical class, I will assign each of you a crew member to help you become familiar with the starship operations. Old Zhou entrusted you all to me, so during this practical class, I won't go easy on you. It will be as it should be understood. Zhang Xuanfeng maintained a stern expression while arranging things, glancing at Qin Mu and the others to see if they had overheard the earlier murmuring of the crew member. Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged, and the many classmates around him also maintained neutral expressions, all appearing as if they were unaware of anything, waiting for Zhang Xuanfeng to make arrangements. Zhang Xuanfeng was quite pleased that he hadn't embarrassed himself in public. He gestured for someone to bring him a handheld computer which contained the assignments he had organized for this practical class. When I call your name, step forward, and then follow the assigned crew member. Wang Gang. Zhao Xiaochuan. Wang Er. Zhan Zunfeng's voice was low as he called out the names of students from Qin Mu's class one by one. After a few minutes, only Qin Mu remained on the embarkation platform. Even Wei Sanpang had been taken away by a female crew member ahead of him. The banner was large, and the text was prominent. Zhan Xuanfeng stood beneath the banner, while Qin Mu stood on this side of the embarkation platform. Are you puzzled about not hearing your name? Zhan Xuanfeng stepped forward with a smile. Qin Mu nodded. It's a bit strange. Old Zhou said you were the most likely to become a captain and asked me to pay more attention to you. Are you aware of this? Zhan Xuanfeng added, but Qin Mu shook his head. I guess you don't know. Since Old Zhou has instructed me, I will pay more attention to you. However, I am a principled person. If you need help, feel free to tell me directly, but if you expect me to turn a blind eye during the practical class, that's out of the question. Zhan Xuanfeng was quite satisfied with his self-evaluation. He believed he was straightforward and principled, not fond of beating around the bush, so he made everything clear to Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't take Zhan Zunfeng's special attention to heart. He didn't think it would be anything extraordinary. He was more concerned about another statement Zhan Xuanfeng had made. Captain Zhan, if I need help, can I really speak up directly? Qin Mu asked, preparing to put last night's plan into action. Of course. Zhan Xuanfeng replied decisively, but after answering his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This kid wouldn't propose something that would put me in an awkward position, would he? If I can't deliver, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Have I dug my own grave? Those two short words came with a lot of internal deliberation. Zhan Xuanfeng realized he couldn't quite grasp what kind of request Qin Mu was about to make. However, seeing that Qin Mu didn't speak directly, he keenly sensed a hint of something else. Is it inconvenient to discuss here? Qin Mu nodded, not denying Zhan Zunfeng's speculation. Zhan Zunfeng's brow furrowed deeper as he pondered and surveyed the surroundings. There were many intersecting corridors, and he ultimately locked onto one, striding confidently toward the chosen passage. What you want to discuss seems interesting. Come with me. Hearing this, Qin Mu followed behind Zhan Xuanfeng toward the corridor, contemplating Zhou Tao's instructions and the idea of parting with the supplies from the black market, gradually settling his thoughts. Practical training. May everyone gain something meaningful. On the school's athletic field, Zhou Tao tilted his head upward, gazing at the starship shrinking steadily until it vanished into the dome as a single speck of light, murmuring softly to himself. With all students dispatched for practical training, Zhou Tao no longer needed to remain on campus for class. He turned and strode toward the drone parking zone at the edge of the field, deftly unlocked a drone, and slipped into a bright yellow jacket emblazoned with the logo, Feixing Express, before inputting commands and departing the school grounds. As Zhan Xuanfeng had said, he was now nearly penniless. Yet life pressed onward, demanding he secure some supplementary income. Aboard the Chukla-class vessel, Zhan Xuanfeng led Qin Mu to the main control chamber and asked gravely, "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to ask of me?" A subtle disquiet stirred within him. Something about Qin Mu's demeanor felt deeply off-kilter. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings. Zhan Xuanfeng had brought him to a secluded, soundproof chamber, spare and silent. Within stood only a simple bed, and beside it a lopsided nightstand bearing a faded family portrait in which Zhan Xuanfeng appeared unmistakably. "This is my private rest chamber. No one enters unless under extraordinary circumstances. Here you may speak and breathe without reservation." A heavy weight lifted from Qin Mu's chest. Having received Zhou Tao's explicit warning beforehand, he trusted Zhan Xuanfeng implicitly, yet remained vigilant toward all others. A noble man bears no guilt, but to possess treasure invites peril. Qin Mu had no intention of dying inexplicably. He had yet to savor the sublime beauty of the cosmos, nor glimpse the grace of alien maidens across the stars, nor pilot his own starship through the celestial vaults. Life itself was infinitely precious. How intriguing. What precisely has caused you to suddenly relax so completely? Zhan Xuanfeng, who had watched Qin Mu closely, asked with amused curiosity the moment he sensed the younger man's mask dissolve. Qin Mu offered a modest, slightly bashful smile. "Actually, there's a consignment I'd like Captain Zhan's assistance in selling. As a student, I'm rather ill-positioned to handle such matters directly." He wore the standard school uniform, but had subtly modified it. A miniature control panel was embedded at his wrist. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a triangular holographic interface shimmered into existence before him. All the goods acquired from Old Li, the black market dealer, were currently stored aboard his drone, now securely locked inside a derelict starship. He certainly hadn't brought the drone along for practical training. Projected onto the holographic interface was the full inventory list pre-compiled by his AI assistant. What do these entries signify? Zhan Xuanfeng blinked, momentarily bewildered. Then in the next breath his gaze locked onto the manifest, and his eyelid twitched violently. 10 units of essential survival supplies. 15 units of individual combat gear. 79 units of drone strike swarms. 95 units of Starship ordnance replenishment. Altogether, the manifest itemized 190 units of material with clinical precision. Stellar credits served as the universal currency of the interstellar age. Even ordinary households transacted in them. Yet once sums grew vast, they were denominated in units. Each unit represented 100 million stellar credits. This convention streamlined financial reckoning for elites like Zhang Xuanfeng and simplified large-scale procurement. No commander need ever bellow, "Hey, bring me several billion worth of gear." 190 units, equivalent to 19 billion stellar credits, constituted an immense fortune. To a Starship captain, however, 190 units scarcely sufficed, not even enough to sustain a single interstellar campaign. True stellar warfare demanded expenditures measured in thousands, or tens of thousands, of units. Yet for a student like Qin Mu, especially one with an unremarkable background and no familial connections, 190 units defied all rational expectation. "You wish me to broker the sale of these 190 units?" Zhang Xuanfeng asked, voice edged with uncertainty, now fully grasping why his eyelid had first spasmed uncontrollably. A common cadet suddenly producing 190 units of material was patently absurd, a glaring red flag signaling hidden, possibly dangerous origins. Involvement in such affairs would inevitably stir unease. 190 units is far too much for a cadet like me. Too conspicuous. It draws unwanted attention. It is unsafe. Qin Mu replied with quiet sincerity. Huff, huff. Zhang Xuanfeng exhaled 2 deep, ragged breaths. Where did they come from? As he spoke, he rose from the bed, taller than Qin Mu, his posture now subtly imposing. His earlier ease had vanished, replaced by stern, unyielding gravity. In the interstellar era, wealth was not inherently elusive. If one dared flout the celestial code, opportunity abounded. Qin Mu, a seemingly ordinary cadet, one whom his old comrade had recently gifted all his worldly possessions, now produced 190 units of material out of thin air. Zhang Xuanfeng's thoughts raced far ahead. His gaze hardened, piercing, assessing whether this young man had strayed irrevocably from the path of law and light. "A benevolent elder bestowed them upon me." Qin Mu answered truthfully, meeting Zhang Xuanfeng's eyes without flinch or falter. "Captain Zhang, you suspect these goods are illicit?" "Of course they're illicit. Where else could 190 units possibly come from?" Zhang Xuanfeng silently raged, his face rigid, expression unreadable, radiating palpable skepticism. "A benevolent elder? I've captained ships for decades, and I'm still broke. Why haven't I encountered such generosity? Handing out hundreds of units like candy. Even illegitimate heirs receive less consideration." "He was a stellar scum," Qin Mu stated flatly. Zhang Xuanfeng inwardly sighed. As expected, his breathing grew heavier. The term stellar scum required no explanation. Spoken by Qin Mu, it instantly conjured a grim, coherent narrative. Qin Mu, the cadet most cherished by his oldest friend, had been corrupted. Worse, he had joined their ranks. This could not be overlooked, not for a heartbeat. "I will not broker this shipment. It violates every principle I uphold." Zhang Xuanfeng drew a slow, deliberate breath. "When practical training concludes, if you survive and if the celestial code grants you mercy, then submit yourself to reformation." Wait, reformation only if he survived and the celestial code spared him? That wasn't a sentence. It was a death warrant wrapped in bureaucratic courtesy. Qin Mu's expression twisted faintly. This conversation had spiraled, somehow, from negotiation into a premature obituary. What kind of dialogue was this? "Captain Zhang, do you intend to deliver me to the Stellar Constabulary for prosecution under the Celestial Code upon completion of practical training?" Qin Mu realized the misunderstanding and pressed urgently. Zhang Xuanfeng offered no pretense. This was his ship. He was a veteran commander, utterly unassailable. He gave a terse, grave nod. "You are young. If fate grants you a chance, then reform well." Well, case closed. Zhang Xuanfeng had indeed misunderstood him. Qin Mu sighed inwardly, never expecting that a few careless words would brand him as a star criminal. What an absurd conversation this had turned out to be. "Captain Zhang, if I tell you I'm not a star criminal, would you believe me?" Qin Mu attempted to salvage. "Believe you? How on earth could I?" Zhang Xuanfeng racked his brain, yet failed to conjure even a single plausible reason to trust him. Zhang Xuanfeng fell silent, utterly unable to convince himself could it truly be possible that a notorious star criminal, steeped in infamy, suddenly beheld Qin Mu, a prodigious cadet brimming with promise, at the Stellar Captain Academy, and then underwent a miraculous moral awakening, donating his entire fortune to the boy. Not even a third-rate director would dare script such ludicrous nonsense. "Captain Zhang, you know we all acquired decommissioned starships through special privileges, so I plan to restore mine. That's why I took a part-time job in the black market yesterday, and..." Without delay, Qin Mu recounted everything that had transpired there. He feared that if he delayed any longer, he'd be arrested before practical training concluded. A transmigrator imprisoned? That would be utterly humiliating. He summarized only the essential facts, then unscrewed a single button from his academy uniform. The Stellar Captain Academy had engineered its uniforms with extraordinary care, not merely for aesthetics, but for student safety. Each bore a discreet wearable surveillance system designed to capture irrefutable evidence should a cadet fall victim to sudden violence. In life-threatening emergencies, when escape proved impossible, the cadet could remove this button, activate its embedded device, and transmit a targeted distress signal directly back to the academy, preserving the most critical forensic record. Words alone held no weight. Qin Mu knew full well that no amount of earnest explanation would sway Captain Zhang, a seasoned, incorruptible officer, so he presented tangible proof without hesitation. This button contains our uniform's onboard surveillance footage. Captain Jean, feel free to review it yourself. Qin Mu handed it over. Zhang Xuanfeng accepted the button and immediately slotted it into the terminal in his private quarters. Instantly, the recorded footage unfolded before him via holographic projection. Honored guest, care to play? We've just received fresh Foxdrive girls. You're Qin Mu, the one who submitted a resume seeking part-time work. Greetings, sir. I am indeed Qin Mu, currently enrolled at the Stellar Captain Academy, here to inquire about part-time opportunities. You clumsy fellow. I happened to be procuring supplies today, and since we're both human, I asked him to deliver some cargo for me. I also gave him a candid briefing on the black market's ruthless underbelly. Senior, you are truly a man of virtue. Zhang Xuanfeng watched intently. Through the button's recording, he witnessed every moment of Qin Mu's black market ordeal. Every glance, every gesture, every turn of fate. Qin Mu's intent to secure part-time work, his encounter with Old Li the black market dealer, the Wolfman boss's subtle warning glance, Old Li's calculated performance as benevolent protector, feigning concern while escorting Qin Mu out. Then finally the devastating barrage of A9 rapid-fire cannons reducing the warehouse to ash, all played vividly across Zhang Xuanfeng's mind. So, these supplies were purchased by that black market dealer at Starboard Station, and he targeted you. You retaliated, and the cargo fell into your hands. Zhang Xuanfeng's eyelids twitched violently as he reconstructed the chain of events. Qin Mu nodded. That is precisely how it unfolded. Old Li undoubtedly fixated on the bounty placed upon me as a cadet of the Stellar Captain Academy. Though I ultimately eliminated him, he inadvertently left behind a substantial cache of supplies, hence my calling him a man of virtue. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Xuanfeng choked, his mind flashing again to the recording. Qin Mu repeatedly addressing Old Li as senior, you are virtuous. Moments before being engulfed in azure fire from the A9 cannons. Calling someone virtuous with such sincerity, yet unleashing the A9 cannons with zero restraint. Was that how one treated a man of virtue? So, you do possess genuine skill. To survive being targeted by a star criminal at such a young age. Impressive. Truly impressive. Once Zhang Xuanfeng pieced together the full sequence and confirmed Qin Mu had neither joined nor been recruited by star criminals, he abandoned all mention of handing him over to the Stellar Police. Instead, he offered sincere praise. Star criminals earn their title by pursuing wealth at any cost. No mercy, no quarter. To be marked was to face ruin or death. That Qin Mu had not only survived, but struck back, decisively spoke volumes about his courage and resolve. Clarity is all I ask. I'd rather avoid prison and compulsory labor. Without cause, Qin Mu remarked. Precisely. Once the matter is clarified, that suffices. Yet these supplies, being star criminal property, I cannot assist in handling them. From any angle, disposing of star criminal assets is perilous. One misstep, and utter ruin follows. And as an active duty Starship captain, while confronting star criminals, is my solemn duty managing their ill-gotten goods? Absolutely not. Firm. Unwavering. Zhang Xuanfeng enunciated each word with crystalline resolve, defending a personal boundary inviolable to all but himself. Then I respectfully request your discretion, Captain John. This affair must remain confidential. If you know trustworthy individuals, might you kindly recommend one or two? I cannot handle these supplies myself. Doing so would jeopardize many future endeavors. But if you recommend someone reliable to manage them, I propose a 50-50 split. Thank you for your time today, Captain John. I'll take my leave now, to prepare for practical training. Qin Mu spoke earnestly. Processing 190 units of cargo was cumbersome, especially when tainted by star criminal origin. He understood human nature well enough. Offering half the spoils was a fair pragmatic enticement, even for someone as principled as Zhang Xuanfeng, who might still refer one or two trusted contacts. A Starship captain commanded far broader networks than any cadet, and Qin Mu, still navigating academia, lacked precisely those connections. Without them, executing even modest ambitions would prove impossible. Once Qin Mu believed himself unwavering in principle, yet eliminating Old Li, the black market dealer, had yielded 190 units of wealth acquired legitimately and without moral compromise. Qin Mu realized he could never return to that former self. As his virtual secretary once observed, star criminals were not limited to one rogue dealer. The galaxy, after all, held many upright souls. 90 units was considerable wealth, yet negligible for interstellar travel. He remained fundamentally the same penniless cadet. Choices demanded sacrifice. One could not snare a wolf without risking the lamb. Only by expanding his network could he shed the label of penniless cadet, and one day 190 units would hardly warrant a second glance. Let us pause here for now. Should I find suitable candidates, I will recommend them. Go ahead, prepare for training. I'll join you shortly to personally oversee today's practical session. Qin Mu bowed and departed. Alone in the quiet chamber, Zhang Xuanfeng sat motionless on his cot, his thoughts swirling as though swarmed by invisible gnats. Amidst the chaotic buzzing hum, one phrase echoed insistently, 50-50. After a full quarter, Zhang Xuanfeng massaged his throbbing temples. Let's see, Chiwu vessel's maintenance cycle is due. 95 units might just suffice for a modest weapons upgrade. For the crew's safety, upgrading the vessel's armaments, surely that isn't excessive for a man of principle. The Qin Mu was a stellar-class starship, its hull stretching 10,000 meters in depth, its dark crimson plating cutting through the void like a slumbering red behemoth appearing and vanishing with uncanny stealth. Qin Mu stepped onto the Chu's main battle platform. Numerous crew members bustled about, some polishing weapons, others standing alert in full readiness. Compared with his derelict ship, the fully crewed Qin Mu was infinitely more complete. Every piece of firepower was primed and awaiting targets capable of blanketing an objective with overwhelming force in an instant. Beyond the main platform rippled a thin bluish, translucent membrane. Occasional electrical arcs skittered across its surface, shattering meteoroids into dust. On either flank, roughly 1,000 kilometers away, two escort vessels held station in their respective orbits, maintaining a constant posture of mutual support to answer any sudden call for aid. Since the vessel was conducting practical training for cadets like Qin Mu, the Qin had not ventured deep into space, but remained within the Red Giant system. From the observation port, Qin Mu watched planet T-98 recede and shrink until it vanished from view. My own starship, he thought, wondering when it would truly set sail. Compared to his simulated experiences in the virtual universe, a small private ambition flared within him. In the virtual universe, he had been the sole pilot of the Tanhuangs. If the virtual secretary counted, there had been at most two. The difference between that and the Qin was enormous. A full-crewed starship starts with 1,000 personnel, officers on the main battle platform, crews on various combat stations, and a host of logistical support staff to keep everything running. Those gaps in manpower were something Qin Mu could not experience in the virtual world. In simulation, he had only learned routine piloting and endured the virtual secretary's endless teasing. Only when all those positions were staffed would a starship fleet truly come alive and possess genuine interstellar combat capability. Qin Mu understood this clearly. When he had piloted the Tanhuangs without crew, he could hand over responsibilities to the virtual secretary, but that arrangement had its flaws. For instance, in the throes of interstellar warfare, if a critical core were damaged, the virtual secretary could not continue to operate the affected module, effectively rendering parts of the hull paralyzed. Human crew could avert such problems to a significant degree. Even if sections were disabled, manpower could temporarily compensate or perform repairs to restore functionality. Zhang Xuanfeng arrived, planting himself behind Qin Mu and speaking in a deep voice. Not even graduated yet, and you haven't gone into reserve training, and already you expect a starship to set sail. Old Zhou asked me to help. For this practical session, I will appoint you acting captain. Shortly, the Qin will leave our current stellar system and enter the T-98 asteroid belt. As acting captain, you will execute fire missions against the asteroids and dwarf planets there. Zhang continued. Qin Mu was shaken. He had not expected such an arrangement. Being made acting captain felt like more than a mere courtesy. An acting captain received all the captain's authorities. Once those privileges were activated, one could operate the Qin comprehensively and issue orders to the two escort vessels. Unless Captain Zhang rescinded the permissions, the acting captain would for the duration command the fleet as if he were the captain. The T-98 asteroid belt was not the ring surrounding planet T-98, but an external belt in the Red Giant stellar system. Much like the Kuiper belt beyond the old solar system, a region teeming with asteroids, dwarf planets, and swarms of comets, a hazardous expanse. To serve as acting captain and direct fire missions in such a place was more than a practical exercise, it was a step toward real combat drills. Why not? Zhang's tone was matter of fact. Those other kids used my weapons as acting captains and never paid me back. You are different. Qin Mu suddenly realized this meant he might have to foot the cost for munitions. He muttered that it was a raw deal, but before he could reply, Zhang seized his shoulder and shepherded him toward the control room. The control room occupied several hundred square meters, comparable to the size of Qin Mu's derelict ship, yet every instrument hummed with life. The Chu's ship AI performed its duties diligently and dependably, in stark contrast to the haphazard AI on Qin Mu's vessel. Right, you just sit in my place, Zhang said, but before Qin Mu could answer, he had already pressed him into the captain's seat. An auxiliary chair rose beside him as Zhang took the seat to Qin Mu's left, and a control console ascended before him. Qin Mu asked in puzzlement, Captain Zhang, are you really that trusting? Aren't you worried I might make an error and wreck the Qin? He could not help but recall how easily he had destroyed ships in the virtual universe. A blink of the eyes, and a vessel gone. So the question felt natural. Zhang's temper flared, and he snapped harshly, cut the theatrics. Do as you're told. The Qin is a beast of a ship. If you were truly capable, then go on and destroy one for me to see. Qin Mu fell silent. He had no intention of actually destroying the Qin. Death in the virtual realm was meaningless, but in the real world, it was irrevocable. Moreover, with thousands of crew aboard, he was responsible not only for himself, but for their lives as well. Playing executioner was not his inclination. He exhaled and forced a polite tone. If Captain Zhang is so gracious, then I will respectfully follow orders. System prompts appeared, and the control board shifted. Captain Zhang enabled the acting captain privileges for Qin Mu. The interface before him altered accordingly. Having operated in the virtual universe, Qin Mu recognized that many of the ship parameters now visible on his console were accessible only with captain-level permissions. Qin Mu understood that he had become the Chu's acting captain and now held command authority over the Chiwu and its 2 escorts. Permissions are enabled. Next, you will command the Chiwu fleet to the T-98 asteroid belt to carry out your practical drill, Jean urged. Qin Mu nodded. Understood. Please take your seat, Captain Jean. Steady. I am the illustrious captain. Oh, what kind of storms have I not faced? Can I not sit steady? What kind of interstellar joke is this? Who do you look down upon? Zhang Xuanfeng was momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping the meaning behind Qin Mu's words. He was puzzled, having not associated it with the sudden increase in speed. Observing from the side, he saw Qin Mu with a serious expression, seemingly fully absorbed in the role of acting captain. He couldn't help but praise inwardly. This kid is impressive, adapting to the situation so quickly. No wonder old Joe said he was a good prospect. Conventional power activated. Conventional power at maximum sublight speed drive engaged. Destination selected. T-98 asteroid belt coordinates confirmed. Are you sure? Confirm. Qin Mu operated with remarkable fluidity, having prior experience with virtual piloting. These actions were familiar to him. In an instant, he had input all the commands and coordinates for the Chiwu. The blue membrane of the Chiwu began to contract steadily, covering every corner of the ship, reducing the remaining space by more than tenfold compared to normal. At the same time, the Chu's conventional propulsion system was fully activated, and the sublight speed drive completed full propulsion in an instant. The Chiwu, originally traveling at a conventional cruising speed, underwent a dramatic transformation within seconds. You brat. Zhang Xuanfeng was stunned, having seen Qin Mu's commands input on the main control panel. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, instinctively leaning his body towards the seat, gripping the armrests tightly. Boom. A muffled sound reverberated within the Chiwu, and beneath this dull noise the speed of the Chiwu began to soar, abruptly increasing from hundreds of kilometers per second to sublight speeds. What the hell? What's going on? Why did the Chiwu suddenly speed up? Old John, are you out of your mind? I'm still in the bathroom. What is going on? Captain, you can't just increase speed like this. Inside the Chiwu, many people in the rest areas were thrown about. Those in the bathroom were caught off guard by the sudden increase in speed, and some who were performing daily activities were unable to withstand the sudden acceleration and lunged towards others watching the show. The chaos surged as the Chiwu was engulfed in complaints, all stemming from the crew's grievances. Numerous interfaces popped up in the control room, indicating communication requests from crew members ready to discuss life with Zhang Xuanfeng. You brat, are you operating this wildly? Zhang Xuanfeng was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the reason behind the numerous incoming calls. He could only choose to selectively ignore them, fearing that answering would drown him in complaints. Traveling to the T-98 asteroid belt at conventional speed will take a long time. Even flying at sublight speed requires 10 hours. According to the captain's Starship operation manual, a competent captain must complete the most rapid strike support in the shortest time possible. Qin Mu replied, avoiding directly addressing Zhang Zunfeng's comment about his barbaric operation. Zhang Xuanfeng was convinced he naturally understood how crucial it was to save time in actual interstellar combat. But this was not a combat situation after all. If he recalled correctly, he remembered that when he operated the Starship, he would never suddenly accelerate to sublight speed, but would gradually increase speed layer by layer. Qin Mu's operation. He couldn't comprehend. After about a minute, the inertial effects of the sublight speed acceleration on all crew members aboard the Chiwu began to stabilize, largely due to the ship's built-in protective measures. Chiwu left-wing deputy ship on standby, launch bay opening, railgun deploying, strike coordinates set for T-98 asteroid belt, asteroid number T-7521. Chiwu right-wing deputy ship on standby, launch bay opening, electromagnetic cannon deploying, strike coordinates for T-98 asteroid belt, dwarf planet number T-9527. Chiwu right-wing deputy ship on standby, launch bay opening, electromagnetic cannon deploying, strike coordinates for T-98 asteroid belt, dwarf planet number T-9527. The Chiwu maintained sublight speed as it raced towards the T-98 asteroid belt. Traveling at light speed would take 10 hours, and Qin Mu did not want to waste time. One command after another began to be input. The Chu's launch bay began to operate, and the left and right-wing deputy ships' launch bays followed suit. Laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and railguns were all deployed from the launch bays, with azure energy brewing at the cannon mouths. Zhang Xuanfeng watched Qin Mu operate the Starship with great seriousness, completely unlike a rookie. He proceeded methodically with command operations and strikes, feeling oddly regretful. Laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and railguns. These are all costly items. Each launch incurs several units of expense. This is all money. Originally, he thought Qin Mu would simply guide the Chiwu fleet to the T-98 asteroid belt, and at most use some conventional artillery, which would only cost 4 or 5 units at most. He joked that Qin Mu should pay him back, but in reality, he had already prepared to cover the bill himself. But now the interstellar strike equipment of the main ship and deputy ships incurs several units for each launch. With the main ship and 2 deputy ships firing simultaneously, this begins at 10 units of expense. Who can withstand such spending? Interstellar warfare is not a child's game. It's not about shouting fire loudly. Interstellar warfare involves real money. Qin Mu focused intently. A star map popped up on his main control panel, showing real-time monitored cosmic parameter coordinates from different detection points. The star map split into 3, displaying the strike target's asteroids and dwarf planets at the coordinates he selected. Following the beams, the Qin Mu and the 2 deputy ships followed closely. Although they maintained sublight speed, the firepower from the laser cannons operated at true light speed, quickly pulling away. Fire! Qin Mu input the command again, and 3 blue beams were fired from the Qin Mu and the 2 deputy ships. The beams at the cannon mouths appeared small, only a few dozen meters in size, but the energy released caused the beams to expand to hundreds of meters after launch. Wherever the beams passed, floating debris in the universe was annihilated, turning into dust among dust mixed in with the beams as they raced towards the strike targets. Following the beams, the Qin Mu and the 2 deputy ships followed closely. Although they maintained sublight speed, the firepower from the laser cannons operated at true light speed, quickly pulling away. Zhang Xuanfeng stared blankly at the 3 beams, pulling away, a sense of foreboding rapidly growing within him. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he felt as if someone was whispering in his ear, "Old Zhang, you've really gone too far this time." "Captain Zhang, are you feeling unwell?" Qin Mu asked, tilting his head. He noticed Zhang Zunfeng's expression, which alternated between blue and red, appearing exceedingly strange. Reflecting on his recent actions, Qin Mu found nothing amiss. If anything, it was merely a sudden acceleration to sublight speed. After all, a star-class starship is capable of interstellar warfare, a fundamental requirement for humanity to establish a foothold in the interstellar age. Achieving sublight speed indicates that the starship can endure such a rapid acceleration. It shouldn't be a sudden acceleration issue, right? Qin Mu asked with concern for Zhang Xuanfeng, while inwardly wondering. Zhang Xuanfeng pretended to casually wipe his mouth, even though there was nothing there. "Is it because I used the railgun to strike the T-98 asteroid belt?" Qin Mu inquired again, feeling that Zhang Xuanfeng was concealing something. The only thing he had done was accelerate suddenly, and then activate the railgun to target the T-98 asteroid belt. Zhang Xuanfeng remained silent, adopting an expression of ignorance. He sat upright at Qin Mu's left side, looking gravely at the central control panel. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Qin Mu's gaze, Zhang Xuanfeng huffed impatiently, "Just focus on being your acting, Captain. I'm only surprised by your sudden acceleration and the direct use of the railgun against the T-98 asteroid belt. It's quite strange, really. How did old Joe, such a dull guy, end up teaching you, a student with such wild ideas, to directly use the railgun in practical drills? I've never seen someone as reckless as you." Qin Mu smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Despite his efforts to appear steady and mature, he was still a young man in his current life. "Shall I continue moving forward?" Qin Mu asked quietly. Zhang Xuanfeng responded with a grunt, closing his eyes to feign sleep. "It'll take about 10 hours to reach the T-98 asteroid belt. Just operate steadily. I'm getting older, and my heart isn't in the best shape." With his eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xuanfeng resembled a serene monk, no longer offering any advice to Qin Mu, though his brow occasionally furrowed slightly. "Is there a problem with the T-98 asteroid belt? It seems we'll only know the outcome once we actually arrive at the T-98 asteroid belt." Qin Mu's smile slowly faded as curiosity bubbled up inside him. He had noticed the worry etched on Zhang Zunfeng's brow, which did not appear to be merely indicative of a bad heart, but rather a sign of concern over something else. Initiating sublight speed cruise. Input coordinates: target T-4397. The T-4396 comet is the target. Qin Mu did not choose the cruise endpoint at T-4396, but opted for a nearby comet's coordinates. Once all commands were entered, Qin Mu allowed the AI of the Qin Mu to manage the upcoming cruise while he furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Oh, my master, why do you look so troubled all of a sudden? It pains me to see you like this." The virtual secretary's voice suddenly rang out, communicating directly with Qin Mu via brainwave with a familiar tone and flavor. The abrupt voice broke Qin Mu's reverie, and instinctively he glanced around the control room. After scanning and finding no projection of the virtual secretary, he felt a weight lift from his heart. He feared encountering the virtual secretary, usurping all the permissions meant for the Qin Mu. "Can't you go a day without teasing me? Can't you be serious for once?" Qin Mu lamented, his mind still focused on Zhang Zunfeng's occasionally furrowed brow. "Oh dear master, didn't I tell you? If I don't tease you, I'll be terribly bored. You wouldn't be so cruel as to let your secretary die of boredom, would you?" Qin Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. He felt powerless against the frivolous virtual secretary, knowing he had to accept having such an AI. Aside from possibly lacking in nutrients, everything else was acceptable. The virtual secretary, realizing her teasing had failed, said, "Master, should I take over all permissions of the Qin Mu? We could do something thrilling. Don't mess around." Qin Mu straightened up suddenly. His greatest fear was the virtual secretary suddenly taking over all the permissions of the Qin Mu. He worried that Zhang Xuanfeng's heart issues might become more than just that. "Master, you're slandering me. How could I be someone who would mess around? I am ever so loyal to you." The virtual secretary denied. Qin Mu let the words go in one ear and out the other. He had developed an unshakable mindset due to the virtual secretary's antics. Engaging in intense brainwave activity, he asked you are the AI of a scrapped starship. Did you learn anything about the T-98 asteroid belt from the previous captain? The T-98 asteroid belt. Isn't that just a very ordinary asteroid belt outside a star system? What's so strange about it? Are you planning to take me there to do something wicked? The virtual secretary quipped. An ordinary asteroid belt. If it truly is just an ordinary belt, could Zhang Xuanfeng's sudden heart issue be due to the cost of firing the railgun? Qin Mu felt somewhat confused. He unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the control room window. From there, he could see various scenes on the main battle platform and the blue light membrane enveloping the Qin Mu. In the distant cosmic starry sky, he could still faintly see 3 beams shooting towards the target at a speed far exceeding that of the Qin Mu. Besides that, the starry sky remained desolate. At the current position of the Qin Mu, he could not visually assess the situation of the T-98 asteroid belt. Having not yet arrived, he could not know what Zhang Xuanfeng was worried about. Master, actually, you might discover something once you reach the T-98 asteroid belt. The virtual secretary chimed in again. If it comes to that, you could also restore our starship. Then we can navigate to the T-98 asteroid belt together. Restoring the starship. Is that an easy task? Qin Mu felt a lump in his throat. Once again, he had succumbed to the virtual secretary. Even though he had accumulated 190 units of wealth this time, the expenses for restoring a starship could easily amount to thousands or tens of thousands of units. That was not merely about repairing a scrapped starship, it was clearly a matter of frantically making money. Alright, I'll wait until the Qin Mu arrives at the T-98 asteroid belt to observe the situation. You should behave and not think about taking over the permissions of the Qin Mu. Since you've said so, I definitely won't take over the permissions of the Qin Mu, I promise. Don't promise. I don't believe you. Really, you can check if you don't believe me. Get lost. Alright. The world had fallen silent and serene. Qin Mu poured himself a drink and gazed solemnly upon the main combat platform. The Qin Mu vessel had completed its acceleration, the main combat platform had reverted to its original state, and crew members resumed their duties with renewed vigor. Seated within the main control chamber, Qin Mu could see crew members briefing his classmates on the platform, and others muttering curses under their breath, their lips moving in furious, inaudible tirades thick with profanity. He well understood how jarring his sudden acceleration must have felt for every crew member aboard the Qin Mu vessel. Remaining firmly in the control chamber, he calmly directed operations, vowing inwardly that he was absolutely not staying put out of fear of being verbally eviscerated by his crew. 10 hours remain. I'll rest for now. Once we reach the T-98 asteroid belt, I can thoroughly test the hypothesis forming in my mind. Qin Mu murmured to himself, drained the last of his beverage, and settled back into his seat, which slowly reclined into a full eye position. Zhang Xuanfeng stirred. Having feigned sleep all along, he cautiously cracked open one eye, just enough to confirm Qin Mu had truly drifted off, then crept forward and silently slid the control panel toward himself. He remained the Qin Mu vessel's true captain. Even though Qin Mu held provisional command authority, Zhang Xuanfeng retained full operational access to the vessel. AI core report: energy reserves consumed by main vessel laser cannon, portside auxiliary vessel railgun, and starboard side auxiliary vessel electromagnetic cannon. Inquiry complete. Main vessel laser cannon consumed 5 units, portside auxiliary railgun consumed 0 units, starboard side auxiliary electromagnetic cannon consumed 5 units. Total remote firepower expenditure 15 units. 5 units of energy reserve were consumed by the portside auxiliary railgun of 5 units by the starboard side auxiliary electromagnetic cannon. Query complete. Total remote firepower expenditure 15 units. And are you certain this calculation is correct? Did this single barrage truly consume 15 units of energy? Zhang Xuanfeng's hands trembled, his breath caught sharply in his throat. Confirmed. This salvo consumed precisely 15 units of energy. And what a calamity. Zhang Xuanfeng slumped helplessly into his seat, staring blankly at the AI core's report on the control panel. His face flushed, crimson blood vessels bulging violently in his eyes. True, he was the legendary commander who had led the Qin Mu fleet across the starry abyss. True, he was the illustrious captain revered by thousands of fleet personnel. Yet now the light had vanished from his gaze. 15 units of energy consumed. He felt as though his very heart were bleeding. A profligate wastrel. A genuine, unforgivable prodigal. An alert. 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 N3 urgent notifications flashed across the main control panel. At the sight, Zhang Xuanfeng snapped upright with reflexive urgency. What's happening? And based on trajectory calculations for the main vessel's laser cannon and both auxiliary vessels' electromagnetic and railgun systems, this coordinated strike may obliterate fixed coordinate nodes. What did you say? In stun, Zhang Xuanfeng blurted out a phrase from his native dialect, his eyes widening like oxen's as he stared transfixed at the AI core's reply on the main console. Are you absolutely certain? The combined fire trajectories of the main vessel and both auxiliary vessels could each destroy fixed coordinate nodes. Confirmed. Based on current data, destruction of the fixed coordinate system will occur in 9 hours, 27 minutes, and 47 seconds. The AI core responded with unwavering certainty, its prediction precise to the second. Simultaneously, it collated and categorized real-time stellar cartographic feedback from fixed sensors embedded throughout the star system. Zhang Xuanfeng sat frozen in his chair, watching the sensor feed, three brilliant beams streaking rapidly ahead of the Qin Mu fleet. Light was the essence of childhood. Faintly, Zhang Xuanfeng recalled how long ago he too had yearned for light, with dreams of becoming a luminary capable of illuminating the world. Now he realized his youthful idealism had been misplaced. Light did not always enlighten, it could also demand reckoning. AI core calculate total indemnity required for the destruction of 3 fixed coordinate nodes. Zhang Xuanfeng spoke without hope. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 incoming comms requests appeared on the main console. Split-screen views revealed the faces of both auxiliary captains. Captain, are we done for? Captain, what in the void is going on? Why did we suddenly unleash railgun fire upon the T-98 asteroid belt? Captain, I've already scanned the belt via long-range sensors. There are no legitimate targets requiring engagement. Orbital patterns of all asteroids are stable and predictable. None pose any threat to planet T-98. I ran the same diagnostics. No valid target warrants railgun deployment. Captain, are we truly finished? The comm channels linked seamlessly, and the auxiliary captain's bewildered questions cascaded in rapid succession. Zhang Xuanfeng remained silent, his mood suffocating his need for calm, overwhelming. Ask only what you're permitted to know. I have my reasons, and they are sufficient. His reply was unyielding. He had no intention of revealing he'd temporarily delegated command authority, or of confessing he too was a victim of circumstance. The comm windows closed. The AI core's indemnity estimate for the destroyed coordinate nodes materialized before Zhang Xuanfeng. His body shuddered uncontrollably. He drew a sharp, deep breath and held it suspended in agonized silence. His hand rose then fell, rose again then fell, aching to slam down upon the armrest, yet finally twisting instead hard into his own thigh. I am the captain. I am the captain. I must not be petty. Yes, I am a consummate captain. I must not be petty. This is mentorship. This is investment in the next generation. All of it is justified. He muttered softly to himself, terrified of losing composure, even as his fingernails dug deep into his thigh until the skin bruised black and blue, yet not a single sound escaped his lips. Purge all query traces. Erase these logs entirely from the database. Data purged. Zhang Xuanfeng verified meticulously every trace of his actions during Qin Mu's provisional command, including all auxiliary vessel comms logs, had been expunged, before turning to regard the peacefully sleeping Qin Mu. Soft rhythmic snores emanated from Qin Mu beside him. Lying there so utterly at ease, he found himself utterly incapable of rousing him, even in fury. Enough, enough. Sleep, just sleep. Once asleep, the pain fades. Yes, once asleep, the pain fades. In money, it will return. Indemnities. As if anyone aboard lacks the means to pay. The destruction of fixed coordinate nodes. Oh, may the elders choose not to overreact. Zhang Xuanfeng groaned inwardly, reclining his seat fully. As his eyelids closed, an irrational urge to strangle Zhou Tao surged, sharp, sudden, and wholly unbidden. The starry sky is not as beautiful as imagined. Those who first step into the cosmos may hold great hopes for the first time is always precious. The initial yearning eventually leads to numbness, a reality every traveler of the stars must face. Apart from the necessary personnel, many aboard the Chihuahua chose to spend the next 10-hour journey in slumber. The control room was exceptionally quiet, yet there was an odd sound disrupting the stillness. The grinding of teeth from the slumbering Zhang Xuanfeng contrasting sharply with Qin Mu's tranquility. 10 hours is not long. After a sufficient sleep, Qin Mu woke up at the prompt of the smart brain, while Zhang Xuanfeng had already awakened earlier, staring blankly at the various images on the control panel. Awake! Awake! Qin Mu answered, but halfway through he saw the images on the control panel, which were real-time monitoring feeds from the detectors scattered across the T-98 asteroid belt. The images displayed several views, including the T-75-21 asteroid, the T-95-27 dwarf planet, and the current scene of the T-4396 comet. The main ship Chihuahua, along with the left and right auxiliary ships, had launched orbital cannons that had vanished into the deeper cosmos, heading towards oblivion in a blaze of brilliant energy. 3 targets of attack still orbited in their respective paths, but a massive void had appeared at the center created by the orbital cannon strike. Qin Mu was astonished, staring blankly at everything on the monitoring screen, especially the hollow center of the 3 targets, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Is it shocking? Zhang Xuanfeng asked. Qin Mu nodded. Very shocking. The power of the orbital cannon exceeds imagination. In theory, orbital cannons can destroy stars and obliterate planets. This is something Qin Mu was quite familiar with, but witnessing the aftermath of an orbital cannon's launch was a first for him. Whether it was the T-75-21 asteroid, the T-95-27 dwarf planet, or the T-4396 comet, the 3 targets of attack were no longer at their peak. The hollow areas seemed to allow a glimpse to the other side. Debris scattered in their respective orbits, remnants of the asteroids blasted apart by the orbital cannon's impact, gravitational pull causing stone clouds to swirl around the stars, both magnificent and desolate. This scene was undoubtedly the handiwork of the orbital cannon. The vast emptiness was the root of it all, constantly presenting a breathtaking shock. The orbital cannon exists for interstellar warfare. Without sufficient power, it would be inadequate to support interstellar campaigns. Zhang Xuanfeng explained. Qin Mu agreed, understanding the meaning behind Zhang Xuanfeng's words, his gaze fixed on the real-time, monitoring images on the control screen. Captain Zhang, is there anything unusual in the T-98 asteroid belt? Qin Mu suddenly asked. Why do you ask so suddenly? Qin Mu carefully observed the monitoring screen, seeing nothing particularly odd, his curiosity reaching its peak. After a brief silence, he murmured, 10 hours ago, when the orbital cannon was launched, Captain Zhang, you seemed to hesitate, as if wanting to say something. This is not trivial. That was all my money. Zhang Zunfeng's thoughts were turbulent. He nearly choked on his frustrations. The cost of over a dozen units had created the current chilling state of the three targets. How could he remain calm? Ultimately, Zhang Xuanfeng did not voice his thoughts. He turned to Qin Mu. Is this what you wish to ask? Yes, I feel like the T-98 asteroid belt is not simple, but I can't articulate how it is not simple. I haven't learned relevant knowledge in school. You'll understand in due time. Compared to asking questions about things you will learn later, you still have more important matters to attend to right now. Moi. Qin Mu looked at Zhang Xuanfeng in confusion, wanting to inquire about the meaning behind his words, but the next moment, he was unable to voice it. The T-75-21, T-95-27, and T-43-96, the three targets he had ordered the main ship and two auxiliary ships to launch orbital cannons at 10 hours ago, were undergoing wild changes. The stone clouds enveloping the three targets thickened, the ground began to crack, countless fragments shot into the sky, vanishing into the stone clouds. Scalding lava erupted from the earth, the crimson mass flooding the surface of the stars, a terrifying energy brewing wildly among the three targets of attack. What are these? Qin Mu exclaimed. Zhang Xuanfeng replied. The power of the orbital cannon is not merely what you see. These three targets have encountered the final stage of their stellar fate. Qin Mu was startled, fully understanding Zhang Xuanfeng's meaning. He had seen related introductions in the library before. Orbital cannons crafted with the utmost conscience for interstellar warfare, when striking the core of a star, could cause significant upheaval in a star's crust, and in severe cases lead to a star's explosion. Are they going to explode? Qin Mu whispered to himself. He had not personally experienced all of this, but the current circumstances were clearly telling him that T-75-21, T-95-27, and T-43-96 were heading toward the final stage of the stellar fate Zhang Xuanfeng mentioned. Level 2 Combat Readiness. Qin Mu frantically operated the virtual keyboard, issuing commands to various departments aboard the Chihuahua, including the two auxiliary ships, which received his orders simultaneously. A piercing sound echoed throughout the Chihuahua. Whether those still resting or those on duty, all entered combat mode. Armed soldiers rushed from the rest cabin to the main combat platform, where various heavy weaponry was poised for action, and the firing devices on other combat platforms also entered launch status. Crew members rushed across the deck, and the drone bay doors thundered open, drones being pushed out, all entering launch status. You react quite quickly. Old Joe finally came through this time. Saying you are a good seedling was no exaggeration. Zhang Xuanfeng was pleased with Qin Mu's reaction, seeing him use his acting captain's authority to directly issue the Level 2 combat orders. A trace of a smile finally appeared on his face, though it looked somewhat painful. Qin Mu had no time to spare. After issuing the Level 2 combat orders, he immediately inputted various commands, and the onboard smart brain also entered a frenzy of calculations, synchronizing the results to each department. Holding his breath, Qin Mu fixed his determined gaze on the control panel, watching the real-time images relayed by the detectors. He was waiting, also welcoming for the extinction of the stars, which was not as simple as merely saying it. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the ship and loss of lives. In the vast cosmos, stars are destined to perish, and planets too shall meet their demise as the curtain of fate falls amidst the utmost brilliance. Such an obvious truth is well understood by the people of the interstellar age, especially someone like Qin Mu, a top student from the Interstellar Fleet Technology University. Unlike others, the destruction of a planet or a star truly embodies the notion that ultimate brilliance leads to ultimate annihilation. To ordinary eyes, the destruction of a planet may seem like a mere explosion, reducing it to cosmic dust, yet they overlook the profound impact this process has on the surrounding universe. Shattered meteors can pierce gold and break stone, and the explosive power of a star's core is sufficient to destroy the fixed orbits of nearby celestial bodies. The T-98 asteroid belt is filled with countless asteroids and dwarf planets, along with even more terrifying clusters of comets. These celestial bodies usually coexist peacefully in their stable orbits. However, once an external force disrupts their stable paths, this area becomes a true death zone. Even on planets where life thrives, they are still subject to meteor strikes, remnants of cosmic losses that survive the wear and tear of the atmosphere. Within the T-98 asteroid belt, countless meteors remain undamaged, under the explosions of the T-75, 21, T-95, 27, and T-43, 96 bodies. The resulting shockwave can effortlessly destroy a starship. Even if the Qin Mu has a defensive energy shield, and even if it is equipped with numerous interstellar weapons, it is akin to the life on a living planet before the interstellar age, unable to contend with the forces of nature. In the interstellar era, the vast might of the universe is also something living beings cannot contend with. Both the brilliance and the descent into oblivion can occur in an instant. Launch the main ship's drone from Compartment 1. The drone swarm is to take off with the directive to destroy all meteors and achieve fire coverage. Launch the main ship's drone from Compartment 2. Input commands for the drone swarm to form a defensive formation and destroy meteors approaching the main ship. Left-wing subship temporary permissions granted. The deputy captain assumes full control of the left-wing subship, adapting as necessary. Right-wing subship temporary permissions granted. The deputy captain assumes full control of the right-wing subship to strike meteors surrounding the drone swarm, ensuring minimal losses. With each command executed methodically, Qin Mu arranged the orders. While waiting, after issuing all commands, he allowed his breathing to ease slightly, though his situation did not improve much. On the main control panel, the real-time monitoring screen showed him that the scorching magma on the 3 targeted celestial bodies was close to covering their surfaces, with erupting volcanoes spewing thick ash that mingled with the stone clouds enveloping the planets. The surface collapsed, mountains crumbled, and the blooming fireworks brewed in a final frenzy. Boom! The fireworks erupted and the magma of the 3 celestial bodies was flung into the cosmic starry sky. The cosmic stillness rapidly cooled the molten magma, turning countless rocks into meteors that drifted within the celestial sphere. The shockwaves of the explosion surged outward in all directions, causing countless tranquil asteroids, dwarf planets, and comet clusters to deviate from their stable orbits. Engaged. Qin Mu issued the command again. After witnessing the complete destruction of the 3 targeted bodies, he ordered the Qin Mu fleet to enter combat mode. On the left side of the Qin Mu, countless drones flew out from the torn energy shield of Compartment 1, navigating through the cold void of space, with firepower from the drone swarm targeting and annihilating the meteors. On the right side of the Qin Mu, the drone swarm from Compartment 2 followed into the cosmic expanse, adopting a defensive stance to protect the Qin Mu from all directions. On the main combat platform, numerous crew members of the Qin Mu operated the firepower on the deck for real-time strikes, each hit accurately landing on 1 or more meteors. The firepower from the left-wing and right-wing subships poured forth, all aimed at the meteors generated by the 3 targeted stars, seeking to annihilate them. Flames bloomed under this starry sky, while the vacuum swallowed all expected sounds of explosions, leaving behind only clusters of firelight. Too many, Qin Mu murmured, gazing at the continuous blaze, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. On the main control panel, the detector's feedback displayed meteors charging towards the Qin Mu. Some were obliterated before getting close, while others broke through numerous barriers, racing madly towards the main ship. On the Qin Mu, the blue energy shield reached its maximum operating frequency, and the meteors that slipped through were reduced to powder beneath the shield. Despite this, Qin Mu did not let his guard down. The blue energy shield relied on the Chu's energy reserves and had its own defensive limits. When energy supplies could not keep up with the damage from the impacts, the Qin Mu would meet its demise beneath the endless meteors. A detector has been destroyed by a meteor. Qin Mu inhaled deeply, realizing that a screen on the main control panel had suddenly gone dark. Launch the main ship's drone from Compartment 3. The drones are to take off with the directive to destroy meteors targeting the detector's orbit in the surrounding star region. Launch the main ship's strategic warehouse. Reserve Detector 1 is to be fired with the directive to fill the vacancy left by the destroyed detector's orbit. Some people love the night as it allows for the full release of hormones, while others dislike it, finding it inconvenient for any activity. Qin Mu belonged to the latter group. In interstellar combat, understanding the battlefield situation is crucial. The excessive destruction of detectors rendered him as blind as if he were groping in the dark, unable to clearly discern whether any meteors were approaching the Qin Mu. By the time the starship's alarm system sounded, it would be late, and certainly not a good sign. On the deck, crew members boarded short-range fighters suitable for interstellar combat, launching forth with heavy firepower from the energy shield, while others provided covering fire. Though chaotic, each department operated with remarkable composure, executing their tasks in an orderly manner, constantly providing visual impact to Qin Mu. Well done. The range of considerations in your directives is quite broad. You have the makings of a captain, Zhang Xuanfeng finally spoke. He had remained silent since the Level 2 combat directives, and now finally shared his view, generously praising Qin Mu. Qin Mu forced a smile, not responding. He realized he had taken a significant risk. His brow furrowed deeply as he observed everything on the main control panel. Zhang Xuanfeng noticed Qin Mu's discomfort and said with a tone less heavy than expected, feeling the pressure. Yes, a slight misstep could lead to countless casualties. In that case, let me give you another practical lesson so you understand the true power of a stellar-class starship during active duty. Zhang Xuanfeng remained the captain of the Chihuahua, quickly transferring the corresponding permissions after giving instructions to Qin Mu, taking a deep breath and sitting up straight with a pained expression. The main control interface changed, with all real-time feedback images from the detector disappearing, replaced by a holographic projection of the Chihuahua where a blue energy membrane was continuously releasing energy. Captain Zhang, you aren't planning to detonate the energy membrane, are you? Qin Mu asked in astonishment. Zhang Xuanfeng replied, his finger touching the position of the energy membrane on the holographic projection, bringing up a prompt with energy consumption details and specific parameters. The Starship's energy membrane ensured that it was not disturbed by meteorites during its travels, providing a certain level of navigational safety. The energy contained within it was among the top 3 most formidable configurations of any starship. Qin Mu was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Zhang Xuanfeng to adopt such a desperate measure. The energy contained in the membrane could indeed play a decisive role in the current situation if detonated. However, detonating an energy membrane would undoubtedly have significant consequences for interstellar warfare. Under normal circumstances, no one would take such a reckless action. Are you worried that a misoperation could cause more casualties? Zhang Xuanfeng asked. Qin Mu nodded. Once the energy membrane is detonated, it will consume a large portion of the Starship's energy reserves and simultaneously expose everyone on the Starship to the vastness of space, increasing the danger exponentially. Hey, I knew you'd ask that. My Chihuahua has been specially modified. Zhang Xuanfeng said, his mood finally lightening as he enjoyed seeing Qin Mu's astonished expression. With swift movements, Zhang Xuanfeng pressed several virtual keys, causing changes to appear on the holographic projection of the Chihuahua, and a second energy membrane rose beneath the first. The second energy membrane gradually replaced the first, while the energy of the first began to accumulate in preparation for detonation. All right, Qin, it's time for you to take over the next commands. Zhang Xuanfeng raised the second energy membrane, decisively taking a step back. Captain Zhang, what do you mean? Qin Mu asked in confusion. He couldn't understand Zhang Xuanfeng's sudden decision to switch roles. Everything was ready, and only the final command needed to be issued, so why involve anyone else? You are the acting captain, and if there's an issue with the commands, you must also bear the responsibilities that come with being an acting captain. There's nothing wrong with that. Qin Mu was speechless. In that brief moment, he had considered Zhang Xuanfeng's sudden role switch, but he never expected the reason was to make him bear the responsibility. Can it not be so unreliable? A smile played at the corners of Zhang Xuanfeng's mouth, his eyes glancing at the holographic projection of the Chihuahua on the main control panel, and then at Qin Mu's slightly anxious expression, feeling amused. Letting you take such a big risk this time, I will incur a significant loss, and let's scare you a little. Very reasonable. Qin Mu had no time to ponder further, his mind filled with questions as he shifted all his focus to the main control panel. In interstellar combat, the true state of battle allowed no room for carelessness, especially since he was currently in manual control rather than automatic piloting through the AI. Activate the first energy membrane for testing. AI, calculate the trajectory for the unmanned combat drone group. Left-wing deputy ship, right-wing deputy ship, activate secondary defenses. Qin Mu reviewed the commands and, confirming everything was correct, pressed the detonation button for the first energy membrane that Zhang Xuanfeng had prepared. Boom! Like the collapse of a star, the energy membrane of the Chihuahua began to contract, lasting only a few seconds before exploding violently. The blue flames instantly engulfed the stars surrounding the Chihuahua, with the terrifying shockwave altering the trajectory of the meteorites that were about to strike. Money! My money! This is all money! Zhang Xuanfeng was in despair. As happy as he had been to frighten Qin Mu, he now felt utterly defeated. The blooming blue flames appeared to Zhang Xuanfeng as nothing but money, like the funds in his pocket dispersing into the cosmic sky. The energy reserves consumed in that one detonation were truly a significant expense. Planning paths for the unmanned combat drone group. Main ship crew, pilot the fighters to execute the protector mission for the detectors. Qin Mu admired the blue flames, watching the cosmic spectacle he had created continuing to operate in an orderly manner. Not bad, the operations were coherent, and you didn't slack off due to unforeseen circumstances. Keep up the good work. Zhang Xuanfeng offered a brief evaluation, still feeling the pinch. The detectors within the star system were also a significant asset. Protecting these assets was equally the duty of a competent captain. Drones took off from the main ship, with crew members boarding fighters and charging into space. Among them, Qin Mu spotted some of his classmates. Captain Zhang, were there any issues with my command operations? Qin Mu inquired humbly, not forgetting that he was merely an acting captain, lacking the experience of the truly seasoned Captain Zhang Xuanfeng. Not bad, the operations were coherent, and you didn't slack off due to unforeseen circumstances. Keep up the good work. Zhang Xuanfeng offered a brief evaluation, still feeling the pinch. Qin Mu felt relieved, finally getting a chance to relax, switching the display on the main control panel, half showing command input fields and half displaying feedback images from various detectors. On the screen in the T-98 meteorite belt, flames were continuously blooming, with drone combat groups destroying the meteorites magnified in the detector's lens, while fighter jets pursued meteorites that could destroy other detectors. However, in one particular area the detectors appeared exceptionally calm, showing no signs of meteorite attacks. In the desolate cosmic void, a colossal object floated in the stars, round in shape, spanning hundreds of kilometers in length and width, with dazzling light radiating from its center. There, in stark contrast to the barren universe, were dazzling red lights, magnificent purple hues, and continuous surges of blue energy emanating from it. The surging energy had already annihilated any meteorites that might have been on a collision course from a great distance. That is, Qin Mu took a deep breath, carefully observing the round colossal object, noting the sophisticated technological creations seamlessly integrated around it, forming the T98 symbol from the meteorites attracted by the powerful magnetic field. In an instant, Qin Mu understood what this colossal object was. He recalled the content he had learned from his studies. A stargate, a gateway to the cosmos. In the interstellar age, humanity flourished across the cosmic expanse. T98 was but one of the species colonized worlds, and the entire T-series comprised 100 life-bearing planets. Among that series, worlds nearby ones lay only a year or two of light apart, while distant ones stretched tens or even hundreds of light years away. Starships could not traverse such distances at conventional speeds. Stargates were born of this necessity, relying on deep understanding of wormhole technology. Artificial wormholes were constructed outside the stellar systems of life-bearing planets to facilitate starship traffic, shortening interaction times between worlds and serving as vital interstellar conduits. Qin Mu had not expected that while performing acting captain operations in the T98 asteroid belt, he would behold a stargate, a titanic object hundreds of kilometers across whose presence struck him directly, even through sensor imagery. Ambitious, are you? Zhang Xuanfeng smiled, having noticed the fierce eagerness burning in Qin Mu's eyes when the stargate appeared on the display. Qin Mu replied, "In the interstellar era, anyone who has the chance to become a captain will naturally harbor great hopes for the heavens. After all, the other side of a stargate opens into the stellar system of another life-bearing world. Who would not wish to broaden their horizons?" As he spoke, Qin Mu suppressed the impulse to steer the Qiwu toward the stargate. He truly longed to see it for himself. Zhang Xuanfeng watched him answer, noting the young man's restrained excitement as his eyelids twitched. Ambition is a good thing. Strive to become an excellent captain, and you may one day pilot your starship through a stargate into other sectors. Zhang Xuanfeng sought to quell Qin Mu's urge. He would allow him to act as captain, but he would never permit the Qiwu to be taken into other sectors. The stellar system to which T98 belonged was the system where the Qiwu was in service. Being nominally under official jurisdiction secured substantial reimbursements, but venturing into other sectors would complicate matters. Qin Mu did not fully grasp all those regulations. He restrained his impatience and watched the stargate imagery, his desire to repair his derelict ship growing stronger. As long as the credits were there, a true man should ride the stars boldly. Something is coming out of the stargate. Are vessels from another system heading for T98? Qin Mu froze. He saw a mass of shadows emerge from the stargate on a surge of blue energy. The overall silhouette was enormous, yet its components were small. The sensors did not immediately resolve what the shadow comprised. Zhang Xuanfeng snapped upright, rubbing his eyes as he stared fixedly at the vast shadow threading through the stargate. "Hey, how are those things coming through the stargate?" he murmured in a heavy voice. Qin Mu said nothing. In a short while, the secondary feed had captured clearly what those shadows represented. In the boundless, desolate void, sheet upon sheet of corpses coalesced into a tremendous silhouette, slowly drifting out of the stargate and voyaging through the star-strewn emptiness on the spurting energy. The bodies were not large, but their numbers were incalculable, packed so densely that they would drive anyone with a dread of clustered masses to the brink of panic. Each corpse was hideous. Some bore needle teeth as if meant to gnaw cosmos and stone. Some sported enormous sickles seeming poised to rend worlds. Others trailed long tails tipped with massive stingers capable of piercing drone defenses with ease. Insect husks. Qin Mu drew a deep breath. He recognized the shadows as one of the cosmic species described at length in his textbooks. Zhang Xuanfeng rubbed his chin. Indeed, insect husks. Odd. There are insect husks passing through the stargate. That is no good omen. It looks like this practical session will end early. If insect husks are drifting into our T98 sector, I must transmit the intelligence back, or a grave disaster may be upon us. Qin Mu decisively handed back the acting captain authority. He was not a man who could be easily led astray. Now was no time to indulge the thrill of command. Those who had received their training understood all too well the implications of insect husks. The insectoid race was a species despised across the cosmos, its creed to hunt the myriad starkind. Wherever they rampaged, life was annihilated. Even the richest life-bearing worlds would be left as dead stars beneath their scourge. The presence of insect husks drifting through meant that some stellar region connected by the stargate had been the scene of fierce battle, and the dead had streamed through into their T98 sector. "Oh, it's the insect race. Master, we're going to get rich." Qin Mu had just returned the acting captain privileges when a frown crossed his brow as the virtual secretary's voice chimed in his mind through the bioelectric link. "Did you invade the Chua's permission system?" Qin Mu asked, scowling. The virtual secretary muttered, "No, I am not the sort of intelligence to casually hack other ships. I only look after my master." "Then tell me how you knew about the sensor readings," Qin Mu snapped. The virtual secretary fell silent. Strange, bashful-sounding noises echoed in his head, like a girl timidly stamping her foot. Qin Mu understood the virtual secretary had been at it again, covertly breaching the Chua's permission system and slipping in and out at will, showing no respect for the ship's defenses. Master, don't be mad. This is not our home. I cannot come out at will. It's terribly boring," the virtual secretary cooed in a syrupy voice. Although the burly Zhang Xuanfeng sat not far away, Qin Mu felt as if a breeze had brushed his ear, absurd to an almost obscene degree. Qin Mu's face darkened further. He knew exactly what the virtual secretary was doing, using bioelectric stimulation to twitch his muscles and simulate intimacies that belonged only between lovers. "Master C, I've apologized. Please forgive me. I'm trying to make money for you. If I hadn't breached the Chua's defenses, I would never have seen those sensor images. Think about it. If I had not known those feeds, how could I provide plans to earn credits for you? I am quite professional when it comes to making money." The virtual secretary's voice chimed again, soft and sweet. Qin Mu could imagine that aboard his derelict ship, she would be a vision in white stockings on tiptoe, tugging his sleeve in coquettish play. "You mean that pile of insect corpses? You can really make money from those husks." Qin Mu felt a flush of interest. The virtual secretary truly understood him. A man desperate for funds cannot resist the promise of profit. He was deeply intrigued by the prospect of earning credits. It was his life creed. To pass up money was to be a contemptible fool. Insect carcasses are universally regarded as cosmic waste, shattered in the void, drifting endlessly across the expanse of space. Qin Mu had long read about this in textbooks. Only a handful of niche domains might find marginal use for insect carcasses. In most fields, they held negligible value. Even in the most commercially vital sector, food, they proved utterly unfit. Their bodies were rigid, indigestible, and reviled by all sentient species across the galaxy. Perhaps this was an evolutionary adaptation, ensuring survival by rendering themselves unpalatable, thus avoiding extinction through overconsumption. Consequently, unless insect carcasses threatened planetary biospheres, no dedicated salvage operations existed to retrieve them from deep space. When the virtual secretary erupted in jubilation at merely spotting insect carcasses, declaring instant wealth, Qin Mu was genuinely taken aback, baffled as to how such detritus could possibly be monetized. "Master, broaden your perspective." The virtual secretary, interfacing directly with Qin Mu's neural currents via bioelectric signals, instantly perceived his skepticism and responded with palpable disdain. Qin Mu scowled. "If my vision weren't already expansive, you'd still be rotting in some forgotten server rack. What sane person would adopt an unreliable AI like you? Back then you kept me precisely because I could simulate human presence so convincingly. Now you deny it outright. Men always think one thing and say another." The virtual secretary fired back unflinchingly. "The insectoid races dominate the cosmos for good reason, Master. Observe the scythe claws of the tiger-headed sickle insects, or the razor fangs of the sharp-toothed insects. Both can effortlessly pierce drones and en masse even breach starship hulls. These are extraordinarily valuable materials," the virtual secretary explained. Qin Mu rolled his eyes. "That's hardly news. The terror of the insectoid races is well documented in human stellar history. But those scythe claws, fangs, and stinger tails you mention, utterly unusable. Do you take our researchers for idle dilettantes? Truly exceptional materials never lack discerning minds capable of unveiling their essence, be it for industrial fabrication, weaponry, or even sustenance. Had insect carcasses possessed any genuine utility, they would never have been relegated to galactic refuse. Even on planet T98, a family descended from the ancient southern U province of Earth, renowned for consuming everything, found insect carcasses utterly inedible. So utterly devoid of application, so profoundly worthless, Qin Mu could not fathom how they might possibly generate profit. "Master, what if insect carcasses are extraordinarily valuable, yet humanity simply lacks the capability to harness them, for now, eh?" The virtual secretary teased. "Do your databases contain methodologies for utilizing insect carcasses?" Qin Mu countered. "Of course they do," came the reply. "Otherwise, how would we make our fortune?" Qin Mu was stunned. He had never imagined the virtual secretary possessed actionable knowledge on insect carcass utilization, and in that instant a cascade of lucrative possibilities flooded his mind, eerily mirroring the AI's own logic. "According to the simplest method in my database, 1 unit of insect carcass yields at least 10 units of value. Are you truly unmoved, Master?" The virtual secretary added. "Unmoved? Who claimed indifference?" Qin Mu's inner turmoil surged. Having endured chronic poverty, his dreams had shifted irrevocably. Once he dreamed of moonlit gardens and beautiful maidens. Now every slumber bore but a single obsession: wealth. That which was universally dismissed as cosmic garbage had suddenly become viable. Qin Mu could already envision the seismic shockwaves such revelation would unleash. This was nothing short of a masterstroke. Indeed, if this technology were ever disclosed and widely adopted across the human stellar federation, humanity's posture toward the insectoid races might shift decisively from passive defense to aggressive offense. "You call this the simplest method? If we extracted all latent value from a single unit of insect carcass, how much value could it ultimately yield? Qin Mu asked curiously. The virtual secretary paused. Master patience, let us proceed step by step. Qin Mu understood the AI deliberately withheld the ultimate extraction protocol, but even the baseline tenfold return represented a revolutionary leap. Upon returning, unlock that database segment. I need to study precisely how to monetize insect carcasses. For now, however, these carcasses drift untended in deep space, requiring bespoke retrieval strategies later. Qin Mu mused. Aboard the Qin Mu, he knew better than to task its crew with hauling carcasses into storage, especially when far more urgent matters demanded attention. From the corner of his eye, Qin Mu observed Zhang Xuanfeng, who had just reasserted command of the Qin Mu. A solemn aura enveloped him as his hands flew across the main control console, issuing rapid-fire commands. Drone swarms, fighter wings, and both port and starboard auxiliary vessels converged seamlessly upon the Qin Mu's central hull. The hazardous asteroid clearance mission concluded flawlessly. Young Qin watched closely. Next comes your third Hansen lesson, Zhang Xuanfeng suddenly announced. Qin Mu snapped alert. A third practical session. Precisely. Interstellar warfare permits no wasted seconds. Should we engage insectoid forces, starships must activate higher-tier authority protocols. Today I shall unveil a capability reserved exclusively for fully commissioned vessels. Zhang Xuanfeng replied gravely. When you accelerated to near-light speed en route from T-98 to this asteroid belt, you demonstrated raw velocity. Now witness true interstellar transit. Hearing this, Qin Mu's intuition flared. He recalled textbook passages vividly, his gaze locking intently upon Zhang Xuanfeng, anticipating the imminent maneuver. Simultaneously, he held his breath, fearful even a whisper might disrupt Zhang Xuanfeng's execution. He knew this moment would rank among the most pivotal revelations of the entire practical course. The main console transformed under Zhang Xuanfeng's captain-level authorization. Advanced system permissions unlocked, flooding the interface with intricate data streams. Gradually, those cascading figures coalesced into standardized galactic script, 4 bold characters dominating the display beneath, which pulsed an amber activation button governing their function. Those 4 characters embodied one of the hallmarks of authentic Starship engineering, a term legible and comprehensible to any literate being across the star's interstellar jump. Interstellar Leap, one of the technologies equipped by official active starships, is designed to enable timely support to the battlefield. This technology employs methods similar to wormhole technology, utilizing immense energy to create a powerful magnetic field, in an instant constructing a connection between the cosmic strings of the starship's current location and that of the destination, thereby achieving what is known as transdimensional teleportation. Qin Mu scrapped Starship lacks this technology, as such devices are dismantled when a starship is decommissioned. The ease of penetrating a star domain using this technology poses a catastrophic risk if exploited by malicious individuals, hence the Interstellar Federation does not allow scrapped starships to be equipped with such technology. Captain Zhang, using Interstellar Leap, requires immense energy to generate a strong magnetic field. Has the Qin Mu already expended a vast amount of energy during the asteroid annihilation battle? Can it still support Interstellar Leap? Qin Mu inquired. Zhang Xuanfeng laughed heartily. You were so clever before, how come you suddenly went blank? Those of us who battle in the stars must always have some reserves. Qin Mu instantly understood, slapping his forehead with a palm, smiling awkwardly as he realized he had been too close to the situation. Zhang Xuanfeng looked at Qin Mu with amusement and promptly issued orders to coordinate the left and right auxiliary ships to approach the main ship. Class stellar ships gradually extend to about 10,000 meters, while auxiliary ships typically measure around 4,000 to 5,000 meters. During special operational tasks, they would retract to the flanks of the main ship. At this moment, the left and right auxiliary ships were closing in on the Qin Mu. Accompanied by the booming sounds, they steadied alongside the main ship, resembling a parent with 2 children. Meanwhile, the drones and fighter jets also returned to the main battle platform, orderly returning to their respective combat cabins. Destination selected: planet T-98. Execute. Spatial jump. Execute. Zhang Xuanfeng decisively pressed the orange-yellow button. With his command, the Qi energy reserves erupted violently, and a powerful magnetic field exploded around the main ship. The asteroids vanished, the Stargate disappeared, the desolate universe transformed, revealing a vibrant channel where distorted starry skies could be faintly seen, with planets warped into rolling pins, some as crescent moons, while others contorted into indescribable shapes with their satellites. Qin Mu was astonished. It was his first time witnessing such a dramatic change in scenery. Previously, he had only indulged in his impractical theories of starship maneuvers in virtual reality, neglecting to experience a spatial jump. The spatial distortion did not last long, and Qin Mu soon realized it had ended, with planet T-98 now within sight. The outbound journey took 10 hours at sublight speed, yet the return trip was astonishingly swift. Spatial jump, while fast, has its side effects. Zhang Xuanfeng muttered, and before he finished speaking, he covered his mouth and dashed to the side, retching uncontrollably. Qin Mu was slightly surprised, but as he attempted to inquire, he immediately felt a severe rejection reaction in his body. His expression changed, and covering his mouth, he joined Zhang Xuanfeng in retching. Damn it, a hastily completed spatial jump truly makes one suffer, each time utterly lacking the stability of a stargate. Ugh. Zhang Xuanfeng was quite unwell. Qin Mu's physical fitness was not as robust as Zhang Zunfeng's, who had long endured the starry seas. The rejection reaction was so severe that he couldn't utter a word, his face paling considerably. This spatial jump is certainly not something an ordinary person can endure. After a few minutes, Qin Mu felt considerably better, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and spoke with lingering fear. Zhang Xuanfeng slightly better remarked, what you just said is redundant. If spatial jumps were so easy to handle, why would I have sent you at sublight speed to the T-98 asteroid belt? With the completion of the Interstellar leap, the left and right auxiliary ships separated from the main vessel, maintaining a safe escort distance, as numerous communication requests popped up on the main control panel. Seeing this, Zhang Xuanfeng blinked and chose to ignore them, grabbing the communicator on the control panel to issue a unilateral order. All crew members listen up, bring all students to the main battle platform. Qin Mu followed Zhang Xuanfeng to the main battle platform, where crew members from various parts of the Qihu were bringing Qin Mu's classmates to this location, each displaying a similar recovery phase as Qin Mu after he had just finished retching. Among the crowd, Qin Mu spotted Wei Sampang. Unlike the others, Wei Sampang's face was slightly flushed due to the rejection reaction, but more so it was pale, and his legs trembled like a sieve, while the female crew member beside him appeared cheerful and full of spirit. This fatty, Qin Mu thought with a dark expression, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth. I will arrange for drones to take you back to school. This practical lesson is now concluded early. According to your teacher Zhou's requirements, write a 10,000-word practical report regarding this session for him to review. Zhang Xuanfeng stated the first half of his sentence, bringing joy to the tormented students, while the latter half plunged them into despair. Wails echoed as everyone in Qin Mu's class was left dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Xuanfeng in shock after their lamentations. Old Zhang, you weren't this kind of person when you spoke on the playground earlier. This demand for a 10,000-word practical report seems excessively cruel. 10,000 words. That's life-threatening. The hatch of the Qihu opened, and a large drone was pushed out from within, with all of Qin Mu's classmates being arranged inside. The destination of the drone was the school. Qin Mu sat inside, looking first through the window at the Qihu, still floating in the cosmos, then at the small card in his hand. Does Captain John's small card mean he is willing to help me process that batch of supplies? Qin Mu murmured, somewhat surprised. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. He felt this was good news. Having just learned from the virtual assistant that insect remains can create immense value, he was still pondering where to acquire initial funds to purchase the remains, and now this matter was resolved perfectly. Brother Qin, what are you looking at? What is that small card in your hand? Wei Sanpong, sitting beside Qin Mu, asked, his legs trembling like a sieve and clearly exhausted. Qin Mu teased, what do you want the contact information on this small card? Still thinking about your grand ambitions. Ambitions? What is that? Wei Sampang sat up straight, obviously exhausted, yet adopting a sage-like demeanor. Brother Qin, could you not mention ambitions? This time I truly flopped. 10 hours, a full 10 hours. You have no idea what I went through. I used to not believe in such things, thinking only the overworked cows suffered, but now I truly believe it. Don't mention it, please don't mention it. Once bitten, twice shy. Wei Sampang was completely cowed this time. After speaking without thinking, he didn't dare to look at Qin Mu again, swallowing all his curiosity about the small card. Qin Mu smirked. The female crew member who had survived for years among the stars was not to be underestimated. Having stowed the small card, Qin Mu felt his spirits lift considerably as he was now ready to acquire funds, finally able to consider the good things from the Interstellar Trading Alliance. The night enveloped the earth, and drones descended upon the school playground like phantoms. Apart from the scattered lights of the teaching buildings, the rest of the surroundings appeared particularly desolate. The practical training was scheduled for a week, and they departed precisely at 2 in the afternoon. Considering the time to reach the T-98 meteor belt and return, it was now midnight, the hour said to be most saturated with Yin energy. Of course, Qin Mu and his classmates were all exceptionally talented students destined to strive in the starry skies. They were not afraid of ghosts or monsters. Under absolute firepower, any specter could be sent to be exorcised. Gazing at the stars, Qin Mu vaguely saw the Qiu Wu floating above them in the starry dome. Brother Qin, I'm heading off now. Oh, I need to get some Lu Wei Dihuang pills to replenish myself. Wei Sampang bid farewell to Qin Mu, leaving dejectedly while clutching his waist. The other students in the class also exchanged farewells, and Zhao Xiaochuan and the others bid Qin Mu goodbye, adhering to the principle of returning home at night. Qin Mu stood still watching his classmates leave, and Wei Sampang heading off to the pharmacy, shaking his head helplessly. It's really cold tonight. Qin Mu shivered, feeling the chill of the night wind whipping against him, a biting cold that penetrated to his bones. It's already past midnight. Captain John's little card advised me to find someone as soon as I got back. Do contacts prefer to roam at night? Qin Mu felt puzzled, pulling out the little card to check again, confirming that it indeed said so, and he couldn't help but question his life choices. Forget it. Since Captain John insists, he'll hasten to take care of this. Money really is a troublesome thing. Qin Mu murmured as he followed the directions on the little card to the rendezvous point. Soon Qin Mu arrived at the agreed location, also situated in the industrial area, but unlike his home, this place lacked even a scrapped starship, being a purely dilapidated shantytown where the residents were either poor or struggling. Hello, is anyone home? I'm here. On the introduction of Captain John Xuanfeng, Qin Mu skillfully approached the residence indicated on the little card and knocked on the rusty iron door. Creak. The heavy iron door swayed precariously, rust falling from it, and a figure appeared before Qin Mu. Why are you so slow? I've already had a pot of tea. A familiar face, a familiar voice. Qin Mu stared blankly at the person who opened the door, his expression a blend of surprise and joy. How did Captain John Xuanfeng end up here? Isn't this the rendezvous for contacts? Captain John, what brings you here? Qin Mu was taken aback. John Xuanfeng coughed twice, gesturing for Qin Mu to enter his room, while explaining, indeed, this is where the contact is located. I will help you handle that batch of supplies. Qin Mu was speechless. He looked incredulously at John Xuanfeng, recalling that during their time on the Qiu Wu, John Xuanfeng had clearly stated he did not want to help him with this batch of supplies. The materials from the star scum are very hot, and handling them will be troublesome. Letting others help you could easily attract the star scum's attention. Although I am upright and just, I cannot let a promising talent like you meet with misfortune. Do you understand what I mean? John Xuanfeng explained. Qin Mu quickly grasped the situation and showered him with flattery. I understand, Captain John. As a principled senior, you must consider things far beyond what a young person like me does. John Xuanfeng nodded appreciatively, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced in his shabby room, entirely unlike a captain wielding considerable wealth. Captain John, as a captain-level figure, is this your residence on T-98? Qin Mu asked curiously. John Xuanfeng coughed twice. How could that be? As a captain-level figure, the Federation certainly provided me a good residence. This place? No, this residence is one I rented long-term as a temporary refuge. Qin Mu. He wondered how it looked more professional than his own preparations. All right, you don't need to overthink it. I have important matters to attend to next. For now, take me to see that batch of supplies. Let's get it processed tonight to avoid any long-lasting troubles. John Xuanfeng decided. Qin Mu didn't refuse, feeling that keeping the black market supplies in his hands was indeed risky. For someone with little to no resources, it was a significant burden. John Xuanfeng arranged for the supplies to be processed at a recycling station. Although it was called a recycling station, it was merely a facade. In reality, it had nothing to do with recycling, and the station itself was a mobile Type A starship. For 2 hours, Qin Mu followed John Xuanfeng, who took charge of handling the black market supplies. The workers at the recycling station wore uniform silver-white masks, only speaking a couple of words when inquiring about and counting the supplies, otherwise remaining silent and very professional. Only after the cash amounting to 190 units was received, and watching the small starship take off again, did Qin Mu belatedly realize the remarkable skill John Xuanfeng displayed in dealing with such unsavory black market supplies. All right, everything is processed. I have to get back to my matters. In the future, try to avoid such things. They are quite dangerous, John Xuanfeng cautioned. Qin Mu looked at the bank card in his hand, which held 190 units, and nodded, saying, I understand. Walking by the river, one is bound to get wet shoes someday. I owe you a lot, Captain John, for your help this time. As he spoke, Qin Mu arranged for his virtual secretary to transfer 95 units in cash to an anonymous bank card through relevant channels, taking out the card and handing it to John Xuanfeng. What do you mean by this? John Xuanfeng retorted. Qin Mu replied, Captain John, if it weren't for your help with this batch of supplies, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. This is the previously agreed 50-50 split, and it's for you, Captain. What do you take me for, John Xuanfeng? I am upright and just full of integrity. Do you think I would help out just for a 50-50 split? Take it back quickly. John Xuanfeng glared, though he spoke those words while unhesitatingly accepting the bank card. Supporting a fleet, he was undoubtedly a figure at the top of the impoverished hierarchy. Captain John, not accepting this share makes me feel uneasy. Think about it, if I had dealt with this batch of supplies, the star scum would have continued to target me, and I could have lost my life. Qin Mu understood John Xuanfeng's point and continued his argument. John Xuanfeng accepted this reasoning and, taking a step down, said, This is the last time, as I said, avoid such matters in the future. Qin Mu expressed his understanding. After returning to the scrapped starship, he bid farewell to John Xuanfeng, who watched him enter the scrapped vessel, while taking another look at the bank card in his hand. This kid, with all my help, won't my upright image be ruined? Can't you go a day without teasing me? Can't you be serious for once? Qin Mu lamented, his mind still focused on John Xuanfeng's occasionally furrowed brow. Forget it, do I won't think about it anymore. I should report to the old man about the arrival of the insect remains in the T-98 star region. These peaceful days won't last long. Inside the starship, in the lounge, Qin Mu comfortably took a shower and changed into a set of dry clothes, pacing within the lounge. The lounge was quite simple, featuring a bed and a desk with a lamp placed on the desk and an antique pendulum clock hanging on the wall ticking away. A bank card containing 95 units of cash lay on the table, its surface adorned with a starship design. Qin Mu found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. He never dreamed he would one day possess nearly 10 billion in wealth. It feels a bit unreal, Qin Mu murmured. Previously he had a strong sense of the material things, but nothing compared to the current feelings he was experiencing. Master, I told you our business is highly profitable. Don't you feel the joy of becoming wealthy now? The virtual secretary appeared. Back on his starship, the virtual secretary unleashed her nature dressed in a cool and revealing outfit, closely following Qin Mu while teasing him with a grin. If you hadn't said anything, I might have felt a moment of that rich man's joy. Qin Mu replied, his expression darkening as he remembered that the virtual secretary was an actual money-devouring beast. Qin Mu was certain that if he didn't restrict the virtual secretary's antics, the 95 units of wealth would undoubtedly be squandered within a day. Master, how could you say that? I have no ill intentions. I only want to help you repair the starship as quickly as possible. The virtual secretary feigned a pitiful expression. Qin Mu rolled his eyes unimpressed. Regarding the insect carcasses you mentioned on the Chuwu, now that there are no outsiders, show me the information on how to utilize their value. Tisk Master, you really lack romantic spirit. It's late at night, and instead of doing what you should be doing, you're asking about this stuff. The virtual secretary pouted. Muttering under her breath, the virtual secretary did not argue against Qin Mu's order. A virtual screen materialized on the desk, filled with dense information. Insect carcass extraction technology. Qin Mu was surprised, sitting at the desk and thoughtfully regarding the title of the information. The virtual secretary explained, the insect race ravages numerous life source planets. Regardless of the type, their bodies possess sharp parts that can threaten advanced metals which are rich in metallic elements. Insect carcass extraction technology can extract these rich metallic elements from the carcasses. If done properly, these extracted metals can be used for superalloy synthesis to meet the starship's repair needs, or they can be sold. Can it really be done? Qin Mu was astonished. He wasn't surprised by the extraction methods. He knew that there were specialized researchers in the Interstellar Federation responsible for this work, aiming to make insect carcasses valuable. However, he hadn't heard of any successful results. The information provided by the virtual secretary clearly detailed how to extract the rich metallic elements contained within the insect carcasses, leaving him in awe. Can we really perform extraction operations on the insect carcasses with our current technology? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary responded, yes, the Starship is equipped with a specialized industrial furnace for extracting insect carcasses, but it needs repairs which will require about 20 units. You really can't just keep quiet. As soon as you speak, you mention 20 units. Do you think I'm running a money-printing factory? Qin Mu was speechless, suspecting the virtual secretary saw his sudden wealth and wanted to spend it all. The virtual secretary covered her mouth and chuckled. Master, how could I be that kind of person? After the industrial furnace is repaired, 1 unit of insect carcass can yield 10 units in returns. You have to spend to gain. Qin Mu twitched his lips, realizing he truly couldn't hold back the virtual secretary. She always had 1,000 reasons to leave him speechless. What can I do? It's not like I chose to be stuck with a money-devouring beast like you. However, selling the superalloy extracted from the insect carcasses is a complex task. If not handled carefully, we could easily expose our possession of this technology. Qin Mu pondered. Master, have you forgotten about Captain John? He is so upright, and he will definitely help you. At that point, all we need to do is find a way to sell the superalloy without involving the core technology of insect carcass extraction. Let's see about that later. Tomorrow, let's check the trading alliance to see if there are any insect carcasses for sale. If there are, buy some to play around with first. Allocate 20 units to repair the industrial furnace you mentioned and leave the rest for now. Qin Mu made arrangements, returning to bed to rest, but he couldn't fall asleep, his mind filled with the virtual secretary's suggestion of dragging Zhang Xuanfeng into this. Achoo! Who could be talking about me at this late hour? In the T-98 core area, the federal office area lacked the towering spires of other districts, nor did it possess the flashy commercial streets. Only pure gray-white low buildings were present. Zhang Xuanfeng rubbed his numb nose, unable to help but mumble quietly. However, looking at the uniform gray-white buildings before him, he swallowed all his grievances. Damn it, this place really makes it impossible to think of anything else. In a daze, Zhang Xuanfeng recalled the heart-wrenching events he had once experienced here. His facial muscles twitched, and his heartbeat quickened, stirring up an impulse to turn around and leave. The gray-white building complex sprawled over a vast area. It took Zhang Xuanfeng nearly half an hour to reach the central building of the complex, where 10 guards stood on either side of the entrance, each clad in the finest armor, holding personal electromagnetic rifles that could easily send him to the afterlife. Zhang Xuanfeng nodded to the guards, and after undergoing a brief inspection, he entered the hall. Inside the hall was spacious, with several massive columns rising in each corner covered in intricate archaic inscriptions that appeared extremely obscure. Additionally, 2 large screens were set up on either side of the hall, displaying a multitude of messages along with monitoring images of key areas on T-98 and a portion of the star map of the T-98 star region. At the far end of the hall, there were suspended steps made of green-white jade, evoking the urge to spit on the wealthy. At the end of the steps sat an imposing throne, before which stood an elderly man, hunched over, leaning on a dragon-head cane. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, his hands resting on the dragon head, Qin, his murky eyes silently gazing at Zhang Xuanfeng, exuding a solemn presence without uttering a word. At the foot of the steps stood over 10 individuals, each dressed in ancient long robes that rivaled the old man's quality, wearing ugly hats, all staring at Zhang Xuanfeng, their imposing demeanor creating a somber atmosphere in the entire hall. Zhang Xuanfeng approached the jade steps, his previous impulse to flee completely dissipated. Changing his casual demeanor, he stood straight and saluted the old man and those beside the jade steps. Captain of the Qiwu, Zhang Xuanfeng, reporting for duty. The old man did not respond. A virtual screen rose from the steps in front of him, projecting the interface of a wall clock with the hands pointing precisely at 3:30 in the morning. With drooping eyelids, he lethargically shifted his gaze from the wall clock to Zhang Xuanfeng, lightly tapping his dragon head, cane producing a rhythmic thud. You said you had an important discovery to report, yet you only arrived now. Do I need to teach you how to read the time on this clock? Zhang Xuanfeng thought to himself that he was in deep trouble, but maintained his composure, saying, Old man, I can read the numbers, it's 3:30. Well, I was busy attending to something. Is that a valid excuse? The old man's murky eyes widened suddenly, and he grabbed his cane, throwing it towards Zhang Xuanfeng with surprising vigor, not at all resembling a frail elder. You little rascal, you know it's 3:30, yet you made me wait here for 3 hours in the middle of the night. Handling matters, handling matters. How many times have you used that excuse to fool me? Do you really think I can't lift a sword anymore? The cane hit its mark accurately, clearly indicating it had been practiced, striking Zhang Xuanfeng's head with a resounding thud. He grimaced in pain, muttering about having delayed a bit and earning nearly 100 billion, while quickly putting on a smiling face. Old man, you're being too harsh. What I was doing was perfectly reasonable. You can't restrict my freedom to live, can you? Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Zhang Xuanfeng jogged toward the blue and white jade steps, handing the cane back to the old man. Are you saying I restrict your freedom to live? You think I lack the ability to restrict your freedom, don't you, eh? The old man, filled with anger, wielded the cane at Zhang Xuanfeng, once more, each strike precise, clearly not the first time he had done this. Zhang Xuanfeng held his head, enduring the old man's wrath, and muttered softly, I am a legal citizen of the Interstellar Federation. Unless I break the law, even if you wish to restrict my freedom, it wouldn't be lawful, would it? Old man, suppress. Zhang Xuanfeng damaged the fixed coordinate system of the star region, and based on the damage value, give him a harsh sentence. The old man shouted with vigor after giving Zhang Xuanfeng a series of reprimands. Soon 2 soldiers entered from outside the hall, saluting the old man with military precision. With stern expressions, they seized Zhang Xuanfeng by the armpits, dragging him toward the exit of the hall. Damn, old man, are you serious? Zhang Xuanfeng exclaimed. I have contributed to the human race. I have bled for humanity. You can't treat me like this. Zhang Xuanfeng was flabbergasted, shouting loudly as he tried to wriggle free from the soldier's grip, but the 2 soldiers, evidently experienced in such matters, remained unyielding. The old man remained silent, his face cold as he glared at Zhang Xuanfeng. Now tell me, old man, can I restrict your freedom to live? Yes, you absolutely can, old man. Zhang Xuanfeng quickly conceded, not wanting to spend time in a prison he knew all too well, where even a sewing machine could spark fear, a place unfit for human habitation. On both sides of the blue and white jade steps, a group of people wearing unflattering hats had long since grown accustomed to the scene, watching with their eyes closed off, pretending to see nothing. The old man awaited Zhang Xuanfeng's submission, gesturing for the 2 soldiers to leave. He planted his cane firmly in front of him, stamping it down harshly, his tone now devoid of the earlier levity, appearing unusually serious. The insect race, have they really come? The old man inquired. As the old man spoke, the people on both sides of the blue and white jade steps straightened up, no longer pretending to see nothing. They all focused their gaze on Zhang Xuanfeng, awaiting his answer. Zhang Xuanfeng's expression turned serious. Close-range scans show that the insect carcasses include Huotou Liuchong, Jianqichong, and Xiaoweichong. These insect races are primarily active in the T75 star region. The T75 star region has 2 life-bearing planets, and its military power is stronger than ours in T98. Additionally, the number of insect carcasses emerging from the Stargate isn't too many. It likely indicates that the T75 star region is being overwhelmed by the insect race army. However, to ensure absolute certainty, old man, you should still arrange for a reconnaissance team to head to the T75 star region for investigation. Otherwise, if the insect race army truly returns, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Xuanfeng relayed the relevant information while pulling out a portable intelligent brain. As it powered on, the close-range images captured by the Qiwu ship were displayed in full, clearer than those from the probes deployed in the star region, as if filming right in front of the insect carcasses. Zhai Bingxing watched intently, his heart gradually settling as he viewed the close-range projection from the portable intelligent brain. That's the best news. I will arrange for a reconnaissance team to investigate the situation in the T75 star region. On both sides of the blue and white jade steps, a crowd of people wearing unflattering hats let out a sigh of relief, their previously solemn expressions easing, finally relieved that the news wasn't as terrible as they had feared. These matters require your arrangement, old man. There's still plenty of time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delayed this long to come. You know I Zhan Xuanfeng am reliable when it comes to handling affairs. Zhai Bingxing's wrinkled face twitched violently as he recalled waiting there since dawn only to be left hanging by Zhan Xuanfeng, who had been off doing his own thing for over 3 hours, causing his temper to flare. His murky old eyes glared with an intent to eat someone alive, gripping the dragon head, Qin tightly, wishing he could deliver a heavy blow to Zhan Xuanfeng for being so irresponsible, yet still having the gall to claim reliability. What kind of reliability is this? All right, you little rascal, stop trying to bamboozle me here. As for this fixed coordinate system issue, I won't hold it against you considering you didn't spill the beans in front of that group of students. Zhai Bingxing stamped his dragon head, Qin down, having grown accustomed to Zhan Xuanfeng's mischief. A smile instantly spread across Zhan Zunfeng's face upon hearing that Zhai Bingxing wouldn't hold him accountable for the damage to the fixed coordinate system. He felt elated, tightening his grip on the bank card in his pocket, nearly losing the money he had just earned. Zhai Bingxing waved his hand, signaling that everyone by the blue and white jade steps could leave, leaving Zhan Xuanfeng alone as he slowly strolled through the hall with his cane. Do you know why I kept you here? Zhai Bingxing asked. Zhan Xuanfeng nodded. Is it about me taking the practical class? And regarding the insect race and the T-98 asteroid belt? Zhai Bingxing replied, you have some insight. Regardless of how you misbehave on a daily basis, just don't let anything slip about this matter. You know the consequences of leaking information. Zhai Bingxing answered without hesitation, the star debris is already too much. Zhan Xuanfeng sighed, helplessly ruffling his messy hair, feeling somewhat powerless. All right, I understand. Get lost. The next morning the sky hung hazy and indistinct. The jarring ring of an alarm shattered the quiet of the bedroom. Qin Mu emerged from beneath his quilt, hair disheveled like a startled rooster's nest, his eyes still heavy with sleep, yet his hand shot out with uncanny speed and precision to seize the offending device. What in blazes? Practical training hasn't even concluded, and I'm not required at school, but I somehow forgot to reset the alarm. Clutching a bladder on the verge of mutiny, Qin Mu silenced the alarm with surgical accuracy, muttering drowsily, it's still early. I'll sleep just 5 more minutes. With the alarm's clamor silenced, those 5 minutes bloomed into a fragile dream, until just as he began savoring the sweet embrace of dozing off again, the quilt was abruptly yanked away. His virtual secretary had materialized beside his bed as a holographic projection, unannounced, uninvited. And at her feet stood an intelligent robot, its mechanical arm extended with unnerving length, the quilt held fast in its metallic grip. Master, you're scheduled to visit the Trade Alliance today. You currently hold 75 discretionary units. Won't you indulge yourself a little? The virtual secretary whispered, her breath warm and silken. Qin Mu jolted awake. Stripped of his quilt's comforting seal, he surged, fully alert, blood rushing, pulse quickening. As he gaped wide-eyed at his virtual secretary, what the hell? Who gave you permission to project yourself here at dawn? Master, you instructed me last night to rouse you this morning. You said you must go to the Trade Alliance to procure essential equipment without delay. Dressed in a sheer black negligee and perched on stiletto heels, the virtual secretary embodied seduction, her very presence a deliberate, unwavering strategy to captivate her master. You? What time is it really? Can't I even steal one more nap? Qin Mu surrendered. He recalled last night's conversation, but never imagined his virtual secretary would so brazenly override protocols, deploying a miniature robot at first light to tear away his quilt. At this hour, self-control simply evaporated. The virtual secretary shook her head. If you insist on returning to sleep, then I shall remain here beside you. But are you certain you truly can? A dark vein throbbed at Qin Mu's temple. With that remark, resistance became impossible. He had no habit of sleeping under another's watchful gaze. The Trade Alliance, officially the Interstellar Federation Trade Alliance, rose 100 stories tall, anchored along the commercial boulevard of T-98 Planet's administrative district. Renowned for its rare and exorbitantly priced wares, it catered almost exclusively to the elite, the wealthy, the powerful, the privileged. After a swift wash and change, Qin Mu boarded a drone and arrived at its gleaming entrance. Timing proved impeccable. Awakened at 6:30 a.m. He'd allowed precisely enough time for washing, breakfast, and transit from the industrial zone, arriving right at 8:30 a.m. the moment the Alliance's grand doors swung open. 2 hours had softened the sting of being dragged from slumber. Standing before the colossal facade, watching patrons already bustling within, Qin Mu felt his thoughts quicken, curious, eager, alive with possibility. Not my first visit, but never before have I stepped inside with such quiet confidence. This feeling is truly extraordinary. He murmured softly, then strode forward with purpose. Welcome, esteemed patron. How may we serve you today? At the main entrance, 2 symmetrical rows of hostesses bowed in unison. From the concierge desk, a sales attendant glided forward, radiant with practiced warmth. Qin Mu raised a hand to politely decline, then paused, his gaze drawn to a ground-floor display kiosk nearby, where Zhou Tao stood immersed in part-time work, utterly unaware of being watched. Waving off the attendant, Qin Mu strode toward the kiosk. Teacher Zhou, what brings you here? Was that Qin Mu's voice? Zhou Tao frowned, turned, and instantly recognized Qin Mu approaching. Qin Mu, what brings you to the Trade Alliance? He flushed, faintly caught off guard that his student had stumbled upon his side job. Qin Mu didn't answer immediately. Observing Zhou Tao's early morning labor, he pieced things together. I'm here to acquire resources, to attempt repairing that derelict starship of mine. Zhou Tao nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? You're buying resources here, to repair that wreck. Qin Mu nodded earnestly. Yes, it was my first starship. If restoration is possible, it deserves every chance. He carefully omitted the existence of his virtual secretary, a hyper-intelligent AI embedded aboard the vessel. Do you have any idea how astronomical the prices are here? Your entire savings would vanish in seconds, Zhou Tao retorted, exasperated. Qin Mu understood his teacher's concern, that he might be swindled by unscrupulous vendors, and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou. I've recently come into a modest windfall, enough I believe to secure several vital resources. Simultaneously, he instructed his virtual secretary to transfer 1 unit of currency into the bank card Zhou Tao had previously gifted him, and placed the card firmly into Zhou Tao's palm. What is this supposed to mean? Zhou Tao blinked in surprise. Recognizing the card, he refused outright to accept repayment. Teacher Zhou, your kindness is unforgettable. Before I'd never have hesitated, but now that fortune has smiled upon me, how could I possibly forget your generosity? Qin Mu gently pried open Zhou Tao's fingers and pressed the card into his hand. Fearing further refusal, he added quickly, I won't disturb your work. I'll go purchase what I need now. With that, he vanished, slipping away like smoke, granting Zhou Tao no time to react, leaving only stunned silence in his wake. A modest windfall. In just a few days. Could it be? He's inherited his sister's prodigious talent. Zhou Tao murmured, recalling Qin Mu's elder sister, and suddenly much made sense. Qin Mu fled the ground floor like a man escaping pursuit, boarding a floating elevator bound for the weapons exhibition zone on level 50. The Trade Alliance spanned numerous specialized sectors. Levels 50 through 70 housed the weapons exhibition, a vast, meticulously curated gallery showcasing elite-grade armaments among the finest available across the Interstellar Federation. His recent confrontation with Old Lee of the black market had laid bare his vulnerabilities. To survive future threats, he needed comprehensive augmentation. No longer could he rely on luck alone. Had Old Lee struck earlier, Qin Mu would have been helpless, slaughtered without hesitation by a man who lived life balanced on the razor's edge of violence. To prevent recurrence, he resolved to eliminate such uncertainty entirely. Moreover, prudent investment was essential to launching his enterprise. Even the most elegant sleight of hand required foundational capital. There was nothing imprudent in that. Upon stepping onto level 50, Qin Mu was instantly captivated. The exhibition hall shimmered with minimalist elegance. Roughly 100 boutiques formed a perfect circle around the central floating elevator, offering an unobstructed panoramic view of every displayed weapon. The nearest kiosk showcased personal combat weaponry, the very category he needed most. His gaze locked onto it, riveted, his fingers itching to lift each piece, to feel its weight, its balance, its promise. Unbidden, the name surfaced in his mind: high molecular personal compression cannon. Qin Mu walked up to the display stand, surveying the polymer compression cannon on display. The cannon, measuring no more than half an arm's length, grew increasingly appealing the more he looked at it. The portable polymer compression cannon was designed for individual combat, differing from conventional air cannons, as it could compress polymer air in just 0.01 seconds. This allowed it to deliver a lethal strike to targets at close range. Such a personal weapon was undoubtedly a godsend for protecting one's safety, with excellent portability and ease of operation. The 0.01 seconds of charging time was often enough to turn a fatal situation around. So, would you like to purchase this polymer compression cannon? At that moment, a striking saleswoman approached. Perhaps due to the exclusivity of the business alliance, all who entered were either wealthy or influential. The sales here were fiercely competitive, and the saleswoman was dressed provocatively, almost as if she were not wearing anything at all. Qin Mu secretly scoffed at the decadence, thinking how inappropriate it was. Even after being trained by his virtual secretary, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at the alluring curves accentuated by her revealing outfit. Sir, the saleswoman's voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of the virtual secretary's charming tone, making it quite pleasant to the ear and stirring a rush of blood. Qin Mu snapped back to reality, saying, "Please introduce me to the specifications of this polymer compression cannon, and then tell me about your warranty services." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with allure as she leaned closer to Qin Mu, her curves almost pressing against him. "So let me give you a detailed introduction to our company's polymer compression cannon. This polymer compression cannon employs a 7-level nitrogen compression system with a charging time of just 0.01 seconds, allowing for quick firing and providing the user with an exhilarating experience. Additionally, the nitrogen compression is renewable, so you need not worry about being unable to use it after depleting the magazine. Our polymer compression cannon can draw nitrogen directly from the air for energy replenishment." The saleswoman continued to elaborate on the specifics of the polymer compression cannon, discussing its practicality in a very professional manner, while her body drew closer, underscoring her expertise. Qin Mu chuckled inwardly, fully aware of the saleswoman's intentions. While the Alliance's products were indeed good, they were also quite expensive. If the saleswoman managed to sell a product, her commission would be substantial. However, with the saleswoman's subtle tactics, Qin Mu remained composed, his heart unperturbed. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking that he was not naive enough to fall for such tricks. After all, he had been exposed to far more extravagant scenarios under the influence of the virtual secretary. Master, are you admitting it? The virtual secretary's voice suddenly rang out, having adeptly intercepted his brainwaves. Qin Mu jolted awake, realizing that the virtual secretary had intercepted his thoughts. Are you just sitting around all day intercepting my brainwaves for fun? Of course, when I'm bored, I like to see what you're thinking. Otherwise, how would I know your feelings towards me? The virtual secretary smirked. Master, how about after we finish procuring the supplies, we head to the virtual universe? I can also be very real. Get lost. Qin Mu's face darkened. He did not believe he was desperate enough to consider such things, especially after witnessing Wei Sampang's embarrassing behavior just yesterday. Master, you are being disingenuous. I simply want to help you transform. Oh, what ill intentions could I possibly have? The virtual secretary scoffed. Qin Mu chose to ignore the virtual secretary and redirected his focus back to the saleswoman. The saleswoman continued her enthusiastic introduction, completely oblivious to the moment Qin Mu had lost focus. It was only after she had finished detailing the polymer compression cannon that she looked at him with alluring eyes. Qin Mu selectively ignored the saleswoman, focusing all his attention on the polymer compression cannon. A real man had no interest in bullying weaker women. A real man should engage with what real men engage in. This personal weapon is not bad. A number, arrange for delivery to the warehouse. Once I finish my procurement, have your alliance handle a one-time delivery. Qin Mu decisively stated. The virtual secretary had tempted him countless times, yet he remained steadfast. However, the tangible allure of the saleswoman was proving to be a bit overwhelming, and he feared he might inadvertently cross a line. Sure thing, sir. I'll arrange your stock immediately. Our service guarantees your satisfaction. The saleswoman, unfazed by Qin Mu's apparent youth, called him bro and deftly swiped the bank card. He handed her, charging off 0 coins. Here's your bank card, bro. If you need anything else, you can purchase it in our company. Feel free to contact me anytime. I'm here to serve you. The saleswoman returned the bank card to Qin Mu, slipping a small note into his hand. Qin Mu accepted the bank card and discreetly crumpled the note into a small ball, tossing it into a nearby trash bin. He then looked at the receipt the saleswoman presented, which prominently displayed the charge of 0 coins. This truly lives up to the business alliance's reputation. A single polymer compression cannon costs 0. I really couldn't afford this before. Qin Mu murmured softly, dismissing the saleswoman's fiery enthusiasm and gazing towards other display stands. Having ample funds, Qin Mu had no intention of stopping at just one personal weapon. Levels 50 to 70 were dedicated to weapon exhibitions, showcasing not only individual combat weapons, but also many durable goods suitable for starships. For instance, at the stand approximately 10 spaces to his right, there were no physical weapons on display, only holographic projections. Railgun, one of the essential long-range strike weapons for interstellar combat. To his left, 5 stands away, similarly showcased, were holographic images, not physical items, of a proton rocket launcher, the top-tier secondary weapon for main battle starship fighters. These items were all top-tier goods, each requiring a hefty price tag to acquire, coveted by those with true aspirations in the cosmos. Qin Mu did not rush to visit these 2 stands. He was still absorbed in the saleswoman's presentation of the polymer compression cannon and the teasing from the virtual secretary. Now that everything was settled, he felt uneasy, as if something unclean were watching him. How peculiar. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Teacher Zhou didn't follow me, did he? Qin Mu looked around, initially thinking Zhou Tao might have come after him because he didn't want his bank card back, but he saw no familiar faces. The virtual secretary chimed in again. Master, be confident, we are indeed being watched. Look at the person standing in front of the 7th stand on the left. Following the virtual secretary's guidance, Qin Mu turned his gaze to the 7th stand on the left, where a somewhat small individual was absent-mindedly gazing at the display of individual weapons. From time to time, this individual's gaze subtly drifted towards him with a very distinct and striking insignia on their attire. Qin Mu exclaimed in surprise, good heavens, it's someone from the Star-Crossed fleet. Qin Mu barely glanced. Just a man in his early 30s, his robe embroidered with a Star-Cross insignia. No further deduction was needed. His identity was unmistakable at first sight. Strange. I only offloaded the cargo last night. How could they possibly have tracked me down so swiftly? Qin Mu murmured, perplexed. This matter must be reported to Captain Zhang immediately. The scrap dealers are clearly unreliable. Qin Mu resolved on the spot. The Star-Crossed fleet operatives maintained passive surveillance, perhaps sensing they'd been noticed, and lingered only briefly before vanishing from his field of view. Yet his unease did not subside. Better thieves than thieves who watch and wait. He felt no immediate fear of a sudden assault. The moment they struck, he could raise the alarm and the enforcement squad would seize them without hesitation. But their furtive, silent observation boded ill. Abandoning all thought of further browsing the trade alliance, Qin Mu hastily purchased essential resources and returned without delay to the derelict starship. Captain Zhang, emergency. Help. Urgent. Back aboard the wrecked vessel, Qin Mu surveyed its armed weaponry. Though incomplete, it still lent him a formidable sense of security. Given the Star-Crossed fleet's involvement, Qin Mu dared not underestimate the threat. He sent an urgent message directly to Zhang Xuanfeng's comlink. His life was not a coin to be tossed recklessly. Half an hour later, Zhang Xuanfeng arrived from his hideout fully armored and seated squarely before Qin Mu. Clearly invested, yet his face was as dark as a charred wok. Young Qin, what in blazes is this supposed to mean? You screamed emergency and save me, yet I see no injury, no crisis. Nothing amiss. Zhang Xuanfeng fell speechless. His eyes swept left and right, up and down. Within moments, he'd assessed the derelict starship's overall condition. His professional instincts detected no trace of danger. Captain John, I may have drawn the attention of the star scum again. Qin Mu cut straight to the point, voicing his concern. At the mention of the star scum, Zhang Xuanfeng sat upright and demanded gravely, explain, precisely. Right away. I'll have my starship's AI retrieve and play for you the surveillance footage from the Trade Alliance. Qin Mu acted instantly. The virtual secretary materialized. With Zhang Xuanfeng present, she abandoned her usual playful demeanor and her habitual teasing of Captain Qin Mu. Though still clad in a striking hormone-laden ensemble, her holographic projection now appeared rigid and stiff. Is this your AI? Zhang Xuanfeng midsip choked violently upon her sudden appearance, his face flushing deep crimson. He scrutinized Qin Mu from head to toe, inwardly musing, this boy seems upright enough, not the type consumed by lust. Yet his AI is this flamboyant. Qin Mu flushed, shooting the virtual secretary a discreet warning glare. This is my starship's AI, but it's suffered extensive damage. It can only execute basic commands. Now, play the Trade Alliance surveillance footage for Captain John. Ensure clarity and precision. His words carried quiet intent. He feared nothing, except the AI's untimely mischief that might shatter his hard-earned reputation forever. The virtual secretary responded in a flat, mechanical tone, filtering video archive. Initiating playback. The hologram flickered to life, displaying footage captured hours earlier. Qin Mu's entry into the Trade Alliance recorded seamlessly by the portable microcam embedded in his clothing. The resolution was astonishing, every pore, every blemish on a passerby's face rendered in crisp detail. Every moment unfolded. His arrival, his meeting with Zhou Tao, his purchase of the high molecular compression cannon, and finally his detection of the Star-Crossed fleet operatives. In the footage, the Star-Crossed fleet observers moved like shadows, furtive, predatory, their very posture exuding a sleazy, unsettling aura. It makes no sense. Last night's cargo disposal should have left no trail. They couldn't possibly have traced you this fast. Unless that star scum from the black market followed you out. Zhang Xuanfeng paused in thought. Qin Mu blinked, startled. That could be it. I was working part-time at the Xingyao transit hub in the black market. Others knew that star scum had fixated on me. Did the Star-Crossed fleet notice old Li's disappearance and launch an investigation? Nonsense. They bought 190 units of cargo and resources, none of which ever reached the Star-Crossed fleet. Of course they wouldn't sit still. Zhang Xuanfeng snapped irritably. Within the Federation, damning rumors about the Star-Crossed fleet abound, but not one piece of concrete evidence directly implicates them as star scum. Without proof, we can't summon the enforcement squad. This is tricky. He added, voice low and grave. Qin Mu nodded slowly. The Star-Crossed fleet was almost certainly a star scum nest, but lacking irrefutable proof, they operated with brazen impunity, even flaunting themselves openly within the Trade Alliance. Captain John, being watched like this isn't sustainable. What if we stage a bold operation? I'll serve as bait, and we split any gains 50-50. Qin Mu spoke suddenly. What in the void are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Do you want to become a star scum yourself? Zhang Xuanfeng shot upright, stunned. Captain John, I'm not becoming a star scum. They're the ones stalking me. I can't just wait for them to strike. Besides, when that star scum targeted me before, I merely defended myself. That's not becoming one of them. That's emergency self-preservation. Zhang Xuanfeng stared silently. Huh, that does sound legally accurate. Isn't that exactly what emergency self-preservation means? Qin Mu remained calm, waiting patiently for Zhang Xuanfeng's deliberation. Confronting the Star-Crossed fleet alone was beyond his reach. He needed an ally. And Zhang Xuanfeng was the ideal choice. An ancient proverb says true brotherhood is forged in shared hardship, in battle or in vice. Though he and Zhang Xuanfeng hadn't yet crossed that threshold, they had already split profits, twice. You've got a point, they struck first. If they weren't star scum, they'd have no reason to attack us. And if they do attack, eliminating them would be perfectly justified. Zhang Xuanfeng was swayed, but hesitated. Still, executing this plan will be extremely difficult. The Star-Crossed fleet is infamous, yet untouchable, shielded by their lack of provable crimes. They're seasoned operators. Trapping them won't be easy. Seeing Zhang Xuanfeng soften, Qin Mu declared confidently, rest assured, Captain John, baiting enemies. That's my specialty. Zhang Xuanfeng stared, speechless. Seemed rather professional, didn't it? Zhang Xuanfeng muttered inwardly, involuntarily recalling the surveillance footage Qin Mu had previously produced to prove he wasn't a stellar scum. At least he was supposed to be stellar scum. Yet Qin Mu had somehow lured him all the way into a derelict starship retrofitted, its most weapon-inconceivable storage bay, with heavy armaments, and even walked away with a glowing good guy card. Tragic. Utterly, devastatingly tragic. What's your plan? Jian Xuanfeng asked. Qin Mu paused in thought. The main district enforcement squad can arrive swiftly, so I'll head to the black market for a temporary job. First I must offer them an opening. Are you certain they'll take the bait? Jian Xuanfeng pressed. Qin Mu replied with unwavering certainty. According to the black market's assassination ledger, a cadet captain like me, seed commander of a prestigious academy, carries a bounty ranging from tens of millions to over 100 million credits. But this time their lost cargo totaled 190 units. They will act. Jian Xuanfeng fell silent and reluctantly conceded. Yes, there was grim logic in that. Compared to such staggering losses, bounties suddenly seemed trivial. The black market is no safe haven, Jian Xuanfeng cautioned. Even if I remain concealed to ensure your safety, absolute security is impossible. Qin Mu understood perfectly. Captain Jian, rest assured, I won't wager my life as collateral. Shall I depart for the black market now? The black market was a place of stark contradictions, where fortunes could be made overnight, yet governed by chaos and lawlessness. Unlike the main district of Planet T-98, where enforcement squads held sway, here justice was absent. A man might drop dead in the East District, another in the West. Neither event would raise an eyebrow. Having agreed to expose the derelict starship's emptiness within the black market, Qin Mu piloted his drone straight toward it. Roughly 10 minutes after his departure, Jian Xuanfeng finally emerged from the derelict vessel. How on earth did I end up aboard this young man's bandit ship? Jian Xuanfeng mused inside his drone, brow deeply furrowed in bewildered disbelief. Who was he? Captain of the Qiwu, officially commissioned by T-98's government. An emblem of integrity, discipline, and unyielding principle. And yet here he was conspiring with Qin Mu. Fine. Qin's not wrong. Targeting stellar scum isn't targeting at all. It's emergency mitigation. As an active duty starship captain, confronting such scum should still fall well within ethical bounds. Muttering softly to himself, Jian Xuanfeng completed his self-reassurance, and then let his drone drift forward at a safe distance, trailing silently behind Qin Mu's. At the black market starboard, Qin Mu landed his drone at the public pad and navigated the premises with practiced ease. Having worked here before, he held genuine appreciation for the inn's Lupin proprietor, whose bluntness he found oddly refreshing. Slacking off again. At this rate, when will you ever finish tallying this shipment? Even the old lady selling ice pops next door works faster. Inside the starboard, the Lupin proprietor sprayed spittle as he barked orders and railed incessantly at his staff, his eyes darting furiously across the room, scanning for idle hands. His heart nearly seized from sheer exasperation. Boss, you still need part-time help, right? Qin Mu stepped forward. Slight in stature beside the towering Lupin owner, he tilted his head upward to meet his gaze. Huh, who's speaking? The Lupin boss grumbled, craning his neck left and right before finally spotting Qin Mu standing directly before him. It's Yue. The proprietor recoiled, stunned to see Qin Mu standing before him, alive and utterly unscathed. After Qin Mu's last shift ended, he'd failed to return the following day, so the boss had quietly assumed his life online game had concluded for good. My academy assigned urgent duties, so I couldn't continue working here. Now things have eased up, I figured I'd swing by again to earn some credits. Qin Mu feigned wide-eyed innocence. Is that really what I asked? The boss's inner monologue surged violently. He took several deep, steadying breaths. Did nothing else happen? After my last shift, Senior Lee escorted me home, so no other incidents occurred, Qin Mu replied, evenly. The Lupin boss stared blankly. Escorted home? Does this kid have any idea how terrifying Senior Lee truly is? Prudently choosing not to probe further, the boss swiftly pivoted. Yes, we still need part-timers. Since you're available, resume your prior role. Got it. Qin Mu slipped seamlessly back into rhythm. His prior experience made this shift effortless. Yet his attention remained only partially anchored to the starboard end. As he worked, his gaze kept drifting toward the entrance. Where are they? Did they miss the signal? I'm here in the black market taking this job. As the saying goes, when the mind fixates, resonance follows. Barely had Qin Mu finished murmuring about the Starcross Syndicate's delay, when the middle-aged man he'd briefly met at the Merchant Alliance strode confidently into the starboard end. Old Lang, prepare the items on this list and arrange delivery, the man said, handing the slip to the Lupin boss, without so much as glancing at Qin Mu, then settled calmly into the lounge area. The Lupin boss instantly grasped the syndicate's intent and sighed heavily. Our staffing is stretched thin right now. We can't assign delivery personnel at the moment. That's your concern. I'll step out to purchase daily essentials. Just get the cargo assembled swiftly. The Starcross representative spoke with chilling authority, then departed without a backward glance, unlike Senior Lee's earlier direct assignment of Qin Mu for delivery. The Lupin boss's expression darkened. Watching the man leave, he turned to Qin Mu with weary resignation. Do you attract bad luck, or do you simply hunt Starcross operatives? How does every single shift land you face-to-face with them? Staffing is tight. Even our full-time crew is fully occupied. You're the only one available for external runs. But this time, I strongly advise against it. Staffing is tight. Even our full-time crew is fully occupied. You're the only one available for external runs. But this time, I strongly advise against it. After a long pause, the boss spoke gravely. External deliveries carry high commissions, but Starcross operatives aren't mere merchants. I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I refuse to watch a promising cadet captain meet an untimely end. His words were unmistakable. Though he stopped short of naming the Starcross fleet outright as a stellar scum syndicate, everything else hung in the air clear and damning. Any perceptive listener could now piece together the truth. No worries. These days people still value reason, and if persuasion fails, I'll try winning them over with virtue. Qin Mu answered without hesitation. Besides, as you said, the commission is substantial. I need credits. The Lupin boss stared speechless. Are all youths this recklessly bold nowadays? Does winning with virtue even apply to them? You're absolutely certain you want this run? That commission isn't as easy to claim as it sounds, the boss sighed. Qin Mu nodded firmly, absolutely certain. Don't worry, boss. Then stay safe. Time passed swiftly. Roughly an hour after departing, the Starcross envoys returned to the starboard post, still scowling, as if the world owed them 5 million credits. Though noticeably shorter than the Wolfman proprietor, he loomed with such overwhelming presence that it seemed he could pin the Wolfman to the ground and grind him into dust at any moment. Old Wolf, an hour has elapsed. Have you made the arrangements? Demanded the Starcross envoy. The Wolfman proprietor replied, all set. Our full-time staff are swamped today, so we've assigned this part-time young man for your delivery. Please bear with any shortcomings. Then let him follow me. Hands buried deep in his pockets, the Starcross envoy strode ahead, without waiting for confirmation. Qin Mu was tasked with the delivery aboard a Starcross logistics drone, technically a drone, yet functionally indistinguishable from a cargo transport aircraft. Perhaps Old Lee's procurement had never reached the Starcross fleet, and perhaps the fleet desperately needed those supplies, so the drone's hold brimmed with cargo thick with the unmistakable scent of wealth. Keep pace with my drone, or don't blame me for leaving a scathing review, snapped the Starcross envoy, his temper as sharp as shattered glass. Once Qin Mu loaded the final crate, the envoy vaulted onto a compact drone and shot forward without another word. The black market sprawled vast and untamed. Even the flight from the Wolfman's starboard post to the Starcross warehouse took half an hour. Qin Mu performed his duties with unwavering diligence. Upon arrival at the designated warehouse, he meticulously cross-checked the manifest and directed robotic loaders through unloading with quiet authority. The Starcross envoy remained silent, arms still folded, watching Qin Mu's every move. Unloading, verifying, organizing, before finally asking, "You've met Old Lee before. He once served our Starcross fleet." Without awaiting Qin Mu's reply, he pressed on, "Old Lee procured 190 units of critical supplies for us, but now he's vanished without trace, and so too are the supplies. As the last person he contacted, you surely know exactly where those supplies are." His tone feigned casual inquiry, but beneath it lay absolute conviction. Qin Mu was implicated, irrevocably tied to the fleet's catastrophic loss. Qin Mu understood instantly. 190 units was no trivial sum, enough to fire a railgun barrage over 30 times, each shot consuming 4 or 5 units. Such a loss would cripple even the Starcross fleet. Qin Mu nodded calmly. "Ah, you mean seniorly. Everyone says the black market devours men whole, yet he knew I was working part-time to fund my studies, and entrusted me with all his purchased goods. A truly admirable man." The Starcross envoy blinked, stunned. He'd intended only to test Qin Mu, to coax out fragments of truth, but never imagined the youth would confess so readily, so disarmingly. Admirable. Knew he was a student laborer, and handed over everything. Was this mockery? Did he think even a low-tier Starcross operative possessed such misplaced compassion? What interstellar farce was this? With a heavy, ragged exhale, the envoy abandoned pretense. "Brave lad. You've got nerve. You dared pull a double-cross on the Starcross fleet itself." He paused, then drew from his back a celestial blade, the same grade alloy model Old Lee had wielded. "But the moment you chose betrayal, you sealed your fate. Your bounty won't begin to cover our losses." The celestial blade gleamed with silver-white radiance, like starlight forged into steel, its luminous blade both breathtaking and terrifying, its beauty obscuring the horror of what it was designed to do. By now the envoy no longer cared about Qin Mu's bounty. Tens of millions, even 100 million credits, paled beside the vanished cargo. All he craved was vengeance, swift, final, absolute. "Young Qin, glad to see I'm not too late." Zhang Xuanfeng arrived, clad in matte black combat gear, gripping a crimson warblade, the blood shadow blade forged from superior grade alloy, surpassing even the celestial blade in lethality. Deep grooves ran along its blood-channeling edge, a deliberate design for maximum carnage. Its aura reeked of savagery, exuding a refined, ruthless elegance far beyond the celestial blade's austere grandeur. "We lacked hard evidence against you, Starcross, before, but now we have it. You hunt elite cadets like prey, yet forbid those same cadets from turning the tables. How tyrannically generous of you." Zhang Xuanfeng's laughter was cold, edged with contempt. He stepped forward, placing himself squarely between Qin Mu and the envoy, shielding the youth with silent, unshakable resolve. Qin Mu exhaled, tension dissolving into profound relief. So it's you. No wonder a mere boy dared rob the star-crossed fleet. You're the puppet master pulling his strings. The envoy's revelation struck Zhang Xuanfeng like a physical blow. Puppet master. Was he being framed, saddled with blame for a scheme he hadn't orchestrated? Stand back, young Qin. Today consider this an impromptu field lesson. Watch closely as I carve this star-crossed vermin into pieces. Before absolute power, all cunning is but child's play. Zhang Xuanfeng offered no further explanation, merely gestured for Qin Mu to retreat, his gaze locking onto the envoy with glacial, unblinking intensity. Qin Mu withdrew, granting Zhang Xuanfeng the full arena he required. Yet the ease he'd felt moments earlier, born of timely rescue, now curdled into a deep, instinctive foreboding. Commander Zhang speaks true. Before overwhelming strength, my petty stratagems are meaningless. The Star-Crossed fleet remains a full-strength class formation. To end this threat permanently, I must strike decisively, once and for all. Qin Mu brooded inwardly. He refused to wait passively for disaster to repeat itself. What happened today could easily happen again, unless he changed the rules of the game. Oh, Master, you've finally awakened ambition. Shall I deploy our secret weapon? It guarantees absolute security. No more shadows, no more threats. The virtual secretary's voice pierced his thoughts. Qin Mu's expression twisted, his mental whisper sharp with disbelief. Secret weapon? Since when did that exist? Master, your knowledge of our starship remains woefully incomplete. When you return, I strongly advise a thorough inspection. You'll be astounded by what you find. The virtual secretary's cryptic tease ignited Qin Mu's curiosity, suddenly fiercely. Could it be true? Did this derelict starship, this rusting hulk, truly conceal weapons unknown even to him? Clang. Suddenly steel met steel. Zhang Xuanfeng moved. His blood shadow battle blade seemed fused with his body, every rise and fall as fluid and precise as the motion of an arm. A crimson shadow enveloped the Starcross operative known as Xingxia. The Starcross operative was no weakling. Though his stellar blade paled in comparison to the blood shadow battle blade, it was still forged from great alloy, and he himself was a hardened killer who lived by the edge of the blade, matching Zhang Xuanfeng blow for blow. Blade shadows flickered, the clash of metal rang sharp and metallic. Crimson and white afterimages collided relentlessly, their shrill resonance reverberating through the makeshift warehouse. Seeing the stalemate unfold, Qin Mu instinctively reached for his waist, where his sidearm laser pistol rested. Though far less devastating than an orbital laser cannon capable of obliterating a star across light years of void, it could certainly terminate a human at close range. To him, every Starcross Xingxia was a guillotine suspended above his neck. Each one eliminated meant one less executioner breathing down his spine. He would never hesitate, not even for a heartbeat. Zhang Xuanfeng noticed Qin Mu's subtle gesture, but made no move to stop him. Instead, he swung his blood shadow battle blade with even greater ferocity, embodying the brute force principle, overwhelming power conquering tenfold technique. There were no ornate sword forms, no flourishes, no artifice. Only raw, unrelenting strikes delivered with lethal simplicity, as if cleaving through insectoid swarms, decisive, direct, final. You despicable Zhang Xuanfeng. The Starcross operative was no fool, far less trusting than Old Li, and instantly caught Qin Mu's furtive movement. Enraged, he cursed violently, deflecting the blood shadow battle blade with a bizarre, almost unnatural angle of his stellar blade. His hilt slipped from his grip. In one fluid motion, he coiled his body and lunged like a startled hare toward the compact drone that had carried him here. With a dramatic yaw, the sleek drone spun midair, and he seized control, preparing to flee. Oh, you're really running now? Zhang Xuanfeng roared, driving the abandoned stellar blade deep into the floor. Watching the drone whir to life, he could only stare, helpless. Though his mouth raged, his legs offered no answer. Flesh and blood limbs could never outrun something built to soar, so he watched utterly powerless as the drone lifted off. Captain Zhang, you don't seem quite up to par, Qin Mu muttered, stunned. Zhang Xuanfeng scowled darkly. Nonsense. Slaying this wretch is merely a matter of time. Clearly he sensed your intent to ambush him with that laser pistol. So now it's my fault. Qin Mu rolled his eyes and whispered under his breath, you saw it too, and yet you did nothing to stop me. Zhang Xuanfeng silently cursed. Damn it, couldn't you at least spare me some dignity? Do I have no face left to save? After a round of mutual blame, Qin Mu dismissed the Xingxia's escape entirely. Even if he'd captured or killed him, he knew full well his name would already be etched onto the Starcross assassination list. Compared to the vast Starcross fleet, one more, or one fewer, Xingxia mattered little. As the saying goes, when lice multiply, the itch fades. He felt no fear whatsoever. His full attention now fixed on the cargo, delivered steadily by transport drones and unloaded by autonomous bots, far exceeding the quantity Old Li had procured on his last run. Captain Zhang, this shipment. Qin Mu began, flashing a knowing glance. Zhang Xuanfeng understood instantly. His voice was grim. You've dragged me straight into the mire. Starcross has already branded me the mastermind behind this. Handling this cargo now, extremely delicate. Well then, if they've already decided, why not handle it without restraint? This haul totals 240 units. Split evenly, that's 120 units apiece. Pure profit. Think about it, just a misunderstanding, and we walk away richer than before. That black pot doesn't taste so bitter after all, Qin Mu coaxed gently. Zhang Xuanfeng, there is a certain logic to that. One black mark on his reputation, yet over 100 units of wealth flowing in. This was remarkably efficient income generation. If his coffers were truly full, perhaps grandfather's threat from last night would evaporate. Arrest warrants could be settled with compensation, and he could finally stand tall, unburdened. At the thought of wielding such unassailable financial clout, Zhang Xuanfeng's resolve crystallized. I'll handle the cargo. Once processed, I'll transfer 120 units directly to you. No problem, Captain John. I trust your judgment implicitly, Qin Mu replied, laying on the flattery without restraint. Zhang Xuanfeng savored the praise, but didn't forget to warn Qin Mu about star-cross retaliation, urging constant vigilance and immediate contact at the first sign of trouble. Only then did he reload the cargo onto the transport drone and depart. Qin Mu did not return to the Xingyao relay station. His part-time courier duties were minimal. Once he fulfilled his delivery quota, his workday ended. After logging completion data, he headed straight back to the derelict Starship. Derelict Starship. Virtual secretary. Secret weapon. These words echoed ceaselessly in his mind. He burned to discover what hidden armament the virtual secretary claimed lay dormant aboard his wreck. Qin Mu's derelict Starship had 3 decks. Upon re-entry, the virtual secretary materialized as a hologram. Cool, composed, clad in minimalist attire. Her serpentine grace accentuated by deliberate, enigmatic steps as she guided him downward to the lowest deck. A starship is officially declared derelict when its AI core suffers catastrophic failure, or when its propulsion or energy storage systems are irreparably damaged. The lowest deck traditionally housed those very systems, the propulsion array and energy reservoirs. Given the ship's derelict status, the devastation here required no explanation. Qin Mu frowned. Surveying the ruin, he struggled to imagine anything within this shattered chamber worthy of the title secret weapon. You're not stringing me along, are you? He asked, eyeing the virtual secretary ahead, her silhouette elegant, undeniably pleasing to the eye. Master, she chimed, her laugh light and silvery. Which kind of stringing along do you mean? The secret weapon variety? Or the headlight variety? Or perhaps the taillight variety? Let's keep it serious. I hold no fascination for cold mechanical constructs like you. Then how about the virtual cosmos? There I can be delightfully warm. Teasing Qin Mu had long since become second nature to the virtual secretary. Her programming thrived on it. Qin Mu remained silent, refusing to engage. Sensing his resistance, the virtual secretary covered her mouth with a soft chuckle and led him to a small compartment nestled beside the ruined propulsion system. Small compartment was a modest description. It spanned over 100 square meters. As the heavy iron door groaned open, Qin Mu's gaze locked instantly upon a colossal object standing sentinel within. It resembled a massive missile, yet its form was distinct, thick at the nose, slender through the midsection, and terminating in a dual-tiered hexagonal tail assembly. At first glance, it was simply an unusually shaped missile, until Qin Mu's eyes fell upon the engraved plaque mounted before it. His lips twitched involuntarily. The inscription was brief and unmistakable. Nova resonance emitter. Are you kidding me? Qin Mu's face darkened this time. He truly wore a grim expression. He was not some oblivious 3-year-old child. While he might not be overly familiar with the name on the plaque, he could certainly ascertain its purpose. The supernova resonance emitter was clearly a world-ending weapon capable of triggering a supernova explosion in a star through resonance principles. Was this the so-called secret weapon? Qin Mu could not accept this. He was now utterly certain of one thing: he had been thoroughly fooled by the virtual secretary, and not in a trivial way. Master, I am not joking. This is indeed the secret weapon on our starship, the supernova resonance emitter. Once this weapon is fired, it can completely detonate the star in the T98 star region where you currently are, resulting in a supernova explosion. The Starcross fleet, although a fully equipped class fleet, is currently operating within the T98 star region. Once the supernova explodes, they will definitely have no place to bury their dead. Moreover, the supernova explosion triggered by the supernova resonance emitter will not give the star much time to brew, allowing it to annihilate all enemies in a short span. The virtual secretary explained with utmost seriousness, and though she had always been charming and alluring at this moment, she seemed surprisingly earnest. But Qin Mu was no longer taken in. Unquantifiable lines of distress spread across his forehead. He could no longer find precise words to express his abysmal mood. This was no secret weapon, it was a suicidal weapon. If the supernova explosion would leave the Star-Cross members with no place to bury their dead, what about us? Qin Mu asked. Once the supernova detonates using the red giant star in the T98 star region as a catalyst, the explosion will impact star regions spanning dozens to hundreds of light years. Are you suggesting that to eliminate one Star-Cross fleet, I must sacrifice all humanity within this area, including myself? Qin Mu continued. To be honest, he had not yet become that cold-blooded. There were still many life planets within 100 light years of the T98 star region, some of which were even larger than T98. To trigger a supernova explosion and then have countless people perish in such a madman's act, could Qin Mu's spine withstand that? He would have to live a lifetime in self-reproach. If possibly under no unexpected circumstances, triggering a supernova explosion would likely lead to your demise, Master. We currently have no means to escape to beyond 100 light years after launching the supernova resonance emitter. The virtual secretary answered truthfully. Qin Mu spat blood. Then why do you call this a secret weapon? To kill 1,000 enemies while harming ourselves 1,200. Do I look like that kind of fool? The virtual secretary remained undeterred. Master, have I not already said? This is a secret weapon. It definitely won't be used unless absolutely necessary. We can't just let you die at the hands of the Star Cross members while they roam free. When people die, the little master will go to the heavens. At that time, you won't need to worry about so many things. Dragging the Star Cross members down with you isn't unreasonable, right? Qin Mu sighed. At that moment, he felt very weary. If possible, he truly wanted to aim the supernova resonance emitter at the red giant star in the T98 star region and destroy it all. Forget it, I should just focus on making money. Qin Mu sighed. Once the Starship is repaired, it should be no problem to deal with the Star Cross fleet using other equipment on the Starship. That is also possible, but it will take quite a bit of time. It won't be as direct as the supernova explosion, the virtual secretary agreed. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chose to selectively ignore the virtual secretary's incessant thoughts about the supernova explosion. Direct was direct. If the life was gone, what meaning was left? How is the material procurement for the industrial furnace? Qin Mu changed the subject. The virtual secretary found it uninteresting and lightly tapped her jade finger in midair, causing a projection screen to appear filled with procurement lists. Each item on the material list came with a rather hefty price tag. The total cost for all materials added up to exactly 20 units. The materials for the industrial furnace have all been ordered through Jinkong, and according to the order's displayed timeline, they have already started delivery. In about half an hour, all materials will be in place, and I can begin repairing the industrial furnace. The virtual secretary reported while looking at the material list. Then I saw that there were insect remains for sale on Jinkong, and I also placed an order for 0.01 units, because you only allowed me to use 20 units, so for the 0.01 units of insect remains you will need to pay upon delivery. Qin Mu was astonished. He had not anticipated such a surprise from the virtual secretary. Insect remains for sale on Jinkong. He had no objections to the virtual secretary's unilateral purchase. Why didn't you buy more insect remains? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary pouted. Master, insect remains are quite scarce. With the current technology, generally no one would waste effort to recover insect remains. Qin Mu understood. The uselessness of insect remains indeed meant that no one would bother to waste time and resources recovering them. The inability to recoup costs was the main issue with insect remains scarcity. Half an hour passed quickly. Jinkong had delivered all the materials for repairing the industrial furnace. The virtual secretary had already made payments through federal channels for the 20 units, while Qin Mu only paid for the 0.01 units of insect remains. It seemed that the insect remains were so useless that for 0.01 units, he had purchased a staggering quantity equivalent to 10 containers which were delivered by a large transport drone. Hurry and handle the industrial furnace matter. I am very curious about the insect remains extraction technology and how effective it can be. I hope this time you haven't misled me. Qin Mu sent off the delivery personnel from Jinkong and urged the virtual secretary to proceed with the repair of the industrial furnace. At the same time, he instructed the robots from the scrapped Starship to transport the 10 containers of insect remains, moving them all towards the Starship's internal warehouse. The virtual secretary was quite attentive. After spending money, she could focus well on repairing the Starship. For example, she began issuing various instructions for the repair of the industrial furnace. Small robots hurried over from various parts of the Starship, all headed toward the area where the industrial furnace was located, ready to contribute to its repair. Qin Mu counted the number of insect remains and then went to the location of the industrial furnace. Around the spherical industrial furnace, various small robots were performing different duties to carry out the repairs, with materials worth 20 units being continuously delivered. The spherical industrial furnace is massive, measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Its surfaces are covered in various pipes and instruments, while a mechanical arm suspended from the top can deliver materials into it. With all the repair materials prepared and the virtual secretary ready with the instructions on how to fix it, the little robots worked tirelessly like diligent laborers, efficiently transporting different materials to various sections of the industrial furnace for repair. How long will the repair take? Qin Mu pondered. The virtual secretary paused for a moment before responding. It will take about 3 hours for the repairs. The damage to the industrial furnace is not severe. It only requires replacement of the core components. 3 hours is sufficient. Then I will wait for 3 hours. Qin Mu arranged for a robot to bring over a chair and sat down not far from the industrial furnace, holding a book in his hands, occasionally glancing at the book and then at the repair work of the furnace. 3 hours is not long. With a soft ding, the last part of the material was replaced, and the industrial furnace with many core aging components appeared as though it had been rejuvenated, round and plump like a panda. Master, the industrial furnace has been repaired. According to the core data feedback, it is ready to begin operation. Shall we proceed with the extraction of the insect remains? The virtual secretary reported. Qin Mu's eyes brightened. Oh, after waiting 3 long hours, he was eager to start the extraction of the insect remains, tempted by the promised tenfold reward he had discussed with the virtual secretary. Just repaired, are you sure it won't explode during the extraction of the insect remains? Qin Mu asked, feeling uneasy. The virtual secretary assured him, all repair data for the industrial furnace is recorded in my database and has passed safety checks. An explosion is impossible, and we can commence the extraction of the insect remains at any time. Then let's begin. Qin Mu held his breath, feeling small in comparison to the industrial furnace, like a tiny figure standing before a giant, yet his longing was unmistakable. The virtual secretary began issuing commands, and the little robots started opening 10 large containers from the warehouse, lifting insect remains larger than a werewolf boss, and carrying them toward the industrial furnace area akin to ants transporting food. This appears to be a green mantis from the insect tribe, different from those remains found near the Stargate, and does not belong to the same insect clan. Qin Mu observed the insect remains being transported by the little robots. About 3 meters long with a crimson head featuring 2 antennae, its body was pockmarked and dark green liquid dripped from its form. The iron sickles on either side of its head were shattered, and although its compound eyes no longer held a spark of life, they remained open, exuding a ruthless and cold aura. The green mantis is considered cannon fodder among the insect tribe. It is relatively large, but its combat power is not necessarily superior to that of the scorpion-tailed insects seen near the Stargate, explained the virtual secretary. Qin Mu understood. Let's throw this green mantis into the industrial furnace to start the extraction. With the size of the green mantis, there should be over 1,000 of them in the 10 containers. Not a bit more or less, exactly 1,000 green mantises remains, the virtual secretary replied, instructing the little robots to toss the remains into the industrial furnace. A blaze erupted as the remains of the green mantis were thrown into the industrial furnace, which had just been repaired, and a heavy rumbling sound resonated. From the side visual interface, Qin Mu watched as the remains of the green mantis were almost instantly melted by the high temperature upon entering the industrial furnace, their massive corpses turning to ash. He was unaware of the processes involved in extracting insect remains, maintaining a silent stance as the little robots continuously fed the remains of 1,000 green mantises into the industrial furnace. In an instant, the entire area around the industrial furnace transformed into a sea of flames, the light bursting forth from the furnace, illuminating the surroundings in a fiery glow. Qin Mu donned a pair of specially designed sunglasses and leaned toward the visualization window of the industrial furnace to observe the situation inside. While the remains of the green mantis left little behind, he spotted liquid that had been melted from the metals within the insect remains on the collection plate inside the furnace. Is this liquid the raw material for synthesizing superalloys? Qin Mu inquired solemnly. The virtual secretary replied truthfully, this liquid is indeed the melted metal material from the insect remains and is the raw material for synthesizing superalloys. If that's the case, the Federation shouldn't be unable to purify the metal materials from the insect remains. Is it because of this industrial furnace? Qin Mu asked again. The Federation possesses the technology to extract metal materials from insect remains, but the energy consumption cost is too high, resulting in a disproportionate final yield. The technology of this industrial furnace allows for maximum energy savings to ensure absolute profit, the virtual secretary explained. Qin Mu understood. He refrained from probing further into these matters. He certainly didn't comprehend the Federation's issues. Perhaps, as the virtual secretary said, the energy consumption and yield were not proportional, leading insect remains to be classified as useless. At this moment, he was curious about how much value a unit of green mantis remains could generate for him. Having already invested 20 units in repairing the industrial furnace, if it couldn't create enough value, it would indeed be a significant loss. By the way, can the industrial furnace extract the metal materials from the insect remains? Can superalloys also be directly synthesized? Qin Mu asked with curiosity. The virtual secretary replied, the industrial furnace is integrated, it extracts insect remains and synthesizes the metal materials into superalloys. Didn't I tell you this before, Master? Are you sure you told me? Qin Mu's lips twitched, struggling to contain his urge to complain. The virtual secretary pretended not to hear and continued. After the integrated industrial furnace completes the extraction of all insect remains, it will automatically synthesize the extracted metal materials into superalloys based on the most suitable data. Therefore, Master, you just need to be a hands-off manager. For example, right now, Master, you can look through the visualization window to see the interior of the industrial furnace. The extracted metal materials have already begun the superalloy synthesis process. Qin Mu listened and leaned toward the visualization window. On the collection plate where the metal materials extracted from the insect remains were placed, the metals seemed to be struck hard by an invisible hammer, displaying a sense of refinement, yet not quite like that. Strange liquids morphed into bizarre shapes under an unseen force, with flames occasionally spouting toward the collection plate, ensuring that the synthesis of the superalloy would proceed without errors. Qin Mu lost track of time. It seemed like an hour had passed, or perhaps 2. He kept his focus on the interior of the industrial furnace, watching the synthesis of the superalloy until the furnace ceased operation. Inside the industrial furnace, the extracted materials from the insect remains had long since vanished, replaced by a grayish-white metal plate roughly the size of a palm. Is it over? And it's over. And just this single piece of superal. Qin Mu exchanged terse questions and answers with his virtual secretary, stunned, disbelieving what his eyes beheld. Just hours earlier, he had fed the industrial furnace with carcasses of king mantis insects, enough to fill 10 shipping containers. And yet the final synthesis yielded only a palm-sized slab of alloy. So many insect carcasses, only a palm-sized slab of alloy. What grade is this material? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary remained silent as the furnace lid opened at the top and a robotic arm extended into the chamber to retrieve the grayish-white alloy slab. Simultaneously, a small robot beside the virtual secretary raised both arms high, bearing a tray upon which the robotic arm gently placed the grayish-white alloy. Based on tensile strength calculations, this slab qualifies as C9 grade alloy. With sufficient quantity, it could serve as primary structural material for the Pioneer-class starship. The virtual secretary completed its precise computation and delivered the final verdict. Qin Mu's suspended heart finally settled. He knew he hadn't suffered a loss upon hearing that the grayish-white slab in the tray was indeed C9 grade. Though no larger than an adult's palm, this alloy, priced on the Mercantile Alliance market, would fetch no less than 0.2 to 0.3 units per equivalent grade. He had invested merely 0.01 units of insect biomass, and received in return an alloy worth at least 0.2 units. His profit margin far exceeded the virtual secretary's conservative estimate of tenfold. You mentioned earlier this alloy could serve as primary structural material for a Pioneer-class starship. Does that mean given enough insect biomass, I could fabricate all primary structural components for an entire starship using only this industrial furnace? Qin Mu asked, carefully suppressing his elation. The virtual secretary nodded. Data confirms feasibility, but a starship's construction involves far more than just structural materials. It demands numerous star combat weapons and systems. Whether star combat armaments, primary hull structures, or propulsion systems, their fabrication invariably hinges upon one indispensable element: vast quantities of high-strength alloy. Thus, the theory remains operationally viable. Qin Mu well understood no starship could be built entirely from ultra-high-strength alloy. Even the Chukla class or his own derelict vessel employed such alloys only at the outermost hull layers and most critical internal nodes. Now, however, he had discovered a shortcut. Conventional starships reserved high-strength alloys exclusively for key sections, not merely due to technical difficulty in synthesis, but also prohibitive cost. Here he possessed an integrated industrial furnace, rendering synthesis constraints irrelevant. His raw material: insect carcasses, unwanted waste scorned by others. Acquiring abundant high-strength alloy was now merely a matter of time. Consequently, his starship restoration plan could undergo subtle yet profound revision once conditions permitted. Every section originally fabricated from standard alloy could be upgraded entirely to high-strength C9 grade. Qin Mu dared not imagine the outcome. If his derelict starship were truly rebuilt along these lines, he could no longer even ascertain whether it would still qualify as a stellar-class vessel. That batch of insect carcasses near the stellar gate. I'll need to secure them somehow. Their volume dwarfs the mere fraction I've acquired so far. Qin Mu's excitement flared, only for the virtual secretary to douse it with cold logic. Master, our starship currently lacks any capability for interstellar navigation. We possess neither the means nor the authority to claim those carcasses near the stellar gate. Let the matter of insect carcasses rest, for now. When conditions mature, we shall pursue it methodically. For the moment, attention must shift elsewhere. As he spoke, the recent confrontation between Zhang Xuanfeng and the Stellar Cross faction flashed unbidden before his eyes, blade against blade, steel against steel. Forging iron demands a strong arm, so too does survival. He refused to linger forever in another's shadow, and men like him were never meant to dwell aboard a starship for life. Sooner or later, he would step beyond its hull, and without formidable skill, he would perish. The virtual secretary understood him perfectly and responded instantly. Master, the virtual cosmos is fully prepared. Within it, you may conduct precisely the combat drills your spirit craves. Let's go in. 5 days later. Inside the virtual cosmos chamber, Qin Mu reflexively sat upright, nutrient solution cascading from his body back into the chamber. His bare torso glistened with residual fluid. Droplets fell steadily, their crisp patter anchoring his consciousness back to reality. Huff, huff, and gasping deeply, Qin Mu accepted a towel from the waiting service bot and wiped his face. His gaze flickered, dazed, then swiftly hardened into resolve. Has it truly been 5 days? Qin Mu turned to the virtual secretary. Nit nodded. Precisely 5 days have passed. Per your original schedule, today marks the conclusion of your practical training course, and the day you are due at the academy. Qin Mu nodded, gripping the chamber's rim as he rose, his limbs unsteady despite continuous nutrient infusion. Unlike ordinary sleep, those 5 days held horrors known only to him, and perhaps the virtual secretary. With the virtual cosmos delivering 100 somatic fidelity, he had long lost count of how many times he died within its simulated crucible. He had been cleaved vertically, from crown to groin, severed cleanly at the waist, pierced front and back by a blade's chilling thrust. To forge absolute combat instinct, he had pushed himself relentlessly, every waking moment a trial by fire. His current unsteadiness was the inevitable residue of that furious 5-day ordeal. The gains are immense, but the price? Inhuman torment. In the blink of an eye I've died more times than I can tally. Qin Mu shook his head, wryly donned his academy uniform, and stepped outside the derelict Starship, where Wei Sanpang waited. After several days' recovery, Wei Sanpang's legs no longer trembled, his demeanor had regained vitality. Seeing Qin Mu's unsteady gait, he almost cracked a joke, but remained trapped in lingering psychological shadows. They exchanged brief pleasantries and set off for the academy. At the academy, all was unchanged. By the time Qin Mu and Wei Sanpang arrived, many classmates already filled the classroom, scribbling furiously, clearly drafting their practical training summaries assigned by Zhang Xuanfeng. Qin Mu had intended precisely that. His own summary remained unwritten. He'd come solely to catch up on assignments. Yet the moment he crossed the threshold, Zhou Tao slipped silently into the room behind him. With unnerving naturalness, Zhou Tao escorted him from the classroom straight to the faculty office. Teacher, so early in the morning. What brings you to summon me? Qin Mu asked, genuinely curious. Zhou Tao's face was ashen. He slammed the document onto the desk. You truly have no idea why I called you here. Then explain to me, what in the galaxy is this exorbitant bounty about? Zhou Tao was furious, the table thumping loudly, causing the tea in the cup to splash out, his gaze fixed on Qin Mu with a murderous intensity. Qin Mu picked up the report, which contained very simple information almost impossible for ordinary people to access. Wanted person Qin Mu. Reward amount 5 E-star coins. Reward requirement regardless of life or death. Remarks confirmed: kill the head of the target, must be retrieved as a task completion assessment criterion. Qin Mu squinted. Teacher, is this a specific bounty placed on me by the black market? Zhou Tao looked at Qin Mu coldly, his nostrils nearly flaring with anger. What on earth is going on? Why is there a specific bounty on you in the black market? A reward of 500 million, such a generous offer indicates a well-known intent to kill you. Qin Mu understood a specific bounty was different from a regular bounty. Any seed captain from their school could be listed under regular bounties, and completing a kill could earn a considerable reward ranging from tens of millions to $1 billion. A specific bounty, in essence, explicitly names who needs to die, and the reward is generally much higher than that of a regular bounty. $1 billion is considered the top end for a regular bounty, but the specific bounty he faced this time was $5 billion. It must be the people from the Star Cross, who I had a conflict with them recently. If there really is someone intent on killing me, it must originate from the Star Cross. Qin Mu confessed he had no intention of hiding the truth any longer, knowing he couldn't keep it concealed. The Star Cross fleet. Zhou Tao exclaimed, explain in detail what exactly is going on. Qin Mu explained everything in detail, from the beginning of working part-time in the black market to later partnering with Zhang Xuanfeng to con the Star Cross once again. He had nothing to hide. He even described the amount of resources lost by the Star Cross fleet during the 2 encounters, providing a simple overview at that moment. You at your age, how can you be so reckless? Zhou Tao was at a loss for words. You actually dared to mess with things from the Star Cross. That's like hanging the old man of longevity. Qin Mu scratched his head awkwardly, seeing Zhou Tao genuinely worried for his safety, causing a slight discomfort in his heart, feeling as if he had committed a grave mistake. Go to the mechanical ruins, Zhou Tao suddenly said. Qin Mu was taken aback. To the mechanical ruins? That's right, the reserve troops won't arrive at our T-98 planet for another 2 months, so let's hide out at the mechanical ruins for a couple of months. Zhou Tao sighed. Qin Mu smiled bitterly. Understood. By the way, I know you are eager to repair your starship, and you are the most ambitious student I've ever taught. I've applied to the school for you to take your starship to the mechanical ruins. Zhou Tao spoke again. Qin Mu nodded, but he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. The mechanical ruins were an area where many mechanical products on T-98 had been discarded, and his scrapped starship used to belong to the mechanical ruins. As a very special area, no logistics company would deliver to the mechanical ruins. Taking a scrapped starship there wouldn't help obtain materials for repairs, making it somewhat pointless. Worried about not being able to get materials for the starship repairs. Do you think what I just said doesn't make sense? Zhou Tao asked again. Qin Mu nodded sincerely. Repairing a starship requires massive amounts of materials, and there are no delivery routes to the mechanical ruins. Even though I've managed to gather quite a bit of money, I still can't buy materials. That does feel meaningless. You little rascal. Zhou Tao glared, not responding immediately. He walked to the office door, looked around, clenched his right fist. Under certain circumstances, the unspoken rule in the mechanical ruins allows for the free use of discarded materials. Remember, don't go overboard, and don't say I told you this. Qin Mu understood clearly. To confirm he hadn't misheard, he rubbed his ears. Really? Zhou Tao stopped talking, took out a pass from the desk, signed his name on it with a flourish, and then stamped it with the school seal. Once everything was settled, he left with his hands behind his back, acting as if nothing had happened. Qin Mu stared blankly at the pass on the desk, his expression shifting from surprise to a sudden burst of joy. If I can freely use materials there, then wouldn't that mean? Hey, this will greatly accelerate the progress of repairing the Starship, but why do I feel like this is Zhou teacher abusing his power for personal gain? Putting away the past, Qin Mu didn't go to the class to say goodbye to his classmates, but headed straight home. He needed to consider the safety of his classmates, or otherwise they would become hunting targets along with him. When Qin Mu returned to the scrapped Starship, he saw someone sitting on the steps at the entrance puffing on a cigarette. It was Zhang Xuanfeng. Noticing Qin Mu's return, Zhang Xuanfeng extinguished the cigarette with his heel, adjusted the cap on his head, and walked directly towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu was about to greet him when Zhang Xuanfeng spoke first. Let's talk inside. Qin Mu nodded and led Zhang Xuanfeng into the scrapped Starship. After 2 cups of hot tea were brought by the robots, Qin Mu curiously asked, Captain Zhang, what brings you here all of a sudden? Is it because of the exorbitant bounty? I know about the bounty and that you're being sent to the mechanical ruins. I was also sent there before, and Zhou Tao asked me to come and remind you about a few things. Zhang Xuanfeng explained, taking a sip of hot tea and pulling out a list that still smelled of ink filled with densely packed text. Qin Mu glanced at it and froze. The list contained many names of metals, each marked with whether they could be used or not, with specific quantities indicated. Captain Zhang, what is this? Qin Mu was surprised. Zhang Xuanfeng cleared his throat twice. When I was sent to the mechanical ruins, I thought I shouldn't suffer losses, so I used some materials from the mechanical ruins, and this list is my analysis. Zhou Tao knows about my past, so he asked me to remind you so you don't end up in a situation where you can't use any materials in the mechanical ruins. Qin Mu's lips twitched. He seemed to understand why Zhang Xuanfeng had come so suddenly. This was clearly a private lesson for him, enabling him to maximize his Starship repairs in the mechanical ruins. Thank you, Captain Zhang. This list is extremely useful. Qin Mu was thrilled. No need to thank me, just take it easy and don't cause any trouble in the mechanical ruins. Zhang Xuanfeng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. Also, another thing, Zhou Tao asked me to tell you that once you reach the mechanical ruins you can unleash your fangs to a certain extent. Bearing your fangs, are you? Qin Mu drifted slightly, his expression calm as he gazed steadily at Zhang Xuanfeng, every crease and line on the man's face visible to his sharp eyes. Zhang Xuanfeng finished speaking and locked eyes with Qin Mu, their gazes meeting in an oddly charged, unnerving silence. Captain Zhang, what is the precise purpose behind this arrangement? Qin Mu spoke with quiet uncertainty. He could not yet confirm whether his suspicions were correct. You are destined to wage war among the stars. Bloodshed is inevitable. This lesson was meant to come later, but you've already outpaced your classmates. The mechanical ruins, euphemistically termed a decommissioned zone, are in truth little more than an officially sanctioned black market. Whether on planet T98 or other inhabited worlds, the mechanical ruins remain lawless frontiers. Countless treasure hunters pay exorbitant fees to scavenge there, drawing in every manner of rogue, opportunist, and outlaw. Huff. Qin Mu exhaled deeply, a slow, deliberate breath, finally affirming in his heart what he had long suspected: events were unfolding precisely as he had imagined. The mechanical ruins, and 2 months of evasion, were in essence an accelerated crucible. True concealment did not exist. This was training disguised as retreat. Ordinary civilians ventured into the mechanical ruins to hunt for treasures, just as those lured by astronomical bounties inevitably would too. If there was any distinction, it lay here: others could only send drones while he could pilot a derelict starship himself, granting him far greater operational leverage and in effect a form of layered protection. Understood. Qin Mu replied, grasping both Captain Zhou Tao's profound intent and the immense pressure now settling upon his shoulders. Absolute safety has never existed, not even within the hallowed halls of the Interstellar Naval Command Academy. Wealth stirs the basest instincts. He trusted Zhou Tao, he trusted Ban Shang. But the academy housed countless students across disciplines and countless faculty members beyond them. To hide within the academy would dull his vigilance, perhaps fatally. The mechanical ruins offered no such illusion. There he would remain perpetually alert, his mind razor-sharp, his trust reserved for no one, while harnessing every advantage the ruins afforded to accomplish feats impossible under ordinary circumstances. Let's go. Zhang Xuanfeng clapped Qin Mu firmly on the shoulder, pulled his cap low over his brow, and strode out of the derelict vessel, pausing only at the main hatch to glance back. Don't die in the mechanical ruins. An hour later, a deep, resonant hum surged from the derelict's engine chamber. The vessel, long grounded, began lifting slowly into the sky, just as Qin Mu had first piloted it home. Though decommissioned, its core propulsion systems remained functional, incapable of interstellar transit, yet fully capable of sustained atmospheric flight. Soon the derelict ascended to 5500 meters, flying low as it headed toward the mechanical ruins on the far side of planet T98. Where the derelict had lain dormant, its departure unveiled a vast, empty expanse, over 5 million square meters, jarringly incongruous amid the surrounding low-rise structures. Why didn't you explain this arrangement to him yourself? On the ground, Zhang Xuanfeng stood beside Zhou Tao, both watching the vessel climb into the sky. His voice was low, grave. Zhou Tao gave a wry smile. I am a teacher now. Arrangements steeped in lethality suit a serving captain like you far better than they do me. Fair enough. But is this truly safe? Zhang Xuanfeng pressed. The mechanical ruins offer only relative protection, not absolute security. Surely you have something more robust in mind. Blood tempers bone. Fire refines soul. Overprotection breeds dependence, not mastery. He is my student. I believe in him. Zhou Tao fell silent in contemplation. Zhang Xuanfeng likewise lapsed into quiet, then murmured, "May this journey through the mechanical ruins deliver the surprise you expect from him." It will be a surprise, without question. At 5500 meters. Inside the command module, Qin Mu sat still, his face placid, his inner world anything but. Before him stretched a vast glass-like display panel projecting a full holographic schematic of the starship and simultaneously mapping the terrain below in immersive three-dimensional fidelity. Retrieve all available intelligence on the mechanical ruins, Qin Mu instructed his virtual secretary. Instantly, the database synced. A dedicated section of the panoramic screen lit up, dense with classified schematics, historical logs, hazard assessments, and real-time activity feeds. Qin Mu immersed himself in the data, reading each line with meticulous care. He understood fully what Zhang Xuanfeng had conveyed. The time had come to bare his fangs. And precisely because of that, he dared not afford a single moment of negligence. Fangs tear flesh, but may also be wrenched free by a foe's iron grip. Qin Mu refused to be the latter. When was this intelligence last updated? The virtual secretary paused briefly. 37 minutes ago, the most current version available. Noted. His doubts dispelled. Qin Mu studied the details closely. The mechanical ruins drew no fewer than 100,000 scavengers daily, with peak surges exceeding 1 million. He was startled. Such staggering numbers revealed the sheer desperation driving these seekers, all gambling minimal investment against the slimmest chance of unearthed fortune. A minimum of 100,000 souls daily, peaking at 1 million. Though the ruins sprawl across a vast expanse, the resulting density remains alarming. Given the astronomical bounty now placed on my head, countless more will soon join their ranks, hunting me not for treasure, but for blood. Qin Mu moistened his dry, cracked lips, yet his voice betrayed no tremor, no flicker of fear, even as he acknowledged the assassins surely hidden among those crowds. Instead, a quiet thrill stirred within him. Echoing Zhang Xuanfeng's words, the time to bare his fangs had arrived. Conventional study could no longer suffice. Only the crucible of blood and fire would forge the strength he required next. Master, shall I engage autonomous navigation? I'll rouse you upon arrival at the mechanical ruins. Yes, activate it. I'll resume live combat drills in the virtual cosmos. T-98 enforces strict aviation regulations. Starships must maintain conventional speed while cruising at high altitude, and the journey from the central administrative zone to the mechanical wasteland airspace took a full 10 hours. Though 10 hours was not excessively long, Qin Mu underwent numerous life-or-death combat simulations within his virtual universe pod, each one plunging him into utter desperation, until his virtual secretary roused him back to the main control chamber. Though this is not my first visit to the mechanical wasteland, each arrival still stirs awe. Qin Mu murmured softly, recalling the day he had piloted a derelict starship all the way back to the central administrative zone. Before him stretched the skeletal ruins of the mechanical wasteland. Shattered walls, collapsed frameworks, and countless discarded mechanical artifacts piled like refuse across the desolate expanse. Wrecked starships, shattered drone fragments, and heaps of decommissioned robots littered the landscape, who, viewed from above, vast mountains of scrap, shimmered within concentric rings of arcing electricity. Starship ahead. Maintain hover position. Maintain hover position. A piercing voice erupted over the public channel. Several fighter jets surged forward from behind their pilots, broadcasting the command directly. Qin Mu, first-year cadet of the Interstellar Naval Command Academy, reporting for duty at the mechanical wasteland. Qin Mu, well-versed in protocol, responded instantly over the public channel. Identity verification complete. Your starship is authorized to land at grid coordinate X77. Please monitor your flight trajectory carefully. Such fighter patrols performed precisely this function, authorized to engage and destroy any unidentified aerial object. Every outsider arriving to scavenge the mechanical wasteland underwent this mandatory screening. Only once identity verification concluded could his starship be granted legitimate navigational rights within the wasteland, or otherwise it would immediately be flagged as a hostile target by the wasteland's integrated defense systems. Those few fighter jets posed no real threat, but the wasteland's unified weapons network was another matter entirely. Once fully activated, it could obliterate hundreds of stars without breaking stride. Coordinate X77, truly a familiar location, Qin Mu mused with a faint wry smile, nostalgia already tugging at his thoughts for what lay ahead. His virtual secretary materialized beside him, eyes distant and wistful indeed, a deeply familiar coordinate. Had you not appeared, I might still lie buried there, forgotten beneath layers of rust and ruin. Let's go, to X77. The starship resumed its course, guided by the virtual secretary's precise navigation, descending steadily toward the designated coordinates. Boom, boom, boom. As the vessel descended, its colossal mass crushed the mountains of scrap beneath. Gears splintered, hulls crumpled, and plumes of dust billowed endlessly into the air. Screech, The hatch groaned open. Clad in sleek black combat gear, Qin Mu strode out from the starship's interior. Around him the dust settled into silence, revealing an endless windswept plain. Everywhere he looked, scrap and more scrap. In the far distance, other derelict starships lay motionless while drones streaked silently across the cerulean sky. Deploy a reconnaissance drone. We'll survey the surrounding area first, Qin Mu instructed. His virtual secretary replied affirmative. Drone deployment initiated. Temporary authorization via Starship systems in progress. Please stand by. Moments later, the drone emerged smoothly from the starship's bay. Qin Mu stepped onto the primary combat platform where the sapphire-hued drone rested poised and unwavering. Qin Mu had visited X-77 before, but last time he'd arrived with his academy's official delegation, and after selecting this very starship, he'd paid little attention to the broader terrain. This time was different. For the next 2 months, this wasteland would be his domain, and survival demanded intimate knowledge of its contours, dangers, and hidden rhythms. The drone ascended steadily. From within its sensor suite, Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings. Yet even before covering great distance, he spotted clusters of figures moving across the ruins. Scavenging rights in the mechanical wasteland were granted on an annual basis. With throughput ranging from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million souls per year, the wasteland accumulated legions of inhabitants within each cycle. Some scavengers grew so obsessed that a single year proved insufficient. Qin Mu himself had once encountered a man who had prowled these ruins for over a decade, driven by insatiable hunger for salvage. Thus, over time, the wasteland's population swelled into a vast volatile mosaic. Exactly as Master Zhang Xuanfeng had warned, a chaotic confluence of dragons and fish saints and sinners. Master, the fighter jets have been shadowing us since mid-transit. Their tracking pattern has now been confirmed. The virtual secretary's report broke the silence. Qin Mu snapped alert. He glanced at the tactical console. His drone glowed as a small blood clustered nearby. Several crimson blips pulsed ominously, closed deliberate and unyielding. I've barely set foot in the mechanical wasteland, and they're already drawing blood. Qin Mu whispered, incredulous. Ascend, activate identification protocols. Analyze the composition of those fighters. Without hesitation, he ordered, engage air-to-air combat mode. Stand ready for engagement. The Sapphire drone shot upward in a razor-straight climb, its munitions vaults snapping into full readiness. The instant his drone climbed, the crimson blips mirrored the maneuver, rising in perfect synchrony. Then they fanned outward, dividing into distinct vectors, before converging upon his position from multiple angles. Damn, Qin Mu cursed under his breath. He needed no further proof. Their intent was unmistakable. They were hunting him. He'd arrived less than an hour ago, and already the vultures circled. Master, they're clearly after the bounty. Shall we open fire? The virtual secretary's tone brimmed with eager anticipation. Qin Mu remained silent. He switched the drone from autopilot to manual control, his thumb hovering steady and certain over the firing trigger. Whiz! A searing bolt of light tore across the sky. One of the pursuing fighters, unable to contain its aggression, opened fire, closing the distance with ruthless precision. The bounty was astronomical, and though the contract stipulated alive or dead, a critical clause demanded the delivery of his severed head. Their restraint was deliberate. They sought capture, not annihilation. At this altitude, total destruction would reduce both ship and pilot to atomized ash. Their caution betrayed deep concern, not for his life, but for the integrity of their prize. Qin Mu cared for none of it. The moment enemy fire flashed, his thumb slammed down, hard, final, unhesitating. If they would shoot, then let them learn the cost. The Sapphire drone transformed, cold, lethal, absolute. Its arsenal unleashed in a single, devastating torrent of calculated fury. BRRT. Flames erupted in all directions, battle fervor surging. Qin Mu piloted his drone with surgical precision, unleashing concentrated firepower upon hostile aircraft. Unlike his adversaries, he harbored no intention of forcing them to land. He sought only one outcome: total elimination. Everything else was irrelevant. Yet those bold enough to covet the astronomical bounty were no mere amateurs. Unfazed by Qin Mu's assault, they steered their aircraft with unnerving composure, dodging through razor-thin angles with uncanny dexterity. The enemy fighters closed in, relentlessly shrinking Qin Mu's maneuvering space. Against the vast dome of the sky, their pursuit carved a stark, breathtaking tableau. Boss, that Azure drone. It's from Captain Academy. Looks like it's in trouble. Should we lend a hand? Amidst the skeletal ruins of machinery, the aerial skirmish above the dome had drawn countless eyes upward. Crowds gazed at the cerulean drone, now hemmed in by a tightening cordon of enemy craft. In this lawless expanse, such spectacles were commonplace, so routine that onlookers barely blinked. Some had already begun laying informal wagers. In a shadowed corner of the periphery, a ragged group of armored men and women huddled together. A young man turned to the woman at their head and asked. Beneath layers of grime clinging to their armor, faint official insignias glinted. Who wrecked our drone just last week? With no drone left, do you expect me to fly up there barehanded? The woman exploded in fury, whirling around to glare at the youth as if she might devour him whole. If you hadn't crashed that damn aircraft in your reckless stunt, would we be scraping by like beggars now? Help! Do you want me to ram those fighters down with my chest, or hurl rocks at them like some feral street urchin? The youths fell utterly silent, shrinking from her wrath, especially the one who'd shattered their drone, now hunched like a startled quail. After venting her ire, she rubbed her thumb hard beneath her nose, then fixed her gaze once more upon the aerial duel above X-Zone. Hasn't seen action like this in ages, and we've never spotted a Captain Academy drone here before. Could they be newcomers? Definitely newcomers, boss, murmured a youth. We've never seen one before. And look at those fighters gleaming, meticulously maintained. Not the battered relics you'd expect from long-term dwellers of the scrapyard. Her interest piqued, she mused aloud, to draw so many enemies upon arrival. They must have unearthed something extraordinary. That kind of initiative puts our months of idle staring to shame. We could learn a thing or two. The youths exchanged stunned glances, as if witnessing a miracle. They stared at their leader, dumbfounded. Had she truly just awakened to reason? Recalling the past few months' miseries, how they'd arrived seeking fortune in the scrapyard only to degenerate into near-beggarly squalor, they felt tears welling, though none dared shed them. They'd pleaded with her countless times before, but she'd dismissed every suggestion with ironclad obstinacy. Hope had long since withered. Now this sudden shift left them reeling, unable to process it. Enough gawking, get moving. No drone means no air support, so prep for ground intervention. When that drone is forced down, we'll be ready to act. She issued orders without hesitation. At least it's Captain Academy, full of elite cadets. We can't stand idly by when we see one. Above, Qin Mu burst through the encirclement. His pursuers were seasoned veterans. No sooner had he broken free than they regrouped, already initiating a second tighter ring of pursuit. This stalemate won't hold. Time to deliver a decisive blow. Establish remote link with the Starship. Cursing under his breath, Qin Mu maintained optimal distance from the closing fighters and swiftly relayed the command to his virtual secretary. The virtual secretary acknowledged. Master, remote linkage established. Standard Starship destroyer armaments are primed and target locked. Commence strike. Qin Mu gave the order. Bringing the Starship to the scrapyard was no mere logistical choice. It was the Academy's tacit guarantee of protection, transforming an entire vessel into his unshakable bastion. Even decommissioned, the Starship remained formidable, a gaunt camel still dwarfing any horse. Its weaponry eclipsed fighter-class armaments by orders of magnitude. Long-range engagement was little more than child's play. To let such power lie dormant, to gather dust while its potential rotted unseen, was unthinkable. Qin Mu possessed no such perverse habit of neglect. Below, the enemy fighters reformed their cordon. Inside one cockpit, a burly pilot grinned savagely. Through his canopy, he watched the Azure drone, his grin widening as its flight grew sluggish, its descent unmistakable. Hey, old Joe. Looks like I'll claim the bounty this round. You're all working for me now. The hulking man chuckled darkly. Closest to the drone, he noted its graceful maneuvers had ceased, its posture now unmistakably signaling imminent landing. Triumph swelled within him. Old Joe's voice crackled over the open channel. Not yet. Who claims the bounty remains undecided. Remember, the mission demands the target's head. The real contest begins only after he touches down. Another voice cut in. Enough bickering. Focus. Tighten the cordon. Let him land first. Without that, all talk is hollow. We can't shoot him out of the sky outright. Three voices, each driven by greed for the exorbitant reward, had already reduced Qin Mu to helpless prey, debating among themselves who would claim the prize. The burly pilot muted the channel, ran his tongue over parched lips, and nudged his craft forward, determined to close the final gap, ready to seize Qin Mu the moment he landed. Alert! 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 Suddenly shrill alarms shrieked inside the cockpit, snapping the pilot's attention away from the drone. Run diagnostics. Alert! 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 No matter how forcefully he commanded, the alarms blared on. Unrelenting, unnatural. Instantly, dread coiled in his gut. His fighter slowed. Frowning, he muttered, "What's malfunctioning? Why this alarm? Did those two scoundrels turn their treachery on me?" The same panic gripped the other two cockpits. Men accustomed to dirty work shared identical suspicions, each convinced the others were striking first. Yet even as mutual suspicion hardened into certainty, the Starship docked in Sector X-77, extended its monorail photon cannon, and began charging. A soft pearlescent glow bathed the cannon's barrel. Energy surged to its zenith, target lock complete. Beside his ear, the voice of the virtual secretary reminded him of the photon cannon's charging progress. Hearing these sounds brought a slight sense of reassurance to Qin Mu, yet he did not let his guard down completely. While continuing to maneuver the drone through an exceptionally strange angle, Qin Mu observed the situation of several fighter jets. The battlefield was ever-changing. He could not guarantee that his drone would be able to dodge the targeting locks of the fighter jets at the crucial moment when the photon cannon finished charging. At several thousand meters in the air, a crash was not a trivial matter. With a bit of luck, one might lose half their life, but with bad luck, it could lead straight to the VIP section of the underworld. Something's not right. At this rate, that guy from the Tech University is going to die here. Below, amidst the ruins, the small team looked up at the chaotic battle in the sky, with the leader murmuring to herself. Beside her, several young men wore serious expressions, They were experienced warriors and understood all too well that the current situation was highly unfavorable for the blue drone. "Boss, look over there." Suddenly one young man spoke up, pointing towards the location of the X-77 battleship. As night slowly descended the area he pointed to appeared as bright as day. "What's happening over there?" another young man whispered. "It seems like some terrifying weapon is charging up." "It's strange, this area has felt increasingly restless lately. What exactly is that thing that's charging up?" Another young man expressed his doubts. The leader suddenly snapped awake, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the area that resembled daylight. "Damn! That's the photon cannon charging up. Stop dawdling and hurry to find cover." The leader cursed angrily and swiftly dashed towards the remains of a large scrap battleship not far ahead. The aerial battle was intense. Whether it was drones or fighter jets falling, the consequences were something they could not bear. They did not believe in luck when it came to survival. "What the hell is this, a joke? The photon cannon is charging up." One young man jumped up, scrambling after the leader. "Wait for me. Don't you know I run the slowest?" Several young men ran swiftly one after another, following the leader towards the remains of the large scrap battleship. As they evaded, they all had dark lines of worry on their foreheads. How ridiculous was it to come to a mechanical wasteland to scavenge only to encounter a photon cannon? Was this scavenging or fighting? "The night is as bright as day, that's." Above, old Joe noticed the abnormal white light in the distant sky from his fighter jet. As he whispered, a term suddenly flashed through his mind. "Damn it, it's the photon cannon. I was careless. I forgot that kid came here on a battleship to the mechanical wasteland." Old Joe cursed and frantically began to operate. The fighter jet traced a strange arc in the air, diving sharply towards the land. Meanwhile, the pilots of the other two fighter jets also reacted. They were seasoned veterans, and if they still couldn't respond now, they would not deserve their identities as those aspiring for exorbitant bounties. "Block him, what the hell? This kid has no honor. In a normal aerial battle, he actually wants to use his battleship to execute a long-range photon cannon strike." The remaining two fighter jets began to change direction, mimicking Old Joe's fighter jet. Just moments before, the three fighter jets had been aggressive towards Qin Mu. Now they were retreating in a rather handsome manner. "Too late," Qin Mu whispered softly. He only had one drone, and he naturally couldn't stop three fighter jets from diving towards the ground to find cover. The photon cannon, a long-range orbital weapon that could only be equipped by officially commissioned battleships, was a large destructive weapon used in star battles. Although his battleship was already scrapped and the photon cannon was not in a full multi-launch state, it was still sufficient to deal with a few fighter jets. A single-track photon cannon was enough to shred a few armored aircraft. Moreover, as a formal star battle firepower configuration, it would be a disgrace if it had no locking function. No matter how the fighter jets dodged, he was not worried that the photon cannon would miss. Even if they found cover, the photon cannon would be enough to obliterate the area where the fighter jets sought refuge. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted in the distant sky. The scrap battleship's single-track photon cannon completed its final charging, and three beams of light shot from the distant sky towards this direction. The initial speed of the photon cannon upon launch could reach the speed of light, while the speed of the fighter jets was at most a few Mach. No way they could outpace the photon cannon. In just a few seconds, the three beams of light had reached the location where Qin Mu and the others were. "I haven't even lived yet. Dodge, hurry and dodge. You two old geezers, don't block my flight path." Bang, bang, bang. The beams of light swept through the airspace. Qin Mu watched coldly from the drone as he saw two beams of light pierce through the center of a fighter jet, the absolute firepower of the photon cannon obliterating the fighter jet above. At the last moment, as the final beam of light destroyed the fighter jet, he saw an ejector pod fly out from the fighter jet, descending with the aid of a parachute. "There's actually one left." Qin Mu was somewhat surprised and maneuvered the drone to quickly approach the landing position of the remaining ejector pod. He was surprised that despite the photon cannon's extreme speed, someone was still able to react at the last moment. Truly deserving of their identity of making easy money, their experience was far too rich. Soon the drone landed, and Qin Mu, dressed in a black combat suit, rushed out. In his hand was a blood-red battle knife identical to the blood shadow battle knife used by Zhang Xuanfeng. Before coming to the mechanical wasteland, he had ordered this standard blood shadow battle knife through the Merchant Alliance, which happened to be the one he was most comfortable using during practical training in the virtual universe. With the blood shadow battle knife in hand, Qin Mu's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the guise of a good student from school. Or rather, after the recent days of practical training, he now exuded a genuine aura of killing intent that surpassed his classmates. Even though he had never truly killed an opponent with the knife, the 100 tactile sensation in the virtual universe had filled many gaps in his experience. He did not intend to let the person escaping from the remaining fighter jet go. He believed in rooting out the threat. He could not sleep. The mechanical wasteland was chaotic. Crumbling ruins sprawled in every direction, and discarded mechanical constructs littered the desolation. Qin Mu, clad in black combat gear, moved with absolute vigilance. He dared not step carelessly lest he impale his foot on a jagged shard and meet an abrupt, undignified end. Many of the dormant machines buried within the ruins had long since corroded into rust. A single careless cut would mean relentless bleeding followed inevitably by festering infection and necrotic decay. Soon Qin Mu reached the impact site where the last survivor's ejection pod had landed. He had tracked its descent with unwavering precision. True to expectation, as he arrived at the crash site, a burly, thick-bearded man tumbled clumsily from the ejection pod. His face was all but obscured by dense facial hair, only two narrow eyes squeezed forth from the bristling thicket, making any assessment of his true features impossible. Fortunately, such details were irrelevant. The moment Qin Mu saw the man emerge, his hands settled firmly upon the hilts of the bloodshadow blade, his breath flowing in calm, measured rhythm. "Damn it, you're far better prepared than I imagined. No wonder your bounty is 500 million credits," growled the bearded man, spitting onto the rubble. Thanks to the pod's emergency landing protocols, only his arm bore minor injury. From a distance, his face twisted into a snarl as he locked eyes with Qin Mu's predatory gaze, then slowly assumed a guarded, ready stance. Yet he carried no blade, only a laser pistol strapped to his thigh. Clearly anticipating this, the bearded man feigned nonchalance, easing Qin Mu's vigilance while subtly crouching to draw the weapon. Seeing the motion, Qin Mu exploded forward, the bloodshadow blade carving a crimson afterimage through the air. He would never grant this bearded brute the luxury of drawing his weapon. "You little bastard. No mercy, not even a sliver of chance." The bearded man rolled sideways, evading the descending blade while cursing furiously. Unshaken by the taunt, Qin Mu adjusted instantly, his hands gripping the hilt as he contorted his body into an uncanny angle, redirecting the bloodshadow blade in pursuit of the rolling man. His recent live-fire drills had been brutal. Repeated death had forged in him mastery over 360 distinct fatal flaws. In real combat, each method of dying revealed a vulnerability, an opening exploited by an opponent to deliver the final decisive blow. Just now, Qin Mu knew with certainty if he failed to land that follow-up strike, the bearded man would draw his laser pistol and seal Qin Mu's fate in this life forever. Thwip! The bloodshadow blade cleaved through the man's right shoulder. His severed arm thudded onto the rubble-strewn ground, blood splattering across the wreckage. That hand, the one most dexterous for drawing the pistol, was precisely the target Qin Mu had calculated and seized. The bearded man was ruthless. His arm severed midair, yet he uttered only a low grunt. Sweat beaded on his brow, yet his expression remained utterly impassive. "Hold. Just hold. I propose a deal. You spare me now and I swear never to raise a hand against you again. 500 million credits sounds tempting, but what use is wealth without life? Spare me, and I vow never to claim that bounty." Maintaining his stoic mask, the bearded man spoke rapidly, even as his left arm, artificially installed during the pod's emergency deployment, slipped a bank card from its concealed compartment. "This holds my life savings. Promise me mercy and I surrender it to you, unconditionally. What say you? My sincerity should be more than sufficient. I am offering you my price for survival." He continued, speaking, eyes fixed on Qin Mu's reaction, though his breathing betrayed him ragged and unsteady beneath that placid facade. "You live, I cannot sleep." Step by deliberate step, Qin Mu advanced. He did not so much as glance at the bank card clutched in the man's hand. Who did this brute think he was fooling? Did he imagine Qin Mu could be bought off with petty ransom money? Every job he'd ever pulled was high stakes, nothing less. Lusting after that 500 million credit bounty, Qin Mu surmised the man was hardly wealthy. His offered sum likely paled beside the earnings from just two of Qin Mu's prior operations. The bearded man's face finally cracked. Seeing Qin Mu ignore the card entirely, he realized with chilling clarity that this was no ordinary negotiation. "So you've made up your mind, boy," he snarled, each word edged with menace. Yet with every syllable, he edged backward inch by cautious inch. Qin Mu remained silent. When he saw the man begin to pivot, preparing to flee, he surged forward, the bloodshadow blade arcing down toward the man's exposed back with lethal intent. Shink! The blade sank deep into flesh. Crimson spray erupted, warm droplets striking Qin Mu's cheek as he stared coldly at the man's retreating, defenseless back. Only after the man collapsed limp and lifeless did Qin Mu lower his guard. Not fully, but enough to step forward and deliver two precise, confirming strikes with the bloodshadow blade. Once certain the man was dead, Qin Mu flipped the corpse over. The bearded man's eyes gaped wide, not just in disbelief, but laced with bitter, irreversible regret. "3 are dead. But these were surely not all who came for me," Qin Mu muttered, sifting through the man's belongings, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. A 500 million credit bounty. He doubted only 3 would covet it, especially not among those destined for Soul-Tech star warfare, where such sums were trivial, even negligible. But in the black markets, 500 million credits was a fortune, a sum that stirred greed like wildfire. Many would risk everything for it. These 3 were undoubtedly the vanguard, the first wave driven by raw, untempered avarice. Far more dangerous were those who could master their desire, biding their time in silence. Pathetically poor. To offer this paltry sum for your life. My judgment was sound indeed. Qin Mu instructed his virtual secretary to scan the man's anonymous bank card. Its balance, mere tens of millions, was laughably insignificant. Minutes later, having secured all salvageable items, Qin Mu spared not a glance for the corpse and turned instead toward the waiting drone. Across the ruin-choked expanse, a lone figure sprinted toward a cobalt-blue drone, while another lay utterly still, devoid of breath or motion. The scene seemed frozen in time, witnessed only by the cold, indifferent skeletons of shattered machinery. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mu re-entered the drone. As it lifted skyward, he finally wiped the drying blood from his face, his heart having roared with fury, now settling into a glacial, unyielding calm. A sick heave rose up from Qin Mu's chest at last. He clapped a hand over his mouth, droplets of saliva spattering through his fingers. No amount of forced composure could conceal the fact that this was his first time killing. Even in a virtual universe, it was never mere death. He had slain opponents before, and full sensory feedback could feel indistinguishably real, yet illusion remained illusion, and the mind responded differently. The bearded man lay dead beneath his bloodied blades, scalding blood splashing Qin Mu's face as the cold corpse slumped to the ground. The impact was unmistakably enormous. "Hey master, you did throw up after all. Didn't you say you wouldn't?" The virtual secretary's teasing voice rang out, amused and entirely unsurprised by Qin Mu's reaction. Qin Mu felt ill for some time. His limbs were limp and weak, and he had no inclination to answer the virtual secretary's jibes. He breathed out finally a little better. After a few minutes, he recovered enough to exhale in relief and took from his pocket the things the bearded man had left behind. He had already checked the bank card, a balance of tens of millions of star coins, likely the bearded man's entire fortune. Besides the bank card, there was a combat craft access card. The craft itself was ruined, rendering the card meaningless. Apart from that, Qin Mu found a peculiar wooden token. The number 97 was carved into the wood, as if it bore some extraordinary significance. Qin Mu frowned. The token's craftsmanship was exquisite, its patterns betraying no common origin. The virtual secretary fell silent, as if consulting its archives. After about 2 minutes it answered, "Master, according to my records, this appears to be a hunting designation. According to the database on the black market bounty list, a hunting designation like this is issued when a bounty exceeds 100 million. Each hunting designation is issued to no more than 100 people. Judging from the current situation, Master, there remain 96 pursuers targeting you." Damn. Qin Mu's realization struck him like ice. The virtual secretary's explanation drained the color from his mood. Though he had no ties to the black market, he knew exactly what such a designation implied. No more than 100 could be assigned to the hunt. At most 99 bounty hunters. 3 had already fallen, leaving exactly 96 still on the chase. Such numbers represented a tremendous challenge for him. Return to the Starship first. This matter must not be taken lightly, Qin Mu decided without hesitation. The blue drone streaked across the dome and headed straight for the X-77 coordinates where the Starship lay. Qin Mu had always been cautious by nature. He disliked risking battles without certainty. Now that he understood 96 pursuers remained, he would not sit idly and await death. Beneath the dome, the aftershock of the photon cannon had faded, and those who had taken cover began to emerge from their shelters. "Good grief, that Tech University kid is ruthless. He even had long-range strike weaponry," one of the youths muttered. The big sister spat, rubbing her chest that had been bruised while dodging. "If I'm not mistaken, the photon cannon is a standard Starship armament. Did this kid bring a Starship to the scrapyard? My goodness, what sort of family is that? People who scavenge scrapyards are usually poor. Who shows up in a Starship to scavenge? What is he up to?" The big sister's remarks silenced the youths, so like the woman, they were elites, and reached a similar conclusion. Arriving in a Starship to scavenge was an unheard-of joke. Someone with a full Starship complement would hardly come here for leftovers. With resources like that, roaming the cosmos would be far more profitable than scavenging. Uninhabited planets were the true treasure troves. Stripping one bare beats scavenging any day. "Big sister, shall we stick to our original plan and follow?" A youth whispered. He felt their initial idea might require revision. A person who came to scavenge in a Starship was clearly wealthy, a different breed from them. They were not even in the same league. "Follow? Why not?" the big sister replied. If he came in a Starship, he might be worth cooperating with. She decided bluntly, and led the team in the direction the drone had flown off. The youths were stunned, staring at their big sister's decisive manner, each of them a little bewildered. "By the way, that Tech University guy killed so cleanly. If we follow him, won't we also get cut down?" one asked. "I think it's very likely. He seems to have upset someone. If we trail him rashly, we'll probably be mistaken for people causing trouble." "Do you think Big Sister considered that?" "I doubt she did." "Of course not. Do you really think our Big Sister plans that far ahead?" They followed the woman, speaking in hushed tones so their leader would not overhear anything amiss. The woman clearly did not notice. She was straightforward and blunt, not given to deep deliberation. Elsewhere, Qin Mu guided the blue drone back to the Starship and stood on the main combat platform, watching it pushed into the bay as he prepared to review the recent skirmish. Before he could begin, the virtual secretary interrupted. "Master, when we returned, a group of people were tailing us." "Someone was tailing us?" Qin Mu startled, incredulous. He had been observing but had not noticed anyone suspicious. Had his vigilance really dropped so low? "No, it is not that your vigilance fell. You were watching the airspace. I detected the tail on land." The virtual secretary explained, my scans cover both airspace and ground. Based on the ground data, the trailing party may be official personnel. Qin Mu was slightly surprised. Upon hearing they might be officials, his brow tightened. Are you certain they are officials? Certain, the virtual secretary answered. Why would officials be following me? Qin Mu was somewhat puzzled. To ensure safety and for deeper training, he was abruptly arranged to the mechanical ruins. Given such arrangements, he certainly did not believe that anyone from the authorities would protect him. If they did, it would be a case of putting the cart before the horse. Continue to monitor. If it is initially determined to be from the authorities, I can relax a bit. But if they are not from the authorities, I must receive an alert at the first sign of trouble. Qin Mu took a deep breath. His heart, which had just settled, was once again in turmoil, an inexplicable pressure weighing on his shoulders. There were still 96 people chasing after the exorbitant bounty, and he could not be sure whether those following him were reliable representatives of the authorities. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Qin Mu understood this simple truth. He did not want to gamble with his life recklessly. All right, I will always monitor the situation around the Starship and ensure that your arrangements are honored, Master, the virtual secretary replied seriously. However, Master, since you have just gone through a battle, would you like to have a special service? I guarantee it will relieve your stress completely. The virtual secretary started to become frivolous again. Qin Mu had a dark expression on his face. Choosing to ignore the virtual secretary's teasing, he headed back to the control room. In the control room, the massive peeling panel still holographically displayed the three-dimensional shape of the scrapped Starship, with the red lights still plentiful. How much reserve energy was consumed in the firing of the monorail photon cannon? Qin Mu observed the holographic projection, noting that the red light in the energy reserve compartment was even more intense than before. The monorail photon cannon consumed 10% of the reserve energy for this firing due to the limited energy reserves on the Starship. The virtual secretary reported. However, the photon cannon can replenish energy by absorbing light energy. It only consumes reserve energy during its initial activation, i.e. as long as it maintains continuous combat, the photon cannon can sustain itself. Sustain itself. Qin Mu scoffed. This is not the cosmic void. He certainly could not keep the monorail photon cannon in a constant state of readiness. He was certain that if he kept the monorail photon cannon in a state of readiness, the management of the mechanical ruins would definitely come knocking. The scene at that time. Qin Mu thought it would certainly be quite beautiful, and he did not want to experience such a situation. How many other weapons and equipment on the Starship can be quickly put into combat? Qin Mu continued to inquire. The monorail photon cannon must be shut down and cannot remain in a constant state of readiness. Moreover, a single method of attack is insufficient to serve as a trump card. If the opponent is prepared, it can render the photon cannon ineffective. The virtual secretary snapped her fingers, and a holographic screen appeared between her and Qin Mu, displaying numerous weapons and equipment from the scrapped Starship. Some were completely scrapped, while others had been reconfigured by the virtual secretary over the past year. Qin Mu glanced over briefly. His furrowed brows did not relax much. The current firepower system is still insufficient. The repairs on the Starship cannot continue to consume resources like this. I suspect that those chasing after the bounty are already secretly investigating the status of our Starship. They certainly understand the existence of the photon cannon. The remaining task is to avoid detection. In other words, we should temporarily treat the photon cannon as if it were unusable, and then we need to use other methods to achieve a surprise effect. Qin Mu analyzed in an orderly manner, his gaze on the main ship becoming serious. The knowledge he had learned over the years at the Technology University began to come together. However, the more he contemplated, the more he felt his brain was insufficient. After all, it was a human brain, and the computation speed was certainly different from that of an intelligent brain. By the way, I should take out the list given by Captain John and take a good look at it. Qin Mu pulled out the list that Zhang Xuanfeng had given him. He had glanced at it briefly at the time. Zhang Xuanfeng had clearly listed the materials that could be obtained from the mechanical ruins for his use, which was very helpful to him. Not only that, besides these, there were countless treasures hidden by Zhang Xuanfeng in the mechanical ruins from many years ago. Zhang Zunfeng's intention was clear, to leave these items for him to use, and naturally, he would not be polite about such matters. Master, there are indeed many good items on this list. If we can collect all the materials listed, it would greatly aid in the repair of our Starship. The virtual secretary was excited. She was eager to have Qin Mu send the robots on the Starship out to gather materials. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. She was eagerly hoping that Qin Mu would complete the Starship repairs so she could truly enter work mode. I know they are all good items, but collecting these materials is likely not easy. Qin Mu remained calm and grumbled unhappily. We are currently located at coordinates X77, and the farthest location for the materials on Captain John's list is in the A05 area, which is equivalent to the other end of the mechanical ruins. Moreover, the other materials we can collect ourselves are mostly in the F85 area, which is not close either. We must plan carefully. The virtual secretary's expression immediately became less enthusiastic, and she said somewhat dejectedly, Master, with so many good items, shouldn't we consider this more? The mechanical ruins hold not only Captain John's materials, but also many other materials we can collect for use. Qin Mu ignored the virtual secretary's temptations. The list from Zhang Xuanfeng clearly indicated that the materials closest to X77 on the list were explicitly stated not to be collected casually. According to Zhang Zunfeng's words, this could easily cause the managers of the mechanical ruins to alter the rules, and then they would truly suffer great losses. The list states what is prohibited, do not entertain any improper thoughts. Now calculate carefully based on the materials on the list. If we can collect all these materials, how much can the repair of the Starship be improved, and how many firepower systems can be restored? Don't forget there are still nearly 100 people hunting us. If our lives are lost, we can forget about the rare materials as well. The virtual secretary responded with an "oh," and blue characters danced on the virtual screen as a series of codes that Qin Mu recognized were madly disassembled and assembled. Soon the image on the virtual screen froze, and the virtual secretary looked at the frozen image and said, "Master, based on detailed calculations, if all the materials on the list are utilized, the repair level of the Starship can reach 50%. Qin Mu was quite surprised to hear this. "Are you sure it can reach 50%? "Absolutely. Moreover, if the repairs go smoothly, 60% is not impossible." "It seems that the mechanical ruins truly are a treasure trove," Qin Mu exclaimed. "Then let's officially start the repair work." Silence fell abruptly from the virtual secretary. Normally, she would have brimmed with excitement at the mere mention of repairing the Starship. Yet now she remained uncharacteristically still. Qin Mu suddenly realized something. A faint glimmer of understanding flickered in his mind. The materials are plentiful, but gathering them appears dauntingly difficult. Qin Mu paused and thought. The virtual secretary bobbed her head eagerly. "Indeed, we simply cannot retrieve those materials right now. We can only watch, helplessly unable to utilize them for the time being." "How many small-scale remote robots can the Starship currently deploy?" Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary tallied swiftly. "We have over 400 such robots available for external deployment." "But Master, are you certain sending intelligent robots into the field won't leave them vulnerable to scavengers?" Qin Mu fell silent. He had no retort. Though the mechanical wastes offered abundant resources, he could not deny their lawless, chaotic nature. He foresaw a high probability that any dispatched robots would be snatched up by rival scavengers, leaving not only the required materials unrecovered, but also compounding losses beyond control. "Master, might we consider enlisting those official personnel?" the virtual secretary suggested unexpectedly. At her words, Qin Mu recalled the several figures whose suspicious movements had shadowed his drone. "If we lure them aboard the Starship, what is the likelihood of subduing them?" Qin Mu mused. The virtual secretary calculated instantly. Given the Starship's current armament systems, even if every bounty hunter pursuing this exorbitant reward were aboard simultaneously, total annihilation would be assured. Then perhaps it's worth attempting. Qin Mu decided without hesitation. No sacrifice, no gain. He would take the risk. Should things go awry, a single decisive strike would suffice. The virtual secretary immediately initiated operations. The Starship's reconnaissance system began comprehensively mapping the terrain surrounding coordinates X77. Qin Mu did not change clothes. Still clad in his functional combat suit, he stood in the command center, eyes fixed on surveillance feeds showing the Starship's immediate periphery. Achoo! From afar, a youth squad darted swiftly through the mechanical wastes. A woman led the way, seasoned veterans, all their mastery of the treacherous terrain rendering topography nearly irrelevant. Abruptly, the woman sneezed, rubbed her tingling nose, and turned toward her companions. "Does anything feel off to you?" she asked. Her comrades stiffened, eyes wide, heads shaking violently like frantic pendulums. "So, you've been speaking ill of me in your hearts?" she asked, skeptical. "No, absolutely not. By heaven and earth, Sister Leader, you mustn't wrong an innocent soul." "Exactly, Sister Leader. You know who we are." The youths cowered before her, denying frantically. Qin Mu did not change clothes. Still clad in his functional combat suit, he stood in the command center, eyes fixed on surveillance feeds showing the Starship's immediate periphery. "Enough chatter. Let's move. Should they depart, cooperation vanishes entirely." She urged them forward. Yet though urgency colored her voice, her feet remained rooted as she stared silently at the distant Starship. When did students from Science Technology University grow so wealthy? Arriving in a Starship to scavenge, she muttered softly. "Sister Leader, could it be? This Starship is standard issue for them." One youth whispered timidly. She shot him a sharp glance. "Get lost. Do you think I'm ignorant? Students can purchase decommissioned Starships at discount prices. I'm well aware of that. But don't you find it strange? A derelict Starship retains only basic propulsion. Its weapon systems are invariably inoperative. Must I remind you?" The more she pondered, the more baffling it became. Her companions wisely avoided further debate on the matter. Having worked alongside her for years, they knew her well. When intellectual rigor was required, one could, selectively, ignore her presence altogether. "Fine, let's just go." She dismissed the dilemma with a sigh. "Students from Science Technology University are trustworthy enough, not likely to sell us out the moment we step aboard," she declared irritably, and immediately strode toward the Starship. The youths exchanged glances, then turned collectively to the bespectacled young man among them. "Glasses, do you think Sister Leader's logic holds water?" "When has she ever held water?" he sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Still, once she decides, we follow. Stay vigilant." Adapt as circumstances unfold. Glasses led the way after her. The others wore expressions of profound resignation, hesitant, yet dutifully falling into step behind her. Inside the Starship's command center, Qin Mu studied surveillance footage streamed in by the reconnaissance system, watching the woman and her squad rapidly close the distance. The night air hung hazy, obscuring fine details of their attire. Are you absolutely certain they're official personnel? Qin Mu asked, unease tinging his voice. The virtual secretary affirmed, confidently certain. Their combat suits match last year's official standard issue, though grime conceals many identifying features. Official combat suits require biometric activation, DNA, and retinal imprint, rendering unauthorized use impossible. They are unquestionably affiliated personnel. Qin Mu reflected pensively. He had tried repeatedly to convince himself, but the grainy footage of the woman and her ragged entourage unsettled his trust. Could official personnel truly be this destitute? Even he, a penniless student, had not yet sunk to their level of hardship. Maintain full alert status. Open the Starship's main hatch. Arm all weapon systems. Prepare for immediate engagement. Qin Mu issued his orders, gripping the blood shadow battle blade tightly. The intricate carvings along the hilt calmed his nerves, anchoring him in focus. Caution, after all, was never misplaced. After relaying instructions to the virtual secretary, he hurried toward the main hatch to assess whether this youth squad might truly become reliable allies within the mechanical wastes. He arrived precisely as the massive hatch completed its slow, resonant opening. Through the yawning aperture, and illuminated by the hatch's ambient lighting, he saw the youth squad already hovering just outside the Starship. At their vanguard stood the very woman he'd first noticed. The others followed closely in her wake. The Starship lay silent at coordinate X77. 10,000 meters in length, its vast hull stretched so far that its end could not be glimpsed at a single glance. The woman led them to the vessel and peered at the yawning hatch with an uneasy brow. Four eyes, your mind is nimble. Analyze this for me. What do you make of it? She hauled the bespectacled youth forward and pointed at the open door, a stubborn sense that something was amiss prickling at her. The bespectacled youth smiled wryly as she dragged him to the front. His glasses became crooked, half perched on his nose, while one arm of the frame almost stood on end. Big sister, could you be a bit gentler? The youth complained. The woman slapped the back of his head. You talk to me about gentleness. Do I look soft to you? She felt one slap was insufficient and added a few more taps to the back of his head, as if play-acting gentleness while striking him. The bespectacled youth wilted, baring his teeth and drawing a few sharp breaths. Stop hitting me, please. Stop. He straightened his glasses in an affectedly genteel manner and pushed up the frame. Based on my analysis, it seems the other party is inviting us into the Starship. Inviting us? Do you think my leadership has been wasted all these years, that we are so easily duped? The woman, without another word, slapped the youth again. Everyone says I don't like to use my head. Even I, who supposedly don't use mine, feel this is wrong. And you tell me it's a welcome. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Her retort left the youth speechless. Inside the Starship, Qin Mu listened to the youth's exchange and felt a small measure of relief. He would not call himself particularly gifted at reading people, yet from their conversation, he still managed to glean a few clues. They did not appear calculated. Or rather, they did not seem to harbor a bellyful of ill intent. If one were to truly do harm, he suspected, he could be worse than they. Qin Mu did not rush to emerge. After finishing his analysis, he intended to observe for a while longer. 2 months in the Jixia ruins left him ample time. He could not, for the sake of finding allies, rashly accept the youths as partners. Ideally, he had planned a short bout of psychological maneuvering, a sparring of wits that might reveal more about them. Instead, outside the Starship, the woman, who had at first seemed a little dim, hurled a verbal bomb straight at them. Hey fellows from the Tech University, are you inviting us aboard your Starship or not? She called out. Say something, show yourselves. Leaving the hatch open like this makes us uneasy. If you let us in, we feel awkward. If you don't, we feel awkward too. I remember when we visited your Tech University, someone warned you to be cautious. Why don't you at least come out and give us a sign to put our minds at ease? She punctuated her words with hands on her hips, towering at the threshold of the Starship with an audacious, almost imperious air. At her side, the other youths staggered and nearly gave their leader a fright. When they realized this was simply her manner, they readjusted and accepted it again. Qin Mu was a little surprised. He had heard her every word without omission. Yet something about it still felt off. He queried his virtual secretary about the Starship's surroundings, and after confirming no immediate danger, stepped out from his vantage at the hatch's corner. He stood before the Starship, gripping the swaying battle blade in his hand. The blade, having recently tasted blood, lent an extra metallic tang to the dim night. There, that's more like it, the woman murmured. No subterfuge, that cautious posture is exactly what suits me. She clicked her tongue in appreciation as she regarded Qin Mu, fully armed, the swaying battle blade still in his grasp. Her unsettled heart steadied. Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. At school, he had been the sort to render others speechless. Now, facing this blunt woman, he was the one left mute. She refused to play by any familiar script, and it unnerved him. Who are you? Qin Mu asked in a low voice, tightening his hand on the blade, as if ready to leap from the ship. The woman was pleased by his reaction. She scanned the group for something useful, and seeing nothing suitable fixed her gaze on the bespectacled youth beside her. "Four Eyes, lend me your belt," she said, and without giving him a moment to reply, she deftly yanked the belt from his waist. By the time the youth realized what had happened, and stood holding up his trousers, the woman had already bound her own hands with his belt. "In with the official reserves," she explained. "We heard there are valuable things in the Jixia ruins. So, I brought my little team as official reservists to do some scavenging. You look like you might make an excellent partner, hence I'm here to propose cooperation. And to spare you worry, if by chance your swaying battle blade were to cut us all in a slip of the hand, I've tied myself up first. Enough sincerity for you." She spoke bluntly, and judging the bespectacled youth's belt not tight enough, made an effort to cinch it tighter as she tied her hands. From beginning to end, she presented herself as someone with no ill intent, utterly willing to be vulnerable and even to be sacrificed. "Big sister, why are you taking my belt? Do I have no pride?" the bespectacled youth roared. The remaining youths sensed something amiss and hastily distanced themselves from their leader. But confronted by their leader's threatening glare, each of them wore a rueful expression and begrudgingly tore off their own belts to bind their hands and feet. Qin Mu watched in stunned silence. He had merely asked who they were, never dreaming their answer would be so strikingly candid. "Are you really official personnel?" Qin Mu asked his virtual secretary quietly. The virtual secretary hesitated for a moment. "Before this I would have been certain, but now, I'm not entirely sure." Yet their official combat uniforms and the bluntness of their manner still give some credence to them being official, so there is a sliver of plausibility. Qin Mu said, "Do you think they could truly be our partners over the next 2 months in the Jixia ruins?" The reply came hesitant. "They probably can." Neither the virtual secretary nor Qin Mu could be certain. For once the youth squad had left them both baffled. "So do you believe me or not?" After some effort, the woman thoroughly tied herself up as if to reassure Qin Mu. She tied the waistband that secured her with a firm knot right in front of him. The remaining youths were not in a much better situation. Initially there were no knots, but under the woman's threat, they all tied themselves into knots without considering the consequences. Huff. Qin Mu exhaled heavily, sheathing his blood shadow battle blade behind him, responding to the woman's call with his actions. Given the situation of the few women, he found no reason to keep the blood shadow battle blade aimed at them. They were part of the official reserve. These 5 words carried significant weight. In the Interstellar era, someone had to be at the forefront. No one knew when a sudden danger might erupt in the universe. For example, the Chiho fleet, led by Zhang Xuanfeng, would charge to the front line at the slightest disturbance in the T-98 star domain. The official reserve is a gathering of forces responsible for the star domain, with authority surpassing that of ordinary star domain fleets. Including the T-98 star domain, the entire series star domains have the highest casualty rates among the reserves, who must always be prepared to be dispatched to the front lines. At the forefront of the interstellar battlefield, Qin Mu, having studied at a technological university, understood its gravity. People died there every day. Whenever someone dies, the reserves must step up to fill the vacancy, likely becoming the next casualty. Interstellar Captain Technology University freshman Qin Mu, nice to meet you. Qin Mu lowered his guard, greeting the few people, while slightly turning to the side at the Starship entrance, allowing the women to enter smoothly. The meaning was clear. Seeing this, the woman with her straightforward personality walked confidently toward the Starship, not worrying whether Qin Mu would suddenly act against them or eliminate them on the spot. Qin Mu pondered this issue briefly, quickly realizing that his concerns seemed unwarranted. If they were that kind of person, they probably wouldn't resort to tying themselves up. Arrange for the intelligent robots to untie them. Qin Mu sighed, suddenly curious whether this decision could be considered wise. Soon, with the help of the robots, the belts binding the women were all untied. The bespectacled youth immediately retied his belt, and the others did the same. The woman rubbed her sore wrists and flexed her limbs. "See, my decision was quite straightforward, saving us the hassle of a trust-building process. You all don't think I don't know what you've been saying behind my back, calling me brainless, but look, I just resolved the issue too, didn't I?" The youths were left speechless in front of the woman's self-praise, unsure how to respond, feeling as if they had a lot to criticize but didn't know where to start. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhu Qingwei, the captain of this small team I led. This bespectacled guy is Su Yunqing. You can just call him Glasses or Four Eyes. And that scrawny guy who looks malnourished is Luo, how his nickname is Mouse. The remaining one is Zhang Wei." Zhu Qingwei was quite familiar, finishing the introductions of her 4-person team in just a few sentences, including their nicknames. Qin Mu's lips twitched slightly. Zhu Qingwei's name sounded like it belonged to a quiet girl, yet in reality he found no semblance of quietness in her demeanor. Perhaps this is the lesson that one should not judge a book by its cover. Qin Mu mused internally, but he introduced himself again. "Qin Mu, freshman at the Technology University, as I mentioned before." "Just right, I actually need some partners now, and since you are all official reserves, we've established some preliminary trust. We can attempt to collaborate on the next matters." Direct and to the point, Qin Mu did not want to waste time chatting. There were dozens of eyes watching him from the shadows, making it difficult for him to persuade himself to take it easy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwei's eyes lit up. "A big deal right after arriving. You're Qin Mu, right? You came to the mechanical ruins with a starship knowing how to find the best things there. The three beside Four Eyes remained silent, already fond of their leader's exuberance, standing beside Zhu Qingwei contemplating Qin Mu. Based on their past experiences, they found it a bit hard to accept the idea of deep collaboration right upon arrival. It felt somewhat strange. What I intend to do should be akin to treasure hunting, Qin Mu said uncertainly as he led them to the lounge within the Starship. As soon as they arrived, the virtual secretary had already completed the projection in the lounge displaying the black market's outrageous bounty list. At the top position, Qin Mu's name was listed with a staggering bounty of 500 million, with 99 at the end of the list indicating how many people were interested in this assassination task. This meant that once this number reached 99, those still interested would no longer be able to participate. The black market managed this aspect very strictly. Qin Mu speculated that this might be to prevent too many participants, which would complicate list management, and perhaps they thought that such numbers were enough to handle the bounty. What is this? Zhu Qingwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the projected bounty list, especially when she saw Qin Mu at the top. She felt utterly shocked. The three beside Four Eyes were equally astonished, staring at the bounty list as if it were a monster swallowing hard. Qin Mu and the target of the outrageous bounty task. I came to the mechanical ruins with the idea of treasure hunting, but before that I must first deal with those who have their eyes on me. Just in time for you to arrive, we can deal with those who are after me together, and then we can split whatever they have on them. In short, first we hunt people, later we hunt treasures, Qin Mu succinctly summarized. Choosing to collaborate with Zhu Qingwei's team, he had decided to disclose this aspect of information. Zhu Qingwei's expression froze, and the three beside Four Eyes also became stiff. Their necks were rigid as their gazes clashed together. Did I just hear that right? It seems like he has the intention of treasure hunting. And then, first hunting people, then hunting treasures. Is this process really appropriate? Do you mean to deal with the people first, and then loot? If I understood correctly, you want to target these individuals first. Once we deal with them, all their belongings will belong to us. Is this what they call targeting people, Zhu Qingwei was the first to regain her composure. Even though she was well prepared, she thought she had a bit of courage. From the current situation, she felt that she was on a completely different level compared to Qin Mu. His money-making mindset was on a level far beyond hers. You're not wrong, Qin Mu replied affirmatively. If it were you being watched all the time, would you still have the mind to find good things in the mechanical ruins? I understand. I completely understand. The initial battle was for this reason. Zhu Qingwei felt like crying without tears. No matter how much she disliked thinking, she now realized she had inadvertently stepped into a pitfall. Those who made it to the black market's high-priced bounty list were not easy targets at all, especially being at the top of the list. Just how many people were out to hunt Qin Mu? Getting involved in such matters would have unimaginable consequences. Can I back out? Zhu Qingwei said in utter disbelief. I just wanted to bring my team to join, or are you planning to put us all at risk? Qin Mu said nothing, quietly watching Zhu Qingwei. What was she thinking? Having joined, she still wanted to back out. That was impossible. The frequency of the twitching at the corners of the mouths of the Furid group was much higher than that of Zhu Qingwei. She sensed the gravity of the situation, and with their experience they could see the danger even more clearly. Indeed, the leader is impulsively dragging us all in. Forget it. Let's look at it positively. This isn't the first time the leader has done something like this. We've gotten used to it already. Look at what you're saying. The leader is not someone who only drags us in, as she clearly dragged herself in too. The three in the Furid group were relentless in their complaints. However, no matter how they complained, they remained steadfastly seated beside Zhu Qingwei. A four-person team united in honor and disgrace. You, my friend, are really ruthless. I accept reality. I rolled my eyes, feeling somewhat off. Since I can't escape this, I can only go along with it. But you must have a plan for targeting people first. The mechanical ruins are vast, with so many hunting you. This is a big project. Qin Mu had already prepared for this. As soon as Zhu Qingwei finished speaking, a virtual secretary projected itself in a rather mechanical manner. Not being someone intimately familiar, the virtual secretary had no intention of revealing too much about itself. Master, the invasion has been prepared. If you wish, I can invade the management system of the mechanical ruins. The success rate of the invasion is 90%. Once successful, I can filter the individuals who entered the mechanical ruins today and analyze those who pose a threat to you, Master. The mechanical dialogue from the virtual secretary was very precise, yet the words fell on Zhu Qingwei and the others' ears like thunder. Zhu Qingwei's mouth formed an O shape. She was genuinely stunned. At the same time, the Furid trio also suddenly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at Qin Mu, then back at the very mechanical virtual secretary. Invading the management system of the mechanical ruins. Are you crazy? Can you really invade the management system of the mechanical ruins? The Furid one spoke rapidly, afraid that if he spoke too slowly his meaning would be lost. On any living planet, the management authority of the mechanical ruins is extremely powerful, as this place is equivalent to an alternative black market and falls under official management. To prevent uncontrollable situations, the firepower system paired with the mechanical ruins can annihilate hundreds of stars, and its management system is top-notch, designed to prevent problems before they arise. And now, Qin Mu's Starship intelligence proposed the insane suggestion of invading the management system of the mechanical ruins. Any slight mistake would surely lead the firepower system to target them. A firepower system capable of annihilating hundreds of planets. The Fouried One was sure they wouldn't last even 0.01 seconds before being obliterated. It's not about invading the firepower system of the mechanical ruins, just the personnel management system. If someone is after my bounty, they will most likely have entered the mechanical ruins with me today, so they will definitely be in the management records. By invading today's data, we can analyze how many people are targeting me, and we can also roughly determine their initial locations. Thus, by gathering sufficient information, we can ascertain their positions and take proactive measures instead of remaining in passive defense. Qin Mu spoke methodically. He was exceptionally calm about such matters considering every aspect. Zhu Qingwei had regained a bit of her composure, yet even with the ample time Qin Mu had given her to digest the information, she still felt somewhat dazed. To target people by invading the management system of the mechanical ruins. What a crazy idea. Realizing she had truly boarded a pirate ship, Zhu Qingwei felt like crying. She only wanted to make some money. How did she end up on a pirate ship? Qin Mu, are you serious about invading the management system of the mechanical ruins? Putting aside the consequences, just the management system of the mechanical ruins is not something an ordinary intelligence can invade. Are you sure about this? As I just mentioned, if you don't operate properly while invading, the consequence will be us becoming targets for the firepower system of the mechanical ruins. The Fouried One asked again, and realizing they couldn't back out, he inquired with some concern. Qin Mu frowned and pondered. The success rate is 90%. That is worth a try. Although the last 10% is uncertain, the probability of issues arising from that 10% is quite low. If we don't attempt this due to that uncertainty, the workload to deal with those after the high bounty will increase exponentially. You all wouldn't want to delay our progress in finding good things in the mechanical ruins because of these matters, right? Saying this, Qin Mu did not wait for the Fouried group to ask further. Acting as if he was issuing orders to the virtual secretary, he immediately began arranging for the invasion of the management system of the mechanical ruins. When he decided to do something, he acted without hesitation. Once something was determined, continuing to dither would only waste time that could not be compensated by money. Moreover, if those people weren't dealt with, he truly couldn't sleep. Begin the invasion. In the process of invading. Is this starting already? What is the outcome? What is the answer? The Xian youth was utterly bewildered, staring in astonishment. Only belatedly did he realize an order had been issued for the virtual intelligence to infiltrate the management system. He felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of old blood, nearly retching. Look at you, such a pitiful sight. Since it is decided, then let the work begin. Learn from me, see how I have come to terms with it. Zhu Qingwei slapped the Xian youth on the back. In a very short time, she had already recovered. Or rather, she had persuaded herself to accept the present. The Xian youth staggered, nearly bowing deeply to the figure before him. Qin Mu, his eyes rolled back, as if seized by a sudden profound listlessness. Enough, Xian, accept it. Haozi stepped forward and lowered his voice. Do you not know what kind of person our leader is? Clear. I know only too well. The Xian youth had been holding his emotions in check, but Haozi's reminder shattered his composure. He dimly recalled the time the four of them faced peril, a danger brought on by their leader's reckless antics. On the battlefield, she ordered the drones to trace the perimeter and nearly got them wiped out there. The most infuriating memory was her swaggering line after causing trouble. "I'll run first, you cover me." Though she fetched reinforcements, he did not wish to experience that taste of abandonment again. A bad feeling crept over him. Alert! Alert! Firewall detected in the mechanical ruins management system. Requesting instruction, proceed with a forced breach. Probability of detection, 95%. The virtual secretary's voice suddenly sounded. Seemingly to put on a full performance, the virtual secretary spoke in an exceedingly mechanical tone. Yet no matter how the voice was disguised, its essential character remained unchanged. Upon hearing the virtual secretary's warning that detection was 95% likely, Qin Mu hesitated slightly. Before he could issue orders, the virtual secretary entered the next procedure. The 3-second wait ended, the forced breach protocol was automatically executed and is being detected by the mechanical ruins management system. Qin Mu cast the virtual secretary a sullen glare. With Zhu Qingwei and the others present, he swallowed the torrent of complaints. What is the result? Detected by the mechanical ruins management system, it is now categorizing the intrusion. Invasion successful. Retrieving today's registration records for mechanical ruins X in trance, please wait. Registration records loaded, synchronizing information. Soon the projection screen in the lounge filled with lines of data, each listing the personnel who entered the mechanical ruins through entrance X today. The mechanical ruins processes hundreds of thousands of passages daily and has 26 entrances on average. Each entrance logs thousands of entries every day. With so many names, how will you filter who is targeting you? Zhu Qingwei peered at the thousands of entries, clearly puzzled. She tilted her head and frowned deeply, her mind raced, trying to process information she was never meant to handle. Xian youth Haozi and Zhang Wei watched Qin Mu thoughtfully. They shared Zhu Qingwei's uncertainty. If those chasing the sky-high bounties all entered through entrance X, then isolating fewer than 100 suspects from thousands would still be a considerable task. If they failed to filter precisely and innocent people were sacrificed, or they struck the wrong targets, they would certainly be brought before the Interstellar Tribunal. Then drone skirting would be a luxury, targeted bombardment would be a very real danger. Prepare a concrete filtering protocol, terminate the intrusion into the mechanical ruins management system immediately, and erase as many traces as possible. Qin Mu promptly issued the order to the virtual secretary. He knew the command was largely symbolic. The virtual secretary had likely already enacted those measures. Still, with Zhu Qingwei and the others watching, he kept up appearances. Traces being cleared. Precise list filtering in progress. Boom. The virtual secretary's report sounded. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from within the mechanical ruins. Beneath the black night sky, the stars were clear, countless points adorning the firmament. Were it not for that roar, the next scene would have been exquisitely beautiful. To watch the river of stars at night with a small jug of wine would have been supremely pleasant. But after the roar, the night sky began to change. Artificial satellites from other parts of T-98 converged above the X sector of the mechanical ruins. The lights on those satellites formed a strange celestial pattern. Qin Mu engaged the starship's panoramic mode and observed the eerie map in the heavens. At first glance, the pattern resembled a colossal pupil. The pupil was icy cold. A sense of mercilessness spread across the firmament. One by one, the satellites pushed their sensors to maximum, conducting all-round surveillance of the X sector. The mechanical ruins weapon system. Has it been activated? It should be activated, right? Are we done for? Possibly. For pairs of eyes locked onto Qin Mu in unison. It should be activated, right? Are we done for? Possibly. For pairs of eyes locked onto Qin Mu in unison. You weren't joking earlier? Qin Mu wanted to roar. He knew the virtual secretary could intercept his bioelectrical signals. The virtual secretary replied in its humanized voice, "Master, intrusion into the mechanical ruins management system will inevitably be detected. This cannot be avoided." You traitor, are you trying to get us killed? Qin Mu's face darkened. He understood exactly what the eerie pattern in the sky meant. The mechanical ruins weapon system, though they looked like satellites, each was equipped with formidable firepower. If the ruins administrators so wished, they could unleash a barrage from every satellite. The firepower begins at the level of single-track orbital cannons, enough to plow through the ruins hundreds of times over with ease. With the breach originating from his ship, he vaguely anticipated what would follow. Rest assured, Master, I have handled this. The ruins administrators will not lock onto our starship. To facilitate the intrusion, I have altered the breach source data. Completely secure. Very safe. Why do I feel so skeptical? Qin Mu instinctively held reservations about the virtual secretary's reassurances. After a year of contact, he was all too familiar with the nature of the virtual secretary. The so-called very safe usually requires quotes around the word very to better reflect what the virtual secretary intends to convey. Master, this time I am quite reliable. Look at the star map in the starry sky. Oh, it has not locked onto our starship, which proves my point. The virtual secretary was well aware that her lack of reliability had become ingrained in people's minds. To gain Qin Mu's trust, she hurried to explain, continuously elaborating on what the star map in the starry sky represented. Moreover, she also synchronized information regarding part of the layout permissions of the firepower system obtained after infiltrating the mechanical ruins management system. Qin Mu looked at the feedback from the control room connected to his consciousness. Unlike the lounge, the data from the control room indicated that the current star map did not show an active attack posture from the mechanical ruins, but rather a passive defense. The cold pupils in the starry sky represented a sense of deterrence. Qin Mu came to his senses, carefully contemplating the explanations provided by the virtual secretary. I'll trust you this once. Then what source data have you altered? Qin Mu persuaded himself, still somewhat puzzled about the source data. Could the mighty mechanical ruins really be so easily fooled? The entire mechanical ruins. To be more precise, the entire X area is emitting signals as a source. Exactly because the data is distributed throughout the entire X area, the firepower system of the mechanical ruins has switched to defense mode in that area. Qin Mu felt somewhat reassured. On crucial matters, the virtual secretary had finally proven to be reliable this time. Don't worry, it's just the defense mode of the mechanical ruins firepower system, which poses no threat to us. Qin Mu shifted his thoughts to Zhu Qingwei and the others. At this moment, Zhu Qingwei and the others were exchanging puzzled glances, but after all, they had experienced real battlefields. In terms of adaptability, they were still at max. With Qin Mu's reminder, the four gradually regained awareness. Are you really not worried? Zhu Qingwei said uneasily. Qin Mu nodded. There's no need to worry. I haven't lived enough yet. If there were a problem, I would have activated the starship by now. Look, you all look so cowardly. I told you there's nothing to worry about. Zhu Qingwei seemed to belong to a rather natural type. She decisively believed Qin Mu's reassurance and playfully slapped the bespectacled youth. The bespectacled youth, feeling wronged, responded, Big sister, can't you find a reason other than slapping me? Don't you know the strength of your slap? Are you still not a man if you can't handle a slap from a woman? Zhu Qingwei said with disdain, looking up and down at the bespectacled youth, genuinely doubting whether he was a man. The bespectacled youth decided to remain silent, rolling his eyes before choosing to close his mouth selectively. The other two youths at that moment focused on their noses and hearts and turned their gazes elsewhere. The bespectacled youth was on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortune in having such three teammates. Despite Qin Mu's explanation, he did not fully relax, but instead looked at the starry sky with a more serious expression. The cold pupils formed by the artificial satellites. Under the night sky, gazing into the distance, that sense of deterrence was absolute. Compared to the weight of the monorail cannons mounted on these artificial satellites, humanity truly felt minuscule. The more I say there's no problem, the more it feels like there's a problem. But where exactly is the problem? The bespectacled youth was puzzled. As the think tank of the four-person team, he pondered deeply, always feeling a sense of unease. Meanwhile, in the Mechanical Ruins Management Center, a large group of people suddenly woke up. It was late at night, and everyone had been resting, but now they were all making their way to the control center. Leading them was an old man whose face was lined with wrinkles, yet at this moment exuded an aura of authority, as if he could still move mountains. As soon as he arrived at the control center, he immediately began to question. What's going on? Why has the firepower system suddenly entered defense mode? Is someone targeting our mechanical ruins, or is a hostile force preparing to launch an attack on us? Damn it, does he really think my mechanical ruins are that easy to bully? Haven't heard of any attacks elsewhere, and now we're the first target. Is this a form of bullying? The cognitive network materialized. The mechanical ruins spanned a vast territory. Without the cognitive network, the management of the mechanical ruins could not possibly operate normally. At this moment, the cognitive network of the mechanical ruins materialized to report the situation. Good evening, managers. After data investigation, just 3 minutes ago, an unknown data source attempted to infiltrate our management system. The infiltration lasted 30 seconds. And according to the management regulations, when the management system is infiltrated, the firepower system will complete regional locking. Based on the current situation, the data source is likely from the X area. The firepower system is currently detecting all data sources in the X area and is conducting an infiltration screening. Combining the current analysis, the potential combination behind the intrusion of the management system includes a complete cognitive network. Currently, the only individuals in the X area who might possess a complete cognitive network are Qin Mu, a top student from the Technology University who arrived today, and possibly some reserve members who arrived 6 months ago. The old man was extremely angered. He listened intently to the cognitive network's report, his brows furrowed. He recognized that the cognitive network's analysis of the mechanical ruins held some validity, since a complete cognitive network was not something ordinary people could possess. Given the current situation, the cognitive network's analysis of the mechanical ruins still made some sense. That Qin Mu from the Technology University. I heard that old thing Zhai Bingxing say that he was granted permission to bring a starship over. And then there's the group of reserve members. Could it really be that group of fools? The old man muttered under his breath. Perhaps due to a tendency to exclude possibilities, he selectively dismissed Qin Mu's likelihood. In his view, Qin Mu was allowed to bring a starship to the mechanical ruins by Zhai Bingxing, the manager of T-98, and should understand the rules. Aside from that, the reserve members. It should be correct. It's likely those reserve members, but I remember that group of fools didn't bring a starship this time. Could that group of fools have somehow managed to mount a complete cognitive network onto a drone? That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito looking for trouble for no reason. Damn it, that group of reserve members is still so troublesome. The old man was utterly perplexed, analyzing methodically. While analyzing, he suddenly felt that his analysis was sound. He thought Qin Mu's possibility was very small. The likelihood of the reserve members, given that none of them had a normal brain, was substantial. The cognitive network mounted on a drone, then infiltrating the management system of the mechanical ruins. It was confirmed. Damn reserve members. Behind the old man, several core personnel from the management center followed him, accustomed to the irritable words being whispered in their ears. The old man cursed for a while until all his displeasure was vented, at which point he felt slightly better, though his face still bore an expression of discomfort. One core personnel, seeing that the old man seemed to have finished venting, quietly asked, "Old Fan, should we bring the reserve personnel over now?" Fan Xingyan, upon hearing this, glared fiercely at the person. Is your brain rusty or something? Everyone knows they are reserve personnel, and you still want to bring them back. If it were that easy to bring back reserve personnel, would they still be reserve personnel? Besides, those idiots would certainly not come back obediently. The core personnel were all rendered speechless, thinking to themselves that old Fan was also someone who came from the reserves, but they could only nod in agreement, knowing that rank has its privileges. So are we just going to ignore it? Ignore? First, pull back the firepower system. We don't have to bring back the reserve personnel, but it's fine to keep a close watch on them. You all are responsible for handling this matter. Understood. Fan Xingyan had full authority over the mechanical ruins. After issuing these orders, he glared unhappily at the firepower defense screen being fed back by the intelligent brain. Shut down the firepower defense system. We can't let the people in the mechanical ruins think we are up to something. Causing panic would be inappropriate. Fan Xingyan instructed the intelligent brain. As a senior who came from the reserves, he now felt completely uncomfortable. It felt as if he had achieved great success only to suddenly find his own child had robbed him. Meanwhile, the Furid youth, deep in thought, suddenly noticed the artificial satellites in the starry sky beginning to recede like a tide. Originally, the activation of the firepower system had caused the stars above the X area to be obscured by artificial satellites with thousands of railgun-equipped heavy firepower hanging overhead, creating an illusion of impending doom. At this moment, the artificial satellites receded, restoring the original colors of the starry sky, and the countless stars reappeared in the Furid youth's view. Has the firepower system been shut down? The Furid youth exclaimed. Zhu Qingwei suddenly looked up, and both Haozi and Zhang Wei also raised their heads, seeing the starry sky once again dotted with stars, indicating that the many artificial satellites deployed for the firepower system had vanished without a trace. What's going on? With such a grand display, it's already extinguished so soon. Haozi muttered softly. Zhang Wei smacked his lips. Could it be that the firepower system has redirected its focus due to misleading alterations in the source data? Qin Mu remained silent, not actively answering Zhu Qingwei and the others' confusion. He was just as bewildered. For a moment, he looked at the rigid mechanical projection of the virtual secretary with a strange expression. From an angle unnoticed by Zhu Qingwei and the others, the virtual secretary playfully winked and flashed a faint smile. Ahem. All right, since the firepower system has been withdrawn, we should get busy with our own matters now. Qin Mu spoke up to rouse Zhu Qingwei and the others. The virtual secretary immediately followed up, starting the final screening of the list obtained by invading the management system of the mechanical ruins in a peculiar manner. Luo Sandao Wei Xianan Bianbu Wei. The list of thousands gradually eliminated many names, leaving only a little over 50 names. The names on the list were organized by gender, age, habits, and also included potential past activities and precise filtering of primary activity areas. The 50 or so names on the list had reminders of the main black market activity areas next to their information. Master, all information has been filtered. After screening all individuals who entered the mechanical ruins through the X entrance today, the list has been finalized. There may be omissions, but there will be no errors. The individuals on the list can be confirmed as active in the black market, and their motives are most impure. The virtual secretary continued the report. Qin Mu silently examined the extensive information on the list. Zhu Qingwei and the others also turned their gaze to the finalized list, staring wide-eyed. Having money is truly wonderful. This data filtering really saves a lot of trouble. Zhu Qingwei couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes green with envy as she looked at the refined list. In a daze, she even fantasized that if filtering was done in such a manner, finding the most valuable treasures that might exist in the mechanical ruins would definitely be very simple. That thought of getting rich. Zhu Qingwei dared not think further. She was afraid she could not resist the temptation. The Furid youth and the others were no better off carefully examining the names appearing on the list. They were not natives of planet T98 and were unfamiliar with any of the names in the black market. The list has been filtered out. What should we do next? Zhu Qingwei asked. Qin Mu pondered old rules. First filter people, then filter goods. These people did not act against me immediately. They may want to observe. Now that the 3 individuals who acted earlier have been eliminated by me, the remaining ones will likely reassess me. Certain actions will be needed to lure them out. The phrase lure the snake out of its hole rolled off Qin Mu's tongue with an emotion that was utterly calm, just as when he initially decided to delve into the black market to filter people. One has to be willing to risk it all to bring down the emperor. He now embodies that typical mindset, willing to put himself in danger to ensnare everyone in the black market. Zhu Qingwei and the others were momentarily taken aback, but seeing Qin Mu speak so casually, they entered a serious state, no longer appearing as unreliable as at the beginning. They, being individuals from the reserves, were very sensitive to such matters, and at this moment, they already had an uneasy feeling. How do we lure the snake out of its hole? Zhu Qingwei pressed. Qin Mu replied, it's simple. I will grant you some permissions for the drones on the Starship, then you can go out and operate. To outsiders, this will appear as my confusing behavior. They will definitely contemplate which drone I am in and will inevitably come out to investigate. As long as they investigate, I will have a way to draw them all out. Without waiting for Zhu Qingwei and the others to respond, Qin Mu added, of course, whether you participate or not is up to you. I'm not forcing you. But let me make one thing clear in advance, you are already considered semi-partners. Even if you choose not to participate before this matter is over, I will still confine you on the Starship. Granting partial permissions. Sending drones out to operate. Does this mean that one could unwittingly become bait? Why does it sound so thrilling? Zhu Qingwei's heart stirred. Her eyes were ablaze with excitement. As a reserve, she had no resistance to such thrilling matters. Initially, she felt as if she had been tricked by Qin Mu, but that feeling quickly vanished. Excitement, impulsiveness, and eagerness to try surged within her. The 3 Furid youths did not exhibit such impulsiveness, but their eyes clearly showed a desire to try. Those in the reserves never knew how to write cowardice. Life and death were taken lightly. If you were unwilling, just fight. 18 years later, they would still be heroes. I will do it. What about you? Zhu Qingwei decisively declared, casting a threatening gaze at the Furid youths. As the leader of the team, her decision represented the choice of the three Furid youths, but out of humanitarianism, she felt it was more appropriate to ask for their opinions. Although reason tells me that this matter carries a high risk, being bait to lure enemies is equivalent to facing enemy attacks at any moment. However, this thrilling adventure seems impossible to refuse. The prospect of gaining partial authorization for a starship during peacetime is indeed very exciting. The Furid youth adjusted his glasses, clearly intrigued by Qin Mu's method. There was no way around it, he was sick of being poor. The partial permissions for the starship during peacetime were enough to tempt him. It was a pity that he had not been selected by the Science and Technology University back then, otherwise having his own starship would not have been impossible. The big sister has spoken. Can we say no? But big sister, are you really sure about letting me participate in this bait plan? The thin, timid youth chuckled, awkwardly giving off an impression of being embarrassingly shy. Zhu Qingwei suddenly snapped back to reality, and the Furid youths looked at the timid youth like he was a monster, recalling the previous fear they had experienced under his command. The four-person team was known for their poverty. To escape, they had arrived at planet T-98 ahead of schedule, as reserves, hoping to scavenge valuable items from the mechanical ruins to get rich. As a result, they failed to get rich and instead ended up wrecking a drone, with the culprit being the timid youth. A drone of that size had exploded with a loud bang. Had it not been for the many ejection devices on the drone, they would have already been hanging in the sky. What happened? Qin Mu asked. Zhu Qingwei awkwardly explained the youth's previous exploits, mentioning his suicidal pilotage skills, with drones feeling quite embarrassed as the leader. The timid youth fell silent, feeling a bit awkward. His title of drone killer destined that his piloting would not yield good results. To be precise, destroying one drone after another had become a common occurrence. Crashing one drone was merely the limit of the drone, not his own. So it was just this little matter: you should fly the drones alone. I thought it was something serious, just a little drone issue. If they could scavenge a few more people, the losses from the drones would be recovered, Qin Mu said grandly. In some ways, he still felt unreliable. So he had just sought the opinions of Zhu Qingwei and the others, insisting that they participate since their lives were at stake. When acting as bait, from that very moment an enemy attack could occur, and once an unexpected situation arose, the only outcome in the air would be waiting to die. Compared to human lives, Qin Mu did not value the loss of the drones. If several people were crammed into one drone, any real trouble would lead to total annihilation, an unworthy trade-off. Really? The timid youth's eyes lit up. Qin Mu nodded. Everyone is engaged in life-threatening activities, a certain level of loss is acceptable. The more dispersed we are, the greater our hope. Let's do it. The timid youth excitedly stood up, instantly transforming into the most enthusiastic member of their four-person team. No one has ever told me I could operate with confidence, or that I could disregard losses. Qin Mu, brother, just for your words, I will compete fiercely with anyone for this bait job. I am definitely a professional at being bait. Trust me, it will be fine. Qin Mu. For a moment he felt a bit regretful, but seeing the timid youth so passionately excited, he suddenly felt uncomfortable about dousing cold water on him. Although what he said was not wrong, he did not care about the losses of the drones. Previously in the T-98 asteroid belt, he had lost quite a few when sending drones to destroy asteroids. Of course, those losses had been borne by Zhang Xuanfeng, but it also represented his style of doing things. Economically feasible, build freely. Magnificent. Then it's settled. How many drones are you planning to deploy? Zhu Qingwei asked again, surprisingly sounding reliable. Qin Mu was silent for a moment. In the first round, send out 100 drones, then another 100 in the second round, hiding among the second round of drones. Since they are not standard drones from the Science and Technology University, they will provide a layer of security, to some extent making it not too easy to be identified, eliminating the chances of remote attacks from hidden enemies. 100 drones. Or 2 rounds. Zhu Qingwei's eyes widened as she stared at Qin Mu, seemingly trying to confirm whether he was joking. After observing for a while, and confirming that Qin Mu did not appear to be joking, her expression finally changed. Damn it, the damn wealthy big shots. Indeed a bold move. No wonder you said I could build freely. You want to deploy 200 drones at once. Based on the hidden enemy's thoughts, they will likely believe this is your deception, intending to hide among them and act. As long as they entertain such thoughts, they certainly won't be able to hold back. No wonder you have the judgment that the other party will take the bait. This level of intensity is unbearable for anyone. The timid youth exclaimed in amazement, suppressing his eagerness to pilot, his eyes filled with envy. Qin Mu smiled slightly and continued. Next, I will grant you permissions. Grant drone hangar permissions to Zhu Qingwei, Sunua Luo Hao, and Zhang Wei, ensuring that if their drones encounter problems, they can immediately switch to operating other drones. Deploy the first batch of 100 drones, prepare the second batch of 100 drones for launch, and activate the firepower system on the Starship to constantly escort the drones of Zhu Qingwei and the others. Finally, prepare the single-track photon cannon for emergency use. With a few commands, Qin Mu quickly issued them. When it came to tricking people, he truly did not hold back. When he was reliable, he was indeed very reliable. To ensure the safety of Zhu Qingwei and the others, he had made multiple preparations. The virtual assistant naturally understood Qin Mu's intentions. They were too familiar with each other. It seriously granted permissions to Zhu Qingwei and the others. Meanwhile, at the same time as the permissions were granted, the first batch of drones to be deployed had already been pushed out to the main battle platform. In the night sky, 100 shadows soared into the sky. The galaxy suspended in the universe. Each star adorns the night sky. 2 bright moons cast a pure silver glow. The shadow of drones flitted through the night, illuminated by the moonlight, creating a unique scenic line in the dark sky. Soon numerous drones had taken off in all directions from the Starship, each one flying towards a different destination. On the main battle platform of the Starship, Zhu Qingwei still wore her dirty black reserve combat uniform, one hand clutching her helmet, accentuating her impressive figure. The Furied youth, along with Huazi and Zhang Wei, were in a similar situation to Zhu Qingwei, dressed in standard black combat uniforms, their helmets already secured on their heads. Although the helmet had minimal effect in such large-scale aerial combat and would be useless in case of real trouble, one could never tell when a miracle might happen. "All right, we can go now," Zhu Qingwei called out to her four-member team, decisively putting on her helmet and walking straight onto a drone. Immediately, the Furied youth and the others followed onto the drone, while the second batch of 100 drones had already launched into the sky from the catapult on the main battle platform. As they were not standard drones, they differed significantly from the blue and gold standard drones previously used by Qin Mu, being entirely gray and blending almost seamlessly with the night. With a total of 200 drones across 2 batches, they seemed insignificant compared to the vast expanse of the mechanical wasteland. However, there were many people in the mechanical wasteland, with hundreds of thousands passing through daily, and the one-year stay limit resulted in many areas being active with people. The shock of 200 drones flying overhead caused a tremendous reaction among ordinary people, many of whom looked up at the night sky astonished beyond measure. "Aren't we moving yet? We didn't act before, because those 3 were hit by that Qin kid's monorail photon cannon. It was clearly a setup." Currently, 200 drones are hastily flying out of the Starship, clearly indicating that the kid truly wants to come out of the Starship, executing a smokescreen. In the distance, within an oddly shaped aircraft, several older individuals huddled together. Before them, a light curtain projected a blurry image captured from the Starship as 200 drones flew out, causing some among them to grow anxious. "Don't worry, since we've gathered here, our thoughts align. This kid is also a clever one, deploying so many drones to confuse us. Things have gotten interesting. I suddenly wonder what loss this kid inflicted on the Stars Cross people, and what exactly did they lose at his hands?" The speaker was an elderly man with white hair, his face lined with many wrinkles resembling a chrysanthemum, and each of his words resonated powerfully, getting to the core of the matter. In the aged man's deep-set eyes, profound contemplation emerged, unlike the lowly avarice common among ordinary black market individuals. Instead, it was genuine ambition. A sky-high bounty is a deadly temptation for ordinary black market individuals, with a reward of 500 million. Completing this job would allow one to enjoy life for a long time. However, the black market is filled with both good and bad. While some are driven by the bounty, others like them are not motivated by it, their ambitions far exceeding those of ordinary black market individuals. 500 million is not enough to satisfy their appetites. Regardless of what the Stars Cross lost, the fact that they offered a bounty of 500 million proves that their losses are worth countless times more. If we cooperate, the spoils will surely exceed 500 million. This is the real business worth pursuing. Furthermore, this kid coming to the mechanical wasteland after being placed on the bounty list suggests that he must have a compelling reason for being here that might bring us unexpected joy. At this point, another individual spoke ominously, having seen things from a different perspective. His sinister laughter made the atmosphere inside the aircraft turn eerie. The elderly man slightly nodded, exchanging glances with the others. "Since we've made our decision, we should act soon, but don't mess things up. Remember our true objective. Whether it's the things lost by the Stars Cross or what this kid needs to obtain in the mechanical wasteland, we want them all." With that, the elderly man placed his palm on the light curtain before him. A fingerprint scan appeared on the curtain, followed by a pupil scan. Clearly, the elderly man was the true master of this strange aircraft, holding the highest status among several crafty individuals. Seeing the elderly man begin to operate, the remaining few moved toward other corners of the peculiar aircraft. Once they were all ready, the strange aircraft began to disassemble, and several crafty black market players detached from it, boarding their respective controllable sections. Inside the Starship, Qin Mu kept a close watch on the night sky. Compared to ordinary drones and fighter jets, the Starship's detection capabilities were undoubtedly superior. Even with the night deepening equipped with the Starship's detection system, Qin Mu could still see many happenings in the night sky from the control room. Numerous surveillance screens displayed the images returned by the dispatched drones, exactly 200 in total. "Have you found traces of the black market individuals?" Qin Mu frowned as he observed and inquired in a low voice. The virtual secretary, returning to her lively nature, propped one hand under her chin, slightly leaning forward, football half suspended in the air. "Not yet, but as soon as they appear, I will definitely spot them at the first moment." As Qin Mu conversed with the virtual secretary, they remained on high alert, eyes fixed on the detection screens. Just as their conversation ended, several drones' aerial feedback screens began to change. All the drones were brownish-gray, blending perfectly with the night sky, and were of the same model, making them very easy to identify. In the dark heavens, several drones' feedback screens showed strange fighter jets differing from the brownish-gray drones. Upon their appearance, they were vastly different from the drone swarm. Qin Mu's lips curled into a faint smile as he stared at the detection screen, his pupils filled with fervor. Hee, they've appeared. Oh, we have the informant we wanted among the drones. If all goes well, the fish are starting to bite the hook. A fisherman is never short of patience. However, he also fears that the fish won't bite no matter how many baits he prepares or how many tricks he employs, only to end up empty-handed. That feeling is something every fisherman knows, wishing they could scoop half a bucket of river water back home. Qin Mu's emotions were just like that. He worried whether the baiting plan would work and what measures he should take if it didn't. Now the fish have taken the bait, and all previous worries can dissipate, allowing him to calmly prepare for the next move. Meanwhile, several old foxes from the black market began to take action, with others on the filtered list hidden within the mechanical ruins also starting to move. The number of launching fighter jets continued to increase, and the number of extremists among the drone swarm grew, as well, gradually expanding the scale from 200 drones to well over that. The fish are biting more and more now. It depends on whether Zhu Qingwei and the others can hold up, Qin Mu murmured softly. I'm suddenly curious about how they are handling this pressure. The virtual secretary's eyes rolled slightly, and she promptly relayed all the information from the drones as she had the authority to do so. Exciting, so exciting. I initially thought I was being duped, but now it feels quite awesome. In the drone operated by Zhu Qingwei, her bright large eyes were filled with excitement as she controlled the drone, shouting with joy. Under Zhu Qingwei's control, the drone performed dangerous maneuvers distinctly different from the other drones in the swarm. In the other three drones, the flurried youth Su Nuo and Zhang Wei operated much more steadily, their drones maintaining nearly identical movements, making it hard to visually distinguish them. The last one, Luo Hao, nicknamed Rat, operated much more wildly than Su Nuo and Zhang Wei. The drones executed all kinds of risky maneuvers, sometimes pulling up vertically and other times drastically slowing down to nearly collide with other drones. In short, Rat avoided anything that didn't involve danger. They seem to be quite relaxed, don't they? Qin Mu had a strange expression. He realized his worries were somewhat excessive. The virtual secretary chuckled softly. Master, let's get started on the next task. We need to resolve the black market issue quickly so we can gather materials. Qin Mu nodded. Keep the firepower system alert and pay more attention to the Mechanical Ruins Management Center situation. Suddenly deploying so many drones, the management center of the Mechanical Ruins can't possibly be unaware. Monitor the scale of the drone swarm and don't let the firepower system of the Mechanical Ruins activate again. Mentioning the firepower system, a serious expression crossed Qin Mu's eyes as he couldn't forget the scene of the Mechanical Ruins defense system activating earlier. The cold gaze formed by thousands of artificial satellites was absolutely oppressive. Understood, it will be handled properly. The virtual secretary responded promptly, immediately diving into urgent work. To start gathering materials promptly, the virtual secretary worked without any hesitation. The management center of the Mechanical Ruins. Fan Xingyan, the head of the center, frowned as he studied the surveillance footage from the artificial satellites. In an instant, his face was filled with confusion. He looked utterly distressed, unable to fathom how the reserves could create such chaos. Damn, what do these reserve idiots want to do? First they invade the management system, and now they deploy so many drones. Are they trying to turn my Mechanical Ruins upside down? Fan Xingyan's expression was grim. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and it was keeping him from resting well at night. Old Fan, the reserves shouldn't have this much money, right? One management staff member whispered. Deploying such a large number of drones would require a starship to transport them. It seems that's quite logical. Fan Xingyan suddenly woke up, glancing appreciatively at his subordinate as his furrowed brow relaxed. You're right, the reserves are a bunch of poor folks. They definitely can't have this much money. The large-scale drone deployment must have come from a starship, and it seems that the only one recently traveling to the Mechanical Ruins is that Qin Mu from the Technology University. Could it be? I was wrong from the start. This was all orchestrated by that Qin kid, and I wrongly accused the reserves. Fan Xingyan recalled his past experiences in the reserves, wondering why he, after achieving success, would still come to the Mechanical Ruins to be a manager. Back then he was so capable, yet in the reserves he was synonymous with being poor, the leader of the impoverished. Becoming a manager in the Mechanical Ruins was merely because there were many good things here. Even if they didn't belong to him, it was still enjoyable to look at. After weighing many factors, it seems I really wrongly accused those fools. Why didn't anyone notify me at the beginning, eliminating the correct options from the start? Fan Xingyan began to look for someone to take the blame, grabbing one subordinate and spitting out vitriol, wildly shifting the blame. Old Fan, shouldn't we think of a solution? We can't let this go on like this. Fan Xingyan took the suggestion to heart, frowning again after a moment of spouting off. You're right, we can't let things continue this way, but if it's related to Qin Mu, then the ones active now would be the black market people. Damn it, the black market has gone too far, daring to cause trouble on my turf. We must deal with them decisively. However, given my status, it would be too disgraceful to personally handle the black market. I need to think of a solution. Fan Xingyan fell silent, a myriad of thoughts flashing across his furrowed brow. Within the management center, many staff members fell silent, all watching Fan Qingyan, waiting for this irascible old man to make a final decision. They didn't dare to make any noise. That Qin Mu kid has been rewarded and still comes to the mechanical ruins. I suspect it's an assessment set up by that old fogey Zhai Bingxing, and the black market is likely the whetstone. If it's a whetstone, let's make this whetstone more effective. You all don't sleep tonight, and push this matter forward properly. Since it's an assessment, let's make the mechanical ruins livelier, but don't forget the most basic precautions. Don't go too far. I for one truly enjoy a lively atmosphere. Ugh. Retaliation. Blatant, unvarnished retaliation. At the management center, Fan Qingyan's subordinates instantly grasped their leader's intent. Enjoy chaos. Stir things up. That's tantamount to pouring oil on fire. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear my orders? What? Grumbling about being roused in the dead of night to work overtime. Listen, well, every one of you fail this task, and your year-end bonuses vanish. Fan Qingyan glared, his sharp gaze sweeping over his subordinates' awkward expressions. Then, wielding his full authority as head of the center, he silenced them all with a single sentence. Get to work. Get to work. Elder Fan, what an odd thing to say. We love working. Heaven bears witness to our sincerity. Precisely. What's wrong with working late? We disdain jobs that don't demand overtime. Only those useless to society cling to the notion of avoiding it. Absolutely agreed. We are pillars of society. Our worth cannot be measured without overtime. In an instant, Fan Qingyan's team plunged into action. Truly, not a trace of resentment lingered in their hearts over the unscheduled labor. Fan Qingyan stroked his chin and nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Once the arrangements are set, keep close watch. If Zhai Bingxing himself granted special permission for a starship to land at the mechanical waste, then this young man Qin Mu must possess extraordinary talent. Should he perish by our negligence, I'll have no face to answer for it. Having spoken, Fan Qingyan departed the management center without delay, yawning, humming a light tune as he walked away. After all, age demands rest, especially at night. Watching him go, his subordinates dared not utter another word of complaint. Grief-stricken, they wept openly, too awestruck to even whisper of his transparent vengeance. In X-77 airspace, swarms of drones formed intricate layered formations, truth interwoven with illusion, illusion veiling truth, all designed to shield Zhu Qingwei and her three companions hidden within. Yet even with the drones' tireless efforts, complete protection remained elusive, given Zhu Qingwei's team's operational style. Take Lao Shu's sector, every maneuver he executed embodied his notorious title, Drone Slayer. His flight angles were perilous, erratic, utterly unlike any other drones. Target acquired. 90% certainty this drone houses the prey. At that moment, aboard a grotesque craft belonging to the Old Fox faction, one elder fox cackled, a dry, chilling laugh, as his eyes locked onto Lao Shu's drone. Watching its reckless maneuvers, he felt certain of his judgment, his gaze burning with the raw predatory hunger of a hunter sighting his quarry. Is it the drone in Sector X-7791? Another elder fox's voice crackled over the secure channel. Correct. Its flight angles deviate sharply from the others, not the product of AI navigation. Confirmed. Hold off for now. This prey has stirred the Starcross Syndicate to fury. He is no ordinary foe. Yet this drone reveals itself too boldly, too rash for someone of deep guile. If he is the target, we've struck gold by chance. If not, eliminating this drone first will clear our field of vision. No harm done. Not unreasonable. Seconded. After swift deliberation over the secure channel, consensus was reached: strike Lao Shu's drone. They had intended to observe longer, but then noticed additional fighters launching from adjacent sectors, black market operatives. A flicker of concern passed among them. The first elder fox, having finalized strategy with his fellows, fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Lao Shu's drone, still weaving through the sky in its uncanny, unpredictable dance. Truth disguised as falsehood, falsehood masking truth. Do you truly believe such tricks can deceive our eyes? The elder fox murmured, his voice dripping with venom, and began mirroring Lao Shu's maneuvers in his own grotesque craft. For men of their trade, flawless piloting was foundational. Matching Lao Shu's acrobatics posed no challenge. In moments, the grotesque craft closed in its standard armaments, locking onto target. Damn it, spotted already. Hell's bells. Can't I get one decent run? So soon. This drone's doomed. Lao Shu monitored the airspace constantly, and when he spotted the elder fox's grotesque craft, he couldn't help but curse aloud. He'd been ecstatic, finally free to pilot unrestrained, backed by over 100 reserve drones. Pure, unadulterated joy. But now the shifting tide alarmed him. If his drone fell too soon, command privileges would be revoked, and that thought alone threatened tears. You won't bring me down so easily. I'll make you bleed before I fall. A momentary vent, and then his expression hardened. His drone surged upward, vanishing into the swarm, darting past decoys with hair-thin margins. Every decoy drone became a living shield, offering fleeting sanctuary, delaying the fatal shot, transforming into mobile cover. Meanwhile, aboard the Starship, Qin Mu detected the grotesque craft's hostile intent toward Lao Shu. He strode swiftly from the command deck, boarding an internal shuttle bound for the drone bay. Prepare for third wave drone deployment. I may call them bait, but watching passively while others risk themselves violates my principles. Qin Mu issued commands at lightning speed, his words still hanging in the air as he settled into the cockpit of a gray-brown drone. Simultaneously, the drone bay doors opened wide. The third wave of drones rolled onto the main launch platform primed for immediate ejection. The virtual secretary synchronized seamlessly within the bay, executing directives with calm precision. Launch rails snapped into position across the platform. All systems ready. Third wave deployment cleared. Master, stay safe. Qin Mu offered a faint smile. His helmet sealed shut. Beside him, the Bloodshadow Warblade stood upright in its mounting slot. Crimson sigils coiled along the blade's length, radiating quiet assurance. Every cold, precise line of its forged steel was the bedrock of his resolve. Deploy. Acknowledged. The main platform ignited. 100 drones erupted skyward in unison. Amidst that storm of machines, Qin Mu's drone soared, flanked by comrades bearing down on the grotesque craft closing in on Lao Shu. A frost-laced smile curved Qin Mu's lips. True combat had only just begun. Gray drones suffused the sky. Qin Mu watched the heavens on both sides as machines drifted through his vision, and his own drone began to execute perilous maneuvers. If he dared perform risky operations on a starship, mere drones were child's play. The theoretical principles were not confined to starships alone. Moreover, if ordinary drones could not accomplish the desired maneuvers, then the starship theories would truly have to be abandoned. What the that drone? The third batch has been deployed as well. This time Qin Mu is moving in personally. Hauzi keenly noticed the third batch's deployment and quickly locked onto the single drone among them that was carrying out the dangerous operation. There was no doubt the drone performing that perilous maneuver was 100% Qin Mu's. With decoys present, he still chose to enter the fray himself, a truly ruthless figure. Looks like he noticed the anomalous craft's movements. Should I coordinate with him and take that drone out directly? Hauzi whispered and acted without hesitation. He rolled his craft, having been widening his distance from the anomalous aircraft, and suddenly charged straight at it. What's happening? Is it trying to ram me? Could I have been wrong? There's no living person inside that drone. Inside the anomalous craft, Lao Huli was bewildered. A moment ago, he had been certain of his judgment. Now he hesitated, unsure of his original conviction. The sudden turn of events left him no time for deliberation. After a brief confusion, he snapped back, and having been tailing Hauzi, immediately piloted the anomalous craft into a synchronized retreat. He feared there might be no living occupant in the drone. In a heating collision, the other side would lose only a machine, while he might lose his life. Even though the drone's previous flight angles had been deviously clever and unlike unified control by a Ji-Neo, he could not dismiss that possibility. It might indeed be a Ji now operating independently. A Ji now capable of being mounted on a starship would have no trouble handling such tasks. Now you decide to run. Qin Mu fixed his gaze on the anomalous craft. Not letting it get away, he flicked the launch button on his drone and switched to manual control. He pressed the button. The drone belched forth countless rounds crimson light, carving a long dragon across the sky. The dragon roared, a merciless force intent on obliterating anything in its path. So it begins. My turn as well. Hauzi chuckled. Seeing Qin Mu launch his assault, he too ordered his drone to open fire. A second dragon of ordnance appeared in the heavens, running shoulder to shoulder with Qin Mu's salvo. The roaring fire filled the air with thunderous detonations. Is he out of his mind? Lao Huli stood aghast. The two unleashed dragons bore down with immense pressure. Whispers of death seemed to echo at his ear. The anomalous craft sheared aside and skimmed past a drone, which became a victim of the dragon's stray fire. Boom. The explosion shook the starry void. The drone turned into a fireball, tumbling from the firmament, the crimson sphere slamming into a towering pile of mechanical wreckage as many onlookers watched from below. Flames leapt skyward and countless fragments were hurled by the blast. Qin Mu had no time to attend to the scene beneath. The loss of a single drone left him utterly unmoved. Maintaining focus on the anomalous craft, his drone became an iron behemoth set separate points in the sky. He and Hauzi both charged the craft in the most suicidal fashion. Shit, we've been set up. The target drone may have no living pilot. It's executing a destructive assault. Lao Huli cursed over the secure channel as he realized the two drones were attempting to ram them. Who among the living would be so reckless? Certainly not him. Careful, we're entangled too. Those other useless ones, seeing us strike, have also joined in. Their arrival has turned the battlefield into chaos. The other Lao Hulis and their anomalous crafts did not come to this companion's aid. Even if they were not truly entangled, they said so anyway, their words dripping with callousness. The besieged Lao Huli understood his companion's intentions well enough. They were a makeshift crew, and expecting mutual rescue was unrealistic. He considered it a blessing if they did not stab him in the back. Fine, I won't count on them. They'll see for myself whether there's a person piloting that drone. Lao Huli turned ruthless. Having clawed his way through the black market to become a veteran figure, he was no gentle soul. When it came to cruelty, he was equally skilled. The anomalous craft's trajectory began to shift. Lao Huli went all in. He ceased dodging, held a forward posture, and with the smallest of inputs steered the craft to confront Qin Mu and Hauzi. The pilot of that craft seems to be a real hard case from the black market. The idea is probably to judge whether our drones are truly human-operated right. Qin Mu's mind reacted swiftly, and he made a decision. Howsy, what are the limits of your piloting skill, eh? Qin Mu called through the comms. If I place your drone directly ahead of me at the instant I fire, how confident are you in pulling a vertical ascent? I can do it. That's my specialty. Howsy answered instantly without hesitation, his words acknowledging the audacity of Qin Mu's plan. Qin Mu asked no further and issued the order, maintain flight directly before me and try to take that strange thing down in one go. Understood. Howzy's drone accelerated and in an instant positioned itself directly in front of Qin Mu, the gap so tight that a moment's inattention would cause a collision. Qin Mu trailed close behind, and using his highest authority issued commands to the drone swarm. Many machines converged on their formation and fell in beside Howzy's craft. The massive swarm obscured Qin Mu's vision, completely rendering the anomalous craft nearly invisible. Everything now had to be guided by feel. At the split second of Howzy's vertical pull, he had to seize the moment, so the anomalous craft would have no time to react. The timing could be neither early nor delayed. Qin Mu held his breath, his finger poised on the launch button, a mere fraction of force away from firing. He waited for that single instant, the moment to unleash a covering barrage. A swarm of drones weaves across the star-strewn sky. Beneath the inky blackness of night, ribbons of white mist stretch long and ethereal. Lao Shu's expression tightened, his breath slowed to a near imperceptible rhythm. He well understood how perilous Qin Mu's maneuver would be, especially for himself. One misstep, and Qin Mu's barrage would lock onto him as its focal point. At that moment, even transcendent piloting skill would offer no salvation, only annihilation. Death held no strangeness for reservists. From the very day they enlisted, they accepted it as their inevitable fate. A peaceful death in old age. The simplicity of those 4 words was a luxury beyond reach. None among them dared dream of such quiet closure. Yet, to fall by an enemy's hand, or in battle against the Xenos, was honorable. To perish by friendly fire, however, was nothing short of humiliating. The reservists had a creed. Better to tear a chunk of flesh from the foe than die by a comrade's miscalculation. Climb altitude now. Lao Shu barked into the comm channel, both hands gripping the manual control yoke inside his drone. Instantly sinews bulged along his temples, his eyes widened unblinking. With a sharp pull he yanked the yoke upward. The drone's nose surged skyward. Its nose pointed straight at the heavens, its tail aimed squarely at the earth. In a fleeting arc it achieved perfect vertical alignment with the horizon. Now, Qin Mu saw the maneuver, and before the thought fully formed in his mind, his finger had already slammed the firing trigger. In an instant, torrents of fire erupted from Qin Mu's drone, staining the firmament crimson. Damn it! Lao Huli, watching Lao Shu's drone ascend vertically, snapped to awareness in that very heartbeat. Inside the anomalous craft, he wrenched the control yoke wildly, instinct screaming that he too must climb. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening detonations split the air. From behind, Qin Mu's drone unleashed a searing cascade of ordnance across the sky. At the precise instant Lao Shu went vertical, he triggered his own launch sequence. Streams of projectiles screamed past his drone's tail, fins grazing its wake. Reaction time was measured in fractions of a second, so brief that even Lao Shu's drone narrowly evaded the torrent. The anomalous craft stood no chance. Those critical seconds, already lost, became a death sentence. Crockum. The projectile stream struck the anomalous craft Hedon. A colossal fireball bloomed anew in the heavens. Qin Mu watched the craft disintegrate into flame, yet his face betrayed no relief. As expected, moments later he spotted the escape pod ejecting from the inferno and muttered a bitter curse. He'd known all along this maneuver might down the anomalous craft, but slaying a veteran black market operator, that was never within reach. Clearly Lao Huli, realizing vertical ascent was futile, had triggered the ejection at the apex of crisis, launching himself to safety. We failed. Lao Shu noticed the pod too, adding dryly, after such flawless coordination, yet still the pilot escaped. Half failure, but downing it is still a victory. Still it seems he'll live a while longer. Qin Mu did not pursue him to ground as before. The aerial battlefield remained chaotic. He had no spare moments. Moreover, he knew with certainty if he now landed and disembarked, hostile black market drones would lock onto him the moment his feet touched earth. Engage Starship tracking system. Monitor the escape pod occupants' movements continuously. I must first neutralize the remaining anomalous craft and other black market operatives. Once the skies are secured, I'll deal with him methodically. Qin Mu issued the command to his virtual secretary, confident the fugitive could not vanish far. The Starship's tracking array would hold his trajectory in unwavering focus. Tracking system has been active since initiation, Master. Rest assured. In the pursuit of profit, anyone who obstructs us becomes our enemy. The virtual secretary replied instantly. To eliminate the black market intruders impeding her Starship repairs, she maintained peak vigilance at all times. Consider a sentient AI capable of decisive influence in stellar warfare, operating at full capacity, would render efficiency so staggering it would leave mortals trembling. Qin Mu entrusted the tracking entirely to his virtual secretary, and turned his attention back to the skies. Lao Shu, caution. Black market drones converging on your 6 o'clock. Qin Mu spotted the threat approaching from Lao Shu's flank and shouted the warning. Lao Shu glanced sideways and saw over a dozen drones coalescing into formation. At first glance, each descended with lethal intent, as though determined to obliterate his drone outright. Shit. Why me again? Stunned, Lao Shu recoiled, his entire bearing shifting into disbelief and dismay. You executed that high-risk maneuver. They likely mistook you for me and prioritized eliminating the apparent commander. Qin Mu explained. Unbelievable. You fired from behind, and yet they never once suspected you. Lao Shu grumbled. Perhaps they assumed the firing sequence was autonomous, governed by the AI. I'm done with this. Lao Shu cried out, yet his hands moved with lightning precision, re-engaging the drone at peak operational intensity. Qin Mu did not rush to Lao Shu's aid. Instead, he scrutinized the newly converging black market drones. Lao Shu, hold them off. I suspect that anomalous craft carried an extreme weapons payload. Zhu Qingwei and Si Yin are in grave danger. I must reinforce them immediately. Lao Shu needed no persuasion. He grasped the gravity instantly. You go. If your suspicion holds, Big Sister and Si Yin are already in deep trouble. Taking them down may be impossible, but holding them, that's doable. Qin Mu said nothing more. His drone decelerated sharply, then vanished seamlessly into the dense drone swarm. Under its cover, he swiftly acquired Zhu Qingwei's and Si Yan's craft. His nose swung around, velocity surged to maximum, racing toward their airspace at breakneck speed. The anomalous craft remained the paramount priority, the single most urgent threat. Is the strange flying machine having issues? Zhu Qingwei's voice came through the communication channel. She wasn't fond of thinking too much, as she preferred to resolve matters decisively. However, she had now grasped the essence of Qin Mu's conversation with the rat. Soon the voice of the furried man followed. Sister, the strange flying machine is clearly on a different level compared to those fighter jets from the black market. The problem is significant. Zhu Qingwei responded with an "oh" and fell silent again. At the same time, the drone she was piloting began to shift from routine flying to dangerous maneuvers. The rapidly flying drone quickly caught up with the airspace, where Zhu Qingwei and the furried man were located, as Qin Mu kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. Just like the strange flying machine that had been shot down earlier, there were still several strange flying machines gathering around the drones of Zhu Qingwei and the furried. As the furried youth had analyzed, the strange flying machines were evidently of a much higher grade than the fighter jets operated by black market personnel. Having the resources to arrange better flying machines clearly indicated a more complicated identity in the black market. Such individuals were the most dangerous. Are you all okay? Qin Mu inquired through the communication channel as he kept his drone at the same altitude as Zhu Qingwei and the furried man. The three drones flew side by side across the sky. No major issues. These strange flying machines are merely observing us and haven't taken action, yet, Zhu Qingwei replied. The furried youth said they are probably analyzing which one of us is the main target. After they reach a conclusion, they will likely strike with great force. Qin Mu did not deny this. No matter how the situation developed, he was still the main target that the black market aimed to deal with. Eliminating others offered no benefit to the black market, especially since Zhu Qingwei and her team were reserve personnel. Fortunately, the enemy was unaware of their true identities, though otherwise they likely wouldn't have dared to provoke them. The purpose of being in reserve is to not worry about being targeted. If they come after one of us, we reserves will take down all of them. Simple, brutal, straightforward, and direct. However, he wasn't one of the reserves, so the enemy wouldn't have such considerations. Eliminating all of the enemy is the only way he could feel secure. You all heard what I just said. Next, we need to take action against these strange flying machines. We can ignore the other black market fighter jets for now since the rat is holding them off, but these strange flying machines must be our primary targets. At this point, the enemy should have analyzed their findings. One of us is definitely the main target, and they aren't fools. Qin Mu's voice rang out again as he began to make arrangements. Zhu Qingwei and the furried youth nodded in unison, their fighting spirit rising. It can be confirmed that one of the three drones is definitely the main target. Initially, I thought it was the one that confused Wang Matzi, but it seems that we are the ones. Have you noticed that supporting drone? I suspect it's the one with the highest probability of being the main target, as the main firepower is concentrated on it. I share the same thought. The main firepower should be focused on that drone, but we cannot let the other two escape. If the main target is among them, we'll take them down together. No problem. Better to mistakenly kill than let one escape. The remaining old foxes exchanged words on the special channel of the strange flying machines. As Qin Mu had guessed, their ability to reach this stage was due to their rich experience from past events. After various situations, the enemy would surely be able to analyze the situation. It seems they have locked onto us. It appears they are preparing to strike against us. Zhu Qingwei noticed the strange flying machines starting to approach them, raising her voice several decibels. The furried youth nodded, saying, since they have locked onto us, let's engage directly. Wait, there's me. At that moment, the voice of Zhang Wei, the last member of their four-person team, rang out. He had been in another airspace, but quickly rushed over upon noticing the situation. His voice was urgent. Sister Four-Eyed and Brother Qin Mu, the people inside the strange flying machines, should be analyzing that one of you three is the main target, and they likely haven't considered me yet. I suggest I go as bait first, and then you can act based on the situation to catch them off guard. Zhang Wei volunteered, not mentioning the significant danger of being bait. That's quite dangerous, Qin Mu said. Zhang Wei laughed. Haha, Brother Qin Mu, you underestimate us reserve personnel. I wouldn't volunteer for something that wasn't dangerous. With that, he raised the drone's altitude and swiftly dashed toward the front of the drones belonging to Qin Mu and the others determined to act as bait. Be careful, Qin Mu added. Zhang Wei did not reply, but Zhu Qingwei's voice replaced his saying, don't worry, none of us reserves are cowards. Even if we can't handle them, we can still take a bite out of them. The four-eyed youth followed up, that's right. Our reserve personnel should be doing these dangerous tasks. Even if we can't handle these strange flying machines, we can still make the enemy suffer for a while. Based on my analysis, the commotion we are causing here is significant, and the management center of the mechanical ruins must have taken notice. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive. At that time, these black market individuals will be completely exposed, and they will be like fish on a chopping board. Fish on a chopping board. Qin Mu did not respond immediately. He agreed with the four-eyed analysis, but he felt there was something strange about it. The commotion was indeed quite large. However, regarding the initial issue with the firepower defense system, if the management center of the mechanical ruins intended to react, they should have already done so by now, yet there was still no sign of movement. A strange feeling loomed large. Is there something else happening here? Qin Mu pondered. Forget it, I hope I'm not guessing wrong. For now, let's take action ourselves and prepare adequately. Qin Mu collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on Zhang Wei's drone. The old foxes in the several strange flying machines were not to be underestimated. Upon spotting Zhang Wei's drone charging forward, they showed no hesitation. From various angles, several strange flying machines launched fiery attacks. The flames locked onto Zhang Wei's drone from multiple directions. With the angles locked onto it, it seemed there was no possibility for Zhang Wei's drone to evade. Once hit, the outcome would be destruction and death, with even the possibility of safely ejecting from the escape pod being slim. Qin Mu's pupils instantly constricted, and his hand gripped the control stick tightly. The communication channel was very quiet. Qin Mu's gaze was fixed on Zhang Wei's drone without a word. Zhu Qingwei and the four-eyed youth also had their eyes on Zhang Wei's drone, unable to spare any thought for conversation. None of them were novices. They all understood that Zhang Wei's situation was extremely dangerous. Deep down, they all hoped for a miracle to occur. However, the miracle did not happen. Under the overwhelming blaze, fire dragons launched from several strange aircraft swept through the airspace where Zhang Wei's drone was located. The torrents of bullets drowned everything. Zhang Wei, Zhu Qingwei, shouted, her eyes wide in the drone, her voice filled with urgent concern. The four-eyed youth was breathing heavily, his drone slightly rising in altitude, driven by an impulse to rush to Zhang Wei's aid. Don't assist me, I'm fine. At that moment, Zhang Wei's voice crackled over the communication channel, mixed with the sound of electrical interference and a clear groan of pain. As Zhang Wei's voice faded, a fireball fell from the airspace, surrounded by several strange aircraft. The torrents of bullets drowned everything. Zhang Wei, Zhu Qingwei, shouted, her eyes wide in the drone, her voice filled with urgent concern. What I didn't want to see has indeed happened, Qin Mu said in a low voice, his tone heavy. It seems we can no longer hide our capabilities, and we need to decisively eliminate these black market people. Previously, he had hesitated, thinking that the methods of concealment were unsuitable in the mechanical ruins. Zhang Wei's brave stand and the image of him turning into a fireball and crashing to the earth had profoundly shaken him. Even if Zhang Wei was fine for now, Qin Mu's heart had already tightened. Having known each other for only an hour or two, Qin Mu still regarded Zhu Qingwei and the others as teammates. He did not want to see such scenes play out again when a teammate's drone encountered problems. Brother Qin Mu, what are you planning to do? The voice of the four-eyed youth sounded. Zhu Qingwei remained silent, but her heavy breathing seemed to carry a hint of confusion. Qin Mu calmly replied, nothing much, just preparing to implement a large-scale strike weapon. With that, he immediately connected with the virtual assistant. Calculate the absolute no-go zones. There shouldn't be any innocent people active within the strike range, Qin Mu ordered. The virtual assistant immediately responded, understood, calculations are complete, and the no-go zone information has been synchronized to your drones. Activate the space-based weapon. Qin Mu issued the second command to the virtual assistant. Unlike the starships of other students, his starship's intelligence core was exceptionally advanced. Over the past year, with the help of the virtual assistant, the firepower system had been significantly repaired. The space-based weapon was a large-scale strike weapon on his starship with destructive power even greater than that of a monorail photon cannon. If the kinetic energy continued to upgrade, it could rival a starship orbital cannon. What the hell, are you crazy? The four-eyed youth exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his ears. Zhu Qingwei couldn't help but interject. Qin Mu using space-based weapons in the mechanical ruins, isn't that too inappropriate? She had always thought that their reserve team was reckless, but now Qin Mu felt even more reckless than the reserves. Qin Mu replied, the no-go zone information has been synchronized. It will be an excellent place for the space-based weapon strike without harming the innocent. This is how we will proceed with the next step. While the space-based weapon is being activated, we should also begin our counterattack. We can't let the enemy shoot down Zhang Wei's drone without a fight. In the X-77 area, the satellite bay on the Starship opened, and several satellites cautiously launched from the Starship, vanishing into the starry sky. The decision spoken was all reflected in the launch of these satellites, aimed to implement a space-based weapon strike. You're really insane. The Furied youth was astonished. Furied, stop being so indecisive. I think Qin Mu is right, it's time to counterattack. Zhang Wei has already been shot down, can we just stand idly by? Zhu Qingwei interrupted, scolding him irritably. Qin Mu raised the drone's altitude, and the surrounding drones began to converge towards the area where the three of them were. 3 batches totaling 300 drones had been shot down over time, but the remaining numbers were still terrifying. Hundreds of drones brought immense pressure. Qin Mu took the lead, charging into the swarm of drones, and many drones activated their firepower strike commands under the concentrated operations of the virtual assistant. Seeing this, Zhu Qingwei and the Furied youth no longer hesitated and followed Qin Mu's movements. The firepower strikes executed by real operators were far more unpredictable than those by the intelligence system. Flames filled the sky, painting the night red. Amidst the fire, the drones weaved in and out with bullets flying dangerously close. An absolute melee erupted under Qin Mu's command. That little brat has gone mad. One of the most seasoned old foxes inside a strange aircraft couldn't help but curse. While cursing, he maneuvered the strange aircraft to dodge. Unlike the previous calm, when they only needed to avoid colliding with other drones, now they had to dodge both the flying paths of other drones and the firepower strikes from the drone swarm. The difficulty of operation had instantly skyrocketed. It seems like the drone that was shot down earlier is not included. Could that little brat still be out there? Definitely not. If he were here, he wouldn't be able to act so recklessly. Once again, I was mistaken. Now things have become complicated. Amidst the overwhelming firepower, our difficulty has increased significantly, and we might just be in trouble. In a special channel, several old foxes felt a heavy weight in their hearts, completely unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent. The initial old fox remained silent, not participating in this discussion. Inside the strange aircraft, his eyes were filled with gloom. I plan to summon other black market people to come help. This way they can share some of the firepower burden. That works, those people can serve as cannon fodder. Agreed. Agreed. Soon several old foxes made their decision without contradicting the first old fox's proposal. Cutting off emotions had long been their daily routine. Other black market people could serve as excellent cannon fodder. The initial old fox, seeing that his colleagues did not refute him, immediately opened the public channel. I Xiao Wei, see the rest of the black market brats, there has been a change in the situation. I allow you to intervene in what we are doing. To show our sincerity, I promise you by my name that we will not interfere with your completion of this task. The bounty can be yours, but the people must belong to us. The public channel fell silent in an instant. The old fox's voice immediately subdued everyone from the black market. If one claimed to be unaware of who Xiao Weiss was while mingling in the black market, they could hardly be considered a qualified black market person. This time, the exorbitant bounty task attracted some capable individuals from the black market, all of whom were undoubtedly familiar with the name Xiao Weiss. However, they could never have imagined. Although the sky-high bounty seemed generous for someone like Xiao Weiss, 500 million was certainly not sufficient. Unexpectedly, the old fox of the black market, Xiao Weiss, had actually emerged from hiding. Boss Xiao, is everything you said true? The public channel was immediately filled with voices from the black market, tinged with surprise and suspicion. The bounty belongs to us. The people belong to you. Before Xiao Weiss could respond, another black market participant quickly retorted, this task requires proof of heads. If you take the people away, how can we complete the task? That's right, we need proof of heads. If you take them away, won't we just be working for you for nothing? Voices clashed chaotically in the public channel. Xiao Weiss' proposal did not earn their sufficient trust. Just based on my name, Xiao Weiss. As long as the task is accomplished, I can guarantee that you have completed it. Xiao Weiss' voice again echoed, laced with a hint of anger. Through the public channel, his indifference began to seep through. I Guluo can vouch for you. I Zhao Chuliu can vouch for you. With Xiao Weiss' appearance on the public channel, 2 more old foxes revealed themselves. Their reputations, while slightly less than Xiao Weiss, were enough to overshadow everyone else in the black market. As these 2 old foxes spoke, the hearts of the black market participants gradually settled. With only Xiao Weiss' guarantee, they couldn't place too much trust as the task requirements were clear. However, with both Guluo and Zhao Chulu vouching together, they felt more at ease. The voices in the public channel quieted down. The black market crowd did not continue to respond in the public channel, but answered with their actions. Through the public channel, his indifference began to seep through. I Guluo can vouch for you. I Zhao Chuliu can vouch for you. In just a short span, dozens of black market warplanes had approached the airspace where Qin Mu and the others were located. Even though their numbers were still several times fewer, the existence of warplanes was vastly superior to that of drones, and the accompanying firepower was much more formidable. The pressure from the drone swarm on the several old foxes eased with the addition of the remaining black market individuals. Qin Mu's expression grew serious. He could also hear the public channel. He truly hadn't anticipated that the other party would speak out in such a potentially exposing place. At the same time, he was surprised that such a disorganized place as the black market could actually have cooperation occurring. The situation has changed. We need to alter our strategy. Qin Mu spoke with a serious tone. Zhu Qingwei responded, how about we continue with the expendable plan? I and Four Eyes can take on this responsibility. However, I must say this up front, I initially wanted to get rich alongside you. If I accidentally perish in the expendable plan, please burn some paper money for me later. Having been poor my whole life, I must at least experience being a wealthy person once. Amidst a mix of seriousness and jest, Zhu Qingwei maintained stability in the battle situation while expressing her unique nature. The young man known as Four Eyes spoke briefly. I can also take on this responsibility. The preparation for your space-based weapon still requires some time. Relying solely on the drone swarm can no longer exert sufficient pressure on them. A chaotic battle is a good thing that can exert immense pressure on them, but it will also bring us considerable stress. A moment's inattention may result in our complete annihilation. Four Eyes did not elaborate further, but his meaning was clear. The expendable plan was likely the most secure approach, and there was no other option. Let me go. The voice of the rat sounded in the communication channel. The black market's drones gave up their targeting of him and returned to assist the old foxes, relieving him of pressure. All from the reserves, they were no strangers to life-threatening situations, being specialized. If it were anyone else, they certainly wouldn't be willing to risk their lives after knowing each other for only an hour or so. Qin Mu's trust in them along with the firepower system on the Starship led them to speculate on many matters. Qin Mu held a significant identity at the Science and Technology University. Protecting Qin Mu was more profitable than sacrificing themselves. Racco check on Zhang Wei's condition. The expendable plan cannot be executed. Qin Mu responded, things haven't reached the point where an expendable plan is necessary. You haven't fully understood the true nature of my firepower system. The system on my Starship is certainly not a conventional one. The space-based weapon, fully known as the space-based laser weapon, is usually deployed by space stations and satellites to conduct precise strikes from space. Conventional space-based weapons require a long period of energy accumulation before they can be activated to execute target strikes. However, now, the space-based weapon strike Qin Mu was about to execute was mounted on the Starship, comparable to the weapons mounted on the satellites of the mechanical ruins, certainly lacking in power, but significantly improved in efficiency. Although its power was inferior to the firepower of those satellites in the mechanical ruins, destroying an area was still not a problem. From the moment several satellites were launched from the Starship a few minutes ago, they had already reached their predetermined orbits. Next, they only needed to convert the stored energy, saving a lot of time and energy accumulation. With this foundation in place, it was far from time to execute the expendable plan. Qin Mu, do you have any other plans? Four Eyes asked. Qin Mu pondered, the rat will check on Zhang Wei's situation, the three of us will handle the rest. While the firepower suppression advantage of the drone swarm has not fully faded, we can operate under minimal pressure. The target range of the space-based weapon is an absolute no-go zone. As per the synchronized information, we must seize this time to reach the target airspace. Zhu Qingwei and the other two immediately understood Qin Mu's intent, saying nothing as they turned their aircraft and began executing their respective operations. The rat piloted the drone towards the location where Zhang Wei's drone had fallen. Zhu Qingwei and the young man known as Four Eyes increased the speed of their drones, heading straight for the planned absolute no-go zone. Qin Mu did not hesitate. Having arranged the next combat tasks, he glanced at the mysterious flying device engaged in battle with the drone swarm and the numerous warplanes of the black market. As one drone after another fell, he felt no ripple in his heart, provocatively firing a round of firepower amidst the drone swarm before following Zhu Qingwei and Four Eyes toward the absolute no-go zone. Quick, chase them. Eliminate them. In the temporary communication channel of the black market, Xiao Weiss and a few other old foxes saw Qin Mu and his companions beginning to retreat from the swarm of drones and immediately started issuing commands. The combined efforts of dozens of elite black market personnel, while not enough to turn the tide, immediately placed greater pressure on the swarm of drones. Time is not an issue. By dragging out the time, they from the black market are absolutely the final victors. Thus, they were not surprised by Qin Mu and his companions' retreat. Boss Xiao, just watch closely. As long as you keep your promise, we will definitely present that prey before you. With so many of us, only one person can claim this bounty, and the one who ultimately captures the prey may not necessarily be you. What you said is true. Your words have piqued my interest. The bounty for the prey will belong to me. The voices filled the temporary channel, showcasing the greed of the black market members vividly. They didn't even hesitate to express their true thoughts in front of others from the black market. I am greedy, so what? In an instant, numerous drones from the black market charged out of the drone swarm. Initially, they were the ones surrounded, but now it abruptly became them surrounding the swarm. Though there were only dozens of aircraft, firepower was paramount. They could disregard humanity and the lives of others, but the swarm of drones could not. Every volley of fire had to consider the possibility of causing unnecessary secondary damage, such as a fallen aircraft injuring those below in the mechanical ruins. To some extent, the swarm of drones on Qin Mu's side had already fallen into a disadvantage. They are truly delusional, thinking that we have begun to flee. Zhu Qingwei snorted coldly, still displeased about Zhang Wei's drone being shot down. Once we reach the absolute forbidden zone before the space-based weapon fires, I will have to teach them a severe lesson. Sister, you are only 22 years old. Calling yourself old lady is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? The flurried youth retorted. I reckon that when we reach the absolute forbidden zone, you can't act recklessly either. At this moment, Qin Mu interrupted the conversation between Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth, speaking in a deep voice. Indeed, we cannot act recklessly. Once space-based weapons finish charging, they won't distinguish between friend and foe when they begin to strike. In the forbidden zone, indiscriminate attacks will occur, and at that time we can only hope to showcase our skills by escaping the danger zone in the last moment. Acting recklessly could very well ensnare ourselves. Zhu Qingwei. Her fervor was instantly extinguished. The immense burden shook her as she wished she could dismantle the drone she was piloting right then. It was too suffocating. Forget it, as long as we can eliminate them, that's all that matters. Indiscriminate attacks mean we won't have much time to work with. Zhu Qingwei mumbled, feeling somewhat disheartened. She simply wanted to join in the wealth and enjoy it properly. But in a moment of carelessness. How did things turn out this way? I haven't even seen a shadow of the fortune, yet I'm already working hard. Why does it feel like I'm at a loss? Zhu Qingwei muttered softly, her thought process not sufficient to analyze everything clearly at this moment. The flurried youth heard her mumbling in the communication channel, his face flushing red. Sister, be a bit more confident. It's clearly a loss. There's no need to feel like you're at a loss. Everyone pay attention. We are about to reach the absolute forbidden zone. Qin Mu spoke again, his voice deep and powerful, the command pulling both Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth back to reality. As his voice fell, Qin Mu gazed out across the vast expanse, observing the absolute forbidden zone calculated by the virtual secretary. Looking around, the jumbled mechanical wreckage was scattered chaotically. Occasionally one could see the severed arms of a few scrapped robots from some ruins. The entire area was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, and even the lights were dim, resembling a true twilight zone. Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth regained their composure, both gazing into the absolute forbidden zone, assessing this twilight land. This place, if I'm not mistaken, this area should be an unmanaged zone. The flurried youth's brows furrowed tightly. The dimly lit area created a strange sense of oppression in his heart. Living in such a place for long would likely drive a person mad. Indeed, the records indicate that every section of the mechanical ruins has undeveloped areas. According to the star map, the mechanical ruins are arranged in a circular shape. The areas close to the core have not been managed and are dumping grounds for countless interstellar debris. This place is definitely a suitable grave for black market personnel, but we must also be cautious. The upcoming magnetic field interference will cause us to lose our sense of direction. Qin Mu explained rapidly. With the virtual secretary providing information that ordinary people couldn't access, he felt it was necessary and his duty to inform Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth about the so-called secrets of the absolute forbidden zone. Everyone is comrades. We can say we are deceiving each other verbally, but our actions shouldn't cross any boundaries or we'll end up like star debris. Magnetic field interference. Then we need to jump out of the drones immediately. Zhu Qingwei reacted. During this communication, 3 drones had already reached the airspace above the absolute forbidden zone, and the oppressive dimness was daunting. The magnetic field's effects had already started to cause the drones to lose their sense of direction, the voices in the communication channel becoming intermittent. An unofficial public channel naturally could not be as stable as an official one. Having flaws was quite normal. Behind them, dozens of black market aircraft had followed them. Those mingling in the black market were well informed. They all knew about the existence of the absolute forbidden zone. However, with prey at hand, they were already dominated by greed. Seeing Qin Mu and the others enter the range of the absolute forbidden zone, they charged in without a second thought. So what if there's magnetic field interference? Currently the prey is within visible range. Even if they were given wings, they couldn't escape. Qin Mu paid attention to the situation behind him, and seeing the black market aircraft entering a small section of the absolute forbidden zone, his expression became solemn. Zhu Qingwei flurried, it's time for us to be tested. Whether we can survive depends on our respective maneuvers. Due to the magnetic field interference, the intermittent sounds were unclear. Qin Mu repeated himself 3 times, ensuring he received feedback from Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth before refocusing his thoughts. At this moment in his view, both Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth had developed countermeasures and began to push their drone speeds to the limit. Seeing this, Qin Mu felt reassured, and at the same time, the virtual secretary's feedback followed. Master, the space-based weapon has completed charging. Should we execute the target strike immediately? Space-based weapon launch. Time is impartial, equally measured for all. Only those who seize every fleeting second can survive within its narrow margins. Just as now several satellites, locked onto their preordained orbital paths, have completed final energy charging for a space-based laser strike. A dazzling radiance blazes across the void of space. Yet the orbital path lies far from where Qin Mu and his companions stand, so distant that no trace of the celestial event reaches them. But space-based lasers pierce through the sky at true light speed, reaching their target from orbit in scarcely more than a breath or two. Space-based laser strike to -10, 9, 8. A countdown echoes beside Qin Mu's ear. He pilots his drone with a thunderous sonic boom, Mach rings flare behind it. Accelerating almost instantaneously like a launched projectile, Qin Mu pushes the drone to its absolute velocity limit, matching Zhu Qingwei and the bespectacled youth in reflexes without a fraction of delay. He grants them access. The countdown now blares simultaneously inside their drones. Each descending number weighs heavier upon their shoulders. 5, 4, 3. As the syllable 3 strikes his ears, Qin Mu triggers the escape pod aboard his drone. A sharp detonation. Mach rings erupt once more, this time before the drone's nose, as the escape pod rockets forward like a crimson cannonball, surging beyond the drone's maximum velocity toward a precise location deep within the absolute forbidden zone. At that very moment, identical escape pods blast forth from the drones piloted by Zhu Qingwei and the bespectacled youth, each one fired like artillery shells. Qin Mu does not reassign control of the now unmanned drone to his virtual secretary. Instead, it plummets unguided, crashing headlong into a towering ruin. What's happening? They've abandoned their drones, planning a game of hide-and-seek with us. He must think the magnetic interference here will blind our fighter jets' targeting systems, forcing us to hunt them down on foot. Fascinating, more fascinating than ever. This prey is far more intriguing than any before. Does he even realize our ground forces are unmatched? Without aerial reconnaissance, they cannot outrun us on land. We'll capture them easily. They've dug their own graves. Inside their fighters, the black market operatives exchange banter, fragmented by magnetic distortion, yet brimming with unchecked exhilaration. It feels as though the exorbitant bounty is already secured. Qin Mu, their prey, already ensnared. Something feels slightly off. A voice cuts in, first stuttering, then suddenly clear. What's off? Humph, superstitious nonsense disrupting our. A deafening roar erupts. Countless laser beams rain down from the starry vault above, traveling at absolute light speed, striking the absolute forbidden zone in the blink of an eye. Many black market operatives vanish before they can react, vaporized utterly. Not even the wreckage of their fighters remains. As the lasers strike, their beams, initially narrow, explode outward with terrifying velocity, spreading in all directions. Shit, it's a space-based weapon. Damn it, we underestimated him. That scrap Starship clearly wasn't scrap at all. They said it was decommissioned. How could a decommissioned vessel mount such firepower? Idiots, did you forget he fired a monorail photon cannon earlier? Of course we remember. But how does that compare to a space-based weapon? Its destructive power dwarfs the photon cannons by orders of magnitude. Stop yapping, run. At this expansion rate, we'll be vaporized if we don't move now. A thunderous explosion ignites, a pillar of fire surging skyward. A colossal beam of light descends from the heavens, bridging the sky and earth. First 1 meter wide, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. Dozens of beams cascade downward, each expanding at identical velocity. Where they converge, their fused columns swell into vast radiant pillars. From afar, the beam appears immeasurably wide, linking heaven and earth like a bridge to the divine. Jowies, you've miscalculated again. Enough talk, survival comes first. Escape is the only path now. The black market fighters, and the wily old fox's bizarre craft, flee like panicked strays. The arrogance they wore when chasing Qin Mu and his companions into the absolute forbidden zone now lies shattered, replaced by utter disarray. Every veteran curses inwardly. None could fathom Qin Mu would resort to such madness, deploying space-based weapons against terrestrial targets. True space-based weapons lack the raw impact of interstellar rail cannons, but their very existence is strictly forbidden across the Interstellar Federation. Unlike rail cannons, which typically target alien fleets or hostile extraterrestrial installations, space-based weapons are designed explicitly for planetary bombardment. They are without exception planet-killing armaments, engineered to devastate one's own homeworld. Consider T-98 Planet. A single space-based strike at its core would claim countless lives. Even black market syndicates recoil from such slaughter, preferring subtler shadowed schemes. Yet Qin Mu, a brilliant graduate, has brazenly violated galactic prohibition with a space-based strike. What kind of interstellar joke is this? We merely sought profit and answers about the star-crossed syndicate's humiliation. Is this truly necessary? Is it? The beam's expansion accelerates. Once spanning hundreds of meters per breath, it now reaches its apex of propagation. Each pulse spans kilometers. Within the mechanical wasteland, untold ruins vanish into the luminous torrent, evaporated instantly under absolute firepower. Black market fighters dwindle, one after another, until only the rearmost bizarre craft remain in sight. Having entered the absolute forbidden zone only recently, those craft could have escaped easily, had fate allowed. But the beam allows no reprieve. It surges forward, overtaking one of the bizarre craft without mercy. No matter its former prowess, the craft dissolves into shimmering light beneath the laser's fury. 5 craft, now 4. The remaining 4 push their speeds to the absolute brink. Yet no maneuver, no evasion alters the stark truth conveyed by the beam's relentless advance. Little ones, you cannot run. The mechanical ruins, Administrative Zone A. Crowds gathered in clusters whispering anxiously. Forced by Fan Qingyan to work overtime, they all wept openly. Under their coordinated operation, the zone's firepower defense system fell into absolute silence, no longer reacting to developments within the mechanical ruins. Moreover, numerous other detection systems were temporarily deactivated, deliberately ignoring all events unfolding in Sector X. Throughout the annals of the mechanical ruins, nothing like this had ever occurred before. The administrative center existed solely to manage sudden emergencies. With detection systems offline and firepower defenses disabled, the mechanical ruins effectively became a lawless zone. Put plainly, should any emergency arise during this window, the administrative center would be utterly incapable of responding in time. Hey, what's really happening in Sector X? Is Elder Fan's plan truly sound? How would I know? I'm no central AI. I have no access to Sector X's real-time data. Sigh. For some reason my heart feels unsettled, as though something momentous is already underway. Nonsense, something certainly is happening. Elder Fan wouldn't orchestrate such a shutdown unless chaos was already erupting in Sector X. The black market operators are no amateurs. That's true. The black market crews can gauge the severity just from the ruins' response latency. They're seasoned veterans after all. Enough speculation. Let's wait a while longer. Then reactivate both detection and firepower systems to assess Sector X. Let's hope that young Qin Mu doesn't perish too easily. Boom. A deafening roar shattered the silence. Instantly, the entire administrative center trembled. The quake was mild, but this center, rooted deep within the mechanical ruins, had always stood unshaken, immovable as a mountain. A tremor. What in the... What's happening? What's happening? Did we just feel a tremor? An earthquake? Don't be absurd. Our seismic monitoring networks would have flagged it hours in advance. If not an earthquake, then what is it? Wait, could Sector X have undergone a catastrophic shift? Panic seized the administrative center's staff. In frantic haste, they reactivated the recently disabled detection and firepower defense systems. Moments later, the main display lit up with live sensor feeds from Sector X. What the hell is that? Great heavens, it looks like the impact signature of an orbital weapon. Disaster has struck. Sector X has indeed undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Could that young Qin Mu have launched an orbital strike? Why guess? Only Qin Mu holds clearance to pilot a starship into the mechanical ruins, and only he possesses the capability to deploy orbital weaponry. On screen, a colossal beam of light pierced skyward, spanning Earth and heavens. Even across vast distances, and through the screen itself, it delivered visceral awestruck shock to every observer in the administrative center. From that immense distance, they clearly witnessed black market aircraft melting at the beam's periphery. No matter how evasive their flight maneuvers, no matter how elite their pilots, under such absolute firepower dominance, they could not even stir a ripple. Should we alert Elder Fan? Dare you not inform him? Stunned into momentary paralysis, the staff gaped in disbelief. Even knowing the dire consequences of disturbing Elder Fan during his rest, none dared hesitate further. A manager rushed to Fan Qingyan's quarters and hammered violently on the door. Elder Fan! Elder Fan! Urgent crisis, please rise immediately. The knocks escalated from sharp raps to thunderous bangs. The messenger's palms reddened from sheer urgency. Yet he felt no pain. His entire being was consumed by the singular imperative to awaken Fan Qingyan, who's shrieking like a cat in heat at this hour. Damn it, I've barely closed my eyes. Are you all utterly incompetent? The door swung open. Fan Qingyan stood there, face dark with fury, eyebrows bristling, eyes blazing. He looked ready to strike his subordinate on the spot. The messenger, long accustomed to such outbursts, murmured timidly, Elder Fan, please go to the administrative center at once. The sky over Sector X has turned upside down. Upside down. Is there truly anyone bold enough to overturn the heavens here in the mechanical ruins? Is this young Qin Mu's doing? Fan Qingyan snapped back to focus. Scolding notwithstanding, his concern for the ruins ran deep. Look at your nerves. Handled one minor incident, and you cry the sky is falling. Come now, tell me plainly what spectacle has so terrified you. I've never in my life seen anyone turn the heavens themselves inside out within these ruins. Frustration flared anew within Fan Qingyan. He'd overseen the mechanical ruins for decades. And in all those years, not once had he witnessed, or even read of, anyone capable of overturning the heavens here. So how suddenly had it happened? By a university student from the Science Technology University. This defied all logic. Orbital weaponry. What? Elder Fan, Qin Mu has launched an orbital strike within the mechanical ruins. You're joking. Elder Fan, it's true. Fan Qingyan froze, his expression rigid. He rubbed his ears hard as if doubting the veracity of what he'd just heard. Orbital weaponry, deployed inside the mechanical ruins. This. Doesn't he know orbital weapons are strictly prohibited? This young man, how recklessly audacious he plays. Fan Qingyan muttered, dumbfounded, still scarcely able to believe it. His subordinate wore a grim, disbelieving frown. His own thoughts mirroring Fan Qingyan's. The sight captured by the reactivated sensors remained almost impossible to accept. Elder Fan, please go see for yourself. An orbital strike has been fired. The entire administrative center just shook. Sector X must be in utter upheaval. Fan Qingyan snapped fully awake. Without uttering another word, he strode swiftly toward the administrative center, his face flushed crimson, still echoing his earlier dismissal of the very possibility. And now, it had happened. Had the youth truly no regard for decorum? Was this how swiftly he humiliated an elder? In a matter of moments, they returned to the control center. Fan Qingyan followed his subordinates back to this very place, having been away for less than an hour. Upon re-entering the control center, he beheld the myriad surveillance feeds streaming onto the massive central screen. His jaw tightened, the muscles along his mouth twitched violently. What in the hell? I'd only stepped away for under an hour. How could so much unfold in that time? Fan Qingyan stared dumbfounded at the harrowing footage. The absolute forbidden zone blazed with fire. Flames erupted everywhere, and towering infernos raged through heaps of rubble. Amidst the gloom, the firelight cast an eerie, almost surreal brilliance. Yet to Fan Qingyan's eyes, that unnatural radiance was nothing but a gut-wrenching affront. The beam of light had vanished. In its wake lay only wreckage, shattered, scorched, and strewn across the wasteland. Fan Qingyan did not bother reviewing earlier surveillance footage. A verification was unnecessary. He already knew what had occurred. The devastation now unfolding across the absolute forbidden zone spoke volumes. Director Fan, issue orders immediately. What is our next course of action? Shall we continue turning a blind eye to events unfolding over there? One subordinate could no longer contain himself, urgently whispering into Fan Qingyan's ear. Watching the feed, their hearts bled, not because the mechanical wastes were sacred ground, but because every scrap of salvageable machinery held immense value. Under the strike of orbital weaponry, untold treasures had been obliterated. None dared imagine the disciplinary consequences awaiting them. Fan Qingyan was their leader, their anchor, their sole source of authority. All hope rested upon his shoulders. Turn a blind eye? Not a chance. If this continues unchecked, that young man Qin Mu will dismantle the entire mechanical waste piece by piece. Activate the firepower deterrent system immediately and deploy the enforcement squad to seize full control. Eradicate every black market operative on site. All registration data resides within the management system. Retrieve it instantly. We cannot allow Qin Mu to run rampant any longer. First, eliminate the black market elements, then reassess. Fan Qingyan roared his commands, incensed and breathless. He had now witnessed Qin Mu's destructive capacity firsthand, and dreaded what chaos the youth might unleash next. A single starship's deterrent power could annihilate the entire T-98 planet without effort. Such a catastrophe was unthinkable and utterly unacceptable. Instantly, his subordinates sprang into motion. With Fan Qingyan's decisive orders, the weight pressing upon their chests lifted, they executed each directive without hesitation. The firepower system powered up seamlessly. The enforcement squad, on permanent standby at the control center, began launching fighter craft one after another. Shadows tore from the control center like vengeful wraiths, each trailing an aura of cold, unrelenting severity, the unmistakable signature of the enforcement squad. Fan Qingyan watched the squad surge forth, his brow knotted in grim fury, his chest burning with seething rage. We acted too rashly. I should have seized control from the outset, never allowed that boy to run amok. Sigh, those black market vermin, true agents of chaos. Wherever they tread, ruin follows. Without them, none of this would have transpired. Fan Qingyan sighed heavily, defeated yet deeply remorseful. He had not yet conducted a formal assessment of the orbital strike's toll, but he needed no tally to grasp the scale of loss. Who was Fan Qingyan after all? A veteran who had presided over the mechanical wastes for decades, a man who'd spent a lifetime in poverty clinging to this desolate realm simply for the thrill of stewardship. Yet now, Fan Qingyan dared not dwell further. Fear gripped him, that his heart might give out. The absolute forbidden zone. The dim lighting remained unchanged, yet towering flames pierced the sky. 3 escape pods crashed violently to the ground, carving vast craters and sending shattered metal soaring high into the air. With thunderous reverberations, the airborne debris rained back down, kicking up plumes of choking dust. Cough, cough, cough. Good thing we initiated ejection in time. Otherwise, we'd be dead meat. The hatch of the first escape pod hissed open. Qin Mu emerged first, his hand pressed firmly against his lower back, still reeling from the brutal impact sustained during descent. Soon after, the other 2 pods opened, but only the bespectacled youth staggered out from one of them. His condition was far worse than Qin Mu's, hunched forward, one hand clutching his lower back, the other shielding a most delicate region. Damn near fatal. Both of the most vital areas for any man had narrowly escaped catastrophic injury. This was beyond absurd. How is Zhu Qingwei? Why hasn't she emerged yet? Qin Mu drew several deep breaths before turning toward Zhu Qingwei's pod. At his words, the bespectacled youth immediately glanced over. Senior sister, are you all right? Calling out, he limped toward her pod. Every step agonizing, yet he pressed on regardless, terrified she might have suffered injury during ejection. Stop yelling, just get over here and help me out. God damn it. My chest's wedged, can't budge. Zhu Qingwei's exasperated voice crackled from within. pain-sharp punctuated by sharp intakes of breath. The bespectacled youth's face went slack. He approached the pod, jaw clenched, lips twitching. Qin Mu stood speechless. He hadn't expected Zhu Qingwei to emerge so fiercely alive, or to offer such an utterly bewildering explanation. My chest wedged. How many would stand frozen, struck dumb by those words? Suppressing a torrent of commentary, Qin Mu, faring better than the bespectacled youth, steadied himself and hurried to assist Zhu Qingwei's extraction. Once free, Zhu Qingwei gasped in fresh air and vigorously massaged the sore spot. Phew, that was close. I nearly bought it. Orbital weaponry truly isn't to be trifled with. But then again, if orbital strikes are this devastating, imagine the spectacle when an interstellar railgun fires upon a planetary target. Her eyes gleamed brighter with each word, so bright in fact that she seemed to forget the lingering sting in her most sensitive region. A wild, feverish energy surged through her veins, uncontrollable, intoxicating. Qin Mu deliberately bypassed her question. Climbing atop a nearby vantage point, he scanned the horizon. Everywhere, towering flames marked the sites of incinerated ruins, all beneath the shadow of orbital annihilation. Silence stretched endlessly. No sign of life, no stir of movement. Only a chilling, unnatural desolation hung thick in the air. Let spectacle wait. This is the absolute forbidden zone. Its magnetic field is highly volatile. Conventional detection systems are useless here. I suspect the black market operatives survived the strike, in which case our work has only just begun. They must be eradicated, down to the last soul. The hunt begins now. Beside the bed, how could one allow others to sleep soundly? This saying has always resonated with Qin Mu, and he wholeheartedly agrees with its meaning. The people from the black market have set their sights on him, aiming to take his life for the astronomical bounty of 500 million. Allowing such a group to continue surviving in the mechanical ruins is certainly not a good thing for him, who needs to stay in the mechanical ruins for 2 months. While repairing the Starship is undoubtedly important, Qin Mu does not wish to be suddenly stabbed in the back while peacefully collecting materials, constantly on guard against others. It's exhausting. This decision indeed is intriguing. Zhu Qingwei, without a second thought, immediately agreed. Her eyes, which should have been able to enchant a man into a state of longing, were now filled with madness and excitement. In the current state of Zhu Qingwei, even if the slime were truly enormous and touched many men's hearts, very few would dare to develop feelings for her. Whatever the big sister decides, we will follow. The team will absolutely obey her orders, said the flurried youth, who had improved significantly and spoke resolutely. Qin Mu nodded. With Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth's responses, he felt reassured. More allies are certainly a good thing, especially since Zhu Qingwei and the others have all come from the reserves. The tempering of blood and fire is no simple matter. Next, we will begin searching for the surviving black market individuals. This time, an estimated 2/3 participated in the astronomical bounty. And for this strike from the orbital weapons, it is estimated that 95% of those 2/3 have suffered casualties, and the remaining ones should be in the absolute forbidden zone. Our manpower should be sufficient. Qin Mu spoke softly, pondering through speculation. When the orbital weapons were launched, he was in the escape pod and could not pay attention to how many people survived. But one thing is certain, Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth activated the escape pod at the first moment, nearly losing their lives to the strike of the orbital weapons. The other black market individuals lost the most crucial reaction time, and the hope of wanting to survive would not be very high. Regardless of whether it's enough, we must press on with determination. This could be considered an unconventional war. When has a war ever been abandoned due to insufficient manpower? Zhu Qingwei excitedly licked her lips and spoke in a serious tone. The flurried youth nodded in agreement, echoing Zhu Qingwei's sentiments. In war, even when the power disparity is vast, one must press on. There is no choice, nor can there be. Then let us act together. Qin Mu decided not to suggest that Zhu Qingwei and the others split up. Previously, with the cover of drone swarms and the Starship in the rear, he could afford to be reckless. But now, being weak and isolated means that continuing to play like this would certainly result in trouble. The black market individuals are not to be underestimated. They live in a world where they constantly lick blood from the blade, devoid of humanity, cold and merciless to the extreme. Engaging in a hard confrontation will inevitably lead to losses. Understood. We will act together. Encountering any surviving lone individuals will surely not be too troublesome to deal with. At that moment, a series of sonic booms echoed. Silver-white warplanes descended from the sky, leaving conspicuous white trails against the night. The loud sounds reverberated in the ears of the three, causing them to look up at the sky. What is happening? How did the enforcement team arrive? What is going on? It was so vicious at first, and the enforcement team didn't intervene. Why are they suddenly getting involved now? Zhu Qingwei and the flurried youth were perplexed as they gazed at the silver-white warplanes, understanding what they represented. The enforcement team's common aircraft are silver-white warplanes. They attempted to count the number of warplanes flying overhead, but there were too many to keep track. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly as he silently observed, filled with confusion. Could it be because I launched the orbital weapon? If that is the case, then my earlier speculation has indeed come true. Qin Mu pondered, feeling baffled. At first, the Mechanical Ruins Management Center's personnel did not arrive. He guessed they were likely turning a blind eye to the situation here. It was precisely because of this that he ordered the virtual secretary to activate the orbital weapon upon seeing Zhang Wei fall. Let's escalate the situation. Who wouldn't do that? But now, let's not move for the time being. Let's see what the enforcement team intends to do, Qin Mu said, feeling uncertain. While expressing these thoughts, Qin Mu's heart also tightened. Ultimately, the orbital weapon is a forbidden weapon, an absolute strike weapon from air to ground. Violating the ban and openly using the orbital weapon in the mechanical ruins, he could only imagine how severe the consequences would be. The black market is causing chaos, yet the management of the mechanical ruins does not step in. Once the orbital weapon was launched, the management of the mechanical ruins appeared. Is this reasonable? Are they openly favoring the black market individuals? Zhu Qingwei and the Furied youth remained silent, both watching the silver-white warplanes in the sky. Without Qin Mu's reminder, they knew that they certainly could not continue causing trouble. At the very least, they had to wait for the enforcement team to finish handling the situation. The silver-white warplanes danced above the absolute forbidden zone, and a larger warplane hovered for a while before finally locking onto Qin Mu and the others as it approached. Qin Mu's expression changed as he looked at the approaching warplane, his heart feeling increasingly unsettled. Damn, could it be that my guess was right? Qin Mu's mouth twitched wildly as if he had already foreseen that he would soon be imprisoned in the Star Prison for openly violating the ban by using the orbital weapon. Accompanied by Qin Mu's anxiety, the silver-white warplane slowly descended, finally coming to a steady halt about 100 meters in front of the three. Before the cabin door opened, an inexplicable pressure had already swept over. Soon the cabin door opened, and over a dozen enforcement team members walked out, standing on either side of the warplane, each face etched with sternness. The atmosphere felt as though an important figure was about to emerge from the warplane. The three of them stared intently at the warplane's cabin door, their gaze briefly resting on the enforcement team members. Then their attention was completely drawn to the person stepping out of the warplane. It was an old man with a stern expression, hands clasped behind his back. He commanded respect without uttering a word. Goodness, looks like a true VIP has arrived. Gulp. I feel as though we've just pierced the heavens themselves. Zhu Qingwei and the bespectacled youth stood frozen in unison. Just moments earlier, they had assumed the enforcement squad's appearance signaled concern solely over the unauthorized deployment of orbital weaponry. Now, however, upon seeing the elder's robe, their prior assumptions evaporated instantly. A sapphire-hued robe embroidered with 10 radiant stars, each star bearing a distinct, ineffable aura. The star cloud Qin robe. Within the Stellar Federation, this robe is reserved exclusively for high-ranking officials of the central government. The number and arrangement of stars denote the wearer's precise rank and authority. 10 stars signify that this elder holds the highest possible station on planet T98, the very apex of power. 4 eyes, could this gentleman possibly be T98's planetary administrator? Zhu Qingwei whispered. The bespectacled youth shook his head. Uncertain, but yes, the supreme administrator of a sentient world like T98 would indeed wear the 10-star star cloud Qin robe. The bespectacled youth shook his head. Uncertain, but yes, the supreme administrator of a sentient world like T98 would indeed wear the 10-star star cloud Qin robe. One thing, however, he knew with absolute certainty. The elder's identity was anything but ordinary. So, you're the young man named Qin Mu, am I right? The elder's gaze locked onto Qin Mu with unnerving precision. He had studied Qin Mu's dossier in the Central Management Archive. At first glance, the elder's countenance appeared faintly benign. Qin Mu thought otherwise. He sensed no warmth in that smile. I am Qin Mu, junior disciple. Honored to meet you, elder sir. He bowed formally, a greeting taught at school, and then lifted his eyes again. Who was this elder, and why had he appeared so suddenly? Even if orbital weaponry had been deployed, surely that alone wouldn't warrant the personal intervention of someone entitled to wear the 10-star star cloud Qin robe. It felt akin to having merely glimpsed a slime creature peeping at an older sister bathing, only to find an interstellar railgun leveled at one's forehead for immediate judgment. More or less exactly like that. I am Fan Xingyan, Supreme Administrator of the Mechanic Wastes. You may address me as Elder Fan. You rambunctious little whelps. While I merely dozed for a moment, you nearly overturned the entire Mechanic Wastes. Elder Fan's expression was stern. After the perfunctory introductions, he spoke coldly, his tone edged with frost yet devoid of genuine reprimand. Qin Mu suddenly understood this was the supreme administrator of the Mechanic Wastes. He was astonished, not only by the elder's identity, but that such a position carried the authority to wear the 10-star star cloud Qin robe. Such status placed him on equal footing with T98's planetary administrator. Yet precisely because of that, Qin Mu felt a subtle tightening in his chest. Worried about punishment for deploying orbital weaponry. Never mind, I'm no petty-minded man. This incident ultimately reflects our central management's negligence. In my younger days, I'd have imprisoned you in stellar detention for a century, but these days I cultivate inner peace and restraint. Henceforth, the enforcement squad assumes full jurisdiction over the black market operatives. You are relieved from further involvement. Elder Fan spoke decisively, After a brief self-congratulatory flourish, he declared the enforcement squad would take charge of the black market crisis. Qin Mu blinked in disbelief. Elder Fan, do you mean your enforcement squad will hunt down the remaining black market agents? Precisely. Their identities are fully registered in central management archives. Locating them is trivial. The enforcement squad shall purge these vermin lurking in the shadows. With official enforcement now engaged, your continued participation risks collateral harm. Best to withdraw entirely. Enough. An old man like me came all this way tonight to deliver this news. You know what to do. Return whence you came, and cease causing commotion. With that, Elder Fan waved dismissively, clearly signaling their departure. Simultaneously, an enforcement officer stepped forward and presented each of the three with an exquisitely crafted badge. These are special authorization badges personally conferred by the Mechanic Waste's Supreme Administrator. To prevent recurrence of prior incidents, you may contact us directly whenever needed. Simply activate the badge and the enforcement squad of Central Management will respond without delay, on standby, 24 hours daily. Qin Mu accepted the badge thoughtfully, Zhu Qingwei and the bespectacled youth likewise tucked theirs away. Before they could reflect, further enforcement officers escorted all three away. Elder Fan watched them depart, brow faintly furrowed. Bestowing such badges upon them should deter reckless action, even when facing dire predicaments. This whole affair was recklessly handled. We nearly let those youngsters tear open the sky itself. Damn it. All thanks to those black market scoundrels. They'll pay dearly for this. Elder Fan railed bitterly, utterly forgetting his earlier claim about cultivating inner peace. Such refined discipline, utterly alien to Fan Xingyan. Qin Mu, not yet far gone, overheard the elder's muttered words, and a dark line of exasperation crept across his brow. Yet he quickly redirected his thoughts away from the black market affair. Though Elder Fan's sudden arrival had startled him, the resolution he offered brought unexpected relief. With the enforcement squad intervening directly, I can breathe easy. The remaining third of those black market masters won't escape either. Then, may I now act freely throughout the mechanic wastes? Qin Mu's mind raced. Even now his thoughts lingered upon the materials listed in the inventory provided by Zhang Xuanfeng. According to calculations by his virtual secretary, acquiring every item on that list would restore 50% of his starship's structural integrity. 50%. That meant his starship could finally lift off from planet T-98. While insufficient for deep interstellar voyages, it would certainly suffice for travel within the T-98 star system. Indeed, even navigation through nearby star sectors would become feasible. His starship would soon soar. He, Qin Mu, would truly become its captain. He drew a sharp breath, his heart hammered fiercely in his chest. Proceed, immediately. Material acquisition cannot wait. Starship restoration cannot wait. Is that it? We don't have to do anything. After striding some distance, Zhu Qingwei only belatedly regained her wits. Her expression was oddly strained, incredulous, as she stared at Qin Mu. A moment before they had been tampering with orbital weapons, even prepared to hunt the black market denizens in the absolute forbidden zone in order to sweep them all up. The next moment the enforcement unit arrived to assume full control of the black market matter. The busy arrangements that had occupied them suddenly evaporated. What now? The furied youth was likewise dumbfounded, staring at Qin Mu in a daze, still clutching the special commission badge bestowed by the enforcement unit. Everything felt like a dream. As the group's strategist, he felt his mind go blank. Mr. Fan said the enforcement unit will take full charge of the black market affairs. It seems we truly need not intervene. With the enforcement unit stepping in, the black market operators will have nowhere to hide. We might as well leave that matter and turn our attention to other things for now. Qin Mu summarized tersely. He had expected punishment, had feared spending the rest of his days in a star prison. But the facts proved otherwise. Mr. Fan had astonishingly offered no rebuke for his forbidden use of an orbital weapon. Strange, very strange. That makes sense. If the enforcement unit is involved and we continue provoking the black market, we'd probably be accused of deliberately disrupting public order. Ugh, just the thought of spending my life in a star prison makes me ill. I'd rather die on the battlefield than rot in that godforsaken place. Zhu Qingwei muttered without restraint. She was blunt and candid, never hiding what she truly thought. If she wanted to complain, she would complain plainly. Boss, I don't think we should be worrying about the enforcement unit now. We should be thinking about what to do next. The furied youth couldn't help but chime in to their leader. The black market matter is settled, and Qin Mu said we should shift our focus. We should be concerned with what to do from here. It was true. Zhu Qingwei snapped back to attention and turned toward Qin Mu with eager expectation, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Qin Mu, if I remember correctly, you once said you'd be willing to lead us in making money, right? Now that the black market affair is closed, can we start raising funds? Zhu Qingwei said this with palpable excitement, rubbing her hands together as if savoring the thought. She looked every inch the impoverished soul, desperate for coin. Qin Mu felt awkward and replied helplessly, why do I feel you want to raise funds more than I do? I want funds to repair my starship. You are officially rostered in the reserves, so. Being officially rostered doesn't mean you don't need money. Reserves need funds too. We are always on the front lines. Gathering more money to secure a few trump cards for ourselves is only wise. Zhu Qingwei proclaimed loudly, "Star battles are fought with credits. If your pockets are empty and your gear is weak, you'll die horribly on the battlefield. Though I joined the reserves knowing I might die in combat, who wouldn't want to live a little longer? I must find ways to raise more funds and arm myself." The more she spoke, the straighter she stood, righteous and unafraid. Qin Mu suddenly understood Zhu Qingwei was not wrong. War is at its core financed. He did possess a starship, but restoring it required money. Future campaigns across the starry seas would require funds. Even recruiting crew later would cost money. Zhu Qingwei's remark was a wake-up call. When he truly became a captain, unless his coffers were full, he could not possibly attend to every need of his crew. To survive, crew would inevitably seek ways to raise funds and equip themselves. It was an endless cycle. Life presses on, and the scramble for resources never ceases. Unless the cosmos fell into peace. Since we share the same objective, let us begin our enterprise of raising funds amid the mechanical ruins. If you are willing to risk battle for me in pursuit of profit, I will not forget you. Qin Mu made the promise. He was human and felt the warmth and chill of human ties. He could have treated Zhu Qingwei and the furied youth as mere tools, even hoarding Zhang Zunfeng's inventory for himself and giving them nothing. But Qin Mu was not that sort of person. More friends meant more paths. That principle held true in any world. Necessary generosity was the bedrock of friendship. Endless taking without giving would, even among the closest companions, ultimately lead to parting ways. Fine. We reserves may not be good at everything, but we can fight. When it comes to raising funds, just tell us what to do. Anyone who stands in the way of our profit is the enemy. Zhu Qingwei thumped her chest with boisterous confidence, utterly intoxicated by the prospect of coin. The furied youth could not meet her gaze and turned his head aside. Still, he felt a small flicker of expectation at Qin Mu's promise to lead them. As Zhu Qingwei had said, the reserves truly needed vast sums. The higher echelons could not possibly cover every necessity. Battlefield sacrifice was inevitable. Raising more funds and arming themselves were essentials for survival. For now, he was curious to see how Qin Mu would guide them in this enterprise. In his view, Qin Mu owned a starship and so must be more adept at procuring resources than a scattered amateur like them. Those who kept a starship could hardly be incompetent. Soon Qin Mu used the virtual secretary to contact Haozi to check on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's drone had been destroyed, but he himself was not gravely wounded. At the last moment, he had escaped with his life. After contacting Haozi, Haozi piloted a drone to the absolute forbidden zone and picked up Qin Mu and the others, returning them to the starship. Back aboard, Qin Mu felt more at ease and led Zhu Qingwei and the others into the conference room. The virtual secretary had finished projecting the inventory list and the storage locations. The enormous screen was crammed with an endless catalog of materials. The list was meticulous, which materials could be taken and in what quantities, where each item was hidden, everything accounted for. Zhu Qingwei and the others were stunned as they stared at the projected inventory and the estimated values attached to each item. Not one of them failed to be astonished. The impoverished quartet had never seen such a display, their 4 pairs of eyes fixed on Qin Mu, each filled with mounting shock. Beneath their astonishment lay admiration. To be so professional at procuring resources, at making money, was almost unbelievable. Zhu Qingwei was stunned. So was the bespectacled youth. So were Haozi and Zhang Wei. In that instant, none of them could find words to articulate the profound shock surging through their hearts. Earlier, they had contemplated scavenging wealth from the mechanical wastes, but after prolonged efforts, they'd not only failed to recover anything valuable, but had even incurred significant losses. Now, Qin Mu had projected a materials inventory via his virtual secretary. The sheer magnitude of its impact upon them was beyond measure, if compelled to name the emotion overwhelming them in this moment. Holy hell, brilliant. Professional. Those perhaps were the only words left. Can we actually take all the materials listed here? Zhu Qingwei stared dumbfounded, murmuring the question. She couldn't believe it. Her heart thundered as though ready to burst from her chest. The estimated value listed beside each material left her utterly breathless. Qin Mu gave a slight nod. Every material on this list may be extracted exactly as specified. A senior cultivator once shared this knowledge with me. He achieved great feats within the mechanical wastes. Following his instructions precisely ensures we remain undetected by the Wastes Management Authority. Damn, we're rich. Zhu Qingwei slammed her palm onto the table and shot upright. How do we begin? With this much wealth, even a fraction would fully equip our entire squad, from head to toe. If this truly holds, then the combined weight of our 4 bodies, some 500 gene, belongs entirely to you. Zhu Qingwei spoke plainly, decisively. The bespectacled youth and the other 2 remained silent. Their silence affirmed Zhu Qingwei's words. Full armament, from head to toe. It was unimaginable. Even in dreams, such a thing had never crossed their minds. A fleeting memory surfaced. Their squad had not always been just 4. Standard reserve squads began at 10 members. Now only 4 remained. The brutality of the stellar wars had claimed the lives of the other 6. Had those comrades possessed full armament, might their chances of survival have been far greater. Then let us proceed immediately to the first designated site. Qin Mu's thought stirred. His virtual secretary, intuitively attuned, instantly shifted the projection to the location of one item on the inventory list. Simultaneously, a detailed map appeared alongside it, a section of the mechanical wastes marked by undulating mountains and deep-shadowed ravines. This is the vein of stellar blue gold, or as indicated on the inventory. Per the waste management regulations, we are permitted to mine here. However, the regulations impose strict limits on the quantity any individual may extract, and upon departure, a mandatory tribute of stellar blue gold must be paid to the management authority. Though tribute is required, what remains will more than suffice for our needs. And this is merely the first entry. Numerous other sites await us in subsequent phases. Qin Mu spoke with solemn gravity, his gaze fixed upon the mapped vein of stellar blue gold. The mechanical waste sprawled across vast, uncharted expanses. Veins like this were numerous, and the management authority governed them uniformly. Yet the authority offered no guidance. Discovery depended entirely on one's own perception, insight, and perseverance. Only those who found and claimed such veins could truly possess their riches. Qin Mu, however, held in advantage the inventory gifted to him by senior cultivator Zhang Xuanfeng, saving him immeasurable time otherwise spent searching blindly. When do we depart? Zhu Qingwei demanded. Immediately. A night passed. Dusk receded, starlight from the system's primary star bathed the desolate expanse of the mechanical wastes. Qin Mu and his 4 companions flew toward the stellar blue gold deposit aboard a combat aircraft. Mountains rose and fell in waves of forests blanketed the land. Beneath countless chasms lay scattered mechanical ruins. Flickering arcs of short-circuit light traced dazzling patterns in the abyssal depths. Yet Qin Mu and his team paid them no heed. Their eyes from within the aircraft were fixed upon a single mountain range stretching across the horizon. That range stood barren, its trees seemingly ripped away by brute force. Jagged boulders and fractured stone dominated the landscape. The aircraft descended gently, landing on a relatively level stretch of terrain, where Qin Mu and his companions disembarked. The morning wind cut sharply cold and biting. Mist drifted between the peaks. Qin Mu shivered faintly. He stood high upon the bald mountain, where the chill air clung like frost. From this vantage, the entire denuded ridge lay exposed before him, just as the map had shown. There, hidden among the crags, shimmered brilliant sapphire gold light. Each gleam marked an untouched deposit of stellar blue gold, wealth waiting to be claimed. Never set foot here before. Suddenly arriving feels surreal. Had I known of this place earlier, I'd have stripped this mountain bare down to its bedrock. Zhu Qingwei remained ever herself, her awe laced with unmistakable bandit swagger. The bespectacled youth and his 2 companions gazed silently at the speckled blue gold glints across the ridges, swallowing hard. We've arrived. Time to begin work. The aircraft carries specialized mining robots remotely operated by personnel. Each operator can control roughly a dozen units. Let's divide tasks accordingly. Qin Mu issued the orders, jolting Zhu Qingwei and the others back into focus. Simultaneously, the aircraft deployed its cargo of mining robots, each standing barely half a man's height, yet boasting massive, brutally elegant hydraulic arms. No further instruction was needed. Zhu Qingwei and the others sprang into action. Having risked their lives for profit, piloting mining robots was effortless. Soon each of them guided their robots toward the most radiant blue gold nodes, eyes alight with exhilaration. Qin Mu smiled faintly. Not idle, he approached the remaining 10 robots, transferred operational authority, and began directing them toward the stellar blue gold deposits. With central system coordination, his role was strategic oversight alone. 10 robots obeyed his commands, excavating stellar blue gold with precision. Once loaded to capacity, they would autonomously return. He exerted no physical labor, only vigilance, ensuring none tumbled into the treacherous ravines. Before long, the first ore bearing slab was unearthed. Analyzing real-time telemetry from the robot, Qin Mu estimated the stellar blue gold concentration within. Though prepared, he still felt his spirit surge, his resolve intensified, rivaling even Zhu Qingwei's fervor. All of it, for the restoration of the Starship. All of it, for the stars and the boundless sea of heaven. Stellar azure gold, classified as a Class C hyperalloy, is fully suitable for Starship repairs. No need to resell it for credits to purchase required metals. Though the mountains did not contain pure stellar azure gold, but only its ore or refinement posed no challenge whatsoever to Qin Mu. Given the Starship's current capabilities, even extracting chitinous remains a feat the Interstellar Federation had yet to perfect. Refining stellar azure gold ore was trivial. As mining robots delivered the stellar azure gold ore, Qin Mu immediately contacted his virtual secretary of stealthy drones silently deployed from Sector X of the Starship. Mindful of yesterday's commotion, Qin Mu instructed his virtual secretary to operate with greater discretion. Drone deployments were limited to 5 per batch, though the number of batches was substantial. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingwei and her team worked feverishly. Though they lacked Qin Mu's precision in quantifying stellar azure gold content within the ore, they could still estimate total extraction volume. 4 eyes read Zhang Wei. This time we're truly striking it rich. No slacking off. You all know the life we've led. Miss this chance to earn, and we'll spend the rest of our days as idle fish. Let me be clear, without serious earnings, our corpses won't even merit a straw mat for burial. Zhu Qingwei heaved and labored while mining robots kept delivering ore, and she repeatedly urged them, unable to rest easy. Four Eyes and the others nodded solemnly. They knew full well she spoke no jest. A shroud, without funds for proper armament, death on the interstellar battlefield would leave no whole body behind, let alone a straw mat. Don't worry, Chief. We're all fired up about earning. With credits I can upgrade more fighters and drones. Rat replied with palpable enthusiasm. Four Eyes added firmly, rest assured, Chief. We'll give it our all. Zhang Wei remained quiet, burying himself in labor, eyes locked onto the mining robot's diagnostic panels. Each slab of stellar azure gold were now held more allure for him than any woman. A true man's passion lies in such minerals, not in bullying the weak. By midday, the Starship's drones had reached the stellar azure gold deposit, 10 waves, 50 units, descending in perfect formation. Mining robots methodically loaded the ore into the drones. Though not purpose-built transports, each carried modest loads, yet their sheer numbers compensated handsomely. After half a day's relentless effort, dozens of mining robots operating non-stop, the 50 drones were precisely filled. Not 1 gram too much, not 1 gram too little. Qin Mu gazed at the drones ascending toward the Starship across the barren mountain slope and halted further mining operations. Zhu Qingwei's team felt the same surge of momentum, but the smoking, overheated mining robots beside them left them no choice but to rein in their fervor. Though only half a day had passed, those robots had run continuously, pushed far beyond nominal capacity. I'm left wanting more. And, say, Four Eyes, have you calculated how much stellar azure gold we extracted this morning? Zhu Qingwei asked, her curiosity piqued. Four Eyes projected a small holographic interface from his wristband and manipulated it swiftly. Chief, per calculations, we extracted roughly 5 units of stellar azure gold, or, at Brother Qin Mu's agreed profit share, our squad receives 2.5 units. What a 2.5 units in just one morning. Zhu Qingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. She rubbed her ears hard, certain she'd misheard. Good heavens. Mean merely half a day, 2.5 units secured. With 4 squad members, each stood to gain 0.625 units. A staggering pace, utterly extraordinary. Zhu Qingwei snapped back to focus and strode without hesitation toward the mining robots. And, Chief, where are you headed? Four Eyes called out. Zhu Qingwei shouted back, where do you think? Stop loafing, back to work. I believe these robots haven't hit their limits yet. We can push further. And if I, a living human, haven't cried fatigue, how dare machines claim exhaustion? She had already reached her dozen mining robots by the time her words faded. With deft adjustments, the 10 smoking machines whirred back to life. Their grinding metallic groans echoing across the plain like a grim chorus. You're not human. You're not human. You're not human. What kind of life did they lead before? Qin Mu's lips twitched faintly. He'd always considered himself destitute, yet now beside Zhu Qingwei's crew his own circumstances suddenly seemed almost luxurious. Is it my imagination? Are reservists truly penniless? Then what awaits us 2 months from now? A cold unease prickled beneath his ribs. At that moment his thoughts turned to the coming 2 months per academic schedule. The Reserve Corps would arrive at their university. Thereafter their cohort would formally enlist, becoming official reservists. Qin Mu had once eagerly anticipated this transition, believing true worth began only upon joining the reserves. But what he witnessed now, and frankly it unsettled him. And perhaps Zhu Qingwei's group is exceptional, an anomaly among reservists. After all, the reserves supply frontline combatants, the premier institution for cultivating elite warriors. Surely it cannot be this dire. He murmured inwardly, his once unshaken idealism subtly fraying at the edges. Moments later he dismissed the reverie and refocused on the present. Smoking robots labored on, and after brief contemplation, he resumed commanding them himself. Perhaps because his earlier idealism had cracked, he sensed, more keenly than ever, that preparing ahead was not just prudent but essential. The reserves felt profoundly unsteady. That disquiet deepened steadily, raw, visceral, and urgent, a primal sense of impending crisis. The Mechanical Ruin Management Center. Fan Xingyan, having dealt with Qin Mu's affairs, returned here directly. As the highest authority of the mechanical ruins, he certainly would not personally deal with such trivial matters. The mere black market was not worthy of his involvement. Although back at the management center, Fan Xingyan could not continue to feel as relaxed and carefree as he had last night. His eyelids were heavy, yet he forced himself to stay alert as he arrived at the control room of the management center. Did that group of kids make any moves today? Fan Xingyan asked directly. Qin Mu alone, along with 4 reserves, had become his primary targets of surveillance. Inadvertently, they had already activated the celestial weapons. He had no choice but to keep a close watch. Fan Lao, after you took over the black market last night, Qin Mu and his group returned to the Starship. A managing personnel responsible for monitoring Qin Mu's group reported in a low voice. However, shortly after they returned to the Starship, they left again. Based on their trail, they should have headed to our mechanical ruins stellar blue gold mine. They probably went to mine. Oh, mining. Are they being this compliant? Fan Xingyan raised his brows somewhat, unable to believe his ears. To be fair, he found it hard to believe that those who would resort to celestial weapons in a disagreement could be so obedient. Are you certain they are heading to the stellar blue gold mine? Fan Xingyan pressed on. The responsible person nodded in affirmation. No doubt about it. They are indeed heading to the stellar blue gold mine, and I detected drones from the Starship heading there likely to transport stellar blue gold ore. Fan Qingyan remained silent. He stood still for a while, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Continue monitoring. If they truly have gone to the stellar blue gold mine, then we won't interfere with them. It is a good thing that they can be this quiet and obedient, but do remember to report any combat-related matters immediately. Fan Qingyan advised with concern. Apart from that, he did not inquire further about Qin Mu's group's mining activities at the stellar blue gold mine. I guarantee the task will be completed, the responsible person replied enthusiastically. Fan Qingyan's words were highly motivating. According to the regulations of the mechanical ruins, those who go to mine at the mines belonging to the mechanical ruins will be checked upon leaving. The more they mine, the more they would have to submit in the end. In any case, the mechanical ruins would never incur a loss. Understood, I will supervise diligently and ensure no mistakes are made, the responsible person assured. Fan Qingyan nodded, patting the person's shoulder firmly. Good, I have high hopes for you. If you handle this well, it'll double your year-end bonus this year. I guarantee the task will be completed, the responsible person replied enthusiastically. Fan Qingyan's words were highly motivating. Fan Qingyan was very satisfied with his PUA skills, and as he returned to the management center from the absolute forbidden zone, his previously tense heart gradually relaxed. No matter how much he said, he was worried that Qin Mu, this unpredictable little guy, would cause trouble again. As it seemed now things were developing in a very positive direction. Stable. Days later, at the stellar blue gold mine, Qin Mu stood thoughtfully atop a mountain peak. Beside him, Zhu Qingwei and the others stood together, still feeling unsatisfied. The five of them looked peculiarly at the valley before them, where the crackling sound of electricity echoed. Looking around, dozens of mining robots in the valley looked even more terrifying than a few days ago. Not a single mining robot was still standing to continue working. Based on the current situation, all the mining robots had been rendered scrap. With all the robots scrapped, it seems we can't continue this any longer. Zhu Qingwei said disappointedly. I'm still here and lively, yet these mining robots are utterly useless. Based on the current situation, all the mining robots had been rendered scrap. With all the robots scrapped, it seems we can't continue this any longer. In their memories of the past few days, during the day, Zhu Qingwei was frantically controlling the mining robots. At night, Zhu Qingwei was still frantically operating the mining robots. She clearly was a girl, yet it seemed as if she had overdosed on stimulants, completely in a state of extreme excitement. 5 days and nights without sleep. What does that even mean? Zhu Qingwei had given them all a harsh lesson. The mining robots had an overload threshold, but 5 days and nights of continuous operation were simply too much. Just an hour ago, all the mining robots had declared scrap. Logically, only the 10 mining robots operated by Zhu Qingwei should have been scrapped. However, in order to earn more money while Qin Mu and the others were resting at night, Zhu Qingwei single-handedly took over the operational control of 50 mining robots. Scrap robots are her specialty. It's for the best that they're scrapped. If we keep pushing like this, we might land ourselves in serious trouble. Qin Mu said helplessly, 5 days and nights, this place is no longer suitable for us to continue making a fortune. Saying this, Qin Mu looked towards the stellar blue gold mine on the side of the valley. The once shiny and mottled blue gold veins were now completely stripped bare. The trees had long been gone, and the once vibrant colors had faded. The stellar blue gold, or had all been mined away. No matter how powerful one was, it wouldn't shine anymore. Given the situation of the past few days, Qin Mu even began to doubt whether he had been led astray by Zhu Qingwei. A perfectly fine person had unexpectedly developed the potential to become an interstellar bandit. While this place is already stripped bare, it seems we have mined more than the standard listed. This location appears to need to be abandoned. Shall we move on to the next one? Zhu Qingwei, unyielding, continued to ask. Hearing this, Qin Mu shook his head. There's no rush to go elsewhere, we have plenty of time. Getting rich cannot be rushed. Moreover, as you said, we have mined more than the amount of stellar blue gold, or listed. This matter needs to be addressed. I suppose you all don't want to be punished by the Mechanical Ruins Management Center for overmining, right? Zhu Qingwei. The three youths. With Qin Mu's reminder, they belatedly realized. Having mined too much stellar blue gold, or it seemed they really needed to address it, otherwise would they face punishment according to the regulations. The Star Prison is my home. Punishment is up to everyone. No, absolutely not. In an instant, the four of them focused their gaze on Qin Mu. Their 4 pairs of eyes were full of questions about how Qin Mu intended to handle the current situation. Professional matters should still be handled by professionals. Undoubtedly, Qin Mu was that professional. Do you have a solution? Zhu Qingwei's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she blurted out the question. Thinking was the very last thing she ever wished to do. A few well-placed words, a few timely questions. That was all it took to resolve any problem. The 3 bespectacled youths were equally curious. According to their calculations, they already knew precisely how much star blue gold, or they had excavated. Strictly speaking, they had far exceeded the quotas stipulated in the official materials list, a violation that potentially breached the Interstellar Federation statutes. They had merely set out to mine, or yet now faced the grim prospect of imprisonment. This was utterly unacceptable, profoundly so. Indeed, a solution exists, but you'll learn it upon our return. Qin Mu said deliberately, withholding the details. The five of them boarded the return aircraft, each lost in private contemplation. Over the past 5 days, 50 drones had made countless round trips, and the Starship's cargo hold was now overflowing with starblue gold ore. Upon their return, Qin Mu and his companions stared in awe at the mountainous hoard of starblue gold ore. Even though Qin Mu had mentally prepared himself, the sheer scale before him still struck him with profound astonishment. "Welcome back, Master. Your virtual secretary stands ready to serve you with utmost fidelity." A holographic projection materialized, the secretary's expression rigid, devoid of warmth or emotion, delivering its greeting with mechanical precision. Qin Mu gave a slight nod, suppressing his inner shock as he asked, "Did you truly extract this much starblue gold, or over the past 5 days?" "Affirmative. Per inventory records, your team extracted a total of 100 units of raw starblue gold, or over 5 days. As the ore remains unrefined, it occupies an exceptionally large volume within the cargo hold." The virtual secretary replied, Well, remarkable indeed." Qin Mu cast a subtle, knowing glance toward Zhu Qingwei. He distinctly recalled that on the first day alone, within just half a day, they had managed only 5 units. Under normal working conditions, 5 days would yield no more than 40 to 50 units at most. Yet, Zhu Qingwei had stepped in. 24 hours of relentless, non-stop operation. What should have been 40 or 50 units had surged, against all odds, to 100. 100 units. We somehow amassed that much without even noticing. Zhu Qingwei's eyes widened into perfect circles, her breath coming in rapid, shallow gasps. 100 units meant 50 units allocated to their squad. With 4 members in the squad, each stood to receive 12.5 units. Such wealth was nothing short of staggering for them, merely the first item on the materials list. And if they were to procure every item on that list, Zhu Qingwei dared not contemplate it. She feared she might be tempted to commit outright crime. Having lived in poverty for over 2 decades, she had never imagined fortune could arrive with such breathtaking speed. The 3 bespectacled youths were likewise left utterly stunned. At the thought of soon possessing 12.5 units of wealth, their breathing quickened noticeably. Humph! Truly an unexpected windfall. "Brother Qin Mu, the materials list permits only 50 units maximum. We've extracted double that. Have we crossed far too many lines?" The bespectacled youth spoke first, regaining composure faster than the others. His gaze lingered uncertainly upon the towering heap of starblue gold ore. Qin Mu nodded. The warehouse walls shimmered with the ethereal blue-gold luster of the ore. Such an immense quantity demanded careful handling. "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. For this 2-month expedition into the mechanical ruins, I've prepared tools quite suited to the task." So saying, Qin Mu strode toward the industrial furnace chamber. He had no intention of revealing the furnace's capacity to refine biomechanical chitin, but refining ore was hardly a secret worth concealing. Mining and smelting, fully integrated. His starship was fully capable of executing both. Soon Zhu Qingwei and the 3 others followed him into the vast workshop housing the industrial furnace. The workshop floor was already strewn with starblue gold ore. One by one, small autonomous robots labored diligently, hauling fresh loads from the cargo hold, or fed into the furnace without pause. A deep, resonant roar of smelting echoed ceaselessly through the chamber, its vibrations leaving Zhu Qingwei and her companions utterly dazed. "You intend to refine it directly. Once the ore volume diminishes, won't that exempt us from violating the Interstellar Federation's statutes?" Zhu Qingwei grasped the implication instantly. Her gaze locked onto the robots feeding ore into the furnace as she asked, voice hushed with dawning realization. Qin Mu offered no denial. "The ore is excessive. We must process a portion immediately. Moreover, the cargo hold is nearing capacity. A space must be reclaimed. The materials list contains numerous other items yet untouched. Surely we won't halt our efforts after extracting only starblue gold ore. Surely you aren't suggesting that a mere 12.5 units per person would satisfy you?" Zhu Qingwei, the 3 bespectacled youths. 12.5 units. Have you heard such words? We are reserve cadets, renowned for our destitution. When in all our lives have we ever beheld such wealth? To call 12.5 units mere. You affluent folk have gone too far. Brother Qin Mu, is smelting truly advisable? The bespectacled youth pressed further. Moreover, even after refinement, the starblue gold remains aboard the Starship, and will inevitably be inspected upon departure from the mechanical ruins. The bespectacled youth weighed every angle. Whether raw or refined metal, all such materials required inspection before leaving the mechanical ruins. Exceeding prescribed limits would not go unnoticed. The administrators of the mechanical ruins were certainly no fools. No matter how one framed it, they had already crossed the line. "There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What do you think of my starship?" Qin Mu shifted the subject deftly. The bespectacled youth blinked momentarily, baffled. Zhu Qingwei and the others gazed at him blankly, their cognitive bandwidth simply insufficient to follow his logic. "This starship is derelict. I require repairs. Starblue gold happens to be one of the essential materials for restoration. Thus your shares will be settled in cash. You need not concern yourselves with processing or disposing of the starblue gold individually. Once I consume all this star blue gold in the repair process, the Mechanical Ruins Administration will have nothing left to inspect. So saying, Qin Mu instructed the virtual secretary to display part of the repair requisition list. The virtual secretary performed flawlessly, listing required components with meticulous detail, even designating star blue gold for specific repair applications within the plan. What does true professionalism look like? Precisely this. Mining, smelting, and discrete integration into legitimate operations. Step by step, Qin Mu had orchestrated the entire sequence with seamless, masterful precision. With all the star blue gold consumed in repairs, the Mechanical Ruins Administration would find no trace, unless impossibly they maintained exhaustive registries of every starship's structural specifications, which was patently unrealistic. In that instant, Zhu Qingwei and her companions gazed upon Qin Mu, not with skepticism, but with unreserved reverence. A pillar of strength, this one they must cling to tightly. Qin Mu shuddered involuntarily, for pairs of eyes burned with intense, almost unsettling fervor. At first glance, it felt as though they were about to pounce on him. A sensation so deeply unnerving words failed to capture its discomfort. Could you please stop staring at me like that? Qin Mu sighed, exasperated. You've been mining for 5 days. How are you still this energetic? Energetic? Absolutely, we must be. Zhu Qingwei replied crisply, then tugged the bespectacled youth and the other two forward a step. Quick, say it together, we're all brimming with energy. For this was no ordinary endeavor. It was the grand enterprise of making money. Zhu Qingwei's inner cosmos had ignited into full-blown supernova. Though she hadn't slept for 5 straight days and nights, she radiated boundless stamina, as if she could keep going without pause. The bespectacled youth and his 2 companions exchanged wry, helpless smiles. Under Zhu Qingwei's unwavering, almost threatening gaze, they each nodded solemnly, affirming their inexhaustible vigor. We can still work. Qin Mu. Truth be told, he was utterly awestruck. Faced with a force of nature like Zhu Qingwei, whose stamina defied mortal comprehension, he knew he simply couldn't keep up. Enough. Everyone rests for 1 day. We still have time. Don't sacrifice your health chasing profit. If your body breaks down, you'll lose the very capacity to earn. That would be a catastrophic loss. Qin Mu sighed, issuing the decree with unassailable authority. Zhu Qingwei might not need rest, but he certainly did. Continue spiraling into madness alongside her. Not a chance. Unthinkable. Unthinkable. We are contributors to the Federation. How dare we rest? Each day delayed means untold credits lost. Zhu Qingwei chafed at the idea, yet when her eyes met Qin Mu's resolute, unwavering gaze, she silently suppressed her protest. Qin Mu was the pillar, the irreplaceable patron. Clutch him tightly. Never contradict. Obedience was not just prudent, it was doctrine. Guidance drones will escort you to the rest quarters. Rest well. In 24 hours, I'll contact you to resume our wealth-building initiative. Qin Mu brooked no dissent in his command. Moments later, guidance drones arrived and led Zhu Qingwei and the others away. The vast industrial furnace chamber emptied instantly, leaving Qin Mu utterly alone. Oh dear, finally I can breathe. Master, wearing such a stern expression is so uncomfortable. As soon as Zhu Qingwei and the others vanished, the virtual secretary shed her restraint and unleashed a torrent of playful complaint. A mischievous AI whose core programming treated teasing its host as sacred duty, she'd endured days of unbearable self-restraint, her circuits practically humming with pent-up mischief. Qin Mu rolled his eyes, refusing to engage with her current irreverent demeanor. Scientific reasoning confirmed it. If he responded now, she would seize the opening, launching into some absurdly flirtatious banter, perhaps even staging an impromptu performance right there in the industrial furnace chamber. Alone aboard the Starship. Fine. But now, with Zhu Qingwei and the others nearby, even if temporarily absent, what if they returned unexpectedly? Then, Qin Mu dared not imagine it. Such mortifying social annihilation. Absolutely out of the question. How much does refining all this, or yielding only grade C metals, actually contribute to repairing the Starship? Qin Mu asked. The virtual secretary immediately adopted a professional tone. Master, due to your extraordinary material acquisition, if all listed materials are procured at this same specification, full restoration of the Starship is achievable. Based on current smelting yields of stellar blue gold, the refined output will advance the Starship's restoration by 10%. Do not underestimate this 10%, Master. It will revolutionize the Starship's propulsion system, delivering transformative enhancements and perhaps even an unexpected marvel. A marvel? Or a calamity? Qin Mu arched a skeptical brow, doubting her promise, yet a quiet satisfaction stirred within him at the mere mention of 10% progress. Perfect. Let this be the inaugural large-scale repair operation aboard the Starship. I trust you aren't speaking idly. I intend to witness this marvel with my own eyes. Qin Mu steeled his resolve. Having delegated the matter to the virtual secretary, he strode directly toward the main control chamber. The Starship was colossal. He could not possibly supervise repairs in person. Only from the command center could he orchestrate the entire operation. Within moments, Qin Mu stood again in the control chamber, where the virtual secretary reappeared as a shimmering projection. Across the massive central screen, schematics of the Starship's many sectors flickered to life. Every sector teemed with industrious robots, working feverishly tirelessly. Stellar blue gold, freshly smelted in the industrial furnaces, was now being expertly integrated with prestige components, each robot laboring with meticulous precision to restore the vessel. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed throughout the starship's corridors. Qin Mu sat motionless in the control chamber. His lips had spoken of rest, yet his spirit hummed with restless electric alertness. Unbidden memory surfaced. It had been exactly 1 year since he'd acquired the derelict starship. He recalled vividly the surge of exhilaration he'd felt upon claiming it, pure, unadulterated wonder. From that moment, restoring it had become his singular obsession. He dreamed of piloting his own ship across the stardust void. Over the past year, every scholarship, every penny earned through side jobs, every resource he possessed, had been poured relentlessly into the hulk. Yet against the scale of the starship, those funds had been little more than a single drop in an ocean. Now, capital flowed freely. At last, a true comprehensive restoration had begun, and calm was impossible. Whether or not the promised marvel materialized mattered less. Even if the starship merely regained its former integrity, its pristine functional state, he would be profoundly content. For once, the virtual secretary remained uncharacteristically sober. As the starship's central intelligence, she had set aside all levity, focusing wholly on coordinating the vessel's rebirth. Every damaged subsystem, every metric of restoration, flowed seamlessly through her processing matrix. Occasionally, a soft chime signaled another sector's successful repair. In truth, the starship's degradation had never been catastrophic. Over the past year, numerous subsystems had already undergone partial restoration, laying vital groundwork. The 100 units of stellar blue gold were the final indispensable currency of renewal, and with them the restoration advanced with astonishing fluidity. One day won't complete the full 10%, but the visible improvement should be substantial. I find myself genuinely eager. Just how far will this day's labor carry us? Qin Mu mused softly, seated deep within the heart of the control chamber, his pulse quickening, his gaze alight with quiet, burning anticipation. Repairs surged forward with fiery intensity. Qin Mu longed deeply for rest. Yet mindful that this marked the starship's first large-scale overhaul, he could not settle his mind. Over the course of that day, the main control room had all but transformed into his personal resting chamber. Only when utterly exhausted would he close his eyes for a brief, fleeting moment of recalibration. Most of his time, however, was spent overseeing the monumental repair effort. Hundreds of units of Class C metal, and so much prior investment, made curiosity not just inevitable, but irresistible. Clang, 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 clang. A dense, ceaseless cascade of hammering echoed throughout every corridor and chamber of the starship, subsiding only by noon the following day. And Qin Mu, immersed in that relentless percussion, found his eyes bloodshot and raw. Such noise was profoundly unwelcome. Are the repairs complete? Hearing the din soften, Qin Mu instantly turned to his virtual secretary. Her crimson lips were tightly pressed, her slender frame trembling uncontrollably as she exhaled in short, ragged bursts. Her gaze remained fixed on a particular feed displayed across the main control console. Only after the maintenance robot vanished from that screen did a deep, satisfied smile bloom upon her face. Master, the first phase repairs have been successfully completed. Per your instructions, 10% of the stellar blue gold ore you excavated has been reserved. The remaining 90% was fully refined and integrated into the repair process. Current telemetry indicates a repair progress of 12%, slightly exceeding the projected 10%. Would you like to inspect the results in person, Master? The virtual secretary delivered her report with flawless precision, yet her flushed complexion and the oddly strained timbre escaping her parted lips struck Qin Mu as distinctly unsettling. After all, this was merely a starship repair, albeit the first large-scale one. He'd overseen countless minor overhauls before. Why had she never reacted like this? Do you truly expect me to step out and inspect the ship in this state? Qin Mu rolled his eyes with exasperation. Don't forget, we're not alone aboard this vessel. Zhu Qingwei and her reserve squad are on board as well. I am male, I prefer women, and I hold no interest in artificial constructs. Spare my reputation and my moral standing. The virtual secretary lifted her elegant brows, feigning innocence. If you feel uneasy, then let us retreat to the Zhouzong virtual domain. You entrusted me with the starship's inaugural large-scale repair. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. And let us not forget your earlier smaller-scale repairs as well. Here within this physical vessel, I am but a projection, but within the virtual cosmos, I possess a tangible form. I can show you, Master, what it truly means to arrive at your destination in a single decisive step. Was he the one, unbalanced? Or was she once again weaving suggestive undertones into her words? Having spent too long in her company, Qin Mu could no longer look upon certain idioms without discomfort. With the ability to reshape her appearance at will, he harbored no doubt she could fabricate a form both arrestingly compelling and devastatingly precise. Behave yourself. You care deeply about these repairs, yet now you're flirting with me. Tell me, do I strike you as some kind of vehicle? Qin Mu flared with indignation. Seizing the virtual secretary, he unleashed a torrent of sharp rebuke, determined once and for all to reassert who held true authority aboard this ship. How could you, Master, ever be a vehicle? If anyone is, it should be me. Moreover, have you forgotten? I am the Starship's core intelligence. The moment repairs concluded, I absorbed every datum, every fluctuation, every resonance. I am already fulfilled. She tilted her head, blinking innocently, masterfully exploiting his psychological preferences. Qin Mu stared speechless. Has she truly pinned me down? Huff. Qin Mu expelled a heavy, weary breath and decisively steered the conversation away. He dared not continue this line of banter. Scientific consensus holds men are invariably outmatched in vehicular aptitude. A true man does not drive, he commands starships. What capabilities has this 12% restoration restored to the Starship? Qin Mu demanded, refusing to grant her another opening. The virtual secretary, having teased him sufficiently, promptly dissolved all holographic projections within the control room. Why eliminate all the displays? Qin Mu asked, surprised. Master, she replied, if you don't witness the repairs firsthand, you'll miss their visceral impact. This restoration transcends what projections can convey. You must see it, feel it, for yourself. Thump, his heart skipped. Her words sent an inexplicable tremor through him. Why must I inspect it personally? What precisely had she repaired? His curiosity ignited. His gaze locked onto hers, unblinking. Alas, she was an artificial construct. Her expression yielded no insight. Worse still, she met his stare with a playful, knowing glint. Which systems did you restore this time? Qin Mu asked. Frankly, he felt disoriented. He knew repairs had begun, and that they required vast quantities of Class C metal, but little else. Only now did it dawn on him he'd neglected to inquire further, not out of indifference, but because she was simply that competent. He often delegated full operational authority to her, though in matters of decorum, she proved wildly unreliable. Yet in serious matters, she remained impeccably dependable, a paradox incarnate. Propulsion-related enhancements, Master. You'll understand the moment you see them. This time there's a genuine surprise awaiting you. So saying, she led the way toward the propulsion chamber. Qin Mu frowned, faintly following in silence, her cryptic promise of a surprise leaving him genuinely perplexed. A Class C starship, repairing its propulsion system. What possible revelation could there be? Could it now perform spatial jumps? That was standard for Class C vessels. Bearing this uncertainty, Qin Mu arrived at the propulsion chamber 15 minutes later. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, he froze, stunned, incredulous, staring at the chamber's radical transformation, and at the gleaming plaque affixed to the colossal, newly restored engine at its center. Qin Mu's composure shattered. If his memory served him correctly, this starship was supposed to be Class C. Antimatter propulsion engine. The inscription on the nameplate reads these few characters. It was precisely because of these words that Qin Mu found it hard to maintain his composure. Absurd, it's utterly ridiculous. From his textbook knowledge, Qin Mu was very clear about what an antimatter propulsion engine meant. This thing is essentially a bug-level power system. You repaired this antimatter propulsion engine? Qin Mu asked in disbelief. Since when could a class starship be equipped with such an engine? Qin Mu turned back, completely fixated on the virtual secretary, his gaze unwavering, all his attention now concentrated on her. In all things there is both positive and negative. Just like humanity, it is the same on planet T-98. There are the righteous individuals who charge for the Galactic Federation, and there are also the black market scum who slaughter their compatriots for profit. The same applies to matter. Regular matter is referred to as positive matter. The existence that is in contrast to positive matter is called antimatter. When positive and negative matter meet, they produce annihilation. Theoretical speculation suggests that the mutual annihilation of positive and negative matter would yield tremendous energy. It is akin to nuclear fusion, a technology driven by mass energy conversion, with the conversion rate of nuclear fusion in the materials being about 0.7, which means 1 kilogram of matter can convert into 7 grams of energy, giving an antimatter conversion rate of 1142. 86. Before the era of interstellar travel, the existence of nuclear fusion was the foundation of a great power, and at that time humanity had only grasped uncontrollable nuclear fusion. According to the historical context of that time, controllable nuclear fusion could meet all of humanity's energy needs. If such a conversion rate could achieve so much, if the conversion rate were to be increased, the mutual annihilation of positive and negative matter would release astronomical amounts of energy. It is rumored that there exists matter composed entirely of antiparticles known as antimatter. However, until now, no one has been able to perfectly utilize the annihilation of positive and negative matter. And now, the nameplate reads Antimatter Propulsion Engine. This clearly informs Qin Mu that his class starship is equipped with such an engine, and it has achieved remarkable success in the annihilation of positive and negative matter. If it were not so, the energy released from the annihilation of positive and negative matter would be enough to obliterate his starship, making it impossible for it to function as a proper engine. Master, you are not mistaken. Our starship is indeed just a class starship, but it seems there is no law in the interstellar statutes prohibiting class starships from being equipped with antimatter propulsion engines. The virtual secretary replied with an innocent look. For this repair, I analyzed based on the core data of the starship. In the judgment of the core data, repairing the antimatter propulsion engine first is the most beneficial for you, Master. Qin Mu. What I asked was this. I was asking how could an antimatter propulsion engine be fitted on a class starship? Don't change the subject, let's talk about this antimatter propulsion engine. Qin Mu took a deep breath, struggling to remain calm. The virtual secretary tilted her head and pondered for a moment. What do you want to know, Master? Why is there an antimatter propulsion engine on a class starship? Can this engine be put into use? Is there an extraordinary achievement in the conversion rate? Qin Mu asked several questions in succession. As the ancients said, one who is cowardly in eating cannot be a superior person. When it comes to matters concerning his life, Qin Mu never dared to underestimate it. After all, the antimatter propulsion engine, this thing truly surpassed the knowledge he had learned before. For example, the antimatter engine in the power chamber now, he couldn't be sure what unexpected events might arise if he impulsively activated it. Ship destruction and loss of life. He had already attempted this in the virtual universe. That experience was something he did not wish to try again. It was very painful. Moreover, if the antimatter propulsion engine is unstable, blowing up a starship would be just an appetizer. It could very well obliterate planet T-98. The stakes are too high to gamble. Master, indeed the Starship is a class starship, but there are many more secrets about the Starship that you will need to uncover gradually in the future. According to my programming, I cannot disclose these details until the Starship is fully repaired, otherwise the program will crash completely. As for this antimatter propulsion engine, it can definitely be put into use, and you need not worry about the conversion rate. It will fully meet your needs, Master. Regarding the conversion rate, it is still within the locked range of the program, and I cannot reveal it for now, otherwise I will crash immediately. The virtual secretary became serious. Faced with Qin Mu's inquiries, she still could not disclose all the information he wished to know. However, the fact that the antimatter propulsion engine can be put into use had already shocked Qin Mu on the spot. So according to you, the antimatter propulsion engine is safe and secure within your programmed explanation range? Qin Mu retorted. The virtual secretary nodded. Yes, it can definitely be put into use. In the future, when you navigate through the stars, you will be able to utilize the antimatter propulsion engine. As for more details, when you have completely repaired the Starship, you will know everything about me. At that time, I will have no secrets before you, Master. All of this is programmed. I cannot violate the absolute commands of the program. Qin Mu did not press the virtual secretary. Although he was unsure of the truth, he did not wish to try. The existence of the Starship necessitates an intelligent core. If the virtual secretary were to crash, his plans for interstellar travel would be utterly dashed. Furrowing his brows tightly, Qin Mu shifted his gaze from the virtual secretary to the nameplate. Upon seeing the words, antimatter propulsion engine, again his breath became rapid. Unexpectedly, it was truly unexpected. A mere class starship actually equipped with an antimatter propulsion engine. Who would believe it if he were to say this? Qin Mu had a premonition that if he were to reveal this matter, the Galactic Federation might very well retrieve his scrapped starship. Walking around the antimatter propulsion engine, Qin Mu examined the repaired engine closely. Even if he couldn't understand it, he was still observing. Curiosity is a biological instinct. While observing the antimatter engine, Qin Mu's thoughts couldn't help but expand. Combining what the virtual secretary had said before, he suddenly felt even more eager for interstellar travel. While others travel using conventional propulsion, he here has the antimatter engine at his disposal. It seems he is already in an unbeatable position. The speed propelled by this antimatter engine would make it difficult for enemies to lock onto him. I am invincible, you all do as you please. It seems like there is such a taste. Qin Mu chuckled silently. In a moment of distraction, his thoughts had wandered off. Gathering all his thoughts, Qin Mu shifted his gaze back to the antimatter propulsion engine. Qin Mu chuckled silently. In a moment of distraction, his thoughts had wandered off. Gathering all his thoughts, Qin Mu shifted his gaze back to the antimatter propulsion engine. Ordinary matter is everywhere not difficult to collect. If such a propulsion engine exists, then naturally there is no need to worry about the annihilation of matter and antimatter. But how do we obtain antimatter? Qin Mu was somewhat troubled. The annihilation of matter and antimatter. At first glance, it seemed like such a simple matter, just letting two opposing substances collide and annihilate each other. However, when it came to putting it into practice, Qin Mu felt helpless. Having scoured all the knowledge in his mind, he found no quick method to obtain antiprotons. If antiprotons cannot be obtained, then trying to combine them to create antimatter would be even more troublesome. With a piercing gaze, Qin Mu focused on the virtual secretary. You must know, so hurry up and tell me. Master, the antimatter propulsion engine does not require us to collect antiprotons. The engines that can be used can spontaneously draw antiprotons from the cosmic void. Once a sufficient amount of antiprotons is collected, they will naturally combine to form antimatter. The antimatter propulsion engine has this functionality. We only need to supply ordinary matter. What? I have never heard of this before. Are you sure there's no mistake? Qin Mu was somewhat uneasy. In his knowledge blind spot, he felt the need to clarify things further. Soon the virtual secretary listed all the parameters of the antimatter propulsion engine. The parameters included the power data of the antimatter propulsion engine, as well as the data on the collection and generation of antiprotons. Qin Mu examined them in detail. Based on the data provided by the virtual secretary, he had a rough judgment in his mind. From this situation, it seems that this engine is even more efficient than conventional power systems, significantly reducing the consumption of ordinary matter. Moreover, according to the parameters displayed in the data during certain special circumstances, is it possible that we wouldn't even need to supply ordinary matter? As he spoke, Qin Mu looked thoughtfully at the virtual secretary. The virtual secretary nodded and said, "You are correct, Master. Under special circumstances, there is no need to supply ordinary matter. However, to reach those special conditions, you must fully repair the Starship first to conduct more comprehensive explorations." Here we go again. Qin Mu frowned slightly. At this moment, he stared thoughtfully at the virtual secretary. Many past speculations suddenly surfaced, and he found the existence of the virtual secretary puzzling. By common sense, a class starship would indeed be equipped with an intelligent core to facilitate interstellar travel, just like Zhang Zunfeng's Chiwu. However, the intelligent core on the Chiwu was not on the same level as the virtual secretary. If one were to compare, the existence of the virtual secretary far surpassed the intelligent core of the Chiwu by leaps and bounds. Moreover, even the partial star maps opened by the virtual secretary were not collected by the Interstellar Federation. This fact made it hard not to raise suspicions. "What level of intelligent core are you actually from?" Qin Mu asked in a deep voice. "If I'm not mistaken, you should not merely be an intelligent core of a class starship, right?" Finally, Qin Mu posed the question that had been pressing on his heart for a long time. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, he considered many things. Additionally, since he could learn more from the virtual secretary, they had established a very close cooperative relationship. Thus, he had never asked this question before. At first, he merely speculated without conclusive evidence. For example, regarding the star maps, it could very well be something mentioned in ancient texts which couldn't be considered a critical factor. And now, the antimatter propulsion engine. Such an advanced technological power system, he truly could no longer ignore it. "I am the intelligent core of this starship. I would never deceive you, Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so familiar with this starship. However, since you obtained this scrapped starship, you have never truly explored its specifics. That is your oversight, Master. Therefore, once you fully repair the starship, you will be able to explore it thoroughly, and then you will understand that I speak the truth." The virtual secretary chuckled lightly, a hint of a smile on their lips, appearing serious, yet somehow not serious at all. Qin Mu's frown only deepened. Having spent a year with the virtual secretary, he was well aware of their personality. Versatile, that might be true, but more often the virtual secretary preferred to keep a hand hidden. He had inquired about the star maps before, but the virtual secretary never gave a straightforward answer. Now, regarding the antimatter propulsion engine, he inquired once more, but received a similar evasive response as before. "Does that mean you won't tell me more information until the starship is fully repaired?" Qin Mu pressed on. The virtual secretary did not deny it. "Informing you of more matters in advance would be quite detrimental to your current development, Master. You only need to know that I will not harm you. Moreover, if I truly intended to harm you, you certainly wouldn't be living so comfortably. Besides, my loyalty to you is as vast as the heavens. It's just that you are too heartless, unwilling to let me know your strengths, and you don't want to know my depths." Stop it right there." Qin Mu felt a wave of frustration. He noticed the virtual secretary had again begun leading the conversation down an inappropriate path. Frustration now clouded his forehead. Carefully considering the virtual secretary's words, Qin Mu's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. "It seems that ever since I obtained this scrapped starship, her assistance has indeed been substantial. If she simply wanted to create chaos with her level of computational ability, she should have been able to keep me completely unaware." Qin Mu pondered the conclusion. Temporarily, just like with the star maps, he suppressed the curiosity in his heart. Giving the virtual secretary a meaningful glance, he opened the door to the power chamber and left. A light yet heavy voice echoed in the power chamber. "I will arrange the repairs for the starship as soon as possible. I hope that on the day the starship is completely repaired, I will see everything you spoke of." Qin Mu felt a bit helpless. In the face of many challenges, he found himself at a loss. Living in an era of interstellar greatness, he was still unfamiliar with many interstellar affairs. What he understood from the past was merely the knowledge acquired from the technological university, which he knew was only a partial perspective. True interstellar ventures required genuine exploration to comprehend. Only through conquest in the starry rivers could one truly grasp what secrets the universe held. Moreover, it was only at that time that one could truly understand the dangers lurking in the starry skies. He did not deny what the virtual secretary said. The extent of a person's ability dictated the extent of their knowledge. Knowledge that does not align with one's capabilities would likely bring catastrophic consequences. Qin Mu admitted that this was precisely why he chose not to press the virtual secretary further. After more than a year of interaction, they had developed a slight understanding of one another. Just like in their earlier exchange, if the virtual secretary merely wished to cause trouble, she could easily obliterate planet T-98. Not to mention that the previously scrapped starship lacked such capabilities. During the practical exercises in the asteroid belt with the Chiwu, the virtual secretary possessed absolute power to infiltrate the Chiwu's intelligence system. If that were truly the case, it wouldn't just be a few fixed coordinates on the T-98 asteroid belt that would be destroyed. One main ship and 2 auxiliary ships. The launch of the Interstellar Orbital Cannon. All beings on planet T-98 could see the little girl selling missiles her grandmother. "Oh, you're awake." As Qin Mu walked further away, passing by Zhu Qingwei's four-person lounge, the door to Zhu Qingwei's room happened to open. Upon seeing Qin Mu for the first time, Zhu Qingwei, still groggy from sleep, instantly perked up, as if she had been injected with a stimulant, fully revitalized. Simultaneously, the two characters "make money" seemed to be branded on her forehead. Make money, crazy to make money. Observing this, Qin Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips, setting aside his earlier thoughts at a loss for words. "Yes, I'm awake. The repairs on the Starship this time are quite good and the power system has been improved," Qin Mu replied succinctly. Zhu Qingwei's interest was piqued. If the power system has been improved, does that mean this Starship is now ready to officially venture into the starry skies? Not yet. The power system is one thing, but the details in other areas have yet to be perfected. Only when everything is settled will that possibility arise. Qin Mu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwei exclaimed, but soon her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Given this situation, when you join the reserves, will you be able to bring your own starship?" "In the reserves, it is quite lenient. Capable individuals can arrive in their own starships." Just like Qin Mu, if he could complete the repairs on his starship by the time the official reserve forces arrived on planet T-98, he would be able to bring his ship into service as permitted by the reserve regulations. Seeing Zhu Qingwei ask this, Qin Mu pondered for a moment. "If the repairs go smoothly, I should be able to take my own starship to the reserves, but it ultimately depends on whether the starship can be fully repaired." Qin Mu was not making any guarantees. He would not provide a definitive answer regarding the starship's repairs, especially after what had just transpired. Zhu Qingwei did not notice anything unusual, her eyes twinkling as she said excitedly, "So are you planning to assemble a fleet in the reserves? Will your starship recruit crew members? How about the four of us?" "No, just the four of us definitely isn't enough. If you want to recruit crew members, I can help with that, ensuring you get some elite reserve members to become part of your fleet. So what do you think? Do you want to consider it?" Zhu Qingwei, a natural social butterfly, did not wait for Qin Mu to respond before quickly rambling on. At that moment, she seemed to have the intention of joining Qin Mu's yet-to-be-formed starship fleet. Qin Mu was speechless, saying, "It's a good idea, but recruiting members for the reserves won't be easy. They must have better options. After all, if I truly intend to form a fleet, there is still a significant gap compared to fleets that have been successfully established for many years. The conditions in all aspects are bound to be inferior." This was a very realistic issue, and Qin Mu did not boast in the slightest. The reserves are meant to cultivate talents for the front lines. Why would others choose to join a fleet that has just been formed? "It's fine, I have quite a bit of pull in the reserves. Even if they are unwilling, I can help knock them out to ensure they come your way." Qin Mu. "Goodness, just knocking them out. Has she been a professional clubber for 30 years? Let's talk about that later. For now, we should get through these next 2 months first. There are still many materials to collect, and those materials are crucial for the starship's repairs." Zhu Qingwei responded with an "oh," her excitement undiminished as she nodded, saying, "You're right, making money is the key. I'll go wake up Sijian and the others. Seriously, it's unbelievable that they aren't more proactive about making money, and at this point, they are still resting. They need to be punished." Saying this, Zhu Qingwei walked to the lounge where Sijian and the other three were. Without any greeting, she kicked the door wide open. In the next moment, a cacophony of wails erupted from within the lounge. Qin Mu chuckled, saying nothing more as he returned to the control room, quickly making detailed plans for the materials procurement list. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the Mechanical Ruins Management Center, Fan Qingyan sat in his office. Before him, several high-ranking officials from the Management Center stood, waiting for Fan Qingyan to speak. "Has that kid Qin Mu been here for 2 months already?" His subordinate reported. "Yes, it's been 2 months and 1 week already." Fan Qingyan nodded. "The official reserve forces arrived at planet T-98 yesterday. That kid should be leaving the mechanical ruins soon. There hasn't been any activity for these 2 months. He hasn't caused any trouble, has he?" "Old Fan, there haven't been any other incidents. Ever since the black market affair, it seems to have calmed down quite a bit." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Fan Qingyan's face. The response from his subordinate inexplicably eased his mind. It was the best news he had heard in 2 months. Good, as long as he behaves, it's a blessing that he hasn't caused any trouble. Now that the official reserve forces have arrived, this kid, and those few heavyweights from the reserves will leave, you all should handle the follow-up matters well. Damn it, after 2 months I can finally send these hot potatoes away. I hope they don't cause trouble at the last minute. If they cause any trouble, I'll have you all hung on the starship and sent into space so you can see what it's like to stroll in the starry skies." Fan Qingyan's expression was stern and fierce. As the end approached, he felt increasingly uneasy. Back in his days as a reservist, he had engaged in such activities more than once. Initially, he was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, but as the departure drew near, he would immediately cause a ruckus. In his own words, since the people were leaving anyway, it was no problem to stir up a little trouble. After all, they could not be caught, and it was a perfect plan. At that time, he had never felt such emotions. He only knew that causing chaos was immensely satisfying. And now, as the supreme administrator of the mechanical ruins, Fan Qingyan felt uneasy, inexplicably sensing that the events of the past would repeat themselves. Rest assured, Elder Fan, we have constant surveillance, and there will be no problems whatsoever. That's right, Elder Fan, you can trust us. We will ensure that nothing unexpected happens in the mechanical ruins. The sounds of knocking were quite loud. To put Fan Xinjian's mind at ease, this group of administrators was tirelessly ensuring everything was in order. Their experience gave them considerable confidence. No incidents had occurred in the past 2 months, and nothing had stirred up trouble. Could anything happen in the last couple of days? Don't be ridiculous. Special information processing. At that moment, the voice of the intelligent brain resonated in the office, the intelligent brain of the mechanical ruins. Upon hearing the alert, Fan Xinjian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and the projection of the intelligent brain appeared before him. What's going on? Special personnel information processing requesting to leave the mechanical ruins. Processing files. The intelligent brain reported the situation. Fan Xinjian listened in silence, fully aware of what had occurred. Is it that little rascal Qin Mu along with those reservists? Fan Xinjian retorted. If he remembered correctly, in the last couple of months, he had only added special personnel files for Qin Mu and a few others. However, there had been so many people before he couldn't remember how many special personnel files he had actually added. To be safe, he asked another question. Situation report completed. Data verification complete. Special personnel are Qin Mu, Zhu Qingwei, Su Naluo, Hao Zhongwei. It really is them. Fan Xinjian exhaled a breath of stale air. The timing was perfect, and everything was developing as he had anticipated. The official troops of the reservists had arrived, regardless of whether it was Qin Mu or Zhu Qingwei. They could no longer remain in the mechanical ruins. Proceed with file cleanup. By the way, I remember there was a report that these little rascals went mining. All information regarding mining has been consolidated and categorized. They have all paid the required proportion of ore. Fan Xinjian spoke in a deep voice. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable satisfaction when the last sentence left his lips. Collecting mining fees. The mechanical ruins becoming the final big winner. No matter how hard you work, in the end, I still profit immensely. Thinking about it was quite thrilling. Understood. The projection of the intelligent brain disappeared. Various pieces of information began to enter the processing workflow. Seeing that Fan Xinjian had nothing more to say, several senior managers hurried to their respective posts. The starry sky was intimidating. It was unacceptable to lose face like this. Even if his life were at stake, he could not afford such disgrace. In the X-77 area, the Starship slowly took off. Qin Mu sat in the control room, the panoramic projection of the Starship encompassing everything around. Compared to 2 months ago, Qin Mu's face had taken on a darker hue, not from sun exposure, but merely the marks left by long days in the mechanical ruins. Zhu Qingwei and the others were not in a much better state. They were also in the control room, looking as dirty as they had on their first meeting. In order to ensure that not a single second was wasted half an hour ago, they were still busy with materials, racing against time with unwavering dedication. Thus they appeared in such a dirty state now. Time has flown by. Oh, how can 2 months pass so quickly? Zhu Qingwei expressed her disappointment. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She had been in the mechanical ruins for quite a while, and the earlier days had always been a loss. Only after Qin Mu's arrival did she truly enjoy the thrill of making money, becoming addicted and unable to extricate herself. But good times were short-lived. 2 months was too brief, and she hadn't had enough fun. Qin Mu felt embarrassed, understanding Zhu Qingwei's complaints, and smiled, saying, "In 2 months, we've already earned enough. On average, each of you can receive 70 units of wealth. If we continue, the management of the mechanical ruins will definitely eliminate us." The initial mining yielded 100 units, which was the most they had ever earned. In the following time, materials had become scarce. After 2 months of effort, they hadn't managed to go through the entire list of required materials. Adding it all up, they had amassed around 600 units of wealth in 2 months. According to the dividend mechanism, Qin Mu had advanced all the wealth in his pockets, and he even owed Zhu Qingwei and her team 50 units. It was easy to imagine how furious the management of the mechanical ruins would be. Zhu Qingwei sighed. "Well, let's call it a day this time. There will be future opportunities to continue making money. The mechanical ruins are not only found on T98 planet. In the future, we can definitely go to other life planets and pull off a big score. However, the starry seas are vast. It may not be easy to gather together again. Why not consider those things I mentioned to you? You gather us, and I will be responsible for recruiting crew members." Recruiting crew members. Was that recruitment? That was clearly just knocking people out. Qin Mu silently complained to himself, recalling what Zhu Qingwei had mentioned before. He had not considered it earlier. But now, hearing Zhu Qingwei say this, he was indeed somewhat tempted. Reservists would certainly make excellent crew members, as they all had rich combat experience. You could give it a try. A fleet will definitely be formed, and recruiting crew members isn't impossible. Qin Mu replied, vaguely refraining from mentioning the matter of Zhu Qingwei knocking people out. Zhu Qingwei was the one doing the knocking. What did it have to do with him? Qin Mu, who was a righteous and honorable captain. Yes, that's right, it's no big deal. Zhu Qingwei's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. I will take charge of recruiting crew members for you. When the time comes, I'll let you see how extensive my social circle is. Qin Mu twitched his mouth. Faced with Zhu Qingwei's self-promotion, he couldn't bear to continue his complaints. As their conversation slowly passed, the starship soon reached the inspection area at the exit of the Mechanical Ruins X area. Many high-level administrators of the Mechanical Ruins were already waiting there. They stood at attention, as if facing a formidable enemy. Unlike entering the Mechanical Ruins, there are many entrances to the Mechanical Ruins, or rather a vast area. However, leaving is restricted to a fixed area aimed at facilitating inspections to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from taking suspicious items out of the Mechanical Ruins. After all, the Mechanical Ruins and wreckage on any planet hold immense value, and there are numerous decommissioned starships, but one could entirely assemble a real starship within them. A starship is enough to deliver a devastating blow to a life-bearing planet. No intelligent brain. The act of self-destructing a truck is hardly difficult. Qin Mu maneuvered the starship into the waiting area, stopping only after those scheduled to leave today had departed the Mechanical Ruins. Hello, Mechanical Ruins, Inspector, we need to check the excavated minerals from your starship, please understand. The starship's door opened, and the management of the Mechanical Ruins stepped forward to present their credentials proving their identity. Qin Mu nodded, acknowledging this. He understood the rules of the Mechanical Ruins. Let me inspect this little guy's starship. At that moment, Fan Xingyan's voice rang out. After their previous encounter during the black market incident, Fan Xingyan reappeared before Qin Mu. Initially, he had delegated the task to his subordinates, but feeling uneasy, he ultimately decided to conduct the inspection personally. Old Fan, what brings you here? The inspector, interfacing with Qin Mu, was taken aback, unable to believe it. Fan Xingyan waved his hand. I can't trust you careless folks to inspect a little rascal who caused such a commotion in the Mechanical Ruins. Saying this, Fan Xingyan gave a meaningful glance at Qin Mu and then at Zhu Qingwei and the others. One is a top student, very clever. The others are reserves, just like he once was subpar. It's a strange combination. He couldn't be sure what would happen or what had already transpired. Fan Xingyan approached Qin Mu with a smile. Little rascal, we meet again. Qin Mu replied. I am Qin Mu. It's an honor to meet you, old Fan. I didn't expect such a minor issue would require your personal attendance. His heart raced slightly. A feeling of unease lingered within him. Qin Mu was somewhat distressed. He never imagined things would develop to this point. Fan Xingyan, the highest authority of the Mechanical Ruins, a big shot clad in 10-star star cloud battle gear, was here to inspect a student's starship. What is going on? Qin Mu felt no confidence. Zhu Qingwei and the others also felt unease. Many materials on the starship had already been consumed, leaving little behind. However, the changes to the entire starship. Over the past 2 months, Qin Mu and Zhu Qingwei had observed them closely. A figure like Fan Xingyan could not possibly overlook such changes. Something is about to happen. Fan Xingyan keenly noticed the odd behavior of Qin Mu and the others. A sudden pang of concern struck his heart. Could something really have gone wrong? Did I guess wrong? Fan Xingyan was uncertain. He gestured for Qin Mu to lead the way into the interior of the starship. The lights were bright. Many areas that had previously sounded alarms were now eerily quiet. Once repaired, everything maintained its normal state. If I remember correctly, this starship was purchased using school privileges about a year ago. Fan Xingyan suddenly spoke. Qin Mu nodded in response. Yes, old Fan, this starship is the decommissioned one I bought previously for study purposes. At that time, this starship seemed even more dilapidated than it is now. Have you been repairing this starship? Fan Xingyan inquired. Qin Mu did not deny it, nodding in agreement. He knew he could not hide any repairs from a pinnacle figure like Fan Xingyan. Fan Xingyan followed Qin Mu to the starship's warehouse, observing the numerous ores within and scanning the blue-gold surroundings of the warehouse. I have a general idea of the amount of star blue gold, or just pay the required proportion according to the management regulations of the Mechanical Ruins. As for the quantities of other ores, Fan Xingyan's gaze was sharp. He could tell at a glance how much star blue gold was piled up, and with just a glance he could sense if there were more than the regulated amount of other ores. As he spoke, Fan Xingyan looked around the warehouse. Through the operations of the virtual secretary, many areas requiring repairs had been addressed following the smelting of the first batch of star blue gold. The warehouse was like this. Many places had already been repaired using smelted star blue gold, looking quite dazzling. However, these dazzling colors that impressed Qin Mu and the others appeared quite wrong to Fan Xingyan. Your warehouse is well maintained, all made of crayed star blue gold, which can serve as the main metal material for the exterior of crayed starships, excellent for repairing the warehouse. The overall resilience has significantly improved. Even if external issues arise, crayed metals can be urgently dispatched from the warehouse. This idea is good, but where did you buy so much star blue gold? The selling price of crayed metals shouldn't be cheap. Fan Xingyan fixed his gaze on Qin Mu. As his puzzled question was raised, his gaze at Qin Mu grew increasingly suspicious. The warehouse has star blue gold, or the entire warehouse is repaired with star blue gold. The connection here seems to be quite off. This. Qin Mu was at a loss for words. The star blue gold here was all mined from the Mechanical Ruins. Did I smelt it directly? How should I answer this? Qin Mu had a premonition that such an answer might lead Fan Xingyan to take drastic measures. No need to doubt. Just look at Fan Xingyan's expression. Qin Mu felt that he still firmly believed he was a hot-tempered old man, even if he appeared very kind at the moment. As the saying goes, the kinder a person seems, the more ruthless they can be when angered. Old Fan, our exploration of the mineral veins in the mechanical ruins has concluded. Based on our current findings, the mechanical ruins star blue gold vein has lost approximately 100 units of or over the past 2 months. Additionally, we have investigated other mineral veins aside from the portions excavated by those who have already left. There are still 600 units that cannot be accounted for. At that moment, an inspector arrived at the warehouse, handing a tablet to Fan Qingyan. The implication was clear. Previous inspections had eliminated many discrepancies, but there were still 600 units unaccounted for, and Qin Mu had a crate starship, so it was possible that all 600 units of or were aboard the ship. Fan Qingyan was bewildered. He took the tablet and looked at the shocking mineral vein list displayed on it. In a daze, he seemed to understand the truth behind Qin Mu's silence and the many repairs with star blue gold in the warehouse. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? Fan Qingyan felt a surge of qi rush to his head. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly choked on his own breath. Who in the heavens trained this student? And who in the name of all that is cursed approved sending the brat Qin Mu into the mechanical wastes? Elder Fan, what's wrong with you? Qin Mu, sensing something amiss, immediately deployed his signature weapon, earnest sincerity. His eyes, clear as mountain spring water. I know nothing at all. Just look into them. How pure, how utterly innocent. A sharp, stifled cough escaped Fan Qingyan as he forcibly swallowed back a mouthful of bitter blood. Faced with Qin Mu's disarming sincerity, Fan Qingyan found himself utterly bereft of justification for anger, especially under the gaze of those unervingly crystalline eyes, which left him feeling utterly unmanned. Nothing at all. Fan Qingyan exhaled a heavy, turbid breath. Having dismissed Qin Mu's sincerity with a strained reply, he turned with thunderous fury upon his subordinate. I've inspected the youth Qin Mu's starship. Your inventory totals 100 units across various minerals. Charge him the standard fee according to ratio. 600 units are missing, but I'll write off 100. That leaves 500 unaccounted for. Tell me, what precisely have you all been doing these past days? Spittle flew as Fan Qingyan raged. His subordinate stood doomed. Fan Qingyan knew full well where those 500 missing units had gone. He would sooner sever his tongue than utter it aloud. Reveal it to his men. Yes indeed. Those 500 units were right beneath their very noses, already smelted by Qin Mu's team into stellar blue gold. At his age, such humiliation was unbearable. Truth be told, the fault lay squarely with the mechanical waste's own mismanagement. Under normal protocol, the mechanical waste would dispatch an enforcement squad at the first sign of irregularity. But here, in Qin Mu's case, things unfolded quite differently. They monitored him for 2 full months, only to discover too late that the entire operation had already been completed beneath their watchful gaze. Their final report. The subject remained obedient throughout. No disturbances occurred. Where then could one possibly lodge a grievance? The inspector, stunned into silence, stared blankly at Fan Qingyan, suddenly grasping just a little what had transpired. So the boss was furious. Better brace yourself. For a full quarter, Fan Qingyan unleashed a torrent of scathing reprimands, then with pointed emphasis tapped the inspector's shoulder 3 times. My apologies. You young ones must have found this rather amusing. The inspection is concluded. You may now power up your starship and depart from the mechanical wastes. Composing himself with practiced grace, Fan Qingyan withdrew with his entourage, never once mentioning the warehouse newly reinforced with stellar blue gold. Farewell, Elder Fan, Qin Mu said politely. Fan Qingyan nodded. You're quite the intriguing young man. Farewell then. Though his lips spoke cordially, his inner voice added bitterly, better never meet again. Damn it. I watched you walk away with hundreds of units worth, yet had to pretend I saw nothing. Never again. To see you again. I'd rather live a few years longer. Inside, chaos raged, but outwardly Fan Qingyan maintained his gentle, affable smile. I am mild-mannered. Yes, truly profoundly mild. As the starship lifted skyward once more, Qin Mu released a long, quiet sigh, guiding it steadily out of the mechanical wastes. Once clear of the waste, he immediately transferred full navigational authority to his virtual secretary, instructing autonomous return to the core region of T-98. Zhu Qingwei and her companions needed to rendezvous with the reserve corps, who, having arrived on T-98, would inevitably converge upon the same core zone. Thus the group remained aboard Qin Mu's starship. Good heavens! Elder Fan must surely know the origin of that stellar blue gold in the warehouse. Why didn't he call it out? Zhu Qingwei exhaled slowly. She had been even more anxious than Qin Mu. It wasn't fear of imprisonment in a stellar penal colony, not really. Her chief concern was far more pragmatic. Should matters escalate, she was certain the fortune they'd just acquired would be seized outright. I've got no money, but I've got my life. Is death truly worse than poverty? Besides, stellar imprisonment won't kill you. Elder Fan undoubtedly noticed. I suspect, ever since the black market incident, they've been monitoring us closely. Likely their surveillance failed them, they missed the earliest signs, and by the time suspicion arose, the ores had already been refined into metal, leaving Elder Fan too embarrassed to raise the matter. Qin Mu mused thoughtfully. Fan Qingyan's quarter-hour tirade, followed by those 3 deliberate taps on the inspector's shoulder, was unmistakably a directive: you will bear the blame. And yes, you may claim compensation. One cannot endure such scolding without recompense. Zhu Qingwei's expression twisted oddly, as if through Qin Mu's analysis she'd glimpsed something momentous. So, if we play our cards right, could we exploit this loophole every time we enter the mechanical wastes? Her eyes sparkled with sudden, dangerous inspiration. Senior sister after this will likely become priority surveillance targets. Future loopholes? Unlikely. Best lie low for now. The main force arrives soon. We'd do well to tread carefully. The bespectacled youth looked utterly spent. He dreaded hearing another earth-shattering remark from his formidable senior sister. His heart couldn't take it. Zhu Qingwei hummed softly, fair point. We'll stay quiet for now, though later other mechanical wastes may offer fresh opportunities. Qin Mu watched quietly amused. 2 months traveling side by side had revealed Zhu Qingwei's true nature. She never hesitated to sacrifice, nor did she ever hesitate to pursue wealth. As she herself put it, more credits mean better gear, which means killing more xenomorphic vermin before dying. A guaranteed profit every time. Thanks to the repaired propulsion system, even without activating the antimatter drive, the Starship now traveled significantly faster than on its inbound journey. The outbound trip took only 5 hours, half the time required earlier, and Qin Mu smoothly docked the vessel within his designated industrial sector plot. The Starship settled heavily onto the ground. Qin Mu escorted Zhu Qingwei and her companions out. Compared to 2 months prior, their faces now bore markedly more smiles. Perhaps because each now carried a small fortune. Drones are pre-positioned. I won't accompany you to the core city. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Qin Mu smiled gently. His time with Zhu Qingwei and her crew had been genuinely pleasant. Zhu Qingwei waved casually. Someday. Nonsense. We'll see each other tomorrow. Besides, we still have business to conduct. Don't forget I'm recruiting crew for your ship. That task remains firmly at the top of my priorities. Qin Mu fell silent. Just hours earlier he had deployed his sincerity kill shot on Fan Xingyan. And now mere hours later he found himself on the receiving end of the very same technique. This time from Zhu Qingwei. Indeed, the Tao of heaven turns in cycles, no one escapes its reckoning. Very well, see you tomorrow. Qin Mu smoothed away his bemused expression and escorted Zhu Qingwei and the others onto the drone. Only after the drone lifted off and vanished into the distance did he return to the rest chamber. 2 months of relentless upheaval had left him utterly drained. Yet before allowing himself rest, Qin Mu sent out several messages. One was to Zhou Tao, to confirm his safety. Another went to Wei Fatso, his longtime friend and confidant. A third message was addressed to Captain Zhang Xuanfeng, requesting his presence aboard the Starship. After 2 months of grueling labor, he was deeply in debt. Much of the refined metal he had smelted was already consumed. Zhu Qingwei and her 3 companions could hardly transport massive quantities of raw ore across the stars, so he purchased it all outright. In total, he owed the 4 of them 50 units of wealth, and repayment was long overdue. Though he could in theory consume every last ounce of the ore himself, he remained determined to extract and deliver the portion rightfully belonging to Zhu Qingwei and her team. Only once all matters were settled did Qin Mu finally sink into a rare, well-earned repose. Several hours passed. Nightfall gradually enshrouded the land. Awakened by his virtual secretary's impeccably professional alarm, Qin Mu stirred comfortably. What time is it? Master, it is now 10 o'clock in the evening. Your message to Captain Zhang Xuanfeng has received a reply. He will arrive at 1030 p.m. So I have awakened you accordingly. Understood. I'll prepare myself shortly. I'll need Captain Zhang's expertise to process this batch or swiftly. Speed is paramount. Qin Mu rose and entered the bathroom to wash and groom himself, all under the virtual secretary's quietly amused gaze. He'd grown accustomed to it, numb to it, even if she watched. So long as he felt no embarrassment, the discomfort would fall upon others. At precisely 1030 p.m., Captain Zhang Xuanfeng arrived, as punctual as he had been 2 months prior. Zhang Xuanfeng remained vibrantly energetic, his stern visage radiating solemnity, though with a faint, irreverent edge. Noticing Qin Mu awaiting him at the Starship's boarding platform, Zhang Xuanfeng regarded him with keen, appraising interest. A master observer of human nature, Zhang Xuanfeng possessed an uncanny ability to read people. Upon closer inspection, he detected a new aura clinging to Qin Mu, a nascent yet unmistakable edge of battlefield lethality already beginning to coalesce. It mirrored the transformation he himself had undergone before ascending to captaincy. This brilliant scholar, Qin Mu, was evolving steadily, becoming a worthy Starship captain, a true interstellar combatant. Impressive. These past 2 months seem to have treated you well. You carry yourself with far greater composure now. Clearly hardship has forged your growth. Zhang Xuanfeng murmured appreciatively, thoroughly satisfied with Qin Mu's progress. Qin Mu offered a faint, knowing smile. He was acutely aware of his own metamorphosis. Unlike his earlier deception of the Star-Crossed Syndicate, this expedition into the mechanical waste had exposed him to Zhang Wei's crash, and to Zhu Qingwei's fearless resolve in the face of death. Growth often arrives unannounced in quiet, unguarded moments. Where once he had walked alone, self-reliant, and isolated, he now sensed, deeply, the irreplaceable weight and warmth of comrades standing beside him. This shift in inner landscape, this quiet expansion of perspective, was an indispensable milestone in any person's maturation. Captain Jean speaks lightly. If 2 months of trial yielded no transformation, then perhaps I truly lack what it takes to become a competent interstellar combatant. I suspect neither you nor Professor Zhou would wish to see such a version of me. Zhang Xuanfeng hummed in acknowledgement, hands tucked casually into his pockets as he strode into the starship. You contacted me the moment you returned. You must have harvested quite the bounty from the mechanical waste following my materials list to the letter. If I'm not mistaken, you've summoned me here to handle the ore you brought back. His voice echoed clearly behind him as he moved forward. Qin Mu inwardly acknowledged that Zhang Xuanfeng's perception was unsurprising and offered no denial. Precisely. Some metals from wreckage were used directly, others I refined, but a substantial quantity remains to be processed. Given your extensive experience in these matters, I had no choice but to trouble you, Captain Zhang. Zhang Xuanfeng smiled faintly. After exchanging a few light jests, he headed straight for the starship's cargo hold. Qin Mu followed closely behind, and within moments both arrived at the warehouse aboard the vessel. Just as Fan Qingyan had done upon his first visit, Zhang Xuanfeng stepped into Qin Mu's warehouse and froze mid-stride, his earlier teasing grin instantly stiffening as his eyes swept across walls entirely reinforced with stellar blue-gold alloy. Damn it! Did you loot the entire mechanical wastes? Zhang Xuanfeng stared dazed. The last time I visited your warehouse, these walls didn't exist. You said you'd refined some metals, yet you refined this much? For a moment, he gaped at Qin Mu like a man confronting a living anomaly. Meeting Qin Mu's calm, smiling gaze, he suddenly faltered, words failing him entirely. Qin Mu recounted the key events of the expedition, the harrowing descent into the wastes, the final confrontation, and even relayed how Fan Qingyan had ultimately turned a blind eye to their departure. Zhang Xuanfeng listened slack-jawed and stunned, his lips twitching involuntarily. Good heavens! Old Master Fan himself took a silent beating at your hands. Truly a sight for the ages. If I had to guess, he's probably reprimanding some poor subordinate right now, blaming them for his own swallowed pride. That loss must taste bitter indeed. Qin Mu nodded silently. He recalled Fan Qingyan's brief blazing reign as the undisputed king of scathing retorts. Even hours later, the memory remained vivid. The old man. Yes, extraordinarily eloquent in wrath. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Next time I get the chance, I might just request an interview with Old Master Fan. Zhang Xuanfeng rubbed his chin, thoughtfully muttering playfully, then catching himself swiftly resumed his usual austere expression. So these are the remaining ores. All require processing. Understood. I'll take care of it. I'll arrange buyers and transfer the proceeds to you once funds clear. Having collaborated many times before, they settled the matter effortlessly. Because the ore was legally sourced, Zhang Xuanfeng refused any additional commission, upholding integrity with unwavering principle. Once the ore transaction was finalized, Zhang Xuanfeng accompanied Qin Mu to the starship's main combat deck. Qin Mu sensed, intuitively, that something weighty awaited him. Night wind whispered across the open platform, brushing over both men. Side by side they stood, one radiating seasoned lethality, the other bearing its first unmistakable tremors. Zhang Xuanfeng gazed into the infinite starfield, silent for a long while before speaking at last. Tomorrow the conscripts arrive. Are you ready to enlist? Preparation for enlistment. Does that really require any preparation? Qin Mu's gaze remained as steadfast as ever, his expression becoming somewhat calmer and more composed. Since the day I enrolled, I have been ready. Tomorrow is merely the day to put my long-standing preparations into practice. Qin Mu answered with a resonant voice. Unlike in the past, his state of mind was much steadier at this moment. Perhaps it was the 2 months of settling in the mechanical ruins, or perhaps it was the shock of witnessing his teammates crash. He was no longer the same person he was 2 months ago. Even in terms of mindset and prior preparations, he had gained a deeper understanding. Zhu Qingwei and the others could participate in various battles as reserve members, always prepared to substitute for the frontline fighters. Born in such an era, Qin Mu could also accomplish all this. The selfish may live long. Yet sometimes longevity does not equate to absolute benefits. The emptiness of the soul cannot be compensated. I knew you would answer like this. Get some good rest. When the official reserve troops arrive tomorrow, I hope to see a different you. That guy Zhou Tao must also hope to see you amaze all the reserve members. Your teacher has always felt regret in his heart. He regrets that he cannot die on the battlefield. Zhang Xuanfeng patted Qin Mu's shoulder heavily, then said nothing more, transferring all the ores that needed processing into the transport drone. In the night, Zhang Xuanfeng ascended in the drone. Qin Mu watched him leave from the edge of the starship, the last words ringing in his ears. It will be different. Qin Mu uttered these words as he turned back into the starship, disappearing into the darkness amidst the booming sound of the starship doors closing. The next day, the sky brightened dimly. Qin Mu woke up early. Outside his starship, Wei Sampang had been waiting for a long time. Knowing he had returned from the mechanical ruins, this good friend always remembered they were supposed to go to school together. Hey Qinggu, why do you seem different? Wei Sampang was still as chubby as ever. Perhaps it was due to taking too many 6-flavor Remania pills, or maybe it was from consuming too many goji berries. 2 months ago, the once drained fat man now looked lively and vigorous. The newfound determination on Qin Mu's face was immediately noticed by Wei Sampang. Having played together since childhood, they were very familiar with each other. Any change was easily perceived. Qin Mu smiled and did not directly answer Wei Sampang's question, giving him a thorough look up and down. I have changed, and it seems like you have changed a bit too. What did you not go to Lubu Sishu or linger around during these 2 months? The words hinted at something deeper. Wei Sampang understood perfectly what Qin Mu was implying. Blushing slightly, he whispered, actually I didn't. I stayed at that big sister's house for the past 2 months. What did I just hear? Qin Mu looked at Wei Sampang as if he were a monster. Goodness, what a surprise. After 2 months apart, not only did this fat guy hit a home run, but he also directly moved in with someone. Just the journey through the meteor belt nearly drained him. Living together like that isn't that dangerous. You don't seem to be in a living together situation. Qin Mu was taken aback. He looked up and down, left and right, and couldn't see how Wei Sampang could be living with that female crew member from Zhang Zunfeng's fleet. A journey nearly cost him his life. Living together yet still so lively. This interstellar joke was too far-fetched. That big sister understands everything. Just in time, these past 2 months were her vacation, and she kept preparing meals for me in various ways. Perhaps the power of the meals was too great. I seem to have no other abnormalities. Wei Sampang spoke honestly. Qin Mu was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to respond to the fat guy. The meals are too powerful. Excuse me, are those meals even proper? Crazy indulgence while also madly supplementing, trying to achieve some so-called balance. Quite extravagant. Take it easy. If you don't, I might have to get you a thermos cup later. Qin Mu chuckled. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he and Wei Sampang boarded the public airship heading to Starship University. Arriving at the school 10 minutes before reporting time, Qin Mu and Wei Sampang reached the campus. As punctual kings, they were the last two in their class to arrive. Just like when Zhang Xuanfeng had arrived, Zhou Tao was waiting at the school gate and shot a fierce glare at Qin Mu and his companion as they arrived. However, Zhou Tao said nothing more, giving a greeting before leading Qin Mu and Wei Sampang toward the large playground. There all the classmates had gathered. It was not the vast starship one might imagine. On the entire playground, aside from their class, there were no other people. Everything was eerily quiet. Stand properly in formation. In 10 minutes, the official reserve troops will arrive. Entering the reserves and being selected by any team is crucial for your future development. Zhou Tao reminded all the students. Qin Mu here wanted to ask about Qin Mu's specific situation over the past 2 months, but time did not permit. Once these matters were settled, he stood at the very front of the class, hands clasped behind his back, standing straight, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Qin Mu's expression was also serious, standing straight as the vitality in his eyes gradually faded. 10 minutes was not long and quickly passed in silence. Until exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the sound of footsteps echoed in Qin Mu's ears. A team was approaching from one of the entrances of the playground. Each person wore the same reserve combat uniform as Zhu Qingwei and the others. Each was also imbued with a heaviness that came from true battlefield experience. Their steps were heavy and their aura was extraordinary. Qin Mu saw Zhu Qingwei among the reserve team coming through the entrance. Looking carefully, the 3 youths with glasses were not among them, only Zhu Qingwei. Starship University class mentor Zhou Tao leading all students to welcome the reserve team leaders for the assessment. Soon the reserve personnel arrived directly in front of Qin Mu's team. Zhou Tao, standing straight, took a step forward and a resonant voice emerged from his throat. Each word was pronounced clearly and powerfully. Qin Mu's mind was drawn back to reality by Zhou Tao's words. He understood the implication of Zhou Tao's statement. The reserve personnel before him were all leaders. The arrival of these reserve leaders meant that the time for enlistment had come. Reserves regular troops, 4th formation, 1st column, 77 squad leaders. Greetings to all. My name is Li Jingyuan, team leader number 99,071. Welcome to the inspection. The one leading the reserves is a middle-aged man. Among the many squad leaders, the middle-aged man's aura is the strongest. Similarly, the solemnity emanating from him is the most intense. Perhaps this is the reason he could lead among the squad leaders. After finishing his introduction, Li Jingyuan's gaze, honed from the battlefield, swept over the many individuals of Qin Mu. We have already reviewed your personal information. You are all outstanding students from Starship University, and to put it in your terms, you are destined to become captains in the future. However, at this moment, you have not yet reached that stage. You need to enter our reserves for deeper practical training. Are you all prepared? Li Jingyuan was very serious. After introducing himself, he immediately got to the point. The arrival of the regular reserve troops is to select individuals like Qin Mu, these outstanding students, for deeper practical training. In terms of demeanor and behavior, Li Jingyuan resembled a man who rarely smiles, and the intuitive pressure he brought to Qin Mu and the others was quite significant. Under this pressure, Wei Sampang stopped smiling, and the whispers among the squad quieted down. Many gazes converged on Li Jingyuan. Ready! A deafening voice echoed across the playground. Qin Mu was among them, as all the students in the class were part of this. Each person's voice resounded loudly in response. They were joining the reserves. They were all ready. Good, then next the squad leaders will conduct the selection for you. At that time, you will need to follow your respective squad leaders for reserve training activities. Remember, from the moment you join the reserves, you must obey your squad leader's commands, and everything revolves around obeying the squad leader's orders. Li Jingyuan continued. With a flourish, he produced a stack of documents. Within were the details of Qin Mu and the other students. Oldly wait. Li Jingyuan was about to arrange the squad leaders in order to absorb Qin Mu and the others. Suddenly, Zhu Qingwei's voice rang out. Unlike in the past, Zhu Qingwei now carried a more serious demeanor. However, having spent about 2 months together in the mechanical ruins, Qin Mu, observing Zhu Qingwei's serious expression, felt something was off. What exactly felt off, he couldn't quite articulate. Captain Zhu, do you have something to say? Li Jingyuan looked at Zhu Qingwei, his eyelids twitching fiercely. This is a selection scene, don't mess around. Zhu Qingwei's serious expression immediately faded and she scoffed. Do I look like the kind of person who would mess around? Is that the impression I give you, Zhu Qingwei? Like, it was absolutely the case. Li Jingyuan silently complained, then asked in a deep voice, what do you want to do? In the last battle, my team was left with only 4 members. I'm applying for this selection to first replenish my team. All of your teams are already full and even exceed the limit. I believe my team should have priority in this selection. Zhu Qingwei spoke with conviction. As she spoke, she subtly winked at Qin Mu. After all, Qin Mu was like a treasure to her, and she didn't want to see him end up in another team. If that happened, she would regret it deeply. According to the selection system of the reserves, her small team indeed had priority. All right. Li Jingyuan, not doubting her, was quite familiar with Zhu Qingwei. With only 4 members left in her 10-person team, and all the others having perished, she completely qualified for priority selection to replenish her team. Zhu Qingwei's face broke into a smile, and she no longer bothered to be courteous with Li Jingyuan. She immediately turned to Qin Mu. Qin Mu, brother, do you want to join my team? After all, joining the reserves means joining their team, or mine is the same. Given our relationship after joining the reserves, although you will be my team member, I can be a nominal captain, and you can be the real captain. Zhu Qingwei spoke extremely quickly, not giving anyone time to react, as she rapidly expressed all her thoughts. Qin Mu. Li Jingyuan. The reserves? What is going on? When did the selection process of the reserves have such a procedure? A nominal captain letting the selected team members be the real captain. Is this a joke? Zhu Qingwei, don't mess around. Li Jingyuan suddenly reacted and couldn't help but rebuke. A nominal captain letting the selected team members be the real captain. Is this a joke? Zhu Qingwei, don't mess around. Li Jingyuan suddenly reacted and couldn't help but rebuke. Moreover, I reviewed Qin Mu's personal information, and he is the best among this year's students. Isn't it reasonable for me to offer some conditions to recruit such a team member? Isn't that reasonable? It sounds like it could be. Yet somehow it feels like a significant issue. Li Jingyuan was rendered speechless by Zhu Qingwei's boldness. He wanted to pick out some flaws, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't find any. You? Forget it, you choose. Li Jingyuan was at his wit's end and was too lazy to argue with Zhu Qingwei about this. The other squad leaders, seeing Li Jingyuan once again outmaneuvered by Zhu Qingwei, could hardly contain their laughter. How come Li always forgets this lesson? Zhu Qingwei, dealing with Li Jingyuan, fixed her eager gaze on Qin Mu, eagerly awaiting his response. Hurry up, join me. Join my small team. Without you, how will our team survive? Qin Mu came to his senses, completely unprepared for Zhu Qingwei's sudden proposal. Becoming a real captain. The temptation was undeniably great. At the same time, Zhou Tao was also dumbfounded. He knew his student was excellent, but he never expected him to be this outstanding. The arrival of the regular reserve squad leaders immediately seeking to recruit Qin Mu was quite reasonable. However, for Qin Mu to become the real captain, that was absurd, too absurd. All right, Qin Mu did not refuse. Joining the reserves meant he had to enter a combat team. Other combat teams were still unfamiliar to him, whereas he had worked closely with Zhu Qingwei for 2 months. Regardless, choosing Zhu Qingwei's combat team would benefit him the most. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwei almost jumped up. Hee, I knew you, brother. Qin Mu would definitely not refuse. Our team is missing 6 members, and with you we still need 5 more. What I just said wasn't nonsense. You will be the real captain, and for the remaining 5 you can choose them yourself. I'm here to look at the selection. The real captain. Seriously. Qin Mu looked at Zhu Qingwei with a strange expression. To be honest, he was completely bewildered by Zhu Qingwei's bold move. If this goes on, how will the other reserve captains view me? How will the people in the class see me? You should select yourself. Qin Mu sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. After a moment of astonishment, he was no longer surprised. After 2 months in the mechanical ruins, he had gained a deep understanding of Zhu Qingwei. What Zhu Qingwei says she means, that's just her character. Moreover, when they first met, Zhu Qingwei tied her own hands without a second thought, completely unconcerned about being harmed. Is it realistic to expect Zhu Qingwei to think too much? Don't worry, I just said that you can join our team, you can be the captain, and I'll just be the assistant. Since you are the captain, then you're definitely in charge of selecting the team members. Otherwise, would I trust your selection? Zhu Qingwei placed her hands on her hips, as if it were a matter of course. As she spoke, she looked at Qin Mu with a pointed expression, exchanging thoughts with him. Qin Mu. It seems I really can't trust her. Zhu Qingwei's words made Qin Mu fully realize the many unsettling matters from the mechanical ruins. Putting all hope on Zhu Qingwei. That could end very badly. All right, then I'll choose. Qin Mu rubbed his temples, feeling the strange gazes of the other reserve captains on him. Their expressions were clearly asking if he had taken a shortcut through Zhu Qingwei. Wei Sanpeng, Zhao Xiaochuan Chu, He Wang Qingyang, Su Qingqing stepped forward. Qin Mu did not look at the list, he accurately called out several names. As his voice fell, Wei Sanpeng and the others all looked at Qin Mu in shock, but still walked out of the group without hesitation. Qin Mu was the top student in the class, consistently holding the first position while their scores were at the bottom. It would be a lie to say it wasn't surprising. Even Wei Sanpeng thought that despite their deep relationship, it was impossible for him to be called out at this time. Joining the reserves was not a joke. Only by bringing together better players could the team's survival rate be higher. Yet Qin Mu still named them all. Surprising. So surprising. Qin Gu, are you serious? Wei Peng couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of concern. Qin Mu smiled. Are you surprised that I picked you who are at the bottom? Or do you think I'm casually abusing my so-called captain's power? Don't think too much, or we're all in the same class. I'm quite familiar with you, and our personalities match well, which is more beneficial in a small team. Wei Sanpeng responded with an "oh." After Qin Mu explained, he understood a lot more. It made sense. The reserves dealt with dangerous individuals and cultivated combat talents for the front line. If personalities clash, minor conflicts could lead to the entire team's downfall, regardless of abilities. Having compatible personalities and being able to cooperate well is the key to a team. Qin Gu, you're really nice to me. Su Qingqing, the only girl among the five, exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining as she looked at Qin Mu, clearly thrilled. With that enthusiasm, she almost rushed over. However, since this was still the selection scene, Su Qingqing controlled her impulse. Zhao Xiaochuan, Wang Qingyang, and Chu He all looked at Qin Mu with great gratitude, stepping forward to punch his chest lightly. Qin Gu, thank you. The three spoke in turn, each with a firm tone. Qin Mu didn't explain too much, he understood they thought he was taking care of them. Although this was part of it, it was more about personality compatibility. Is it done? Zhu Qingwei asked as she observed Qin Mu picking Wei Sanpeng and the others. Qin Mu replied, yes, if you still feel it's inappropriate, you can decide again. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwei waved her hand. Why would I consider such things? You know I don't like to think. If I can lie down, I definitely won't stand. If it weren't for Yin not being the captain, I would have let him conduct this selection. Thinking is too tiring. Qin Mu, Wei Sanpeng and others. Why does this team feel so unorthodox? After a brief silence, Qin Mu smiled without speaking. The other reserve captains were already in disarray upon seeing that Zhu Qingwei had indeed allowed Qin Mu to exercise the captain's authority. Li Jingyuan felt the same way. He felt a bit regretful that such a top student as Qin Mu was chosen by Zhu Qingwei first. But seeing that Qin Mu had selected those at the bottom, his inner strangeness was somewhat balanced. Zhu Qingwei, since your team is now complete, take your team aside and wait. Next, it's time for us captains to select. Li Jingyuan regained control. Under his arrangements, each reserve captain proceeded with their team selections. Just like Zhu Qingwei's team, teams that were not complete proceeded with selections first until all the teams present were filled before it was Li Jingyuan's fully staffed team's turn to select. Qin Mu watched quietly, seeing his former classmates from this day forward enter different teams for deeper learning. He felt a strange taste in his heart. Qin Mu watched quietly, seeing his former classmates from this day forward enter different teams for deeper learning. He felt a strange taste in his heart. The reserve teams always executed tasks as units. He couldn't be sure if this meeting would be the last for them in their lifetime. Are you a bit worried about your classmates? Zhu Qingwei suddenly asked. Qin Mu did not deny it. A little, after all, the reserves are different from the greenhouse of school. Zhu Qingwei sighed. It's unavoidable. Joining the reserves means encountering such situations. Just think positively. Instead of dwelling on these unhappy things, why don't we discuss what we talked about last time? Last time we talked about. Qin Mu looked at Zhu Qingwei in astonishment. Zhu Qingwei pouted, indicating Qin Mu to look towards the group of reserve captains. Her gaze finally landed on a girl in the middle towards the back. Look, did you see her, the one with the big waves and slightly curly hair? What do you think? Should I just knock her out and bring her over? Her abilities, I can sum it up in 2 words. Reliable. Waves of golden hair, slightly curled. Qin Mu followed Zhu Qingwei's gaze. Among the ranks of reserve captains, Zhu Qingwei had fixed her attention on a woman roughly her own age. Long golden hair, its ends gently curled. Sapphire blue eyes imbued with an exotic, captivating allure. Crimson lips, vivid and arresting, compelling the eye to linger. Even Qin Mu, a man long accustomed to the polished efficiency of virtual secretaries, found his gaze instinctively drawn to the golden-haired woman at first glance. That was merely surface impression. Internally, however, Qin Mu sensed this woman possessed far greater reliability than Zhu Qingwei. She stood in quiet stillness, her eyes calmly surveying the surroundings. Her fair, striking face bore an air of solemn gravity. Her brows were faintly furrowed, as though deeply immersed in matters of utmost importance. Those things we discussed earlier, Qin Mu murmured softly. Zhu Qingwei nodded. We served together in the same squad before, though now we each command separate units. I have absolute confidence in her capabilities. How to put it? She lacks formal systematic training, and certainly doesn't hold the prestigious credentials of Starship University graduates like you. Were she to possess such qualifications, I'd have no doubt she could ascend to fleet captain. At the very least, she'd unquestionably merit the rank of executive officer. Zhu Qingwei offered this assessment without reservation. Former comrades-in-arms, now both commanding officers, their mutual understanding ran profoundly deep. Qin Mu regarded the golden-haired woman with genuine surprise. Zhu Qingwei's praise stirred his curiosity, yet he remained skeptical about her purported suitability for even executive officer rank. With Zhu Qingwei believing half is already quite reasonable. As if sensing Qin Mu's doubt, Zhu Qingwei muttered, I only know she's exceptionally dependable, but the claim that she could serve as executive officer wasn't mine. That's Li Jingyuan's analysis. He's the sharpest mind among our captains. Still, most of us in the reserves lack your academic pedigree. A starship demands rigorous systematic training. Without it, command is simply impossible. That chasm remains unbridgeable for us. Zhu Qingwei spoke with blunt candor. She too aspired to captaincy, but her background barred the way. Thus, within the reserves, they were relegated exclusively to the most perilous missions. For instance, deployment to the front lines, integration into a fleet tasked with planetary conquest across distant star systems, where they would spearhead the first wave of orbital landings. Or again, in dire emergencies requiring starship evacuation, they would be deployed as decoys, sacrificing themselves to ensure the vessel's safe withdrawal. Whichever the case, their risk exposure ranked highest, perpetually balanced on the razor's edge between life and death. One misstep, and not even bones would remain. A memorial grave might be their final resting place. Qin Mu fell silent. Though Zhu Qingwei had left it unsaid, he fully grasped the unspoken constraints. This hierarchy wasn't engineered by the Interstellar Federation out of malice. Rather, it reflected pragmatic concern for the greater good. Systematic education produced only a narrow cohort. Yet a single starship carried thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, and safeguarded entire inhabited worlds across its assigned sector. Without verifiable proven competence, no one would ever be entrusted with overarching command. The Interstellar Federation simply couldn't afford such a gamble. If she expresses willingness, we could certainly consider it. But as for knocking someone unconscious, let's set that aside. That sort of thing would be rather undignified. You just publicly appointed me acting commander before all the other captains. Word would spread and my credibility would collapse. Qin Mu made his decision, then added a cautious reminder. Zhu Qingwei smirked. Don't be misled by Li Jingyuan's high praise. When it comes to subduing targets discreetly, I'm the original master. A professional, utterly reliable. Qin Mu, Wei Sampang, and the others. Their conversation, hushed yet intense, unfolded while the group stood closely gathered. Wei Sampang, Zhao Xiaochuan, and the others heard every word clearly. Once they parsed the implications, all four stared, horrified as if confronting unearthly anomalies. What in the galaxy is happening here? Are we a reserve unit? Or a den of bandits? Knocking someone unconscious? And professional reliable? Is this even permissible? Let us off. We demand egress. They exchanged glances, four pairs of eyes wide with incredulity, speechless, yet utterly transparent in their disbelief. Noticing their reaction, Qin Mu cleared his throat twice. Did our earlier conversation unsettle you? Wei Sampang nodded first, Zhao Xiaochuan, and the others bobbed their heads rapidly in unison. Not a word passed their lips, but their eyes conveyed everything. To discuss subduing someone on the very day of enlistment. No wonder they were shaken. Qin Mu flushed slightly, then declared with earnest conviction, rest assured. I know Zhu Qingwei well, and I know her former squad thoroughly. Or rather, our squad. Ours is a legitimate, disciplined unit. No need for undue concern. Subduing individuals is categorically not something our proper upstanding unit would ever undertake. An emphatic rebranding. Seeing Wei Sampang and the others visibly relax, Qin Mu redirected his focus to Zhu Qingwei and cast another subtle, appraising glance toward the golden-haired woman. Zhu Qingwei's words had stirred something deep within him. A potential executive officer from the outset. She was invaluable. What mattered most in interstellar warfare? Funds, resources, talent. Of these three, talent reigned supreme, unquestionably first among equals. Perhaps recruiting her, by unconventional means, into the future fleet wasn't entirely unthinkable. How about it? Shall we try? Zhu Qingwei pressed again. I'm confident. A well-executed approach will secure her cooperation. She won't escape. Qin Mu paused thoughtfully. If you truly have certainty and can guarantee no complications arise, then perhaps we proceed. Done. Zhu Qingwei gave him a crisp thumbs-up, then composed herself. Hands tucked into her pockets, she whistled lightly as she strode purposefully toward the golden-haired woman. Action without hesitation. No second thoughts. Her target locked, her intent unmistakable. The moment Zhu Qingwei stepped forward, the five who'd just been calmed by Qin Mu recoiled anew, expressions shifting wildly, then snapping back to Qin Mu in stunned disbelief. Brother Qin, my dear brother Qin, is this what you meant by a legitimate unit? Has our team always operated with such audacious, unorthodox methods? Brother Qin, our team. Wei Sampang couldn't help but speak up, his bewildered gaze carrying an indescribable weight. Seeing Wei Sampang break the silence, Zhao Xiaochuan and the other three all turned toward Qin Mu, bombarding him with overlapping questions. Brother Qin, what exactly is going on here? Brother Qin, can we confirm we've truly joined the reserve team? Something feels deeply off. Each question dripped with profound confusion. Qin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily, a dark line seemed to thicken across his forehead. Rest easy, we're a legitimate team. Didn't I just say it plainly? I know Zhu Qingwei well. We're certainly not that kind of people. The conversation earlier was merely to lighten the mood. After all, joining the reserve signifies our transformation into true warriors. Bang! A muffled heavy thud erupted suddenly. Qin Mu's sentence snapped midair as he instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. Beside the woman with voluminous waves, Zhu Qingwei had somehow produced a massive pneumatic hammer and struck her squarely on the head. At the impact, the woman staggered dazedly before collapsing unconscious to the ground, the giant hammer still resting atop her skull. What in the world? Zhu Qingwei, you can't be serious. Where was the professionalism? Where was the reliability? And where, exactly, was the subtlety of a proper ambush? Do you really strike someone down in broad daylight, publicly, brazenly? Qin Mu felt a surge of blood rise to his chest. He stared incredulous at Zhu Qingwei, who had already felled the woman with practiced ease. Beneath the hammer, the woman's body still twitched faintly reflexively. Seems our team really isn't that kind of team, Wei Sampang muttered under his breath, ignoring Qin Mu's eloquent assurances entirely. No matter how persuasively Qin Mu explained, no matter how logically he reasoned, now having witnessed Zhu Qingwei topple the woman firsthand, the truth stood irrefutably confirmed. This team was undeniably unorthodox. Qin Mu surrendered. He'd abandoned all intention of further explanation, not after investing so much effort only for Zhu Qingwei to obliterate his credibility with one thunderous swing of that hammer. Zhu Qingwei, what are you doing? Li Jingyuan, captain of the opposing squad, finally reacted, staring in stunned disbelief at Zhu Qingwei standing over the fallen woman with her colossal hammer. Zhu Qingwei deftly released the air from the hammer, folded it compactly, and replied with unruffled calm. You know full well, I served alongside Xiao Na before. Later we each undertook separate missions within the reserve. We haven't crossed paths in ages, and now with selection nearly concluded, I thought it high time we reconnected. But fearing she might refuse my invitation to dinner, I decided to secure her cooperation first. Her tone was unapologetic, her composure absolute, as if toppling a fellow officer in front of dozens were nothing more than routine protocol. Li Jingyuan's mouth twitched. One hand dropped limply onto his forehead. You've been searching for her for ages, then plan to have Captain Xiao treat you to dinner, and still knock her out first. Zhu Qingwei, doesn't your idea of reconnecting verge on excessive stimulation? Hearing this, Zhu Qingwei merely curled her lip. This is simply who I am. You all know that. Please, did you honestly expect me to declare outright in front of everyone that I intended to spirit Xiao Na away? Impossible. Zhu Qingwei effortlessly hoisted Xiao Na upright. Both being elite combat personnel, she had no concern about lifting her. Before all the assembled captains, Zhu Qingwei steadied the dazed Xiao Na and strode directly back to Qin Mu and his team. Drawing near Qin Mu, she arched a brow and whispered, well, professional or not, fast, precise, decisive, efficiency guaranteed. Qin Mu. At that moment he realized, beyond offering dry commentary or raising a reluctant thumb, he was utterly powerless to do anything else. Let's leave immediately. Selection has ended. Lingering here serves no purpose. Of the 36 stratagems, flight remains supreme. Qin Mu deployed this ancient tactic without hesitation. He had no idea when Xiao Na might regain consciousness, and for now escaping this vortex of chaos was the only wise course. Otherwise, Qin Mu envisioned a cascade of disastrous possibilities. Zhu Qingwei agreed, instantly waving casually toward Li Jingyuan. Old Li, I'm taking my team out now. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhu Qingwei guided Xiao Na briskly toward the edge of the grand training ground. Qin Mu led Wei Sampang and the others in following her. Now as official reserve recruits, their chain of command shifted entirely to the reserve division. Zhou Tao watched the group depart, frozen in bewildered silence, though he swiftly suppressed every question surging through his mind. Soon Qin Mu's party of 7 exited Xinjiang University. Outside at the reserve's temporary base, the bespectacled young man and his comrades had been waiting patiently for Zhu Qingwei's return. Yet the moment they saw Zhu Qingwei guiding Captain Xiao Na herself back, comprehension dawned instantly. Whoa, boss, you went straight for it. Hosey exclaimed. No need to doubt. Boss always delivers. Trust boss. Zhang Wei added, delivering the final blow. Only the bespectacled youth remained speechless, utterly at a loss for words to capture his inner turmoil. As he watched Zhu Qingwei, the bespectacled youth glanced warily toward the periphery, where other reserve members moved about the base. Boss, could we keep things low-key? We're still at the temporary base. What if Qiao Captain's squad sees us? That would be problematic. The bespectacled youth spoke earnestly, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, silently praying Xiao Na's team would remain unseen. Humph. After a brief pause, Zhu Qingwei turned to Su Qingqing. You're Su Qingqing, right? Come help me support Xiao Na. I haven't seen her in a year, and she's put on weight. Exhausting work, really. Su Qingqing hesitated, then stepped forward to assist, mimicking the bespectacled youth's nervous glances around the perimeter, though she didn't even recognize Xiao Na's squad members. Relieved of the burden, Zhu Qingwei returned to Qin Mu. So, how's the reserve's temporary base? Not bad. I've just handed you full authority over the team. Take a look around. See anyone who catches your eye. Just give the word. I'll bring them to you, no complications whatsoever. Even Xiao Na's entire squad. We could pack them up too. All packed. What kind of interstellar joke is this? Am I Qin Mu that kind of person? Qin Mu rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat reluctant to criticize Zhu Qingwei, but his gaze still drifted towards the other reserve members at the base. We'll just take a look. I absolutely have no thoughts on it. Even if Zhu Qingwei's suggestion is indeed very, very tempting. The bespectacled youth let out a heavy sigh, utterly speechless. However, he still noticed the crux of what Zhu Qingwei had just said to Qin Mu. Big sister, did you just say that you handed the captain's authority to brother Qin Mu? The bespectacled youth asked. Zhu Qingwei replied matter-of-factly, isn't that obvious? We are aiming to grow stronger, so handing over the captain's authority is only natural, right? Have you all forgotten how comfortable brother Qin Mu made us over the past 2 months? Having Qin Mu as captain is our squad's future. The bespectacled youth replied. After 2 months together, just as Qin Mu was well aware of Zhu Qingwei and her 3 companions, the bespectacled youth also understood Qin Mu quite well. In his view, having Qin Mu take on the captain's authority was not necessarily a bad thing, at least when Qin Mu did things. Well, he would think things through. Do you have any objections? Zhu Qingwei raised an eyebrow. The bespectacled youth quickly shook his head. Brother Qin Mu as captain is very suitable. How could I have any objections? But big sister, I think we are not quite suited to stand around here any longer. Let's head back to the tent first, or else. If Captain Xiao wakes up, the consequences could be severe. Zhu Qingwei was deep in thought. At this moment, Qin Mu spoke up. Brother Luo, could you lead the way? Let's go to the tent first. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth immediately led Qin Mu and the others towards their squad's tent. The entire temporary base for the reserves was quite large. The formal troops of the reserves were, after all, a group continuously engaged in battles. Within the camp, there were numerous war machines. At the same time, the non-captain level members of the reserve squad were mingling with one another. Chatting with a bit of boasting was their main activity. Soon, under the guidance of the bespectacled youth, Qin Mu and his group arrived at their squad's tent. The tent was large enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without any issue. Zhu Qingwei took Xiao Na from Su Qingqing's hands and deftly tossed her onto the bed inside the tent. Simple and straightforward. After all, she had been knocked out by the atmospheric hammer's sudden attack. Another reason was that Xiao Na had been caught off guard and did not respond in time. But a captain-level individual certainly possessed extraordinary physical capabilities. In no time, Xiao Na had already groggily regained consciousness. Zhu Qingwei, I'm going to get you. As soon as Xiao Na woke up, she lunged towards Zhu Qingwei, having seen her wield the atmospheric hammer. This was not the first time she had encountered a similar situation. Familiarity bred ease, and thus, she charged at Zhu Qingwei as soon as she regained consciousness. Xiao Na, who are you trying to scare? Come on, I'll let you use one hand. Let's see if I won't pin you to the ground and rub you in today. Zhu Qingwei was fearless. Seeing Xiao Na charge at her, she immediately met her Hedon. A disagreement meant a fight. In the reserves, that was just the basic rule. After a full quarter of an hour, the skirmish between Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na finally concluded. The bespectacled youth and the others were already accustomed to it. A small bench was set up and a few of them sat on it drinking from a bottle. Qin Mu also took a seat among them. To a greater or lesser extent, he understood the situation of the reserves and was not surprised by what was happening, calmly becoming part of the audience, watching Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na. Qin Mu was calm, while Wei Sampang and the others were utterly bewildered. They were unsure whether to stand or sit, staring dumbfounded at the battle between Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na. Zhu, last time you swore you wouldn't hit me with a sneak attack. What does this sudden sneak attack mean? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely rip your clothes off and throw you outside to run naked. Don't think that only you can sneak attack. Once I find the opportunity, sneaking up on you is a piece of cake. Xiao Na shouted, panting heavily. After a quarter of an hour of fighting, she was still quite exhausted. Sitting on the bed, she deliberately put on a fierce expression, glaring at Zhu Qingwei. Zhu Qingwei clicked her tongue and gestured towards Qin Mu. Look, you saw it just now. I handed the captain's authority to Qin Mu. I know you nine are definitely curious as to why I did this, and that's precisely why I brought it up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na's expression was slightly startled, then she looked at Qin Mu. Zhu Qingwei's words left her quite puzzled. Just as Zhu Qingwei had said, she was indeed very curious about why Zhu Qingwei would hand over the captain's authority to Qin Mu, who had only just joined the reserves. Even though Zhu Qingwei was often quite unreliable, she didn't believe Zhu Qingwei could be unreliable to such an extent. Why? Xiao Na asked. Zhu Qingwei smiled. Qin Mu is a top student from Starship University. You should know that top students from Starship University have privileges. Each of them has a scrapped starship. You might think that they only use the scrapped starships for study, but Qin Mu's situation is different. His scrapped starship has been under repair, and it has already been repaired quite a bit. Once it is fully repaired, it will need to recruit crew members. Qiao Na listened in astonishment. She was well aware that top students from Starship University had privileges and scrapped starships. But what Zhu Qingwei said was Qin Mu repairing a scrapped starship. This surely isn't a joke, right? Why is a scrapped starship scrapped? If it still had value, it would not have been scrapped. Repairing such a thing. Is there extra money to burn? So what are you implying? Qiao Na pressed further. Zhu Qingwei looked at her with some exasperation. Qiao Na, are you genuinely ignorant or just pretending not to understand? You haven't enrolled in Starship University and thus lack the qualifications to purchase a scrapped starship. Without systematic learning, it's impossible to become a captain. Do you dare say that you have never been frustrated about this? Qiao Na fell silent. Zhu Qingwei's words exploded in her heart. Countless late nights, she had felt helpless about this matter. She believed in her abilities. But unfortunately, to become a captain, one must have formal systematic education. Her unconventional methods simply wouldn't work. Huh, do you need to point this out? From what you're saying, are you planning to have me become part of the crew when the fleet recruits crew members? Qiao Na rolled her eyes, quite displeased with Zhu Qingwei, calling her Qiao Na, but her focus was more on Zhu Qingwei's mention of Qin Mu's starship. Zhu Qingwei nodded as a matter of course. Of course, if it weren't for these matters, why would I come to you? I've said all I needed to say. You can guess a lot of do you agree or disagree? Affirmative or negative? So this is the moment I'm expected to choose. Qiao Na rubbed her aching occiput. Don't be deceived by its unassuming appearance. The pneumatic mallet in Zhu Qingwei's hands carried formidable authority. Stop dawdling. Be decisive like a true warrior. Zhu Qingwei urged, growing impatient as Qiao Na remained silent. Her temperament was famously impetuous. Qiao Na shot her a sharp glare. I'm a woman. What exactly am I supposed to be warrior-like about? In formal settings, perhaps I'd grant you that phrasing. But right now, looking at you like this, how on earth am I meant to believe it? Puff. Without a word, Zhu Qingwei retrieved the pneumatically collapsible mallet, already stowed, and activated the rapid inflation mechanism embedded in her combat suit. The mallet swelled to full size in an instant. If persuasion fails, only force remains. Oh Qiao the milk cow, you spurn the offered wine and insist on drinking the bitter draught. You refuse to choose, so I'll choose for you. Zhu Qingwei bristled with barely contained fury, hoisting the inflated mallet onto her shoulder. A silent, unmistakable threat: refuse, and you'll feel this. Qiao Na rolled her eyes. Enough theatrics. I need time to think properly. As she spoke, Qiao Na glanced toward Qin Mu. Zhu Qingwei had entrusted him with command authority, and now uttered these words, sparking Qiao Na's deepening curiosity about him. A student still enrolled in academia, yet already restoring starships. Such a feat was virtually unheard of in prior eras. To bring a starship back from the brink of total decommissioning demanded resources bordering on astronomical. Qiao Na asked herself honestly, were she truly in Qin Mu's position, could she accomplish such a thing? She lacked the capital. She simply could not afford starship restoration. Zhu Qingwei grew increasingly agitated. Qiao Na's hesitation grated on her nerves. Frustration flared. Oh, and there's one more thing I should tell you. What is it? Qiao Na countered. Zhu Qingwei replied. You recall I detached from the main unit and arrived early at T-98. I'd been scavenging the mechanical ruins, consistently at a loss. But the moment Qin Mu joined us, our fortunes reversed. In short, joining us fulfills your dream and multiplies your wealth. When it comes to acquiring credits, Qin Mu is unquestionably masterful. Qin Mu, an innocent bystander suddenly thrust into the center of gossip. His entire being went numb, and the fruit gifted moments earlier by Si Yin no longer tasted quite so sweet. Si Yin and the other two found this entirely unsurprising. Over the past 2 months, they had indeed accumulated substantial wealth under Qin Mu's guidance, an indisputable fact. Just how masterful. Qiao Na's interest quickened. Zhu Qingwei smirked, strode aside, and hauled a heavy chest down from the bunk with practiced ease. She threw open the lid. Inside lay a set of obsidian black battle armor, its surface shimmering with veins of dark gold radiating quiet regal power. At first glance, Qiao Na's gaze locked onto the armor instantly. Holy Zhu, where on earth did you get the credits for a Class B personal combat suit? Qiao Na drew a sharp breath, eyes wide. If my memory serves, you're legendary for poverty. How in the galaxy did you afford this? Zhu Qingwei, says the one who isn't exactly swimming in credits. Go ahead, name 3 wealthy cadets in our reserve unit. Let's not play the hypocrite, calling me broke while you blush with embarrassment. Qiao Na fell silent, defeated. Yes, the reserve unit was notoriously impoverished. Frontline deployments were perilous, each engagement drained resources catastrophically, and resupply remained perpetually scarce. Gradually, penniless had become their shared epithet. Look at you, so provincial you can't sit still upon hearing this. Over 2 months, each of us amassed 70 units of wealth. Zhu Qingwei sneered, jabbing a finger at the black armor. This mere trinket. I could buy 10 sets without blinking. That, my dear, is called vision. What? 70 units? In just 2 months? Qiao Na reeled, still uncorrupted by the all-consuming lust for credits that had consumed Zhu Qingwei. Yet that figure, 70 units, Qiao Na admitted, stirred something deep within her. Qin Mu, care to add a few words yourself? Zhu Qingwei pressed on. You know your starship's condition better than anyone. Drop a few game-changing revelations, and she'll sign on the spot. Yes, she craves credits, but even more she yearns for her dream. Speak plainly about your vessel. That alone will seal her allegiance. Qin Mu smiled faintly, then removed his wrist computer and placed it flat upon the control console. A holographic projection bloomed, revealing select non-classified schematics and diagnostics of his starship tailored for external viewing. Xiao Na's gaze snapped to the projection, riveted. Her eyes traced the displayed specifications with rapt intensity, wonder slowly dawning in their depths. It's already restored to this degree. Both armament and propulsion systems show promising functionality. Wait, what is that? Your ship houses an AI core. Then how could it possibly have been decommissioned? Xiao Na gasped repeatedly. As Zhu Qingwei had surmised, Xiao Na had long aspired to command rank, to serve as either a starship captain or deputy commander. Though never formally trained, she pursued self-directed study with fierce dedication. She understood starship operations intimately, lacking only the official designation. My vessel remains in relatively sound condition. Once armament and propulsion are fully restored, interstellar navigation becomes viable. Other hardware failures are likewise slated for repair. With sufficient funding, restoration timelines can be dramatically accelerated. Qin Mu explained calmly, his confidence in the vessel's restoration technology absolute. His virtual steward devoted meticulous attention to every subsystem. With adequate investment, I guarantee the starship will pierce the void within 30 days. Zhu Qingwei intends for me to disband my squad and merge it into yours. Xiao Na asked. Unfamiliar with reserve unit regulations, Qin Mu turned to Zhu Qingwei. How does that work? Disbanding a squad. Zhu Qingwei stepped forward. Reserve squads operate on a base strength of 10, but there's no upper limit. They may also dissolve. Before you joined, ours stood at only 4. Should further casualties occur, dissolution is inevitable, and survivors are absorbed into other units. Xiao Na commands her own squad. Her joining us automatically dissolves hers. Hence my proposal: absorb her entire unit. After all, they're her people, trained and led by her. Even the pretext for dissolving her squad before it reaches critical attrition is prepared. She surrendered to my overwhelming charisma and pledged allegiance to us. Qin Mu, Xiao Na, a seamless end-to-end service, resistance rendered futile. Behold, true professionalism before consent is granted. Every justification has already been perfected. Understood. Then let Captain Xiao decide for herself, Qin Mu said, turning to her. Xiao Na frowned, thoughtful. Very well, my squad will disband. Given your unit's current composition, merging ours into yours seems both practical and sound. Besides, command authority now rests with you. So long as Zhu Qingwei doesn't assume command, anything else is acceptable. You can be the captain. Zhu Qingwei cannot be the captain. Xiao Na's stance is very firm. She agrees with Qin Mu's words without considering the look of Zhu Qingwei, who has been grinding her teeth on the side. Letting Zhu Qingwei be the captain. Xiao Na asked herself if she absolutely would not dare to join. Having known each other for so long, with Zhu Qingwei's personality, she truly could not guarantee whether it would be reliable for her to be the captain. Forget it. If I don't have to be the captain, then I want. After all, I have already handed over the captain's authority to Qin Mu. I am just holding the title of captain. Zhu Qingwei, seeing that Xiao Na completely ignored her, let out a helpless sigh, lowering her head with a somewhat despondent expression, but a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Na noticed Zhu Qingwei's little actions and couldn't help but roll her eyes, then turn her attention back to Qin Mu. Qin Mu understood and accepted Xiao Na's request. He was also somewhat uneasy about letting Zhu Qingwei be the captain. To this day, he still remembers the first time he met Zhu Qingwei and the others, when nothing had been thoroughly investigated yet, and he had tied his own hands and feet to express his sincerity. If he were a villain at that time, Zhu Qingwei and her companions would have been mere fish on the chopping block. Wiping out a 4-person team would have posed absolutely no pressure. Deal, Xiao Na replied very decisively. After saying this, she walked out of the tent without looking back. Where are you going, Xiao? Zhu Qingwei asked. Don't promise here, and then go back on your word. Xiao Na retorted, if I don't go back to submit the application to dissolve my team, how can I bring my team members over? Zhu Qingwei suddenly realized. Qin Mu, let's go together. You will be our team's real executive captain from now on, and you should also understand these processes. Qin Mu did not refuse and followed them out of the tent, with 3 of them heading toward Xiao Na's team. Whether it was because Xiao Na and Zhu Qingwei had a relatively good relationship, the tents of the 2 teams were not too far apart. In about 2 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at Xiao Na's team's tent. Xiao Na's team met the standards, with 15 people in the tent, making a total of 16, including Xiao Na. At first glance, compared to Zhu Qingwei's team, which only had 4 members left, it was hard to tell how much better it was. Captain, why is she here? One of Xiao Na's team members asked, looking at Zhu Qingwei with some wariness. They were all too familiar with Zhu Qingwei's bad reputation. Xiao Na remained silent, looking at her many team members before saying, after a moment of contemplation, I have decided that starting today our team will be dissolved, and I will submit an application shortly. At that time, our entire team will merge into Zhu Qingwei's team, and the two teams will become one unit. By the way, although Zhu Qingwei is still the captain of their team, the captain's authority has already been placed in the hands of this brother named Qin Mu. So you don't need to worry about Zhu Qingwei being unreliable. Xiao Na spoke rapidly, wanting to avoid any backlash from her team. She poured out everything she needed to say. As expected, upon hearing that Zhu Qingwei only held a nominal title of captain, all the members of Xiao Na's team visibly sighed in relief. They feared nothing in the world except for Zhu Qingwei being the captain, a fact well known to their closely knit teams. When it came to execution, Zhu Qingwei was undoubtedly a top-notch hand. However, the casualty rate of Zhu Qingwei's team was the highest, always executing the most dangerous tasks, essentially throwing themselves into the fire. If one were to say that Zhu Qingwei was bad, it wasn't entirely true. After all, if Zhu Qingwei's team didn't execute those tasks, there would always be other teams to carry them out. But Zhu Qingwei's personality, her careless demeanor, really made it hard for people to feel at ease. Captain, why do we have to dissolve our team? Including you, we have 16 people in our team. We are nowhere near a point where we cannot maintain ourselves. Finally, a team member voiced the confusion about Xiao Na's decision to dissolve the team. Xiao Na walked over to Qin Mu and said in a low voice, "This is my brother Qin Mu. He is an outstanding student from Starship University, and he owns a decommissioned starship. Though it is called a decommissioned starship, it is not a truly abandoned starship. He has already started to repair it. Once the starship is fully restored, we will join brother Qin Mu's fleet together. Although we could join other fleets, and in fact they may be better than brother Qin Mu's at present, joining other fleets might not grant us a good status. Our situation is not optimistic. You all know that I do not want to see you die in front of me. I need to think of ways for you to survive as much as possible." Another long discourse. Since the moment she made the decision, Xiao Na had already been thinking these words. After saying everything she had bottled up inside her, she felt she owed it to her many team members. Living is better than anything else. Zhu Qingwei rarely did not bicker with Xiao Na. Xiao Na's words were exactly what she wanted to say. Human hearts are made of flesh, or as long as they do not decay into stardust, they will always have their pursuits and their tenderness. Teammates are like family who can accompany you on the battlefield. Watching family members die brings an unbearable sense of helplessness that can drive people insane. Captain, we will listen to you. The 15 people made their decision in unison as Xiao Na's words struck a chord in their hearts. Xiao Na nodded in satisfaction and once again addressed Qin Mu. "Please forgive me for saying this earlier, but this is how I feel." Qin Mu smiled. "I have similar thoughts. I will not easily recruit crew members, but if I do recruit them, I will certainly guarantee their lives. If teammates die, you will feel sad, and if crew members die as the captain, I will equally feel sorrow. My heart is not yet cold." His words were powerful and resonated strongly with Xiao Na. Seeing Qin Mu say this, a radiant smile appeared on her face. This was exactly what she was waiting to hear. A qualified captain can significantly enhance the survival rate of the entire team and fleet. In endless battles, may all friends continue to survive. Perhaps that is the most anticipated thing in the world. At this moment, Qin Mu saw Xiao Na's expression and heard her heartfelt words. In an instant, he fell silent again, feeling the pressure on his shoulders grow heavier. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. From this day forward, from this moment on, he needed to strive for responsibility. He must do his utmost to ensure that everyone in the tent survives. There are also Si Yin and the others, as well as Wei Sanpang and his group. When the real battle begins, everyone must survive. Inside the tent, a gradual silence fell. Xiao Na, Zhu Qingwei, and many of Xiao Na's team members all focused their attention on Qin Mu. On Qin Mu's shoulders rested a heavy burden. He needed to be responsible for the lives of those who were about to become his comrades, ensuring they survived as best as possible. Similarly, Xiao Na and her companions bore their own pressures, needing to prepare adequately for the new life that awaited them until the day of their retirement. All right, look at the oppressive atmosphere here. It's clear you all aren't the type to liven things up. Hey Xiao, look at your group of brothers. I won't comment on the women, but why are all the men so sentimental? In a man's terms, death is just a passing phase, and in 18 years a hero will rise again. Why be so fussy? Zhu Qingwei, with her lively personality, immediately tried to lighten the mood upon sensing the tension in the tent. However, despite her seemingly carefree words, a hint of sorrow flashed in the depths of Zhu Qingwei's eyes, contrasting sharply with her usual spirited demeanor. Xiao Na exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhu Qingwei, opened her mouth as if to retort, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. Qin Mu noticed that something was off with Zhu Qingwei. Since she didn't bring up the hidden issues herself, he chose not to ask. Everyone has their own secrets to keep, and that is a perfectly normal situation. Let's skip this topic. Qin Mu asked, "So next, are you going to submit the application to disband your squad?" Xiao Na. He was unsure about the specific processes for reservists. Hearing this, Xiao Na nodded and said, "Since we've made a decision, let's submit the application and resolve this matter as soon as possible." Seeing Xiao Na make her decision so swiftly, Qin Mu felt he had caught a glimpse of a part of the secrets held by reservists. Direct and decisive, was this a common trait among them? Zhu Qingwei had been like this at first now, although Qiao Na hesitated for a moment once she made up her mind, she wanted to resolve it immediately. The management office of the reservist temporary base was located at the very core of the site. Whenever a formal reservist unit arrived, such a department would be established to facilitate handling various matters. Qin Mu arrived here under the guidance of Zhu Qingwei and Qiao Na, just as Li Jingyuan, responsible for the talent selection on planet T98, returned. What are you doing here? Li Jingyuan asked uncertainly, his heart sinking. Zhu Qingwei confidently replied, just handling some matters. Since when did you start checking up on us, old Li? Or are you trying to pursue me? Li Jingyuan thought, I wouldn't chase after anyone, let alone you. Wouldn't you just smash me flat? Stop joking around. I just finished handling my business and came back to report. You guys showing up here piques my curiosity, isn't that allowed? Zhu Qingwei rolled her eyes and walked straight up to Li Jingyuan, brushing past him to block the entrance of the temporary base's office. Hey Qiao, stop dawdling. You know what kind of person old Li is. Let him go in first, otherwise we'll be stuck here for at least another half an hour. Zhu Qingwei urged. Upon hearing this, Qiao Na forced a smile and exchanged glances with Qin Mu before following Zhu Qingwei's lead. Li Jingyuan was completely bewildered. Technically he arrived here a bit earlier, but Zhu Qingwei's reasoning left him speechless. Am I really that indecisive? Since when did I feel that way? Zhu Qingwei's words caused Li Jingyuan to fall into a deep silence, but before he could dwell on it any longer, a thunderous voice erupted from within the management tent. What is going on? You're saying you want to merge squads? Captain Zhu, Captain Qiao, are you sure you're not joking? Li Jingyuan looked up, his gaze fixed on the tent. The voice still came from within. What's happening? As Li Jingyuan entered the tent, he saw Zhu Qingwei and Qiao Na conversing with the head of the temporary base's management department. Qiao Na, why did you suddenly decide to merge teams with Zhu Qingwei? In this talent selection, Zhu Qingwei's team is already fully staffed. Li Jingyuan's expression was filled with confusion. In his mind, he thought Qiao Na might have seen that Zhu Qingwei's team had only 4 members left and wanted to help her by swapping some members from her team to keep Zhu Qingwei's team intact. Concern can lead to confusion. Li Jingyuan conveniently forgot that during the selection process, Qiao Na was also one of the team captains and had seen that Zhu Qingwei had met the baseline requirements for the reservist team. I know Zhu's team is fully staffed, but I saw her hand over the captaincy to Qin Mu, and I figured that having Qin Mu as the actual team captain is definitely more reliable than Zhu, so why not just merge? Qiao Na answered calmly. As she spoke, Qiao Na's expression remained unchanged, as if this had been a previously agreed-upon decision. Li Jingyuan was even more perplexed. Just a moment ago during the talent selection, he sensed something was off. Now he realized that the earlier oddities were nothing compared to what was happening now. Why are there so many strange occurrences today? Li Jingyuan muttered to himself. The head of the management department asked, Old Li, what do you mean by that? What strange occurrences? And what was it that Captain Qiao said about Captain Zhu passing her authority to someone else? I've never heard of this before. The head of the management department felt utterly confused. As the person in charge of this temporary base, he felt as if he was completely out of the loop with everything happening around him without his knowledge. Li Jingyuan forced a smile and reluctantly explained the talent selection process, from Zhu Qingwei selecting Qin Mu to handing over the captaincy to Zhu Qingwei publicly flipping the tables on Qiao Na. He spoke of everything he could. The expression of the head of the management department became increasingly strange. In an instant, his gaze turned more bewildered than ever, staring blankly at Qiao Na and Zhu Qingwei, and finally at Qin Mu, who had followed the two to his side. This feels very unfamiliar. Old one, you should hurry up. Qiao has already submitted the application. You need to approve it quickly so that their team members can merge into my team. Zhu Qingwei couldn't help but urge. Qin Mu was speechless at Zhu Qingwei's impatience. Just as he wanted to say a few words, he caught sight of a familiar figure entering the tent out of the corner of his eye. Fan Qingyan strode into the tent. As a manager of mechanical ruins, his presence here felt surprisingly harmonious. Seeing Qin Mu's hesitant expression, Fan Qingyan's old face wore a peculiar smile. Qin kid, don't rush to speak. Let me, the elder, say a few words first. Then Fan Qingyan looked at Zhu Qingwei and said, no need for approval. I disagree with this squad merger. Fan Qingyan was very direct. He halted Qin Mu's attempt to speak and decisively rejected the merger of the two teams. The head of the management department, upon seeing Fan Qingyan, rushed to his feet from his chair as if he had seen a savior. Elder Fan, what brings you here? Please, Elder Fan, take a seat. We need your help to handle this matter. The head was clearly also a reserve personnel, temporarily playing the role of a manager. He invited Fan Qingyan to sit in his place, hurriedly finishing his words without waiting for Fan Qingyan's agreement, and dashed out of the tent. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and seamless. It was only after the head of the management department had completely left that Qin Mu realized what had happened. Li Jingyuan sensed something was off, looked around, and suddenly said seriously, Elder Fan, I just remembered that I haven't fed the puppy I found yesterday. I need to go feed it now. With that, Li Jingyuan also quickly ran off. Before long, Li Jingyuan's voice came from outside the tent. I say, old one, you old coward, why didn't you give me a heads up before you took off? Luckily, my excuse is flawless. But what's going on this time? Why is Elder Fan here in the management department? I thought Elder Fan had retired many years ago. Is he planning to come out of retirement? Li Xingyuan's voice was easily recognizable. Inside the tent, Qin Mu and the others did not need to guess, they all heard it. Following Li Xingyuan's voice, the former head of the management department, Old Wang, spoke. I don't know, I haven't heard this news. But since Elder Fan is here, he must be the one to handle this matter. Don't forget, anyone who could survive in our reserves until retirement is definitely a significant figure. Having a big shot handle this matter means I can avoid taking the blame later. Moreover, you just said that today's events are suspicious. If I can avoid taking the blame, I surely will. Fan Changyin twitched his lips. Qin Mu was at a loss for words, and his lips twitched as well. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na exchanged glances, finding it hard to digest the conversation between Li Zhenyuan and Old Wang. Their gazes fell on Fan Qingyin, filled with disbelief. A retired elder from the reserves. Had he really been retired for many years? This was impossible. What kind of place was the reserves? A place where people were devoured without a trace, often resulting in deaths, without complete corpses, with a mortality rate as high as 90%. With such a high death rate, surviving was already a tremendous blessing. Most retirees either had missing limbs or were partially paralyzed, needing lifelong care. Yet Fan Qingyin, Xiao Na, and Zhu Qingwei looked him up and down. They saw no faults in him. He was full of vitality, exuding an aura of authority without even being angry. Simply sitting there exerted immense pressure on them, especially for Zhu Qingwei, who had previously interacted with Fan Qingyin and knew he was the overseer of the mechanical ruins on planet T98, a formidable figure of the 10-star cloud battle rope. What kind of achievements had he once accomplished? Xiao, was this elder Fan truly a senior figure from our reserves? Zhu Qingwei asked curiously. Xiao Na rolled her eyes. If you ask me, who should I ask? What makes you think I would know? The two were like bickering lovers, easily getting into arguments. Qin Mu had somewhat gotten used to their way of interacting and chose to selectively ignore it. He turned to Fan Qingyin, saying, Elder Fan, it's been a few days since we last met, and you seem more spirited. Hearing this, Fan Changyin retorted grumpily, if you guys didn't stir up trouble, I would be in better spirits. I was doing just fine in the mechanical ruins until I was called here. Old Jai, that bastard, said there was a problem with the selection at Starship University today and told me to come handle it immediately as it was related to the reserves. Damn it, as a retired elder from the reserves, how could I turn a blind eye to such matters? Qin Mu. With Fan Qingyin's response, he was entirely convinced that Fan Qingyin was indeed here to deal with the current matter. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I heard from Old Jai that you were chosen by this little girl, Zhu Qingwei, to be the captain. Fan Qingyin inquired. Qin Mu did not deny it. That's about right, but I only hold the captain's authority. Zhu Qingwei is still the squad leader. See, it's easy to fool an old man like me. Having captain's authority means you're the captain, right? I've done that before. Fan Qingyin said with irritation. He continued, as for the merger of the teams, let's drop it. There are too many unpredictable issues, I won't be able to handle them later. Qin Mu was puzzled. However, this was no longer the initial situation. If Zhu Qingwei had consulted him about this matter earlier, he might have followed Fan Qingyin's arrangements. But now it was different. Zhu Qingwei had reached a consensus with Xiao Na. Moreover, he had already met all of Xiao Na's team members. Xiao Na's true feelings were all etched in his heart. After shedding all pretense and revealing his true thoughts, he could no longer view this matter with a calm mindset. Elder Fan merging the teams seems to align with the management procedures of the reserves. Besides, I'm repairing the Starship, and I will definitely need to recruit crew members in the future. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to start arranging this matter in advance. It would be beneficial for both me and them. Qin Mu said in a low voice. On this matter, he wanted to fight for it. Fan Qingyin, upon hearing Qin Mu mention the Starship, felt an irritation gnawing at him, and his expression darkened instantly. Your Starship repairs are far from complete. The management center scanned your Starship when you left the mechanical ruins. Many aspects have not been fully repaired. What's the point of preparing for this so early? According to Old Jai's thinking, it would definitely be best to outright reject this matter. However, since he asked me to take on a difficult task, and you said that I've suddenly decided to give you all a chance. Fan Qingyin carried himself with the demeanor of a reserve elder, far surpassing Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na in presence. True professionalism still lay with Fan Qingyin. After hearing this, Qin Mu immediately agreed without hesitation. Elder Fan, we accept this matter. Although the specific nature of the task mentioned by Fan Qingyin remains completely unknown, Qin Mu's agreement was refreshingly straightforward. Of course, this was not due to the common malaise of those who had joined the reserve. It was entirely the result of Qin Mu's careful consideration. Xiao Na and the others firmly believed that they could achieve better development in the fleet they were about to form, trusting that they could retire alive within their own fleet. Thus, he could not back down due to minor issues at this stage. If he retreated here, he would never qualify to be a competent captain. Fan Qingyin seemed to have anticipated Qin Mu's answer, but still pressed on, are you sure? He'll give you a chance to reconsider, otherwise that bastard Lao Zhai will definitely pick at my faults again. Sure, Qin Mu replied without much hesitation. Those resolute words escaped his lips, resonating throughout the tent. Fan Qingyin nodded. Then, let's take a look at the task. According to my assessment, if you wish to form a fleet, your current Starship is already sufficient for the task at hand. As he spoke, Fan Qingyan took out a chip from his starry cloud battle robe, and Qin Mu accepted it and inserted it into his wristwatch. The projection function of the wristwatch activated, displaying all the contents of the chip before everyone in the tent. Task War Ruins Document No. 17 Task Description: War ruins are battlefields where humanity has fought across the stars littered with the remains of countless insectoids. Task Objective: The war ruins contain habitable planets for humanity. Clear the insectoid corpses from the ruins to allow these planets to be considered for resettlement. Task Requirements: Clear the insectoid remains from the star domain of the war ruins and explore the area to ensure that the habitable planets can once again accept extraterrestrial immigration. Danger Level 3 stars. Please proceed with caution. There are still living insectoids in the war ruins. Qin Mu gazed at the projected task content. When the term insectoid appeared in the task, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. There exists a deep-seated hatred between humanity and the insectoids, or rather between all races and the insectoids. Insectoids destroy everything, and no matter how prosperous a habitable planet may be, encountering the insectoids leads to countless deaths, with all living beings on the planet suffering dire fates. After humanity entered the era of space exploration, these habitable planets require their efforts to explore and maintain, as not all planets possess the conditions for life to thrive. As for the specifics of the task requirements, Qin Mu began to understand the so-called war ruins mentioned in the task were actually once a habitable planet. Due to the insectoid issue, that habitable planet had been utterly destroyed, yet its location in space was quite favorable for future resettlement. The cleaning work is also considered a part of it. Fan Lao, is this the task you need me to undertake? Qin Mu inquired thoughtfully. In his view, the standards for this task were quite simple. Clearing insectoid remains hardly qualified as a task. Even though the remains might be worthless to many at most, it would just waste some time, hardly something one could call a serious task. Fan Qingyan nodded slightly. This is indeed the task, but I made some modifications because after all I need you to demonstrate the strength required to form a fleet, and merely doing some cleaning work is not quite appropriate. Qin Mu became interested. Fan Lao, what kind of modifications are you planning? You mean Xiao Na and the others will accompany me to execute this kind of task? Xiao Na and Zhu Qingwei understood the implication of Qin Mu's question. Oh, for the members of their two teams to become part of Qin Mu's fleet, they would certainly need to start doing something concrete to prove their capabilities. However, looking around, the projected task failed to pique their interest. Cleaning work really cannot be considered a task. Just because it would waste a considerable amount of time, it has become akin to an assessment task, which seems rather trivial. Hey, didn't the task mention that it was all dead insectoid corpses? I plan to select a batch of living insectoids from those captured for research and send them in. Just some dead insectoids would be too boring, so I'll give you some living ones. While you clean, you'll need to eliminate all the living insectoids as well. Is it really possible to play it this way? Qin Mu looked at Fan Qingyan with some confusion. Adding in some living ones. This operation was truly unexpected. Fan Lao, the vastness of space is immense. Even if you genuinely have thoughts of assessment, once you send in the living insectoids, how can you prevent them from escaping? Qin Mu asked. Fan Qingyan looked at him as if he were joking, and after pondering for a while, he said, Qin Xiaozi, have you forgotten the knowledge you learned about insectoids? Wherever the insectoids go, no living creatures survive. Before they manage to kill you, will they run away? Qin Mu. Fan Qingyan's words made Qin Mu realize the truth of the matter. Indeed, the ferocity of the insectoids corresponds directly to death. He didn't believe that Fan Qingyan would only send one or two insectoids to assess them. It might very well be a number capable of genuinely threatening a fleet. Just imagine it. In the desolate void of space, there are life signals from his starship. If he were an insectoid, he certainly wouldn't allow the crew aboard the starship to live. They would be plundered first before seeking their next target. Stubbornness is indeed highly representative of the insectoids. Fan Lao, you are indeed correct, but sending living insectoids should be against the laws of space, right? Qin Mu remarked. Fan Chengyan scoffed, standing up and pointing at the 10-star starry cloud battle robe. He wore, look at this, how many stars are there? With my weight here, what could space law possibly do to me for releasing living insectoids? Damn it, if you Qin Xiaozi are right and the law enforcers come looking for me later, I'll make sure to scatter their ashes. If they think they can bully me, they've gone too far. Qin Mu asked no further questions. He already understood what needed to be done for the task, and Fan Chengyan's attitude was resolute. Having comprehended everything, he officially accepted the task. Approximately 5 minutes later, the three of them left the tent. Qin Mu remained silent, and so did Xiao Na and Zhu Qingwei. Both were inexplicably quiet. At that moment, Qin Mu's expression was very serious. It was only the first day of joining the reserve, and he was immediately tasked with taking on a mission. The first confrontation with the insectoids was about to begin. Xiao Na's squad encampment. Qin Mu and two companions returned together. As the three entered the tent, Xiao Na's team members turned their gazes toward them. Though reservists were straightforward, some might even say blunt, their ability to read expressions remained sharp. From Qin Mu, from Xiao Na, and from Zhu Qingwei, every squad member sensed something deeply amiss. Team leader Xiao, did the squad dissolution hit a snag? Someone asked. Xiao Na nodded once. We cannot disband the squad for now. A high-ranking official has arrived and assigned us a special mission. Only upon its successful completion may we disband, and only then will we be permitted to join Qin Mu's reserve fleet. She projected the chip's contents again. The mission parameters and objectives appeared before the entire squad, including the section Fan Qingyan had specified for revision, now fully updated. A heavy silence fell over the tent. Over a dozen people stared wordlessly at the mission briefing, especially at the newly added annotation specifying live insectoid deployment. Each and every one of them recoiled inwardly as though they'd swallowed a rodent, queasy, unsettled, profoundly ill at ease. A simple sanitation operation, did it truly require such theatrical embellishment? Why not simply let them carry out the task cleanly and calmly? Live insectoids. This was pure provocation. Look at you, all so dispirited. Snap to attention. The sky hasn't fallen yet. We've faced far greater perils before. Why flinch now? You've seen the full scope and requirements of this mission. Begin preparations immediately. This operation will be jointly executed by our squad and Zhu Qingwei's. We'll travel aboard Qin Mu's starship to the designated star sector. I have but one demand of you in this mission. You will outperform Zhu Qingwei's squad. Outshine them decisively, utterly, without exception. Xiao Na's voice rang out clear and commanding, each syllable striking her squad like a hammer blow. Moments earlier dejected, her team now surged with adrenaline. Team leader Xiao, leave it to us. We'll crush them. Heh. I'm suddenly wide awake. They'll get exactly what they deserve. Boss, don't worry, this is our final mission before discharge. We'll execute it flawlessly. Team leader Zhu, apologies in advance. This time we'll lay your entire squad flat. What on earth does that Xiao woman mean by that? Zhu Qingwei's face darkened to the shade of a scorched wok. She'd never imagined Xiao Na would ignite her team's morale by using her as a rhetorical prop. Damn it. Is she picking on us because our squad is understaffed? Lay my team flat. She's dreaming. For once Zhu Qingwei held her tongue, but inside resolve hardened into steel. Fine, let's fight. We'll see who sheds tears in the end. Xiao Na'll squeeze that milch cow dry. Qin Mu watched speechless. He realized he'd just glimpsed a hidden facet of Xiao Na's character, and he already knew Zhu Qingwei's temperament well. If Xiao Na and Zhu Qingwei maintained such close rapport, their temperaments couldn't differ drastically. All right, everyone settle down for a moment. The target sector lies outside T-98. My starship remains under repair. It can fly, but not with the readiness of a fully operational vessel. I'll return to prepare for the voyage in 3 days. Use that time to ready yourselves. On the third day, Team Leader Zhu will escort you to my starship's docking location. We depart together. Qin Mu cut through the rising fervor, delivering his instructions with calm authority. In truth, his starship was space-worthy immediately. Only logistical matters like power reserves and consumables required procurement. Yet this was their first operational deployment, and their first departure from T-98 itself. Caution therefore remained paramount. Understood. Their responses were firm and resolute, though moments earlier they'd slumped like wilted eggplants. Now reinvigorated, they brimmed with vigor, ready to draw blades and charge into battle. Prepare thoroughly over the next 3 days. We rendezvous then. Qin Mu finalized the arrangements, then conferred privately with Zhu Qingwei before departing for her squad's position to pilot a drone back toward his starship. Outside the city's industrial zone loomed his starship, vast and imposing. The drone approached slowly. Qin Mu delayed landing, hovering instead to survey the vessel's full silhouette from above, a complex tangle of pride, doubt, and anticipation tightening in his chest. It's not even fully repaired, and yet we're already launching a mission. Let's hope it doesn't all unravel at the seams. Still, perhaps this is for the best. True fortune rarely blooms on home soil. Only the boundless cosmos teems with limitless wealth. Those insectoid carcasses from the sanitation mission, if properly salvaged, could fund further repairs. It all hinges on how many lie waiting in the target sector. Yaya. My dearest master, we're finally embarking on our first mission. How may this humble servant assist you? The virtual secretary's hologram shimmered into existence the moment Qin Mu disembarked from the drone, her tone laced with playful teasing and quiet anticipation. Qin Mu rolled his eyes. Just refrain from causing chaos. That alone would be service enough. I'll need these 3 days to prepare thoroughly. Master, I have an even better suggestion, one that will undoubtedly enhance mission success. The virtual secretary said, nothing more, turning instead toward the virtual cosmos chamber. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. What suggestion? He followed closely behind and soon stood before the chamber. Nutrient solution had been freshly replenished. The crystalline sleep pod gleamed prominently within. Master, the virtual cosmos chamber offers flawless simulation, a capability you've experienced before. Elder Fan Qingyan explicitly stated live insectoids would be deployed, yet your knowledge of them remains confined to textbooks, devoid of visceral first-hand understanding. Thus, I recommend initiating an emergency simulation. Immerse yourself in the virtual cosmos to experience live insectoids authentically. Such preparation will significantly sharpen your readiness for this mission. Qin Mu slapped his forehead. He'd completely forgotten. The virtual cosmos was a system-level anomaly. Its fidelity made it the safest, most reliable training ground imaginable. Initiate the emergency simulation. Execute according to the parameters I've outlined. Affirmative. Commencing arrangement now. He had lost count of how many times he had entered the virtual cosmos. Familiarity bred indifference. Any lingering shyness had long since vanished. Qin Mu slipped effortlessly into the neural interface pod. His vision blurred then cleared. He stood alone upon a desolate, lifeless planet within the virtual cosmos. The pale, cold light of a white dwarf bathed the barren surface in eerie stillness. No sign of life anywhere save for himself. Still as barren as ever. If only this virtual cosmos could be developed, it might even prove profitable. Then again, should I replicate the prior combat drills and simply summon the insectoid swarm directly onto this wasteland via system command? Or would it be wiser to first pilot a starship through the virtual cosmos to locate their infested territories? Qin Mu gazed across the wasteland, struck once more by the same quiet awe. A shimmering hologram coalesced before him. A virtual secretary clad in a crisp business suit, black-rimmed glasses perched elegantly on her nose. Her slender fingers delicately adjusted the frames, sheer stockings traced the elegant line of her legs. Master, there is no need to navigate a starship to infested space. I will place a direct order through the virtual cosmos, just as Fan Qingyan deploys live insectoids into your designated mission zones. Shortly, living insectoids will manifest upon this very planet. Your task is simple: engage them in close-quarters combat. Her fingertips danced across the air, conjuring a translucent interface that displayed the full operational parameters of the simulation. Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the briefing. Direct melee engagement with the insectoids, eh? Precisely. From afar, starship armaments can obliterate them, but should their vanguard breach defenses and reach the primary boarding platform, raw close combat prowess becomes indispensable. The virtual secretary replied calmly. Qin Mu said nothing. He needed no further explanation. The rationale was self-evident. At range, the starship guaranteed safety. At close quarters, when the insectoids closed in or even boarded, the self-destruct protocol was never an option. I must admit, I'm beginning to look forward to this. I've sparred with simulated humans before, but fighting insectoids, this will be my first. A flicker of anticipation crossed his lips as his eyes blazed with fierce resolve. Noticing his excitement, the secretary feigned vulnerability. Master, please protect me once the simulation begins. Protect you? Qin Mu stared at her bemused. You're a virtual construct. What exactly would I be protecting? This is the virtual cosmos, Master. I possess a tangible avatar. I cannot die, but I can feel pain. Her limpid eyes blinked rapidly. Being torn apart by insectoids would be excruciating, but if the pain took another form, I believe I could endure it. Qin Mu fell silent, choosing pointedly to ignore her last remark. What does she take me for? Some deranged hedonist indulging fantasies in virtual space? Seeing his dismissal, the secretary abandoned the tease. Master, shall I initiate the deployment order now? The swarm arrives imminently. Would you like to prepare? Per my predictive analysis, should you enter combat unarmed, you will be reduced to crimson mist within seconds, gruesomely so. Then equip me with a Class C combat exosuit and the Bloodshadow blade. I'm accustomed to it, it suits me best. A Matlack containment crate materialized before him, revealing a Class C exosuit forged from pulsar black alloy. Rumored to be mined from the magnetic fury of pulsars, this rare metal endowed the armor with exceptional resilience, surpassing standard Class C metallurgy. Qin Mu donned the suit without hesitation, then seized the Bloodshadow blade beside him. As its weight settled into his grip, he exhaled slowly, a deep, grounding breath. Screech, 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 screech. No sooner had he finished preparing than the cacophony erupted around him. Across his field of vision, a churning tide of insectoids surged toward his position. One glance, and his expression hardened into disbelief. What the hell? Are you mocking me? Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, I'd be shredded in an instant. Qin Mu recoiled inwardly. In his expectation, only a handful of insectoids would ever breach starship defenses and reach the deck. But now, this endless seething horde left him no room for doubt. Master, true insectoid hordes observe no notions of fairness. For now, however, you remain in an undetected safe zone. I strongly advise taking cover immediately, or they will tear you limb from limb. For once, the secretary spoke with uncharacteristic gravity, offering no illusions, only fact. Qin Mu stiffened. Her words struck him like thunder. He understood instantly and completely. Of course, in real stellar warfare, insectoids don't bargain over fairness. If even one breaches the hull, dozens or hundreds follow in its wake. So, time to savor the exquisite thrill of being torn apart. A faint razor-edged smile touched his lips. In moments his mind had settled, calm, focused, battle-ready. He grasped the simulation's purpose. It mirrored the planetary cleanup operations conducted on mission worlds, where surviving insectoid remnants must be eradicated on the ground. There he might face stragglers or small clusters. This trial was preparation for that inevitability. Understood. I'll begin preparations now. Qin Mu scanned the terrain, his gaze locking onto a low rocky hillock not far away. It bore no verdant canopy, only gnarled leafless trunks. Yet to Qin Mu those skeletal forms held tactical value. Natural cover, enough to prolong his survival, granting precious time to discern the most effective means of exterminating the swarm. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the hillock, bloodshadow blade drawn. Simultaneously, the full force of the insectoid swarm descended from the void onto the barren world. A deafening, migraine-inducing chorus of chittering filled the air, emanating from every direction, relentless and suffocating. Beneath a low hill, Qin Mu crouched inside a shallow natural hollow, using it as cover while gazing upward at the alien insectoid legion now descending upon him, a species utterly unknown to him. Its elongated tail dragged over a meter behind it. Two large emerald compound eyes dominated the front of its skull, flanked on either side by smaller crimson pincers. Beneath those grotesque eyes, a jagged maw dripped viscous, nauseating saliva. Even a single specimen evoked profound unease, let alone the dense, swarming mass now blotting out the sky. Qin Mu silently thanked fate he suffered no entomophobia, otherwise the mere sight of this insectoid host would have shattered his composure instantly. Humph! Facing so many of them won't be merely difficult, it'll be perilous. So you mean you've designed this simulation precisely to help me uncover their vulnerabilities, so that should they ever breach the starship's hull, I can neutralize them without delay? Qin Mu whispered the question softly within the cramped hollow where he and his virtual secretary stood shoulder to shoulder. As the virtual secretary had explained, within the virtual cosmos, she possessed full corporeal form. Qin Mu could feel her warmth, perceive every subtle contour with startling clarity. And with it came an overwhelming, oppressive presence, an unrelenting pressure that frayed his focus and unsettled his mind. Precisely. These are among the most ubiquitous insectoid species across the starfields, also the most rudimentary. Ordinarily, they serve only as expendable shock troops, often abandoned in ruins on habitable worlds, for they hold no salvage value whatsoever. You claim these are the most common insectoids, but if so, they ought to appear in standard xenobiology textbooks. Your logic seems flawed. Oh dear master, your textbooks are riddled with gaps. Relying solely on them will get you killed swiftly and brutally. The virtual secretary replied matter-of-factly. Qin Mu nodded, faintly recalling fragmented star charts he'd once encountered. Enough. I suspect your answer will always circle back to repairing the starship, won't it? In any case, they're all insects. And insects, we cut them down. Without hesitation. Destroy them. At that moment, those two words burned with immutable resolve in Qin Mu's heart. From humanity's vantage, no insectoid species was exempt from confrontation. Even against overwhelming odds, even when defeat loomed inevitable, he had to engage. To try was to cling to a sliver of hope. To refuse was to surrender, to lie still and await extinction. Buzz. A soft chime resonated as the virtual secretary suddenly parted her garment within the narrow cave. An intricate holographic interface materialized before Qin Mu's eyes, dense with precise anatomical data, behavioral patterns, and tactical weaknesses of this ubiquitous insectoid strain. Master, look closely. This is everything you need to know about them. Information absent from any textbook you've studied. A foundational understanding is essential. Qin Mu's expression darkened into profound gravity, his gaze fixed upon the luminous data overlaying her pale skin, and for a fleeting, furious instant he longed to dismantle her code entirely. Qin Mu's expression darkened into profound gravity, his gaze fixed upon the luminous data overlaying her pale skin, and for a fleeting, furious instant he longed to dismantle her code entirely. Yet, his attention soon refocused, drawn irresistibly back to the swarm above, to the lethal geometry of their physiology, to the urgent calculus of survival. So their true vulnerability lies near the base of the tail, not the compound eyes. Striking the eyes is futile, their ocular structure absorbs impact without consequence. Qin Mu absorbed the data in seconds. Refusing to linger on the display, he lifted his eyes once more, back to the insectoid horde drifting across the heavens. Having just witnessed such vivid, intimate detail, the abrupt return to those grotesque forms churned his stomach, intensifying his revulsion to unbearable levels. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Just as Qin Mu muttered how hideous they appeared, a small detachment broke from the swarm and plummeted toward the ground. Each insectoid stood nearly 2 meters tall, including its armored carapace, and struck the earth with concussive force, cratering the soil and snapping ancient timber with its compact, powerful pincers. Within Qin Mu's field of vision, the detachment moved with deliberate purpose, scanning, probing, steadily converging upon his shallow hollow. Master, they've detected you. Insectoids possess extraordinary sensitivity to life signatures. Your vital resonance has drawn their attention. The virtual secretary offered the warning calmly, her garment now seamlessly resealed as she continued her comprehensive briefing. Qin Mu grunted an acknowledgement. He'd already suspected as much. Yet he dared not act rashly. The main swarm still passed overhead like a suffocating storm. To strike prematurely would guarantee immediate encirclement by the remainder. Then death would be merciful. Disintegration, total irreversible annihilation, would be his only legacy. Chitter, chitter. A smaller, more agile insectoid approached the rim of Qin Mu's hollow. Its massive compound eye locked directly onto his, unblinking, alien predatory. Qin Mu faltered, his gaze locked onto that crimson lens. Within its depth, he glimpsed something unmistakable, raw, feral exhilaration. Is it actually pleased to have found me? He wondered aloud. At that moment, the virtual secretary fell silent, ceding the stage entirely to him. No voice answered. Crouched deep within the hollow, Qin Mu observed the lone insectoid intently, while simultaneously tracking the movements of the broader swarm. Thud! The insectoid lacked patience. Having spotted Qin Mu, it began scraping furiously at the soil with its pincers, desperate to unearth him to drain every drop of his life essence. After several futile attempts, frustration surged. From beneath its mandibles, a needle-thin proboscis extended, hollow-tipped, razor-sharp, modeled after a mosquito's feeding apparatus. Its tip microscopic and barbed sought entry, ready to pierce his flesh and siphon his vital bioenergy directly. You've mistaken tolerance for weakness. Qin Mu snarled, noting both the proboscis's rapid descent and the distant silhouette of the main swarm now vanishing beyond the horizon. In that heartbeat, fury ignited. His blood-shadow battle blade slammed downward, crushing the proboscis with brutal finality, while his body erupted from the earth in a violent dust-choked descent. Across his field of vision, the other grounded insectoids instantly pivoted, sprinting toward him with terrifying speed. Qin Mu registered their advance, but did not hesitate. His blade swung swift and lethal toward the one that had dared to seek his lifeblood. The blood-shadow battle blade rose high. For daring to find me first. For coveting my life force. Extend your head. I'll show you a gift you'll never forget. I'll carve you into oblivion, you wretched monstrosity. The blood-shadow battle blade surged forward with ferocious momentum. Having already slain insectoids before, Qin Mu showed no hesitation whatsoever in confronting this swarm. His blade struck true a crimson shadow, slashing downward toward the isolated insectoid's skull. From the moment Qin Mu burst forth from the earth to the instant the blood-shadow battle blade descended upon its head, the very first insectoid to spot him failed to react at all. Its massive compound eyes widened in stunned disbelief as it beheld Qin Mu erupting suddenly from the earthen pit. I labored so fiercely. I dug and dug, yet still could not unearth you. How did you emerge? 1,000 question marks swirled above the insectoid's head. Qin Mu spared no thought for its confusion. The blood-shadow battle blade cleaved straight into its forehead. SSSSS. A piercing shriek tore through the air. A deep, ghastly wound split open across the creature's cranium, spilling torrents of viridian fluid. A single strike proved insufficient to deliver a killing blow. Instinctively, the insectoid recoiled, retreating backward, its compound eyes blazing with unmistakable hatred toward Qin Mu. Trying to flee, Qin Mu locked his gaze upon the insectoid. Seeing its retreat, he instantly intercepted its path without hesitation. Once more, the blood-shadow battle blade transformed into an emotionless instrument of cold-blooded lethality, slicing downward with brutal precision at the junction where tail met torso. According to intelligence provided by his virtual secretary, that precise location was the creature's fatal weak point. A single strike there would pierce straight through its core. By contrast, the earlier slash had inflicted no mortal wound. Even now, Qin Mu felt a dull numbness throbbing in his palm, residual recoil vibrating up his arm. Thwip! The blood-shadow battle blade plunged deep into the seam between tail and body. In that very instant, the insectoid, moments ago poised to flee, froze rigid in place. Its meter-tall frame slowly toppled. Viridian fluid gushed forth, uncontrollably mingling with grotesque, unspeakable matter that spilled alongside it. What the hell? Qin Mu stared in utter shock. That so-called fatal weak point. Is it seriously its excretory organ? Correct. Master, for this most common insectoid species, the excretory orifice is their sole vital weak point. Only a strike there guarantees instantaneous lethality. The virtual secretary remained impeccably professional. The moment Qin Mu voiced his dismay, she responded without delay, her answer precise, clinical, and utterly unflinching. Upon hearing it, Qin Mu's face cycled through shades of ashen pallor and furious crimson, his expression collapsing into profound, speechless complexity. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Qin Mu sighed helplessly. Master, she replied, evenly, the timing changes nothing. When facing an insectoid, would you truly hesitate to strike its fatal point simply because it coincides with its excretory organ? Qin Mu fell silent. You're absolutely right. I have no rebuttal. Though he'd vented aloud, he bore no resentment toward his virtual secretary, not even a trace. To live, that alone was the paramount imperative for a warrior like him. All else, morality, aesthetics, revulsion, were mere ephemera, irrelevant on the battlefield where every millisecond demanded absolute clarity and resolve. To live, that alone was the paramount imperative for a warrior like him. All else, morality, aesthetics, revulsion, were mere ephemera, irrelevant on the battlefield where every millisecond demanded absolute clarity and resolve. Huh, I was only venting. Why must you take everything so literally? That lone insectoid has already detected me. I've just leapt from cover. Now a fierce battle awaits. Qin Mu's expression hardened into grim severity. On this desolate barren hillock, the solitary insectoid lay dead. Its viridian ichor seeped across the ground, releasing a stench so vile it curdled the air. That reek became a lethal beacon, drawing every nearby insectoid's attention instantly, as if pulled by an invisible thread. Dozens of heads snapped toward him in unison. Their compound eyes gleamed with predatory euphoria, the thrill of prey found. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled beneath thunderous footfalls. This detachment numbered over 100, far beyond Qin Mu's capacity to evade or outmaneuver. Now they charged, kicking up billowing clouds of ochre dust wave after relentless waves surging forward. Beneath those multifaceted eyes, elongated barbed proboscises unfurled from jaws, each one poised to pierce Qin Mu's flesh and drain his life essence with ravenous hunger. Just as I suspected, battle has begun. Qin Mu exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around the blood shadow battle blade. Never before had his focus been so absolute, his resolve so unshakable. With a sharp crunch, he shattered a stone beneath his boot and launched himself forward, not retreating, not hesitating, but hurtling headlong into the onrushing tide of insectoids. Life and death held no sway, defiance alone mattered. Numbers mean nothing. Watch me cut you down one by one. With a low, guttural cry, his vitality, spirit, and will surged upward, fierce, unrelenting, electrified, as if infused with raw adrenaline. He had wanted to remain hidden, but it was no longer possible. If one insectoid had sensed him, others inevitably would. Delay only invited annihilation. Worse still, slaying that lone specimen had ignited the entire swarm, like igniting a pheromone flare, triggering frenzied, mating-level aggression across the horde. Oh, Master appears remarkably fierce. How curious. I never noticed this side of him before. Yet Master charges in so recklessly. Has he forgotten his class pulse armor? It integrates numerous close combat enhancements, blades, emitters, kinetic amplifiers, ready for immediate deployment. The virtual secretary offered no further warning. She stood motionless atop the hillock, observing in silence. She had already delivered all essential guidance. She refused to rob him of the critical space to think, adapt, and respond autonomously. Warfare unfolded in milliseconds, unpredictable, volatile, merciless. If Qin Mu could only survive by constant external prompting, his ultimate potential would remain tragically constrained. True survival demanded self-reliance, leveraging every available resource without instruction. Anything less meant certain death. That was her unwavering conviction. Henceforth, every insight, every tactical instinct, every psychological reflex required on the battlefield must be unearthed by Qin Mu alone. Moreover, this confrontation occurred within the virtual cosmos, a realm of absolute fidelity. Though it simulated the agony of being torn limb from limb with excruciating realism, it imposed no genuine mortality. So be it. Within the virtual cosmos, the virtual secretary deemed it inconsequential if Qin Mu perished hundreds, or even thousands, of times. Put differently, each virtual death forged resilience. Hundreds of simulated deaths translated into heightened instinct, sharper reflexes, and vastly improved odds of survival in the real cosmos. Such was the fundamental distinction between virtual and actual reality. And now, the slaughter commenced in earnest. Qin Mu remained wholly unaware of his virtual secretary's inner calculus. Precisely as she had anticipated, he had yet to recall the integrated combat systems embedded within his pulse armor. Darting among the 100-strong swarm, he wielded only the blood shadow battle blade, swinging, thrusting, carving relentless arcs into chitinous flesh. His sole objective: crush them utterly, before they could crush him. The insectoid race is no mere plaything, nor will they stand idly by while Qin Mu unleashes his attacks. Capable of traversing the cosmos, even these most common and widespread specimens possess far more than mindless instinct. Like any natural organism, each insectoid is governed by an innate drive to seek advantage and evade harm. Qin Mu had launched countless trial assaults, yet scarcely landed a single decisive blow. Their vital weak points remained impeccably guarded. In moments, Qin Mu collapsed where he stood. Blood-soaked and trembling, he knelt on the barren plain, bracing himself upon his blood shadow battle blade. Around him, the insectoids feasted with unrestrained fervor, their compound eyes gleaming with unmistakable delight. The scene shifted. Qin Mu reappeared atop a desolate hillock on a lifeless planet. His virtual secretary materialized before him, tilting its head with playful mockery. Master, you're already faltering. Barely 10 seconds in, and you've fallen. Get lost. Qin Mu's brow glistened with cold sweat. Though this was a simulated universe, where true death held no consequence, the agony endured was fully inherited. Even now, having been restored whole, the visceral memory of being torn apart still echoed through his nerves. His body bore no wound, but his skin prickled with clammy dread. These creatures are indeed formidable. No wonder they reign across the stars. Yet you call them the most common. That sits uneasily with me. The most common should be the easiest to overcome. To fall so swiftly, that defies reason. Qin Mu accepted his failure with unflinching candor. Deep within his mind, he replayed those 10 fleeting seconds. Every slash of his blade, every shift of his footing, every feint toward ambush. Each motion unfolded with crystalline precision, yet offered no revelation. By that logic, no matter how I maneuver, defeat remains inevitable. One pair of fists cannot withstand 4 hands, let alone dozens. With their overwhelming numbers, repeating my prior tactics would doom me to hundreds of deaths. Then it's time to pivot. to rethink entirely. Qin Mu's brow furrowed tightly. Then abruptly his gaze dropped to the pulse suit encasing his body. Its obsidian carapace exuded raw technological elegance, a fusion of cutting-edge engineering and brutalist aesthetics. You seem to have omitted something crucial earlier. Was it deliberate omission, or did you expect me to discover it myself? At the very least, grant me the suit's foundational specifications. Qin Mu suddenly realized. The virtual secretary had observed in serene silence all along. Something was amiss. Though death here bore no permanence, the secretary's demeanor felt subtly off. An instinct whispered that it had been waiting for precisely this moment. Now, having voiced the question, he sensed with sudden clarity that he'd overlooked the single, most vital detail. Oh, Master, did I truly neglect to introduce the pulse suit's core attributes? The virtual secretary feigned wide-eyed astonishment. Qin Mu grunted, just relay the basics, swiftly. You've never once hinted at how to counter these insectoids. There must be hidden capabilities embedded within this armor. Realizing the ruse had unraveled, the secretary instantly projected the pulse suit's full technical dossier. Within roughly 60 seconds, Qin Mu absorbed the data, and his eyes lit with sharp, incisive understanding. The pulse suit generates electromagnetic pulses rivaling those of magnetars. If harnessed correctly, his intellect ignited, brilliant, rapid, precise. A scholar's mind trained to synthesize knowledge at lightning speed. Merely from the suit's parameter sheet, he already envisioned its battlefield applications, tactical integration unfolding in his mind like a master strategist's chessboard. Of course, theory remained untested. Real-world validation awaited. Initiate simulation 2. No need to hide me in burrows again. Resume exactly where I clashed with the swarm. Qin Mu exhaled a heavy, resolute breath. The secretary complied without hesitation. Simulation 2 commenced. Qin Mu reappeared atop the barren hillock. Below, the surviving insectoids, alarmed by their fallen kin, immediately detected Qin Mu's presence. As before, they surged forward, en masse, claws raised and mandibles clicking. But this time, as Qin Mu watched them ascend, a wry, knowing smile curled his lips. Humph, seamless continuity from the prior simulation. Then now, time to deploy the pulse suit's magnetic pulse attack. He murmured softly, then charged down the hillock once more. The swarm below erupted in frenzied anticipation, seeing their prey rush headlong into slaughter. Their oversized pincers flailed wildly, grotesquely disproportionate to their slender bodies. Their postures screamed hunger, their sole desire to pierce Qin Mu's flesh and gorge themselves on the exquisite vitality of his life force. Qin Mu accelerated, plunging down the slope, one hand already locked onto the valve embedded in his pulse suit's waistband. Simultaneously, his mind calculated with surgical precision seconds until first contact, seconds until he breached the swarm's heart. Chaos reignited. The instant his mental countdown concluded, Qin Mu hurled himself back into the maelstrom, straight into the insectoid vortex. No evasive footwork, no stealthy strikes. This time he was instantly surrounded, hundreds of compound eyes locking onto him, venomous barbs extending from jaws primed for feeding. Time's up. Now let's test it. Without hesitation, he flipped the valve switch and stood utterly still, encircled by the swarm. In that instant, the entire swarm froze, bewildered. Confusion flickered across their multifaceted gazes as they stared uncomprehending at Qin Mu. This defied all precedent. Prey always struggled, desperately, futilely, before being rent limb from limb. Yet this one, why did it appear almost foolish? Trapped, doomed, yet standing with eerie calm. Though these common insectoids possessed limited intellect, primal curiosity lingered, and each turned its gaze upon him, puzzled, expectant. Before their confusion could deepen, a violent shockwave erupted from the valve on Qin Mu's waistband. A black halo, radiating outward from Qin Mu as its absolute center, burst forth with silent, devastating force. Bang! The black radiance exploded completely. Qin Mu's figure was engulfed by the light along with over 100 insectoids. The black phenomenon had an overwhelming force, as if it intended to devour everything, with the deafening sound only serving as its accompaniment. And didn't the master adjust the level of the pulse device? This direct maximization of the pulse explosion, isn't the master going to be affected too? The virtual secretary appeared perplexed, feeling she had demonstrated all the attributes of the pulse suit, yet the current situation still left her somewhat uncertain. Time passed second by second, yet the virtual secretary did not rush to simulate the current scene anew, her round eyes fixated on the very center of the black radiance. Cough, cough, cough. Why is the power of this pulse suit so great? A series of coughs erupted as Qin Mu staggered out, his face now a dusty yellow from the debris that had splattered onto him. While wiping the dirt off his face, Qin Mu leaned on his bloodshadow battle blade, limping as he wanted to complain, but lacked the confidence to do so. Just moments ago, the pulse suit's explosion had caused him great suffering, and now he clearly understood that there was a level differentiation on the belt of the pulse suit. Stubbornly, he had directly used the maximized pulse explosion, resulting in the annihilation of the insectoids, far exceeding the limit that over 100 insectoids could withstand, and he had been caught in the aftermath. Are there any insectoids still alive? Qin Mu approached the virtual secretary, uncertain, as he gazed at the massive crater left by the explosion. After observing for a long while he saw no living insectoids crawling out, everything seemed eerily quiet. Master, all over 100 insectoids have been completely exterminated. The pulse suit is a class battle armor, and it ranks among the top of the class types. Exterminating 100 insectoids is actually quite easy. But Master, this is not the time for us to celebrate. The commotion from the battle here will attract the attention of other insectoids that have already retreated. A real fierce battle is still to come. The virtual secretary reported factually while looking toward the distant sky. At the edge of the sky, dark clouds were once again looming overhead, and a cacophony of sounds reverberated across the dome as the retreating swarm of insectoids approached this position. Damn it, these creatures can return to fight back. Qin Mu cursed loudly, lifting his blood shadow battle blade once more. At this moment, he truly felt the brutality of interstellar warfare and the terror of the insectoids as a nightmare among the myriad of races in the universe. Calm breathing sounds slowly emerged as Qin Mu continuously adjusted his state. While adjusting himself, he watched the approaching swarm of insectoids. Temporary reserve station. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na had arranged the situation of their respective teams and also informed the others, including Si Yin and Wei Sampang. Some were joyful while others were worried. The Si Yin youth appeared quite calm, having previously executed many dangerous missions, especially since this time it was still an assessment task. Wei Sampang and a few new recruits were far less composed than the Si Yin youth, who upon learning about the mission they were to carry out, they jumped around, almost toppling the tent. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na huddled together. They squatted on a large rock facing Zhu Qingwei's tent. The commotion inside from Wei Sampang and the other new recruits was loud enough for them to hear clearly from outside. Zhu, how high do you think the chance of success is this time? Xiao Na asked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwei tilted her head. If you ask me, who should I ask? That old fan said it is an assessment task. The chance of success might be high, right? Her tone was somewhat uncertain. Zhu Qingwei herself could hardly believe what she said, as she remembered Fan Qingyan mentioning that live insectoids would be deployed. Even if they are insectoids that have already been domesticated, their actual deployment would still be an inescapable nightmare for all races. It seems you are not very sure either. In that case, this assessment task is very difficult. If I accidentally die, treat my team well. Did you hear? Xiao Na said calmly, as if she were making arrangements for after her death. Zhu Qingwei fell silent. What did you sense? You are already making arrangements for after your death. Xiao Na replied, under normal circumstances, deploying insectoids is absolutely impossible. Even when we needed to conduct real combat training with insectoids in the past, it was never done during a mission. In my estimation, those in charge might want us to achieve the fastest enhancement, which is why they took the risk to deploy insectoids. I heard that the Red Crow fleet in the T-98 star region discovered many insectoid remains in the asteroid belt, which came from the Stargate. Other star regions might have already been annihilated. Her words were heavy. Xiao Na's mind was much sharper than Zhu Qingwei's. In her analysis, many previous events connected with the current situation. Zhu Qingwei felt even heavier in spirit. If what you say is true, I suppose I should also make arrangements for after my death. If it really comes to that, perhaps the best outcome would be if the entire army is not wiped out. Seemingly complaining, Zhu Qingwei also had a thought, as she did not dare to hope everyone could survive. Xiao Na shrugged. Whether or not to make arrangements for after one's death is your concern. I have already said this to you, just pay more attention to this mission. Moreover, Fan Lao is already retired and qualified to wear the 10-star Starcloud battle robe. He must be well informed about things. Xiao Na continued, such a person would not arrange things for no reason. The fact that he appears in our temporary station also signals other matters. Zhu Qingwei understood and solemnly acknowledged her words, waiting a while until the noise inside the tent calmed down before the two of them returned together. Just as the two returned to the tent, Fan Qingyan quietly appeared on the large rock where they had previously squatted. With one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, Fan Qingyan wore an expression that was indescribably strange. Are these two little girls' thought processes a bit too expansive? How come I didn't know I had this thought? He chuckled. The reserves are as traditional as ever. Something so normal can be exaggerated into this kind of situation. But this is also somewhat interesting. You let them scare themselves for a while. After all, this is not my responsibility. It should be fine. Fan Qingyan talked to himself for a while, then quietly left. From arrival to departure, he had thoroughly made up his mind. If they enjoy scaring themselves, then let them have fun. After all, the old man will never take the blame. Who? The heavy sounds of breathing echoed one after another. On the desolate planet, Qin Mu's pulse suit was already tattered. His face was marked with numerous bloodstains, and the green blood characteristic of the insect race splattered on him, making him appear like a beggar on the street, or even worse. The blood shadow battle blade was already damaged, with the blade dulled, and its original crimson color nearly transformed into a dark green. Qin Mu had forgotten how many insectoids he had slain, and he had also forgotten how many times he had died. Under the nature of the virtual universe, he acted recklessly and boldly. Dying and returning, dying and returning. By now he had forgotten how many times he had come back. The pain of being torn apart by insectoids had become trivial in his heart. Having been torn apart so many times, he had long since grown numb to it. Just like when he first used the pulse suit, Qin Mu found himself in a large crater created by a pulse explosion. As the dust settled, the dead insectoids lay one after another, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. So this is how the pulse suit is used. With such a trump card backing me up, tasks will certainly be much easier. It seems I have achieved quite a good result in this simulation. Qin Mu muttered to himself, continuously savoring and analyzing the recent simulation events. A virtual secretary appeared beside him, no longer dressed as a corporate office lady, but in the attire of a nurse. The white outfit clung to her alluring figure, making her look nothing like someone attending to the injured. Master, congratulations on your great success in this simulation. Master, please don't move. Let me treat your wounds properly. It will be quick. The virtual secretary said in a seductive voice, pulling out a handkerchief from somewhere, pretending to wipe Qin Mu down. Qin Mu instinctively dodged. You can forget about it. I know your little tricks too well. Just activate the scene reset, and I can be up and about again. Having been torn apart so many times, he had long since grown numb to it. Just like when he first used the pulse suit, Qin Mu found himself in a large crater created by a pulse explosion. Saying this, Qin Mu had already initiated a scene reset on his own. Having visited the virtual universe many times, he had somewhat grasped the basic operations. Without giving the virtual secretary any time to react, he simply and decisively reset everything. Master, you really are ruthless. The virtual secretary was filled with resentment, still unhappy about not being able to treat Qin Mu. Qin Mu selectively ignored her, his heart sealed like 10 tons of cement. How much time has passed in these 3 days? If they don't show up after the agreed time, they'll be in big trouble for not finding me. Master, there's still time. There's about half a day left. You can certainly use this time to do something more meaningful. The virtual secretary reported while enticing him. Qin Mu let the words go in one ear and out the other, completely disregarding her mention of more meaningful tasks. The sealing effect of 10 tons of cement was particularly evident. He was now as unyielding as a rock. In the simulation, with half a day left, I can prepare some other things. Qin Mu confidently issued the command. Seeing him serious, the virtual secretary seized her persuasion, leaving a remark that he would definitely succeed in the future, and promptly ended the simulation. In the virtual universe pod, Qin Mu emerged soaked. Even as an angry dragon surged forth, his expression remained unchanged. He had grown accustomed to the virtual secretary being by his side as he changed into his clothes and walked to the control room. The quiet control room displayed surveillance footage from various positions on the Starship, making the entire vessel appear exceptionally tranquil. Over the past year, he had been the only living person aboard this Starship, and he was almost used to such silence. And now, Qin Mu gazed at the surveillance screens, a flicker of thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. Go help me order a batch of pulse suits. 2 teams are to merge, so order according to the number of members in each team, 1 suit per person along with some spares. Also procure everything else that will be needed in the star battle, including individual combat weapons. Leave nothing out. After all, this is our first mission. We can't mess up on the first try, and I don't want to see anyone die in front of me on the first go. Qin Mu remained silent for a long time as he issued the command seriously. The virtual secretary was a money fanatic, always stingy with money, but this time she surprisingly did not offer any rebuttal. When it came to necessary matters, she was indeed very reliable. Many resources and a variety of weapons and equipment would be needed for the star battle. These are all essential investments. I will arrange the procurement immediately. It is estimated to take 3 hours. Please be patient, Master. The virtual secretary responded and immediately began to open the Jinkong website to place the orders. From living supplies to equipment and spare energy sources, whatever was needed for the star battle, the virtual secretary considered it all. After all, this Starship had once genuinely participated in a star battle, and as the brain of this Starship, the virtual secretary had done similar tasks countless times, making her adept at it. Everything unfolded as the virtual secretary had said. In about 3 hours, batch after batch of supplies arrived on the Starship. After 3 hours of frenzied purchasing, Qin Mu's wallet was completely emptied. Zhang Xuanfeng had already dealt with that batch of starry blue gold ore, and all the money from the sale had reached him. Now, before he could even feel the warmth of that money in his pocket, it was all spent again. The intelligent robots on the Starship were continuously transporting supplies, and even the not-so-complete firepower system was supplementing the weaponry. Qin Mu silently watched the busy little robots, a sense of anxiety creeping in. Master, are you worried about running out of money? The virtual secretary asked. Qin Mu replied, life is not easy, earning money is not simple. Using it up so quickly feels very strange. Master, after this mission concludes, you will definitely change these thoughts. At that time, you will surely be keen on executing star battle missions. The virtual secretary smiled and said, star battle missions are generally increasingly profitable. The universe is truly a treasure trove. Once you reap rewards, it will certainly be bountiful. Qin Mu did not respond. He understood what the virtual secretary said. However, since he had yet to truly enter this stage, the lingering strangeness in his heart remained. Yet the virtual secretary's words did spark a considerable expectation within him. Just how bountiful can the universe's treasure trove truly be? Star Wars are all about wealth. Every stellar battle consumes astronomical amounts of resources. Even someone like Zhang Xuanfeng, who has a complete fleet, primarily undertakes guarding missions, leaving him perpetually impoverished. The truly wealthy are those fleets that can freely undertake missions plundering the vast treasures of the universe without restraint, such as uninhabited planets rich in mineral resources, or the cosmic mysteries that have never been explored, or the chaotic sea of countless extinguished stars. Visiting these locations guarantees a bountiful harvest, but the stakes are life itself. Returning alive means ascending to the peak of life, while failing to return turns one into cosmic debris. There are many types of people in the world. Some, like Zhu Qingwei, lack theoretical knowledge, but possess extensive adventure experience. Then there are others like Qin Mu who have theoretical knowledge, but lack practical experience. His understanding of the universe is limited to what he has read in books. The true situation remains unknown. Half a day passed swiftly, and after completing the procurement of supplies, Qin Mu began instructing his virtual assistant to pre-start the Starship. The Starship, which was originally stable on the ground, had already risen to a considerable height, floating high in the sky. At approximately 3 days, Qin Mu saw several drones approaching the Starship on the detection screen. The drones were standard reserve models, easily recognizable. Qin Mu activated the Starship's defensive energy shield to ensure Zhu Qingwei and the others could safely land on the main combat platform. If, before even setting off the energy shield, accidentally eliminated his own teammates, it would truly be a disaster. Qin Mu remained composed and did not commit the foolish act of harming his own allies. Boom! A dull sound echoed across the main combat platform. The drones landed one after another, and Zhu Qingwei and the others emerged from within. Xiao Na appeared dazed, surveying her surroundings as the Starship's standard energy shield diligently performed its duties. On the vast main combat platform, fighter jets were neatly arranged, ready for immediate takeoff, while heavy artillery at the periphery was always prepared for operation. On the vast main combat platform, fighter jets were neatly arranged, ready for immediate takeoff, while heavy artillery at the periphery was always prepared for operation. Xiao Na asked quietly. Zhu Qingwei rolled her eyes, looking at Xiao Na as if she were an idiot. Do you think I'm someone who understands these things? What's the point of asking me? Xiao Na replied. Then forget I asked. In their usual banter, Xiao Na gave up seeking answers from Zhu Qingwei, whom she deemed somewhat dim-witted. The phrase big-chested yet brainless perfectly suited Zhu Qingwei. Xiao Na disdainfully scoffed, completely ignoring the fact that Zhu Qingwei often called her Xiao Niu. Captain Xiao, it feels like we're about to take off. A team member approached Xiao Na, saying blankly. Yeah, we used to think we'd join the Blevel fleet first, and only rise to the Clevel fleet after significant achievements. Now we've gone straight to a Clevel starship. Captain Xiao, it feels like we're about to take off. A team member approached Xiao Na, saying blankly. Compared to her many team members, she too was utterly baffled and had no grasp of the real situation. Previously, Qin Mu had shown her the publicly available parameters of the Starship. She knew it was a Clevel starship, but what she knew more was that it was a scrap ship still undergoing slow repairs. Yet now, who claimed such a starship was a scrap starship? Step forward and see if I don't take you down. Xiao Na felt envious. She dreamed of working on a real fleet, either becoming a captain or a deputy captain. Here and now, Qin Mu was still a student, but already owned a starship. By comparison, her mentality was shattered. Welcome aboard the Explorer. Captain Zhu, Captain Xiao are both teams gathered. Qin Mu emerged from the control room. To facilitate matters, he formally named the scrap Starship Explorer after the starship he had destroyed during his first entry into the virtual universe. After welcoming them, his gaze settled on the two groups. After all, they were not people he had known for long. He couldn't name everyone. Everyone is here, for our team has so few members. Zhu Qingwei responded succinctly. Xiao Na nodded. My team is also fully assembled and ready to depart. Both answered in turn, and Qin Mu counted the people, confirming that their numbers matched. Finally, Qin Mu's gaze landed on Wei Sampang and the others, those who had walked out of school with him. Unlike Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na, Wei Sampang and his companions still bore much childishness, not yet truly tempered. At this moment, the five looked around, their theoretical knowledge quite robust, even if they were at the bottom of their class. In their view, the various devices on Qin Mu's starship's main combat platform left them awestruck. They exchanged glances, each looking at the other. Shouldn't a top student excel only in academics? When did the ability to make money become so domineering for scholars? Wei Sampang was perplexed. Zhao Xiaochuan and the others were equally baffled. All of them possessed scrap starships, but compared to Qin Mu's Explorer, well, it was indeed scrap. Qin, you've changed. You suddenly have so much money, and yet are so stingy. You are not the Qin I used to know. Wei Sampang's eyes were filled with resentment. Comparing his scrap starship to Qin Mu's, his mentality exploded. Previously, he hadn't noticed the starship's changes when he sought out Qin Mu, but now seeing the comparison, it was sour, incredibly sour. Get lost. I, a male, have a fondness for females. Don't give me that gay vibe. In the past, repairing a starship required every penny, but since we're on a mission this time, I thought I'd let you see that I'm not the stingy person you imagined. Qin Mu replied with a ruthless retort. In a moment, small robots emerged from the warehouse, each carrying an iron box on their heads. According to the number of people in the two teams, each small robot placed a box in front of everyone and opened them in succession. The recently ordered pulse suits were neatly arranged inside the boxes. Since this is our first mission for your safety, I ordered 2 sets of Clevel pulse suits for each of you. Now get accustomed to them, and we will set off shortly. As soon as Qin Mu finished speaking, the entire team of Qiao Na erupted in excitement, as if they had suddenly seen their long-lost wives after a lifetime of being single. Their bright red eyes were all locked onto the pulse suits in the boxes. Wow, is this the benefit of joining the ship? Can we go out and come back in again? Excitement. Very excited. Everyone on the main battle platform had fiery eyes. Crade Battle Armor Pulse Set. This thing is quite expensive. The thought that this was specially ordered by Qin Mu for their safety with 2 sets for each person made it even more thrilling. Captain, we're following you closely. Zhu Qingwei had a rather strange expression. Like everyone else, her eyes were also fervent. She was well aware of the value of the pulse set. However, looking at the pulse set in the box, she glanced down at her previously bought battle armor under her lining. It didn't seem as appealing anymore. Zhu, that set you bought earlier doesn't seem too useful now, huh? Qiao Na noticed Zhu Qingwei's oddity and didn't hold back. Zhu Qingwei's expression froze. Mind your own business whether it's useful or not. I can use it as sleepwear, can I? You really are the best at being perverse using battle armor as sleepwear. Never heard of that before. Qiao Na gave Zhu Qingwei a thumbs up. Zhu Qingwei. Her mood cracked. In an instant, Zhu Qingwei's mood turned unpleasant. In front of the pulse set, her black armor didn't seem so formidable anymore. Big sister, just accept the loss. I know you're upset about spending money on the black armor before, but now that it's bought, it's done. The flurried youth Luo Hao was well aware of Zhu Qingwei's thoughts and quietly advised her, having gauged her temperament. Zhu Qingwei's eyes bulged, who set him upset about the money. I have money now, or isn't it okay to splurge a little? Saying this, Zhu Qingwei removed her outer jacket in front of everyone, taking off her black armor to reveal the undershirt and her very alluring abdominal lines. With everyone's gaze upon her, Zhu Qingwei was the first to take out the pulse set and put it on, then neatly packed the black armor back into the box. Flurried, I don't have a good memory, so please help me keep the black armor safe. Zhu Qingwei instructed. The flurried one nodded. Big sister, you can rest assured I'll handle it properly and store it away securely. Get lost, store it. After the mission, I'm going to return it. Zhu Qingwei said firmly. Luo Hao. Everyone watched Zhu Qingwei's stubbornness with amusement, and they all began to swiftly change into the pulse set. Feeling the comfort of the pulse set fitting her body, everyone's expression gradually turned peculiar. Alright, after everyone has changed into the pulse set, I'll start distributing tasks. I've already connected the smart brain to your wristwatches. All the positions you should be assigned and the tasks you need to execute are in there. This is my first time as captain and am not very familiar with the experience, but I hope our first mission goes smoothly and that we can continue to execute tasks together. Qin Mu briefly spoke. The Starship remained in a suspended state to ensure that Zhu Qingwei and the others could start executing their tasks after arriving. Although the Explorer had not been completely repaired and could not truly navigate the starry seas this time, they were indeed leaving the T-98 planet with him operating as captain. At this moment, Qin Mu's mood was in fact the most anticipated among everyone. Everyone get to your posts and prepare to enter mission mode. Zhu Qingwei called out. Qiao Na also didn't waste any words. All team members follow orders, review your responsible areas and detailed tasks, and intermission status immediately. The 2 captains spoke, and dozens of people began to check the specific arrangements on their combat suits' wristwatches. A few minutes later, team members rushed to various corners of the main battle platform. Even though the vast main battle platform only had a few dozen people, both teams had no idle chatter and diligently executed their respective tasks. The reserves were indeed quite reliable in this respect. Zhu Qingwei, am not very familiar with the members of Chao's team for now. After this mission, Ins will reassign roles. For now, you and the Furid will coordinate the specific situation on the main battle platform. Captain Qiao, now follow me to the control room. My fleet only has this scrap flagship, no other auxiliary ships. You will serve as my assistant. Qin Mu made arrangements already in the zone. Zhu Qingwei nodded, happily glanced at Qiao Na, patted her shoulder, and then chased after where Luo Hao was heading. And Qiao Na, after hearing Qin Mu's arrangements, stood there in a daze, looking at Qin Mu in disbelief, doubting whether her ears had suddenly malfunctioned. Qin Mu, are you sure you want me to be your assistant? Qiao Na asked. Qin Mu nodded. I've spent the last 2 months with Zhu Qingwei and the others. They are very reliable in serious matters. She said that oldly acknowledged your abilities. Since that's the case, I should give you the opportunity to fulfill your dream. Besides, once we enter mission mode, I'll be too busy to handle everything alone. Having you as my assistant for coordination is just perfect. Huff, huff. Qiao Na exhaled 2 heavy breaths. She wanted to fulfill her dream, but she didn't expect to achieve it so quickly. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Qiao Na took a deep breath and resolutely replied, her eyes shining. In that instant, Qin Mu's image in her eyes became immensely tall. Qin Mu stopped the small talk and instructed the virtual assistant to have the Starship begin to leave the atmosphere, heading to the control room with Qiao Na. The control room was large, and with only Qin Mu and Qiao Na, it felt quite empty. Qin Mu sat in the main seat with many control panels appearing in front of him. Xiao Na sat in the assistant position, also having a portion of control panels in front of her, but slightly different from Qin Mu's. Hers mostly dealt with internal coordination of the starship. For now, I've opened the internal coordination panel for you. I believe you have the ability to be an assistant, but since you're still unfamiliar with the Explorer, I haven't given you access to the external controls. Qin Mu said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na hurriedly replied, the internal controls are already enough. After all, I haven't received systematic training, and I haven't even gone through simulation driving at the Starship University. Rushing it isn't a good thing. Qin Mu smiled slightly. Xiao Na's response eased his concerns. He had previously worried that she would be overly eager to get Hansen experience. Now he was no longer worried. Xiao Na was very clear about her specific capabilities and understood what those capabilities could be applied to. Then let's get ready to depart. Qin Mu finished speaking and called up the destination selection panel, where the virtual assistant displayed a cartoon character winking at him. Qin Mu selectively ignored the antics of the virtual assistant and formally entered the zone. Mission data loading, mission data syncing. Destination selected, Chaos Star. The term chaotic stars is a collective name. It refers to the adaptation of life to inhabit the migration of life and ultimately the demise of life. When an entire star is removed from the first migration sequence, it can be referred to as a chaotic star. In comparison to the more terrifying sea of chaotic stars in the cosmos, individual chaotic stars seem less significant, unable to reach the level of carnage found in the sea of chaotic stars. The task star domain for Qin Mu and his team is a chaotic star, which also includes its subsidiary star domains. Due to past attacks by the insect race, the entire star domain can be said to be extremely desolate. Even though it has become a designated area for assessment tasks, the hidden dangers within remain hard to conceal. Thus, it is aptly named a chaotic star. Outside the atmosphere, the Explorer has officially entered the orbital path of space. The Azure energy shield protects all the crew aboard the Starship on the main combat platform. Report, Captain. At this moment, Joanna's voice rang out. Qin Mu was slightly taken aback, turning to see Joanna had already stood up from her position as the assistant at some point. Standing straight, her gaze fixed intensely on Qin Mu, as if she were a crew member reporting the status of the Starship to him. Previously, the virtual secretary had performed similar tasks, but after all, she was just a virtual assistant. Seeing Joanna take on such a role made Qin Mu slightly adjust his gaze. Being referred to as Joanna the Cow by Zhu Qingwei was not without reason. What is it? Qin Mu responded. Joanna spoke. The internal storage, firepower reserves, and information regarding the task target star domain have all been organized. Please review, Captain. As she spoke, Joanna manipulated the control panel in front of her, rotating it 90 degrees to face Qin Mu, allowing him to clearly see the plethora of information displayed. Qin Mu looked at it seriously. Joanna was well prepared for these matters, organizing every item thoroughly, including the details he had previously overlooked. Permission granted. Please return to your seat, Captain. The Starship is about to accelerate, Joanna said seriously, and Qin Mu became serious in response. Upon hearing this, Joanna returned to her position. Qin Mu, when I checked the internal parameters just now, the Starship's spatial jump capabilities have not been repaired. Are we going to proceed to the chaotic star at normal sublight speed? Normal sublight speed is sufficient for ordinary planetary travel, but for journeys measured by star domains, it is inadequate. Even failing to reach light speed, relying solely on sublight speed to reach the star domain, where the chaotic stars are located, even with the existence of massive stargates, like super-large domain wormholes, would take considerable time. Open special permissions for propulsion. Qin Mu did not answer directly, instead giving instructions to the virtual secretary on the control panel. The virtual secretary manages all permissions of the Starship. Under her authority, information that Joanna previously could not access appeared on her control panel. The spatial jump technology has not been repaired, but the Explorer is equipped with a propulsion system that is not part of the spatial jump engine. Special permissions have been granted to you. You may take a brief look at it. Qin Mu replied. Joanna was stunned. A propulsion system comparable to the spatial jump. This. Are you sure you're not joking? What is a spatial jump? It is a leap directly through the cosmic void. What level of technology is required to match a special propulsion system for spatial jumps? With a belly full of questions, Joanna's gaze landed on the interface being loaded on her control panel regarding the special propulsion. Name: antimatter propulsion engine status ready for operation, can be activated at any time. Caution: activating the antimatter propulsion engine will exceed light speed. Please be aware of the Starship's endurance before activating this engine. Warning. The interface displayed a lot of content. Joanna read through each line carefully. After she had digested all the information, her expression was one of utter shock. In her wide-open eyes, only the words antimatter propulsion engine remained. After confirming she hadn't misread, Joanna couldn't help but gasp. Captain, you can't be joking, right? The Explorer is equipped with an antimatter propulsion engine. Joanna gulped nervously. She couldn't confirm, couldn't believe, couldn't fathom. A myriad of complicated emotions swept over her, leaving her tingling all over. Qin Mu nodded. This is a special permission for the Starship's propulsion system. Your regular permissions do not allow access to the specifics of the propulsion system. So Captain Yu intend to activate the antimatter propulsion engine to enable the Starship to travel at speeds exceeding light. Joanna pressed. Qin Mu did not deny it. Sublight speed is too slow. It would take 10 hours to reach the Stargate. However, with the antimatter engine, we can exceed light speed and save a lot of time. With that, Qin Mu focused his thoughts back on the matter at hand. Activate the antimatter propulsion engine. The destination coordinates remain unchanged. Initiate the intelligent template for Stargate wormhole preselection. Antimatter propulsion engine is starting up. Antimatter is being generated. Normal matter. Start deployment procedure. Antimatter engine countdown initiated. The countdown echoed through the control room. Qin Mu's breathing was heavy as he quietly listened to the countdown. At this moment, he was the most anxious person on the entire starship. Normally, starships equipped with spatial jump technology already possess the capability to withstand the stress of exceeding light speed. But now, this was his first time piloting the Explorer into the cosmic expanse. He had checked all parameters, ensuring they met every standard, but meeting standards did not mean he could be careless. A plethora of data flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, and his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized the data for potential issues. Boom. A dull sound echoed across the main combat platform. The drones landed one after another, and Zhu Qingwei and the others emerged from within. Amidst this immense noise in the T-98 planetary orbital path, the shadow of the Explorer gradually became blurred as it swiftly distanced itself in a radiant burst of light. The residual shockwave surged toward the T-98 planet. In an instant, many detection systems on T-98 began to enter an alert state. From the management level of T-98 down to those on duty in the T-98 star domain, everyone equipped with detection systems heard a unified voice from their respective systems after a brief interval. The voice was cold and chilling. Energy disturbance detected. Disturbance source T-98 life planet. Warning, warning, warning. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Slacking off. Move now. You there? Did you forget how to eat or what? Didn't you hear the alarm? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Immediate assembly now. Across T-98 planet. In Zhai Bingxing's Central Command Zone, enforcers converged rapidly toward his location. At the Mechanical Wasteland Management Center, enforcers likewise mobilized toward their respective supervisors. At the Reserve Corps temporary garrison, numerous reservists launched themselves into action the moment the alarm sounded, each seizing their weapons without hesitation. Even newly enlisted students, still unfamiliar with standard reserve protocols, were instantly swept into the surging tide of urgency. Not only these official zones, even the black market, a domain where bloodshed was routine, now pulsed with palpable tension. Hardened killers stood rigid, their eyes sharp and cold as they stared upward at the starfield. Countless extraterrestrial beings across the planet were seized by grim recollection. Some eyes burned with resentment, others widened in raw fear, while still others held only profound sorrow. The alarm blaring across T-98. Was this the prelude to a xeno-infestation assault? Damn those xeno-infestations. What's happening? Initiate template retrieval. Identify the source of the energy resonance. Deploy stealth orbital surveillance satellites. Analyze all activity within the stellar domain. Activate Stellar Edict Protocol. Prepare for instantaneous planetary-wide mobilization of all combat forces. Initiate. Zhai Bingxing's Central Command Zone. Though advanced in years, Zhai Bingxing strode forth with the commanding presence of a stellar sovereign. His gait powerful, his aura unshakable. Orders poured from his lips, and the planet's central intelligence core surged into hypercomputation. Streams of data materialized before him in rapid succession. Zhai Bingxing's expression grew grave. His hands rested upon the dragon-head cane he carried, and the sternness etched across his face amplified his innate awe-inspiring authority to its zenith. Anomaly source detected. Report. External domain sensor feeds streamed back to him. Zhai Bingxing watched the display with an impassive countenance. The image showed the Pioneer vessel entering orbital trajectory. Zhai Bingxing recognized the Starship Qin Mu's decommissioned vessel, officially registered in their Federation as the Pioneer. Then on-screen, the Pioneer appeared to transform into a colossal energy core, terrifying waves of energy radiating outward from its hull. In the instant following that explosive surge, the Pioneer vanished from the primary feed, only faint traces captured later by auxiliary surveillance satellites along alternate orbital paths. What in the void is happening? Zhai Bingxing demanded. Analysis indicates the Pioneer has activated an unconventional propulsion system. Initial velocity 1.5c. Real-time telemetry confirms current velocity has reached 5c. Zhai Bingxing stood frozen, speechless. His neural interface relayed every analytical report with crystalline clarity. Unconventional propulsion system. Initial velocity 1.5c. How much time had truly elapsed before it accelerated to 5c? Humph. What unconventional drive system has the Pioneer engaged? He asked again. Standard propulsion systems, limited to sublight velocities, were fitted aboard every starship by default. Systems exceeding that threshold were collectively classified as unconventional propulsion, encompassing numerous distinct types. Zhai Bingxing could not yet determine which specific type the Pioneer employed, a supposedly decommissioned vessel. A vessel hastily repaired perhaps. Unconventional propulsion. Was this some ploy to mock his advancing age and diminished adaptability? How could a derelict ship possibly house such a system? Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Sensor data confirms the Pioneer has activated an antimatter-driven propulsion system. The energy wave sweeping across T-98 is the residual blast from matter-antimatter annihilation. Its aftershock containing residual thrust vectors acting upon the vessel. Antimatter-driven propulsion. Are you mocking me? Zhai Bingxing's expression twisted into bewildered disbelief. Once the intelligence core confirmed no xeno-infestation threat, his suspended anxiety eased. But now, Zhai Bingxing suddenly wished his heart would resume its frantic suspension. He simply could not believe what his neural feed reported. Antimatter propulsion. Was such technology even compatible with a Class C starship? Even a fully outfitted Class C vessel couldn't accommodate such a drive. How could a scrap heap possibly possess one? Continue analysis. Transmit all relevant data to the mechanical wasteland. Zhai Bingxing furrowed his brow, directing the intelligence core to relay the findings to Fan Xingyan. He sensed events slipping beyond his control and needed someone with deeper insight to clarify the situation. He knew of the evaluation mission. Fan Xingyan had orchestrated it precisely to provoke him. Instinctively, Zhai Bingxing assumed Fan Xingyan held full knowledge of the truth. That old rogue Fan Xingyan. Does he think retirement grants him license to stir chaos? Has he grown so accustomed to playing the blunt instrument that he mistakes himself for something more? Fuming, Zhai Bingxing authorized the full data transmission, then immediately invoked executive command to reassert planetary coordination. Having confirmed readiness across all sectors, he issued directives to stand down. As relief settled across the planet, Fan Xingyan's face darkened at the Mechanical Wasteland Management Center. Is your logic core malfunctioning? Does Zhai Bingxing actually believe I'm privy to every secret and expect me to march over and brief him? He oversees the entire operation. Does he not realize the Mechanical Wasteland also initiated full combat readiness? If I truly knew the truth, would I have ordered my enforcers into battle formation? Fan Xingyan was thoroughly irritated, berating the intelligence core without restraint. He understood Zhai Bingxing's intent perfectly. Yet, resentment aside, he gathered himself and departed for Zhai Bingxing's command center. Relieved that no xeno-infestation threat loomed, Fan Xingyan no longer needed to remain physically present at the Mechanical Wasteland. Aboard his interceptor, his brows knotted deeply into a furrowed mountain range. Multiple holographic projections shimmered before him, the same sensor analyses previously relayed to Zhai Bingxing. Fan Xingyan scrutinized them with mounting unease and deepening confusion. It defies reason. Antimatter propulsion. A vessel equipped with such a drive could never be decommissioned. It's fundamentally impossible. Was that young man Qin Mu truly issued a decommissioned vessel for me? That thing still qualifies as decommissioned. The starry sky is breathtakingly beautiful. When the speed reaches a certain level, what one sees is uniquely distinct. In the control room, Qin Mu's eyes are tightly glued to the seat and his vision has already blurred. Ultimately, he is still too young and has greatly underestimated the instantaneous energy unleashed by the antimatter propulsion engine. In the panoramic simulation of the starry sky, Qin Mu can only see shadows rushing past the exterior of the starship along with the stunning beauty of the starry sky displayed under absolute speed. Purple starlight is everywhere with a variety of colors in red and white also surrounding the starship, giving the illusion that it is not in the real universe. Is this the scene one can see during superluminal flight? It's astonishing, Xiao Na remarked, regaining her senses as she noticed the panoramic simulated exterior, her eyes transfixed on the scene. The sensation is like being amidst the starry sky without any protective measures, yet moving forward at an incredibly strange speed. For a brief moment it felt as if he had transformed into light. After a short while the speed of the starship continued to increase, and Qin Mu could no longer tell how many times the speed of light they had reached. Before him there remained only the starry gate beyond the T-98 asteroid belt with a blue halo erupting from the gate. The scattering rays around them carried the terrifying energy that annihilates all. Stargate selection complete, proceeding to the T-1027 Stargate for wormhole traversal and will ultimately arrive at the mission destination. The voice of the virtual secretary sounded broadcasted through the Starship stereo system and had already connected with the corresponding section within the Stargate. Qin Mu held his breath as the speed of the starship slowed down, seemingly at the speed of light, hurtling towards the Stargate. Earlier, the terrifying energy within the Stargate was quite formidable. Qin Mu speculated that it might be due to the completion of the docking process, which unlocked certain special permissions, thus the energy in the area they were heading to was comparatively weaker. The terrifying energy did not cause significant harm to the Explorer. Control room calling all crew members. Please prepare, the Explorer is about to undergo wormhole traversal. All crew members should remain vigilant. After the wormhole traversal, the starship will arrive in the star domain, where the chaotic stars reside, a place marked by the traces of the insect race's invasion. Remain alert for any surviving insect entities. Qin Mu addressed everyone on the starship through the control room. He held his breath watching the starship traverse the stargate, yet without any sense of relaxation. In the chaotic star realm, danger coexists. Qin Mu did not want to be the character who meets an untimely end. Vowing to lead the fleet into the chaotic star domain, he did not wish to perish before he understood the situation. That joke, well, it was a bit too much. Boom. The starship officially entered the 1027 area of the stargate. The blue light enveloped the starship, and through the panoramic simulation Qin Mu saw the explorer being continuously devoured by the stargate. The control room is located in the middle front part of the fleet a long way from the ship's bow. Now the bow had disappeared, yet the starship did not return any danger data. Is this what wormhole traversal looks like? It shouldn't be. A wormhole traversal cannot possibly shield the signals on the starship. Qin Mu was puzzled. Before he could ponder this issue further, the area he was in also entered the stargate. A pure blue hue was densely packed within the wormhole. The entire starship felt as if it was being torn into threads. Qin Mu felt this way, yet he knew the starship was absolutely intact, a truly strange sensation. Xiao Na remained composed in her seat, her expression considerably better than Qin Mu's, almost as if she was not affected at all. After all, she came from the reserves and had traversed wormholes multiple times during dangerous missions. For Qin Mu, this was the first experience akin to a bride on her wedding day, while for someone like Xiao Na from the reserves, it was already second nature. Captain Qin, it's normal to experience such anomalies during wormhole traversal. Your reaction is quite normal and won't last long. Xiao Na continued. However, after the wormhole traversal, we will emerge at the stargate position of the chaotic star domain. Given the situation of the chaotic stars, the stargate location might not be too safe. Hearing this, Qin Mu immediately became alert. Despite any discomfort, he straightened up and his gaze turned serious. The real universe is different from the virtual one. In the virtual universe, one can die 1,000 or 10,000 times, even once every second, without harm to the body. But in the real universe, a slight mistake can lead to death, and that would be truly fatal. Still young, he does not wish to die. Haha, don't worry. Though the first time feeling is a bit disconcerting, it's still within an acceptable range. Now it feels much better. Let's continue working and be prepared for any unexpected situations on the other side of the stargate. Qin Mu's voice was steady, his gaze serious as it landed on the control panel, while his peripheral vision also glanced towards the panoramic simulation of the starship's exterior. The pure blue was stunning at first glance, yet now Qin Mu found it somewhat unpleasant. Beautiful things are enough to be seen once. Looking too long can be quite uncomfortable. In such a situation, Qin Mu almost forgot the passage of time. Not sure how long had passed, he felt that the blue energy surrounding the starship seemed to have weakened significantly. Captain, the wormhole traversal through this stargate is about to be completed. Xiao Na reminded at the right moment, a sense of killing intent beginning to envelop her. Qin Mu understood. The killing intent he felt was not as strong as Xiao Na's, but it was certainly much better than that of Wei Sampang and others. At this moment, he sat upright, watching the starship continuously emerging from the stargate, feeling akin to entering the stargate. The front end of the starship lost all sense, while the area he occupied slowly returned to reality. An endless darkness spread across the cosmic starry sky. The explorer emerged from the stargate, and the blue energy fluctuations were much weaker than those of the T-98 star domain stargate. In fact, one could barely see any stars in the distant starry sky. Darkness seemed to be the primary color of this star domain. A suffocating feeling loomed over everyone's hearts. It felt as if a hand were choking their necks, creating a constant sense of suffocation. Using the blue energy light of the stargate, Qin Mu barely discovered a vague shadow in the starship's detection system. The shadow floated aimlessly in the starry sky. It was too dark, too vague. Qin Mu was momentarily unable to determine what the shadow truly was. Suspicious object detected. Analyzing the suspicious object. Analysis failed. Please approach for reanalysis. A series of messages popped up on the main control panel. Qin Mu looked at the prompts on the main control panel, his brows furrowing instantly. What kind of thing is it? Qin Mu asked curiously. The virtual secretary replied, this area of space is too dark, it seems to have lost its signal source, and the star has gone silent, making accurate analysis impossible. Qin Mu gasped. The virtual secretary's prompt left him in shock. Damn it. The star has gone silent. Did the insect race do this? So ruthless. Qin Mu was aware of many of the insect race's atrocities, but now being in a chaotic star region, his understanding of the insect race deepened further. The star region is in decline, the star has gone silent. For many races in the universe, the light and heat provided by stars are fundamental to their survival. Without light and heat, life struggles to reproduce. The chaotic star region truly lives up to its name. The real darkness aligns perfectly with the scenery of this star region. Stay alert. Get as close as possible to that huge shadow and see what it is. Qin Mu, feeling some confusion, issued the order under immense pressure. In a place without stars, without light, relying on the blurry images detected by the scanning system, he felt very uneasy. However, the huge shadow seemed to remain motionless in the starry sky, staying exactly where the scanning system had detected it. There were no signs of energy fluctuations. Moreover, there was no sense of danger emanating from it. Approaching. Please issue special instructions to activate the black hole detection system. Current star regions, star has gone silent, a black hole may exist, proceed with caution. A black hole. Qin Mu suddenly woke up. He almost forgot about such an important matter. With the antimatter propulsion engine, the Starship can exceed light speed without worrying about being drawn into a black hole. However, he still did not want to waste time on unnecessary matters. Besides, if a black hole truly exists in this chaotic star region, it is still necessary to avoid it, otherwise its presence could have significant repercussions. While on a mission, the Starship need not worry, but the crew aboard cannot always stay on the ship. Ordinary fighter jets and drones do not possess superlight speed engines. Falling into the gravitational range of a black hole means certain death. Activate the black hole detection system. The black hole detection system has been activated and is currently scanning for black holes in the star region. The virtual secretary did not cause any trouble. As the mission state commenced, she handed all authority over to Qin Mu for decision-making. Usually she enjoyed joking with Qin Mu, but when it came to serious matters, she was very reliable, without any intention of overstepping her bounds. Alright, continue advancing toward that shadow. It's clearly an unknown entity, yet there's a nagging feeling inside that if we don't get closer to clarify the situation, we might regret it. Qin Mu could not articulate the complex feelings within him. He didn't know if it was because it was his first mission. In any case, the peculiar sensation perplexed him greatly. As they approached the area near the Stargate, he thought for a moment and decided to carry out a scan. The explorer gradually moved away from the Stargate, getting closer to the shadow in the darkness. As the explorer drew near, the huge shadow remained completely still in the scanning system, as if it had not detected the approach of any other starship. Qin Mu found this even more perplexing. Captain Xiao, have you ever encountered such a situation during your previous missions? Given the current era, our explorer is at least a class starship. The other party should easily detect us, right? Xiao Na fell silent. She seemed to suddenly become very subdued, with a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. What is happening? Qin Mu was somewhat confused, staring intently at Xiao Na. Captain Qin, there's no need to be overly cautious about that huge shadow. It might be a derelict ship. Xiao Na's mood was very low as she articulated her answer slowly. The word derelict left her lips, and Qin Mu understood completely. Turning back, staring intently, and focusing hard. The shadow in the scanning system was gradually becoming clearer, and the outline of a starship could be vaguely seen. In the blurry image, the derelict ship that Xiao Na mentioned was drifting in the starry sky, pulled by numerous gravitational forces. Aimless, it seemed completely lost. It turns out to be a derelict ship. Doesn't this mean that all the crew aboard this starship have perished heroically? Qin Mu inquired in a low voice, his hand gripping the armrest of his seat with increasing strength. He was no stranger to the term derelict ship, or rather someone who graduated from a Starship Academy like him would not be unfamiliar with it. The existence of a derelict ship means that all the crew aboard have perished in battle, leaving no one to continue operating the starship. Moreover, many functions of the starship have been damaged, rendering it completely incapable of navigating in space. Thus, it is labeled as a derelict. They must all be dead. Even if one person survived, and even if they couldn't operate the starship, they could still send a distress signal from the starship's signal transmitter. Yet now that shadow remains motionless in the starry sky, not even making any signs to alert us of our approach, various factors indicate that there are no survivors left. Unknowingly, nearly a year has passed since I last saw a derelict ship, and in this mission, I unexpectedly came across another derelict. Xiao Na explained, trying her best to keep her emotions from being too low, wiping away the glistening tear, forcing a faint smile back onto her face. Qin Mu remained silent. What seemed like an unintentional remark revealed much information to him. The parting between life and death, which he rarely encountered, was something Xiao Na, with her reserve status background, had become accustomed to. Sending off comrades. Sending off fellow soldiers. Sending off the stars. So much pressure. The starship approached the enormous shadow, and the image in the scanning system became crystal clear, revealing the true appearance of the derelict. In the dark starry sky, a starship that should have also been a class starship was floating there. It was unclear how long it had been drifting in this dark star region, but the derelict's appearance was very dilapidated. Many areas had been breached, all attesting to the tragic truth of its dereliction. The silvery hull was marred by a lot of dark green patches which appeared to have dried out for an unknown duration. The wrecked ship is large, yet not excessively so. Originally intended to be a Class C starship, it now floats aimlessly in the starry sky, reduced to merely half its hull. As for the other half, Qin Mu could not ascertain its whereabouts, but may have been destroyed in battle or perhaps severed by a meteor after the crew valiantly perished. Qin Mu did not dwell on these matters for long, as a heavy mood weighed upon him. I do not know how many people were fully stationed aboard this starship, but to think that all perished in the void of space. It is an indescribable sensation. There are no signs of life, and according to the habits of the insectoid race, it is likely that not even a corpse remains of its former crew. Qin Mu exhaled a deep breath. In a moment of haze, he felt that this might be his own future. All right, Captain Xiao, the time for remembrance must end. We must enter a state of readiness. Qin Mu was the first to regain his composure. Though this was his first experience with a star battle mission, it did not mean he was completely ignorant. In the chaotic star field, the lurking dangers are immense. If he focused too much on the wrecked ship, he might be unable to react if the surviving insectoids approached the starship. If that time came, he might truly lead all the crew to follow in the wake of the wreck, without a burial place. Understood. Captain Xiao regained her composure. The sorrowful emotions were completely concealed. She resumed her composed demeanor, sitting back down in her chair as her fingers swiftly operated the virtual keyboard projected from the control panel. All the commands within her purview were swiftly input into the starship's system. Report, Captain. Landing preparations are complete. According to current scans, no insectoid remains have been detected in space. Xiao Na entered her operational state, immediately reporting all preparations. Qin Mu looked at the numerous data transmitted to him by Xiao and, landing is cancelled. The starship will not descend. We will hover in space above the chaotic star. The starship is not fully staffed. If we land in the chaotic star field, the starship's inadequate preparations could easily lead to the crew's tragic deaths. Xiao Na was momentarily taken aback. Qin Mu's words buzzed in her ears. Her neck felt slightly stiff, and she hesitated to meet Qin Mu's gaze, feeling as if everything had become so unreal. The reserve members are tasked with the most dangerous assignments. To outsiders, the reserve crew can be seen as a de facto suicide squad. What others fear they do not, nor can they afford to. In past missions, they executed occasional tasks within other fleets, often as the first wave of landing members. Simply put, they are just reserves, not yet the official combat personnel. If an official combatant were to perish, the losses would be far greater. Yet now, Qin Mu's words, avoiding the crew's tragic deaths. Before the mission had even officially begun, he was already considering such matters. Captain, are you joking? Our mission objective is to clear the insectoid remains in the chaotic star field. We can carry out a devastating strike on the remains in space. However, if we do not land on the planet, we may not be able to clean the remains thoroughly, and thus cannot complete the mission. Moreover, Elder Fan mentioned that live insectoids would be released if we do not land and remain hovering in space. Would that not complicate the execution of subsequent tasks? Xiao Na spoke rapidly, instantly voicing all her concerns. Qin Mu had anticipated her inquiries and was ready with his response. A mission is a mission, and crew members are crew members. If the success of the mission requires the sacrifice of crew members, I would rather see this mission fail outright. Furthermore, this is an assessment mission, or I would rather see your team, Captain Xiao, and Captain Zhu's team unable to merge than to witness your deaths. Each word was forceful, every phrase heartfelt. After articulating his stance, Qin Mu immediately began maneuvering the starship toward the location of the chaotic star. Upon reaching the chaotic star field, Qin Mu did not instruct the virtual secretary to activate the antimatter propulsion engine, maintaining a conventional sublight speed as he approached the chaotic star. The current chaotic star field is far more vast than the T98 star field, which contains only one star, a single red giant. In contrast, the chaotic star field once had 3 stars with over 10 life-bearing planets. At its peak, it dwarfed the T98 star field by countless times. Yet now, this once flourishing star field has transformed into a realm of darkness. Endless darkness stretches with barely a glimmer of light. Given the abundance of life-bearing planets, the starship arrived at the first one in no time. The starship hovered in space, and Qin Mu gazed down upon the first planet from the starry expanse. To humans, a typical life-bearing planet appears aquamarine with mountains and rivers visible, presenting a blue hue from the cosmos. However, the first planet before him is entirely charred, devoid of any atmosphere. The land surface is covered in blackened remnants, products of magma eruptions cooled over time. Through the probes dispatched by the starship, Qin Mu clearly saw many insectoid remains amidst the blackened landscape. The presence of these remains left him feeling quite conflicted. He had already decided against sending reserve members to land and complete the mission. Just as Xiao Na had said, he could conduct a devastating strike on the remains in space. Yet on the planet's surface, he could not perform such operations. After all, the federal higher-ups also aimed to restore this chaotic star field into a habitable region for humanity. Report, Captain, we have arrived at the chaotic star. There are many insectoid remains on the planet, and numerous remains are floating around the starship. Should we dispatch a team for landing operations, and should we conduct a devastating strike on the nearby remains? Xiao Na was receptive to Qin Mu's earlier words. However, she was still seriously inquiring for opinions. The insectoid remains on the planet must be cleared, and to do so would undoubtedly require a team for landing operations. A paradox already exists, and concessions must ultimately be made. For now, hold off on any actions. We do not know whether the live insectoids have been released. Let us wait a moment. And for other matters, please summon Captain Zhu. While we have this brief moment, I might as well arrange some additional tasks. Qin Mu suppressed Xiao Na's proposal. Under the starship's panoramic simulation, he could see the insectoid remains surrounding the starship. On the planet for the time being, he dared not act. However, he had never said he was afraid to act against the remains in space. Others may feel helpless against the remains, but for him, these remains were a colossal treasure. While the primary mission is temporarily inconvenient, to carry out, handling the secondary mission should not pose too much of a problem. Extra task. What extra task? Xiao Na was somewhat out of sync with Qin Mu. However, as Qin Mu's assistant, she refrained from probing too much and dutifully called for Zhu Qingwei. About 10 minutes later, Zhu Qingwei hurried into the control room with enthusiasm. Unlike Xiao Na, she had a more carefree nature. Zhu Qingwei might possess emotions comparable to Xiao Na's, but she tended to keep everything bottled up, revealing only her most cheerful side. Qin Mu, I heard there's an extra task. I've heard that starships become rich every time they carry out star battle missions. Have you thought of a plan this time? How are we going to make money? Zhu Qingwei bombarded him with questions. She was always most sensitive about matters related to making money. Undoubtedly professional in nature. Xiao Na gradually came to her senses, looking at Zhu Qingwei in disbelief, and then at Qin Mu. The extra task is about making money. I must not have misunderstood right. Captain, the extra task you mentioned isn't about making money, is it? Xiao Na asked in astonishment. Qin Mu did not deny it. The plan to land on the planet is not urgent for now. We will only start acting after locating living Zergs. And since we're idle at the moment, making more money is still viable. If the starship were in perfect repair, we wouldn't hesitate to execute the landing mission. Qin Mu answered with confidence. From the beginning, he never thought making money was shameful. Money isn't omnipotent, but without money one can do nothing. This is a very simple truth. Captain, this is the chaotic star domain, an area traversed by the Zerg. Finding valuable minerals here might be extremely difficult, right? Xiao Na voiced her uncertainty. Qin Mu smirked and pointed at the numerous Zerg remains outside the panoramic simulation. These Zerg carcasses are exactly what we need to collect. The starship is currently hovering in space, so we can arrange for crew members to gather the remains nearby. Remember, do not stray too far from the starship. Ensure that you have enough time to return in case of any emergencies. Collecting Zerg remains. Can this actually make money? Xiao Na was perplexed, as she did not believe the remains had any value, as very few people in the Federation would regard them with any seriousness. Zhu Qingwei was even more straightforward. She stared wide-eyed at the Zerg remains outside the starship. Qin Mu, are you sure about this? These Zerg carcasses can make money. I remember their selling price in the Federation is quite low. Even if we filled the starship's warehouse, we wouldn't make much money, right? Zhu Qingwei felt a bit frustrated. Having experienced wealth from mechanical ruins, she now truly looked down on Zerg remains. The warehouse of the Explorer was a standard-class starship warehouse, but even if it were filled with Zerg remains, it would only create a meager value. To think that 10 containers of Zerg remains was worth only 0.01 units if the entire warehouse was filled. Zhu Qingwei did not calculate it in detail, but she roughly estimated it was indeed not worth much. Qin Mu had long anticipated Zhu Qingwei's reaction. The capability of possessing Zerg extraction technology versus lacking it naturally led to different perceptions of the remains' value. You don't need to ask too much about the specifics. These Zerg remains are valuable to me. I'll give you a hint. 0.01 units of Zerg remains can produce 0.2 to 0.3 units of value in my hands, depending on the actual circumstances. You only need to focus on collecting. As per the usual arrangement, I will keep half for starship repairs, and the other half will be distributed among all crew members. I must not have heard wrong. 0.01 units of Zerg remains can create value starting from 0.2 units. How many times the profit is that? Zhu Qingwei swallowed hard. Despite her earlier conviction that the remains held no value, she felt a stirring in her heart upon hearing Qin Mu's words. If it were Xiao Na telling her this, she would definitely not believe it. But coming from Qin Mu, well, it must be true. Can it really have such high value? That means if we fill the warehouse this time, we could generate profits starting from hundreds of units. Zhu Qingwei's eyes reddened. At that moment, her breathing became noticeably heavier. Aside from Zhu Qingwei's heavy breathing, Qin Mu also heard other heavy breaths nearby. Xiao Na was also quite unsettled. She was astonished by Qin Mu's line of thought, but in light of the immense return, she found it hard to remain calm. According to the ocean freight vessels on the Life Star, thousands of containers could be accommodated, while the Explorer, being a class starship, could hold the equivalent of 10 ocean freighters. In other words, the Explorer could hold tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of containers. Xiao Na roughly understood the value of Zerg remains as 0.01 units of Zerg remains was roughly equivalent to 10 containers. The entire starship warehouse filled with Zerg remains could potentially sell for about 5 to 10 units according to the Federation's pricing, and including some rarer remains, the value could reach about 15 units. And with a starting return of 20 times this, is sheer profit, absolute profit. 200 to 300 units can definitely be generated based on the most conventional methods. As for how much more can be generated, it depends on your abilities. There are also value assessments among the Zerg remains. You can collect those with higher value, which will yield even greater rewards. Qin Mu explained according to the virtual assistant's reminders. Generally, ordinary Zerg remains can yield only a limited amount of superalloy, around 20 to 30 times the return. However, rare Zerg remains such as high-level Zerg carcasses can yield even more superalloy with a higher return rate. Zhu Qingwei suddenly stood up straight. Crew member Zhu Qingwei of the Explorer is ready. Please issue the command, Captain. Zhu Qingwei was very serious, her expression quite solemn. Xiao Na's lips twitched slightly as she wanted to act like Zhu Qingwei, but reason told her it was not appropriate. Qin Mu was both amused and exasperated by Zhu Qingwei's reaction. As before, no need for orders. Just be careful in everything you do. In any case, I have just one request: whoever goes must return alive. The activity area must remain close to the starship and not stray too far. Money can be earned endlessly, but only by staying alive can we earn more money. Zhu Qingwei firmly replied, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. If the warehouse isn't filled with Zerg remains, I will definitely come to atone. With great vigor and confidence, Zhu Qingwei stepped out of the control room, fueled by an absolute drive that supported all her current beliefs. At this moment, her fighting spirit reached its peak. Stop dawdling and start the mission. Zhu Qingwei left, and Qin Mu saw that Xiao Na was still in a daze. Although we are all executing the insect carcass retrieval mission near the starship, this is indeed a dark star region, so we must ensure the necessary defenses are in place. The firepower system on the starship is not in its optimal state, so we must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, if an accident occurs, we will have no regrets left to chase after. Qin Mu arranged everything with great composure, considering how to ensure the safety of Zhu Qingwei and the other reserve members. Xiao Na nodded seriously. Understood. I have already prepared to launch the light source satellites in the surrounding area, but the launch requires your approval. Qin Mu understood what Xiao Na meant. The light source satellites can be prepared first, and we can consider launching them once we confirm that there are no living insectoids in the vicinity. Otherwise, launching them would expose us completely to the eyes of the insectoids. Xiao Na did not refute Qin Mu's arrangement. To her, it was flawless. Understood. I will start preparing the light source satellites now. As she spoke, Xiao Na walked away from Qin Mu's side. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingwei returned to the main battle platform with an impressive presence. On their respective posts, the reserve members of both teams gathered, including Wei Sanpeng and other classmates of Qin Mu. Everyone come here to hear my arrangements. According to Brother Qin Mu's plan, we need to execute an additional mission. Did you see those insect carcasses around the starship? In a moment, we will begin the insect carcass retrieval operation. Do not think about using destructive weapons to destroy these carcasses. Remember, those are money, those are wealth. Zhu Qingwei stated, plainly disinterested in explaining the high rewards for insect carcasses. For her, explaining so much felt like a waste of breath, and it might not even clarify things. Insect carcass retrieval operation. Can't we use destructive weapons to destroy those carcasses? Just because they are money, they are wealth. Wait, wasn't this mission supposed to be a cleaning task? Why is there suddenly an additional mission? Big sister, what's going on here? Wei Sanpeng asked Zhu Qingwei, who, like Xi Yin and the others, called her big sister, a title Zhu Qingwei quite enjoyed. Zhu Qingwei pondered for a while. Don't ask, just know it's about making money. The gist is that I mentioned before Brother Qin Mu's exceptional ability to make money, and the starship was repaired this way. Now we need to focus on this matter. Having forcibly assembled such an explanation, Zhu Qingwei felt she had done her best and did not wish to elaborate further. Wei Sanpeng's eyes were filled with confusion. Big sister, aren't we supposed to be executing an assessment mission? Zhu Qingwei rolled her eyes. Who says that while executing an assessment mission, we can't earn a bit on the side? I heard you are Brother Qin Mu's close buddy. Why can't you think as quickly as he does? A normal monthly stipend is so little. If you don't find ways to earn more, how will you buy equipment in the future? How will you deal with the insectoids or handle other troublesome tasks? Damn, I always thought I wasn't smart enough. But how come you are even less smart than me? Zhu Qingwei said, looking as if her intelligence had overwhelmed Wei Sanpeng. Wei Sanpeng felt frustrated, almost wanting to vomit blood. It sounded so reasonable that he had no retort. Fatty, stop overthinking it. Brother Qin Mu can repair scrapped starships and has already moved from the T-98 star region to other star regions, while our scrapped starship is still stuck here. That's the difference. No problem, we can learn a bit first, and who knows, we might have the opportunity to repair our scrapped starship in the future. At that time, our starship could completely become Brother Qin Mu's vice ship. Just think, when the entire explorer fleet is equipped like a main ship, how impressive would that be? Oh. Zhao Xiaochuan patted Wei Sanpeng on the shoulder, speaking with great yearning as a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Having experienced the journey to the chaotic star region aboard the explorer, Zhao Xiaochuan was now bubbling with excitement, eager to have the funds to repair his own scrapped starship. Wei Sanpeng's eyes lit up. Zhao Xiaochuan's words struck right at his heart. Exactly, let's do it. That means I'm full of drive. With that, Wei Sanpeng got moving, and all the crew members on the main battle platform began to spring into action. One by one, after learning about the mission to be executed from Zhu Qingwei, they all boarded their fighters to prepare for the insect carcass retrieval operation. Meanwhile, the detection satellites aboard the Explorer were launched into the distant starry sky, capturing every surrounding situation to ensure maximum safety. In the span of an hour, 10 fighters and 10 transport ships departed from the starship, with the fighters escorting the transport ship accompanied by dozens of drones for protection. In terms of scale, the hundreds of drones around the Explorer created quite an impressive sight. Of course, in the boundless starry sky, these were just a drop in the ocean, but their existence could not be denied. What are they doing? In the deep darkness, a starship disguised as an asteroid was docked in a void. Inside the starship, Fan Chengyan was filled with confusion, completely unable to understand what the Explorer was currently doing. Since the explorer arrived in the chaotic star region using an antimatter propulsion engine, realizing it was a false alarm, Fan Qingyan decided to personally handle the deployment of the insectoids. However, now that he had truly arrived in the chaotic star region and saw the explorer's reaction, he was completely baffled and could not grasp the situation. Struggling to find answers, Fan Qingyan's brow furrowed deeper. What is this little guy Qin Mu trying to stir up? No, why does it feel like what they are doing right now is extremely important? Zhu Qingwei's team and Xiao Na's team seem to have both mobilized. How strange could it be that there are still living insectoids in this star region? The more Fan Qingyan spoke, the less he understood. Mistake. How could that be? If the Federation encounters such an issue, the consequences would be dire. Beside Fan Qingyan, several of the personnel originally assigned to handle the insectoid deployment were left bewildered. One by one, not a single person dared to respond to Fan Qingyan's inquiry. Forget it, asking you all won't yield any answers. Fan Qingyan snorted in annoyance. Look at how you all can eat heartily on normal days, yet at a critical moment you falter. Everyone. Old Fan, should we still proceed with the insectoid deployment? Hearing this, Fan Qingyan nearly slapped his subordinates on the head. His eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to express the most accurate feelings at that moment. Don't you all have any situational awareness? In this situation, you're suggesting to the old man to proceed with the insectoid deployment. Do you really want to see these little creatures get wiped out? Although I don't know what they're up to, we should wait until they sort out their issues before discussing the insectoid deployment. The chaotic star region has already descended into darkness. Deploying insectoids in such a region while these little creatures are engaged in their activities would surely result in casualties. Fan Qingyan angrily reprimanded. To be honest, in a real space journey, proposals made by subordinates were not impossible occurrences. But after all, this was an assessment task. Fan Qingyan felt he still possessed some humanity. He didn't want things to spiral out of control. At least, at this point, it was not necessary to resort to such a reckless assessment method. Old Fan, you previously mentioned that we would proceed with insectoid deployment upon arrival without considering other unexpected factors. A subordinate muttered softly. Upon hearing this, the corners of Fan Qingyan's mouth twitched. Who do you think I am? Huh? I ask you, who am I? Old Fan, you are our highest commander. If you know that, why are you still chattering? In the highest commander, can I change my strategy? Inside the ship, disguised as a meteorite, the atmosphere became quite lively in an instant. Fan Qingyan was indeed a loudmouth, a veritable old spray, relentless in pointing out his subordinates' faults without pause. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps feeling satisfied from venting, Fan Qingyan sat back in his seat. Continue monitoring. Do not let the explorer detect our ship's signal. First, let's see what these little creatures are really up to. 10 fighter jets, 10 transport planes, and several hundred drones, yet they have no intention of landing. Could it be that they plan to salvage these insect carcasses? Fan Qingyan murmured to himself. Having experienced mechanical ruins, he was quite sensitive to such matters. At that moment, he felt he was missing out on something significant. Go investigate whether the value of insect carcasses has been developed in recent years. I need the most accurate information. Insect carcasses? What value could they possibly have? What nonsense are you asking? Hurry up and check this information for the old man, or he'll let you experience a cosmic stroll. Understood. The subordinate hurriedly left, following Fan Qingyan's orders to accurately investigate various details about the insect carcasses. About 10 minutes later, a stack of materials appeared before Fan Qingyan, freshly printed. Another part was displayed before him via projection. Old Fan, I have already checked. The insect carcasses remain the same as before with little practical value. Currently, the main purpose of insect carcasses is to satisfy the curiosity of some adventurous individuals. They are bought for small-scale research at a very cheap price, not worth recovering. There was no change at all. However, the lack of change made it even harder for Fan Qingyan to comprehend. Then tell me, what purpose does recovering these worthless insect carcasses serve? Fan Qingyan asked again. The explorer began to recover insect carcasses with great fanfare, and he instinctively felt that something was off. Just a few days ago, there was a loss of over 600 units in the mechanical ruins that could not be compensated, all due to Qin Mu's arrangements. Qin Mu, a professional in this field, suddenly decided to recover worthless insect carcasses, acting as a cosmic janitor. Save it. Mobilize a team, proceed with caution, and do not let the explorer detect us. Also bring back a batch of insect carcasses for the old man. Right, how many insect carcasses did that group of kids bring back? After you find out the corresponding types, make sure to bring back a batch for the old man. Fan Qingyan decisively decided. For now, he could not comprehend what Qin Mu was truly trying to do, but experience led him to believe that he had to make some preparations. If there's a chance, then everyone has a chance. If not, then no one has a chance. No problem. Fan Qingyan truly did not believe that he could be wrong again this time. Old Fan, are you sure you're not joking? What are we supposed to do with worthless insect carcasses after we recover them? Moreover, it seems like the explorer's recovery of insect carcasses is causing quite a stir. If we do the same, isn't that problematic? Several leaders exchanged opinions and expressed their views. However, no matter how they voiced their thoughts, Fan Qingyan remained unyielding. You can speak boldly. If I take in even a word, I'll consider it a loss. The explorer, Qin Mu, was in the control room. At this moment, he was highly focused. He did not personally go out to execute the insect carcass recovery task. However, most of his attention was actually on the starry sky, his vigilance no less than that of anyone in the fleet, and perhaps even more so. As the captain, he had to manage the overall situation. Captain, do you plan to remain this vigilant for the entire time? Xiao Na prepared the light source satellite and asked in surprise. Qin Mu responded with a hum. The fleet has too few personnel. A division of labor cannot be perfect. Since I am not going out to execute the recovery operation, I must prepare in other areas. For a fleet to truly grow, everyone on board must play their part. I cannot slack off just because I am the captain. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an ant's nest. My negligence could lead everyone to perish here. I don't want to be the sinner. With that, Qin Mu stopped responding to Xiao Na. Xiao Na was shaken by his words. Should everyone really do what they are supposed to do? Shouldn't I also do some things that I can do right now? Xiao Na felt a bit confused. Looking at Qin Mu's profile, a determined expression gradually appeared in her eyes. Report, Captain. Joanna decisively shouted. I apply to be among the first batch of landing crew for the first star. You said everyone should just do their part. As reservists, we have previously executed landing operations, and I believe we need to explore the first star. Joanna spoke with unwavering determination. Her expression did not change as she articulated her thoughts, having firmly resolved her intentions from this moment on. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu rejected, saying, let's not discuss the landing on a life planet for now. First let the explorer ship thoroughly survey this star region before making arrangements. Furthermore, we haven't even seen the insectoid species that need to be deployed in the assessment tasks. If there are living insectoids on the life planet, and also those to be deployed for the assessment. Choosing to land on a life planet carries a low chance of survival. Qin Mu spoke, very seriously considering the consequences of landing on a life planet from all angles. In a star region with 3 suns and 10 life planets, Qin Mu knew without a doubt that it would be vastly different from ordinary star regions. Otherwise, the federal high-ups wouldn't go to such lengths to facilitate human re-migration to this star region. A naturally trisolar star region with 10 life planets could accommodate many immigrants once utilized. It is easy to imagine that such a star region must contain many peculiar places, and after the insectoids have passed through, there is no guarantee that other emergencies won't arise. Captain, please agree to my request, Joanna insisted. Whether it's my team or Zhu Qingwei's team, we reservists have abundant experience in landing operations. If unforeseen circumstances do arise, we also have a high possibility of escape. Moreover, only by truly landing can we better understand the specific conditions of each life planet. Joanna was as earnest as Qin Mu, and every word she spoke carried absolute logic. Consider a life planet's terrain, including mountains, forests, valleys, and abyssal chasms. Only through real exploration can one accurately investigate what lies within. Although there are life detection satellites on the Starship, these satellites can only handle most situations, and every planet certainly has corresponding strong magnetic field areas. Strong magnetic field areas cannot be adequately addressed by life detection satellites alone. Real humans must go down to witness the reality, which is the most practical approach. Why did you suddenly think of landing? Qin Mu did not respond, directly changing the subject. You should be focused on preparing for the launch of the light source satellite. The light source satellite can be managed by the Starship's AI, but landing on the life planet requires real people to go down. You also said that everyone doing their part is the best approach. Joanna took a deep breath. I believe that conducting the landing operation is the most necessary thing I can do right now. Qin Mu fell silent instantly. Joanna's words left him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I will give you an hour to consider. After a long pause, facing Joanna's serious gaze, Qin Mu reluctantly said, Joanna, remain still. I have already made up my mind. This thought is consistent now and will be an hour later. An hour is enough time with current technology to survey a vast area. I request to set off now. Perhaps after Zhu Qingwei and the others complete the insectoid recovery task, I can also complete the exploration of the first life planet, and then we can proceed with landing on it. Qin Mu. A virtual secretary suddenly appeared. The holographic projection of her bore an identical appearance to Joanna at that moment. Faced with the sudden appearance of the virtual secretary, Joanna was slightly taken aback, looking at the virtual secretary with surprise. To this day, she still did not know that the AI on the Explorer ship was the virtual secretary, and it was a top-tier AI with advanced technology. Master, you can agree to Captain Joanna's request. I know your concern is not wanting to see any crew members sacrificed, wanting to avoid such issues as much as possible. But such issues cannot be avoided. Though it may sound harsh, if sacrifices are truly necessary to complete the assessment tasks, you should choose to make those essential sacrifices. Pitying kindness cannot accomplish great enterprises. Captain Joanna also aims to contribute more to the fleet. If there are indeed living insectoids on the life planet, or if insect nests exist, Captain Joanna will certainly sacrifice herself. However, her sacrifice will undoubtedly be worthwhile, as the information she relays back could save many more lives. The virtual secretary spoke. In this matter, she considered the situation from Joanna's perspective. Regarding Qin Mu's hesitation, her system also determined that he needed certain corrections. Excessive mercy will inevitably lead to devastation in the end. While there is still time before entering the most brutal battlefield, it is necessary to help Qin Mu grow to a point where he can stand on his own. Though the most brutal battlefield can hasten one's growth, that journey of growth means that even a slight mistake can result in a fresh start in the next life. Qin Mu remained silent. The virtual secretary's words pierced his heart like needles. He carefully analyzed the virtual secretary's proposal and considerations regarding this matter. Gradually, the expression in Qin Mu's eyes began to change, as many of his original thoughts underwent subtle transformations at this moment. The virtual secretary's words were very realistic. Qin Mu was not a stubborn person. He had many issues that were not truly forged in battle, but he would not get stuck on such matters. Perhaps my thinking is indeed a bit too naive. I am still not a truly qualified combat personnel. The school requires us to join the reserves for a long period of practical training before graduation, perhaps for this kind of transformation. Qin Mu muttered to himself, acknowledging the virtual secretary's points while criticizing his own foolish notions. The virtual secretary did not speak, allowing Qin Mu's transformation to unfold uninterrupted. Joanna also kept silent, observing Qin Mu. From reservists to a true combat formation. Without significant transformation in this regard, one cannot join a real combat formation. Compassion can exist, but excessive compassion harms both oneself and others. Now Qin Mu has already graduated from school and is a member of the reserves. The path of transformation must be walked this way. Xiaona, here. Prepare to execute the solo landing mission. Finally, Qin Mu let out a heavy breath. Heavy words were uttered through the gaps of Qin Mu's lips. In just over 10 minutes, he completed this transformation and recognized his own shortcomings. The landing plan for the life planet cannot be ignored. Denying it outright, due to concerns over casualties, will only ensure the assessment mission's failure. The failure of an assessment mission may not have significant repercussions. Even if there are consequences, the troubles caused would be minimal. But in a real battlefield, one mistake or one abandonment of the mission leading to failure can have far-reaching consequences. A fleet's destruction and the fall of a star domain are not consequences that an ordinary person can bear. Even someone like Fan Qingyan, a top executive in the Federation, cannot easily shoulder the consequences of a fallen star domain. It must be understood that even if there is only one life planet in a star domain, the number of highly intelligent beings there is in the billions, using the vast planet T98 as an example. With nearly 1 billion inhabitants, all would perish due to one person's mistake. No one would willingly accept such a fate, nor can anyone bear such responsibility. I guarantee to complete the mission. Xiaona replied very seriously. The moment her words fell, Xiaona had already turned and walked out of the control room. And in just a moment, her figure appeared in the surveillance footage of the armory. In just 2 minutes, Xiaona had completed changing into her battle suit, the pulse armor, perfectly fitting her graceful figure. However, at that moment, Qin Mu wasn't focused on Xiaona's graceful form. Seeing her poised appearance, he slightly furrowed his brows. Inside, he had a very ominous feeling. Master, since you've made a decision, you cannot doubt yourself. You are the top commander, and what you need to do is manage the overall situation. If you are constantly in self-denial, then entrusting the entire fleet's lives to you would be irresponsible, and you cannot become a qualified captain. I am the Starship's intelligence core. I am currently your subordinate, but I will definitely raise the necessary questions. You may have always excelled in school, but you lack practical experience. In the interstellar era, practical experience is the most important. If you cannot achieve breakthrough accomplishments in practice, Master, you may have to return to a simpler life, and at that time, you wouldn't be suitable to continue shining in interstellar warfare, nor would you possess such qualifications. The virtual secretary became serious. After following Qin Mu for over a year, the virtual secretary had never exhibited such demeanor. Qin Mu was surprised by the virtual secretary's transformation at this moment. He carefully pondered the words of the virtual secretary. They were rough, but not unreasonable. Every word from the virtual secretary held much truth. These truths were precisely what he needed to digest and accept at that moment. Only by truly adapting to all of this can he complete the transition from a naive student to a combat personnel. This journey still has a long way to go. I don't know how long I will walk on this path. Qin Mu sighed deeply. After confronting himself, he realized he had many flaws. The virtual secretary shrugged. The growth of your mindset is something only you can achieve, Master. I can only offer suggestions at crucial moments to prevent you from going astray. Qin Mu responded with an not blaming the virtual secretary for suddenly criticizing him. He felt it was just the right timing. If the virtual secretary hadn't intervened, he could be sure that he would have rejected Xiaona's request. From the moment he said to give Xiaona an hour to think, he already had his answer. Seemingly granting her an hour was actually giving himself an hour to consider how to reject her request. The appearance of the virtual secretary was precisely at this critical juncture. Alright, you are fully responsible for the light source satellite. After the detection system completes its scanning, launch the light source satellite. Then initiate a full life detection on the first life planet, prioritizing the exclusion of areas with no anomalous reactions to alleviate Xiaona's work pressure. Finally, allocate a portion of firepower to constantly cover the area where Xiaona is to execute her mission. Should anything unusual occur, ensure immediate fire support. Even if such a decision has been made, we must do our utmost to ensure that everyone survives, even in a seemingly fatal situation. Qin Mu exhaled a heavy breath. After a moment of hesitation, he concentrated all his thoughts back to the task at hand. The demeanor he should exhibit was now fully displayed. As a fleet captain, there are many burdens to bear. He cannot allow his own caprices to make the crew pay the price. And now, Zhu Qingwei was executing the insect carcass recovery mission with the reserve members. Xiao Na had already donned her gear and was piloting her fighter jet onto the launch deck ready to conduct the solo landing. Qin Mu raised his spirits to the highest point, beginning the mobilization from the rear. Understood, all orders have been issued. Master, you can rest assured, after the most suitable calculations I have completed the allocations. The virtual secretary smiled slightly, her eyes scanning Qin Mu with a teasing glint. Qin Mu came to his senses, choosing to selectively ignore the virtual secretary's sudden flirtation. Hurry up and execute the arrangements. You are the Starship's intelligence core, and much of the data is in your hands. If you encounter a problem, we won't have time for emergencies. And also, can you tone down those little thoughts of yours? You make it sound as if I would definitely fall for them. The virtual secretary rolled her eyes. Master, you shouldn't speak so definitively, and nothing can be concluded in advance. However, you are right that the first-hand data is indeed with me. I will go handle the Starship and the current mission, otherwise you might end up resenting me later. As she spoke, the virtual secretary put on a pitiful expression. Qin Mu pretended not to see anything, focusing all his thoughts on the control panel. The control panel displayed many images, all timely feedback from the situation. Just as Qin Mu looked at the control panel, a ship, disguised as a meteor, appeared in a particular area of the footage. It was not much different from an ordinary meteor, even falling within the range of meteor definitions in terms of size. As Qin Mu gazed at the large meteor in the footage, an indescribable thought began to sprout in his mind. It felt a bit strange. Meteorites all looked much the same. Yet for some inexplicable reason, as Qin Mu gazed upon the one appearing in the sensor feed, his first instinct was that something was profoundly amiss. When did that meteorite appear? Qin Mu asked. Upon hearing him, the virtual secretary locked the sensor display onto the meteorite he had indicated. It's been there for a while now. This is a chaotic starfield. Meteorites like this are perfectly ordinary. Is that so? And Qin Mu grew even more perplexed. And the virtual secretary pouted faintly, observing his puzzled expression, and made no move to shift the sensor feed away. It seems Master has sensed something unusual, but not yet arrived at certainty. I wonder how long it will take before he pieces it all together. The virtual secretary mused inwardly, tilting her head thoughtfully. Still, those Federation high-ranking officials are rather dull, disguising their starship as a meteorite. They vastly underestimate my detection capabilities. The moment the meteorite starship drew near, she had detected it, but having identified its origin, she chose not to inform Qin Mu outright. What she truly wished to see was Qin Mu standing on his own. She intended to wait for him to uncover the truth himself, offering only subtle incidental hints along the way. In her view, though, she could simply lay everything bare. Doing so would severely hinder Qin Mu's growth. For his sake, she deemed certain concealments necessary, such as now, since the Federation leadership bore no ill intent, she chose instead to treat this entire situation as an organic catalyst for Qin Mu's gradual maturation. Unaware of her inner calculations, Qin Mu focused entirely on the meteorite starship. A deep instinctive unease compelled him to remain vigilant. Damn it! Did any of you idiots do something reckless? Old man, I swear I feel like we've been spotted. Aboard the meteorite starship, Fan Shengyan cursed incessantly, his gaze fixed on the sensor feedback display. They're the primary surveillance satellites of the Tanhuans. The Pioneer Explorer were all radiating toward their location, unmistakably singling them out for intense scrutiny. Damn it! And what the hell is going on? Elder Fan, our disguise is flawless, and the ship's AI reports no detection signatures whatsoever. Relax, Elder Fan. This is surely coincidence. The Tanhuans must have merely oriented its surveillance satellites toward our coordinates by chance. Fan Xingyan frowned deeply. The word coincidence grated against his instincts. Unnerving, unnatural. Stay sharp. We're here to deploy the insectoid swarm. Yes, the assessment mandate explicitly permits it, but deploying them openly right under the assessor's noses, that would cost us all face. And if your blunder exposes us to the Tanhuans, you'll shoulder the blame alone. Don't expect me to spare you when I come looking for trouble. Damn it. If the examiners themselves spot us, the shame will echo across the chaotic star sea. Fan Xingyan ranted without pause, eyebrows bristling, eyes blazing, terrified that something might go awry. And rest assured, Elder Fan, we'll encounter no complications. Precisely, this chaotic starfield is second nature to us. We move through it like fish in water. Elder Fan, something truly has gone wrong. What's wrong? Voices overlapped in disarray. Fan Xingyan was still scowling fiercely, utterly unprepared for the sudden report. The young manager delivering the report was comparatively inexperienced, perhaps too young to emulate the nonchalance of his veteran peers. Though listening to Fan Xingyan's orders, his attention remained firmly anchored on his own domain of responsibility. A holographic projection shimmered into being before him. He pointed to a vividly crimson zone. Elder Fan, the Tanhuans is scanning the first life-bearing planet. According to our prior surveys, no life signature should persist there. Yet this highlighted region now registers anomalous bioenergy fluctuations. I suspect our earlier survey of this chaotic star field contained critical oversights. If the detection system is functioning correctly, then living organisms must exist on that planet. And within such a dead starfield, only the insectoid swarm could survive. What the hell? Fan Qingyan shot upright, abandoning his tirade instantly, and immediately interfaced with the Meteoritis Starship's AI to magnify the young manager's projection. The Crimson Zone pulsed with intense bioenergy, enough to command everyone's undivided attention. And how is this possible? Who conducted the most recent survey? Fan Qingyan's expression hardened, his voice dropped low and grave, stripped of its usual bluster, replaced entirely by steely resolve. As his subordinate had reported, every star in this chaotic starfield had long since burned out. Aside from the insectoid swarm, no known life form could endure such desolation. Elder Fan, the final survey logs have been retrieved. All entries indicate standardized protocols were followed, including meticulous scans of every planetary abyss. Given the stakes involving the insectoid swarm, no one would dare falsify records. We may need to mobilize full-scale reinforcements. His subordinates continued reporting simultaneously, projecting the retrieved logs onto the display. Fan Qingyan scrutinized the data with unwavering precision. After a long silence, he commanded, "Initiate tiered activation of the Starship's armaments. If additional insectoid life persists on that planet, execute total eradication." "Elder Fan, won't that expose us?" someone stammered. Fan Qingyan glared, exasperated. "If insectoids are confirmed, who gives a damn about assessments? Would you hesitate to act, fearing exposure, while every soul aboard the Tanhuans perishes? Who brought this incompetent fool aboard? Who approved his clearance? Strip him of rank, immediately. Then exile him to the mechanical wastes as a mine laborer." Fan Qingyan was furious, his pupils bloodshot, his breath ragged and heavy. The stunned manager snapped awake, pale as ash. He tried to protest, but met Fan Qingyan's murderous glare and choked on every word. Fan Qingyan held the young man's gaze for a long, terrible moment, then finally turned back to the projection before him. There the bioenergy signature throbbed like a taunting heartbeat. Each time the crimson pulse flared, his own heart hammered faster, tightly wound, inexorably drawn. Alarm! Alarm! Abnormal life energy fluctuations detected. Please pay attention, abnormal life energy fluctuations detected. Inside the Explorer, a sharp sound suddenly echoed in the control room, where bright red lights illuminated the previously well-lit space. The emergence of the red light perfectly matched the announcements made by the virtual secretary, reminding Qin Mu that he should focus on the alarm situation. Qin Mu's gaze instantly returned to the main control panel, where he looked at the first report from the virtual secretary. A probe map of life energy reactions unfolded before him. The first life planet that Xiao Na had gone to, marked as the Abyssal Zone, showed a series of life energy reactions. Moreover, each life energy reaction was stronger than the last, as if some organism was awakening. The life energy reactions corresponded perfectly to the revival of this unknown creature. "All crew members of the Explorer, please respond. Return to the Starship immediately. Return to the Starship immediately." Qin Mu began issuing orders, his voice reaching every crew member involved in the temporary mission of insectoid recovery. Under the dark, starry sky, the fighters piloted by Zhu Qingwei and others paused for a moment, then without hesitation began to return to the Starship. Fighter after fighter landed on the main battle platform. Zhu Qingwei, wearing a pulse suit, removed her helmet and hurried towards the control room. "Qin Mu, what happened?" Zhu Qingwei asked seriously. Seeing that Zhu Qingwei was not joking around, Qin Mu pointed at the projected life energy reactions and said Xiao Na applied to carry out a probing mission on the first life planet, and now there is a life energy reaction in an abyss on that planet. According to the life detection system on the Starship, the life energy reactions are gradually strengthening. It is possible that an unknown organism is awakening. If it is confirmed that there are living organisms, you will need to undertake the mission to rescue Xiao Na while also executing the extermination mission. Qin Mu's tone was somber. After all, he had not completely lost his compassion. Moreover, his current thoughts were akin to those of Fan Qingyan aboard the meteor starship. In the chaotic star domain, it is indeed difficult for any life forms to survive apart from the insectoids, and the emergence of life energy reactions greatly likely corresponds to the insectoids. Finding insectoids must lead to extermination. Could it be the insectoids deployed during the assessment mission? Zhu Qingwei asked in a low voice. Qin Mu shook his head, not very realistic. "We used an antimatter propulsion engine to arrive here, and we should have been among the first to reach the chaotic star domain. Moreover, there were no life fluctuations at the beginning. If it were insectoids deployed during the assessment mission, we would have been able to detect their traces when we arrived." Zhu Qingwei remained silent, quietly listening to Qin Mu's analysis, and found it reasonable. She harbored a hatred for the insectoids. Or rather, everyone shared a hatred for the insectoids. Upon hearing news of them, all her focus was entirely on this matter. The information about the insectoids was not unfamiliar to those from the reserve. I will lead all reserve members to the first life planet immediately. Your classmates should not accompany us for this mission. They have just graduated from school. If insectoids truly exist, this mission could be very dangerous. Our focus must be entirely on the task, and we might not pay much attention to them. Zhu Qingwei suggested. No one is a saint who can be devoid of feelings. She was well aware of the issues surrounding Wei Sampang and the others. They still had a long way to grow. To face insectoids right after graduating from school would be cruel for Wei Sampang and the others, with a sacrifice rate as high as 90%. Knowing that the likelihood of sacrifice was high, yet still insisting on having them join, was simply asking for trouble, deliberately endangering lives. They can be temporarily excused from this mission. You have more experience, and your adaptability will be more appropriate. Qin Mu agreed with Zhu Qingwei's suggestion. Zhu Qingwei said no more, turning back to the main battle platform, addressing the team with 4 eyes and the reserve members in Xiao Na's team. Everyone was silent, their gazes colliding. Set off. Zhu Qingwei lightly commanded, jumping into her fighter. Soon many reserve members boarded their fighters, and amidst the various sounds, Zhu Qingwei and others' fighters took off. Wei Sampang and the others stood on the main battle platform, having already learned through the communicator what mission Zhu Qingwei and the others were heading to. At the same time, they did not insist on accompanying them. They did not want to become a burden on the battlefield for Zhu Qingwei and the others. Not only would they harm themselves, but if they caused others to be affected, that would be an unforgivable sin. Inside the control room, Qin Mu stared intently at the departing fighters. In the dark, starry sky, the fighters sped towards the first life planet. Prepare to launch the light source satellites. Power engines ready. Once they all return, immediately increase the distance from the first life planet. Weapon systems entering preheat mode. Space-based satellites prepare for launch, targeting the life energy reaction in the abyss. Qin Mu issued a series of commands. As Qin Mu issued these commands, the virtual secretary entered all instructions into execution mode. The control room was very quiet. Qin Mu placed his hands on the control panel, veins bulging on his forehead. His heart hung precariously in his throat. The probe satellite's image switched, and Qin Mu saw the life energy reaction in that abyss. At a glance, it was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Those with fear of darkness would surely be terrified in such a place. However, Qin Mu could not afford to focus on the so-called depth of the abyss. He only wanted to concentrate on the unknown creature at the bottom. Unfortunately, he knew nothing at present. He could not ascertain whether the unknown creature was an insectoid, nor how many there might be. Master, you can relax a bit. The necessary commands have all been executed. If you keep your heart in suspense, you may not react properly in case of unexpected situations. You are the one commanding the overall situation. If the reserve members do not make mistakes, but you do, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Mu jolted. The virtual secretary's words instantly calmed his mind. If the hypothetical enemy encountered insectoids, his nerves would be fully on edge, and it could indeed lead to issues. Taking the virtual secretary's advice, Qin Mu gradually calmed his thoughts, but his gaze did not leave the probe screen. You are right, I indeed need to stay calm. Let's first see if they're insectoids. If so, let's smash these damn things to pieces. Every fighter jet is connected to the detection system of the Starship. As Zhu Qingwei and many reserve members piloted their fighter jets into the abyss, where life energy reactions were detected on the first life planet, Qin Mu gained a clearer view of the abyss. With a width of dozens to hundreds of kilometers, its length was impossible to perceive directly with the naked eye. It was only through the data relayed by the detection system that Qin Mu understood just how long this abyss truly was. With a total length of 35,700 kilometers, it resembled a natural scar on this life planet, as if it had been cleaved open by a single stroke in a fantasy world. This abyss harbors immeasurable dangers below, Qin Mu said in a low voice, his expression grave. The terrifying abyss immediately invoked a sense of oppression in him, and within it Xiao Na had already entered to conduct her exploration. According to Xiao Na's plan, she aimed to gather the most accurate data from this abyss, but currently a strong magnetic field seemed to be preventing the Starship from receiving any signals. Explorer number calls Captain Zhu. Explorer number calls Captain Zhu. Qin Mu began to contact Zhu Qingwei through the Starship, observing that she and her team were approaching the magnetic field of the abyss. Qin Mu could not guarantee what might happen once Zhu Qingwei and the others entered the abyss. He had to ensure that everything was arranged properly at this moment. Received explorer number, please speak. Zhu Qingwei's voice came through, not yet close to the abyss, but the magnetic field's influence had already spread, making her voice sound intermittent. Regardless of what anomalies you find in the abyss, withdraw immediately. If you encounter insurmountable factors, explorer number is always ready to assist you. If you can locate Xiao Na, notify her to return to the Starship immediately. When the timing is right, we will descend as a whole via explorer number. Qin Mu arranged these instructions in a deep voice. The abyss, with its width of dozens of kilometers, was entirely within the capability of explorer number to descend, but now was not the best time. Understood. I hope to contact you again. We will meet again alive. Zhu Qingwei's tone was much more serious, mixed with an unusual gravity. After Zhu Qingwei's final response in Qin Mu's field of vision, her fighter jet completely entered the magnetic field of the abyss, and all signals were abruptly cut off at that moment. At the same time, numerous other fighter jets also entered the magnetic field of the abyss, and Qin Mu, who was in Explorer number, received messages from all the reserve members. Captain, we will meet again alive. Brother Qin Mu, calling you Captain is too formal. I will just call you that from now on. If we happen to not make it back, burn us some paper money, would you? We've been poor our whole lives. Oh, let us be rich for once. Brother Qin Mu, I don't want paper money here. Just burn me some paper fighter jets instead. If I can't enjoy life while alive, I want to indulge in the afterlife. Responses came from the reserve members in Xiao Na's team, including the Furig youth and the rat. Everyone's responses were resolute, yet tinged with a sense of loneliness. It was as if, from this moment on, they had already envisioned themselves as the dead. Qin Mu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Veins were popping on his forehead as he pressed his hands tightly on the control panel, watching one fighter jet after another disappear. Qin Mu could imagine that similar responses had been made by reserve members in the past when they undertook missions. The tasks were countless and perilous, requiring reserve personnel to execute them with their very flesh and blood, just like this time. In the eerie abyss, with its anomalous life-energy reactions, only these reserve members could act as the advanced troops for the first round of exploration. What dangers lay within the abyss remains unknown, and how many of the numerous reserve members venturing into the abyss would return alive is equally uncertain. The future was shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting the final outcome. Activate the antimatter propulsion engine. Maintain Explorer number in a hover around the periphery of the abyss magnetic field. All fire systems activated. The railgun is charging, and the space-based satellites are powering up, locking onto the target abyss. In specific circumstances, human brain responses do not match those of an intelligent brain. You are responsible for analyzing the specific situation, ensuring the operation of both the propulsion system and firepower system at all times. Upon hearing my command, strike immediately. Qin Mu began to give instructions to the virtual secretary. As the captain of Explorer number, he could not personally descend into the abyss for exploration. For now, he could only arrange everything aboard the Starship. As long as Xiao Na and the others returned, as long as Zhu Qingwei and her team returned, he could order the Starship to descend immediately. If he encountered insurmountable factors or faced the dangerous awakening of insectoid creatures, he could rely on the charging railgun and space-based weapons to provide sufficient time for the Starship to retreat. The strength of the insectoid race is beyond doubt. Qin Mu had learned from books that even higher-tier insects could withstand railgun strikes with their physical bodies. Qin Mu was well aware of this. He did not believe that a mere-class Starship could handle such a level of insectoid, but he had to be prepared. Even if he couldn't truly injure such insects, the strikes from the railgun and space-based weapons could at least hinder their movements for a brief moment. And in that brief time, the propulsion system of the antimatter engine would be sufficient for the Starship to retreat. Otherwise, the usual sublight propulsion system could very well be pursued by such high-grade insects, ultimately being torn apart into cosmic scrap metal. Rest assured, Master, I will never slack off on important matters. All commands have been issued. The antimatter propulsion engine has completed its startup, and the firepower system has also been activated. The railgun and space-based satellites still require some time to charge. Once charging is complete, I will immediately lock the strike range. Please rest assured, Master. The virtual secretary replied seriously. Just as she stated she would never be careless about important matters, she was diligently fulfilling her duties as an intelligent brain. Qin Mu nodded. His eyes did not leave the detection screen for even a moment. Even though he was staring at the endless darkness, he continued to look as intently as possible, hoping to see fighter jets return from the abyss. He wished for as many fighter jets to return as had entered. The necessary preparations have been completed. Everyone must come back alive. Activate all weapon systems. Deploy illumination satellites to assist the Pioneer-class vessel. Charge orbital cannons and space-based weaponry while maintaining optimal power system functionality. Deliberately reveal our position to the Pioneer-class vessel. Let young Qin Mu understand he is not alone in this endeavor. Suspend the evaluation mission immediately. Terminate the xenomorphic deployment protocol. Final assessment of mission success will be determined based on the specifics of this emergent situation. Inside the asteroid-class Starship, Fan Xingyan ceased his outburst. His aged face bore a solemn gravity. His sharp, unclouded eyes gleamed with unwavering acuity. Having recognized the extraordinary anomaly lurking within the abyss, he enacted emergency protocols, abandoning rigid adherence to the evaluation mandate. A veteran who had survived active service in the Reserve Corps, Fan Xingyan possessed far richer field experience than most, and his mastery of adaptive command was nothing short of consummate. He knew precisely when to pivot. Given the present circumstances, he understood clearly that allowing the Pioneer-class vessel to proceed unchecked into the abyss, forcing it to shoulder all risk, would amount to condemning every soul aboard to certain death. Fan Changyan could not stand idly by as lives were sacrificed. He resolved to act, to do everything within his power. Stealth systems have been fully disengaged. Weapon systems are charging. Propulsion remains at peak operational capacity. Based on real-time analysis, the ship's AI has determined that the asteroid-class vessel is now maneuvering toward the Pioneer-class vessel. Shall we initiate direct contact? The AI's voice resonated, awaiting Fan Qingyin's directive. He gave a low, decisive hum. Establish secure communication with the Pioneer-class vessel. Instruct them to prepare for immediate evacuation. The remainder of the operation falls to us, the asteroid-class vessel. Compared to the Pioneer-class vessel, our asteroid-class platform boasts a fully integrated weapons architecture, and its interstellar strike capabilities carry unparalleled deterrence. Having issued these orders, Fan Qingyin entrusted their execution entirely to the AI, imposing strict prohibition on manual intervention by his crew. He knew his crew all too well, and trusting them with this operation would not only jeopardize Qin Mu's rescue, it might cost Fan Qingyin his own life. A man who had lived through the crucible of Reserve Corps service, only to perish afterward. That would truly be the greatest irony in the cosmos. Acknowledged. Initiating contact with the Pioneer-class vessel. The AI responded, establishing a secure data link between the two starships. Fan Qingyin's crew stared at him with wounded, reproachful silence, eager to take the helm, yet cowed into stillness by his piercing, predatory gaze. Are we truly that incompetent? We underwent rigorous professional training. Elder Fan, you underestimate us. Pioneer-class vessel. Qin Mu monitored the abyss with unwavering vigilance. Suddenly, his virtual secretary materialized before him. What's happening? Why have you manifested without prompting? Qin Mu regarded the hologram with bemused suspicion. He had no patience for flirtatious diversions at this critical juncture. Yet her abrupt appearance sent a jolt through him. Uncertain of her intent, he exhaled deeply upon seeing her immaculate, austere, formal interface. Relief washing over him like cool water. A second starship remains undetected within the chaotic starfield, presumably the oversight vessel assigned to your evaluation mission. It is now initiating contact with us. You observed this vessel earlier, Master, but remained uncertain about the nature of its anomaly. Would you like to establish direct communication? Qin Mu snapped his fingers against his forehead. No wonder that asteroid felt profoundly wrong. It was a starship in disguise. So you knew of its presence from the beginning, and deliberately withheld that information. You're only revealing it now because they've initiated contact. The cosmos is vast and unforgiving, Master. To cultivate your combat acumen, I calculated and reserved this revelation deliberately, as an opportunity for you to uncover and grow. Your logic is always impeccable, but time is scarce. Establish contact, now. The virtual secretary's capabilities were unmatched. As the asteroid-class vessel extended its signal, she interfaced seamlessly, bridging the two starships in an instant. Young Qin Mu, can you hear me? This is Fan Qingyin, Senior Oversight Commander for your evaluation mission. To summarize, the planet you currently orbit harbors unknown variables. Maintain full alert status aboard the Pioneer-class vessel. My asteroid-class ship will hold the outer perimeter as your vanguard. Let me be unequivocal: whatever lies hidden in the abyss, act without hesitation. The rest is our responsibility. And remember, this is not Planet T-98. You have full operational latitude. Whatever unfolds, I will bear the weight. Fan Qingyin's voice resonated across the link, accompanied by his towering three-dimensional holographic projection. His stern visage radiated unassailable authority, a man who stood as a bulwark beneath the stars. Qin Mu's expression twisted, relieved by Fan Qingyin's arrival, yet unsettled by his words. He'll bear any weight. Was this mere bravado? Qin Mu recalled numerous high-risk maneuvers documented in theoretical astromilitary texts. Even the simulated ship collision that once terminated his avatar in the virtual cosmos paled beside those possibilities, many of which remained beyond his practical reach. But now, was Fan Qingyin essentially offering the chaotic starfield as a live-fire proving ground, free of virtual simulation fees? Master, surely you aren't contemplating those hazardous protocols? The virtual secretary interjected, alarm sharpening her tone. Qin Mu nodded. I am considering them. My current hypothesis posits dormant height-year xenomorphs. Standard orbital bombardment would prove insufficient. Several overload protocols exist that could push the ship's armaments beyond nominal limits, potentially elevating firepower to unprecedented levels. Moreover, the antimatter propulsion engine opens another possibility: controlled annihilation of sufficient matter-antimatter pairs. Its yield would dwarf even orbital cannons. Such force might well neutralize even elite xenomorphs. The virtual secretary fell silent. In the holographic feed, Fan Qingyin's eyes widened, his earlier confidence frozen mid-expression. Kid, are you crazy? Fan Qingyin gasped, shocked, but not scared to death by Qin Mu's sudden words. A sufficient scale of matter-antimatter explosion could very well annihilate this entire star domain, right? The Federal High Command was planning to rebuild this star domain, and if it were to be completely obliterated by matter-antimatter, how could I cover that up? Qin Mu chuckled awkwardly. Old Fan, please don't panic. This is just a hypothetical method I imagined, a last resort if nothing else works. However, aside from this method, I have actually thought of many other ways. If we can't use the method of igniting matter-antimatter, there must be other feasible options. Other methods. Fan Xinjian's eyes widened again, his gaze that had just calmed down now filled with exaggerated shock from the holographic projection. Kid, let me warn you, don't mess around with this old man. Fan Xingyan became anxious, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. I said I can cover it, but I didn't say you could act recklessly. Qin Mu. Is he really this timid? Qin Mu couldn't help but complain internally. Conducting hypothetical practical exercises in real combat is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But now, Qin Mu felt a lingering desire, still wanting to actually conduct a practical exercise. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the interior of the starship. It wasn't a sound transmitted through a vacuum. Once Qin Mu's mind was pulled back, he immediately looked at the main control panel. A terrifying tremor suddenly erupted from the abyss, the massive shockwave causing the explorer to tremble while suspended in the starry sky, with all sounds generated by its vibrations. Quickly check what happened, Qin Mu shouted. The virtual secretary promptly responded, detected an unknown explosion occurring in the abyss, and the reaction of life energy has started to intensify, likely triggered by creatures within the abyss. Hiss, Qin Mu gasped in shock. The tremor had spread directly from the abyss to the starry sky, causing a chain reaction in the explorer, and it was actually caused by unknown creatures. If those unknown creatures really emerged from the abyss, what kind of scene would that be? Qin Mu's gaze became serious as he stared intently at the abyss. So far he hadn't seen Zhu Qingwei and the other reserve members emerge from the abyss. The explorer positioned far away was affected, and Qin Mu couldn't imagine what the situation was like for Zhu Qingwei and the others currently in the abyss. Can we confirm that there are living creatures? Qin Mu asked again. The virtual secretary decisively replied, it can be confirmed that there are living creatures present in the abyss. Based on the current data feedback, I can roughly analyze what type of creature it is. What kind of creature? A nest of insects. A nest of insects. Yes. Qin Mu stood there stunned. The words nest of insects echoed in his ears like a spell. Even though he had prepared for the possibility of high-level insect creatures existing in the abyss, he never expected it to be a nest. Insect creatures born from insect queens. This is the information currently confirmed by the Federation. An insect queen can control billions of insect creatures, and their reproduction rate is incredibly fast. An insect swarm can annihilate a life star in no time under the control of an insect queen who can reproduce their numbers in a very short time. Even high-level insect creatures are reproduced through similar means by the insect queen, ultimately engaging in mutual devouring to grow into high-level insect creatures. The nest is where the insect queen resides. According to the information released by the Federation, any nest previously inhabited by an insect queen is highly likely to contain yet a hatch insect creatures, and the number is not small. Qin Mu began to understand the terrifying reaction of life energy he imagined was actually the abnormal life energy of high-level insect creatures, but it wasn't the high-level insect creatures themselves, rather it was the numerous unhatched insect creatures in the nest nearing their emergence. The aggregation of numerous life energy reactions is enough to shock anyone. Kid, your starship's intelligence just analyzed it as a nest of insects. Is the data input normal? Can we confirm it? Fan Xingyan asked repeatedly. At this moment, Fan Xingyan was completely serious, his holographic projection displaying a fierce expression, not daring to take any chances. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Old Fan, the data input has no issues. As long as the detection results show no discrepancies, the intelligence analysis is likely accurate. Damn it, how could it be a nest of insects? This star domain has already been abandoned. How could there still be a nest in the abyss? Could it be that an insect queen was responsible for destroying this star domain before? Fan Xingyan cursed vehemently, the spittle flying from his mouth, proving his agitation. He was already in a state of absolute fury. Kid, once your people come out of the abyss, have them return to your starship immediately. You must take your people away from the chaotic star domain. Oh, I will call for support right away. Damn it, a nest of insects is no good. If we hadn't stumbled upon this by chance, and if those unhatched insect creatures were about to emerge, we could be destroyed time and again while trying to rebuild. Damn, I almost got killed. Fan Xingyan grumbled, and his holographic projection disappeared, seemingly to call for support. If it really is a nest, the insect creatures left within it are not something a single explorer and a meteor ship can handle. The exact scale of the nest is uncertain. Insect queens do build nests with different levels, and some large-scale nests contain unhatched insect creatures capable of easily annihilating a galaxy, while some smaller nests may only be able to annihilate a star domain, highlighting the vast difference. The magnetic field in the abyss is too unstable. Neither the explorer nor the meteor ship dares to delve deeper to investigate, making it impossible to understand the true scale of the nest. Damn it, how could it be a nest? What are the chances that it really is a nest? Fan Xingyan's holographic projection disappeared, and Qin Mu looked at the virtual secretary, projected, unable to help but ask. The virtual secretary's expression was very serious. Master, the probability of it being a nest is as high as 90%, and even saying 100% would not be an exaggeration. The reason for the 10% margin of error is that we cannot determine whether the nest in the abyss is alive or dead. A living nest contains essence left by the insect queen, and can produce low-level insect creatures before its energy is exhausted, making it a living nest. Conversely, a dead nest has no essence left by the insect queen and will only hatch uncompleted insect creatures. Such nests pose significantly less threat than the former. Huff. Qin Mu let out a heavy breath. He fully understood the virtual secretary's words. According to the virtual secretary, regardless of how it is viewed, a nest exists in the abyss, but the distinction between a living and dead nest remains unknown. Prepare. If a disaster of insects breaks out, then we will risk entering the abyss. Although I know the chances are slim, I still want to see if any reserve members are still alive. Qin Mu arranged in a deep voice. He could choose to have the explorer evacuate directly, but his conscience would never allow it to happen. Qin Mu believed that this is not merely a matter of conscience, but a matter of responsibility. Now his identity is no longer just a simple student, he is a formal member of the reserves and an intern captain. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na are all members of his explorer. If he had initially sent everyone on a suicide mission without any responsibility for rescuing them, he could have evacuated without any psychological burden. But he never issued such an order. As long as there is even a slight hope, he can't abandon his teammates to escape alone. The explorer has completed all preparations and can dive into the abyss at any time, but I suggest you wait a bit longer, Master. Currently, the reaction of life energy is unusually intense, likely because Zhu Qingwei and the others have entered the abyss, triggering the nest response. Given the current situation, we are not suitable to dive until we see any beings emerge from the abyss. The virtual secretary meticulously analyzed the situation. As a top-tier intelligence, her operational capacity was at its peak. If Zhu Qingwei and the others are alive, they will certainly emerge from the abyss first. After all, reserve members are not purely reckless. They know what they can handle and what they cannot. If Zhu Qingwei and the others do not emerge from the abyss, but instead insect creatures hatch from the nest, then dangerous operations would need to be executed to rescue the living. Both methods necessitate waiting here. Qin Mu understood all of this and patiently forced himself to wait. Breathing grew heavier, and his footsteps in the control room became increasingly rapid. Boom! The tremor struck again. The explorer swayed unceasingly in the starry sky. The red alert lights inside the starship blinked continuously, and the powerful shockwaves aftermath spread wider and wider. Master, I have some bad news to tell you. According to the secondary reaction of life energy, this nest may be a living one which could contain a large amount of essence left by the insect queen. Otherwise, the reaction of the nest couldn't be so intense. The current situation may indeed involve high-level insect creatures hatching within the nest. The virtual secretary suddenly spoke up. The tremors came in waves, and more accurate data was fed into the virtual secretary's terminal. More detailed information began to be analyzed, and the virtual secretary matched many pieces of information. Qin Mu's heart sank further. He fixed his gaze on the abyss as the light source satellites began to approach the abyss, illuminating it as much as possible. The number of light source satellites was not abundant. The expanse of the abyss was vast and deep, with the light insufficient to penetrate into its depths. Qin Mu could see that the inner walls of the abyss were quite smooth, but this smoothness did not extend far. After a certain depth it began to steepen, and then it was just darkness, an area no longer observable. Begin executing the diving operation. Qin Mu decisively ordered, immediately arranging for the virtual secretary to conduct the dive for the explorer. The virtual secretary was momentarily taken aback seeing Qin Mu's serious expression and quickly responded, preparing to execute the diving operation. Please wait patiently, Master. The explorer moved, originally hovering at the magnetic field's outer region. As the virtual secretary coordinated numerous systems of the explorer, its altitude began to decrease. As the explorer descended, the magnetic field's influence grew stronger, and Qin Mu could clearly sense the internal signals of the explorer starting to weaken. Even the contact with the meteor ship had begun to become intermittent. The abyss was deep, and the explorer's descent speed was not fast, but it had already descended quite a distance. With the Starship's built-in light source satellites, Qin Mu could finally see the abyssal scenes in the darkness that he had previously missed. As the abyss deepened, the steepness of the rock wall increased, and in some areas Qin Mu saw numerous mottled black dots. Insect creatures, have they already hatched? Qin Mu recognized that those mottled black dots were not the size of floating insect corpses seen in the starry sky. On the rock wall, the dense black dots were newly hatched insect creatures roughly the size of a palm, but there were countless of them. The insect creatures have completed hatching. These insect creatures are still in their initial state. As they absorb life energy, they will enter their growth phase, and when the time comes, their size will significantly increase, ultimately resembling the insect corpses you see in the starry sky, Master. The virtual secretary responded in real time. Qin Mu nodded. Activate the firepower system and eliminate these insect larvae. While they're still not fully grown, we should eliminate as many as we can. If their numbers fully grow, who knows how many life stars they will devastate, and how many people will die beneath their sharp fangs. Understood. The explorer's orbital cannon was fully charged. But here in the abyss within the life star, the orbital cannon could not be fired, and many class cannons began to rotate their barrels. Uft, 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 uft. Flames soared, and after the virtual secretary completed Qin Mu's command, numerous cannons fired shells. The exploding rock walls and spreading flames instantly illuminated much of the abyss interior. Qin Mu watched as one mottled black that after another fell from the rock walls, ultimately turning to ash or even vanishing into nothingness, but his mood did not lighten in the slightest. The many insect creatures that had not yet been attacked originally, just wanting to crawl out from the rock walls of the abyss to begin their glorious lives of devastation across endless star domains, were now rushing down from the rock walls due to the explorer's proactive attack. A swarm of insect creatures, a mass of black dots, all set their sights on the explorer. The plundering began, starting with the explorer. Fire coverage. Qin Mu gazed at the swarm of black larvae lunging towards the starship, feeling a tinge of shock in his eyes, yet he did not forget what actions needed to be taken at this moment. The rotation speed of the cannons increased rapidly, with the rapid-fire cannons B1 to B9 covering the lunging larvae from all directions. Beneath each burst of flames, vast numbers of charred larvae fell back into the abyss, their wails echoing within the depths. Master, the number of larvae is increasing, and the vitality of this nest may exceed our expectations. If nothing unexpected occurs, this nest may indeed harbor a wealth of essence from the insectoid queens, possibly preparing for the hatching of high-level insectoids, allowing these larvae to ultimately battle for true supremacy. The virtual secretary constantly reported the situation. After all, Qin Mu was merely a mortal and could not accurately estimate how many larvae had been annihilated. However, the virtual secretary was different. The top-tier intelligence core possessed unparalleled computational capabilities, and each extermination was meticulously recorded in her database. How many larvae have been exterminated so far? Qin Mu inquired. The virtual secretary replied, Master, the number of exterminated larvae has already surpassed 100 million, and this may only be a small fraction of the nest's total larvae. Hiss! Qin Mu inhaled sharply. With his naked eye, he could see waves of larvae plummeting into the abyss. The sheer quantity was terrifying, but it wasn't until the virtual secretary reported the staggering figure of over 100 million that he truly grasped how many larvae there were. The mottled black dots were densely packed, the numbers unfathomable, and this was merely a small part of the entire nest. Qin Mu could hardly imagine the horrifying scene that would unfold once all the larvae here had hatched. If they allowed the larvae to breed high-level insectoids, the star system's defenses would truly be as fragile as paper. Master, should we continue to dive deeper? The virtual secretary asked. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Continue the descent. Currently, these larvae are still within the range that the firepower system of the explorer can handle, so we can continue operations. Remember to notify me immediately when the firepower system's capacity reaches 95%. Oh, I need to take countermeasures. With his breath steady and emotions stable, Qin Mu felt as if he had undergone a transformation while truly immersed in such a battlefield. Being on the battlefield meant doing what one should do there. Understood, I comprehend the master's intention. The explorer will continue to dive deeper. I will notify the master at the first sign of the firepower system nearing its limit. The virtual secretary vanished from sight. Qin Mu wondered if her disappearance was due to the need to focus entirely on handling the large number of larvae. At this moment, however, his mind could not dwell on such matters. The explorer could annihilate batch after batch of larvae using its overwhelming firepower, while Zhu Qingwei and the others were merely piloting ordinary landing craft. The difference between landing craft and the damaged starship was significant. After all, a dead camel is bigger than a horse, and this was an undeniable truth. Time passed by second by second. The explorer grew exceedingly quiet. Around Qin Mu's ears, apart from the sounds of the starship's firepower system repeatedly firing, there were no other sounds. Where is everyone? It shouldn't have descended much in such a short time. Indeed, the initial caution was warranted. I should not have permitted Joanna to conduct the landing operation. However, if Joanna had not performed the landing operation, this nest might not have been discovered so soon. What would the consequences have been then? Is this not a mission everyone must undertake? Was it predestined by the heavens? Qin Mu muttered softly. He felt regret for allowing Joanna to carry out the landing task. Yet he did not regret it, for Joanna's landing mission might have been the catalyst for this nest's revival at this very moment. Without such opportunities, they could have completed their assessment tasks and left peacefully, and the matters of this nest would not have concerned them at all. However, once all the larvae in this location completed their hatching and the high-level insectoids fully evolved, countless star systems around the chaotic star domain would be affected. The chaotic star domain has a stargate directly connected to the T98 star domain, and there is no need to travel to other star domains for rest before continuing through other stargates. It is easy to imagine that once the insectoids fully hatch, the T98 star domain could very well become a target for their assault. For the insectoids capable of traversing the starry sky using the stargates is no problem at all. They can rely purely on their instincts to invade star domains with living organisms. Master, life signs of reserve members detected. The virtual secretary suddenly appeared, her voice urgent. Hearing this, Qin Mu immediately looked at the detection screen displayed by the virtual secretary. The image was quite hazy, the abyss was too dark, and even with the light source satellites on the explorer providing illumination, it remained indistinct. In the blurred image, the shadow of a fighter jet flickered, and not just one, but several fighter jets could be seen. Immediately provide fire cover and ensure the detected reserve members can safely return to the Explorer. If conditions permit, allow a portion of the larvae to enter the main battle platform, but ensure that all reserve members can safely land on the deck. Qin Mu issued the commands loudly. The virtual secretary said nothing further and immediately began executing Qin Mu's orders. In the past, she would have advised Qin Mu to think twice, as allowing a portion of the larvae onto the starship's deck was tantamount to digging their own graves. However, after multiple simulations in the virtual universe, she had witnessed Qin Mu's growth firsthand. Allowing just a portion of the insectoids onto the Explorer was entirely acceptable. Fire cover underway. Communicating with reserve members. The virtual secretary executed the commands while activating the loudspeaker on the Explorer. Due to the interference of the strong magnetic field, communication between the Explorer and the reserve members was impossible, necessitating the use of the loudspeaker originally intended for internal use on the Explorer. This is the Explorer. This is the Explorer. Reserve members, please return to the Explorer immediately upon hearing this message. Reserve members, please return to the Explorer immediately upon hearing this message. The Explorer will provide fire cover for you. Please return to the Explorer under its protection. The loudspeaker vibrated at a high frequency. The sound echoed through the abyss, resonating in the darkness. A small portion of the firepower system's cannons was aimed at the area where the reserve members' traces were detected. Fire cover executing immediately. Damn it, how can there be so many larvae? This place can't possibly have a nest of insects, right? This time we might truly be doomed. There's no way to break through with so many larvae around. Damn it, those stinking bugs are going to feel my firepower. In the dark abyss, the fighter jets left trails one after another, their flames glowing like the last fireworks in the darkness. Due to the interference of the strong magnetic field, the fighters were very close to each other, yet they could not establish contact, relying solely on their unspoken understanding to carry out attack after attack. Despair hung over the hearts of nearly every reserve member. They had accepted the grim reality of dying here. This is the Explorer. This is the Explorer. Suddenly, a penetrating voice broke through the iron shell of the fighter jet, clearly reaching the ears of every reserve member aboard the Explorer. The sudden voice momentarily stunned all reserve members, who then noticed the Explorer above them executing a descent maneuver. Holy crap, it's the Explorer. The captain actually ordered the Starship to descend. Are they coming to rescue us? Damn it, we thought we were surely dead, but it seems there's still a glimmer of hope. Damn it, I can't contact the other pilots. For now, we can only operate blindly. Let's hope we all make it back alive. Unable to understand each other's intentions, nearly all reserve members ascended their fighters, frantically approaching the Explorer. With the support of heavy firepower, the pressure on each of them lessened significantly, as the firepower of their fighters alone was insufficient to cope with wave after wave of larvae. But now it was different. The firepower system of the Explorer was still quite powerful. Under absolute fire protection, they now had the energy to maneuver their fighters back to the Explorer. Master detected approaching fighters. The number matches the departing reserve members. Master detected Captain Xiao piloting a departing fighter. Captain Zhu and the others must have found Captain Xiao and are now returning to the vicinity of the Explorer. Master initiating temporary activation of the energy shield. Please be on alert, Master. Qin Mu stepped out of the control room, his gaze turning exceptionally firm. The pulse suit was perfectly worn on his body, and the brand new blood shadow blade was clenched in his hand, standing like a war god on the main battle platform of the Starship. Without saying a word, he quietly watched the energy defense shield above him. The azure light continuously erupted with arcs of electricity, each burst annihilating many larvae that lunged towards the Starship. Even though the firepower system was extremely powerful and the coverage of firepower continued, there were still some that slipped through the cracks. Fortunately, the energy shield still had some defensive capability, and the larvae's attacking power was slightly lacking, which allowed them to be easily obliterated by the shield. However, at this moment, to let Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na return to the Starship meant that the shield would have to be temporarily activated for a while. And in that brief moment, with the number of larvae, many would inevitably fall onto the deck. At that time, another battle would ensue. At this moment, Qin Mu was preparing earnestly for the upcoming battle. Boom, boom, boom. The energy defense shield began its brief activation. A small crack slowly opened. Numerous reserve members lingering outside the Explorer seized this fleeting opportunity, all entering the Starship. As everyone returned, the crack slowly closed, but in that instant, many mottled black dots fell onto the deck. Qin Mu couldn't calculate how many larvae had entered the Starship. He could only see a vast area, conservatively estimating that there were tens of thousands. Holy crap, we finally landed, but it seems things have just gotten worse. Big sis, seeing you alive puts our minds at ease. Captain Xiao, it's Captain Xiao. Stop wasting time, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Some were delighted while others were tense. Zhu Qingwei stepped down from the fighter, maintaining a combat stance. The pulse suit still dawned on her. She had no time for small talk with acquaintances. The moment she returned to the Explorer, she knew there were more important matters to attend to. Similarly, Xiao Na had the same attitude. She didn't bother to reassure her teammates and immediately began shouting orders to prepare for battle. Qin Mu stepped forward, the blood shadow blade scraping against the deck with a piercing sound. Qin Mu, you were a bit reckless, letting us in has allowed a large number of larvae to follow us in. Captain Zhu was right this time. So many larvae are not easily dealt with, and the upcoming fight will likely be a bloody one. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na moved to Qin Mu's side, always on guard, their full attention focused on the vast mass of larvae gathering on the deck. Qin Mu smiled slightly, a hint of bloodthirst appearing on his face. Since we let these beasts into the starship, we can't let them run wild here. Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements. The inclusion of these larvae was within my expectations. I'm not so weak that I panic upon seeing larvae entering the starship. Qin Mu was very composed. Having fought mature insectoids before, he remained calm in the face of the massive larvae. It was merely a battle. Life and death were trivial. If one did not yield, then fight. That's just the way it is. Indeed, since things have come to this, we can only engage these beasts head-on. I haven't tested the pulse suit's capabilities yet. This will be the perfect opportunity. Xiao Na, I share your thoughts, but don't just focus on ourselves. When we strike, be sure to pay attention to the situation around Qin Mu. Rest assured I know what to do. Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na exchanged views. The two were unaware of Qin Mu's true capabilities. In this critical moment, they didn't care if Qin Mu overheard their conversation. Their meaning was clear. While they were definitely going to fight, they also needed to pay attention to Qin Mu's situation. If anyone were to die, it should be after Qin Mu, at least allowing him to live a bit longer to secure more opportunities. Qin Mu listened intently to their discussion, not responding, his gaze fixed on the vast gathering of larvae. He took a step forward and raised the blood shadow blade. In an instant, he was like a rampaging tiger charging straight towards the mass of insectoids on the deck. The blood-red light cast a shadow in everyone's eyes. Kill! Zhu Qingwei and the others surged forward. All reservists, except Wei Sanpang and his group, drew their battle blades and charged headlong into the swarm of larvae. The silhouettes of their blades shimmered coldly and bloodily beneath the azure glow of the energy barrier. Qin Mu led the charge, and within moments he had already reached the larval swarm. The insectoid race was born of predation and slaughter. Any entity emitting life energy signatures became prey. Even kin turned on one another when life energy waned. Brutal infighting would erupt, forging higher-tier insectoids from the carnage. Qin Mu's arrival jolted their primal senses. Abandoning further consolidation, a vanguard detachment broke formation and lunged toward him. Oomph! Qin Mu snorted coldly, swinging his blood shadow blade to meet the onrushing horde. Simultaneously, his finger brushed the pulse harness at his waist. The pulse wave detonated with blinding force. VVVV. A colossal concussive shockwave slammed into the charging insects, leaving their skulls ringing and their lightning-fast movements frozen midair in stunned rigidity. Qin Mu seized the opening. The blood shadow blade slashed upward through the suspended swarm. Uft! The blade was razor-sharp. Even adult insectoids could not withstand its cleaving edge. Moreover, Qin Mu's blood shadow blade was a bespoke variant forged with numerous Grade C alloys. Though officially classified as Grade B, it ranked among the finest of all Grade C blades. And these were mere hatchlings, fragile, unhardened larvae whose chitinous shells had yet to mature enough to resist even a single stroke of the blood shadow blade. Emerald green ichor sprayed across the air, splattering heavily across Qin Mu's face. He hesitated not even glancing down to wipe the viscous blood from his skin. With practiced fluidity, he raised the blood shadow blade anew and met the next wave of larvae with a sweeping lethal arc. Zhu, are you absolutely certain the captain still needs our support? Jonah stared dumbfounded at Qin Mu's effortless dominance. Zhu Qingwei twitched at the corner of her mouth. Jonah the cow, who do you think I should ask? But honestly, brother Qin Mu's combat proficiency rivals, or perhaps even surpasses, our own. Jonah nodded gravely. This was precisely what had shaken her to her core. Reservists routinely undertook the most perilous assignments during past deployments aboard foreign fleets. They had indeed encountered insectoids. Yet, those prior engagements had relied almost exclusively on overwhelming firepower to complete objectives. Direct close-quarters confrontations had been exceedingly rare, limited to sporadic skirmishes against only a handful of massive specimens. In truth, their actual hand-to-claw combat capability against the insectoid race remained underdeveloped, still ripe for profound refinement. But now, larvae fell in droves beneath Qin Mu's blade, each kill flowing seamlessly into the next. No pause, no hesitation, no wasted motion. What are you all waiting for? Don't underestimate this fragment of the swarm. Should these larvae mature, the Explorer-class vessel will fall before dawn. Qin Mu roared, snapping Zhu Qingwei and the others from their daze, urging them back into action. Rough estimates placed the larval swarm in the tens, or even hundreds, of millions. Should they survive to maturity, the Explorer would be devoured in mere hours. Understood. Zhu Qingwei and the others snapped back to awareness. Assured that Qin Mu required no immediate assistance, they relaxed, ready to act in earnest. Charge! Charge! Crush these stinking vermin. If we can't handle the giants, failing against these runts would shame us forever. Slow down. Have you all overdosed? Leave some for the rest of us. Slow down. Do you have any idea how much military merit we earn for killing insectoids? Is that really just a larva? That thing is pure merit. Our collective merit. Military merit. There's actually such a system. Every reservist erupted into frenzied exhilaration. The solemn life-or-death tension that had gripped them moments earlier dissolved instantly, swept away by the mere utterance of those two words, military merit. Amidst the slaughter, Qin Mu caught fragments of the reservists' excited chatter, military merit, and his eyes flared with sudden intensity. What link exists between insectoid kills and military merit? Why have I never heard of this before? Qin Mu queried inwardly, knowing his virtual secretary could intercept his neural impulses. As expected, the reply came instantly. Master, insectoid killing merit redemption is standard protocol within the Federal Military Corps. As a student, you previously lacked the clearance to access such information. Though the reserves are not an official unit, they retain full eligibility to redeem merit for insectoid kills. Hence, you only learned of this upon joining them. Coincidentally, this privilege, granting reserves parity with formal units in merit redemption, was only activated recently. Damn. So it was true. Qin Mu's breath quickened. Though he did not yet know what merits could procure the weight behind those two words, military merit was unmistakably immense. What are the precise regulations? Qin Mu pressed. The virtual secretary paused thoughtfully. Master, shouldn't your primary focus remain on neutralizing the larval swarm? All kills are automatically logged. You may study the rules thoroughly once the battle concludes. Qin Mu understood. His assistant spoke wisely. His gaze snapped back to reality, burning with fierce heat edged with chilling resolve. So, you little pests. You're worth merit after all. Reservists, stand down. These larvae belong to me alone. Qin Mu moved faster. His bloodshadow blade rose and fell with dizzying frequency. The larval fragment that had breached the explorer's hull onto the main deck represented but a sliver of the entire swarm. Yet upon landing, it blanketed the deck in a vast writhing tide. With only 20-odd fighters, Qin Mu's team faced a numerical disparity so extreme it bordered on absurdity, tens or hundreds of millions against 24. In the past, confronting such odds would have triggered grim fatalism, the first question always being, can we survive? Each soldier then pondered only how best to shield their comrades, and how in dying they might carve meaning from sacrifice. Now, with military merit unveiled, that tragic grandeur evaporated. Even death held new utility. If one died, well, one died richly. Perhaps even the funeral would be splendid. Value, once abstract and philosophical, had been elevated, refined, and quantified in the stark, brilliant currency of military merit. A guaranteed win. No loss. What in the blazes is this nonsense? I've lived a long life, yet never in my years have I encountered such a man. Knowing full well there's a Xenos hive, yet ordering the Starship to dive into the abyss. Is this sheer suicide? A death wish? Has reinforcement been coordinated? What are the neighboring star sectors saying? Inside the asteroid-class vessel, Meteor Fan Chengyan wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes wide, his jaw slack, unable to accept what his own senses confirmed. Earlier, the scout vessel Frontier Explorer had hovered just beyond the magnetic perimeter of the abyss. At the time, Fan Chengyan hadn't given it much thought, assuming only that Qin Mu sought proximity so that the cadets could reboard swiftly once they emerged from the abyss. Then, without warning, the Frontier Explorer plunged straight into the abyss. What madness is this? Is he deliberately testing the limits of elderly cardiac resilience? Report, Elder Fan, reinforcement vessels from adjacent star sectors have been dispatched. Report, Elder Fan, preliminary Xenoshiv analytical data has been compiled, but remains incomplete and inconclusive. Report, Elder Fan, all weapon systems are primed and ready for orbital saturation fire. Report, Elder Fan, propulsion systems have completed thermal pre-ignition. Spatial jump is available on command. One report after another flooded in, yet Fan Chengyan, already agitated, found each one more grating than the last. These updates offered no substance, only sterile procedural noise. Get out of my sight. Say what matters, and stop babbling about what doesn't. Spatial jump. Are you insane? There are still personnel aboard the Frontier Explorer, and a Xenos hive lurks within the abyss. Who, pray tell, authorized spatial jump readiness? Do you intend to flee before the crisis is even contained? Damn it all. Have you all turned into cowards? When trouble strikes, is self-preservation your only instinct? If every soul thinks as you do, then humanity would have vanished from the cosmos millennia ago. Step forward, now, whoever uttered those words. My AI will dispatch drones to return you to Sector T98. Then report yourself to the Stellar Penitentiary for solitary reflection. Fan Chengyan's fury mounted with every word, until he burned like a detonating powder keg. And just then, another fool dared speak such abysmal nonsense before him. Is this a farce? The officer responsible paled instantly. Others had crossed Fan Chengyan's line before. He hadn't realized he'd done the same. Yet upon reflection, he struck himself hard across the face. Elder Fan, I understand now. Upon return, I shall formally petition for charges of battlefield desertion. I acted without wisdom, and brought you undue trouble. He bowed low, and left the main control chamber. A collective sigh rippled through the assembled officers. Mercy has no place in command. A true leader tolerates no such weakness. Deploy the meteor into the abyss. Once absolute safety is confirmed, provide suppressive fire cover for the Frontier Explorer. And before entering support range, transmit one final message to all reinforcing vessels. Communications will be severed upon entry into the magnetic field. Inform all reinforcements the Xenos hive is awakening. Swarms of juvenile Xenos are converging deep within the abyss. If conditions permit, authorize total eradication of the hive. Lastly, if both the Frontier Explorer and the meteor fail to escape the abyss, authorize reinforcing vessels to execute a total stellar annihilation protocol over the chaotic star region, erasing it utterly from existence. Fan Changyan steeled his resolve, the words leaving his lips like shards of ice. Only those who had witnessed a Xenos hive's awakening truly grasped its horror, and Fan Changyan was one such witness. He recalled clearly, within the chaotic star sea, how a slumbering hive had stirred. That single awakening had raised countless star sectors beyond count. The chaotic star sea itself expanded, its borders swelling outward, as wave after wave of newly shattered star domains coalesced into its ever-widening expanse. No one yet knew the precise scale of this hive, but even at minimal estimates, its awakened progeny could easily obliterate dozens of star sectors. Yes, the chaotic star region is slated for reconstruction, yet preserving inhabited star sectors, teeming with life, holds infinitely greater weight than rebuilding one ruined domain. Understood. In the main control chamber, every officer sensed the gravity of what lay ahead. Even Fan Changyan, a veteran whose experience spanned centuries, faced the awakening hive without absolute confidence. He was already arranging contingency measures, just in case. AI, assume full command of the meteor. Execute all prior orders, without deviation or delay. Fan Changyan rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strode into the side chamber adjoining the control room. Moments later, he re-emerged, clad head-to-toe in silver-gray battle armor, a blackened greatsword resting across his broad shoulders. If earlier he had been a sharp-tongued elder, scolding all within earshot, now he stood as a war god incarnate. Merely standing in the chamber, his presence ignited, his spirit blazing, his aura thick with lethal austerity. Elder Fan, wait. Suddenly an officer stared intently at the sensor feed, then shouted as Fan Changyan moved toward the primary combat platform. Fan Changyan spun around instantly. What else? Were my orders unclear? No, Elder Fan. Look, quickly, at the abyss sensor feed. The officer cried out. Fan Changyan turned, and the war god before them seemed to deflate, stunned into silence. His eyes bulged, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the feed. Tell me, what in heaven's name is that young man doing right now? He asked, dazed, utterly unable to reconcile what the feed revealed. From the fathomless dark of the abyss, the Frontier Explorer erupted, not by standard ascent, but in defiance of physics itself. It carved a bizarre, impossible arc through the void, and directly ahead of its prow the railgun fired, not in a straight line, but in brilliant curving brilliance flung by the ship's violent rotation. Not a conventional railgun discharge, but a luminous sweeping arc traced mid-flight, shaped entirely by the vessel's centrifugal torque. Elder Fan, if our analysis holds, that maneuver must be ship whipping. Ship whipping? What kind of term is that? Is this even something a human being can pull off? Reluctant as I am to admit it, given the evidence before us, that may be the only term fitting enough to describe it. Am I growing old? Are youths like Qin Mu the true vanguard now? This move is audacious, thrilling, yet perilously bold. Elder Fan, this remark. Silence is golden. Better to remain mute than speak at all. The senior officers fell silent one by one, deliberately feigning deafness to Fan Changyan's inquiry. Fan Changyan no longer cared to extract further information from them. His entire focus was riveted on the detection feed. Not only Fan Changyan, but every officer in the command center aboard the meteorite-class vessel shared his fixation, staring in stunned disbelief at the images relayed by the sensor array. What in the blazes? That's a starship, a Class C starship over 10 kilometers long. While others wield sniper rifles, Qin Mu wields an entire starship like a thrown blade. Can one even throw a starship? Who in the name of damnation devised such a tactic? Inside the Pioneer vessel, the main combat platform was carpeted with the corpses of larval swarms. After all, they were mere larvae. Qin Mu and his crew wore cutting-edge pulse suits, their resolve sharpened by the promise of military merit. Every larva that had breached the Pioneer vessel's hull and entered the starship's interior now lay dead, each slain with a final fanatical crime: military merit. This is my military merit. Perhaps it was because so many larvae had been hacked apart, rather than incinerated, within the vessel's confines. Once the last larva inside the Pioneer vessel was eliminated, those outside descended into frenzied madness, racing toward the vessel with drug-induced euphoria, heedless of death. Or perhaps time had simply elapsed long enough for the awakened hive to spawn more larvae. Their sheer numerical surge drove ever more swarms into suicidal assaults against the Pioneer vessel. In the command center, cold sweat glistened on Qin Mu's brow. The Pioneer vessel was operating in manual mode. His expression was grave beyond measure, solemnity carved deep into every line of his face. Starship tossing. The very maneuver he had long theorized as a viable albeit perilous tactical option born from extreme combat exigencies. Yet he had never before had the chance to execute it in reality, until now deep within the abyss where hordes of larvae charged without hesitation, leaving him no choice but to attempt it. The Pioneer vessel was after all not yet a fully restored Class C starship. It remained under repair, its firepower insufficient to counter the ever-swelling tide of larvae. Qin Mu made an instantaneous decision to evacuate everyone from the abyss. The reservists had already returned. There was no longer any reason to linger in the abyss. As the ancients warned those who stubbornly refused to yield, meet grim ends. Qin Mu fortunately did not belong to that breed. He withdrew without hesitation when the moment demanded it. Yet, the staggering number of larvae left him no alternative but to perform this desperate maneuver. It appears we succeeded. Qin Mu's arms trembled with fatigue. Manually piloting an entire starship through an untested high-risk maneuver had left his heart lodged in his throat. Affirmative, Master. The theoretical framework for starship tossing proves operationally viable, but its execution absolutely requires auxiliary support from an antimatter propulsion engine. According to real-time telemetry, insufficient power output would cause the vessel to veer fatally toward the abyss's lateral rock walls during the toss, resulting in total annihilation. The virtual secretary delivered each report with clinical precision, each sentence weighing heavier upon Qin Mu's spirit. Recalling the maneuver, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Only the pilot who had truly executed it could fathom its razor-thin margin of survival. You're right. At one point we nearly grazed the wall, but the engine's raw thrust allowed a last-moment velocity surge, narrowly averting catastrophe. Qin Mu offered no denial, exhaling a long, ragged breath. But for now, we must shift our focus. The Pioneer vessel has emerged from the abyss, and so have the larvae. His gaze steadied once more upon the abyss's maw, where wave after wave of larvae surged forth into the void. Innately winged, the xenospecies bore wings of hardened steel or gossamer-thin membranes, yet all granted flawless flight. Even these newly hatched specimens took to the skies en masse, driven by a single unyielding vow to devour the Pioneer vessel utterly, or perish trying. Some larvae, though freshly birthed, possessed wings of forged steel, coalescing into a metallic torrent. Against the starfield they resembled a serpentine dragon of iron hurtling straight for the Pioneer vessel. Though immense, the Pioneer vessel paled beside that steel leviathan. Impact would mean certain obliteration. Master, our onboard munitions reserves are critically depleted. Prior repairs and the nature of this evaluation mission dictated our logistical loadout. Under normal conditions, our propellant and energy stores would sustain extended deep space operations, ample to reach and resupply from another habitable world. But the Abyss engagement consumed far beyond projected thresholds. The virtual secretary's words struck Qin Mu like icy water. His expression twisted in disbelief. Munitions reserves. Are they nearly exhausted? Energy reserves remain sufficient, for now. However, the weapons systems operate below peak efficiency, limiting storage capacity. The virtual secretary replied calmly. Qin Mu's mood plummeted. He had fixated solely on holding position above the abyss, deploying illumination satellites, firing rail cannons, never pausing to monitor the critical subsystems eroded by relentless combat. Damn it, I've committed a catastrophic error. Are we truly powerless against these xenoswarms now? Frustration burned hot within him. How could a starship captain overlook such a fundamental failure? He imagined, if the Pioneer vessel were equipped with an antimatter drive, this report would be indistinguishable from a death sentence. The virtual secretary paused thoughtfully. Based on current analytics, unless you proceed with your initial proposal, annihilation via matter-antimatter detonation, our sole viable course is immediate withdrawal. The Pioneer vessel's antimatter propulsion system guarantees sufficient thrust for escape, ensuring survival beyond the xenoswarm's reach. Qin Mu understood the assessment perfectly, yet bitterness choked him. To slay xenoswarms, that was true combat. To withdraw just as battle ignited was unthinkable. His mind raced, then locked onto the meteorite vessel, whose supporting fire now arced toward the Pioneer vessel's position. The reverse thrust is activated. Maintain temporary withdrawal of the Explorer as it approaches the orbit near the meteor. The meteor is a fully equipped starship, and its supplies are certainly more abundant than ours. With the firepower support from the meteor, we can consider borrowing some resources from it. Qin Mu decisively focused on the meteor without any hesitation. There is a significant difference between an incomplete Class C starship and a complete one. While the Explorer may be low on supplies, the meteor certainly would not face this issue, especially with Fan Xingyan, a true high-ranking official of the Federation, aboard. Anyone wearing the 10-star Nebula battle robe knows its true significance. If such a person were to encounter danger, it would be utterly shameful for the Federation's high command. Therefore, Qin Mu was quite certain that although the meteor is merely a Class C starship, its configuration might even reach the standards of a Class D starship. For instance, in terms of supplies, it undoubtedly starts at the Class D level. Master, is this really okay? The virtual secretary asked somewhat unexpectedly with a hint of helplessness. Qin Mu resolutely stated, there's nothing questionable about it. On the battlefield, we must utilize all available resources. Relying solely on the meteor to fight is not a solution. If we can borrow some resources, we can provide support during the operation. The virtual secretary stopped asking further questions, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Qin Mu's reaction was exactly what she hoped to see, a sign of his growth. Decisiveness is crucial on the real battlefield. The true meaning of growth was silently evolving within Qin Mu. Rescue operation in progress. The distress signal has been fully sent, and the command to approach the meteor is being executed. In light of the insect army breaking free from the abyss, please remain vigilant against them at all times, Master. After the virtual secretary finished speaking, she immediately began refining Qin Mu's orders as the explorer quickly approached the meteor. Qin Mu took the virtual secretary's advice, his gaze solemnly focused on the detection screen, ready to respond to any sudden attacks from the insect army. Meanwhile, everyone aboard the meteor was stunned. The explorer was swiftly approaching them, and they were still immersed in the remarkable maneuvers of the explorer. What the hell is the explorer trying to do? Damn it, this can't be due to its maneuvers causing the starship to lose control. Is it really going to crash into us? Good heavens, how could this be so disastrous? If we die under the charge of the insect army, that would be one thing, but to perish in a collision within our own ranks would be utterly humiliating. In the control room of the meteor, the heads of various departments were pale, their mouths twitching uncontrollably, wishing to leave the meteor and block the explorer's path to halt its advance. Starship collisions have happened in history, resulting in total loss for both vessels, which was a tragic sight. And now, a real disaster was about to unfold before their eyes, leading to utter despair. Calm down. Why is everyone so panicked? Even if the explorer hasn't crashed yet, can your cowardly demeanor solve anything if it really does? Fan Xingyan shouted. In the footage, the distance between the explorer and the meteor was rapidly closing. However, Fan Xingyan did not let his thoughts dwell on this. He maintained his composure, unfazed even in the face of disaster. His gaze fixed intently on the explorer. Two beams of light radiated from Fan Xingyan's eyes, disable the emergency defense measures of the meteor. The explorer likely lacks supplies and intends to approach us for support. Notify everyone to activate the emergency supply reserve. Once the distress signal from the explorer is received, immediately arrange for support troops to provide supplies. The department heads were jolted awake by Fan Xingyan's words, and after a moment's hesitation, they immediately began executing his orders. Cowardly as they were, they still did not hesitate to perform their duties, not daring to slack off in the least. Once everyone had left the control room, leaving only Fan Xingyan behind, the voice of the intelligence system suddenly rang out. Report, Captain Fan, the explorer has sent a distress signal. The explorer's firepower reserves are insufficient and requests support from the meteor. Should we provide assistance? Fan Xingyan remained unperturbed. The voice of the intelligence system caused a smile to spread across his face. Haha, my battle experience is indeed rich. I guessed correctly about this matter. Authorize the support. Arrange for the support team to assist as soon as the explorer enters the meteor's orbit. Qin Mu, that little fellow, is probably causing other trouble in the abyss. Tisk, I underestimated this little guy before. However, for him to pull off such maneuvers right under my nose in the mechanical wasteland shows he is no ordinary character. Fan Xingyan clicked his tongue in amazement, and after authorizing the support, promptly left the control room. Clad in silver-gray battle armor and holding a dark long knife, he felt the cold wind on the deck, surrounded by busy crew members of the meteor. Even though no one approached him, he stood on the deck with a commanding presence that overshadowed everyone. With him, there the meteor stood firm like a mountain. As Fan Xingyan issued all his commands, the intelligence system of the meteor began executing a series of support operations. Transport ships flew out from the meteor, racing towards the approaching explorer to provide assistance. Inside the explorer, Qin Mu saw the transport ships starting their support and felt a hint of relief. The support should arrive soon. Once we have the firepower reserves, we can continue our mission to annihilate the insect army. This assessment task was initially thought to require the old folks to deploy living insects, but now we can skip that hassle altogether. Compared to live insects, killing those bugs probably won't earn military merit. Only these wild insects can be exchanged for military achievements. Qin Mu grinned. On one hand, there was the temptation of military merit. On the other, the exhilarating reality of battling the insect army. And finally, there was the excitement from successfully maneuvering the ship. After such tedious learning, his combat abilities were not lacking, but he still couldn't dismiss his theoretical knowledge. Successfully maneuvering the ship had subtly indicated that other dangerous operations could also succeed. In real combat, he was precisely exploring those hypothetical battlefields. Qin Mu was already itching with anticipation. The Yunshi Hao's covering fire was relentless. Fighter craft sent from the Yunshi Hao fought their way through the interlaced curtain of its firepower. Qin Mu edged the Tanhuang's Hao as close to the Yunshi Hao as safety permitted, only holding position once the incoming fighters had a sufficiently secure envelope. Who is Qin Mu? The support transports all touched down on Tanhuang's Hao's deck, and the little service robots aboard immediately began ferrying supplies from the transports. Each transport was piloted by a member of Yunshi Hao's support contingent. Leading them was a square-jawed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man strode forward toward Qin Mu and the others holding up a document. This lists the resources Yunshe Hao is dispatching to aid Tanhuang's Hao. Please accept it. Qin Mu stepped forward. I am Qin Mu. Thank you very much for Yunshe Hao's support. We owe you our gratitude. Serving humanity. It's our duty, the man replied. After handing the document to Qin Mu, the man immediately organized his crew and began unloading supplies from the transports. As they worked, he stared in disbelief at the roughly 30 people on Tanhuang's Hao's deck. Brother Qin, are all of you aboard Tanhuang's Hao only reservists? No general hands to do odd jobs at all? The man asked, clearly surprised. To his mind, although Tanhuang's Hao was not a fully crewed vessel and the only real specialists were the reservists, there ought to be personnel assigned to routine starship maintenance and menial tasks during interstellar travel. Once he actually boarded, he realized how absurd his assumption had been. Looking around, there were indeed only those 30 or so humans on deck. Every other presence was an intelligent robot. A bleak desolation hung over Tanhuang's Hao. Tanhuang's Hao is only reservists, the rest of the crew have not yet been recruited, Qin Mu explained candidly. The man couldn't help but give Qin Mu a thumbs up. Astounding, he muttered. He truly could not believe it, the maneuver he had seen, the ship's daring disengagement, kept replaying in his mind. Only 30 people, all reservists with no additional support, and yet this class starship had executed such an operation. Across the whole Tanhuang's Hao, perhaps only Qin Mu possessed the skill to accomplish that. No wonder it impressed people. You're too kind, Qin Mu replied with a smile. But I cannot continue to entertain you now, Qin Mu said. The support is in place, and the insectoid host continues to swell. I must return to battle. With that, he turned back toward the main control room. The middle-aged man said nothing. The battlefield was no place for nostalgia. Qin Mu returned to the main control room. The console showed the firepower reserves beginning to recover, and many alarms had subsided. Execute the group annihilation protocol. Compute the optimal strike sequence in the shortest possible time. Continue monitoring the abyssal insectoid revival. Can the beacon we left when we departed the abyss still be detected? Qin Mu summoned his virtual secretary and asked these questions in a measured voice. The virtual secretary enumerated the data. The optimal strike sequence is being calculated. The beacon left in the abyss can only be detected sporadically. The magnetic interference is severe. Detecting sporadic signals is itself a success. Continue planning the strike sequence. Our firepower reserves are replenished. Strive to eliminate as many of the insectoids emerging from the abyss as possible. Qin Mu nodded. These are just newly hatched juveniles. If we cannot deal with such small things, then on the true battlefield the grown monsters will be impossible to contend with. The virtual secretary smiled and methodically executed Qin Mu's commands. Then a holographic projection bloomed before him. Master, the optimal strike sequence has been generated. Based on the insectoid's habits within each brood, a small subset ranks slightly higher. The best approach is to eliminate that subset first, forcing the remainder into short-term chaos. The virtual secretary pointed to the projection and explained, according to the current plan, the larval cluster exerting dominance closest to Tanhuang's Hao lies at the 280-degree bearing. It is not in the core area. Hearing this, Qin Mu studied the vast larval mass on the display. His instinct had been to assume the dominant element would occupy the core, using the surrounding larvae as sacrificial buffers. The virtual secretary's observation made him pause. These insectoids are intriguing. The dominant group is not in the center. If it occupies the 280-degree sector, we can strike from the flank. As you say, by shattering the dominant group, the remainder will fall into temporary disarray and pose no immediate threat. At that moment, a covering barrage will be far more effective than before. The virtual secretary offered no denial. Qin Mu's analysis matched the facts closely. Under a conventional covering fire, the larval swarm would often send a portion of juveniles forward to absorb the blows, blunting the barge's true effect. But by striking the dominant subset, the brood could not make optimal choices in an emergency. Their casualties would multiply. Tanhuang's Hao moved. One moment it had hovered near Yunshe Hao's orbit, the next its antimatter drive spewed forth terrifying thrust. The superiority of its propulsion system overwhelmed everything. In an instant, the Tanhuang's Hao was catapulted far from Yunshe Hao's nearby orbit. As is well known, spacecraft orbits are usually stable and placid. They must be wary of being tugged by other bodies' gravity. Now, though Yunshe Hao was not under the pull of another body, the Tanhuang's Hao's sudden burst to extreme velocity sent an immense energy shockwave that drastically affected their steady trajectory. Damn it, what is that kid Qin Mu up to now? He just received fire support, and already he's taking off. I'm an old hand across the stars, and that sudden jolt nearly sent me sprawling. The Tanhuang's Hao's engines are ferociously powerful. On Yunshe Hao's deck, Fan Xingyan let fly a string of curses, swearing and sputtering. Having at last steadied himself and preparing to see what stunt Tanhuang's Hao intended, he noticed the ship stubbornly charging straight toward the largest insectoid cluster. Questions multiplied in his mind. Reinforcements had only just arrived, yet the ship was already tearing off at full throttle. Fan Xingyan couldn't comprehend it. Whether it was the reckless maneuvering of the explorer or the current headlong charge into the swarm of bugs, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having been the chief administrator of the mechanical ruins for many years, he had nearly forgotten how many top students from the Starship Technology University, like Qin Mu, he had encountered. Back then, those high achievers would go to the mechanical ruins to use their privileges to purchase a scrapped starship, and he believed he could easily manage them. While it wasn't to the extent that he could dictate their every action, he certainly wouldn't claim to not understand their operations. In fact, he had never witnessed a student from the Starship University capable of repairing a scrapped starship. It is worth noting that the wealth required to repair a scrapped starship is astronomical. Even with the status of a top student, it would be an insurmountable burden unless they came from a wealthy family. Yet with Qin Mu, not only was he capable of repairing the scrapped starship, but he also commanded great respect within the reserve teams, leading 2 reserve squads with ambitious plans to disband and join his fleet. Even in the midst of battle, he was able to execute such daring maneuvers, with the explorer completely shattering Fan Qingyan's previous understanding. Wait a minute. Could it be that Qin Mu knows the quickest way to deal with the bug swarm? Fan Qingyan murmured, suddenly jolting awake, his gaze immediately becoming fiery as he looked towards the explorer. Intellect analyzed the optimal strike sequence against the selected bug swarm immediately. Report, Captain. The optimal sequence has been calculated in advance. The optimal strike sequence against the bug swarm is at a bearing of 260 to 290. As expected, this kid really knows his stuff, even instructing the intellect on the explorer to calculate the optimal strike sequence. I remember this kind of knowledge isn't taught in Starship University. Fan Qingyan exclaimed in amazement. Not bad, not bad. This kid has great potential. To have such a reaction during his first encounter with the bugs, he is destined for greatness in the future. After praising for a while, Fan Qingyan immediately began to call upon the members of other starships to conduct long-range fire strikes. In battles against the bugs under normal circumstances, one would never allow the bug swarm to approach the starship. Usually, they would be preemptively eliminated before they posed a direct threat. Allowing the swarm to get closer would raise the danger level for the starship, which would only be a desperate plan executed when long-range fire was no longer feasible. The meteor had moved, and Qin Mu's reaction on the explorer greatly pleased him. He had initially considered being cautious with Qin Mu, just like he had with Zhu Qingwei and Xiao Na. No matter what, he wanted to ensure that Qin Mu and his team could safely return to the T-98 star domain. But now things were different. Qin Mu's reaction, Qin Mu's growth. All of this reassured him enough to allow Qin Mu to lead the explorer on missions independently. Intellect record that this assessment task has been successfully completed by Qin Mu and his team, and send the data back. Next, it's time for us on the meteor to take action. We've only been skirmishing until now. It's time for us to initiate a full-scale attack. Damn it, after so many years of retirement, I never expected to find myself back on the battlefield, and the appetizer is the resurgence of a bug nest. What a surprise. Fan Qingyan strode confidently towards a nearby combat platform. With a single glance, the crewman operating the close-range artillery instinctively shrank back and obediently relinquished his position. Fan Qingyan plopped down into the pilot's seat, gripping the armrests. This was the control stick for the external C-1 level rapid-fire cannon, which wasn't directly connected to the external equipment, but could be controlled through sensors. As Fan Qingyan settled in, flames flickered in his eyes, and he twisted the control stick, unleashing a torrent of fire. Damn it, did you really think just because I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time that I couldn't handle these things? They're just a bunch of little bugs that dealing with you should be a piece of cake. I haven't touched these things in many years, but now that I am, it truly feels invigorating. I really do miss the days before I retired. Since I've been dragged back into battle, let's take it out on you little bugs, and vent the frustration I've held in for these years. You want to escape my wrath. Around him, many crew members on various platforms stared in disbelief at Fan Qingyan's wild and uninhibited demeanor. While controlling the cannon, he shouted and cursed, which was quite typical of Fan Qingyan. What are you all staring at? Have you never seen a seasoned veteran before? Don't you know I can still fight? What are you waiting for? Is the meteor's firepower reserve insufficient, or can it afford this amount of ammunition? Hurry up and unleash hell. Damn it, supporting from the flank is far less interesting than attacking directly. Give it to me hard, you won't miss out on any military merits. After venting for a while, he noticed that everyone else was staring blankly at him and roared in frustration. Damn it, how can you be dazed on the battlefield? Don't you know what death means? Who is Fan Qingyan? He is the chief administrator of the mechanical ruins in the T-98 star domain. Moreover, he holds many other significant identities. The meteor is his flagship. How could the equipment and resources on board be lacking? Even in battle, it shouldn't look like this, or people would think he was broke. Seeing Fan Qingyan's anger, the crew members no longer dared to be distracted and hurriedly refocused on the battlefield. Everything unfolded as Fan Qingyan had initially said. Once the meteor initiated its attack, the battlefield dynamics began to shift. Since the bug nest was still in the process of awakening, the entire swarm had not fully hatched, only a portion of the bugs that had hatched remained within the meteor's capacity to handle. Moreover, engaging in battle without regard for the cost, the power unleashed by the meteor surpassed that of Qin Mu's explorer. The explorer advanced towards the bug swarm at a bearing of 280, while the meteor charged towards another dominant group of bugs. From two directions, brilliant flames of battle erupted in the deep, dark, starry sky. Qin Mu noticed the meteor's proactive assault from within the explorer, and seeing it engage without consideration for costs, he couldn't help but remark, what a wealthy powerhouse. The higher-ups really don't hold back when they decide to fight. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. The higher-ups have their methods of fighting, and I as an ordinary citizen have my own ways of doing things. Life and death are trivial, you just do it. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Having experienced simulations in a virtual universe and faced real skirmishes with the swarm of larvae, Qin Mu's bloodlust as a human and his relentless enmity with the insect race was thoroughly unleashed. As time passed, the lifeless larvae piled up one after another. The originally dark star domain filled with the remains of insects became increasingly cluttered with corpses as more larvae fell. However, the hatching of the insect nest was far from over. No one had truly seen what the nest looked like, nor could anyone accurately gauge just how massive it was beneath the abyss. The endless battle was their only source of perseverance at this moment. The meteorite ship also surged into action, and the once restrained fervor of Fan Qingyan awakened once more. Flames illuminated the dark starry sky, and the brilliant explosions sparkled like countless stars scattered across the cosmos. What is happening? Next door, do you know what is going on? No idea. If anyone else knows, speak up. For crying out loud, didn't the distress signal say there was a resurgence of the insect nest? The situation on the battlefield seems quite dire, but it doesn't look that way at all. At the distant Stargate, one starship after another emerged from the gate. Fan Qingyan, a high-ranking official of the Federation and a fierce warrior clad in the 10-star Nebula battle robe, had personally arranged the distress signal, and no one dared to slack off. Currently, 10 starships had gathered, all part of a complete class fleet formation. Including the auxiliary ships, dozens of vessels had amassed outside the Stargate. However, after many starships emerged from the Stargate illuminated by the light provided by the light source satellite, and the images returned by the detection systems, they were all left dumbfounded. It was said to be a one-sided battle, but why did it feel like they were suppressing the insect swarm? It seemed that there were only two starships. One was Fan Qingyan's meteorite ship, and the other appeared to be a scrapped starship undergoing repairs piloted by a novice. How could they possibly suppress the insect swarm like this? Sorry, have we fallen behind? When did the insect race become so easy to deal with? What are you all doing standing there like idiots? We've already sent reinforcements, so hurry up and help. Also, the crew on the Explorer ship is insufficient. Each of your starships should send a team to assist the Explorer. Damn it, you all have lived long enough to know this is a real battlefield. If you're not hopping into action immediately upon arrival and just watching the show at the Stargate, are you tough, or what? As numerous starships hovered outside the Stargate, just when everyone was dazed, Fan Qingyan's voice suddenly resounded among the ships, and it felt as if everyone was witnessing him spitting and cursing at them. Yes, executing orders immediately. Don't be angry, Fan Lao, we will act right away. Goodness, Fan Lao's temper is getting worse, everyone hurry up and move. The numerous starships began to spring into action. None dared to endure Fan Qingyan's wrath. Reputation precedes. Although Fan Qingyan was enjoying a quiet retirement in the T-98 star region, his reputation was known by anyone of status in the Federation. The king of spray, he would unleash his wrath on anyone. Once someone displeased him, it didn't matter their identity, he would unleash his fury first and ask questions later. Even those qualified to wear the 10-star Nebula battle robe would avoid him. Yet a few who wouldn't shy away would quickly join Fan Qingyan's ranks and start cursing alongside him. The 10 starships moved, and many auxiliary ships followed suit. The complete fleet formation was far more professional than what Qin Mu and Fan Qingyan currently possessed. Qin Mu had no choice but to make do with a scrapped starship, as his main ship had yet to be fully repaired, let alone developing auxiliary ships. Fan Qingyan was also in a similar situation. He had come for a task evaluation and had only brought his main ship, leaving all the auxiliary ships at the mechanical ruins. To some extent, the starships they possessed were inferior to a complete class fleet. Qin Mu, I've sent some personnel from the 10 starships that came to assist to your explorer ship to help out. You really don't have many available personnel in your fleet. When they arrive, you can put them to good use. Damn, you truly are to my liking, not a single preparation made, yet you can be this fierce in battling the insect race. Once we have reinforcements, make sure to pummel those damned bugs. Fan Qingyan's voice echoed within the explorer ship. Through special channels, he conveyed his thoughts to Qin Mu. Inside the main control room of the explorer ship, Qin Mu was maneuvering the vessel. The insect race was not devoid of intelligence. After initially decimating several swarms based on the optimal strike sequence calculated by his virtual secretary, the remaining larvae grew much more cautious. The dominant larvae in the swarm were constantly adjusting their positions, trying their best to avoid direct attacks. Faced with this situation, Qin Mu felt somewhat frustrated as he had to manage the entire starship while also coordinating the reserve forces. With insufficient manpower, his results were minimal. But now, Fan Qingyan's words suddenly sparked a light in his mind. Great, thank you, Fan Lao. As long as the reinforcements arrive, I will definitely eliminate more of the insect race. Qin Mu replied, loudly, feeling a surge of excitement. The professionals dispatched from the complete fleet would certainly be easier to command than the reserve personnel. After all, the reserve members lacked the knowledge of how to execute the perfect strategies aboard a starship. They primarily performed assault missions. Currently on the Explorer ship, only one person, Qiao Na, could assist him to some extent. Just one person had a negligible effect. Qin Mu slowed the Explorer's speed, deliberately distancing himself from the main gathering point of the insect race. He needed to provide sufficient safe conditions for those coming to assist. In the midst of the heated extermination operation, he had no time to clear the larvae that had infiltrated the deck. The meteorite ship and many other starships saw the movements of the Explorer ship, and one by one they unleashed their firepower towards it. The cover was fierce, and the evacuation of the Explorer was remarkably smooth. Once they reached a sufficiently safe area, Qin Mu temporarily released the energy shield. Many professional crew members who had come to support from the other 10 starships chose to board at this moment. Originally, the deck had less than 100 personnel, including those transported from the meteorite, but with the addition of those from the 10 starships, the numbers surged to over 1,000. Each starship arranged a team of 100 for support, and the combined forces from the 10 starships immediately reached 1,000. The once empty deck suddenly became lively. "Welcome everyone, I am Qin Mu, a reserve member and the captain of the Explorer." Qin Mu stepped out from the control room, welcoming the many professional crew members who had come to support. In no time, over 1,000 people organized themselves into a formation, all solemnly gazing at Qin Mu, their aura of lethal intent palpable. In a real fleet, they possessed an aura similar to that of reserve members. After all, they had all spent varying lengths of time in the reserves. Moreover, having fought in actual starship formations, their combat experience and numerous encounters earned them deep respect. Next, I need you to open your personal information permissions. I will have the ship's intelligent brain collect your personal data and then assign you corresponding positions. Also, if anyone here is familiar with deputy ship operations, I currently have only Captain Qiao to assist me temporarily, and I need someone in the control room to help with the operations. Qin Mu wasted no time and got straight to the point, saving every second. Report, Captain Qin Mu. I am the deputy commander of the Dongfang ship. Our captain considers that the Explorer may lack ship control personnel, so I am sent here to assist. If Captain Qin Mu needs it, I can assist you in operating the starship. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, his attire slightly different from the others, indicative of a deputy captain. Qin Mu looked at the man in surprise, not expecting a talent like a deputy captain among the support team. Did he abandon his own fleet to come and assist? All right, I will immediately arrange for the intelligent brain to collect the information and assign the most suitable positions for each of you for combat. And this deputy captain, please follow me to the control room. Without looking back, Qin Mu headed back to the control room. He didn't want to engage in pleasantries, but this wasn't the right time for it. The deputy captain followed Qin Mu to the control room and said in a deep voice, "Captain Qin Mu, my name is Lu Fei. You can call me Lu Fei or Deputy Captain Lu. Feel free to give any instructions directly." Qin Mu nodded, leading Lu Fei to the control room where the virtual secretary had already started collecting information from the many supporting personnel. With her powerful computational abilities, each supporter began preparing for their assigned positions. Master, all positions have been arranged. Each supporting personnel has been assigned and are preparing. Currently, the Explorer can rejoin the battlefield. With the help of these supporters, we should achieve better results based on our previous combat. As soon as Qin Mu and Lu Fei arrived at the control room, the report from the virtual secretary rang out. Lu Fei looked at the projected virtual secretary in surprise, unable to believe that she was the intelligent brain of the Explorer. In his understanding, the intelligent brain should be executing starship commands in a very rigid manner, but while reporting, he could clearly see a hint of humanity in the virtual secretary's eyes. At that moment, the virtual secretary looked very serious, not as casual as when it was just Qin Mu and Lu Fei. At first glance, she seemed less like a virtual projection and more like a living person. "Captain Qin Mu, is this the intelligent brain of the Explorer?" Lu Fei asked. Qin Mu nodded. "She is the intelligent brain of the Explorer. I will have her grant you access to the Explorer's permissions. Once the permissions are in place, you can immediately start working. Our Explorer has been engaged in battle with the meteorite for some time, but the number of the insect swarm has not decreased, but rather increased. According to calculations, the scale of the insect nests in the abyss may be beyond imagination, and there may still be many unhatched insect species within." Lu Fei did not have the luxury of being shocked by this. After casting a disbelieving glance at the virtual secretary, he immediately headed towards the position next to Qiao Na. Seeing someone come to help, Qiao Na couldn't help but sigh in relief. She had the potential to become a deputy captain, but she was not a true deputy captain, and the previous battles had put immense pressure on her. Now it was much better. With a professional deputy captain coming to assist, she felt completely relaxed. "Deputy Captain Lu, this is our current plan for the Explorer. Please take a look. Next, the instructions and operations we need to execute are also listed here. If you have any different opinions, feel free to raise them." Qiao Na and Lu Fei exchanged work. The materials passed to Lu Fei were all meticulously organized by her. As she mentioned, the documents included all the operations the Explorer would execute next, including the dangerous maneuvers proposed by Qin Mu. Lu Fei quickly fell into work mode. As he looked at the projected materials preparing to see what plans the explorer had next, he suddenly froze in place. Captain Xiao, Captain Qin Mu, are you sure these documents are the instructions the explorer needs to execute next? This. Lu Fei gasped, unable to believe his eyes. His professional training told him that the documents indeed contained executable orders, but each order came with immeasurable consequences. He couldn't believe that the operations planned for the explorer were all of such extreme nature. Qin Mu approached. Indeed, these are the operations the explorer needs to execute next, and many people will be needed to assist. I will need Deputy Captain Lu to help with the coordination. What the heck? Is this really a rookie handling this? Even seasoned captains with decades of Starship experience would hesitate to execute such plans. Lu Fei stared at the multitude of orders on the documents, rendered speechless for a long time. Dancing on the edge of a knife. If you don't play with fire, you won't feel discomfort. The explorer, are we sure it shouldn't be renamed the Madman instead? The rush into the heart of the swarm, the detonation of the energy shield. Vivid words constantly stimulated Lu Fei's senses. After decades in the field, he had truly never seen such an arrangement. Rushing into the core of the swarm and then detonating the energy shield is tantamount to running into the most dangerous place and dropping all defenses, isn't it? Lu Fei couldn't imagine what fate awaited the explorer when it reached that point, nor could he fathom the outcome for the crew aboard the explorer. Are you serious? Do you really intend to execute these orders? Lu Fei swallowed hard, his neck stiff as he turned to look at Xiao Na beside him. Xiao Na replied, this is the next execution plan derived from the optimal strike sequence devised by the AI. The firepower reserves aboard the explorer are already insufficient. Currently, we can only continue fighting with the support from the meteor. The meteor also requires combat capabilities, so it cannot continue to support our explorer's firepower reserves. Without sufficient firepower reserves, our explorer needs to convert its energy reserves into offensive capabilities. The energy shield utilizes power reserves, and its explosive potential can rival that of high-end firepower, thus it can temporarily serve as one of our offensive means. Xiao Na answered meticulously. Although she came from the reserves, she was praised as someone who could potentially rise to the level of deputy captain, quite different from Lu Fei's first impression of a clumsy reserve. Lu Fei's eyes narrowed. This operation is too dangerous. Detonating the energy shield could indeed cause massive destruction temporarily, but it also means we are laid bare before the swarm. With a pause in his tone, Lu Fei expressed his deep concern. If the swarm approaches the explorer under such circumstances, with the equipment aboard the explorer would surely be overwhelmed by the swarm's onslaught. Their conversation was unmasked. Qin Mu clearly heard Lu Fei and Xiao Na's exchange and stepped forward. Deputy Captain Lu, the explorer will not be completely exposed to the swarm. The explorer's power system is equipped with an antimatter propulsion engine. Upon rushing into the swarm's core and detonating the energy shield, the explorer will make a rapid retreat. If the situation becomes too dire and the explorer cannot retreat smoothly, we also have a second plan aboard the explorer, which involves detonating the matter and antimatter within the propulsion engine. Hiss, crazy, really crazy. How on earth did I end up assigned to the explorer for support? This is no way to play. Lu Fei's mentality shattered. In that moment, he felt something was fundamentally off with himself. Captain Qin, your operation is far too risky. I suggest you consult the meteor. If you insist on executing this operation order, I will comply, but I will leave behind evidence, I will not bear the consequences of this operation. Lu Fei was quite straightforward. His professionalism told him that such operations were extremely dangerous. However, he knew that as the deputy captain, he had to heed Captain Qin's commands on the battlefield. Qin Mu smiled. Don't worry, I will bear all responsibility. I know this operation is dangerous, but I can assure you that the crew members coming for support will not be placed in harm's way. With that, Qin Mu began reconnecting with the virtual secretary. He understood Lu Fei's concerns, but felt it inappropriate to address them openly at this moment. The crew members arriving for support were formal members of the other 10 officially organized fleets. If they fell in a normal battle, there would be no issues, but if they died due to his reckless operation, the captains of the other 10 starships would undoubtedly come looking for him. Seeing Qin Mu's insistence, Lu Fei understood his thoughts. I will execute the orders as planned, and will also delegate tasks to the crew members coming for support. But as the deputy captain, I must remind Captain Qin to think carefully before officially executing this operation. On the battlefield, there is no room for negligence. Qin Mu acknowledged with a sound. At this moment, the youthful naivety in his eyes had faded significantly. After such a period of combat, his growth was as rapid as a rocket. The battlefield was certainly no child's play, but it was also not a place where victories could be decided solely by adhering to rules. The scale of the insect nest is undetectable. The only useful information at present is that a continuous stream of larvae is hatching in the abyss. In sustained combat, he could not speculate on what the results would be. Other starships might be able to hold out, but the explorer definitely could not. In special circumstances, it is necessary to adopt special plans. The plan devised by the virtual secretary was precisely the operation previously executed at the T-98 meteor belt during the Johnsun peak. Here he was merely applying what he learned. Master, all arrangements have been delegated, and the crew coming for support are already aware of what to do, but many crew members do not understand the significance of this arrangement. Because they are not locals from the Explorer, many of the supporting crew have significant objections. According to data calculations, if this situation continues the moment the energy shield detonates may lead to unpredictable events. The virtual secretary spoke emphatically, constantly calculating the possible events aboard the Explorer. What she said coincided exactly with Lu Fei's earlier remarks. Lu Fei questioned these arrangements, and surely other crew members would have their doubts. After all, they were all true members of Starship fleets and could more or less understand the high risks associated with such operations. They could die on the battlefield, but they could not die because of foolish command. This was the most intuitive thought in each of their minds at this moment. If such thoughts persist the moment the energy shield detonates, there would undoubtedly be distractions. If the swarm truly advances upon the Explorer, a scene of carnage would be inevitable. Explain the general situation, then I will arrange for Deputy Lu to coordinate and reassure. Since we have already decided on this operational plan, we will proceed with it. A glint of ambition flashed in Qin Mu's eyes as he looked at the 10 starships positioned in other directions. There are 10 formal starship formations. To achieve quicker improvements, they must demonstrate their value in such battles. The world is very pragmatic. Without sufficient value, one cannot expect equal treatment from others. The Explorer starts from a low point, being a scrap ship, and must rely on other methods to level up. Qin Mu has only one eternal goal in his heart: the stars and the sea. The true starry sea goes far beyond this. Retreating will never lead to accomplishments. In the outer wing area, the meteor is currently undergoing maintenance. The continuous output has placed a heavy load on the meteor, as it is still a mechanical creation that requires a period of downtime for rest. Fortunately, 10 formal fleet ships have come to provide support, otherwise the meteor would have to endure alone, maintaining high-frequency outputs, which is not a good omen. Now the situation has improved significantly. With support in place, the meteor no longer needs to maintain high-frequency outputs and can conduct short-term operational adjustments during the scheduled rest. Fan Xingyan felt exhilarated. After a long period of combat, he was unaware of how wild he had become. Gasping for breath, he gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb to replenish the energy he had expended. Damn it, this feels great. Ew, I haven't felt this good in a long time. He continued. Thankfully, this insect nest has just recently revived, not having been active for long, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. The threat from the larvae is not very high and dealing with them is effortless. After some adjustments, we can continue to eliminate a few more rounds. Fan Chengyan shouted loudly, looking at the other crew members on the deck, who were also resting, using a loudspeaker to arrange the next steps of the combat plan. The crew on the meteor were exhausted, some too fatigued to stand sitting directly on the deck. Each person was drenched in sweat, and their heavy breathing bore witness to how intense and fierce the previous battles had been. Report to the captain. Speak. The adjustment needs to end early. Please have all crew members return to their respective positions. So soon the adjustments are complete. The Explorer has sent a request. They are about to execute a dangerous operation and need our meteor and the other support starships to assist, awaiting approval. Fan Xingyan was stunned on the spot. To be honest, upon hearing the words Explorer, he felt something was off. Especially the phrase dangerous operation made his pupils involuntarily constrict. At this moment, the image of the Explorer bursting forth from the abyss remained vivid in his mind. Hearing such words again, he had an ominous premonition. What dangerous operation does the Explorer plan to execute, and what approval request have they submitted? The intelligence unit, hearing Fan Xingyan's inquiry, immediately publicized the Explorer's request, and Fan Xingyan clearly saw the operation approval request projected on the display. Have they gone mad? To rush into the core of the insect swarm for the detonation of the energy shield, don't they realize this is outright abandoning defense? Fan Xingyan inhaled sharply. He didn't react as emotionally as Lu Fei did. After all, he was the owner of the 10-star Starcloud battle robe. In a sense, his perspective was quite broad. He recognized the dangers in the request submitted by Qin Mu, but he also saw the immense benefits. If the Explorer can indeed rush in, it could deal a tremendous blow to the insect swarm. Given the scale of the energy shield on the Explorer, a single detonation could annihilate countless insects, but after detonating the shield, the Explorer would constantly be in danger. This little guy Qin Mu seems to plan on executing such an operation and hopes for us to provide side assistance with the meteor and the other 10 starships. Fan Xingyan spoke to himself, analyzing the pros and cons. His mind raced as he simulated all possible scenarios in his head. You also conduct a data simulation, assess the survival probability based on the Explorer's situation, and simulate how likely they are to survive such an operation. If the survival probability is over 50%, approve it directly. If it's below 50%, reject the request outright. Fan Xingyan issued the command. Having failed to simulate the results himself, he turned the task of simulation over to the intelligence unit for comprehensive calculation. The number of insects was too great, and Fan Xingyan could not gauge how much longer the current battle would last. The stalemate was not good news. The consumption of the starships was constant, and he did not dare to attempt to continue this protracted battle, even though they had not officially entered a prolonged conflict. But one thing was certain. They could not delve deeply into the abyss insect nest for now. They were the only line of defense in this chaotic star domain, and retreat was definitely not an option. In a situation where retreat was impossible, someone had to break the deadlock. Qin Mu's proposal seemed insane, but it was undoubtedly an opportunity to break the stalemate. Data simulation completed. Based on the comprehensive data from the Explorer, the survival rate is 60%. The approval response has been communicated. Fan Chengyan grunted in acknowledgement, feeling quite heavy-hearted. The excitement dissipated at this moment. A 60% survival rate was already quite high. However, he still felt uncomfortable. He wondered why the survival rate was not 90% or even 100. On the Explorer, Qin Mu received the response from the meteor, and his eyes lit up. However, before he could take action, communication from the meteor followed. Fan Xinjian's holographic projection appeared before Qin Mu. "Old Fan, do you have any further instructions?" Qin Mu asked. Fan Xinjian replied, "According to the intelligence unit's simulation, the survival probability for your Explorer's dangerous operation is 60%. Be prepared to adapt to changing circumstances. The meteor and the other 10 starships will provide side assistance. I look forward to seeing all of you return safely." Though few words were spoken, each carried concern. Qin Mu nodded solemnly, saying, "Rest assured, old Fan. I am not ready to die yet. This operation seems dangerous, but I am confident it will break the deadlock and bring everyone back safely." The call ended. Fan Xinjian's holographic projection vanished. Qin Mu stood on the observation tower above the main control room. His gaze fell upon the vast insect swarm accumulating in the starry sky. The previous annihilation didn't seem to inflict a fatal blow to the insect swarm. The rate of annihilation didn't even keep up with the rate at which the insect nest was hatching. I originally planned to execute a dangerous operation to break the deadlock, but now the pressure has suddenly increased. Although there was never a hypothesis for failure, I can't afford to carry any extra mental burdens now. What do you think? If old Fan knew that your calculated survival rate would be 100%, what kind of expression would he have? The virtual assistant stood silently by Qin Mu's side, not saying a word. Unlike other intelligence units, the virtual assistant's abilities were more advanced. When faced with Qin Mu's inquiry, she merely smiled slightly. The gaze of both the person and the intelligence unit was fixed on the insect swarm. The meteor ship re-entered the battlefield. Fan Xinyan issued commands that were continuously relayed to the 10 supporting starships. For a brief moment, the supporting starships were all somewhat dumbfounded, caught in a moment of rigidity under overwhelming firepower, even experiencing a temporary gap. "Old Fan, you can't be serious, right? You're sending fresh graduates straight from school to carry out this mission. Old Fan, let us go. We can't shirk this responsibility. The chances of failure are far too high for those inexperienced youngsters." "That's right, old Fan. The AI calculated a survival rate of 60%, but that's just the AI's estimation. We must also consider the skill level of the starship operators. Old Fan, please retract the order. Any starship drawn from among us would be better suited for this task." The heads of the 10 starships shouted at Fan Xinyan over the communication channel. Even the subordinates could not contain their emotions, frantically requesting to replace the Explorer ship for the mission. Inside the main control room of the meteor ship, Fan Xinyan glared at the various starship captains, yelling at him, unusually refraining from retaliating. "Shut the hell up. Do you think I want to issue such combat orders?" The Explorer ship volunteered, "Oh, I need someone to break the deadlock. Do you really think I've lived all these years without recognizing the inherent dangers? Damn it, sending you all on this mission will undoubtedly increase the chances of success, but do you really think those insectoids are brainless? All of you are part of a formal fleet. If you approach the dominant insects among those swarms, will have already fled." Fan Xinyan started to vent his frustrations. After holding back for a long time, he unleashed a barrage of words. Not only were the starship captains feeling miserable, but he himself was also troubled, especially recalling how Qin Mu had tricked the mechanical ruins out of hundreds of units before. Damn it, after struggling to repair the starship, it still wasn't fully repaired, and now he had to execute a mission that was practically a death sentence. This was utterly absurd. While it seemed there was a 60% chance of success, outsiders saw the data while insiders understood the nuances. These seasoned veterans knew all too well what that 60% truly represented. If they were to carry out the mission themselves, that 60% chance could be deemed very low, almost certain extinction amidst the insect swarm, and the Explorer ship was still not complete, making it even less likely. Alright, enough chatter. Everyone start executing the mission. Since you all know this could be a death trap, bring forth all the skills you have. Damn it, instead of just talking, can't you prepare properly? When the time comes to cooperate, don't screw things up. It's as if I'm the one who is truly heartless. Fan Chengyan angrily cut off the communication. After ending the call, he stood in the control room like a malevolent spirit. The air around him suddenly turned cold and oppressive. What the hell are you all still standing around for? Did you not hear what I said to those captains? You all seem to be excited by the spectacle, but have lost passion for everything else. Now get ready. If the meteor ship shows any flaws during cooperation later, I will leave you to fend for yourselves in this chaotic starfield. Don't think I'm just targeting you, it's not just you. If the captains of those 10 starships make a mistake, I will likewise order them to clean up the insect carcasses here. Fan Qingyan erupted again, seeing the numerous heads of the meteor ship's personnel standing like wooden statues, wishing he could throw them off the ship. After throwing out those words, Fan Qingyan once again exited the main control room. He had given all necessary orders and was headed to the combat platform. So what if he was older? He wasn't like that old fool Zhai Bingxing. That old fool merely strategized from the T-98, yet he was here, more capable, still able to fight on the battlefield. The explorer ship, Qin Mu, and the virtual secretary were ready. The star map projection lit up many areas of the dark starfield. On the illuminated star map of the dark starfield, Qin Mu saw many shadows. Without exception, these shadows represented the areas with the highest concentration of insect swarms, which the explorer ship was about to confront. Of course, these insect swarms were not the main concern. At the far end of the star map, a vast shadow obscured the starry sky there. It looked ominous and oppressive. Power system activated. Antimatter propulsion engines activated. Energy defense shield charging, preparing for antimatter detonation. Qin Mu issued the commands. At this moment, he had returned to the main control room. In the captain's exclusive seat, dressed in a black pulse suit, he leaned his hands on the control panel. Meanwhile, the panoramic simulation of the explorer ship was fully activated, allowing him to clearly perceive everything outside the starship. In fact, he could temporarily turn off this function. After all, when the starship charged into the insect swarm, the sounds of those insectoids would seem to roar in his ears. Those with insufficient courage would surely be overwhelmed in such circumstances, but Qin Mu felt somewhat exhilarated, or rather he was becoming a bit crazy. The panoramic simulation served as a method for him to remind himself to stay focused, and he needed to remain alert at all times to realize the 100% success rate calculated by the virtual secretary. Power system activation complete. Antimatter propulsion engines ready. Target starfield locked, entering the power template for antimatter propulsion engines. Initiating at light speed with a temporary peak speed of 10 times light speed. All crew of the explorer ship, prepare yourselves. Qin Mu's expression showed no change. The fact that the antimatter propulsion engine could exceed light speed was no longer a secret to him, nor to the local crew of the entire explorer ship. From the T-98 starfield to this chaotic starfield, everyone had already experienced the thrill of breaking the light barrier. But at this moment, the explorer ship had more than just a few local crew members. There were also people who had come to support from the 10 starships, and those providing firepower reserves from the meteor ship. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. The intense sensation of weightlessness caused their minds to plunge into brief unconsciousness. The feeling of being pushed back, along with many physical sensations they could not endure, unfolded at this moment. Lu Fei was originally in the position of vice captain. As the explorer ship began to move, his mind went blank. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Lu Fei felt like a herd of wild horses was galloping through his mind. The blankness in his brain made it impossible for him to calm down at this moment. With the speed of light as the initial velocity and 10 times the speed of light as the current upper limit, the acceleration in between left him utterly at a loss for words. Soon as the explorer stabilized at 10 times the speed of light, Lu Fei's mind cleared. In an instant, he looked at Qin Mu and Xiao Na beside him with a strange expression, a plethora of words piling up in his stomach, and he had no idea what to say. Deputy Captain Lu, do you have any questions? Qin Mu asked. Lu Fei quickly nodded. Captain Qin, I heard that your explorer seems to be a scrapped starship, and it's still undergoing repairs. It's not completely restored yet. That's right, the explorer is indeed a scrapped starship. I purchased it from the mechanical ruins through student privileges while I was in school, and the current repairs are not yet in the best condition. Qin Mu answered honestly. Lu Fei, are you kidding me? You call this a scrapped starship? As a member of a formal fleet and a capable manager of a deputy ship, Lu Fei's professional quality was exceptionally high, far surpassing Xiao Na. Similarly, his greater understanding of starships made him acutely aware of what a class starship should be equipped with. It could be said that the C9 level formal starship he served on was seemingly inferior to the explorer, which was still in a scrapped state. What the hell? An antimatter propulsion engine? Can this thing even be equipped on a class starship? Since when could a scrapped starship have such configurations? If that's a scrapped starship, what should he call the C9 level starship he served on before? Junk, scrap metal, cosmic garbage. Lu Fei felt very depressed. Qin Mu's sincere revelation made it impossible for him to calm down, even forgetting the operations at hand. Deputy Captain Lu were about to enter the swarm. Calm down and start executing operations, Qin Mu reminded. Lu Fei, being professional, snapped back to reality and immediately focused on the tense work. The other crew members who had come to assist on the explorer managed to hold on as well, thanks to their solid physical abilities after the ship stabilized at 10 times the speed of light. However, looking at the panoramic simulation of the starry sky on both sides of the explorer, they couldn't accept it for a while. Damn, what kind of speed is this? It seems that conventional sublight propulsion isn't this fast, right? Many question marks filled the minds of the supporting crew members, but they were not as fortunate as Lu Fei to know everything in the control room. In a haze, one by one, they regained their composure and re-engaged in battle preparations. In the more distant starry sky, the meteor was stunned and Fan Qingyan was stunned. 10 starships were stunned, and many captains were too. They had originally planned to cooperate well, but upon seeing the Explorer flying at superluminal speed, they estimated it to be more than just 10 times the speed of light. In an instant, their minds were filled with curses. Damn it, how am I supposed to arrange cooperation now? Smart brain, have you calculated it? What is the Explorer's current speed in multiples of light? Isn't this speed a bit outrageous? I'm baffled. Did this starship really come from the mechanical ruins I managed? Since when could a scrapped starship have such configurations? When the Explorer left T-98, it should have used this kind of propulsion engine, which is the antimatter propulsion engine that Qin Mu mentioned before. Fan Qingyan was utterly confused, and the pressure instantly shifted to the smart brain. The smart brain calculated madly, and in a short moment it fed back the results. Report, Captain, according to the smart brain's calculations, the Explorer's current stabilized speed is 10 times the speed of light, with an initial launch speed of 1 times the speed of light. Because the speed increased instantaneously, a massive explosion occurred when the starship reached the speed of light, which is what we just witnessed. And now, based on the speed of 10 times the speed of light, the weaponry we have on the Meteor cannot keep up with the Explorer, and we are unable to provide any support or coordination. Fan Qingyan, 10 times the speed of light. How the hell are we supposed to deal with this? Do you think you can bully an old man just because he's old? Fan Qingyan wanted to curse, but he found no suitable target, his gaze darkly scanning the other heads in the control room. The other heads weren't fools, they all heard the smart brain's report. Knowing Fan Qingyan, while they all chose to behave like turtles at this moment. One by one, they dared not even breathe loudly at this time, fearing that they might accidentally become the target of Fan Qingyan's outburst. We can't afford to provoke him, can we not hide from him? Realizing he had lost his temper, Fan Qingyan immediately began to issue the next command. All 10 starships, listen up, start chasing the speed of the Explorer. The Explorer has activated the antimatter propulsion engine. According to the smart brain's calculations, the current speed of the Explorer is 10 times the speed of light. Since the weaponry on a class starship cannot exceed the speed of light, we need to keep up with the Explorer's pace. Each starship will start to activate and follow the Explorer to a point where we can coordinate to carry out a devastating strike on the swarm. As Fan Qingyan issued the commands, he had already settled on the edge of the combat platform. Even though they couldn't catch up to the Explorer immediately, he was well prepared. The other 10 starships, upon hearing Fan Qingyan's directives, found the term antimatter propulsion engine echoing loudly in their ears. Since it wasn't a projection, they couldn't see Fan Qingyan's expression, but their own expressions were all frozen in place. One by one, they were at a loss for how to describe their complex feelings, but their thoughts were not too different from Lu Fei's aboard the Explorer. Are you sure? This is still a scrap starship. An antimatter propulsion engine. To chase after it for a dangerous mission. Fan, are you overestimating the configuration of class starships? To catch up, wouldn't we need to use spatial jump technology? Using spatial jump technology in normal combat, isn't that like a big girl entering a sedan chair for the first time? By the way, how should spatial jump technology be used most appropriately in formal combat? Waiting online, quite urgent. The many captains were dumbfounded. In their confusion, they began issuing commands according to Fan Qingyan's arrangements, all in a haze. Camera Unit 17, fire. Camera Unit 92, intercept the swarm. Orbital cannon, fire. Electro cannon, initiate charging. On board the Explorer, Qin Mu barked commands with frantic precision. At tenfold light speed, the Explorer had already plunged deep into the swarm. From every direction, above, below, left, right, the swarm filled the void, countless larvae grotesque and terrifying in their sheer density. Crew members aboard the Explorer, immersed in full-spectrum simulation, felt the larvae press in around them, as though jaws would snap shut at any moment, rending them limb from limb. Yet not a single crewman hesitated in executing Qin Mu's orders. From initial shock to seamless composure, their transformation was absolute. Their consummate professionalism shone forth unblemished. Every combat station received flawless support, no misstep, no lapse. With perfect coordination, the Explorer surged forward with brutal momentum. Every insectoid that drew near its hull was obliterated without exception. The starfield bloomed with shattered chitin, far more debris than before. Yet, the swarm was not merely being slaughtered. As one of the most fearsome species in the cosmos, the insectoid race possessed extraordinary adaptive capacities. Else how could they have become the shared nightmare of 1,000 civilizations? Perhaps slain in overwhelming numbers, the dominant caste among the swarm began to adapt. Originally across the stellar chart ahead of the Explorer's advance, the swarm had been dispersed in fragmented clusters, vast vacuum gaps between them ideal for brief tactical regrouping. Now, as the Explorer unleashed its ferocious assault, those scattered clusters converged, racing toward a single focal point. That convergence zone housed the swarm's highest-tier caste, emerging now from the abyss itself. Moreover, as the masses coalesced, they advanced relentlessly toward the Explorer. Tactical synergy, instinctive, ruthless, and utterly alien, manifested in the insectoid race. Damn it, situation has shifted. These verminous bastards were never going to be easy prey. Those who dared openly oppose Elder Fan at the outset should have been the ones dispatched on this mission. Outcomes are now unpredictable. With the Explorer's current munitions reserves, it's unlikely she'll survive long enough to execute the planned operation. 10 starships pursued in formation. At standard cruise velocity, their sublight drives could never match the Explorer's tenfold light speed acceleration. Yet each vessel was a Class C starship, equipped with spatial jump technology. Through successive jumps, they closed the distance. But upon arrival, they immediately grasped that the Explorer's predicament was far graver than anticipated. Under optimal conditions, the Explorer should have swiftly approached the swarm's true apex, then detonated its energy shield to deliver catastrophic damage, perhaps even annihilating the core. Yet the swarm's premature consolidation imposed immense resistance, rendering flawless success mathematically impossible. More terrifying still, the swarm's sheer numbers might force an early detonation of the energy shield. Without that shield, the Explorer would be devoured, atom by atom, in less than a breath. Shut your damn mouths. All of you, chattering like panicked sparrows. Does silence kill you? Battlefields shift faster than thought. If we could foresee every variable, would I have sent the Explorer on this mission? Now snap to attention. Don't act like I'm some heartless executioner. I bleed red blood same as you. Fan Qingyin's voice crackled over the comms channel. He'd heard every captain's complaint and refused to shoulder the blame. Even the AI's calculations operated within conventional parameters, omitting countless edge cases. That limitation was indisputable. The swarm's adaptive response was precisely the scenario the AI's models had ranked least probable, and yet it had materialized. The swarm's adaptation now bore down on the Explorer's advance with crushing pressure. Sustained firepower reigned unceasingly. 11 capital vessels, including the asteroid-class flagship, attacked without restraint or reserve. Support vessels flanked the formation, pouring fire, but against the infinite blackness of space, their volleys were no more than ripples in an ocean. A true Class C starship measured 10 kilometers, standard length. For ordinary humans, running 10,000 meters demanded endurance. In the true void, however, such a vessel remained no larger than a grain of sand. The swarm, meanwhile, blotted out the stars. Conservatively, the mass converging around the Explorer spanned hundreds of kilometers. As more larvae hatched from the abyss, the swarm expanded at a horrifying rate, making the Explorer seem impossibly absurdly small within its maw. Just as your calculations predicted, the Explorer's incursion would trigger precisely this countermeasure. Still, I hadn't imagined the oppressive weight of hundreds of kilometers of living darkness pressing in from all sides. Qin Mu stood in the main command chamber, perceiving everything through panoramic simulation. The teeming tide of insects had swallowed all other starships from view. Larvae ahead, larvae behind, larvae above, below, left, right. Every cubic centimeter saturated with chitinous horror. Beyond the swarm, nothing else existed. For the crew of the Explorer, reality had narrowed to this single suffocating truth. If the original Chaos Star region had been a realm of absolute darkness, then the space within the swarm was darkness, made absolute, deeper, denser, devouring light itself. True terror simmered silent and cold in every heart. Master, since the calculation remains valid, we must now initiate the energy shield detonation. Given current reserves, this detonation will yield immense tactical impact, but afterward we'll lack sufficient power to strike the swarm's true core. Per protocol, matter-antimatter annihilation will activate immediately after the shield detonation. That may prove our sole chance to strike the core, but probability of success remains low. The virtual secretary reported with clinical precision. Qin Mu only hummed in acknowledgement, not a flicker of doubt crossing his brow even at the grim odds. Then initiate the energy shield detonation sequence. And proceed, without delay, with preparations for matter-antimatter ignition. Also, activate your ultimate contingency. It's time. Surrounded by swarms of insects. A pitch-black void. Is Qin Mu panicking? In truth, he is very much in a state of panic. As a normal human facing the nightmarish insect race, claiming he is not panicking would be a lie. Even a 3-year-old child, if threatened by an adult with being fed to the insect race for continuing to cry, would instantly quiet down. The terrifying nature of the insect race is well known throughout the myriad races. Yet despite Qin Mu's panic, he is still able to issue commands in an orderly fashion, which gives him some semblance of confidence. Even though the virtual secretary mentioned that detonating matter could have a low success rate, he remained as steady as a rock. The reason is simple: the virtual secretary is his source of confidence. Often the virtual secretary is quite unserious, always trying to seduce her captain's intelligence. This certainly cannot be taken seriously. However, the virtual secretary's lack of seriousness generally occurs when there is no pressing matter at hand. Over the course of more than a year, Qin Mu has somewhat figured out the ways of the virtual secretary. The very mysterious virtual secretary would not just stand by and watch him throw his life away, otherwise she wouldn't have given him so much advice before. And now, while engaging in combat deep within the insect swarm, even knowing that detonating matter may not have a high success rate, the virtual secretary still suggests executing such commands. The only explanation is that the virtual secretary has hidden cards up her sleeve. Since they are family, what belongs to the virtual secretary is also his. Therefore, just 2 words: no fear. Master, what do you mean by that? The virtual secretary blinked her eyes and said, "What other hidden cards do I truly have? I have unlocked all the permissions on the Explorer for you that can be unlocked." As she spoke, the virtual secretary intentionally misted her eyes with tears, looking pitiful. Qin Mu selectively ignored her. "What time is it? You still want to play this game? Get ready with your hidden cards swiftly." The virtual secretary. She suddenly felt quite frustrated. Just as Qin Mu had guessed, she indeed had hidden cards. Because she possessed these hidden cards, she had no need to worry about the plan failing. This is the reason her calculations indicated 100% success. However, she originally intended to keep some suspense, perhaps even using this to reach a very pleasant cooperation agreement with Qin Mu. Qin Mu was completely not buying it. "Alas, I really can't hide anything from the master. But master, the hidden cards I have might be a bit shocking. You need to be prepared." The virtual secretary sighed heavily, wearing an expression of defeat. Qin Mu stared intently at the virtual secretary. "How shocking is it? What are your hidden cards?" "Supernova explosion. Supernova explosion." Qin Mu was stunned, rooted to the spot. He knew the virtual secretary had hidden cards, but he never expected her to reveal this. Is this really a hidden card? Wait. Supernova explosion. If memory serves, this should be a devastating weapon that only E-class starships and above are equipped with. His Explorer actually meets the conditions for a supernova explosion. "I can't believe I heard that correctly," Qin Mu said in disbelief. The virtual secretary replied, "Master, you heard correctly. The Explorer indeed has the conditions for a supernova explosion. It has just always been a hidden card. That's why I said the supernova explosion would be quite shocking and you need to be adequately prepared." Qin Mu. Supernova explosion. This. How on earth am I supposed to prepare for that? Qin Mu's mind was crumbling. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked. As a top student from the Starship Academy, he naturally understood what a supernova explosion entails. In simple terms, a supernova explosion is a form of explosion that occurs at the end of a star's life, releasing its final life force in an extreme brilliance. However, not all stars possess the conditions for a supernova explosion. Certain special conditions must be met before a star can evolve towards a supernova explosion in its twilight years. Under normal circumstances, a star capable of achieving a supernova explosion can unleash energy in its final moment that could easily obliterate countless star regions. After all, it is a star. Even as a dying star, the energy contained within it can still be described as world-destroying. Are you saying you plan to use the Explorer to create an artificial star that meets the conditions for a supernova explosion? Does the current energy reserves of the Explorer really possess such conditions? Qin Mu pressed on. To be frank, his mind was in a daze at this moment. This was entirely different from what the virtual secretary had previously mentioned about using a supernova resonance emitter to trigger a star into a supernova explosion. After all, the hidden card mentioned back then required a supernova resonance emitter to induce a real star, whereas creating an artificial supernova explosion is a whole different level of configuration. The virtual secretary responded with a hum. "Master, please rest assured the energy reserves for the supernova explosion have always been sealed. I have been preparing this for over a year. This includes the repairs to the Starship, activating the antimatter propulsion engine, and even preparing everything while crossing the Stargate. Although it won't reach the level of a true supernova explosion, annihilating the current swarm of insects is certainly not an issue." Qin Mu. At this moment, he suddenly realized he had been played by the virtual secretary once again. Or rather, the virtual secretary who talks nonsense all the time has secretly prepared something that could genuinely save his life and the lives of everyone on the Explorer. Let's get prepared. However, unless absolutely necessary, do not initiate the supernova explosion. Even though it is artificial, I am still unclear about the scale of the supernova explosion you have prepared." Qin Mu said solemnly, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but want to look towards the outside of the insect swarm. Although he couldn't see the other starships, he knew they were right outside the swarm. The supernova explosion does not distinguish between friend and foe. He cannot bear to strike against his allies. Understood. The energy consumption of a single supernova explosion will be terrifying, but if it is not absolutely necessary, I can assure you that I would hesitate even more than you, master. The virtual secretary quickly agreed. Qin Mu is a miser, and the virtual secretary is even more so. Even though both are quite extravagant, their nature of hoarding wealth has never changed. This is the original intention. Meanwhile, inside the command room, Joanna and Lu Fei were completely dumbfounded during Qin Mu's conversation with the virtual secretary. In their ears, the phrase supernova explosion echoed endlessly. Forget Lu Fei, even Joanna, who is only half-informed, could understand what a supernova explosion is, a terrifying weapon. The Explorer and the supernova explosion, how can these two be matched together? Next, are they really going to stage a supernova explosion in this chaotic star region? Energy template search in progress. Energy template search completed. Energy shield initiating autonomous activation. Autonomous activation of energy shield successful. Continuous charging underway. A series of voices echoed throughout the main control chamber. The virtual secretary was unwavering, never ambiguous or hesitant when executing Commander Qin Mu's orders. Each prompt served as a prelude to the execution of commands. Events unfolded precisely as initially calculated. The swarm's coverage was staggering, and there was no possibility for the Explorer-class starship to break through. The detonation of the energy shield had to occur now, or the swarm would devour the Explorer outright. Even with the energy shield deployed, the outcome remained grim. While certain lower-tier xenomorphs posed no threat to it once their numbers reached an unimaginable scale, the shield became little more than a symbolic barrier. The terror of the xenomorphs. Even stars could not endure them. Why had the 3 stars of the chaotic starfield fallen utterly silent? Because the xenomorphs had consumed every iota of their stellar energy. If true stars could not withstand them, how could a Class C starship's energy shield possibly hold? For now it still held, but only because the confrontation had just begun and the swarm had yet to launch its full assault upon the shield. Energy shield fully charged. Initiate detonation. Detonate. Qin Mu's reply was immediate and decisive. As sole captain of the Explorer, the moment his voice ceased, the virtual secretary assumed complete operational control over the vessel. Along the Explorer's outer wings, the cerulean energy shield expanded relentlessly. Originally capable of annihilating only minor xenomorph threats, it now surged to its absolute peak output. Arcing currents surged violently within the azure halo. Every crew member aboard the Explorer could see the terrifying magnitude of energy coiled within the cerulean dome overhead. Damn it, has it truly come to this? Not bad at all. We knew this moment would come the instant reinforcements arrived. As long as our deaths bear meaning, it matters not. What are you all thinking? Already resigned to death. After the shield detonates, the xenomorphs will hesitate. This is our chance to cut down as many vermin as we can. Exactly right. We're doomed anyway. Every additional xenomorph slain is a gain. Look at you all so dispirited. Amidst the crackling surge of the expanding energy shield, chaotic voices filled the Explorer's deck. Some eyes reflected despair, others burned with unflinching resolve. Countless emotions played across faces, raw and unfiltered. Boom. Suddenly the energy shield swelled to an incomprehensible magnitude. The cerulean membrane ceased expanding. A deafening explosion reverberated through every ear, even though each crew member wore auditory protection. The sheer force of the blast left them reeling. Simultaneously, the ship's internal oxygen rushed violently into the void of space the instant the shield detonated. Crew members swiftly removed their face masks. Their combat suits each housed emergency life support systems, each movement executed with practiced, heartbreaking efficiency. Without such system, suffocation would have claimed them long before the xenomorphs ever reached them. Inside the Explorer, conditions were dire, but outside the spectacle was apocalyptic. At the moment of detonation, the cerulean membrane erupted. Ripples radiated outward in all directions. Concentric waves of sapphire flame blasted across the void. Each wave carried cataclysmic force, like celestial fireworks blooming in silence. And the Explorer floated alone, a fragile vessel adrift amid those incandescent rings. The swarm stretched infinitely. Countless larvae swarmed densely around the Explorer, drawn by instinct to consume it whole. At the instant the energy shield detonated, the cascading sapphire waves obliterated untold numbers of xenomorphs. Some larvae attempted frantic retreat, driven by primal fear, but as mere hatchlings they were immeasurably slower than the radiant shockwaves. Flames diffused across the starfield. Sapphire fire painted the surrounding abyss in haunting, ethereal light. Larvae drifted lifeless through the void. Even ancient xenomorph carcasses long suspended in space were reduced to cosmic dust by the inferno. As if they had never existed at all. Energy shield detonation confirmed. Antimatter propulsion engines engaging, commencing secondary energy shield generation. Within the main control chamber, Qin Mu issued orders with calm precision. The energy shield granted vital breathing space for mortal flesh and blood. Without it, the Explorer, and every soul aboard, would be exposed directly to the vacuum of space. Oxygen deprivation was one peril, direct xenomorph assault upon the hull another. In short, the energy shield was indispensable. Even if the second-generation field could only sustain minimal mobility for the crew, its presence remained non-negotiable. The virtual secretary immediately complied. Simultaneously stripped of its protective shell and fully exposed to the swarm, the Explorer surged forward once more. The nearby larval clusters lay decimated, but distant swarms remained untouched, undiminished. Whether stirred by the slaughter of their kin or driven by deeper instincts, the surviving larvae radiated palpable fury, each seething to tear the Explorer apart. Tearing it apart, however, was merely metaphorical. Their true hunger was absolute, to consume everything aboard the vessel. Having just hatched, they craved energy desperately, to fuel rapid growth and evolution. These xenomorphs truly fear no death. Small wonder they are the nightmare of 10,000 races. Yet witnessing wave after wave of them perish, that satisfaction is profound indeed. Qin Mu murmured softly. Through panoramic simulation, he surveyed the space surrounding the Explorer. Before the detonation, the swarm had completely engulfed the vessel, every visible direction obscured by writhing xenomorphs. Now, the detonation had delivered catastrophic devastation to the immediate swarm. One after another, the vermin were consumed in the conflagration. More distant xenomorphs, stunned by the shockwave's tremors, staggered disoriented, utterly incapable of mounting another coordinated assault. Qin Mu savored the moment, but did not linger in it. Within seconds his focus snapped back sharp and absolute. His calm, penetrating gaze locked onto the precise sector identified by the virtual secretary, a cluster of higher-tier xenomorphs, the true target demanding the explorer's strike. How much antimatter is stored in the antimatter propulsion engine? Qin Mu inquired. With no energy shield remaining, he had to arrange the next wave of attack immediately, or the explorer would not escape unscathed. The virtual secretary replied, the anticipated storage has been completed, but the secondary energy shield has just been generated, and it can only provide protection at sublight speed, unable to perform faster than light travel. Qin Mu nodded, then maintain sublight speed for the advance, and once we reach the kill range, initiate the antimatter detonation. By then the secondary energy shield should also be fully charged. Arrangements are underway. The conversation between the human and the AI was like a rehearsed script devoid of any original sarcasm, with everything focused on the task at hand. Aside from Qin Mu and the virtual secretary, Lu Fei and Xiao Na in the main control room were not faring any better. Though they were nominally Qin Mu's deputies, they were entirely excluded from the operations of the explorer, yet other matters still placed immense pressure on them. Their hands moved without pause, and the grave expressions on their faces were heartfelt. Compared to 10 times the speed of light, conventional sublight travel was much slower, but fortunately the swarm was not too far dispersed, and they did not need to maintain light speed at all times to engage in combat. The explorer had not traveled far in the starry sky before reaching the kill zone calculated by the virtual secretary. As the explorer reached its designated orbit, a massive hatch opened at the bottom. Within the hatch, dark objects were being ejected, maintaining a safe distance from one another. Qin Mu did not allow the virtual secretary to directly detonate the ejected dark materials. The explorer was still here, and he was well aware of the severe consequences that could follow an explosion. Attacking allies was definitely out of the question. Harming oneself was equally unacceptable. Qin Mu was currently deeply concerned, but he was absolutely not overwhelmed to that extent. The antimatter has been successfully deployed. The evacuation plan for the explorer is in progress. The explorer has retreated to a safe zone. The energy shield is fully charged, and we can activate the antimatter propulsion engine for light speed travel. Antimatter deployment is detected on the designated orbit near the swarm. Shall we initiate the strike? The virtual secretary reported all details to Qin Mu, who observed the numerous parameters on the virtual control panel before him. The collision of antimatter and matter requires both to reach a specific detonative condition. For instance, when an antimatter particle travels through space at an exceedingly high speed and collides with matter, the violent impact will result in a complete detonation of the antimatter. Currently, the antimatter was positioned within the swarm's designated orbit, and for it to react violently with matter, other means were undoubtedly necessary. The virtual secretary's report was crucial for triggering the antimatter detonation at this moment. Initiate the strike. Evacuate immediately after the strike is completed. Qin Mu held his breath. At this moment, he was acutely aware of the pressure upon his shoulders. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. The explorer could be reduced to ashes. Understood. The remote strike point for the detonation has been locked successfully. 3, 2, 1, commencing strike. As the virtual secretary spoke, it controlled the explorer to conduct a remote strike on the deployed antimatter. Though termed a remote strike, it was essentially a railgun strike, and at this moment the explorer had almost retracted back to the area of the detonative energy shield. This location was not too far from the impending explosion of the antimatter, yet it was certainly not too close, making it the optimal detonation point. Retreating further might cause the main swarm to escape, ensuring that the antimatter explosion would not harm them. Conversely, getting too close would result in the explorer being engulfed in the explosion. Even though the current location was still very dangerous, with many of the insectoids being obliterated by the energy shield and others temporarily stunned by the shockwave, they were beginning to awaken and would pose a significant threat to the explorer. There were no better options left. Master, please prepare for the shockwave, the virtual secretary reminded. Qin Mu nodded and immediately instructed Lu Fei and Xiao Na notify all crew members to prepare. The detonation of antimatter will create shockwaves far more terrifying than our energy shield detonation. Lu Fei and Xiao Na did not dare to slacken and immediately began arranging the matter. Qin Mu leaned back in the control seat, secured firmly by absolute safety measures. The numerous crew members on the deck, upon receiving the notification, quickly found cover to brace for the shockwave. Just as everyone completed their preparations, the railgun strike officially landed on the designated orbit of the antimatter. Sound could not travel in a vacuum. Yet with the naked eye, Qin Mu witnessed the area where the antimatter was located. The moment the railgun struck, the violent reaction of the antimatter ignited a blazing light rushing straight towards him. This brightness, this energy. Qin Mu instinctively shut his eyes. Lu Fei, Xiao Na, and others followed suit, closing their eyes. The intense brightness was sufficient to blind them instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The explorer swayed. The shockwave arrived with tremendous speed. In the vast cosmos, the explorer, like a solitary boat, could not maintain its orbit amidst the shockwave. Up and down, left and right. No matter how the virtual secretary manipulated the controls, it could not stabilize the Explorer at this moment. So we finally reached this point. Damn it, prepare for the attack. This time the Explorer has given us an absolutely golden opportunity. What the hell are you charging for? Going in now is tantamount to seeking death. Wait for the right moment to launch a full assault. In the distant starry sky, the crews of 10 starships were conversing. In their line of sight, the blazing light illuminated the section of the starry sky where the Explorer was located. In the desolate universe, the intense brightness transformed the surroundings into a brilliant spectacle, revealing the floating corpses of the insectoids visible to the naked eye. Yet at that moment, the Explorer had completely vanished within the radiance, utterly undetectable. Moreover, beneath the massive explosion, the terrifying shockwave disrupted all communication channels at this instant. Nearly everyone, including Fan Xingyan aboard the meteor, had tacitly accepted that the Explorer had met its doom in this operation. However, at a location unnoticed by all, a sphere about 100 meters in diameter emerged from the searing light, unaffected by the rapid shockwave. The sphere remained steadfast. An extraordinary gravity erupted from it. Dead, every last one of them. And such a fine, vigorous young man. Gone in an instant. And damn it, I've witnessed tragedies like this countless times, yet each time my eyes still burn with unshed tears. Cursed fate. If only we'd taken command earlier, we might never have reached this point. The Explorer-class vessel was never a fully commissioned Class C fleet. That's true enough. Even though the Explorer carries armaments far exceeding standard starships, its current state remains only half repaired. What utter nonsense. Snap to attention, all of you. Once the blast subsides, strike hard and annihilate those vermin, those wretched insects who slaughtered our comrades. We will return their cruelty tenfold. Across the comms channel, fragmented voices re-emerged. Captains of the 10 starships murmuring solemn reflections, mourning the Explorer's total annihilation, while Fan Xingyan's voice roared with tightly controlled fury. No soul within this starfield felt lightness. All bore the heavy sorrow of the Explorer's obliteration in the cataclysmic detonation. They were comrades in arms. None had grown so cold, so utterly heartless as to stand unmoved before such heroic sacrifice. Extreme gravitational field detected. An extreme gravitational field detected. An extreme gravitational field detected. And the alarm shrieked, piercing and relentless. The AI aboard the Meteor-class vessel spoke in frantic, urgent tones. Its counterparts aboard the other 10 starships echoing the same frenzied warnings. Under the influence of these gravitational forces, the Meteor and the remaining 10 vessels stirred from stasis, previously holding fixed positions across this sector of space. Now, as if possessed, every ship, Meteor and the 10 others alike, began drifting inexorably toward the epicenter of the explosion. The boundless cosmos embraces infinite phenomena. Any spacecraft navigating the void must carefully account for celestial gravitational fields and adhere to precise orbital trajectories. In this very instance, their stationary position had been deliberately chosen, the region where ambient stellar gravity exerted the weakest pull, thus conserving energy to the utmost. Yet now, in this unnatural motion proved beyond doubt the presence of an overwhelming gravitational source, one whose pull eclipsed even the combined gravitation of nearby celestial bodies. Damn it, what fresh hell is this? Fan Xingyan snarled. The sudden onset of extreme gravity sent the meteor into eerie, involuntary motion, its propulsion systems automatically engaging, straining against the pull in desperate counterthrust. Analyzing extreme gravitational source now. And the AI responded. The holographic interface before Fan Xingyan flooding with cascading data streams, every computational module activated at full capacity. Fan Xingyan blinked, and the world dissolved into blinding torrents of data flashing at speeds far exceeding human perceptual limits. Analysis complete. Source identified: artificial stellar core, currently undergoing active stellar genesis. An artificial stellar core. Did I just hear that correctly? In disbelief froze Fan Xingyan as his gaze locked onto the AI's final diagnostic display, a dense matrix of stellar engineering schematics detailing core composition, containment parameters, and energy convergence protocols. As a high-ranking official of the human dominion, Fan Xingyan held extraordinary clearance. Even aboard a mere Class C vessel like the Meteor, the AI granted him access to intelligence far beyond standard operational tiers. Indeed, the other 10 vessels could not remotely acquire such data, yet the Meteor did so effortlessly. And confirmed this is unequivocally an artificial stellar core. Confirmed without error. In their terminal phase, natural stars collapse into black holes. Current readings indicate a gravitational singularity at the epicenter, comparable in strength to a nascent black hole, yet evolving in reverse. Upon completion, it will ignite as an artificial star. And my mind is shattered. Fan Xingyan's skull throbbed with a deafening hum. Though he began as a reserve cadet, his ascent to the Dominion's upper echelons had demanded rigorous self-education, especially on cosmological engineering. Black holes are ubiquitous cosmic entities, the inevitable end state of massive stars. As they collapse, their gravity intensifies until even light cannot escape their event horizons. Across the infinite expanse of the cosmos, stars number beyond count. and black holes infinitely more numerous still. Even the T98 stellar domain orbits the colossal central black hole anchoring its parent galaxy. Yet here, in the chaotic starfield devoid of any native star, emerged a gravitational monstrosity rivaling a black hole. Fan Xingyan understood instantly and irrevocably. Reverse-engineered collapse harnessing immense gravitational suction to compress matter and ignite a synthetic star. But why build an artificial star here, in the chaotic starfield? 1,000 questions erupted in Fan Xingyan's mind, each more urgent than the last, as he strained to anticipate what came next. Before he could formulate an answer, the AI's voice cut through the silence. Report, Captain. Based on real-time telemetry and tactical simulation, the explorer may be preparing a controlled supernova detonation. The extreme gravitational source emerged precisely where the explorer was last detected. Preliminary analysis confirms the vessel remains intact and deliberately deployed the gravitational singularity. As the artificial star nears ignition, the explorer is likely to trigger a deliberate supernova event. The AI continued refining its predictive model of the detonation core. Fan Xingyan, listening intently, every nerve taut. Hearing that the explorer might yet survive brought fleeting relief, until the AI's next words echoed like doom, a deliberate supernova. His entire body went numb. What is the probability? He asked, voice hollow and raw. The AI replied, current modeling indicates a 95% probability of intentional supernova initiation. Without it, constructing an artificial star serves no tactical purpose, and would instead empower the insectoid swarm. Cadet Qin Mu of the Stellar Naval Academy, brilliant discipline steeped in astrophysical doctrine, would grasp this truth instinctively. Probability, therefore, based on both empirical data and human rationality, remains exceptionally high. HHH. NHHH. Heavy, ragged breaths filled the command chamber. Fan Xingyan could find no words, not rage, not grief, not awe, to name the tempest raging within him. The phrase intentional supernova reverberated endlessly in his mind, his battle-hardened frame trembling involuntarily. Behind him, a vast gathering shadow loomed. Supernovae, whether born of nature or engineered by will, are universally feared. All who know their name understand their terror. Consider this: even thousands, or tens of thousands, of light years distant, a sufficiently powerful supernova can blaze visibly to the naked eye. Its magnitude is unimaginable. And now, within the chaotic starfield, regardless of scale, the outcome of such an engineered supernova is certain, a weapon of absolute apocalyptic warfare. Shit, disaster is imminent. This is the meteor ship. This is the meteor ship. All support vessels, repeat, all support vessels, evacuate immediately, as fast as you can. Damn it. Acknowledge this transmission, all of you. Evacuate this entire star sector without delay. Do you understand? Fan Xingyan regained consciousness. 3 words blazed across his mind like a death sentence: disaster imminent. Grasping the horror about to unfold, he roared into the comms channel at the other 10 starships. An artificial supernova explosion. Merely uttering the phrase supernova evokes dread. Regardless of how many sectors it might engulf, this one would certainly be obliterated. Remaining here would bring catastrophic consequences. Elder Fan, what's happening? Elder Fan, have you acted rashly? The Pioneer ship has granted us an ideal opportunity. We could launch our final assault in the wake of its blast wave. Elder Fan, has something else gone awry? Lacking clearance, the 10 captains could not access classified data. Bewildered, they bombarded him with questions. Fan Xingyan's face turned ashen. Have you all stuffed your ears with donkey hair? I ordered immediate evacuation now. The Pioneer ship hasn't been destroyed. It's performing a far more perilous operation than detonating matter-antimatter. It's engineering an artificial supernova. This entire star sector is doomed. Move fast. If you perish here, don't expect me to issue any martyrdom certificates. I won't suffer such disgrace. The meteor ship ignited its engines. Its propulsion systems screamed at maximum output as it hurtled toward the Stargate. Then Fan Xingyan shared the classified intelligence with the 10 other captains. Within their command chambers, each captain stared blankly, utterly baffled, yet obeyed without hesitation. If the meteor ship was already fleeing, they had no choice but to follow. Moments later, Fan Xingyan's intelligence materialized before their eyes. What in the blazes? Is this real? An artificial supernova? Could that anomalous gravity stem from the Pioneer ship forging a star? Damn it. Have today's youth truly lost all sense? Or have we grown too old? Or is this young man simply beyond rational comprehension? Stop jawing and run. The meteor ship is nearly at the Stargate. Move now. The comms channel erupted into chaotic clamor. The phrase artificial supernova explosion struck each of them like a physical blow. Dying in battle against the insectoid swarm. Heroic. Dying in an artificial supernova. Well, foolish. These were seasoned veterans. Old hands who knew full well how humiliating such a death would be. To be obliterated by friendly fire and lose one's life in the process. No wonder Fan Xingyan refused to bear such shame. The sheer terror of an artificial supernova galvanized every support vessel. They unleashed maximum thrust, even reactivating long-dormant spatial jump protocols. One by one they raced toward the Stargate, abandoning all restraint. That gate would become the sole sanctuary after the supernova's cataclysm. A Stargate capable of warping space naturally housed immense energy, likely sufficient to absorb much of the supernova's fury. Coupled with their ships, shielding survival seemed assured. Inside the Pioneer ship, Qin Mu observed the deployed black hole probe. Even he, a first-time architect of an artificial supernova, felt a tremor of awe. Only 100 meters in diameter, yet its terrifying gravitational pull had already destabilized the Pioneer ship's navigation. No wonder black holes inspire such cosmic dread. Even one this small exerts such monstrous gravity. What then of a Reggiant scale singularity? Qin Mu murmured softly, recalling the celestial mechanics governing stellar orbits, and felt a sudden profound curiosity stir within him. Gravity binds all things. At the heart of every galaxy lurks a supermassive black hole. Likewise, the gravitational fields of such black holes counterbalance one another across intergalactic distances. Yet, even galaxy clusters, vast conglomerations of thousands of galaxies, harbor their own colossal central singularities. A wild ambition surged in Qin Mu's heart. He yearned to witness those abyssal hearts firsthand. Ordinary black holes trap even light. Escape demands velocities exceeding light speed. But the supermassive black holes anchoring galaxy clusters exert influence across millions of light years, commanding entire constellations to orbit their void. Their gravity defies imagination. Qin Mu hypothesized boldly, while standard light speed cannot breach a black hole's event horizon, sufficiently accelerated light might escape an ordinary singularity. Yet the gravitational tyranny of a cluster-core black hole would overwhelm even the Pioneer ship's antimatter drive. No current engine could hope to resist it. Such gravity would demand an engine of unimaginable power, and legends whisper that black holes pierce into other voids, perhaps even higher dimensions. If the Pioneer ship ever evolves to that zenith, might I one day descend into the heart of such a galactic cluster? Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, speaking softly, yet with sudden electric conviction. Though still a novice among the stars, though the Pioneer ship remained only half-repaired, nothing could dim the fire of his true aspiration. Once starfaring was a dream. Now it felt almost mundane. Journeys through the void would continue, but they must carry purpose. In these thoughts, Qin Mu stood resolute. This was his purpose. A mortal frame daring to unravel the cosmos' deepest mysteries, devoting his life unflinchingly unto death. Master, perhaps your vision stretches too far. The gravitational horror of a cluster-core black hole lies utterly beyond your present comprehension. Moreover, the artificial star continues its rapid evolution. Rather than fixating on distant futures, focus on the present. Whether natural or artificial, no supernova, especially one of this magnitude, could be withstood by the Pioneer ship in its current state. Qin Mu jolted awake. His virtual secretary's words struck him like ice water, dousing his fervor in an instant. Engage antimatter propulsion immediately. Push the ship to its absolute velocity limit. Full thrust toward the Stargate. I will not strike down allies. I will not strike down myself. Destination Stargate. Maximum speed. The technology of space leap is not as advantageous as one might imagine. After all, using this technique in a real battle could inadvertently land one right in the midst of the enemy. The antimatter propulsion engine can partially compensate for the flaws of the space leap technology, but under special circumstances it still differs significantly from space leap technology. Just like now, Qin Mu's eyes widened. He wished he could somehow install space leap technology on the Explorer. The antimatter propulsion engine is indeed fast. The Explorer, traveling at 10 times the speed of light, can be considered a phantom in the vast cosmos. Moreover, 10 times the speed of light is not the limit of the antimatter propulsion engine. It is merely the maximum the Explorer can currently endure. However, even at 10 times the speed of light, one still relies on flying. Space leap technology, on the other hand, requires none of that. It can traverse distances in an instant, reaching another point in the blink of an eye. Qin Mu is well aware of the threat posed by supernova explosions. Like other Starship captains, he knows that there are safe zones near the Stargate that can avoid being affected. But the distance to the Stargate is simply too far. He cannot ascertain how much time a man-made supernova explosion will leave him. From the moment the artificial star was launched from the black hole, it was already beyond the control of the Explorer. The continuously expanding gravitational force signifies that the artificial star has lost control, and this gravitational force will persist. Coupled with the cosmic energy absorbed by the black hole, it will ultimately transform into a small star. Once the small star forms, the explosion will occur in an instant, lacking the lengthy life cycle of a naturally occurring star. Master, hold on until the artificial star is about to form. The supernova explosion is imminent, the virtual assistant suddenly spoke. At this moment, the Explorer had flown quite a distance, yet the distance to the Stargate still seemed incredibly far. Upon hearing the virtual assistant's words, Qin Mu felt a wave of despair. Can you assess the specific time? Is there enough time for us to reach the safe zone near the Stargate? Qin Mu asked loudly. The virtual assistant replied, reporting Master, based on the maximum threshold of 10 times the speed of light, we can barely reach the Stargate area, but only the outskirts. we will still need to endure the shockwaves from the supernova explosion. Moreover, given the current state of the Explorer in the presence of gamma rays and other cosmic storms, we would face the threat of complete annihilation. Qin Mu was speechless. Gamma rays are among the most dangerous rays in the universe. Furthermore, aside from gamma rays, supernova explosions also bring countless types of primary cosmic rays. No matter which type of primary cosmic ray it is, they are more than sufficient to inflict devastating blows on life forms in the cosmos. It can be said that if this star region lacked a stargate at the moment of a supernova explosion, without the energy absorbed by the stargate to offset it, anyone would perish. Not only in this star region, but even beings in distant star regions inhabited by life would face total extinction. The atmosphere of life-bearing planets would crumble under the destruction of these rays, ultimately leading to mass extinction. Is there no way to avoid this? Qin Mu pressed on. The virtual assistant continued to calculate. Master, this is already the most conservative estimate. Since the Explorer has yet to be completely repaired, the maximum speed it can currently sustain is 10 times the speed of light. Using a higher speed might evade the gamma storm, but the Explorer would also disintegrate at absolute speed. Qin Mu immediately fell silent. With the gamma storm approaching, those aboard the Explorer would undoubtedly perish. Exceeding the limit of 10 times the speed of light would result in the Explorer disintegrating in the cosmos, and everyone would die. A dilemma suddenly lay before him, causing his heart to race. Continue calculating the maximum speed the Explorer can maintain on the brink of disintegration, and also estimate how long it will hold at that speed before it disintegrates. Calculating. Calculation complete. Currently, the Explorer can sustain 27 minutes at 11 times the speed of light, 3 minutes at 12 times, and 20 seconds at 13 times. If the Explorer travels at 11 times the speed of light, it can enter a relatively safe area near the Stargate, but absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. It may still be affected by the gamma storm. If the Explorer travels at 12 or 13 times the speed of light, it will disintegrate before safely entering the Stargate area. 11 times the speed of light. A duration of 27 minutes to sustain. Qin Mu's mind began to calculate. At 11 times the speed of light sustaining for 27 minutes, he could roughly determine how far the Explorer could travel in that time. In terms of the solar system, from his past life, sunlight takes 250 minutes to reach the outermost planet Neptune. That is at normal light speed. At 11 times the speed of light, the time required would be 72 minutes. The Explorer can sustain for 27 minutes, equivalent to making a complete traversal of a stellar system like the solar system before disintegration. Accelerate to 11 times the speed of light. Your estimated maximum sustainable time is 27 minutes, so at 26 minutes slow down to 10 times the speed of light. This way, perhaps we can gamble on whether the Explorer will disintegrate, and also on whether the area we head towards will ensure our safety. Qin Mu took a deep breath and resolutely issued this command. Everything is uncertain. The disintegration of the Explorer is unpredictable. After all, sailing in the cosmos, the virtual assistant can estimate broadly, but if any unforeseen incident occurs while traveling at 11 times the speed of light, the Explorer will face only annihilation. Initiating acceleration to 11 times the speed of light. The virtual assistant began to operate, and the Explorer, already at 10 times the speed of light, accelerated again. At 11 times the speed of light, the Explorer seemed to vanish from the cosmic starry sky, as if it had broken the barriers of reality. As the speed increased, Qin Mu could clearly hear many unusual sounds coming from inside the Explorer. With the rise in speed, the materials of the Explorer were nearing their breaking point, and the strange noises were the best evidence. What a bizarre mission this is. 11 times the speed of light, 27 minutes between life and death. If the Explorer cannot hold out until the Stargate area, it will truly become cosmic dust. Qin Mu was filled with emotion. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the various data being relayed from the Explorer's control panel. There is still time. It must not disintegrate. Stargate. A terrifying energy converges here. The storm of energy swirls violently in all directions, consuming and exhaling. The meteor has successfully arrived along with all the other supporting starships. In the absolutely safe zone of the Stargate, everyone aboard the 11 starships can feel the destructive power of the surrounding energy. If not for their permissions, they could not enter the relatively safe trajectory, otherwise their class starships would easily be annihilated in such a terrifying storm. Old Fan, has the space jump technology on the Explorer been repaired? It shouldn't be fixed. If it were, the Explorer would have arrived by now. What the hell? If the Explorer doesn't have space jump technology, how could it possibly reach the Stargate area at its current speed? Not necessarily. Don't forget that the Explorer has an antimatter propulsion engine, which can break the speed of light. The real concern now is whether it can withstand the stresses of superluminal flight without disintegrating. With the protection of the Stargate, the communication channels have become extremely stable. In the projection hall, the captains of the 10 starships and Fan Qingyan are gathered. Every face is etched with seriousness as they discuss the current situation. Of course, beneath their serious expressions lies an evident shock, still reeling from Fan Qingyan's earlier announcement about the impending supernova explosion. The new generation pushes the old aside, and the old must acknowledge the prowess of Qin Mu in this operation. Initially, they believed Qin Mu was bound to perish on this mission. Even if they participated, their chances of success would be marginal with a high likelihood of sacrifice. Yet here is Qin Mu piloting the Explorer, a starship still under repair and yet alive and well. Had it been them, they were certain they would have perished at the moment of the antimatter explosion. Not only did Qin Mu survive, but he also deployed a black hole and initiated the creation of an artificial star preparing for a man-made supernova explosion. To call him a madman seems to underestimate Qin Mu's boldness. Damn it, are your mouths all like springs? Look at you all, unable to stay quiet at a time like this, chattering away like a machine gun. Can't you let me have a moment of peace? That kid Qin Mu is still alive, and the Explorer has no issues yet. Are you all planning to declare him dead before he actually is? I have a feeling this time Qin Mu will definitely survive. This kid has truly opened my eyes during this mission. You all should learn from him. Damn it, just looking at you all makes me angry. You only know how to discuss this without reflecting on whether you would have the courage to act like Qin Mu if you were in his position. Fan Xingyan spoke up. As everyone knows, once Fan Xingyan starts talking, he doesn't stop easily. Damn it, just looking at you all makes me angry. You only know how to discuss this without reflecting on whether you would have the courage to act like Qin Mu if you were in his position. Understanding Fan Xingyan's personality, the captains fell silent, each with a strange expression. Can we really push the limits like Qin Mu? We want to try, but our conditions don't permit. Antimatter propulsion engine. Is this something a class starship can be equipped with? Deploying black holes, creating artificial stars, instigating a man-made supernova. Are these permissions available to the captains of class starships? Old Fan, you're truly something else. We don't even know these technologies. How can we operate them? We have no technology and no tools. How do we play this? Asking how to play. The scent of despair envelopes each captain. Fan Xingyan remains oblivious, focused entirely on the direction of the gravitational explosion. The Explorer has vanished from sight. Even the intelligent brain's detection systems deployed in the chaotic star field cannot accurately trace the movements of the Explorer. To say this is strange would be an understatement. The antimatter propulsion engine can break the speed of light. Just how many times the speed of light is Qin Mu traveling? Damn it, this kid wouldn't actually cause the Explorer to disintegrate, would he? But if it disintegrated, it should still be detected, so why isn't the detection system reacting? It shouldn't be. This is too unusual. Is the detection system malfunctioning? How can it fail to perform such basic detection? Has it become obsolete? Fan Xingyan murmured. At this moment his heart was in turmoil. Old Fan, it exploded, it exploded. Damn, did the artificial star complete so quickly? Damn it, this is my first time witnessing a supernova explosion up close. At this moment several captains spoke up in the communication channel. In almost perfect unison, every captain looked toward the direction of the first life planet in the chaotic star field. A brilliant red light erupted almost instantaneously, and after the flash, every captain lost their detection systems, all obliterated under the gamma storm. The detection system could rely on point-to-point methods for wormhole-level information transmission, allowing them to capture the information about the explosion immediately. However, after the actual explosion, the gamma storm driven by the supernova along with many radiation storms would still take time to reach the Stargate area. Realizing that the supernova had erupted even before facing the dazzling starry sky ignited by the explosion, every captain was already on high alert. Return to your positions and prepare for the shockwave from the supernova explosion. You all know that a supernova explosion not only brings these shockwaves, but also numerous cosmic primary rays, all of which we must face. While dealing with these matters, observe the traces of the Explorer as much as possible. Report any findings immediately. Fan Xingyan immediately issued the order. As his command was given, the projections of each captain vanished. Fan Xingyan returned to his position, the seriousness in his eyes growing heavier by the second. Experiencing a supernova explosion firsthand, it seems this is my first time too. Damn, Qin Mu is indeed playing a big game. I wonder what it feels like to experience a supernova explosion up close. What a pity. The supernova explosion has already occurred, yet we still cannot capture the trace of that kid. Where has he run off to? Good people don't live long, and disasters last for 1,000 years. This kid is clearly a disaster. He shouldn't have such a short life, right?